Jiang Jiang awoke one night to discover that she was a villainous supporting character, a true heiress. Possessing beauty but lacking intellect, she found herself cast as a tragic secondary role. Abandoned in an orphanage during her childhood, it was only after many years that her family finally located her. Chapter 1. I am the true heiress. Jiang City, located in a coastal region, endured a dreary rainy season throughout the winter. Awakened early by the head of the orphanage, Jiang Jiang now sat listlessly on a chair, her delicate lips pressed together, her fair visage resembling a porcelain puppet as she gazed down at her cracked white shoes. She had been sitting there for a full half-hour, motionless, with a vacant expression. Having lived in this world as an orphan for so long, she had almost forgotten that she existed within the pages of a romantic novel. Unfortunately, she was not merely a character, but a villainous supporting character, a true heiress. Endowed with beauty, yet devoid of wisdom, she bore the burden of a tragic existence. Cast aside in an orphanage, she was only rediscovered by her family years later, only to find that another had already taken her place, a counterfeit heiress who excelled in both social grace and domestic skills, living a life seemingly blessed, strikingly beautiful. No matter how she struggled, she could not outshine the false heiress. Ultimately, she found herself living like a rat in a gutter, overshadowed by the counterfeit's brilliance. In light of this, what was the point of struggle? Since no amount of effort could surpass the other, perhaps it was better to simply surrender and embrace a state of indifference. Jiang Jiang could not help but smile wryly, revealing a self-deprecating curve at the corners of her mouth. Endure for a little longer. Once the new year passes, I shall come of age. By then, I will be able to leave this place. Outside, the sound of footsteps approached, growing ever nearer. With a creak, the director pushed open the door, followed by two individuals, their presence enveloping the room in an unsettling chill. Jiang Jiang. The director's voice trembled, starkly contrasting with his usual domineering demeanor, tinged with an unexpected note of deference. Director. Jiang Jiang rose to her feet, but due to her low blood pressure, darkness clouded her vision for a moment, and it took some time for clarity to return. Her physical condition was rather poor, leaving her perpetually fragile. After standing for just a short while, she found herself breathless. Lowering her head, she let her hair fall over her face, striving to appear gentle and obedient. Having lived in the orphanage for so many years, Jiang Jiang understood the ways to protect herself best. Are you Jiang Jiang? A kind yet deep voice resonated in her ear, accompanied by a slight tremor. The man before her was tall, likely in his 40s or 50s, his brow furrowed with a seriousness that exuded the authority of someone accustomed to power. It was evident that he had once been quite the handsome man in his youth. I am Jiang Jiang. Her voice was melodious and soft, her pale complexion strikingly delicate, making her appear diminutive. I am your father. Jiang Yunhai gazed at the young girl before him, a wave of bittersweet emotion washing over him. Alone, without parents by her side, yet so well-mannered and considerate, she evoked a deep sense of compassion. Father. Jiang Jiang recalled the family depicted in the book, and they exhibited an extreme impatience towards their newly arrived daughter. The first encounter with the Jiang family did not occur at the orphanage, but rather a year later. In the original narrative, when Jiang Jiang first met the Jiang family, she was subjected to various forms of neglect. She had to wait for nearly 5 or 6 hours. Ultimately, it was a servant who prompted someone to approach her. Why had it happened so swiftly? Mr. Jiang, as you can see, Jiang Jiang has been well taken care of at our orphanage. I assure you, Jiang Jiang is quite beloved among us. The director feigned composure, yet the hand gripping Jiang Jiang's arm trembled slightly. Chapter 2. Why does it not align with the plot? Has Jiang Jiang received proper care? Our Jiang family will thoroughly investigate the various reasons. There is no need for you to inform me. Jiang Yuhai, having held a prominent position for an extended period, spoke with an air of authority. His gaze, icy and penetrating, caused the director to bow his head. However, when he turned to look at Jiang Jiang, his expression inexplicably softened. Perhaps it was due to some inherent connection of blood. Upon seeing this child, Jiang Yuhai felt his heart race uncontrollably. The resemblance, the aura, was unmistakably a reflection of his wife in her youth. Indeed, Mr. Jiang, you are absolutely right, the director replied, bowing and chuckling. You two continue your conversation. I shall not intrude. As he spoke, the director exited the room, slamming the door behind him. The old door creaked ominously as it closed. Only 2 individuals remained in the room, Jiang Jiang and Jiang Yunhai. Jiang Yunhai approached and crouched beside her, meeting her gaze at eye level. careful not to frighten the delicate girl. He softly inquired, "Are you doing well here? Have you been mistreated?" Jiang Jiang, what is this? The tone, the manner of speaking. This is not how it is depicted in the book. Indeed, in such a place, how could one possibly thrive? Jiang Yuhai felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand himself, lamenting, "I should have come sooner to fetch you. It is my fault for arriving late, allowing you to endure so much hardship. It is my failure as a father." Jiang Jiang, what is the meaning of this? Wasn't he the one who disliked this daughter? Is it not true that one might wish for this daughter to vanish from this world sooner? What is happening? The young girl's pale, almost translucent face was etched with confusion and bewilderment. Jiang Yuhai began to elucidate. "After your birth, due to our negligence, you were replaced by another girl at the hands of a malicious individual. Once we discovered this grievous error, we scoured the world in search of you. Yet, the world is vast, and finding you is no simple task. Throughout the years, the Jiang family never relinquished hope in uncovering your whereabouts. Finally, fortune smiled upon the diligent. After numerous trials and tribulations, we learned of Jiang Jiang's location from a trafficker. Jiang Yuhai set aside his work and rushed over without delay. Jiang Jiang, I am deeply sorry. It is our fault. We failed to care for you, subjecting you to so much distress." Jiang Yunhai gently grasped her hand. Jiang Jiang's hand was tiny, exceedingly frail and delicate. This child is truly too thin. The sudden wave of concern and remorse left Jiang Jiang utterly at a loss. She struggled to formulate her thoughts, finally speaking. Do you mean to say that you are my father?" Jiang Yuhai gazed at the beautiful, slender girl who sat obediently in the chair, her face a canvas of bewilderment. She tilted her head, a flicker of disbelief dancing in her eyes. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. "Yes, I am your father." As Jiang Yuhai uttered these words, a pang of bitterness arose within him. Jiang Jiang, oh, my. In the book, Jiang Yunhai did not acknowledge the existence of his daughter until the original owner had passed away. He gently raised his hand to stroke Jiang Jiang's hair, an action imbued with tenderness. "Jiang Jiang, shall we return home? Let us go back. Your brother, mother, and younger brother are all waiting for you." Chapter 3. Taking you home surrounded by a throng of bodyguards, Jiang Jiang stepped out of the orphanage. By the time she realized her surroundings, she found herself standing before a luxurious black sedan. The car, with its polished and gleaming windows, reflected Jiang Jiang's pale little face, imparting an ethereal quality to the moment. The individuals within the orphanage craned their necks to whisper among themselves. "I told you, Jiang Jiang is so beautiful she resembles a princess. How could anyone not adore her? Look, someone has indeed come to take her home. How enviable for Jiang Jiang to have a father come for her. Yet, upon her return, Xiao Qing will surely feel sorrow. Xiao Qing is currently in class and is unaware of this. If he were to find out, he would surely be furious. When Xiao Qing gets angry, it can be quite terrifying." The cold wind swept over Jiang Jiang, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a coat was draped over her shoulders, bringing with it a wave of warmth. She looked up at Jiang Yuhai. "Let us go. It is time to return home." Jiang Yuhai gazed at the young girl before him, the precious treasure the Jiang family had lost for over a decade. As Jiang Jiang entered the vehicle, Jiang Yunhai softly inquired, "May I sit beside you?" Jiang Jiang, almost unconsciously, nodded in agreement. The sleek black car glided smoothly along the road, with Jiang Yunhai observing the girl beside him. She was petite, fragile, yet despite her proximity, it felt as though a mere gust of wind could whisk her away from his side. Jiang Jiang's mind remained somewhat dazed. "Mr. Jiang, are you certain you wish to take me home?" Her gentle voice carried a hint of timidity, laced with an undertone of trepidation. Her small frame subtly shifted, creating a palpable distance between the two. Her bright eyes were filled with both caution and inquiry. Gazing at Jiang Yunhai, an absurd feeling enveloped her, rendering the situation surreal. Jiang Yunhai, in turn, felt an overwhelming pang of sorrow welling within him. "I am not taking you home." He managed to muster a smile that appeared gentle. Startled, Jiang Jiang lowered her head, seeking to conceal her inner turmoil. She knew that the narrative would unfold as it always had. She understood that she was perpetually the one left abandoned. Throughout her life, no matter how fiercely she struggled or resisted, she invariably found herself cast aside, forever unseen by others. You are like a rat in the gutter, destined to dwell in darkness. So, Jiang Jiang, what are you truly hoping for? When others extend a mere flicker of warmth, do you genuinely believe they will notice your existence? Truly, how absurd you are, Jiang Jiang. Jiang Yuhai gently grasped her hand, softly assuring her, to be precise, this is your home. The family has been yearning to see you. They have prepared a multitude of gifts for you. Everyone wishes to make amends, so you need not be afraid. They are all quite amicable. Under the tender gaze of Jiang Yunhai, Jiang Jiang gradually closed her eyes, letting out a long sigh. The weight that had burdened her heart inexplicably lifted. Chapter 4. Child, do not fear. The sleek black car glided smoothly along the road. Enveloped in a profound silence, Jiang Jiang cast a complex gaze out the window at the splendid scenery. She had been confined within the orphanage for far too long, having lost touch with the outside world. Observing Jiang Jiang's expression, a wave of unprecedented frustration surged within Jiang Yunhai. Although he had mentally prepared himself for the fact that his daughter, lost for over a decade, would not readily accept him. Witnessing her erect an invisible barrier when facing him was almost unfathomable. What kind of life had she endured during those years apart? Jiang Jiang felt a rare sense of ease, relishing this moment of tranquility. We have arrived. The respectful voice of the driver broke the silence within the car. Jiang Jiang. We are home. Casting a glance at the somewhat dazed girl, Jiang Yuhai gently called out to her. Oh, all right. Jiang Jiang alighted from the vehicle. Following closely behind Jiang Yuhai, the two moving in tandem. The expansive villa, with its meticulously pruned flowers, plants, and trees in the garden, exudes an aura of careful nurturing. Jiang Jiang cast a glance at her somewhat cracked white shoes, which seemed rather out of place. Life is not easy, Jiang Jiang sighed. Earlier on her way home, Jiang Yuhai had already called the family and to prepare a meal and had informed her of their arrival time. Wanting to avoid startling the child by allowing Mingzhu to wait alone at the entrance. As the distance gradually diminished, Jiang Jiang noticed a woman in a vibrant green dress with beautifully styled curls, her face adorned with exquisite makeup, joyfully waving at them. That face, so strikingly similar to her own. Jiang Jiang, that is your mother. Everyone else is outside. Let us meet them when you feel ready, Jiang Yuhai whispered. Sensing the child's apprehension at the prospect of facing so many unfamiliar faces at once. At that moment, two words flashed through Jiang Jiang's mind. Test. It was undoubtedly a test, questioning whether she harbored any ulterior motives or whether she posed a threat to her other daughter. With her head lowered, she fell silent. Mingzhu approached and grasped Jiang Jiang's hand, exclaiming, Jiang Jiang, my daughter, it is enough that you have returned home. Her eyes brimmed with boundless love and sorrow. Her emotions momentarily overwhelming her as she embraced Jiang Jiang, tears streaming down her face. Especially when holding Jiang Jiang, she felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. She was not particularly fond of embracing strangers. Unable to contain herself, she clenched her fists tightly, yearning to push away. Yet the fragrance that enveloped her was undeniably delightful. Ultimately, with a resigned sigh, she gradually relaxed her clenched hands. Jiang Yuhai interjected, all right. Let us allow the child to enter first. She hasn't eaten anything on the way. Yes, let us go inside. We'll have something to eat first. Echoed Shen Mingzhu, wiping her tears as she took Jiang Jiang's hand and led her inside. Jiang Jiang wore a blank expression, following closely behind Shen Mingzhu. Finding the child was a commendable achievement. Future matters could be discussed leisurely. Jiang Yuhai smiled softly, hastening to follow them. Chapter 5. I shall depart soon that morning. Our Jiang Jiang must have been quite famished. Come, my dear, follow your mother. I have prepared a plethora of delicious dishes for you. Mingzhu enthusiastically grasped Jiang Jiang's hand, bustling about. Jiang Jiang sat down rigidly. The table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, each more enticing than the last. The bowl before her was piled high, resembling a small mountain, which only heightened her anxiety. After a moment of contemplation, she softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. I apologize for the trouble. Her movements were cautious, her tone exceedingly polite. The oppressive atmosphere was overwhelmingly intense for her. She found it somewhat difficult to adapt. With her gaze cast downwards, a profound silence enveloped the dining table, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. What was happening? Why has everyone fallen silent? Jiang Jiang cautiously lifted her head, her gaze meeting the couple's slightly furrowed brows and their distinctly displeased expressions. Had she inadvertently uttered something that upset them? Or was she, once again, merely a source of their weariness? If that were the case, Jiang Jiang set down her utensils and rose to her feet. With a polite tone, she said, I apologize for the trouble I've caused. I shall take my leave now. With that, she turned to depart. Proposing to leave on her own accord seemed far preferable to being made to feel unwelcome. At the very least, it allowed her to retain a shred of dignity and avoid appearing too contemptible. Jiang Jiang, what are you saying? Mingzhu endeavored to soften her voice, though it still carried an edge of urgency. I will leave now, at once. Please do not be upset. Surely, the esteemed lady had every reason to be displeased. Perhaps it was best for her to have departed sooner rather than later. Why must you leave? This is your home. You should remain here. Jiang Yunhai's voice, tinged with barely suppressed anger, rose in volume. He simply could not fathom what thoughts occupied the mind of the delicate girl before him, who appeared so timid and fearful of offending anyone. Yet, you seem so discontent. If you truly are unhappy, I believe it would be best for me to temporarily withdraw. After so long in the orphanage, she had become adept at reading the subtle nuances of people's expressions. I believe it is best not to disturb you any further. The final remark, made by Jiang Jiang, was merely a soliloquy, and Mingzhu felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Her daughter should not have to tread so cautiously, nor should she be concerned with the opinions of others. She is, after all, a daughter of heaven. You need not worry. I shall not linger here unnecessarily. I will take my leave at once. As Jiang Jiang spoke, she began to retreat. Jiang Jiang. Jiang Wenhai's low reprimand resonated throughout the living room, startling Jiang Jiang profoundly. Was he about to resort to violence? Do not leave, Jiang Jiang. There is no need to fear. This shall be your home from now on. And Mingzhu grasped her hand with fervent intensity. The sudden revelation, coupled with a day filled with turmoil, left Jiang Jiang utterly exhausted. A wave of pain surged within her chest, an invisible force tightening around her throat, making it difficult for her to breathe. The feeling of suffocation intensified as her vision blurred. Ultimately, she could no longer withstand it and closed her eyes, her body collapsing softly downward. A large hand caught her. Urgent voices echoed in her ears. Just before she lost consciousness, a single thought flashed through Jiang Jiang's mind. This plot feels awry. Chapter 6. Then let us expel her. City No. 1 Middle School is a prestigious institution in Jiangqing. On a winter afternoon, the sunlight is particularly warm. Groups of students gather to eat and chat. Jiang Yunzhou sat on the bleachers of the playground, having removed his school uniform jacket and casually placed it aside. Despite the chill of winter, he felt no discomfort, clad in long sleeves beneath. The youth stood tall, his handsome and striking features captivating those around him. Beside him, Cheng Bei, clutching a basketball, inquired, "Shall we go play?" Jiang Yunzhou's tone was tinged with impatience. "No. Keep your distance." Cheng Bei, unfazed, responded, "What's the matter? Are you worried about your newly arrived sister?" The affairs of the Jiang family had recently become the talk of the town, rumored to involve 2 children having been switched at birth, now on the path to reclaiming their biological daughter. Once she returned, would not the other daughter find herself in an awkward position? Jiang Yunzhou cast a cold glance, his voice indifferent. "What new sister? I have only Yunshu as my sister." "Then you ought to be cautious," Cheng Bei warned. Jiang Yunzhou turned, his brow furrowing. "What do you mean?" Cheng Bei replied, "I've heard that your sister—" "No, that girl was raised in an orphanage. Children from such backgrounds can be quite cunning. I fear Yunshu may not stand a chance against her, and should she resort to underhanded tactics, it may place you, as her brother, in an enviable position." Jiang Yunzhou's gaze turned icy. "Let her try. If she dares to play tricks in my presence, I shall ensure she is expelled from this house." Cheng Bei clapped and cheered. "Impressive, impressive. My brother is formidable." Jiang Yunzhou shot him a glance. After a while, Cheng Bei left to buy snacks from the kiosk. Over the past few days, Jiang Yunzhou had felt irritable and lacked an appetite. Sitting in the stands, he squinted in contemplation. If that girl possessed any sense, perhaps she could linger in the household a bit longer. But if she were oblivious, humph. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Jiang Yunzhou's gaze. "Then keep your distance, and roll away as far as you can for the first time in this world." Jiang Jiang enjoyed a peaceful slumber. Free from the chaotic narratives that dictated her existence, she no longer felt the need to guard herself against the external world. Her body felt weightless, as if suspended in midair, imbued with an extraordinary lightness. After an indeterminate passage of time, she gradually opened her eyes. The blinding white light compelled her to shut them once more. After a significant interval, she managed to pry her eyes open again, surveying her surroundings. She noted the pristine and luminous floor-to-ceiling windows, the soft pink wallpaper, the white furniture, and the pale yellow curtains. The corners of the room were adorned with an array of plush toys, creating a distinctly feminine atmosphere. The large, cushy bed was incredibly inviting. A glance at the alarm clock on the bedside table revealed that it was already 2 in the afternoon. After donning her shoes, she opened the door and stepped outside. Behaving obediently, she yearned to find someone, to inquire whether she could leave this place. However, she was taken aback when she opened the door and found a tall, slender figure standing in the doorway. Dressed in a suit and sporting gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, he exuded an air of maturity. He was quite tall, appearing to be over 6 feet. His face bore a resemblance to Jiang Yunhai's, yet she did not recognize him. Unconsciously, she clenched her fists, her previously relaxed nerves tightening once again. Chapter 7. The enigmatic older brother. Moreover, the original text indicated that upon returning home, Jiang Jiang was assigned to live in the storage room downstairs. In the cluttered storage room, she seemingly resided until death. The others lived upstairs, creating an invisible chasm that further deepened Jiang Jiang's pervasive feelings of inferiority. Shadows of despair began to fester within her heart, leading her to make irrevocable choices. Yet, the room she occupied was decidedly not a mere storage space. "Hello, I am Jiang Yunan, your brother. You may call me Brother Yunan," he introduced himself. Having noticed Jiang Jiang's momentary distraction, he stood before her with a steady demeanor. Jiang Yunan had previously glimpsed Jiang Jiang's visage through their parents' phone. Yet seeing her in reality evoked a wave of astonishment. She was slender, her skin pale, though of an unhealthy hue, as if a mere gust of wind could whisk her away. Her delicate features resembled those of a porcelain doll displayed in a shop window, and most strikingly, her face bore an uncanny resemblance to Mingzhu's. Anyone who looked would undoubtedly perceive her as a member of the Jiang family. For the first time, Jiang Yunan comprehended the profound ties of blood. Upon seeing her face, his heart softened involuntarily. You have slept for quite some time, and have missed breakfast as well as lunch. Surely you must be hungry? Would you care to join me for a meal? The doctor advised that you should not consume too much at this stage and should opt for something light. What would you like? Perhaps some shredded chicken noodles from the kitchen downstairs? Noticing that Jiang Jiang seemed somewhat startled, this self-proclaimed brother lowered his voice, softening his tone as he drew a little closer. Jiang Jiang, help. It is indeed surreal, or rather, extraordinarily fantastical. Although the narrative offers scant details about this older brother, one can discern from mere fragments of text that he harbors considerable displeasure toward the sudden arrival of his younger sister. He perceives her presence as a disruptive force, shattering the equilibrium within their household and affecting every member of the family. Furthermore, it seems that in due course, he has even set obstacles for the original inhabitant of this body, contributing to the latter's tragic fate. Is he, perhaps, laying a trap for himself? Initially adopting a kinder demeanor, only to ultimately cast himself out of this family? Could it be that he intends to tarnish his own reputation? Indeed, this must be the case. Very well, Jiang Jiang, you must maintain a vigilant disposition. Do not allow the slightest hint of gentleness in others' tones to lead you astray. You have already fallen victim to deception numerous times. If you stumble into the same pitfall more than thrice, one might deem you foolish. Therefore, Jiang Jiang, safeguard yourself and do not permit anyone to inflict harm upon you. Jiang Jiang? Noticing her prolonged silence, Jiang Yunan called out her name once more. Jiang Jiang lifted her gaze to meet his. Are you still feeling unwell? Should I summon a physician? I have heard that you grew up in an orphanage, and your frail form suggests malnutrition. No need. I am perfectly well, and it would be a bother to trouble a doctor. I truly feel quite embarrassed. Jiang Jiang's eyes were laden with a sense of wariness as she lowered her head while apologizing. Chapter 8. She wasn't good at all. Jiang Jiang instinctively maintained her distance from him. Perhaps she was not quite suited for such a cordial encounter. Jiang Yunan regarded the girl before him. She had been swapped at birth, and her family had only recently discovered her whereabouts after tirelessly searching for her. She was remarkably beautiful, with a delicate face and captivating features, immediately recognizable as a member of the Jiang family. However, her excessive frailty was concerning. At 16, she appeared no older than 10 due to her stunted development. Malnutrition had robbed her of color, and the doctor had mentioned her severe anemia, along with numerous old scars of unknown origin adorning her body. Jiang Jiang looked at the man before her, who regarded her with a complex expression tinged with scrutiny. She sighed in relief. This was more like the demeanor one would expect from the elder brother toward an outsider. Quietly, she retreated slightly, while Jiang Yunan remained silent, merely observing her. Naturally, Jiang Jiang found it difficult to utter a word. The atmosphere was unsettlingly quiet, an awkwardness palpable enough to be uncomfortable. Eventually, unable to contain herself, Jiang Jiang ventured, may I leave? In truth, she wished to flee. She was running at an astonishing speed, vowing that if she left today, she would rather starve or be beaten to death than ever return to the Jiang family. Jiang Yunan assumed she was heading downstairs for a meal and acknowledged her. A wave of joy surged within Jiang Jiang, and she hurriedly descended the stairs. Slow down. Jiang Yunan thought to reach out and grasp her, but his hand fell empty as her slender figure brushed past him. When it came to fleeing, no one in the orphanage dared to claim the top spot if Jiang Jiang claimed the second. And Mingzhu was in the kitchen, preparing her signature chocolate chip cookies, filling the living room with the delightful aroma of cocoa. Upon seeing Jiang Jiang come downstairs, Shin Mingzhu smiled gently, her tone cautious. Jiang Jiang, are you hungry? I baked some cookies. Would you like to have a few to tide you over? Jiang Jiang swallowed hard again and replied, No, it's all right. I want to go back. If possible, could you kindly take me home? Everything that transpired today felt surreal and utterly implausible. She needed to return to the orphanage to regain her composure. Shin Mingzhu paused, her smile fading as she softly said, Jiang Jiang, this is your home now. You needn't go back. You can stay here. Jiang Jiang was taken aback, looking at Shin Mingzhu and then at Jiang Yunan, utterly bewildered. Was she frightened? Shin Mingzhu seemed to recall something, glancing at Jiang Yunan with a hint of disapproval in her voice. I told you not to look at your sister with such a stern face, yet you ignored me. Now look what you've done. You've scared her. Jiang Yunan. Just then, Shin Mingzhu seized the opportunity to introduce him, Jiang Jiang. Allow me to introduce you to your elder brother, Jiang Yunan. Though he often wears a stern expression that can be somewhat intimidating, he is, in fact, quite amiable. After Shen Mingzhu's introduction, Jiang Yunan descended and faced Jiang Jiang, his demeanor softening as he greeted her. "Hello, Jiang Jiang," extending a friendly hand. Jiang Jiang stared at Jiang Yunan, utterly bewildered. No, she was not well at all. Chapter 9. The presence of another girl, seeing Jiang Jiang standing there in a daze. And Mingzhu understood that it would take time for the girl to lower her guard. There's no rush to call out. Whenever you feel ready, you may do so. And Mingzhu reassured her without pressing. Freshly baked cookies emerged from the oven, and Mingzhu presented them before her. "Would you like to try a cookie? They are quite delicious." Jiang Jiang hesitated, unsure, and Mingzhu, unfazed, took a piece of cookie and placed it in her hand. Jiang Jiang grasped the warm cookie. Its gentle heat conveying a simple truth: consuming a cookie was not a monumental act. Yes, it was merely about enjoying a piece of cookie. Unconsciously, she brought the cookie to her lips. It was a delightful cookie, crisp and fragrant, with a bittersweet hint of chocolate. Truly, it was the most delectable cookie she had ever tasted. "Jiang Jiang, shall we have some porridge? It would be beneficial for your stomach," and Mingzhu remarked, mindful that the child had yet to consume anything. "No, thank you," Jiang Jiang replied, having consumed enough cookies. "I feel it would be rather unethical to indulge in anything further. But you are far too slender, dear child. You must eat a bit more," responded Mingzhu, seemingly oblivious. As she brought forth a bowl of porridge, Jiang Jiang instinctively recoiled. "Do give it a taste," and Mingzhu urged, stirring the spoon. "This is my first attempt at making porridge. Let us see if it's palatable." If it weren't for the child's frail condition, she would insist on ensuring that Jiang Jiang received ample nourishment. The thought of such a diminutive figure suffering from anemia left Mingzhu's heart aching. She could hardly fathom how the child managed to endure in the orphanage. Jiang Jiang hesitated, harboring a suspicion that perhaps there were ingredients in the porridge that should not be there. Lowering her gaze, and Mingzhu coaxed, "Come, let us eat. Do not persist in going hungry." This sentiment struck Jiang Jiang as reminiscent of the phrase, "De Lang comes to take his medicine." She hesitated, glancing at the half-eaten cookie in her hand. Ultimately, she pulled out a chair and sat down, murmuring, "Thank you." And Mingzhu and Jiang Yun took their places on either side of Jiang Jiang, making her feel somewhat like a filling between two cookies. And Mingzhu continued, "Your father has gone out to procure some fruit for you. What fruits do you enjoy? I shall ask him to buy a little more." Considering that Yinshu relished fruits at home, she assumed Jiang Jiang might share that preference. Jiang Jiang paused, her hand clutching the spoon faltering, then replied quietly, "I am not particularly fond of fruits." With that, she lowered her eyes and sipped the porridge, revealing her lack of habit regarding fruit consumption. Previously, I could scarcely afford to eat, let alone indulge in fruits. Jiang Jiang had a very small appetite, taking only a couple of bites before losing interest. She set down her spoon and politely stated, "I am full, thank you." Jiang Yunan moved her lips, urging her to eat just a little more. For the quantity she consumed was exceedingly meager, reminiscent of a small kitten. After 2 or 3 bites, she would refuse to open her mouth again. The secretary at the company claimed it was for weight loss, yet even she did not eat so little. "I am full," Jiang Jiang replied, lifting her gaze, her eyes sparkling with a bright light. Her delicate, fair face and soft voice melted the hearts of those who listened. Jiang Yunan acquiesced, accepting that if she did not wish to eat, so be it. Eventually, in this household, her appetite would surely be nurtured back to health. Jiang Jiang rose from her seat, expressing gratitude for the hospitality, when suddenly, Mingzhu seemed to anticipate her next words and grasped her hand tightly, successfully stifling what Jiang Jiang was about to say. "You are my daughter, and of course, you should live with your father and mother. We will take good care of you." Jiang Jiang winced in pain, wanting to withdraw her hand, but the more she attempted to move, the tighter Mingzhu held on. The distance between them diminished, causing Jiang Jiang to feel an overwhelming discomfort. "I am not familiar with you. I have been doing just fine on my own. Why? Why must I live with you? Just because you claim to be my parents, must I accept you as such?" Jiang Jiang could no longer hold back her frustration. She is genuinely terrified of death and equally apprehensive about the unfolding narrative. And Mingzhu's complexion is ashen. "So you still intend to leave, correct? I've already mentioned that I'm not familiar with you all. Moreover, I have been living independently until now. I can take care of myself. So there is no need for your concern." Jiang Jiang's voice dwindles, her gaze wandering aimlessly. She hesitates to meet Mingzhu's eyes. Throughout both this life and her previous existence, Jiang Jiang has been a child without parental companionship. In order to navigate through this world, she has long since developed a set of survival strategies, learning the appropriate expressions and words to present when encountering different individuals. Suddenly, a few people arrive claiming to be her parents, insisting that she must live with them, even going so far as to disrupt her established way of life. How can one articulate the dissonance of such a situation? It simply feels utterly wrong, profoundly unsettling. Jiang Jiang, please don't behave this way. The more Jiang Jiang expresses herself, the deeper the sense of guilt wells up within Mingzhu. How young she is. So cautiously she faces everyone in this world, as if rejecting the entirety of existence beyond her own sphere. It is truly difficult to fathom what such a young child has endured. Jiang Yunan stands nearby, frowning, her expression ambiguous. And Mingzhu is uncomfortably close. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Jiang clenches her teeth and musters her courage to inquire, what about the other girl? Wasn't it said that another girl is already living in this household? Chapter 10. Let her go. Jiang Yunan's countenance was grim, and Mingzhu's expression was equally rigid. The presence of Yunshu in this household was undoubtedly awkward. They were anxiously searching for Jiang Jiang's whereabouts. As for that child, they had not arranged a place for her at all. Moreover, they were somewhat greedily contemplating keeping both children by their side. The Jiang family was not lacking in wealth. Adding another person merely meant an extra pair of chopsticks at the table. Yet at this moment, Jiang Jiang and Mingyu gazed at Jiang Jiang, who in turn looked up at her. Following the narrative, it was necessary to exhibit a hint of malevolence. Just as Jiang Jiang was preparing to utter the venomous words scripted for her, in this family, it's either me or her, and Mingzhu spoke. As if having made a certain decision, although Yunshu has grown up with us, our parents are more aware than anyone else that you are the one with whom we share blood ties. If you do not wish to see her, we shall send her away. Though reluctant, the bond of blood was the deepest connection in this world. The moment Mingzhu beheld that child, she seemed to see a reflection of her own childhood. As for Yunshu, perhaps there was no fate between her and the Jiang family. Oh no. Oh no. What is this madness? If they send her away, how will the story progress? Jiang Yunshu is the protagonist. Jiang Jiang quickly waved her hands. I did not mean it that way. She was holding the script of the malevolent supporting character. What was the point of continuing the performance if the heroine had departed? And Mingzhu yearned to grasp her hand. However, upon noticing Mingzhu's approach, Jiang Jiang instinctively recoiled. She was not accustomed to physical contact. Even the slightest touch made her feel uneasy. Little did she realize that such a reaction was perceived by Jiang Mingzhu as an expression of aversion. In that moment, and Mingzhu seemed to have made a resolution and spoke. It's all right, Jiang Jiang. You need not concern yourself with this. Though reluctant to part with her child whom she had nurtured for so many years, upon seeing Jiang Jiang's frail physique and pale countenance, it became evident how much hardship and suffering she had endured outside. It was clear that she was meant to be the cherished princess of this household. Yet another had usurped her existence. Jiang Jiang shook her head vehemently, conveying that this was not her intention at all. You really need not be this way, truly, she murmured, feeling a throbbing ache in her head. And Mingzhu, with unwavering conviction, declared, Jiang Jiang, this is your home. You are not permitted to leave. Beside them, Jiang Yunan furrowed his brow and interjected, our parents have searched for you for a long time. If you do not return to the Jiang family, where will you go? The unsettling feeling within Jiang Jiang intensified. Indeed, she was fundamentally alone. Where could she possibly go? No matter where she ventured, she could not escape the entanglements of her own narrative. No matter how fiercely she struggled, she would inevitably be drawn back to her original position. In light of this, Jiang Jiang took a deep breath, calming her emotions before speaking softly. I appreciate your assistance. Upon hearing her words, Mingzhu also exhaled with relief, thinking it was no trouble at all. Jiang Jiang lifted her gaze to Mingzhu. Her lips moved as if she wished to say something, yet ultimately she sealed her lips in silence. Chapter 11. Cautious engagement. Jiang Jiang sat quietly upon the sofa, embodying grace with her hands resting on her lap, her posture upright, occupying merely 1/3 of the seat. However, an unmistakable tension enveloped her, as she remained acutely vigilant of everyone and everything surrounding her. Jiang Yunhai, holding a sizable bag of fruit, inquired with a warm smile, Jiang Jiang, would you care for some fruit? I've heard you enjoy blueberries. These are freshly purchased. Would you like to try some? If not, that's perfectly fine. There are other options available. Please, see if anything appeals to you. A vibrant array of fruits was laid out before her, overwhelming her senses. Jiang Jiang shook her head gently. No, thank you. Would you like to take a nap? The doctor advised you to rest well. That room will be yours from now on. Do you like the things inside? Your mother personally arranged it. If there is anything you dislike, please inform either your mother or me, and we shall gladly replace it. Jiang Yunhai's tone carried an urgency, a palpable eagerness to provide her with everything she might need. Every utterance was delivered with utmost caution, even tinged with a hint of obsequiousness. Jiang Jiang spoke. Thank you. I really like it. In truth, her personal preferences regarding the furnishings of this room seemed inconsequential, as she sensed her stay would not be prolonged. Whether she liked them or not held little significance. Jiang Yuhai exhaled deeply and settled onto the sofa nearby. What is Jiang Jiang like? Shall I buy it for you? No, really, it's unnecessary. Jiang Jiang sighed inwardly, still enveloped in a state of bewilderment. Jiang Yuhai could not help but continue. Jiang Jiang. Would you like to hear about our family? There are others at home who wish to see you. Grandpa, Grandma, and your maternal grandparents are eager to meet you. The lengthy enumeration of names only exacerbated the throbbing pain in her head. She thought to herself, there was no need for introductions. Soon enough, she would depart from this place, rendering such introductions redundant. And Mingzhu stepped forward, casting a disapproving glance at her husband. All right, the child is clearly exhausted. Let her go upstairs to rest properly instead of burdening her with so many words. Jiang Jiang. Your father is simply overjoyed to see you and perhaps lost control of his emotions. I hope you weren't frightened, and Mingzhu chided gently, her tone laced with reproach. They had agreed not to overwhelm the child, yet he had immediately inundated her with trivialities. Jiang Yuhai awkwardly rubbed his nose, unable to conceal his embarrassment. No. Well, she was still somewhat startled. The other party was exceedingly enthusiastic, a level of fervor she had not encountered in quite some time. Jiang Jiang was escorted back to the upstairs room by Jiang Yunan. The spacious room evoked a sense of unreality within her. Rest well. Thank you, Jiang Yunan said. Jiang Jiang had always been a polite child, expressing gratitude to those who assisted her. You. Jiang Yunan hesitated, words unspoken. Jiang Jiang looked up, puzzled. With a gentle sigh, Jiang Yunan continued, you needn't be so courteous. Chapter 12. Jiang Jiang forced a smile, albeit an awkward one. Yet, in the next moment, she instinctively took a significant step back, distancing herself from him. Take a deep breath and rest. If you need anything, remember to call for help. Jiang Yunan said, choosing not to disturb Jiang Jiang further. Instead, he exited the room, allowing her the solitude to recuperate. In that vast room, Jiang Jiang found herself alone. Surrounded by a sea of plush toys, Pikachu sported a wide grin, exuding a seemingly mocking demeanor. In that instant, she found it difficult to discern whether the world had transformed into something fantastical or if it was her own perception that had shifted. How to articulate that sensation? It felt akin to a dream, a feeling of being enveloped in the affections of many. Even upon waking, she remained deeply moved. Jiang Yuhai and Mingzhu gazed in unison at Jiang Yunan as he descended the stairs. How is Jiang Jiang? Are we scaring her? Jiang Yunan remarked. We should be cautious. For now, it's best not to let her interact with too many people. It's all right, let the child take her time. He comforted his worried wife. As for Yushu, she had already been aware of the situation for quite some time. Fortunately, the child displayed remarkable composure, consistently smiling and assuring everyone that it was fine. She even expressed her willingness to move into the school dormitory once Jiang Jiang returned. A message was sent to the elderly members of the Jiang family. Upon receiving the news, old Master Jiang quickly replied in the family group chat, the child has endured too much. Let's take it slow and avoid frightening her. Old Madame Jiang inquired, do we have a photo of the child? I would like to see her. Old Madame Jiang was eager to catch a glimpse of her granddaughter. After a considerable delay, Mingzhu finally responded, the child is sleeping. I will take a photo once she wakes up. How is Yushu doing? Mingzhu felt a twinge of affection for the child she had raised herself. A moment of silence enveloped both old Master Jiang and old Madame Jiang. Meanwhile, Jiang Yushu sat on the sofa, engrossed in a game on her iPad. The recent events at home had been rather overwhelming. To prevent any awkward encounters between the two children, she had temporarily moved into the villa of old Master and old Madame Jiang. Dressed in a black skull-patterned sweater and black jeans, her short hair flowed effortlessly, exuding a carefree charm. Fingers danced swiftly across the screen. First blood. Double kill. Triple kill. Ace. The screen displayed the scene of a total annihilation, and Jiang Yushu felt an urge to curse at the inept opponent. In a fit of frustration, she tossed aside the tablet and looked up, only to find old Master Lu gazing at her intently. With a forced smile, Jiang Yushu said, Grandfather, grandmother, what's wrong? I didn't utter any foul language. The last word rose in pitch, her smile radiant. Old Master Jiang and old Madame Jiang exchanged glances filled with a complex array of emotions, momentarily at a loss in front of this child. Jiang Yushu wore a puzzled expression. She hadn't actually cursed. Old Madame Jiang remarked, Yushu, you are a girl. You should play games less often. A young lady ought to be more refined and speak softly. This child was commendable in many ways, yet her demeanor was rather boyish. Jiang Yushu let the words slip past her ears, though she maintained a relatively agreeable attitude. Chapter 13. Perhaps we should keep this child suddenly. Old Master Jiang seemed to recall something important and turned to glance at Jiang Yushu. Grandfather, what is it? Jiang Yushu asked, a hint of panic in her voice. Was it wrong for her to change? She promised to be more genteel in front of the two elders. Old Master Jiang rapped the table. Aren't you supposed to be at school right now? Why are you at home? Jiang Yushu hesitated. Ah, I forgot. What day is it today? Oh, it's Monday. I must go to school. Gather your things and let us head to school. Accompanied by a furious roar from old Master Jiang, Jiang Yushu felt a shiver run down her spine as she retreated to her room to pack her bag. Shortly thereafter, old Master Jiang spoke again, his tone tinged with reluctance. I think we should keep this child here. Adding an extra pair of chopsticks is hardly a burden. The Jiang family is not lacking in wealth, and a couple of utensils hardly constitutes a significant issue. Naturally, old Madame Jiang felt similarly reluctant, after all. Having more people at home brings a certain liveliness, and she believed that a heartfelt conversation with the child would yield no harm. Jiang Yinshu, busy tidying up in her room, absorbed every word spoken by the elderly couple. Her fists clenched tightly. After living in the Jiang household for so many years, she discovered that she had been mistakenly adopted, an unwarranted usurper of another's place. Isn't it laughable? The thought of being uprooted from the environment she had always known was, to be frank, quite displeasing to her. For now, she could only take one step at a time. Jiang Jiang had not felt such comfort in a long while. It seemed as though a taut string in her mind had finally relaxed. At that moment, an unexpected sense of ease washed over her, banishing the fatigue that had accumulated over the days. Initially intending to take a brief nap, she was startled to find that upon opening her eyes, the outside world had succumbed to darkness. Downstairs, a commotion erupted. I refuse to accept this. Why must we go to grandfather and grandmother just because she has returned? And Mingzhu patiently replied, Yunzhou, they wish to see you, not because of anyone else that you should feel obligated to go. Jiang Yunzhou harbored not a shred of belief, dismissing any attempts to deceive him. Seated upon the sofa, he indulged in freshly sliced fruit, casually tousling his hair, a rebellious tough standing defiantly, emblematic of his pent-up emotions. Upon hearing a sound, Jiang Jiang's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she slipped on her shoes and opened the door, stepping outside. The second young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Yunzhou, exhibited an unmistakable favoritism towards Jiang Yunzhu, believing that the bond forged from their shared childhood outweighed mere blood relations. Furthermore, the original host, having recently entered the Jiang family, often found herself the subject of ridicule due to her ignorance of certain matters and the unwritten rules of this circle. Each time Jiang Yunzhou encountered Jiang Jiang, he would relentlessly remind her of these missteps, making her feel inferior to Jiang Yushu, subjecting her to prolonged mental manipulation. The outcome was all too predictable. Upon seeing Jiang Jiang descend the stairs, Mingzhu promptly draped a blanket over her shoulders, cautious of the evening chill. A wave of warmth enveloped Jiang Jiang, who nodded in gratitude. You are Jiang Jiang? Jiang Yunzhou queried bluntly, his tone laced with an accusatory edge. I am. Jiang Jiang replied obediently, her heart fluttering with a hint of eager anticipation. Here it comes. A tempest was brewing. Jiang Yunzhou was poised to expel her from the Jiang household. Chapter 14. The supporting character of the plot. She, a mere supporting character in a narrative, an individual long ensconced in darkness, was utterly unworthy of residing in such a radiant sphere. Is it truly you? Are you my sister? Jiang Jiang's demeanor was somewhat at odds with what Jiang Yunzhou had envisioned. In his mind, he had imagined her weeping, recounting the hardships she had endured over the years. Yet, the reality was starkly different. According to the household servants, the new young lady had maintained an air of tranquility, her eyes devoid of any tumult. In fact, she had even expressed a desire to leave on several occasions. Jiang Yunzhou raised an eyebrow, his tone somewhat teasing. So? You will be residing in my home from now on? How can you speak like that? This is Jiang Jiang's home, Jiang Yinhai interjected. A jolt of alarm coursing through him as he shot a glare at Jiang Yuzhou. The latter was momentarily rendered speechless. Please speak more courteously. This is your sister, Jiang Jiang. She has suffered greatly outside and deserves your kindness. Surprised by their swift encounter, Jiang Yuhai steeled himself to continue with the introductions. He swiftly turned to Jiang Jiang, his gaze softening. Jiang Jiang, this is your second brother, Jiang Yunzhou. Although Jiang Yunzhou felt a twinge of discontent, he could not help but notice the resemblance she bore to their mother, and thus he introduced himself. Hello, I am Jiang Yunzhou. Hello, Jiang Jiang replied. Jiang Yunzhou emitted a dismissive snort from his nose. In the kitchen, and Mingzhu, unable to contain her irritation, delivered a sharp slap to his head. Is it so difficult to speak properly? If you cannot manage that, perhaps you should refrain from using your mouth altogether. And Mingzhu's expression was fierce, and Jiang Yuzhou, caught off guard, quickly fell silent. And Mingzhu turned to gaze gently at Jiang Jiang, saying, Jiang Jiang, you've awakened. Would you care for some sweet water? The refrigerator has cola, Sprite, and sparkling water. Would you like to drink? Jiang Jiang replied, warm water. Thank you. All right, mommy will pour it for you. And Mingzhu's overly accommodating tone ignited a surge of irritation within Jiang Yuzhou. Despite their years of growing up together, Mingzhu had never addressed him in such a manner. He shot a glare at Jiang Jiang, who, upon meeting his gaze, offered a polite smile, her lips forming a delicate dimple when she did so. Yet, in mere moments, she reverted to her previous expression. So, Jiang Jiang will be living with us from now on? Suo Ran gleaned the events of the past from the adults' conversation. However, the sudden addition of this new person left Jiang Yunzhou feeling somewhat unsettled. Jiang Yunhai inhaled sharply, his gaze penetrating. How many times must I repeat myself for you to comprehend? This is originally Jiang Jiang's home. Jiang Yunzhou fell silent, agitatedly raking his fingers through his hair. And what about Yushu? What will happen to Yushu? Are you planning to send her away? Where could Yushu possibly go? She has no one by her side. Who will take care of her? After all, Jiang Yushu is his sister, having grown up together since childhood. Naturally, he felt a stronger inclination towards her than to this sister with no blood ties. This issue was once again laid bare before them. Jiang Yunhai and In Mingzhu recognized that they could no longer afford to overlook this matter. Yet, at present, the thought of Jiang Yunshu leaving the Jiang family with no place to go weighed heavily on their minds. The two individuals fell into silence. Jiang Jiang quietly sipped some water and slowly began to speak. In truth, she need not leave. She could remain here. Her tone was calm, and her expression gentle. There was nothing amiss. Well, since evasion was futile, she would willingly embrace the unfolding narrative, bracing herself for the impending storm. Chapter 15. Certainly not a dream of illusions. Jiang Yunzhou seemed to have never been confronted so directly before, as he found himself momentarily choked, unable to utter a word. The onlookers regarded Jiang Jiang with astonishment. Jiang Jiang smiled, echoing the words of protagonists from novels. She did nothing wrong. She was merely a newborn, innocent, and unaware. She has lived in this household for many years. Would it not be deeply painful to ask her to leave? So, why must she depart? Remaining in this home is also an option. At that moment, the heroine sat in the living room, head held high, resembling a graceful swan, articulating sentiments of this nature. The wheel of fortune had turned, and now it was her turn to express such thoughts. Jiang Jiang felt a twinge of wickedness within her. In the living room, no one spoke. They silently observed Jiang Jiang. And Mingzhu felt a surge of discomfort within her heart, struggling to fathom the experiences of the past decade and more. Jiang Yuhai sighed softly. Jiang Yunzhou gradually became aware that perhaps he had been a bit excessive. Gazing at Jiang Jiang, his brows furrowed. In truth, Jiang Jiang was taken aback by Jiang Yunzhou's reaction. She had expected him to shout at her to leave. At this moment, she simply sat quietly, gazing at herself. It was almost comical as she attempted to muster a smile. Jiang Jiang distinctly sensed that something was amiss. An unsettling feeling enveloped her entire being. She remained silent, her perpetually expressionless demeanor leaving others perplexed about her thoughts. Yet, Jiang Yuhai perceived her discontent. Rising from his seat, he beckoned Jiang Yunzhou, saying, "You, come with me." Jiang Yunzhou, your way of speaking has become increasingly unruly, lacking any semblance of thought. It's high time you learn some decorum. And Mingzhu, who was equally vexed, soon settled beside Jiang Jiang, wearing a gentle smile. Jiang Jiang, it's understandable to feel out of place at home. In time, you will adjust. You have a younger brother, who is currently away but will return in a few days. Your grandparents are eager to see you. The Jiang family is a large and thriving clan. And Jiang Jiang felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She was reluctant to meet so many people, but when she caught In Mingzhu's gaze, she found herself unable to voice her refusal, as In Mingzhu looked at her with such hopeful eyes. She instinctively swallowed her protest and uttered a soft "oh," appearing exceedingly obedient. Seeing that the child did not decline, In Mingzhu's heart softened, and she reached out to pat her head. Jiang Jiang, you are truly a good girl. Jiang Jiang thought to herself. Is this an action meant to soothe the dog? Dinner was consumed in an atmosphere of profound silence. The only sounds emanating from the clinking of bowls and chopsticks. After enduring a reprimand from his father, Jiang Yunzhou felt somewhat consoled. Yet he frequently cast glances towards Jiang Jiang. Observing her as she ate her rice without touching the vegetables or meat, he couldn't help but find amusement in her pickiness. Once the meal concluded, Jiang Jiang retreated to her room, shutting the door behind her, enveloping herself in darkness. The nerves that had been tingling with anxiety finally began to relax. This home felt excessively warm to her, almost unreal in its comfort. It was as if, upon closing her eyes and reopening them, she might discover that everything was merely a fleeting, beautiful dream. Chapter 16. Liang Yinqing. The Jiang family was destined for a night of sleeplessness. Meanwhile, at the city center auditorium, staff members were bustling about in preparation for tomorrow's concert. In the backstage resting area, the rehearsal had concluded, yet Liang Yinqing remained in his performance attire, reclining elegantly on the sofa with his legs crossed and arms folded. Eyes closed. His pale skin, illuminated by the lights, appeared even more chilling. With handsome features and a prominent nose, he emanated an air of aloofness and detachment. A closer look revealed an aura that seemed to repel others. His manager, sensing the underlying danger, discreetly stepped back, turning to the assistant beside him, Huang, and urgently inquired, "What is wrong with him?" After receiving a phone call, my mood soured. It was about the girl who had been trailing behind him, found by her family and taken home without so much as a word of farewell. Now, I was rather displeased, however, and couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. Jiang Jiang deserved it. Despite his polished exterior, he was truly ruthless when it came to matters offstage, showing no mercy whatsoever. Regardless of one's status, if he was displeased, that was the end of it. I had encountered that girl a few times. She was obedient and sweet, always doing whatever was asked of her. She spoke with a gentle politeness, never causing a scene or raising her voice. It was a pity that Jiang Jiang failed to appreciate the person before him. In the depths of winter, he would summon her to run errands, even traveling far just to fetch him a cake or waking her in the dead of night for a late-night snack. Anyone would find that intolerable. The girl had a good temperament, always nodding along without complaint. Now that she had been taken away by her family, I could only applaud the turn of events. Jiang Jiang, upon hearing the commotion, opened his eyes and glanced my way, remaining silent. His gaze was both cold and ominous. Feeling somewhat intimidated, I turned my head away. Ultimately, I succumbed to the overwhelming pressure and, like a sycophant, called out, "Brother Qing, thank you for enduring the late-night rehearsal." Jiang Jiang's expression darkened as he replied, his voice laced with irritation, "Do you think I'm deaf?" No, it's not that you're deaf. It's me who is deaf. I'm the one who is deaf." Kuin pleaded with both hands raised. "Get lost." He dragged Ah Huang outside. After running a considerable distance, the agent, still shaken, patted his chest. Realization struck him, and Kuin, visibly displeased, glanced at Ah Huang. Who exactly is the agent here, him or me? Upon reflection, he noted that this young man was several years his junior. Ah Huang, standing timidly beside him, gently reminded, Kuin, Chenggu is now the owner of our company." Kuin's eyes widened in shock. "Damn, I forgot. Half a year ago, Jiang Jiang had acquired the company, thereby becoming his superior. Indeed, clad in a suit, he exuded an air of decisiveness that was a far cry from the young master of years past. It was truly a life-altering situation. The following morning, at 7 o'clock, Jiang Jiang descended the stairs in a fresh outfit. In the dining room, Jiang Yunhai was already seated. With a smile, he greeted her, "Jiang Jiang, you're up so early. Don't you want to sleep a little longer? Your mother and second brother are still asleep. And your eldest brother has gone to the company, so I wanted to say hello." "Oh," Jiang Jiang replied, then walked straight out. Jiang Yunhai immediately grew anxious. "Jiang Jiang, where are you going?" Chapter 17. "I'll buy you beautiful clothes, Jiang Jiang, to school." Having already missed a day of classes, she felt it imperative to attend. As a high school student, skipping school was simply unacceptable. Jiang Yunhai paused, then slapped his forehead. "I can't believe I forgot that you have school. Which school are you attending now?" In the haste to bring the child home, I inadvertently overlooked the fact that she was still attending school at City No. 3 Middle School, which is situated in close proximity to the orphanage, separated from City No. 1 Middle School by merely a wall. City No. 3 Middle School, while decent, pales in comparison to City No. 1. Your brother and his peers are all at City No. 3. Would you consider transferring there to accompany them to and from school? However, in all honesty, City No. 3 cannot truly be regarded as an excellent institution. It harbors a mix of students, and the school culture is rather poor. Jiang Jiang shook her head. "No, I just need to endure for another 6 months." Jiang Yunhai paused for a moment, his tone turning more conciliatory. "All right, we won't change schools." Upon reflection, it became clear that the child had already grown accustomed to her surroundings and the people at her current school. Transferring her now would only thrust her into an unfamiliar environment, which could exacerbate her natural shyness and reluctance, ultimately leading to a situation that would yield more harm than good. "How about we have breakfast first?" Before long, a servant entered the kitchen, bustling about and bringing forth a spread of breakfast, buns, fried dough sticks, soy milk, and sandwiches, filling the table generously. The servant smiled and greeted, "Good morning, Miss Jiang Jiang." Jiang Jiang responded softly, "The porridge is still warm, and the sandwiches are quite decent. Which would you prefer? If you don't like any of this, just let me know, and I can arrange something else that you might enjoy." Jiang Yunhai spoke in a tone that bordered on solicitousness. Jiang Jiang cast a glance at him, her expression revealing a hesitation to voice her thoughts, though she was uncertain about what had gone awry. It seemed that the Jiang family bore no resemblance to the characters she had encountered in her readings. Last night, she had pondered for hours but could not glean a single clue. Now, gazing at Jiang Yunhai's expectant visage, she found herself at a loss for any insights. As Jiang Yunhai looked at her with eager anticipation and then took a seat and poured herself a bowl of soy milk, sipping it delicately, In truth, she was not accustomed to having breakfast. During her time in the orphanage, mornings were filled with numerous tasks, leaving no time for leisurely meals. The soy milk was rich and fragrant, sweetened just lightly with honey, making it quite palatable. Jiang Yunhai's eyes sparkled with joy as they rested upon Jiang Jiang, who still wore the same outfit from yesterday, her shoes unchanged. Although worn, they were still clean. Jiang Jiang, Jiang Yuhai called gently. Jiang Jiang responded immediately, setting her bowl and chopsticks down and sitting up straight, adopting a posture that suggested she was ready for a reprimand. Jiang Yunhai thought to himself, did he truly appear so scolding? There are new clothes in the wardrobe that your mother bought for you. If you dislike them, you may purchase something else if you wish. After a moment, as if recalling something, he slid a card toward her. I've transferred some pocket money for you. Feel free to buy something delicious or any little things you fancy. Jiang Jiang was simply too endearing. Chapter 18. Sometimes I just want to pinch her cheeks. Girls should wear pretty clothes and acquire the things they adore. Jiang Jiang shook her head, declining the offer. To be honest, she did not wish to impose on the resources of this household. How could one possibly go without some pocket money? Seeing her reluctance to accept the card, the person promptly took out their phone to transfer some funds to Jiang Jiang. What is your Alipay account? They inquired. I do not have a phone, Jiang Jiang replied, fabricating a lie. Her phone had been left behind at the orphanage, and she would have to retrieve it after school today. Jiang Yuhai felt a profound sense of discomfort wash over him. It's all right. I will buy you a new phone. How does that sound? A child your age cannot possibly be without a phone. The children in our home have gone through countless devices. Jiang Jiang stood up, stating, I finished eating. I must take my leave. The atmosphere had grown increasingly awkward, and she could no longer continue the conversation. If she did, she would begin to believe this was merely a dream. As Jiang Jiang stepped out the door, Jiang Yuhai hastily rose to his feet, exclaiming, I will have the driver take you to school. Jiang Jiang shook her head in refusal. Jiang Yunhai experienced an unprecedented sense of defeat, and as he turned around, he noticed Jiang Yunzhou descending the stairs. He quickly beckoned, Go, escort your sister to school. Jiang Yunzhou, still processing the situation, was promptly pushed out of the house by Jiang Yunhai. After leaving the Jiang residence, Jiang Jiang ambled towards the school. Upon rough estimation, the journey would take approximately 20 minutes. The school was not far, and if nothing else, it could be considered a form of physical exercise. In truth, it had been quite some time since Jiang Jiang had experienced such leisure. Walking alone on the road, she inhaled the fresh air. Liberated from the trivial worries that once plagued her, enveloped in an almost surreal sense of freedom. The memories of the orphanage loomed large, filled with countless burdens and the incessant disruptions caused by others. She endured, hoping to persevere until she reached adulthood. Unbeknownst to her, the Jiang family had inadvertently lent her a hand. The morning sun bathed her in warmth while a gentle breeze caressed her skin. On the tranquil path, the sound of Jiang Jiang's footsteps resonated distinctly. Suddenly, a pair of footsteps approached from behind. She halted, turning to see Jiang Yunzhou trailing behind her with a sullen expression. Quietly, she shifted aside to grant him passage. Jiang Yunzhou, wearing a dark countenance, closed the distance between them. Aren't you supposed to be heading to school? He asked, his tone somewhat brusque. I will go to school by myself, Jiang Jiang replied. Crossing his arms, Jiang Yunzhou stood in front of her, growing increasingly impatient. Then you should move along. Please don't follow me, Jiang Jiang said, her brow furrowing in annoyance. His constant presence was rather uncomfortable. My father instructed me to escort you to school, Jiang Yunzhou stated, observing her displeasure, which he found rather endearing. I can manage on my own, Jiang Jiang insisted. Jiang Yunzhou, with a serious demeanor, retorted, No, you cannot. Jiang Jiang was taken aback by his brazen attitude, while Jiang Yunzhou maintained his earnest facade. In her heart, there was a subtle warmth. That little face appeared somewhat adorable, soft and inviting, almost provoking a desire to pinch it. Do not misconstrue my intentions. It is merely that your father is concerned you may lose your way, hence my presence to accompany you, he elucidated. Chapter 19. The princess who collects trash. Jiang Jiang remained silent, yet her expression betrayed a hint of displeasure. Indeed, Jiang Yunzhou earnestly explained. Jiang Jiang chose to ignore him, turning her body defiantly. If you say you're leaving, then you truly must go, she declared, and with that, she dashed away, her pace astonishingly swift. Within moments, she had vanished from sight. Jiang Yunzhou found the situation amusing, pondering how he could appear so fearsome that she felt compelled to flee. At Municipal High School No. 3, students entered the premises, few adorned in uniforms. In Class 1 of the senior year, an air of nonchalance permeated the room, as if the impending college entrance examination held little significance for them. They leisurely discussed their post-school dining options or which arcade to visit for gaming. A handful of girls, however, were engrossed in their practice papers, their hands moving with remarkable speed, barely glancing at the questions, opting for CIN multiple-choice queries solely to meet the bare minimum. Jiang Jiang had been absent for a day, leaving several test papers on her desk, while the drawer contained an abundance of plastic bottles. Swiftly, she unscrewed the caps of those bottles and crushed them with ease, tossing them into a nylon bag, her motions efficient and seamless. In a mere 3 minutes, the clutter of plastic bottles within the desk was organized, filling an entire bag, which should yield a modest profit. Satisfied, she pulled out a chair and sat down. "Ah, our little princess of garbage collection has returned. I thought you might have dropped out since you didn't show up yesterday." The boy in the front seat turned around with a grin, his hair dyed red and adorned with earrings. His entire outfit exuded a hip-hop vibe. Headphones draped around his neck as music played softly. "No, I was just occupied with some matters," Jiang Jiang responded casually, beginning to write on the test paper before her. "What is the point of writing? Even if you know the answers, what good does it do?" he teased, winking playfully. Jiang Jiang replied, "It doesn't matter." Despite her words, her hands continued to move diligently across the paper. The boy clicked his tongue in mock disbelief. "Hey, did you perhaps damage your brain from picking up trash all day yesterday? You say it doesn't matter, yet you're still writing." "Jiang Jiang, listen to me. Why bother? It's not going to amount to much." Jiang Jiang came from a humble background and had often collected plastic bottles to save up money. Initially, some classmates would deliberately stuff their empty bottles into her desk, and others followed suit, reveling in the mockery. However, Jiang Jiang remained undeterred. She would simply open her bag, crush the bottles, and toss them inside, taking them to the recycling station after school to earn 10 or 20 yuan. She was completely unfazed by their antics. When one party refuses to engage, no amount of scheming from others can alter the situation. Yet, Jiang Jiang was undeniably an outlier. Everyone is engaged in playful banter, treating the college entrance examination with a sense of levity. However, Jiang Jiang diligently attends class, meticulously taking notes and completing her assignments. When an individual is out of sync with their surroundings, they often become the subject of speculation and malice. Jiang Jiang appears oblivious to this, steadfastly focusing on her own tasks while disregarding those around her. Chapter 20, the scene of the argument. Hey, are you listening to me? The opposing party, noticing Jiang Jiang's apparent disinterest as she kept her head down, grew increasingly displeased and tapped the desk. The classroom erupted into chaos. No, Jiang Jiang was adept at being dismissive. Without lifting her gaze, she continued to write her exam paper, paying him no mind. Lin Jifeng felt an overwhelming sense of boredom. Yet, what did it matter that she worked so diligently on her studies and assignments? After all, someone like her was unlikely to secure a promising future. With this thought, Lin Jifeng felt a sense of satisfaction. He turned to confer with his friends about where they would go to play video games after school. Their conversation was so engrossing that they failed to notice the school bell ringing, signaling the teacher's entrance. "Lin Jifeng, step outside," with the mathematics teacher's furious shout. He reluctantly rose and made his way to the classroom door, his tall stature, nearly 1.7 meters, rendering him a striking figure, reminiscent of a guardian at the threshold. The mathematics teacher stood at the podium, utterly heartbroken, pounding the desk and exclaiming, "Students, youth is fleeting. One must strive diligently. Do not forsake a splendid life for ephemeral pleasures." The teacher's fervent words resonated, yet the students below struggled against the drowsiness that enveloped them, on the brink of slumber. Jiang Jiang buried her head in the examination paper, not out of an insatiable thirst for knowledge, but rather because the meager knowledge acquired during high school had long since evaporated from her memory. She knew well that if she continued to neglect her studies, even that scant knowledge would be irretrievable. The embarrassment during the college entrance examination would be hers to bear. Thus, it was imperative that she devoted herself to her studies. After a long day, when the bell rang signaling the end of school, as soon as the teacher stepped out of the classroom, the classmates began to gather their belongings. Jiang Jiang was no exception, hastily cramming everything into her backpack. With her lips pressed together, she dragged her nylon bag towards the school gate. Exiting the school and traversing a narrow alley led her to the recycling station. The proprietor of the station was quite familiar with her, often adding an extra couple of coins whenever she brought in her recyclables. After a cursory calculation, she realized that this bag contained a total of 15 yuan. Reflecting on her savings over the years, she estimated that she had amassed around 300 to 400 yuan. Excellent. If she could save a bit more, she would leave with a sense of financial security. She meticulously calculated how much she needed to spend and how much she ought to save, entirely oblivious to the unsettling situation unfolding before her. Until the sounds of voices emerged from the alley. "You're terrible at gaming, yet you blame me. How can you not produce results and then complain that the earth lacks gravity? With all the time spent on me, you'd be better off observing your own pathetic gaming skills. I find it truly embarrassing. Don't be so arrogant. You merely possess slightly better equipment. Who are you disgusting? Just because you have a good internet speed and slightly superior devices, who do you think you're looking down upon?" At that moment, Jiang Jiang suddenly realized something. Could it be that she had stumbled upon a scene of argument or even a fight? Well, whether it was an argument or a brawl, it had nothing to do with her. Could she perhaps just pass by and leave it at that? Chapter 21. The Encounter. Jiang Yushu. I think you're simply courting death. The leading man was evidently enraged, taking a swift step forward, raising his hand high. Excuse me, could you please step aside? Jiang Jiang contemplated for a moment and then called out. After selling her scrap, she still needed to visit the orphanage to collect her phone. Moreover, she had to return to the Jiang family, which was quite a distance away. Clearly, she could not afford to waste time like this. Where did you come from? What are you up to? The opponent's actions were interrupted, his tone brusque, presenting himself as a typical hothead. Jiang Jiang was not afraid. She simply walked past. The hothead was taken aback. Walk past? Huh? What the hell do you mean by that? His tone became even more disdainful. Get lost. Jiang Jiang obediently replied with an O. Dragging her nylon bag forward, the bag scraped against the ground, producing a grating sound that pierced the air, unbearable to the ears. The young man, pleased with himself, perceived the girl as a docile and innocent creature. Such innocence intrigued him, prompting him to tease her, grinning as he stood before her, inquiring about her destination and suggesting that he accompany her. Are you going to sell scrap? Do you have anything worth selling? Jiang Jiang cooperated, even surveying him from head to toe before shaking her head, as if lamenting the lack of valuable possessions on his part. The young man was taken aback, realizing that the girl was unfazed by his demeanor. With a look of disdain, he crossed his arms and rolled up his sleeves, his expression turning menacing. Do you think I'm easy to deal with? Jiang Jiang glanced up at him, then turned to notice Jiang Yushu standing nearby. With her stylish short hair and clad in black, she exuded an aura of confidence that made her stand out, despite not having done anything overtly impressive. It was as if she thrived under the sun's warmth. Aren't you here to cause trouble for me? Why are you bothering others? Simultaneously, Jiang Yushu assessed Jiang Jiang from head to toe, her first thought being, this girl has wonderful legs. Clad in denim, Jiang Jiang appeared both straight and well-proportioned, undeniably attractive. The girl's visage was captivating, her ebony hair fashioned into a casual ponytail that cascaded gently behind her. Her complexion was fair and youthful. Ahem, Jiang Yushu. What on earth is wrong with you? The bewildered group exchanged glances, and after a brief moment, they finally comprehended the situation. Enraged, they advanced once more towards Jiang Yushu. A large crowd versus a solitary individual, it seemed an inevitable defeat. Quietly, Jiang Jiang retrieved an intact plastic bottle from her nylon bag and offered it to Jiang Yushu. Do you need this? Jiang Yushu couldn't suppress a twitch at the corner of her mouth, but accepted the bottle from her hand, replying, Thank you. No need for thanks. Jiang Jiang replied, stepping aside. Jiang Yushu had been training in Sanda since the age of 7, and handling such a small group posed no challenge. The ruffians were merely intimidating in appearance. In reality, their skills were superficial. With a casual swing of the water bottle, one of them received a solid hit and fled. Grimacing in pain, what was once a crowd had dwindled to just the bewildered youth. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, he gritted his teeth and hastily retreated. Chapter 22. It was merely a plastic bottle. Jiang Yushu discarded the bottle, contentedly dusting off her hands. How pathetic. Unable to win in a game yet resorting to blocking others. You should be embarrassed to let that slip. Jiang Yushu glanced up at Jiang Jiang, astonished. Why are you still here? Why haven't you left? Jiang Jiang, with a playful smile, revealed a subtle grin as she picked up the discarded plastic bottle and placed it back into her nylon bag. After completing all of this, he contentedly took his leave. Jiang Yushu was utterly astonished. What? Was he standing there all this time merely to wait for the plastic bottle in her hand? Just for a plastic bottle? Suddenly, Jiang Yushu felt somewhat unwell. She couldn't help but gaze ahead once more, watching that small figure dragging an oversized bag, gradually disappearing from her sight. The silhouette was both stubborn and earnest. Yet, no matter how Jiang Yushu looked at it, something felt amiss. Winter days are always particularly brief. The rays of the setting sun were gradually consumed by the encroaching darkness. The sky dimmed little by little, and the streetlights flickered to life. And Mingzu had baked cookies, waiting eagerly at the door. After finally finishing school, she found herself waiting for half an hour, yet still no sign of Jiang Jiang. A sense of worry began to creep in. The child had been out of school for so long. Why had she not returned? Jiang Yuhai gently patted his wife's back, offering reassurance. Perhaps something delayed her. I'm sure she'll be back shortly. Just relax. That child is well-behaved and sensible. There shouldn't be any issues. Jiang Yuzhou, seated on the sofa, couldn't help but frown as he listened. Mom, you needn't worry. She's incredibly clever. What could possibly go wrong? How can you say that? Do you not realize that you should accompany her to school and wait for her to return home? She retorted. What kind of man returns home alone? Jiang Yunzhou's silence was preferable, for once Mingzhu began to speak, Her irritation became palpable. What dangers might a young girl encounter upon her return? With such a frail and delicate physique, how would Jiang Jiang manage should she cross paths with ill-intentioned individuals? As Mingju's concerns escalated, she resolved to seek her out. Jiang Yunhai, quick-witted and nimble, grasped her hand, reassuring her, "Do not fret excessively. I have already dispatched someone to the school to locate her. Trust that Jiang Jiang will be just fine." Upon hearing her husband's soothing words, the weight that had burdened in Mingju's heart slowly began to lift. She forced a smile, hoping for the best. Jiang Yunzhou interjected, "What is there to worry about? She is quite grown. Could she really be abducted?" Silence. And Mingzhu retorted, as Jiang Yuhai playfully hurled a cushion at Jiang Yunzhou, effectively silencing him. Jiang Yunzhou was not devoid of concern. However, the memory of Jiang Jiang's awkward demeanor only struck him as amusing. Now that she had arrived at the Jiang residence, her pretentious antics seemed to be a performance for whom? It was evident she had learned to be cunning during her time at the orphanage. How vexing. He had entirely forgotten that he had found her charming just that morning. Chapter 23. No one will worry about themselves. Jiang Jiang returned to the orphanage. The dim and damp little room had been devoid of light for many years, where she had resided for nearly a decade and a half. Looking back now, I cannot help but admire my former self. Finally, I found my phone at the bedside and pressed the power button. She preferred to turn off her phone while sleeping. I can only imagine how anxious that person must be. Indeed, as soon as I powered it on, the most prominent message on WeChat was from Liang Yiqing. Upon opening it, I discovered he was already aware that I had been taken away by my parents. "Where have you gone? Your parents came looking for you. And you think you can abandon your kin now that you have a support system?" Jiang Jiang, reply to the message. Quickly respond. What does your silence mean? Do I not occupy your thoughts? Jiang Jiang, I implore you to reply to the message. Did you hear me? Jiang Jiang had no inclination to respond and silently blocked the number, placing the phone back into her pocket. As she opened the door to step outside, she noticed a couple of children standing at the entrance. Not far off, a group of small children huddled together in a corner, their eyes fixed intently on Jiang Jiang. Summoning all their courage, one of the little ones called out, "Sister Jiang Jiang, were you kicked out?" The children from the orphanage often found themselves in such situations, taken away only to be returned. Jiang Jiang remained silent. "Sister Jiang Jiang, if you were thrown out, it's all right. We are all here waiting for you to come back." The little one clung to Jiang Jiang's leg, gently shaking it. "Sister Jiang Jiang's cooking is the best. I didn't eat last night or this morning, and I've been longing for it." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Jiang silently gazed outward. "Never mind. What is there to discuss with the children? You all take good care of yourselves here. If you wish to eat something in the future, you must prepare it yourselves. Be cautious and avoid injuring yourselves." Jiang Jiang instinctively offered a few reminders. The two little ones listened quietly, appearing exceedingly obedient. Indeed, the children here excel at being compliant. "Oh, Sister Jiang Jiang, are you leaving?" One of the little ones inquired as they watched her step out the door. The other quickly added, "Oh, Jiang Jiang has been called back by her family. She merely came to collect her belongings." "I see. What about Brother Chung?" "I don't know. Let's not concern ourselves with adult matters." "All right." The children's innocent voices echoed behind her. Jiang Jiang found herself both amused and exasperated. Upon exiting the orphanage, she glanced at the time. It was nearly 7 o'clock. She realized she had indeed delayed far too long. Just as she intended to hurry away, she reconsidered. After all, it wouldn't matter much if she salvaged a little time. The Jiang family didn't seem overly concerned about her presence, much like when she resided in the orphanage. Regardless of how late she returned or how exhausted she felt, no one ever inquired about her well-being or expressed concern. With this thought, her pace slowed. A black sedan had, unbeknownst to her, been trailing closely behind. Moments later, an individual emerged from the vehicle and stood before Jiang Jiang. Chapter 24. An unexpected visit. "Miss Jiang," the other party called out. Jiang Jiang glanced over, and Bai, with a sullen expression, informed her. "The young master is waiting for you in the car." Jiang Jiang instinctively shook her head in refusal. Bai sighed in resignation. "Miss Jiang, you know all too well that provoking the young master leads to unfortunate consequences. It would be wise to clarify matters with him." After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Jiang conceded that there was merit to his words. Some discussions are best addressed directly. She nodded involuntarily. Bai exhaled in relief. As the car door swung open, a man seated in the back seat cast a fleeting glance in her direction. Liang Yinshin's strikingly handsome visage bore an air of displeasure. The white shirt he wore accentuated his elongated neck, exuding a certain allure. His gaze, dark and penetrating, commanded her attention. "Come here." His voice, laced with a hint of languor, was impossible to ignore. With trepidation, Jiang Jiang approached, closing the door with a decisive thud. Fortunately, she was quick to compose her expression, donning a smile as usual. "Hello, Liang Yinqing. Abai, standing nearby, murmured. After more than a decade of acquaintance, must we be so formal? Liang Yinshin remained silent, and Abai, adept at sensing the moment, retreated from the vehicle, leaving the space for the two of them. As Jiang Jiang watched Abai distance himself, a sigh of exasperation escaped her lips. How ungrateful of him, especially after she had brought him the beloved white rabbit candy. Has your family found you? The man inquired, his voice deep and melodious. Suddenly, the voices of those in the carriage jolted Jiang Jiang's thoughts back to reality. A smile graced her lips. Are you very happy? Liang Yinxing inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. Shouldn't I be happy? Jiang Jiang replied. Why didn't you answer the phone? Because I simply did not wish to, she replied bluntly and without hesitation. Liang Yinxing cast a sidelong glance at her. What kind of temper are you throwing? I am not throwing a temper, she swore, insisting that her demeanor was merely a bit sour, not a display of anger. Then why speak to me in such a manner? Liang Yinxing's perception was keen, his gaze penetrating. In what way have I spoken to you? After her words, she instinctively turned her head away, peering out the window. Outside, the shadows of people mingled, creating an almost ethereal ambience. Jiang Jiang, he called out, intensifying the already oppressive atmosphere within the carriage. She turned her head to look at him, her initial guilt prompting a reflexive smile. The man uttered two words, so ugly. What a fault, Jiang Jiang muttered. Having grown up together, she was well aware of his spoiled temperament. Then I shall not trouble you any further, Master Liang. With that, she stood up and moved to open the door, intending to exit. Liang Yinshin was quicker, pressing down on her hand before she could leave. Jiang Jiang. The tone of that voice was unmistakably tinged with dissatisfaction. Calls went unanswered, messages were ignored, and now there was a sense of sulking. Jiang Jiang paused her actions, letting out a resigned sigh. It had merely been 2 days since their last contact. Chapter 25, Liang Yinshin is the boss. Actually, it has been 2 days and 20 minutes, Liang Yinshin corrected her. Jiang Jiang couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. Liang Yinshin, have you forgotten? Our relationship is not particularly close. There is no need for you to be so concerned about me. Indeed, the nature of their relationship was far from intimate. Liang Yinshin cast her a sidelong glance. What? Has the tale that has always followed me finally disappeared? You don't feel the need to inform your master? Jiang Jiang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the dynamics between them. He was a pampered young master, having suffered from poor health as a child. At the age of 8, he had chosen a companion from the orphanage to help him endure those challenging days. Unluckily for him, Jiang Jiang turned out to be an exceptionally suitable playmate. Furthermore, given her tender age, she was both obedient and endearing, making her an instant favorite. However, once the young master regained his health, he returned her to the orphanage. Their relationship had since evolved into one akin to that of employer and employee. Liang Yinshin was generous, often bestowing generous tips for errands, and he would occasionally receive treats from girls who came to present him with pastries. Naturally, he had little interest in such offerings, which invariably found their way into Jiang Jiang's hands, to be shared with everyone back at the orphanage. More importantly, the Liang family is affluent and generous enough to provide substantial donations to the orphanage. Thus, it is not an exaggeration to regard Liang Yinxing as a mere shadow. Their relationship has always been one of a superior and subordinate. It seems that in her haste to depart this time, she neglected to inform her employer, which was indeed her oversight. A few seconds later, she lifted her gaze and offered a slight smile. I apologize for the abruptness of the situation. I had not the opportunity to notify you. I am truly sorry and will ensure to inform you in advance next time. I sincerely regret any worry I may have caused you. Jiang Jiang's politeness, tinged with formality, inadvertently widened the chasm between them. With the support of her parents, she felt emboldened. Liang Yinshin was amused by her irritation. Jiang Jiang shot him a glance of disbelief. After a moment of restraint, she spoke. Have you forgotten to take your medication today? What is this strange behavior? If you have something to say, please express it clearly, if you prefer silence. Then let us cease all communication. Why engage in this cryptic exchange? Liang Yinshin paused, narrowing his eyes. Has this little one become so assertive? Jiang Jiang continued. If you persist in speaking to me in this cryptic manner, we shall not communicate any further, and you need not appear before me again. Thank you for your care during this time. Jiang Jiang's tone was firm, her frustration mounting from the prolonged inefficiency. She still had a multitude of assignments awaiting completion. Liang Yinshin let out a derisive snort. All right, Jiang Jiang, you are the most formidable. Jiang Jiang couldn't help but feel that her mind must be quite ill to engage in such trivial banter with this man. Frowning in silence, she resolutely pushed open the car door and stepped out. Liang Yinshin scoffed, watching her figure retreat into the distance. He was curious to see how empowered she would feel after reuniting with her biological parents. He doubted that this little tail, who had been following him around, could truly turn his world upside down. Chapter 26. Family awaits you. Jiang Jiang ambled towards the Jiang family's residence. Her memory was impeccable. She knew the way after traversing it once. She walked through the dimly lit path and approached the entrance of the Jiang villa. In an instant, she was greeted by a dazzling display of lights, overwhelming her senses. Jiang Jiang's steps faltered as the sudden brightness left her momentarily disoriented. Inside the Jiang family living room, and Mingzhu was reprimanding Jiang Yunzhou. Stop pretending to be mature in my presence. Hurry and go find your sister. As her older brother, how could you not wait for her to return? It is one thing to come back unaccompanied, but to sit idly by and make sarcastic remarks is simply unacceptable. You clearly need a lesson. Jiang Yunzhou hung his head, absorbing the scolding, his ears ringing from the tirade. All right, I understand. I will go find her now. He silently cursed under his breath. What a nuisance, what a troublemaker. As Jiang Yunzhou pushed open the door, he was startled to see Jiang Jiang standing at the threshold. Without a moment's hesitation, he blurted out, "Where have you been? Why have you only just returned? Do you not realize how much your parents are worried about you?" Jiang Yunzhou's abrupt outburst captured everyone's attention. Jiang Yuhai and Mingyu hurriedly approached the door. "Where have you been without so much as a word?" Jiang Jiang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately explained, "I was delayed by some matters, which is why I returned late." Returning late? And you couldn't even make a phone call? Jiang Yunzhou observed Jiang Jiang, who was looking down while responding, and an unprecedented surge of anger welled up within him. What if you encountered a bad person out there? There are so many villains in this world. What if someone took you away? He couldn't help but recall the news report about a missing girl he had seen a few days prior, and a sense of dread washed over him. "I don't have your phone number," Jiang Jiang admitted candidly. Jiang Yunzhou was momentarily at a loss for words. How could you be so foolish? Why didn't you ask? Are you mute? What harm would it have caused to inquire? With a sharp slap, Jiang Yunhai unceremoniously struck the top of his head. Why are you being so harsh with your sister? Jiang Yunzhou immediately wilted under the reprimand, and Mingzhu, displaying concern, stepped forward and grasped Jiang Jiang's hand. "Jiang Jiang, where have you been? Were you busy with something that delayed you? Next time, please remember to give me a call, all right?" And Mingzhu spoke with a tone of utmost caution. As a parent, how could one not feel anxious when their child returns home so late? Jiang Jiang found herself somewhat unaccustomed to such intimate contact, and even less accustomed to someone waiting for her. Yet, unable to bear the disappointment reflected in Mingzhu's expectant gaze, she managed to utter a word of affirmation. "Our Jiang Jiang is truly well behaved." Upon realizing that Jiang Jiang had not pushed her away, Mingzhu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though she continually reminded herself not to be so impulsive in her affections and to maintain a certain distance, she could not help but soften in the presence of this child, feeling an overwhelming sense of tenderness and concern. She yearned to provide her with more. "Are you hungry? Dinner is ready. Come in and eat." And Mingzhu gently pulled Jiang Jiang inside. Chapter 27. Then you can just drive me away. The Jiang household exuded warmth. With the delightful aroma of home-cooked meals wafting from the kitchen, Jiang Yunan had not yet returned from work, but Jiang Yunzhou was home shortly after school. And Mingzhu filled a bowl to the brim with dishes. Jiang Jiang repeatedly insisted that she simply could not eat anymore. Only then did Mingzhu pause her efforts, smiling as she encouraged her to eat slowly. Jiang Jiang nodded numbly. The numerous eyes upon her made her feel immensely uncomfortable. She lowered her head and took a few bites of plain rice, while Mingzhu urged her to try some vegetables. "I don't eat vegetables," Jiang Jiang replied, shaking her head. And Mingzhu frowned. "What about some meat?" "All right, if you won't eat vegetables, then it's fine to have more meat," she conceded. "I won't eat it. Thank you. I'm full." Jiang Jiang rose from her seat, stating that she would head upstairs first. With her departure, an eerie silence enveloped the dining table. What on earth had that child consumed? Jiang Yuzhou remarked, "Only rice remains." Jiang Yunhai pondered, is the child merely shy or perhaps finicky? It seemed more likely that she was simply too bashful, considering she had only recently arrived in this household and might not dare to eat too much. As Mingzhu recalled Jiang Jiang's cautious demeanor, an unsettling feeling grew within her. Perhaps the child needed time to acclimate. It might just take a while for her to feel at ease. Jiang Yunhai sighed, agreeing that once the child became familiar with them, the strangeness would dissipate. And Mingzhu sought solace in her thoughts. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunzhou gazed thoughtfully at the bowl filled with leftover dishes. After a refreshing shower, Jiang Jiang donned her own pajamas and prepared to continue working on her assignments. The last two complex problems on her math test required considerable effort to solve. It was somewhat embarrassing to admit that she had already taken the college entrance examination once, yet she still struggled with the math section. Whatever happened to the promised advantages of being in a story? Why had they not manifested for her? Alas, who could blame her for not being the protagonist? A series of knocks interrupted her contemplation. Jiang Jiang opened the door to find Jiang Yunzhou standing there. His gaze was laden with complexity, and his tone bore a hint of suppressed frustration. It seems you were rather impressive, Jiang Jiang. Jiang Jiang looked up, replying, is that so? In what way am I impressive? There was no hint of confusion, surprise, or anxious defense in her demeanor. With a remarkably tranquil demeanor, she regarded Jiang Yunzhao. Her gaze was so exceedingly calm that it cast a peculiar light on Jiang Yunzhao, making him appear somewhat out of sorts. He let out a cold snort, remarking, "You've only been in our home for a few days, and already you're orchestrating all these events. My parents are in a frenzy. And you've even prevented Yushu from returning home. You truly are quite adept. It seems I have underestimated you." It was hard to shake the impression that Jiang Jiang was a master of cunning. Jiang Jiang, with a serious expression, nodded slightly, and then smirked. "So, are you planning to expel me? If that is indeed your intention, then go ahead and do it." Jiang Yunzhao's pupils constricted in surprise. He hadn't anticipated that Jiang Jiang would dare to retort, her demeanor so nonchalant. So this was your true nature. The timid and cautious facade she usually wore was merely a guise. With his arms crossed, he found himself increasingly intrigued by Jiang Jiang. Chapter 28. You truly are cunning. Do you not feel exhausted playing this role? Jiang Jiang sighed in exasperation. It was precisely as the books described. Jiang Yunzhao's malice towards her was quite extraordinary. Do you have any business here? If not, kindly take your leave. I have matters to attend to. Are you asking me to leave? Jiang Yunzhao's brow furrowed, his expression shifting. Is your mind a bit muddled? Jiang Jiang retorted, her words still maintaining a semblance of politeness. If you find yourself lacking in intellect, perhaps a visit to the hospital would be prudent? Jiang Yunzhao regarded her intently. Jiang Jiang met his gaze, their eyes locked. As she raised her hand to shut the door, he interjected, "Wait." Jiang Yunzhao pressed down on the doorknob. Jiang Jiang appeared somewhat exasperated. The volume of homework was overwhelming. Just a single day's absence had resulted in a substantial backlog, and she needed to hasten to complete her assignments. Yet, this man continued to prattle on about inconsequential matters, eliciting nothing but irritation, a particularly vexing kind of annoyance. Could he not refrain from squandering her time? Jiang Yunzhao awkwardly extended a bag towards her. The white bag prominently displayed a recognizable mobile phone logo. This brand of phone was rather expensive, with even the most basic model nearing 5 figures. Jiang Jiang, somewhat bewildered, looked up at him, perhaps feeling uncomfortable under her scrutiny. He hastily explained, "Don't look at me. This is a gift from Dad." He said a girl simply cannot be without a mobile phone. His gaze flitted elsewhere. "No thanks, I don't need it." Jiang Jiang's lips curled into his sarcastic smirk. The book had mentioned that just 2 days after moving into the Jiang household, Jiang's father had thoughtfully provided her with a mobile phone, claiming it would facilitate family communication. Given that her previous phone was already in a state of disrepair, receiving a new one felt like a timely boon, stirring a sense of gratitude within her. Little did she know, however, that the new phone had been surreptitiously equipped with listening devices. In essence, her every word and action had long been under the scrutiny of the Jiang family. Jiang Yunzhao. The tone was tinged with impatience. Did you not claim to be without a mobile phone? If you truly lack a phone, how can you possibly communicate with your family? Are you deliberately trying to evade their concern? Do you wish to instill worry in everyone around you? Jiang Jiang. Your scheming is rather profound. I have yet to encounter someone with such intricate machinations. As Jiang Yunzhao uttered these words, his anger was palpable. What kind of stubbornness was this? Jiang Jiang narrowed her eyes. Indeed, I possess a rather heavy scheme. Thus, it would be wise for you to keep your distance. It was yet another unabashed admission, devoid of any hint of coyness. Jiang Yunzhao felt his lips twitch involuntarily, just as he was about to speak. Jiang Jiang abruptly shut the door with a resounding thud. Bang! Jiang Yunzhao was left with nothing but dust on his nose. Ugh! Ugh! He had indeed declared that Jiang Jiang was exceptionally irksome, not just mildly irritating, but profoundly so. TSK, 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 something must be done to evict him from this household. It was unacceptable to allow him to linger here, tainting the atmosphere. Jiang Yunzhao rubbed his nose, contemplating how to proceed with this endeavor. A glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes, and a smile crept onto his lips, as if he had conceived an ingenious plan. He dialed a number. Chapter 29. A new plan. He dialed a number. Hello, Jiang Yunma, have you been missing in action lately? Enough with the trivial chatter. I have matters of significance to discuss. After finishing her exam paper, Jiang Jiang reviewed some key points, intending to retire early for the night. She had classes to attend the following morning. Lying on the soft, plush bed should have been a moment of relaxation, yet unexpectedly, she found herself tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Staring at the ceiling, her mind was plagued by a series of nonsensical scenarios. Shaking her head, she decided to cast aside the chaotic memories swirling in her mind. Since sleep eluded her, she might as well rise and tackle more exam papers. She spent the entire night answering questions. Checking the time, she descended to school half an hour earlier than usual. By the time she arrived, Several classmates had already trickled in. As she set down her backpack, a few students immediately gathered around her. Jiang Jiang, you finally made it. Did you manage to complete the papers we received yesterday? If so, could you lend them to me for a quick look? The exam was exceedingly difficult. One of them implored. It was Huang Dingting, one of the few students in the class still dedicated to her studies. According to her father, their family had been of modest educational attainment for 3 generations, and if Huang Dingting did not return home with a high school diploma, she would face severe consequences. Thus, her inclination to slack off was frequently curtailed by her father's reminders to keep up with her assignments and exams. Despite her playful spirit, Huang Dingting was quite intelligent. Upon the start of the school year, she surveyed her classmates and quickly realized that Jiang Jiang was the only one capable of providing her with academic assistance. Without hesitation, she attached herself to Jiang Jiang, not for any other reason, but to conveniently reference her answers. I did complete them. Jiang Jiang set down her backpack and took out her textbook. Arriving at school early today, she seized the opportunity to memorize some English vocabulary. Such words require constant repetition to deepen one's memory. The examination papers lay atop her desk, and Huang Dingting, with a cheerful smile, placed a bottle of warm soy milk beside her. After 3 years of high school observation, Huang Dingting had concluded that Jiang Jiang was truly an enigmatic figure, akin to a practitioner of immortality. She refrained from eating this and that, showed no interest in beverages, and preferred soy milk, specifically the slightly sweetened variety, but not overly so. This unspoken understanding among them was mutual. Jiang Jiang delicately sipped, taking small, measured sips. While reciting her vocabulary, she pondered the path that lay ahead. The Jiang family could not afford to be overtly confrontational. After all, she currently lacked the means to extricate herself from that household. Yet, returning to the orphanage was not an option either. Her present circumstances were exceedingly awkward. If only the Jiang family members had sought her out in the evenings over the past 6 months, she would not have found herself in such a passive predicament. With a thud, a thick exercise book was tossed onto the table. Since you were so fond of doing homework, why not complete mine as well? Jiang Jiang regarded the girl opposite her with an expressionless demeanor. The girl sported a high ponytail, her bangs curled with a curling iron, and donned a stylish black and white striped dress, exuding an air of both fashion and beauty. Chapter 30. The abandoned Song Yi crossed her arms. Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, but she felt that Jiang Jiang seemed somewhat different. Glancing over, she noticed Jiang Jiang was simply engrossed in her book, leading her to believe that her earlier thoughts were just a figment of her mind. After all, what kind of upheaval could an orphan, devoid of parents, possibly instigate? Wasn't she just destined to be bullied? Storming over, she slammed her hands on the table, demanding, right? Jiang Jiang flatly refused. Upon hearing this, Song Yi, as if provoked by some unseen force, suddenly lunged at Jiang Jiang. How dare you not write? On what grounds do you refuse to assist me? With a frigid expression, Jiang Jiang responded, Oh, why should I help you? A hint of amusement flickered across Jiang Jiang's face. Who else will write for me if you don't? It was only natural that Jiang Jiang appeared to be the most easily bullied and the most easily dismissed individual in the entire class. Jiang Jiang calmly replied, You can write it yourself. What do you mean? Who are you defying? Song Yi understood Jiang Jiang and her kind all too well. Lacking a support system, they sought to avoid conflict at all costs. She was confident that Jiang Jiang would not dare to retaliate. You're just an orphan. Even asking you to complete an assignment is a privilege. If you find me displeasing, come and strike me. Go ahead. Jiang Jiang glanced away, choosing to ignore her. Indeed, there are always individuals like this, who, seeing that you have no backing or support, feel emboldened to bully you without restraint. They challenge your every boundary time and again. Jiang Jiang stated resolutely, I do not hit people. Hitting is wrong. From a young age, Jiang Jiang had been taught to avoid trouble, regardless of the circumstances. Her foremost duty was to maintain peace. It was merely fear. If one was afraid, then one ought to comply and diligently complete their assignments. Song Yi was truly insufferable. She pounded her fists on the table, each strike more confrontational than the last. Jiang Jiang, ever the gracious one, merely forced a smile, disregarding her entirely. A complete and utter dismissal. Song Yi, a beloved princess in her own home, had never encountered such a situation. The flames of indignation ignited within her, and she rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront Jiang Jiang with a fierce glare. Calm down, calm down. This is a classroom. Do not act rashly, Huang Dingting interjected, sensing that the situation was escalating. After all, they were still students, and it was best to avoid making matters worse. However, Song Yi charged forward with such urgency that she stumbled upon her own workbook, slipping and colliding with the desk. With a loud thud, the students in the classroom were startled. Tears brimmed in Song Yi's eyes as she cried out, Help! Jiang Jiang has murdered me! Jiang Jiang is a murderer! Jiang Jiang, your heart is truly wicked. You wish to take my life. she raved, her voice echoing wildly throughout the classroom. Approximately 10 minutes later, the homeroom teacher hurried in upon hearing the commotion. Call my parents. I absolutely refuse to utter another word until they arrive. Jiang Jiang mused, I've seen people stage accidents, but never quite like this. As the narrative unfolds, one must ponder whether Song Yi's audacious act of confrontation would indeed lead her to peril. The homeroom teacher hastily dialed Song Yi's number. Within the confines of the teacher's office, Song Yi smugly declared, Humph, I shall make you aware of my prowess. Truly impressive. You are remarkable, Jiang Jiang lauded, offering her unreserved support. Such flattery, however, served only to twist the knife deeper into Song Yi's pride as she lunged forward. Nearly overcome with the impulse to silence Jiang Jiang permanently. Consider the surveillance cameras before you act, Jiang Jiang warned, gesturing towards the cameras positioned above her head. As someone devoid of influential connections, she instinctively prioritized her personal safety in the face of conflict. Upon concluding the call, the homeroom teacher entered the office, immediately struck by Jiang Jiang's boldness, which was unexpected from the usually reticent girl. The tension was palpable, with veins throbbing on the teacher's forehead. Enough. Both of you remain quiet and await your parents' arrival, he commanded. Humph. Song Yi scoffed, her disdainful gaze fixed upon Jiang Jiang. In a sudden burst of fury, Song's father stormed into the teacher's office, his rotund figure adorned with gold chains and intricate tattoos, his expression contorted with rage. Who dares to bully my daughter? Who is reckless enough to believe that my daughter lacks protection? Jiang Jiang gazed at him. Upon seeing her father, Song Yi immediately burst into tears, exclaiming, Daddy. Someone hit me, scolded me, and look, my head is all red. The wound on my head hurts so much, I feel like I might die from the pain. As she covered the injury on her head, her tears flowed even more profusely. Witnessing his daughter's distress, Father Song erupted in a furious tirade. What kind of parents do you have? Haven't they taught you anything? How could you turn out like this? His words were laced with indignation. Ah, Daddy, you have no idea that they don't even have parents. They grew up in an orphanage. Song Yi chuckled from behind her father. The homeroom teacher, observing the scene, felt a headache coming on. Classmate Song, please speak according to the facts. What are the facts? The fact is that Jiang Jiang bullied me. It seemed that Song Yi was confident that Jiang Jiang would not be able to summon her parents. Speaking with an air of entitlement, Jiang Jiang retorted with a sidelong glance. Isn't the truth that you didn't want to do your homework and tried to make me do it? When I refused, you threw a tantrum and bumped your head. You cursed at me to get lost? Jiang Jiang had encountered such situations numerous times before, succinctly summarizing the entire ordeal. Having grown accustomed to facing such scenarios without parental support for many years, she remained unfazed. A strange silence enveloped the office. Yet, despite this, Song Yi insisted, even so. You should not refuse my request for help with my homework. At this moment, the homeroom teacher felt an intensifying headache. Song Yi, homework is meant to be completed independently. Why do you require assistance from your classmates? Song Yi stared blankly for a few seconds before responding, I have a sore hand. If I am unable to write due to pain, what is wrong with seeking help from my classmates? We are all in the same class, aren't we? Song's father chimed in to support her. Classmates should naturally look out for one another. Even if one declines to assist, it should be done kindly. Chapter 32. Jiang Yuhai comes to the rescue. Jiang Jiang pondered, but Song Yi is neither disabled nor injured. What assistance does she truly require? Or does she mean to imply that she needs a doctor for her intellect? After saying this, she cast a contemplative glance at the homeroom teacher. Teacher, does Song Cici require help and care because she is injured? The homeroom teacher stifled a laugh, denying such a scenario. It was evident that Jiang Jiang possessed a knack for provoking frustration without consequence. Song's father, caught off guard by a sudden retort, felt utterly humiliated and slammed his hand on the desk with force. Where are your parents? Call them here immediately. I must speak with them. I need to understand how your parents have raised you to behave in such a manner. With growing pride, Song Yi replied, Dad, I told you that Jiang Jiang grew up in an orphanage, so she doesn't have parents to help her at all. Indeed. I had almost forgotten how those lacking parental guidance often exhibit such poor manners. It appears that the knowledge of Jiang Jiang's lack of support has incited a more aggressive tone. The homeroom teacher sighed and addressed the parents, urging them to remain calm. Dear parents, please take a moment to compose yourselves. Jiang Jiang does have parents, and they are on their way. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jiang could not help but lift her head in surprise. Parents? What parents could that be? Why did she have no recollection of them? It was simply impossible. Jiang Jiang had grown up in an orphanage, and she could not possibly have parents. Song Yi was completely unconvinced. The homeroom teacher interjected, Classmate Song Yi, Jiang Jiang's parents are indeed en route. Not only was Song Yi perplexed, but even Jiang Jiang herself felt a tinge of confusion. Moments later, Jiang Yuhai entered from outside. Calling out, Jiang Jiang. He hurried over, scrutinizing her closely. Are you all right? Jiang Jiang shook her head. Only after confirming that she bore no additional injuries did he breathe a sigh of relief. She had not anticipated Jiang Yunhai's arrival. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Yunhai must have deemed her performance at school unsatisfactory, believing she did not deserve to remain in the esteemed Jiang family, intent on casting her out. Such tactics were all too familiar to Jiang Jiang. Very well then, let them come. She would willingly accept being expelled. Jiang Yunhai furrowed his brow and narrowed his eyes at Song's father, who suddenly lost his bravado. What? Your daughter neglects her homework and requires my daughter to assist her? After my daughter refused, she was still forcefully asked to assist, demonstrating an astonishing lack of propriety. On the way here, Song Yunhai had already grasped the entire sequence of events. Upon reflection, a pang of sorrow struck him. This child had been bullied to such an extent, silently enduring everything without even reaching out for help. Jiang Yunhai, accustomed to a position of authority, exuded an inherent sense of intimidation when he spoke. Song's father, inherently submissive, sensed the formidable nature of the visitor and immediately faltered. It is often the case among children that their conflicts are trivial skirmishes. Jiang Yunhai let out a cold laugh, remarking, "This hardly sounds like the full story." Song's father glanced at the bruise on his daughter's forehead, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 33. Wasn't this supposed to be a scolding? Jiang Yunhai, filled with fury, confronted Song Yi. I have heard that you frequently bully my daughter in class. Do you truly believe she has no support? Song's father was rendered speechless by the confrontation. Song Yi lowered her head, quietly weeping, while Jiang Jiang stood silently by her side. The narrative began to diverge from the book. In the original depiction, this father was portrayed as someone who scarcely bothered to attend school. Even if he did, it was not to address such matters, but rather to deliver cold remarks, completely dismissing his role in the situation. This indifference only led to further scorn and bullying directed at her, intensifying the derision she faced from her peers. However, the present Jiang Yunhai not only arrived in haste but also refrained from hurling cold words at her, instead standing firmly by her side. Over the years, Jiang Jiang had grown accustomed to tackling such matters alone. The sudden presence of someone to lean on and assist her in resolving these issues was both astonishing and, more importantly, disconcerting. The unexpected sensation of being cared for softened her heart, causing something within her to melt away, leaving her cheeks flushed. She lowered her gaze to conceal her embarrassment. Observing Jiang Jiang's downcast demeanor, though no words were exchanged, Jiang Yunhai immediately recognized that his daughter had indeed been wronged. Anger surged within him as he questioned, "What on earth is going on with you, young lady? Why should my daughter bear the burden of your unfinished homework? Do you think my daughter is easy to manipulate? Let me assure you, do not underestimate her. Try bullying her again, and see what happens." His words, though blunt and somewhat harsh, carried an undeniable weight. Song Yi, taken aback by his outburst, clutched her father's hand in a panic, exclaiming, Daddy, Daddy, I'm scared." Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. Song's father gently patted her hand, while Jiang Yunhai turned to glance at Jiang Jiang, his heart heavy with mixed emotions. Unlike other children who sought the support of their families when frightened, Jiang Jiang bore her burdens alone, intensifying his feelings of discomfort for her plight. Father Song chuckled, remarking that the squabbles among children are merely trifles among their kind. Despite his rough exterior, he was not devoid of reason. Initially, he had rushed to question Jiang Jiang when he saw Song Yi in tears, but now, having regained his composure and with Jiang Yunhai's arrival, he recognized that this child's father was far more complex than he first appeared. If he were to dwell on this incident, it could lead to an endless cycle of disputes, ultimately revealing that his own daughter was at fault. His tone had softened from its earlier intensity. Were these mere childlike quarrels? He sensed that the situation was more intricate than that. Jiang Yunhai's expression darkened further. Gritting his teeth, Father Song urged Song Yi forward. "Yi, you must apologize. Acknowledge your mistake." Reluctantly, Song Yi murmured, "Jiang Jiang, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." Such is the nature of children's play. Father Song chuckled lightly. Yet Jiang Yunhai seemed entirely disinterested, his gaze fixed solely on Jiang Jiang. Chapter 34. A sense of fear. Jiang Jiang, do not be afraid. Father is here. You can share any grievances with me. Jiang Jiang responded, "Please, no. I can't handle it." When others accused her or wronged her, she felt no fear. However, when Jiang Yunhai offered her support, genuine fear gripped her heart. Why does this situation feel increasingly unsettling? Jiang Jiang hesitates to speak. Jiang Yunhai assumes the child is frightened and resolves to hold Song Yi accountable. Upon hearing the homeroom teacher mention a serious handling of the matter, Song's father grows anxious. "Teacher, this child is not inherently bad. She has merely been spoiled at home, which is why she speaks this way. It was not intentional. I implore you to be magnanimous and not dwell on this incident." Jiang Jiang, on behalf of Song Yi, I apologize. It is my failure as a father to educate my child properly. The homeroom teacher furrows his brow. This matter must be addressed seriously. Upon hearing this, Song Yi immediately cries out, I understand my mistake. I truly do. I will change, Jiang Jiang. Please do not hold this against me. I am genuinely sorry, Jiang Jiang. The teacher, witnessing this, lets out a weary sigh. They are merely children, yet they engage in such trivialities. Jiang Jiang, consider how you wish to resolve this. As the victim, Jiang Jiang's opinion is naturally prioritized. Jiang Jiang replies, let it be handled as it should. The teacher comprehends the underlying meaning. Exiting the teacher's office, Jiang Yuhai inquires if she would like to join him for lunch. Jiang Jiang shakes her head. No, thank you. To be candid, dining with the Jiang family evokes a sense of pressure. She dislikes the feeling of being under constant scrutiny, as if her personal rights have been stripped away. Accompanied by a myriad of thoughts, Jiang Jiang found herself utterly fatigued. What will you have for lunch? Jiang Yuhai inquired, a hint of concern lacing his voice for the child. She always neglected her meals, merely grazing on a few bites. If her academic performance continued on this trajectory, her health would undoubtedly suffer. Noodles. Jiang Jiang initially intended to utter the word bread, but upon reflection, she altered her response just before it left her lips. Jiang Yuhai clapped his hands in delight. Noodles are fine. A bit of Dao fare is also quite agreeable. Jiang Jiang nodded in acknowledgement. I shall head to the classroom now, she declared, noting the considerable time that had slipped away. At this hour, the mathematics teacher would be elucidating problems at the podium. For someone weak in math, it was imperative to absorb as much as possible from the teacher's explanations and logic. Very well, you may go to class. In the evening, wait for your brother. He will pick you up after school and take you home. Jiang Yuhai wished to linger and await his daughter's dismissal. Yet pressing matters at the company beckoned. Moreover, Jiang Jiang remained somewhat guarded around him, preventing him from expressing such sentiments freely. I don't need you to wait. I can return by myself, she replied, taking a few steps forward. Suddenly, as if recalling something significant, she halted and turned to ask, how did the homeroom teacher have your number? As an orphan, Jiang Jiang had never listed anyone's contact information on the parental contact form. Chapter 35. My only sister Jiang Jiang, I am your father. You need not be so formal and distant with us. Jiang Yunhai discerned that the child was likely overthinking matters. Please, do not hesitate to reach out to us. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to dial our number. Do you have our contact information? Jiang Jiang shook her head, responding, no need. Help me. Can you please not come any closer? Can you refrain from being so fervent towards yourself? She was frightened. Jiang Yuhai recalled how this child had declined the mobile phone he had purchased for her, leading to a tumult of emotions within him. A profound sense of defeat surged within him, a sentiment he had never experienced despite his extensive years in the business world. Regardless, I must express my gratitude for your trouble today, he said. Jiang Jiang forced a smile, bowed in thanks, and then turned to enter the inner room. As Jiang Yunhai watched her retreating figure, the weight in his chest intensified. Indeed, they had not spent much time together, making her wariness towards him quite understandable. He lamented the lack of ambition in his own child, who, despite enduring considerable hardship, had failed to provide care and support. Had she done so, perhaps things would not have reached this point. Jiang Yuhai, a seasoned veteran, suddenly felt as though he had grasped something significant. He resolved to nurture a deeper bond with his child, narrowing his eyes as if a brilliant idea had struck him. With a sigh, he departed. Meanwhile, Jiang Yushu was resting in the infirmary, having stayed up far too late gaming the previous night, now yearning for a brief moment of slumber. Initially, I had no intention of coming to school, but I could not escape the relentless nagging of my elders at home. Thus, I decided to retreat to the infirmary at school, closing my eyes for a brief respite. Unfortunately, my phone in my pocket incessantly vibrated. Sister Yushu, are you all right? Have you been injured? Have you eaten? Do you have a place to go? The person on the other end of the line continued to chatter without pause. My parents have truly gone too far. You, their daughter for so many years, how could they bear to cast you out? I refuse to accept this. I will return and speak to them earnestly. Even if we no longer share a blood bond, we have grown up together. And that makes us family. How could they treat you this way? Mother has also been utterly unreasonable. How could she keep this from me? If it weren't for my brother's call, I would have remained unaware of this situation. He has been in closed training for a month or two, and his sister has become an entirely different person. After a flurry of words, the line fell silent. After a moment's hesitation, the person on the other end tentatively inquired, Sister, are you still listening? Jiang Yunshu's ears throbbed from the noise. Jiang Yunma, are you a duck? Jiang Yunma was taken aback. With so much to say, how was he to respond? Jiang Yushu sat up, rubbing her aching forehead. This fellow, after all these years, has only aged without gaining any wisdom. All right, she conceded. So, Where are you living now? Jiang Yushu replied, I reside with my grandparents. Jiang Yunma, feeling somewhat anxious, immediately declared, regardless of the circumstances, you are the only sister I acknowledge. I recognize no one else. Chapter 36 Jiang Yunma, please engage your brain before you speak. What thoughts occupy your mind? Jiang Yunma was taken aback. She is your sister by blood. Our parents are merely preoccupied at the moment. They have yet to find the time to inform you. In that instant, Jiang Yunma questioned the reliability of his hearing, struggling to accept the notion. Sister, what are you saying? You are the one who grew up alongside me. Why would you urge me to recognize another as my sister? Jiang Yunma grew increasingly agitated. In truth, that individual was indeed your sister. It is said that your original sister has endured considerable hardship and suffering. When Jiang Yushu spoke of this matter, a sense of guilt welled within her. She had heard that the girl had faced many adversities, often going without sufficient food or clothing, and suffering from severe malnutrition. These tribulations were ones she should have borne herself. To put it bluntly, that girl had unjustly endured so much in her stead. The phrase a cuckoo occupying a magpie's nest suddenly flashed in her mind, prompting a self-deprecating smile as she lowered her head. On the other end of the line, Jiang Yunma was rendered speechless. He could sense that something was amiss within the family. As the youngest child, the affection showered upon him by his parents and elders was unquestionable. Thus, certain past matters were not urgently communicated to Jiang Yunma. The intention was to wait until he was older before revealing such information. Previously, his grandparents had held his hand and mentioned that he had another sister. At that time, he did not take it seriously, believing that his family members were merely jesting with him. How could he possibly have another sister? Wasn't Jiang Yushu the only one? Adults often took advantage of his youthful naivety, spinning tales to amuse themselves. He was no mere 3-year-old child. Little did he know that after a mere month away from home, he received a call from his brother and discovered that his family had undergone a profound transformation. An urgent desire to rush home welled up within him, yet he found himself constrained by a contract that forbade him from leaving the training camp. It doesn't matter what others say. You are my sister, and that is final, he declared resolutely. His sister was unparalleled, she hearing Jiang Yunshou mention the girl's name. Was it Jiang Jiang? She attends the 3rd high school in the neighboring city. Indeed, that school is notorious for harboring delinquents. Suddenly, an image of a girl with a ponytail and smoky eye makeup surfaced in Jiang Yunshu's mind, a cigarette dangling from her lips. The vision of that rebellious girl instantly materialized. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to pay her a visit. Chapter 37. The two finally meet. The setting sun burned quietly in the sky, resembling a pool of congealed blood. Song Yunshu stood at the entrance of the 13th high school, observing the girls passing by, arm in arm, laughing merrily. She found herself momentarily stunned. In her eagerness, she had forgotten to ask Jiang Yuzhou to send her a picture. However, Song Yushu remained unperturbed. She casually approached a girl and inquired, Do you know where Jiang Jiang is? Jiang Jiang. The girl paused in surprise, then chuckled, pointing to someone not far away. That person is Jiang Jiang. Following the direction of the girl's finger, Song Yunshu spotted a frail little girl struggling to walk forward, a large bag in tow. Upon closer inspection, it felt as though she had encountered something utterly astonishing. Good heavens, what was she carrying? A nylon bag? The astonishing part was that the bag towered over her entire form. She resembled a petite powerhouse. Excuse me, miss, who are you to Jiang Jiang? Song Yushu asked. Jiang Jiang appeared to be an orphan, with no parents around. Indeed, without parental guidance, she must endure great hardships, relying solely on scavenging for survival each day. The two girls clutched Jiang Yushu, their eyes sparkling as they caught sight of the watch adorning her wrist. It felt as though they were delivering a slap to her face with their words. Sister, I advise you to keep your distance from this Jiang Jiang. Those without parental care are capable of anything. Their gaze greedily lingered on the exquisite timepiece. Jiang Yushu recognized it from magazines. It was quite expensive. Could it be that she hailed from a wealthy family? Is that so? You certainly possess a sense of decorum, Jiang Yushu remarked. Her expression impassive as her eyes swept over the two girls. Sensing her displeasure, they dared not utter another word and simply took each other's hands to depart. As they walked away, one of them turned back to mutter a curse. What a person. Jiang Yushu found herself amused by their audacity. Each year brings its share of oddities, but this year seems particularly abundant. Jiang Jiang's hair was casually tied into a ponytail, swaying gently with her movements, though it appeared to require some effort, as beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Unable to bear it any longer, Jiang Yunshu stepped forward. Are you Jiang Jiang? She inquired, her frown deepening, her prior discontent now magnified. Yes, I am, Jiang Jiang replied, lifting her head and nodding. At last, Jiang Yushu could see Jiang Jiang's face clearly. It was strikingly familiar. Had they met just a few days prior at the alley's entrance? Jiang Jiang shook her head. I don't remember. Her gaze was one of confusion. Jiang Jiang muttered under her breath. What a lie. Yet her gaze was sincere, revealing no trace of deceit or falsehood. Jiang Jiang inquired, do you need something? Jiang Jiang felt a fleeting tension in her scalp, but quickly composed herself, introducing herself. Hello. I am Jiang Jiang. After a brief pause, she continued, I am the one who has taken your identity. Jiang Jiang nodded in acknowledgement. She had long been curious about when the female protagonist would seek her out, hoping to distance herself from the Jiang family. After much anticipation, Jiang Jiang finally stood before her. Jiang Jiang exhaled in relief. Chapter 38. Stepping on plastic bags at this moment, Jiang Jiang silently sighed, speculating on Jiang Jiang's reaction. She expected anger, shouting, or even accusations of her transgressions, perhaps a complete breakdown in tears. Regardless of the scenario, Jiang Jiang had braced herself, acknowledging her share of responsibility. However, after an extended silence, none of her anticipated responses materialized. Jiang Jiang merely gazed at her, with no further reaction. This left Jiang Jiang somewhat bewildered. Thankfully, Jiang Jiang finally spoke up. Could you please move aside? What? Is that it? Jiang Jiang felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Could you please move aside? Jiang Jiang raised her voice slightly. Though her expression remained impassive, an undercurrent of impatience began to surge within her. The individual obstructing her path was truly vexatious. Jiang Jiang moved her feet somewhat stiffly, making way. Jiang Jiang passed by Jiang Jiang and walked aside. She then proceeded to empty the plastic bottles from the nylon bag onto the ground. Bang! Clatter! One stomp after another. She crushed them underfoot before returning them to the bag. What on earth was she doing? Jiang Jiang took a deep breath, reminding herself, remain calm, absolutely must stay composed. With a polite smile, she approached and inquired, what are you doing? Crushing plastic bottles. And what purpose does that serve? To sell them. Once the plastic bottles are flattened, they occupy less space, allowing for greater efficiency in storage within the bag. Jiang Jiang was taken aback. This scene was utterly surreal. She began to doubt whether her vision and hearing were impaired. The words were clear, yet her mind struggled to comprehend their meaning. Are you in dire need of money? Jiang Jiang looked up, her gaze finally settling on Jiang Jiang. I'm not in need of money. Do you think I find this enjoyable? Jiang Jiang was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by the retort. It was as if a single casual remark could provoke her to the brink. But, didn't you say you were going home? Why are you still engaging in this? Jiang Jiang could empathize with Jiang Jiang. Previously, these actions were motivated by the desire for additional income, but the current circumstances were evidently different. Firstly, the Jiang family is not as miserly as one might think. The parents generously bestow pocket money upon their children, and even their non-biological daughter receives a substantial allowance each month. It stands to reason that they would not withhold funds from their biological daughter. In essence, there is no necessity for her to engage in such endeavors. Jiang Jiang forced a smile. She dared not touch anything belonging to the Jiang family. What if, one day, she was compelled to relinquish all that she had acquired? That would undoubtedly result in a net loss for her. Furthermore, having endured many hardships, Jiang Jiang found it difficult to accept sudden assistance. Jiang Jiang, shall we have a talk? Is there something we can discuss? Jiang Jiang grasped Jiang Jiang's hand. In that moment, Jiang Jiang was momentarily taken aback. Her hand was so small and cold. Upon a closer inspection of her entire visage, it appeared that she was not in the best of spirits. Especially the student with short hair, despite stepping on the bottle multiple times, failed to crush it, leaving her feeling utterly defeated. Afterward, she wore an unhappy expression, which only added to the absurdity of the scene. Song Yinshu felt as though she had exhausted every possible action, both feasible and unfeasible, on this day. The plastic bottle was not only difficult to crush but also uncomfortable, making her legs feel as if they were about to give way. More importantly, crushing those bottles in public while enduring the scrutinizing gazes of onlookers sent shivers down her spine. However, when she glanced back at Jiang Jiang, she moved with remarkable grace and ease, seemingly oblivious to the judgment of strangers. This prompted Song Yushu to steal a few more glances at her. Just as the two completed their task of crushing all the plastic bottles, Jiang Jiang dragged a slightly smaller nylon bag forward. What are you doing now? Song Yushu felt on the verge of insanity. Picking up plastic bottles. Along the path to the recycling station, there were always a bottle or two that had fallen to the ground. Jiang Jiang crushed them and tossed them into her bag, completely unfazed by the gazes of those around her. Please stop picking them up. Jiang Yinshu felt a surge of frustration and the urge to cry. No, I want to pick them up. Jiang Yinshu firmly rejected the idea. No one is asking you to. Jiang Jiang did not even glance back. How could a girl raised in such pampered surroundings understand? The fear of hunger and cold far outweighed the act of collecting trash. Thus, at times, the opportunity to gather litter could be a source of unexpected joy. Jiang Yushu observed Jiang Jiang from behind. her stubborn and disobedient demeanor making her feel as though she might be driven to exasperation. You say they are all peers, yet how can she speak so irksomely? Do not walk so quickly, I cannot keep up with you. Jiang Yushu instinctively followed. How infuriating. So thin, and yet walks with such speed. Jiang Jiang seemed oblivious. Her pace unwavering. The proprietress of the recycling station smiled as she accepted the bag dragged over by Jiang Jiang, only to return it to her once more. A total of 20 yuan. Indeed, Jiang Jiang had worked hard today. Thank you. The result was 2 10 yuan notes, and Jiang Jiang smiled. Jiang Yushu stood aside. Her expression sour. Wait. After all their arduous efforts collecting bottles, they sold them for only 20 yuan. This is simply inconceivable. Jiang Yushu felt compelled to step forward and question. She seriously suspected that the proprietress was shortchanging them. Jiang Jiang glanced at Jiang Yushu and walked away. Those 2 words sounded as if directed at the proprietress, yet Jiang Yushu felt they were meant for her. Her movements abruptly halted. On the way home. Be cautious and take your time. The proprietress called out after Jiang Jiang, somewhat concerned. Jiang Jiang nodded, indicating her understanding. Chapter 40. Unable to change anything 10 minutes later. At the milk tea stand not far from the school, a considerable number of students had already emerged. Most students, after school, habitually treat themselves to a cup of milk tea or perhaps some snacks. They linger briefly inside the shop. For the first time, Jiang Jiang indulged herself with a small cup of milk tea. After wiping her hands with a tissue several times, Jiang Yushu finally settled down. She found herself unaccustomed to the milk tea made with non-dairy creamer. After a single sip, she was reluctant to continue. Jiang Jiang, however, lowered her head, sipping with utmost seriousness, as if the cup in her hands contained something of great significance rather than mere milk tea. Reflecting on her earlier disdain, Jiang Yushu felt a pang of guilt for her behavior. Jiang Jiang, I sincerely apologize for occupying your identity for so long. The remorse within her compelled Jiang Yushu to bow her head in apology. Jiang Jiang, taken aback, believed she had misheard. After all, the original protagonist had never once expressed remorse to the owner of the body. Whenever this topic arose, she had always adopted a firm and self-assured tone, asserting, I never wished for this situation. Fate has simply conspired to bring it about, leaving me with no choice. This would typically be met with nods of agreement from the crowd as she turned to leave, leaving Jiang Jiang to sit alone, tears silently streaming down her face. The overwhelming weight of helplessness and inferiority embraced her once more. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yushu seemed to have reached a resolution. You may scold or strike me, or unleash any displeasure upon me, she offered. Observing Jiang Jiang's demeanor as she collected litter, it was evident that she had endured considerable hardship over the years. If there was any discontent, it was certainly permissible to vent it towards her. Jiang Jiang slowly shook her head. She was not so audacious as to confront the original protagonist with anger. Jiang Yushu inquired once more. After all these years of enjoying the life that was rightfully yours in your home, do you not feel any discomfort? If the roles were reversed, she mused. Merely contemplating someone else living a life meant for her would drive her to madness. Jiang Jiang replied, if it were truly distressing, would it bring about any change? As the rightful owner, how could I not feel anguish? Everything that was supposed to belong to me has been taken away. I was meant to be a little princess, cherished and adored. Yet here I am, mired in filth, surviving like refuse in this world. But even if I am in pain, what difference does it make? The one who lives now is Jiang Jiang. She has been forgotten and overlooked for far too long, even facing death on several occasions. Upon reflection, it seems there is no monumental tragedy in this. Jiang Yinshu's heart began to ache. I am truly sorry. This apology was laced with unspoken emotions. Jiang Jiang waved her hand dismissively, adopting a feigned lightness in her tone. There is nothing to apologize for. Besides, at that time, you were unaware of the situation. Very well. She hoped that her display of magnanimity would earn her a modicum of favor in the eyes of the heroine. After all, should the heroine ever find her displeasing, perhaps she could be called upon for assistance, sparing her from a dire fate. Jiang Yushu clenched her teeth. To be honest, ever since she discovered she was not a child of the Jiang family, a weight had settled heavily upon her heart. For countless nights, that burden had rendered her breathless. To be honest, she would prefer Jiang Jiang to quarrel and shout at her, even to lay hands upon her, rather than maintaining this calm demeanor. As if she were utterly indifferent to the situation. This indifference made her feel profoundly despicable and vile. The unsettling emotions within her seemed to intensify. Jiang Yushu implored. Jiang Jiang, would it be too much to ask you to scold me a little? Why should I scold you? Jiang Jiang replied, taking a sip of her milk tea to steady her nerves. She sighed again, lamenting the fact that the vanilla-flavored tea was utterly unpalatable. After all, you needn't feel guilty towards me. This situation was not of your choosing. Since it has transpired and the consequences are irreversible, there's no need to dwell on trivialities. Jiang Yinshu's voice trembled with an unprecedented fragility. It is I who have taken everything from you. The fault lies with me. She felt like a thief, having stolen what rightfully belonged to another, yet shamefully seeking solace from the very person she had wronged. Jiang Yushu perceived herself as a wicked woman, steeped in wrongdoing. Jiang Jiang shook her head vigorously, denying it. No, you mustn't say such things. You haven't done anything wrong. None of us desired this outcome. Her earnest gaze, framed by delicate features, reflected sincerity and seriousness, her nodding resembling a cute little creature. Jiang Yushu felt her heart melt entirely. Jiang Jiang was simply too good. She longed to reach out and pat her small head, to embrace and kiss her. How could there exist such a sweet and understanding girl in this world? She wished to buy a myriad of delectable treats for the child. As the conversation reached its conclusion, Jiang Jiang let out a gentle sigh, hoping that her humble demeanor today would be remembered, allowing her to be lenient with herself in the future. Just as she was about to turn and leave, Jiang Yunshu called out to her, instructing her to wait a moment. In an instant, she vanished from sight. Jiang Jiang thought to herself, what is there to wait for here? Feeling a sense of despair, she lamented, am I to ignore the words of the protagonist? Reluctantly, she decided to remain obediently in place, finding no harm in waiting a little longer. With her head bowed and eyes closed, she mustered the courage to finish the remaining milk tea. After all, it was 6 yuan, what a shame to waste it. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yunshu came rushing back, her arms laden with bags. She eagerly thrust the items into Jiang Jiang's hands, exclaiming, these are for you to eat when you're hungry. Choose whatever you like. If there's anything you don't fancy, you can leave it aside. Just let me know what you desire. This was Jiang Yunshu's first attempt at such an act, and her words lacked any semblance of coherence. No need for that, Jiang Jiang replied. Upon hearing her refusal, Jiang Yunshu's expression hardened, insisting, take it. Why all the unnecessary chatter? Jiang Jiang opened her mouth, intending to say more, but ultimately settled on a simple, thank you. You're welcome, you're welcome. Now, let's hurry home, Jiang Yushu replied with a sense of accomplishment, waving her hand. Upon hearing that she was being dismissed, Jiang Jiang promptly turned and left. However, unexpectedly, an electric scooter swiftly zoomed past Jiang Jiang. Chapter 42. The Accident. The speed of the scooter was astonishing, and the gust of wind it created knocked Jiang Jiang to the ground. Snacks scattered everywhere, creating a chaotic scene. Accompanied by a terrified scream, Jiang Jiang, you're bleeding. Song Yushu was taken aback. The man on the scooter was clearly startled as well, momentarily forgetting to rise. Jiang Jiang felt a painful sensation in her leg, as if she were on the brink of losing all feeling. Something viscous was threatening to escape from her nostrils. Lying flat on the ground, she noticed for the first time how blue the sky was and how white the clouds appeared. Soon, a hand covered her nose, simultaneously obstructing her line of sight. Song Yunshu crouched beside her, cradling her head, overwhelmed with panic as she had never encountered such a situation. What should we do? Jiang Jiang was losing a considerable amount of blood. Was she going to die? How could a person lose so much blood? Stay calm. It's not as grave as it seems. Jiang Jiang removed the hand from her eyes and spoke with a surprising calmness. Song Yushu felt utterly unwell, thinking, how can this be nothing serious? Jiang Jiang interjected, you can call a taxi to take me to the hospital now. With this reminder, Song Yushu immediately snapped into action. Nodding vigorously, I'll call a taxi right away. Please hold on, don't close your eyes so soon. Jiang Jiang thought to herself, this is merely an injury, not a farewell to life. City People's First Hospital. What happened? The doctor looked up attentively at Jiang Jiang's wounds. It was a collision with an electric bicycle, he realized, nodding in understanding. Indeed, the frequency of traffic accidents had been rather high lately. Be more cautious next time. Ensure you look around you, front, back, and sides. By the way, are there any other injuries on your body? The doctor stopped the nosebleed and treated the wound on her knee, squinting as he inquired further. She has lost a considerable amount of blood. She appears quite unwell. Perhaps we should arrange for a comprehensive examination. A CT scan, MRI, and blood samples should all be taken. Song Yunshu interjected anxiously from the side. Jiang Jiang cast a sidelong glance at the doctor, who had raised his gaze to Song Yunshu. Jiang Jiang found Song Yunshu exceedingly bothersome. Why are you just standing there? Hurry and prepare the order for her examination. Her tone was urgent and impatient. Miss, if you are uninjured, could you please step outside? The doctor requested. Upon hearing this, Song Yunshu immediately shook her head, looking displeased. Why should I leave? I need to stay here to take care of you. Good, you're not seriously injured, Jiang Jiang thought. But her previously mild headache now surged to an unbearable intensity. The doctor raised his voice. Young lady, I kindly ask you to step outside. Song Yushu turned her head, clearly unwilling to comply. Song Yushu, could you please step outside? Jiang Jiang's tone was calm, devoid of any emotion. Song Yushu had made up her mind and immediately changed her tone. All right, I understand. I will go out now. Is that satisfactory? I was merely concerned for your well-being. Why do you look so displeased? Though she felt a surge of irritation, she could only cast a disgruntled glance at the doctor. After scrutinizing Jiang Jiang several times and confirming that there were no other issues, she reluctantly decided to leave. Jiang Jiang found herself in a bemused state. Chapter 43. Trouble is inevitable now. For the next few days, you must keep the wound dry. I will prescribe some anti-inflammatory medication, and you should return in a couple of days for a dressing change. Thank you, doctor, Jiang Jiang replied as she rose to express her gratitude. Outside the door, the offender stood meekly to the side, looking apologetic. The man appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with graying hair and a weathered face. He had been on his way to pick up his daughter from school, but had lost track of time, thinking that taking a shortcut would be quicker. He never anticipated that such an unfortunate incident would occur. Jiang Yushu grew increasingly irate as she gazed at the offender. How could you ride like that? Injuring someone in the process? Do you have any idea what you've done? And you still have the audacity to ride a bicycle. I'm so sorry, I truly am. The offender responded, bowing deeply in apology, fully aware of the trouble he had caused. Is it really so amusing to you? You think a casual apology suffices after injuring someone? The image of Jiang Jiang, who had just been bandaging her wound, with a cotton swab dipped in antiseptic applied to her injury while biting her lip in silence, filled Jiang Yushu with discontent. As I lowered my gaze to observe the bloodstains adorning my clothes, my desire to curse intensified. It is my fault. I am to blame. Now that you recognize your responsibility, isn't it a tad too late? Did you not witness the extent of her bleeding moments ago? How much sustenance must be consumed to replenish what has been lost? Jiang Jiang silently pushed open the door, listening intently to Jiang Yunshu's incessant chatter. Her words flowing forth like a laser beam, ceaselessly rattling on. After finishing her tirade, she lifted her gaze, meeting Jiang Jiang's eyes, and hurriedly approached her, offering support. What happened? Why didn't you call me in to assist you? You came out alone. The thick bandages encircling her leg indicated a serious injury. Yet she had ventured out alone. Oh, Jiang Yunshu, you shouldn't have left the office earlier. It's all right. She has merely injured her leg, not rendered herself a third-class invalid. Is this the medication prescribed by the doctor? She asked cautiously, linking her arm with Jiang Jiang's. Shall I fetch your medicine? Jiang Jiang nodded in agreement. Just as Jiang Yushu prepared to step away, she hesitated, feeling a pang of concern, and retreated a few steps. Handing the prescription slip to the responsible party across from her. Could you kindly retrieve the medicine? Of course, rest assured, I will take full responsibility for the medical expenses. The culprit replied earnestly, promptly making his way to the pharmacy with the prescription slip in hand. The two then settled into the waiting area. The hospital lobby bustled with a steady stream of people. Jiang Yushu could not help but steal a few more glances at Jiang Jiang. Jiang Jiang is quite pitiful. Jiang Jiang, I am not a mere passerby, so there is no need for you to gaze at me with such eyes. Oh dear, I've been discovered. No. Even if Jiang Yushu has been found out, she dismisses it with a graceful wave of her hand. Thank you for bringing me to the hospital. Jiang Jiang has no intention of delving deeper into this topic. Instead, she openly expresses her gratitude. No need to mention it. Jiang Jiang maintains a stoic expression. Yet her mind is occupied with thoughts of what to do next. Gazing at the wound on her leg, she finds herself in a quandary. The prohibition against water means she cannot take a bath, which is not the most troubling part. The real issue lies in the fact that the wound will take several days to heal, during which she must navigate stairs and even attend school. This will undoubtedly bring about a modicum of inconvenience. Chapter 44. She is quite a hassle. The thing Jiang Jiang despises most is trouble. Recently, she finds herself besieged by a multitude of troublesome matters. It feels as though she is ensnared in a vicious cycle. The more she attempts to evade a particular issue, the more it resurfaces, complicating matters further and generating additional troubles. Song Yushu tentatively reached out to poke her shoulder. Upon being prodded, Jiang Jiang lifted her gaze. Jiang Yunshu did not anticipate her reaction would be so swift. A smile unfurled at the corners of her mouth. I noticed you seemed deep in thought. So I was curious about what occupied your mind. She exuded an air of endearing foolishness. Jiang Jiang shook her head, declining to engage in conversation with her. She is merely the protagonist of the book, and there is no need for her to divulge every trivial detail. Is she truly that petty? After all, I did visit you at the hospital, brought you food, and expressed my concern for you. Are you now unwilling to even speak to me? On the surface, Jiang Yushu appears to be an elegant swan, but in private, she is quite the chatterbox. Thank you, Jiang Jiang replied in a compliant manner. You're quite loud. It's almost painful for my ears. This was more like it. Jiang Yushu felt immensely satisfied, just as she anticipated that Jiang Jiang would engage her in conversation. Jiang Jiang fell silent once more. In a moment, my parents will come to pick you up, and you will return home with them. Huh. Jiang Jiang turned to look at Jiang Yushu with a gloomy expression. Jiang Yushu assumed that mentioning her parents had upset Jiang Jiang, so she quickly corrected herself. I mean, your parents are coming to pick you up. Why should I call them? Why disturb the Jiang family? Jiang Jiang was adamant about severing ties with the Jiang family. If I don't call them, then who should I contact? Jiang Yushu had been conditioned from a young age to immediately reach out to her family when faced with a problem she couldn't resolve on her own. Thus, on the way to drop Jiang Jiang off, she had promptly informed the Jiang family. It's all right. I will handle this matter myself, Jiang Jiang explained flatly. How do you intend to manage this situation? Jiang Yushu asked, utterly incredulous. At that moment, the Jiang family arrived at the hospital entrance. After scanning the surroundings, they quickly spotted Jiang Yinshu, and Mingzhu rushed over and embraced Jiang Yinshu almost immediately. What happened? How did you get hurt? You're covered in blood. Where are you injured? Please tell your mother. Having not seen the child for so long, witnessing her standing there, bloodied, brought tears to her eyes. I know you've endured so much during this time. Trust us, we are finding a way to resolve this situation. After all, you are my daughter. Raised for so many years. While I may speak of the importance of blood ties, in truth, it is impossible to sever the bond. Both the palm and the back of my hand are flesh. I have struggled with sleepless nights, and after much contemplation, I have decided to keep you close. Where are you hurt? Noticing her prolonged silence, Jiang Yunhai scrutinized Jiang Yushu closely. She felt a bit awkward. Speak up. Why are you silent? Are you perhaps mute? Jiang Yuzhou fumed with rage. Chapter 45. No need to worry. Jiang Yushu awkwardly shook her head. Yushu, I understand you might be angry with your mother right now, having faced so many injustices lately that you don't wish to speak to me. However, your health is paramount. Do not make light of your body. And Mingzhu's voice began to tremble. I am so sorry. It is all our fault for allowing you to endure such great distress. A family of eager gazes remained fixated on Yushu. In truth, I was not the one who was injured. I had not sustained any wounds. The blood was not mine. It belonged to Jiang Jiang. And Yunshu's attention swiftly shifted to Jiang Jiang, and soon, all eyes were upon her. It was only after a moment that someone gasped in realization. The expressions on everyone's faces turned awkward. Jiang Jiang sat motionless in her chair. Upon sensing the collective gaze, she quietly turned her head and, raising it slightly, asked in a soft voice, Is there something you need? The piercing stares felt akin to invisible slaps landing upon their faces. And Mingzhu pressed her lips together, feeling somewhat at a loss, while Jiang Yunzhao involuntarily stiffened, his entire body rigid. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yuhai approached Jiang Jiang cautiously and inquired, Are you hurt? It's nothing serious, Jiang Jiang replied, her tone unexpectedly gentle. Her gaze remarkably calm as she looked at him. A subtle smile curved her lips. She truly wished to avoid conversation with these individuals. Yet she knew that remaining silent would only lead them to incessantly inquire about trivial matters. Thus, it seemed better to take the initiative and speak. Was it really not serious? A profound sense of guilt welled up within Jiang Yunhai, and Mingzhu approached her, grasping her hand. Where are you hurt? Let me see. What did the doctor say? Her words were laced with concern, yet her demeanor revealed a distinct lack of urgency compared to before. Jiang Jiang, reluctant to expose her wounds, merely gazed quietly at her, and Mingzhu's eyes were filled with apprehension. It turned out the injury was on her leg. Is the wound on your leg healing? Her gaze fell, betraying her own insecurity. Jiang Jiang replied calmly, It's fine. Throughout the exchange, her expression remained composed, devoid of any other emotion or sign of distress. And Mingzhu realized her oversight, but what could she do? After all, she had invested so much affection in Yunshu. Soon after, she noticed Jiang Jiang's expression grow increasingly indifferent. A pang of realization struck her. Shall I take a look at your other injuries? Jiang Jiang shook her head. They are merely superficial wounds, nothing of significance. The Jiang family felt a deepening sense of discomfort. Jiang Jiang, please don't be like this. We just didn't pay enough attention to you. It doesn't mean we don't love you, and Mingzhu stammered, attempting to clarify her intentions. I understand, Jiang Jiang nodded. After all, everyone tends to orbit around the protagonist. She had long grasped this reality. There was no need to dwell on it. Chapter 46. Reluctant to reveal the unsightly. Jiang Yuhai also began to panic. He had finally managed to bring his daughter back. What if my daughter feels an imbalance within herself, believing there is no longer a necessity to remain in this home? If she were to leave alone, would that not further immerse me in the anguish of losing her? I must not allow her to endure such suffering again. Jiang Jiang. Jiang Yuhai, unable to restrain himself, stepped forward and softly called out, Do you need something? Upon hearing that unfamiliar yet courteous address, Jiang Yunhai's heart sank. He instinctively reached out to touch her head, his tone exceedingly gentle. Come, tell your father. What injuries have you sustained? Where does it hurt? Jiang Jiang turned her face away, evading Jiang Yunhai's hand. I am not in pain, she replied in a calm voice. It was evident that she was resistant to engaging with them, unwilling to share her feelings with anyone present. At that moment, Jiang Yunshu quietly interjected. How could she not be in pain? Jiang Jiang has lost a considerable amount of blood. Her legs and arms bear various injuries that startled the doctor. Jiang Yunshu expressed concern for Jiang Jiang, a girl of the same age as herself, yet she bore her burdens with remarkable caution and endurance. She felt compelled to speak up, her tone laden with compassion. Jiang Yunshu seemed to convey to the Jiang family the arduous journey Jiang Jiang had traversed. A plea for them to treat her with greater kindness. And Mingzhu inhaled deeply, suppressing her trembling hands. Is that so? Does it hurt? Jiang Yunzhou pressed further. In that fleeting moment, everyone regarded him with a look of bewilderment, as though he were intellectually challenged. Who, after all, could sustain an injury without feeling pain? Even a minor cut from a fruit knife in the kitchen would elicit a sharp pang of discomfort. Jiang Yunzhou rubbed his temples, feeling as though his mind had been muddled, leading him to utter such nonsensical words. He let out a hollow chuckle. That is not what I meant. What I mean is, do you still feel pain? If you wish to talk, you may. Feel free to tell me. Upon finishing his sentence, he felt as if he had signed his own death warrant. Perhaps it would have been better left unsaid. Listening to himself ramble on, he wondered what purpose his words served. Did he consider himself a physician, capable of tending to wounds? Jiang Jiang, may I see your injury? And Mingzhu seemed resolute in her inquiry. Jiang Jiang, however, turned away with a stoic expression, utterly disinclined to engage. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. We are concerned for you. Jiang Jiang replied curtly, no need. It appeared that these 3 words had become her catchphrase, regardless of the assistance offered. Her response would invariably be the same. Jiang Yunhai spoke in a low, serious tone. Stop acting like a child. We are all genuinely worried about your injury. Is it not your intention to cause us further distress? This child certainly had a knack for inciting anxiety. Jiang Jiang furrowed her brow, insisting. I have no intention of worrying anyone. With all sincerity, she thought to herself, how could she dare to trouble others with her own concerns? Your injury. Jiang Jiang, I don't want to show you because it's unattractive. Chapter 47. She is not a rabbit. And Mingyu furrowed her brows, wondering how this could be possible. It is possible. I can take care of myself, Jiang Jiang asserted as she rose to her feet. The perpetrator hurriedly brought over the anti-inflammatory medication prescribed by the doctor, not forgetting to bow and apologize, repeatedly expressing their remorse. Jiang Jiang shook her head and walked towards the hospital entrance with the medication in hand. Jiang Yuhai quickly followed, calling out, wait for me, Dad. And Mingzhu also hurriedly jogged after them. Jiang Yuzhou and Jiang Yushu exchanged glances, yet they silently agreed to join the group as well. This was the first time Jiang Jiang had experienced such a crowd around her. She had never gone through anything like this before, as she was accustomed to solving her problems alone. Jiang Jiang, have you not had dinner yet? There is food prepared at home that can be heated up. Or would you prefer something else? Perhaps KFC or Pizza Hut? Jiang Yunhai pondered, knowing that the children at home enjoyed such fare and assumed Jiang Jiang would too. Anything is fine. Jiang Jiang was picky about her food, but she could always refrain from eating those options. All right then, we'll buy some pizza on the way back. At the Jiang family dining table, hot dishes and freshly purchased pizza were laid out. As usual, Jiang Yunshu entered the kitchen to retrieve bowls and chopsticks. Without a moment's hesitation, she took out her favorite set and placed it before Jiang Jiang. She had initially intended to return to old Master Jiang's residence but was intercepted by Jiang Yuhai. Having already met, it seemed rather pointless to continue avoiding each other. A direct encounter was far more sensible. Jiang Jiang ascended the stairs to don a fresh set of garments. She wore a somewhat faded shirt beneath a frayed sweater and paired it with jeans, making her appear somewhat out of place amidst the lively Jiang family. Jiang Yunzhou lounged with his legs crossed, engrossed in his laptop, while Jiang Yunshu, having completed her tasks, drew back a chair to immerse herself in a game. Jiang Yunhai and Mingzhu exchanged smiles with Jiang Jiang across the dining table. With a warm demeanor, Jiang Yunhai offered a slice of pizza to Jiang Jiang. She took a bite but soon set it down, instinctively reaching for a glass of warm water. Before long, her movements came to a halt. Jiang Yunshu, her attention fixated on Jiang Jiang, inquired, do you not enjoy pizza? I'm not accustomed to it, Jiang Jiang replied, having rarely indulged in such fare. She found the taste of the cheese and bacon pizza rather peculiar. Pouring herself another cup of warm water, and Mingzhu encouraged, come, Jiang Jiang, have some bone soup. The kitchen staff has simmered it for hours, do give it a try. She presented a bowl of corn and rib soup to Jiang Jiang, who suppressed the urge to push it away and quietly sipped a spoonful. And Mingzhu appeared quite pleased. Jiang Yunzhou, observing from the sidelines, discerned Jiang Jiang's finicky nature. She was not merely selective but exceedingly so. It wasn't until she had consumed 3 cups of warm water that she nibbled on some vegetables, a bit of spinach, and a small portion of carrot, before finally setting down her bowl and chopsticks. I have had my fill. I shall ascend to the upper floor now. Jiang Jiang rose and departed from the dining table, making her way up the stairs. And Mingzhu cast a glance at the bowl of corn and rib soup, which had remained untouched after that initial mouthful. Jiang Yushu remarked, "Is she a rabbit? How can she consume so little?" Chapter 48. You are truly irritating. Jiang Yunzhou raised an eyebrow. Indeed, she is rather finicky. With such picky eating habits, one wonders if she will suffer from malnutrition. Jiang Yushu felt a twinge of concern. Jiang Jiang was already quite slender, and her food intake seemed to diminish further with each meal. It certainly exudes an air of abnormality. Both Jiang Yuhai and Mingzhu were equally troubled, slowly coming to a realization. As parents, they had been rather selfish, failing to truly understand their child. Surely she harbors some inner turmoil, unwilling to confide in them. How can this be acceptable? And Mingzhu expressed her genuine worry. Did you not send someone to investigate? Why is there still no news? In an effort to comprehend their child better, Jiang Yuhai resolved to dispatch someone to uncover the experiences Jiang Jiang had endured over the past decade. What could have led her to resist the approach of others so vehemently? Regrettably, all traces of Jiang Jiang's past had been maliciously erased. The investigation yielded scant information. Almost none at all. Let us wait a little longer. I believe results will emerge soon, Jiang Yuhai reassured his wife, unable to disclose the full extent of the situation. Once the investigation is thoroughly conducted, we shall ascertain the true experiences of this child. They yearned to make amends for her. Even the slightest gesture of recompense would suffice. Jiang Jiang pulled out a chair and flicked on the desk lamp. Its radiant glow swiftly dispelled much of the lingering chill. The Jiang family provided Jiang Jiang with an excellent study environment, a temperature-controlled room that rendered winter's harshness bearable. The desk itself even offered a gentle warmth. For this, she was grateful to the Jiang family. In the past, Jiang Jiang harbored a profound disdain for winter. With its arrival, her hands would succumb to frostbite, compelling her to don heavy winter coats, retreating into corners, desperately seeking the slightest warmth. Her phone in the drawer vibrated incessantly, buzzing. A relentless interruption. Setting down her pen, she opened the drawer to discover the caller ID, Liang Yinqing. How careless of her to have forgotten to hang up the call. After a moment's hesitation, she answered, Jiang Jiang. The voice on the other end was laced with barely contained fury. Jiang Jiang momentarily froze. Recognizing the anger that permeated his tone, she could only wonder what had riled this young master. What is it now? Jiang Jiang's voice lacked strength. The pain from her recently tended wound flared anew. Hastily, she retrieved a painkiller from her pocket and swallowed a tablet. Liang Yinqing demanded, Why didn't you call me when you were injured? Because I did not wish to speak with you. Hence I refrained from calling. Liang Yinqing, with irritation turning into a sardonic smile, threatened, If you continue to spout nonsense, do you believe I shall go to the Jiang residence right this moment? This young master, accustomed to being the sole authority, was one to act on his words. When he said he would come, he undoubtedly would. Liang Yinqing, are you a mere child of 3? Do you speak and act without engaging your intellect? The analgesic was yet to take effect, and Jiang Jiang felt as though her body was in excruciating pain, with beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. She was utterly exasperated. Everyone in this world made her feel drained and irritable. Chapter 49. Are you certain this isn't Versailles? On the other end of the line. A moment of silence was abruptly shattered by a disdainful snort. Jiang Jiang, is this the first day you are acquainted with me? This was clearly a blatant threat. Jiang Jiang, resigned, began to explain that she had accidentally been grazed by an electric bike after school and had already received treatment at the hospital. As for how this man had learned of her injury, she had no desire to uncover. If he wished to know, he possessed countless means to do so. You are utterly foolish. You can't even walk without being struck. What occupies your mind? Is it merely glue? Unsurprisingly, the man on the other end of the call grew increasingly irate. In the past, Jiang Jiang might have soothed him with a few comforting words, but at this moment, she felt an unprecedented discomfort. Indeed, my mind is filled with glue. Kindly refrain from speaking to me for the time being. No sooner had she uttered these words than a knock echoed from the door. Jiang Jiang, are you asleep? It was the voice of Yushu. Hang up. She uttered those 2 words before abruptly disconnecting the call. Upon opening the door, Jiang Yunzhu and Jiang Yunzhou stood at the threshold. One held a carton of milk, while the other carried a selection of fruits. With a cheerful smile, Jiang Yushu remarked, You hardly ate anything tonight, and I was concerned you might feel hungry in the middle of the night, so I brought you a little something to eat. Jiang Jiang replied, No, thank you. Neither of these items appealed to her palate. How can you say no? Studying late at night surely demands a considerable amount of mental energy. You must replenish your vitamin C and protein, Jiang Yunzhou said, as he pushed the door open. Jiang Yunshu confidently entered, placing the fruit platter on the desk. Jiang Jiang sighed silently and closed the door. When Jiang Yunshu's gaze inadvertently landed on the papers Jiang Jiang was working on, she picked up the test sheet and exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you a senior in high school?" "Yes." "What on earth?" She was 17 and in her second year of high school, just like Jiang Jiang. It was perplexing that Jiang Jiang was already in her final year. Jiang Yunshu also cast a look of disbelief. "I skipped a grade," Jiang Jiang replied, her expression unfazed as she pulled out a chair and sat down. To minimize expenses at the orphanage, she had decided to save as much money as possible. After much contemplation, she chose to skip one grade. Initially, she considered skipping two, but worried about keeping pace with the curriculum. After careful deliberation, she opted to advance a year during her junior year. "Wow, you truly are remarkable," Jiang Yunshu exclaimed, unable to contain her applause. "I genuinely believe she is exceptionally remarkable. How can someone be so adorable, obedient, and impressive, especially when she bows her head? The light illuminating her fair and delicate visage, it makes one irresistibly want to pinch her cheeks." "You are impressive too," Jiang Jiang smiled. "Oh no, I'm not that remarkable. Studying is the most exasperating thing for me. My greatest talent lies in playing video games. By the way, do you play games? I could take you along to play." Jiang Yunshu despises studying above all else. To her, learning is merely a waste of time. She'd rather unlock her phone and engage in a couple of gaming sessions. Jiang Jiang shook her head. "I'm not very good at it. My mind isn't suited for gaming." Jiang Yunshu had ample reason to suspect this was a blatant display of modesty. "Absolutely." Chapter 50. Study materials. Jiang Yunshu fixated intently on Jiang Jiang's exam paper and the reference answers. Every answer correct. Truly impressive. She raised her head to glance at Jiang Yunshu. "Jiang Jiang, you're amazing, aren't you? Simply extraordinary. You're just as capable as your brother." She felt that the math paper's results were beyond what could be achieved by an ordinary human. Calling her a genius would not be an exaggeration. In fact, Jiang Yunshu was also a genius, currently in his senior year of high school. Jiang Yunshu remembered how, in her younger days, Jiang Yunshu participated in math competitions, winning awards each time. He stopped joining after middle school, finding it cumbersome, much to the regret of both the math teacher and the homeroom teacher. "No." Jiang Jiang shook her head. "I just solved many problems, and patterns began to emerge. How can I be considered a genius? It merely requires an extended duration of calculation, a greater number of problems to be tackled, and a prolonged commitment compared to others. Yet, it ultimately amounts to nothing more than rote practice, squandering one's own time." Suddenly, Jiang Yunshu spoke, pointing at a problem on the paper. Jiang Jiang looked up at him. "Brother, what are you saying? Jiang Jiang is quite capable, you know?" Jiang Yunshu felt a twinge of displeasure at Jiang Yunshu's words. Unfazed, Jiang Yunshu took the paper, solved the problem, and listed several formulas on a scratch sheet. In no time, the answer emerged. The steps to the solution were straightforward, yet the thought process was remarkably unique. Jiang Jiang was taken aback. In comparison, her methodical calculations were far more complicated, leading to a greater waste of time. If only she could master such an approach, she would have ample time to tackle the larger problems and review the entire paper. Taking a deep breath, she sincerely asked, "Could you teach me?" Jiang Yunshu raised an eyebrow. "Sure, but not right now. I will teach you some formulas later." Jiang Jiang, how dull. Her least favorite word was later. Who can say if there would even be a later? With her head hanging low, her ponytail quietly falling behind her, she resembled a wilted eggplant, utterly dispirited. It was the first time Jiang Yunshu had seen her like this, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Before asking someone for a favor, shouldn't Jiang Jiang prepare a token of appreciation? It was unreasonable to seek something from others without any preparation, regardless of the circumstances. The problem-solving strategies and methods are entirely my own invention. I cannot simply divulge them to you. While it is not impossible to seek something for nothing. Jiang Jiang gazed at the questions on the paper, feeling somewhat reluctant to part with them, soon grasping Jiang Yunshu's intentions. "Well, why should one be compelled to share their own devised solutions? Thank you." Upon observing the concealed calculations on the draft paper, she resolved to contemplate them thoroughly later. Jiang Yunshu stifled a laugh. "No need for thanks." After a deliberate pause, he continued, "Come find me at City No. 1 High School after school on Friday. I will provide you with some practice papers." Upon hearing this, Jiang Jiang's eyes sparkled with excitement, and her lips involuntarily curved into a smile. "All right." Her voice grew considerably more animated. As the most prestigious institution, City No. 1 High School possessed reference materials that were not readily accessible to everyone. It was rumored that a few mathematics teachers from the previous cohort had accurately predicted the examination questions, leading many students to achieve high scores and gain admission to their desired universities. Following that, City No. 1 High School's reputation soared, and numerous students vied for a chance to obtain such materials. yet they were scarce and difficult to procure. Now, with such an excellent opportunity laid before her, how could Jiang Jiang possibly remain indifferent? Chapter 51. I am downstairs. Jiang Yunshu and Jiang Yunjiao lingered in Jiang Jiang's room for a while longer before departing. Initially, Jiang Yushu had no intention of leaving, wishing to converse with Jiang Jiang a bit longer. However, Jiang Yunjiao persistently urged her to step outside, claiming that they would disturb Jiang Jiang's rest. Upon reflection, Jiang Yushu conceded that he had a point. Jiang Jiang has sustained an injury and needs to rest. Very well. There will be ample time and opportunities to be together in the future. The desk lamp casts a warm, dim light that envelopes Jiang Jiang, while her phone beside her vibrates once more. As she touches it, she finds it exceedingly hot. The aging device, nearly drained of battery, has been incessantly ringing. Without exception, the caller's name is Liang Yanqing. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Jiang gently sweeps the loose strands of hair from her forehead upwards. What do you want? Come downstairs. The male voice on the other end carries a commanding tone. It's quite late, Liang Yanqing. Can you not be so persistent? I've spent the entire day surrounded by various people. I'm utterly exhausted. Liang Yanqing replies. I'm downstairs at the Jiang residence. Should I come up to see you, or will you come down to meet me? His threatening tone sends shivers down the spine. Jiang Jiang finds herself rendered speechless by his words. Liang Yanqing declares, if I don't manage to bring this little one down today, I shall consider it a defeat. Wait 5 minutes. Jiang Jiang concedes, slipping on her coat and placing her phone into her pocket. She descends the stairs. Upon seeing Jiang Jiang, Mingju's heart races with alarm, and she calls out in a flustered manner towards the kitchen door, Jiang Yuhai, come here. Jiang Yuhai drops the plate he is holding and rushes to his wife's side. In that moment, both their gazes fixate on Jiang Jiang. She feels uncomfortable under their scrutiny and hastens to explain, I'm just stepping out for a moment. I'll be back shortly. And Mingju sighed with relief upon hearing the news, yet Jiang Yunhai was engulfed in concern. Are you certain you will return soon? Are you not leaving? He worried that this sensitive and fragile child might feel wronged today and decide to leave. Indeed, are you feeling wronged and thinking of leaving? Please don't go. If there is anything on your mind, you can share it with us. If we have erred in any way, we can amend it now. Jiang Jiang. Upon hearing Jiang Yunhai's words, and Mingju became flustered and began to explain. Jiang Jiang shook her head amidst their gazes, reiterating, I am not leaving. A friend has come to see me, and I just want to step outside for a moment. What friend? How well do you know them? There are far too many ill-intentioned people around, and given the late hour, please don't go out carelessly, Jiang Yuhai urged, his anxiety palpable. Just stay at the door and return quickly. Jiang Jiang, reluctant to elaborate, felt a certain distance from the Jiang family. At times, she preferred to keep certain matters to herself, and Mingju, fearing to upset Jiang Jiang, softened her tone. Just stay at the door then. Well, you may go, but remember to return early. Jiang Jiang nodded and stepped outside, and Mingju shot a fierce glare at Jiang Yunhai. Why are you glaring at me? Jiang Yunhai was bewildered, and Mingju snapped, I told you to install the surveillance at the entrance earlier, but you never listened. Now, we have no way of knowing who Jiang Jiang is with. Jiang Yuhai slapped his thigh, filled with regret. Tomorrow, he will summon someone to install surveillance cameras, the kind that offers a high-definition, 365-degree view without any blind spots. Chapter 52. Is he intent on severing all ties with me? As I pushed open the grand door of the Jiang residence, a sleek black sedan awaited at the entrance. Under the dim glow of the streetlight, I recognized it at a glance as Liang Yanqing's vehicle. Jiang Jiang instinctively took a few steps back. The window was partially lowered, and Liang Yanqing's somewhat sullen gaze fell upon me. With nowhere to hide, I found my feet moving forward. I climbed into the car, suppressing the urge to recoil from the prickling sensation on my scalp. Reaching out, I heard Liang Yanqing's tone, cold and composed. There's no need to extend a hand. If you have something to say, just speak. Liang Yanqing cast a glance in my direction, his expression darkening. While my mood is still tolerable, extend your hand. I observed his reaction closely, a frigid smile curling at the corners of my lips, realizing that this man was likely quite upset. Reluctantly, I extended my hand. Where's the injury? Liang Yanqing's voice grew even colder, his obsidian eyes radiating a chilling light. Resigned, I rolled up my sleeve to reveal my wounded arm. Although it had been bandaged in the hospital, the angle at which I had been writing in the study had inadvertently aggravated the injury, causing fresh blood to seep from the wound, giving it a rather alarming appearance. Liang Yanqing frowned. Is there more? Understanding that one should never jest with this man, I rolled up my pant leg. The injury above my knee was conspicuously larger than the one on my hand. Uncertain of the cause, blood seeped through the gauze. A sharp intake of breath followed. Have you become so indifferent to your own body? Or do you believe yourself to be invulnerable, impervious to injury? Jiang Jiang was momentarily taken aback by the words. Her mind, already somewhat muddled, struggled to comprehend the situation, her slender arms and legs barely warranting a glance. Liang Yinqing's displeasure intensified as he observed her. Must you truly subject yourself to such a state of disrepair to find satisfaction? Jiang Jiang, feeling a pang of guilt, cast her gaze downwards at her injured leg. Was it necessary to exaggerate so? It was merely a minor wound. Any injury, after all, would soon heal. And once it did, it would be as if nothing had ever happened. In other words, there was little reason to dwell on it. A stinging antiseptic was poured onto Jiang Jiang's arm, causing her to instinctively withdraw her hand in pain. Yet, to her surprise, the man held her firmly, rendering her incapable of movement. Irritated and embarrassed, Jiang Jiang shot Liang Yinqing an indignant glance. Their eyes locked, and the depths of his gaze appeared darker than ever. Unintentionally, she found herself momentarily lost in his stare. 10 years ago, that young boy stood before her, bruised and battered. His calm gaze swept over her desolate figure. At that time, she had been mercilessly bullied for a morsel of food. A mere child, deemed unworthy of a meal, existing like refuse. It was he who lifted her up, clenched his fists, and shielded her from harm. Jiang Jiang lowered her head. Thank you, Liang Yinqing. You need not apologize. I cannot bear the weight of your gratitude. Jiang Jiang, somewhat bewildered, lifted her head, her gaze filled with confusion. You ignore my calls and messages, engage in a few quarrels, and then you suddenly take the initiative to thank me. Are you attempting to sever all ties with me? Liang Yinqing scoffed, though his actions became noticeably gentler. Chapter 53. A little hedgehog, are you suggesting that I should remain estranged from you for eternity? Jiang Jiang's soft and sweet voice resonated throughout the room. Liang Yinqing's movements paused, his pupils constricting suddenly. After a moment, he replied, go ahead and try. He raised an eyebrow, appearing nonchalant, yet his tone was even colder than before. Jiang Jiang, expressionless, responded, I was just joking. Humph. Liang Yinqing did not dwell on this matter further and continued tending to Jiang Jiang's wounds. His movements were careful and meticulous as he retrieved a medical kit from the front of the car. The kit was well stocked with various supplies. The car was enveloped in silence, occasionally interrupted by the sharp sting of medication against her wounds, causing Jiang Jiang to involuntarily gasp. In the presence of unfamiliar individuals, she was adept at concealing her pain, but around someone she had known for a long time, there was an inevitable sense of relaxation. Humans are indeed peculiar creatures. Once the wounds were dressed, Liang Yinqing leaned back lazily, arms crossed. Jiang Jiang flexed her legs and arms slightly. To her surprise, his bandaging skills were quite commendable. Lowering her gaze and blinking her large, watery eyes, which sparkled enticingly, she evoked an irresistible softness in the hearts of those around her. Was something amiss? Such a demeanor was seldom displayed by her, and a sense of bewilderment enveloped her entire being. Jiang Jiang, Liang Yinqing, are you withholding information to compel me to investigate on my own? Very well, I shall pursue the inquiry myself. However, should I uncover anything dubious, you are well aware of my methods. His words dripped with an insinuation of threat, a tone that seemed to emerge from the pages of a domineering male protagonist. What was his issue? Jiang Jiang sighed, finally unable to suppress her irritation as she cast a glance in his direction. He was not some fictional tyrant. Yet he felt like a glitch in her reality, a figure who had never existed. Ironically, it was precisely because he was an anomaly that Jiang Jiang felt compelled to engage with him. Had Liang Yinqing the slightest connection to the female lead, she would have resolutely distanced herself from him. You refuse to speak. Liang Yinqing casually tousled Jiang Jiang's hair, his voice unexpectedly laced with a hint of grievance. Jiang Jiang doubted her senses and looked up at him, questioning, what? I have told you before, if something is amiss, do not foolishly shoulder it all alone. Jiang Jiang's demeanor was perpetually one of endurance, naively believing that her steadfastness would shield her from troubles. Yet, she had forgotten. At times, the more one endures, the more one may unwittingly invite encroachment. His voice, gentle and ethereal, delivered an imperceptible yet profound blow to Jiang Jiang, adrift in a vast ocean. She never anticipated that one day, someone would cast her a lifeline. She clutched that lifeline with fervor, instinctively bowing her head once more. However, when she lifted her gaze, she hesitated. There was no need to perpetually lower her head, she could simply look up. Like a little hedgehog, she curled into herself at the slightest provocation, her quills unwittingly pricking those around her, ultimately causing herself greater harm. In Chapter 54, her capacity for endurance was pushed to the limits. Jiang Jiang remained silent. Was it not true? Liang Yinqing furrowed his brow, compelled to acknowledge the validity of his words. Whenever faced with adversity, she habitually evaded confrontation, choosing instead to bear the burden alone, unwilling to impose upon others. Her sole desire was to navigate life in this world without becoming a source of trouble for anyone. Liang Yinqing spoke again. Jiang Jiang, You need not suffer so. If she were to speak up, there were plenty willing to assist her. I don't feel burdened at all. Jiang Jiang instinctively retorted. Liang Yinqing narrowed his eyes, exclaiming, how stubborn you are. She looked up at him earnestly, asserting, I truly do not feel overwhelmed. She was merely playing her part in the unfolding narrative at the right moment. Once the narrative reaches its conclusion, she will naturally depart. Liang Yinqing gazed at her petite visage, momentarily unable to discern whether her words were sincere or fabricated. Jiang Jiang forced a smile, uttering a simple thank you. Such a naive apology rendered Liang Yinqing speechless with irritation. He opened the portable thermos, retrieved a cup of soy milk, inserted a straw, and offered it to her. Jiang Jiang hesitated to accept. Liang Yinqing clarified, Aunt Feng made it. Aunt Feng, the housekeeper of the Liang family, was renowned for her exceptional skill in preparing soy milk. Jiang Jiang had a particular fondness for it. After a brief moment of contemplation, she reached for the cup, took a sip, and savored the warm, mildly sweet, and not overly rich soy milk as it flowed from her mouth down her throat, spreading warmth throughout her entire being. The delightful flavor mirrored her fondest memories. Jiang Jiang took small sips, her cheeks puffed out like a little rabbit. Have you eaten? Liang Yinqing inquired. Jiang Jiang responded affirmatively, a little. She was not particularly fond of meals, often treating them as an afterthought, habitually sipping water or soy milk, appearing as if she were on the brink of starvation. Previously, Jiang Jiang's circumstances had been dire, devoid of any semblance of attention, and she had even endured maltreatment, bearing it all in solitude. She possessed remarkable resilience, able to withstand both physical pain and the sympathetic gazes of those around her. She could feign indifference, raising her head to offer a smile to her onlookers before quietly turning away. The sensation was akin to delivering an invisible slap to those individuals. She had consumed an ample amount, and as anticipated, she lied. Liang Yinqing was not convinced in the slightest. Indeed, I have eaten a great deal today, and I have not drunk much water. Jiang Jiang seemed eager to underscore her assertion of having eaten plentifully. Draining the last drop of soy milk from the bag and shaking it to emphasize her point, Liang Yinqing found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate the peculiar feeling that had arisen within him. This little creature had begun to deceive herself once more. He let out a long sigh, abruptly adopting a feigned ferocity as he commanded, there is another bottle of soy milk in the thermos. Make sure to drink it all. At that moment, Jiang Jiang glanced at the thermos and realized that it contained not just one bottle of soy milk. A quick look revealed 5, 6, or even 7 bottles. Unable to contain herself, she let out a soft laugh. As she disembarked, Liang Yinqing slipped 2 more bottles into her hands. Just as Jiang Jiang turned to leave, he tightened his palm behind her and said, if that family treats you poorly, let me know. All right. Jiang Jiang nodded before turning away. Liang Yinqing's expression darkened at a visible pace. What nonsense is this? If she had truly heeded my words, she wouldn't have responded so readily. To put it plainly, she has not absorbed my message at all. My dear ancestor, where have you gone? Do you realize what you are doing? You are due to record your program shortly. Kuan received a phone call that felt like a summons from fate. At the recording site, he spoke without hesitation, his entire being practically bouncing with anxiety. This ancestor had never been so frenzied before. Unbeknownst to him, someone had sent a photograph that sent him into a daze, causing him to flee the scene, leaving a considerable mess behind for him to address. He was left to apologize profusely, helplessly instructing the other guests to take the stage first. I know. Liang Yinqing's voice was cold and curt. Kuan, what do you know? You only know. Kuan suppressed the anger bubbling within him. Where are you? I'll have a Huang pick you up. Liang Yinqing, no need. I'm on my way back now. Kuan sensed a hint of schadenfreude in his tone as he questioned, are you going to see your sister again? Kuan. Liang Yinqing's voice suddenly turned frigid. Do I need to account for my itinerary to you? Kuan felt a chill run down his spine and quickly shook his head in denial. I was just joking. Why take it so seriously? His smile faltered as the call abruptly ended. Having grown accustomed to such abruptness, Kuan took a deep breath, slowly exhaling, silently reminding himself that in the grand scheme of things, the boss reigns supreme. Engaging in a battle against the heavens is exhilarating, while contending with the earth brings joy. If one were to clash with the boss, they would be nothing but a fool. For now, Kuan had no desire to play the fool. He patted a Huang, whose eyes were wide like a giraffe's, and commanded, go, prepare some food. Your boss will surely be hungry after the recording. Understood. A Huang obediently nodded. Meanwhile, in the Jiang family's living room, and Mingzhu was anxiously gazing at the entrance. Hadn't he, the child, merely stepped out for a brief moment? Why had she yet to return? Jiang Yuhai interjected. Didn't she mention that a friend had come to see her? The two young ladies must have much to discuss. And Mingzhu cast a disdainful glance at him. Could you refrain from pacing back and forth? Your incessant movement is quite irksome. Though she verbally claimed not to worry. Her body betrayed her, revealing her anxiousness as she continued to walk about, causing discomfort to those observing. After receiving a scolding, Jiang Yunhai dutifully settled on a small stool directly at the entrance. Jiang Jiang, mindful of the injury on her leg, walked with some difficulty, further hampered by the 2 bottles of soy milk she carried. As soon as she stepped through the doorway, Jiang Yunhai's gaze turned toward her, followed closely by an Mingzhu's scrutinizing look. Jiang Jiang thought to herself, what are they staring at? Are they searching for reasons to chastise me? It seemed they were indeed preparing to reprimand her. Well, perhaps a little admonishment was in order. Chapter 56. Do not be deceived. The entire living room fell into a hushed silence, with no one making any effort to speak. Jiang Jiang pondered. Are they attempting to provoke me into initiating a conversation? Very well. After all, she was the infamous villainess from the story, and instigating conflict was not beyond her capabilities. She lifted her head and inquired, do you have something to discuss? Typically, such remarks would lead others to perceive her as lacking in upbringing and decorum. In a bid to initiate a reprimand, and Mingzhu remarked, you, my child. Jiang Jiang responded, excellent. The tone and lines are identical. Let the storm intensify. She yearned to delve deeper into the narrative, entirely oblivious to the warmth and kindness emanating from Mingzhu's gentle demeanor. Your father and I are somewhat concerned about you. There are far too many unsavory characters lurking about. Who did you encounter just now? Jiang Yunhai inquired, a smile gracing his features. This couple, standing side by side, exuded an air of benevolence and compassion, particularly in the way they gazed at Jiang Jiang, filled with boundless affection. Jiang Jiang gritted her teeth, feeling a dissonance between reality and her preconceived notions. And Mingzhu and Jiang Yunhai secretly regretted allowing their child to venture out alone. Noticing Jiang Jiang's silence, and Mingzhu remained unperturbed, assuring her, it's all right if you choose not to share. What matters is that you enjoy yourself. Jiang Jiang found herself questioning the words she had just heard. Biting her lip and inhaling deeply, she maintained a polite smile, stating, I'm a bit tired. I shall retire for the night. She needed a moment of tranquility to reflect and discern where things had gone awry. And Mingzhu sensed her child's inner turmoil and worried that Jiang Jiang might retreat to her bed and weep in solitude, unwilling to let her child endure such distress. With urgency, Mingzhu exchanged meaningful glances with Jiang Yunhai. Jiang Yunhai understood the intentions of his wife. Although he felt somewhat awkward, he mustered the courage to speak up. Jiang Jiang, shall we sit down and have a chat? Jiang Jiang replied, no, not at all. She had no desire to engage in conversation with him. Yet, under the eaves, one cannot help but bow their head. On the sofa, Mingzhu took the soy milk from her hands, poured a cup of warm water, and handed it to her. Jiang Jiang felt her entire body warm up. Jiang Yunhai's gaze was imbued with an unprecedented gentleness. Regarding what happened at the hospital today, I must apologize on behalf of your father. We were overly anxious and spoke to you with a tone that was not appropriate. Here, I take responsibility for that. Jiang Jiang's body stiffened, incredulously looking at Jiang Yunhai. Never had an elder apologize to her for such a trivial matter. Even Mingzhu spoke up, I am sorry. My dear, I did not see you in time, nor did I notice your injuries. Her beloved daughter had transformed into someone else. And yet she had forgotten this fact, seeing others first. A wave of warmth surged within Jiang Jiang as she struggled to suppress the tumult in her heart. Calmly meeting Mingzhu's gaze and saying, it's all right. A voice within her seemed to repeatedly warn, Jiang Jiang, do not be deceived. Do not forget your own identity for a mere trifling kindness. And Mingzhu felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. How could it be all right? Jiang Yunhai sighed and spoke, do not worry. We shall treat you well from now on. We will certainly make amends. Indeed, you need not trust us at this moment. Simply observe our future actions, and Mingzhu said, fully aware of how a child devoid of security tends to distrust others, her tone gentle. Words alone bore little weight. She resolved to become a good mother and care for Jiang Jiang diligently. After a brief hesitation, Jiang Jiang took a deep breath, stood up, and declared, I will head upstairs first. Casting a glance at the couple, she turned and departed. She found it impossible, truly impossible, to place her trust in anyone. She would not entrust her sense of security to others, fully grasping that such comfort could only be derived from within oneself. No one else could provide it. Reflecting on this, Jiang Jiang recalled that she had yet to complete her exam papers. She needed to review the calculations in her draft notebook carefully, striving to comprehend the formulas contained within. On the sofa, Mingzhu turned to Jiang Yunhai, saying, it's all your fault for being so harsh with the child at the hospital. Jiang Yunhai, taken aback by the sudden reproach, widened his eyes in surprise. You cannot blame me. It was clearly your poor eyesight that led you to misidentify the child at first glance. And Mingzhu replied, This time, we were in the wrong. We must find a way to soothe the child. Something seems amiss. Perhaps we should consult a psychologist for her. Upon concluding his statement, Jiang Jiang prepared to take action, pulling out his phone to make a call. Wait, and Mingzhu interjected. And Mingzhu intervened, suggesting that they first allow the child to trust them a little, otherwise, they would only push her further away. Jiang Jiang also recognized this point and nodded in agreement. Jiang Jiang closed her eyes and endured a night filled with nightmares. In her dreams, a fierce protagonist confronted her, accusing her of stealing her possessions. She frantically tried to explain, yet no one believed her words. As the protagonist lunged towards her, she swiftly evaded, running throughout the night until exhaustion overwhelmed her. With dark circles under her eyes, she descended the stairs for breakfast. Good morning, Jiang Jiang greeted Mingzhu and Jiang Jiang, who had been waiting at the dining table. Jiang Jiang silently nodded, picking up a cup of soy milk and sipping it slowly. Jiang Yushu yawned widely, coming down the stairs and naturally taking a seat beside Jiang Jiang. After downing a large gulp of milk, she felt her senses sharpen significantly, only to be startled upon glancing at Jiang Jiang. Did you sleep poorly last night? Did you dream of something frightening? Your dark circles are quite pronounced. Just how late did you study last night? Jiang Jiang sighed with relief, having only studied a little. Jiang Jiang expressed concern, stating that while academics are important, one's health is even more crucial. If the exam results are not satisfactory, it is of no consequence. There is no need to impose excessive pressure on oneself. Jiang Jiang tightened her grip around her cup and unconsciously replied with a simple, okay. Indeed, health is the foundation of all endeavors. And Mingzhu placed a plate of perfectly cooked steak before Jiang Jiang. Chapter 58, A Trip to Buy Delicious Treats. Jiang Jiang pushed the plate away and picked up a bowl of millet porridge, beginning to sip it. And Mingzhu inquired, do you enjoy millet porridge, Jiang Jiang? With so many dishes before you, why do you choose to drink porridge instead? Indeed, consuming porridge could satiate one's hunger while giving the impression of having eaten sparingly. Would you like to try some milk? It's quite delightful, Jiang Yinshu said, shaking a bottle of milk in her hand. Jiang Jiang shook her head. Swiftly, Jiang Yinshu tucked a bottle of milk into her backpack. Drink up, don't be shy, she urged, her tone so enthusiastic that it left little room for Jiang Jiang to respond. Jiang Jiang found it hard to resist such warmth. Lowering her head, she finished the millet porridge in her bowl, then slung her backpack over her shoulder and stood up. I'm off to school now. Wait for me, cried Yinshu, jumping up and eagerly trailing behind Jiang Jiang. Jiang Yinhai, concerned about any potential discord between the two children, also stood up. Let me accompany you both. As they exited the Jiang family's home, Jiang Jiang found herself flanked by two companions. She was accustomed to making the journey to school alone, perhaps taking the bus if necessary, which now felt rather unfamiliar. Jiang Jiang, you really didn't eat enough this morning. Don't you like to eat? If you're not fond of what's available, why not purchase some tasty treats from the store? He took several red bills from his pocket and forcefully pressed them into Jiang Jiang's hands. You should really take this, he insisted. Jiang Yinhai felt a genuine pang of concern for the child. Why wouldn't you? Your parents and brother are working tirelessly outside, striving to provide a solid material foundation for you. Use this money to buy something you enjoy. Uncertain of the child's WeChat and Alipay, Jiang Yinhai resorted to this direct approach. Jiang Jiang remarked, this is rather simple and blunt. What? Jiang Yinhai looked at Jiang Jiang with hopeful anticipation. Jiang Jiang gritted her teeth and said, could you please not accompany me to school? I can go by myself. Jiang Yinhai. It was evident that she was dismissing him. At that moment, Jiang Yushu seized the opportunity to link her arm with Jiang Jiang's. Dad. It's all right. You needn't follow us. We're not toddlers. We can manage to go to school on our own. At most, we'll call you when we get there. It was clear that these two children were truly dismissive of him. Feeling uneasy, he offered a final reminder. All right, I understand. Just make sure to call me once you arrive at school. Okay, they replied dismissively. Jiang Yinshu pulled Jiang Jiang away. And as he watched the two children walk away, he smiled. Initially, he had worried that they might not get along well, but it now seemed that his concerns were entirely unfounded. Jiang Yinshu held Jiang Jiang's arm tightly. Jiang Jiang felt somewhat uncomfortable with the unfamiliar contact and instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand. Jiang Yinshu quickly discerned Jiang Jiang's intentions. You've injured your leg. Allow me to support you. It would be unfortunate if you were to fall. Although Jiang Jiang's leg was indeed somewhat injured, it was not to the extent that she could not walk. She opened her mouth, attempting to withdraw her hand. Without reservation, Jiang Yinshu declared, should you refuse my assistance, I shall call our father to have him drive us both to school. Jiang Jiang was taken aback. Chapter 59, You are my sister now. Come on, let us go. Jiang Yinshu urged with a beaming smile as she pulled Jiang Jiang forward. Reluctantly, Jiang Jiang acquiesced, thinking that a mere touch of support would suffice. The school was not far, and along the way, Jiang Yushu chattered incessantly. Jiang Jiang remained silent, merely lowering her head to listen. Jiang Yushu was positively radiant, exuding the warmth and vitality of a little sun, which undoubtedly explained her popularity among so many. As their conversation continued, Jiang Yushu gradually fell silent. Sensing Jiang Jiang's gaze upon her, Jiang Jiang lifted her head to meet her eyes, and Jiang Yinshu responded with a wide, cheerful grin. Jiang Jiang, you are so well-behaved, patiently listening to me. Jiang Yinshu acknowledged that she indeed had a tendency to talk excessively. Even Jiang Yunzhou found her loquaciousness irksome. Yet, Jiang Jiang remained quiet, not uttering a single word or interrupting her. With her fair, delicate face and dark, sparkling eyes, she resembled a Barbie doll displayed in a shop window. Unable to resist, Jiang Yinshu felt an irresistible urge to pinch her cheek. Jiang Yinshu resolutely decided that she would protect this little sister in the future. Jiang Jiang felt a bit embarrassed, unsure of how to respond. She awkwardly wished for Jiang Yinshu to maintain some distance, not to draw too close. Whenever she felt the intense gaze upon her, Jiang Jiang couldn't shake the sensation of being a despicable wretch, having taken something that did not rightfully belong to her. Suddenly, Jiang Yinshu called out, her expression serious, a subtle smile curving at the corners of her mouth, enigmatic in nature. Jiang Jiang immediately felt a rush of tension. After a moment, Jiang Yinshu revealed her pristine set of 8 teeth and asked, "Do you perhaps like me too?" Jiang Jiang, reluctant to engage, turned to leave. Jiang Yinshu persistently called out from behind, "Don't walk so fast. If you rush ahead, I won't be able to keep up. Please, don't go. You have an injury on your leg. Running so quickly might cause you to fall." Jiang Yushu, still somewhat vexed, pondered how she could run so swiftly with an injured leg. Adhering to her principle of seeing tasks through to completion, she was determined to escort Jiang Jiang to the classroom. "No need," Jiang Jiang refused. Jiang Yushu, undeterred, continued to voice her concerns. "You are injured. If I don't take care of you, what will happen if you fall while climbing the stairs? I worry about you. After all, your injury is partially my responsibility." The incessant chatter made Jiang Jiang feel a discomfort in her ears. After tentatively uttering a couple of responses, she chose to close her mouth selectively. Jiang Yushu, feeling utterly satisfied, escorted Jiang Jiang into the classroom. As she helped Jiang Jiang through the doorway, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Jiang Yinshu busied herself, pulling out chairs, wiping down desks, and placing Jiang Jiang's backpack down before retrieving her textbooks. Just before departing, she earnestly reminded, "Behave yourself at school. I shall come to fetch you after class. You mustn't walk home alone. If you dare to do so, even if your leg is healed, I will certainly cling to you without relent." Jiang Jiang thought to herself, "I am not a mere 3-year-old. Why can I not walk by myself?" What was this threat all about? As Jiang Yinshu was about to step out of the classroom, she seemed to recall something and halted. Approaching the podium, she tapped the desk and addressed the class with utmost seriousness. "Dear classmates, my sister has injured her leg and is not in good condition. I kindly ask for your support and understanding. Thank you." Chapter 60. The life of the protagonist Jiang Jiang. "Remember, I will come to pick you up after school," Jiang Yinshu reiterated, as if fearing Jiang Jiang might forget. Jiang Jiang replied, "Thank you." Once Jiang Yinshu exited, the classroom erupted in commotion. "Jiang Jiang, your sister is Jiang Yinshu? Is this for real?" Lin Jifeng exclaimed, eyes wide in shock. "No," Jiang Jiang replied. "Stop lying. I just heard her say she is your sister," Lin insisted. Jiang Jiang, maintaining a serious demeanor, retorted, "You must have misheard." Lin Jifeng gritted his teeth, harboring not an ounce of belief. Was it not said that Jiang Jiang was an orphan, bereft of both father and mother? Just days ago, it was reported that her father had visited the school, and now, today, an older sister had appeared. This left Lin Jifeng feeling somewhat flustered. He had not refrained from bullying Jiang Jiang in the past. Humph. With a hint of unwillingness, he let out a disdainful snort through his nostrils, thinking that having a sister did not render one remarkable. Huang Tingting, unable to suppress her curiosity, enveloped Jiang Jiang's arm in an enthusiastic embrace, exclaiming, "Jiang Jiang, you truly lack sisterly camaraderie. You know Jiang Yinshu and didn't even inform us." Jiang Yinshu was renowned as a prodigious esports player from the prestigious No. 1 high school in the city. Despite being female, her prowess in esports rivaled that of professional players, having led her team to the national finals on several occasions, thus bringing glory to her school. More importantly, she had an older brother named Jiang Yunju, who was not only handsome but also an exceptional basketball player, and a younger brother named Jiang Yunma, who was currently a trainee in an entertainment company and seemed poised to debut soon. setting aside everything else. Just the allure of a dashing older brother and a star-bound younger brother was enough to inspire envy, was it not? As her arm was grasped, Jiang Jiang felt her entire body stiffen, subtly withdrawing her hand while she spoke softly. I do not know her well. We have merely crossed paths a few times. She was certainly aware of how formidable Jiang Yunshu, the protagonist, was. However, she pondered, what relevance did that hold for her? What does it mean to seldom meet? I perceive that he is not quite as you describe. It appears that the bond between you two is quite strong, and she has even stated her intention to look out for you. Furthermore, did she not mention coming to pick you up after school? Are you two living together? In any case, Huang Tingting is entirely unconvinced. I never would have guessed that Jiang Jiang, who usually remains silent, is acquainted with such a character. Introduce us, will you? Your relationship with her seems genuinely amicable, and I have long wished to become acquainted with her. Huang Tingting smiled, envisioning the prestige she would gain from such an introduction. Jiang Jiang replied, I truly am not well acquainted with her, so I cannot facilitate an introduction. Huang Tingting's spirits dampened. All right, if you say you're not familiar, then I'll take your word for it. By the way, could you show me your homework from yesterday? In comparison, completing yesterday's assignment holds greater significance. I've done it, but it's not with me. What? Huang Tingting exclaimed incredulously. Where did that test paper go? Jiang Jiang responded. I submitted it to the teacher right after finishing it yesterday. Huang Tingting was taken aback. No way, you handed it in that quickly? Under Huang Tingting's gaze, Jiang Jiang retrieved her English book and began to read. Huang Tingting exclaimed, wait, is this some sort of competition? Are you trying to outdo everyone? You're just a lazy fish. Can't you take it easy on yourself? Chapter 61. Swipe my card. The morning's classes swiftly passed. At the entrance of the third middle school during the lunch break, students poured out like birds released from their cages, a bustling throng. Jiang Yunshu stood at the gate, laden with an array of items. Upon spotting Jiang Jiang emerge, she cheerfully waved her hand. By mere coincidence, their eyes met, and Jiang Jiang felt a twinge of discomfort. For the first time in her life, she wished to swiftly evade someone, turning her back in an attempt to shield herself. Alas, she was a moment too late. Jiang Yunshu had already strode over to her side, playfully ruffling her hair while exclaiming, Jiang Jiang, you came out for lunch. Jiang Jiang pondered that perhaps venturing out for lunch was a mistake today. The cafeteria charged 10 yuan for a meal, while the noodle shop across the street offered a mere 4 yuan, with the option to add more noodles if needed. For Jiang Jiang, this was the perfect choice. Suddenly, Jiang Yunshu leaned in closer, whispering in her ear, I bought you fried chicken wings and a large drumstick, along with roasted chestnuts and milk tea. Which one would you like? She raised her head, shaking the plastic bag in her hand. Jiang Jiang, already bewildered, found herself even more perplexed by this unexpected gesture. What was going on? She had never been treated this way before, and as she faced this situation, she hesitated for a moment before shaking her head and declining. No need, she replied. But why not? The girls in our class absolutely adore these treats. It's said to be the winter's trifecta. What else was there? During class today, Jiang Yunshu's mind was entirely preoccupied with Jiang Jiang's pallid little face. She pondered whether Jiang Jiang had eaten, if she was still being picky, and whether her leg wound still ached. However, Jiang Jiang shook her head, as she had never been particularly interested in such matters. Although Jiang Yunshu was a girl, her tall stature set her apart from her classmates, creating a striking presence. Despite holding a large bag of items in one hand, she managed to steady Jiang Jiang with the other. Unsure of any connection, she thought she would inquire further and bring back the information later. A sweet girl like Jiang Jiang certainly deserved plenty of delightful treats. Her enthusiasm was almost overwhelming. When Jiang Jiang waved her hand in refusal, Jiang Yunshu promptly pressed the contents of the bag into her hands, insisting, take it, no need to be polite. Jiang Yunshu understood a hint of opportunism, expressing, you study so hard. It's only right to replenish your energy with some food. Jiang Jiang turned her head, feeling a bit bashful. Jiang Yunshu quickly grasped her shyness and reassured her, if you ever wish for anything to eat, just let me know. It's perfectly all right if you find it hard to say, I'll buy it for you. I have plenty of pocket money, all earned by myself. In recent years, Jiang Yunshu had participated in various competitions, earning a considerable amount in prizes. Jiang Jiang admired her, exclaiming, you are so impressive, truly worthy of being the protagonist, with such remarkable earning abilities. Upon receiving compliments, Jiang Yunshu felt a sense of pride. What was so impressive? It was merely a playful endeavor. After speaking, she retrieved a card from her bag, urging, come, take my card and feel free to spend it as you wish. Buy anything you desire. Jiang Jiang declined. Thank you. But I won't. Chapter 62. I am never picky with food after being rejected for the first time. Jiang Yinshu felt a pang of discomfort. She genuinely wished to spend money on Jiang Jiang, the first girl in this world for whom she wanted to spend. She began to grasp the feeling of receiving money from elders to treat others. Don't you like the card? If not, I have a little cash in my bag. Please accept it. Eagerly, she attempted to force the cash from her pocket into Jiang Jiang's. Jiang Jiang, with her left hand laden with items, found herself unable to move as Jiang Yinshu held her right hand. If you refuse, I shall persistently cling to you. I won't let you go. Jiang Yinshu asserted her determination. Jiang Jiang was left speechless. Jiang Yinshu observed Jiang Jiang with genuine concern, feeling pained that she had to collect bottles after school each day. With a sigh, Jiang Jiang acknowledged that although Jiang Yinshu's enthusiasm was somewhat overwhelming, she could clearly sense the worry behind it. She was not devoid of feelings. After spending time together, she felt an unprecedented level of care and attention. The Jiang family was indeed earnest in their efforts to look after her. Jiang Yinshu had never uttered any inappropriate words in her presence. She spoke with an inherent consideration for her feelings. There was no air of superiority or arrogance, only an abundance of warmth. Yet, beneath this exterior, there lingered a sense of darkness and humility within her. Not far from the school, a noodle shop was bustling during the mealtime rush, filled to capacity with patrons. Habitually, Jiang Jiang ordered a bowl of Yangshan noodles, to which Jiang Yinshu promptly responded. I'll have the same as her. Jiang Jiang replied. Jiang Yinshu, you needn't order the same as I do. With a playful wink, Jiang Yinshu retorted. I enjoy sharing the same dish as you. Besides, these are precisely what I should be eating. Jiang Jiang took a deep breath, conceding, suit yourself. Jiang Yinshu smiled quietly, choosing not to pursue the conversation further. The small eatery, though crowded, boasted remarkable efficiency, and within 5 minutes, 2 bowls of noodles adorned with black pepper and garnished with slices of green pepper were placed before them. The broth was surprisingly sweet and delightful. Jiang Yinshu watched in astonishment as Jiang Jiang, unfazed, popped the green pepper from her bowl into her mouth, chewing and swallowing it with ease. Jiang Yinshu furrowed her brow, incredulous. Aren't you picky about your food? In her recollection, picky eaters, like that Jiang Yunma, typically avoided vegetables like green peppers and carrots altogether. Yet, Jiang Jiang not only consumed the peppers but did so with an air of enjoyment, relishing each bite. At that moment, Jiang Jiang felt no inclination to speak. Her sole desire was to savor her noodles in silence. Unable to withstand Jiang Yinshu's wide-eyed gaze fixated upon her, Jiang Jiang paused momentarily before articulating. I am not picky with food. You're not picky? Jiang Yinshu appeared utterly incredulous, as if confronted by a ghost. Observing her beautifully contoured profile evoked an almost surreal sensation. Jiang Jiang shook her head, asserting, I have never been choosy. For a child raised in an orphanage, having any morsel to eat is a blessing. What right do I have to critique the quality of food? Being able to fill my belly is the greatest fortune. Yet, the truth remained that she had never truly experienced satiation. Over time, she learned to suppress her desire for certain foods. Chapter 63. I will take care of you. Jiang Yinshu furrowed her brows, pouting in disbelief. In the next instant, she dashed to the counter. Excuse me, could you please add a fried egg and some meat skewers and sausages? After placing her order, she set her purchases on the table. You claim not to be picky, so you must consume all of this. Do you dare to eat everything? Jiang Jiang thought to herself that while she was not picky, she certainly did not intend to overindulge. How could one possibly finish such a copious amount of food? She chose to ignore the challenge. Jiang Yinshu shot her a skeptical glance, still unconvinced, as she insisted on piling the fried egg and sausages onto Jiang Jiang's plate. If you do not finish all of this, I will be angry. Truly, I will be very angry. Jiang Jiang was momentarily taken aback. She then lowered her gaze, chuckling softly. Your anger has nothing to do with me. Jiang Yinshu sulked in silence. What was the matter? Did she not like her? Did she not wish to be friends? Jiang Yinshu had been the center of attention for far too long. Whenever she displayed even the slightest hint of dissatisfaction, those around her would go to great lengths to win her favor. Initially, it was her family, followed by her peers at school. Even her group members would heed her every word. Yet, Jiang Jiang was different. She did not shower her with flattering glances or utter sweet nothings. Instead, she simply lowered her head and continued her tasks, not once glancing in Jiang Yinshu's direction. Jiang Jiang, I wish to be your sister. I want to take good care of you, so please do not speak to me in that manner, Jiang Yinshu expressed, feeling somewhat indignant. She genuinely cherished Jiang Jiang. However, Jiang Jiang, feeling a bit annoyed by her incessant chatter, found the noodles before her suddenly unappealing. After finishing the last bite, she didn't spare Jiang Yinshu a single glance and walked out. She had neither the time nor the energy to concern herself with the whims and actions of the leading lady. Her sole focus was to secure her future, ensuring that she would have countless escape routes should any mishaps arise. Irritated, Jiang Jiang stood up, her temper flaring as she contemplated chasing after Jiang Jiang to reprimand her. Yet, as she glanced down and spotted the empty plate that had held the fried egg, a smile broke across her face. Jiang Jiang had indulged in an extra serving of fried egg, leaving her stomach slightly pained. Accustomed to modest portions, the sudden increase in quantity left her feeling uneasy. She strolled slowly toward the school, treating it as a means to aid her digestion. Jiang Jiang, in a light jog, caught up with her and extended her phone. Jiang Jiang, let us exchange contact information. Jiang Jiang shook her head instinctively, rejecting the idea. She was unwilling, reluctant even. Why? If anything were to happen, she could simply call me. Jiang Jiang was more than eager to assist Jiang Jiang. I don't have a phone. Jiang Jiang began to fabricate excuses, her habitual dishonesty surfacing once again. A wave of acidity surged in her stomach, a profound discomfort enveloping her. Her already pale complexion now appeared even more ghostly. Jiang Jiang felt a pang of heartache. It was hard to fathom that someone on the brink of adulthood could lack a mobile phone. One could only imagine how arduous her life had been all these years. For the first time, Jiang Jiang genuinely felt a twinge of guilt. She had taken away the life that rightfully belonged to Jiang Jiang. This was the life she should have led, but Jiang Jiang had stepped into her shoes. In that moment, Jiang Jiang made a bold decision. She would care for Jiang Jiang diligently, ensuring that no one would ever bully her. Chapter 64. Jiang Jiang. As evening fell, the last rays of the sunset were gradually consumed by darkness. In the basement of the Chaoshi Entertainment Company, the trainees, having taken a brief respite, hurried to the practice rooms for their final rehearsals. Jiang Jiang instinctively adjusted the brim of his cap and rubbed his aching forehead. His manager, Hongjia, noted the less-than-ideal state of her artist and promptly offered him a bottle of yogurt, her expression tinged with concern. How are you? Are you feeling all right? Have you been overexerting yourself in practice? Perhaps you should take a break? After training for over 10 consecutive hours throughout the week, even an Iron Man would struggle to endure. Even the nearby staff, unable to contain their worry, paused in their tracks. The intensity of training for this group of interns is undeniably overwhelming. However, there is no alternative but to select 4 individuals from among them to form a group for debut. They must seize the final moments to intensify their practice, presenting the audience with a flawless stage performance. It has come to light that during this period of secluded rehearsal, Jiang Jiang has encountered some personal matters at home. He has restrained himself from returning, making only a couple of phone calls in between. Reluctant to impede progress, Jiang Jiang waved his hand dismissively, assuring everyone he was fine. Despite his voice being somewhat hoarse and his throat aching, he believed he would manage until the conclusion of today's training. His manager, Hongjia, remained somewhat concerned, as this young man tends to disregard advice when he is determined. After yesterday's training, he had spent hours alone in the vocal practice room. This young man truly knows how to push himself in pursuit of stardom. He has nearly severed ties with his parents, and having persevered to this point, how could he simply give up? Jiang Jiang is indifferent to such trivial matters. Having chosen the path of an artist, he is committed to exerting every ounce of his effort. 2 hours later, training came to an end, and Jiang Jiang finally found a moment to breathe. Sitting aside to take a long sip of mineral water, the sudden arrival of a stranger at his home weighed heavily on his mind, stirring a sense of unease within him. A few peers sat nearby, their gazes laden with scrutiny, and one even carelessly kicked over the bottle of mineral water resting beside him. Jiang Jiang, is it truly necessary for you to exert yourself so relentlessly? To strive so fervently for the sake of debuting? Whom are you trying to disgust? Jiang Jiang replied with a cold smile. Do you not also fight for your aspirations? Is everyone not eager to make their debut? A few scoffed in response. Indeed, we all work hard, but none of us displays such an obsequious demeanor. Your attempts to curry favor with Sister Hong are quite shameless. If you possess genuine talent, showcase it. Merely scheming in the shadows holds no significance. From the moment this lad entered the training camp, he has been markedly different from the others. Who is Sister Hong? She is a renowned agent. Having previously collaborated with stars of Liang Yanqing's caliber, he boldly approached her and was even introduced to the senior instructors. Initially perceived as a mere opportunist, it soon became apparent that this fellow trained with unwavering seriousness. If it weren't for the recent troubles at home, he would be found sleeping on the dance studio floor every night. As for this young man, the more one observes him, the more he becomes an object of disdain, provoking a strong desire to corner him and administer a harsh lesson. Chapter 65. Not entangled by filthy things after school. as Jiang Jiang stepped out of the school gates. Jiang Yinshu approached with a beaming smile. Jiang Jiang, let's go home. Jiang Jiang harbored severe doubts about whether Jiang Yinshu had actually attended class. How could she seem so free? Attempting to ignore her, Jiang Jiang quietly walked past Jiang Yinshu. To her surprise, Jiang Yinshu reached out and hooked her arm, saying, I have already called the servant at home. What would you like to eat? I will ask them to prepare more. So make sure to eat well when the time comes. Her tone bore a striking resemblance to that of a concerned mother admonishing her wayward daughter. Jiang Jiang, feeling a bit overwhelmed, rubbed her forehead and muttered her thanks. Thank you. No need for thanks, Jiang Yinshu insisted earnestly, gripping Jiang Jiang's hand with a fervent intensity, as if to affirm her declaration. Rest assured, I will treat you exceptionally well from now on, and I will never allow anyone to bully you. Jiang Jiang's eyes widened in astonishment. Is she perhaps entangled with some unseemly influence? In the novels, the protagonists often present an aloof demeanor, revealing their vulnerabilities only in times of illness. Reflecting on their recent interactions completely shattered her preconceived notions of the character. Trust me, Jiang Yinshu proclaimed, as if conjuring magic, producing a cup of vanilla-flavored milk tea from behind her, emblazoned with the character's pujing. She recalled that during their first meeting, Jiang Jiang had indulged in this very flavor. She skillfully placed the straw in and offered it to her. Here, drink up. I know this is your favorite. Jiang Jiang hesitated. This is rather generous of you. Perhaps you might consider sharing with others as well. To be honest, I don't particularly like this flavor. Jiang Yinshu felt a chill in her heart. Discontent washed over her momentarily, but she quickly dismissed it. Disliking something was no grave matter. Which brand of milk tea do you prefer? Shall I take you to buy some? She suggested, her demeanor cheerful, utterly unfazed by the previous rejection. Jiang Jiang pondered for a moment. In truth, she had little fondness for milk tea. It often left her feeling uncomfortable, particularly when a large cup was poured over her head, an experience far too sticky for her liking. This incident had left her with a lingering psychological shadow. What do you enjoy drinking then? Soy milk, perhaps? Jiang Yinshu ventured, recalling the information she had gathered. Yes, Jiang Jiang affirmed. Very well, let us stop by the supermarket on our way home to procure some soy milk. Jiang Yinshu remembered an imported supermarket not far from their home, renowned for its vast selection of soy milk varieties. Jiang Jiang blinked gently. Jiang Yinshu's temperament seemed excessively amiable. She stood there, radiating confidence, her entire being aglow, a smile adorning her lips, her eyes sparkling as if lit by stars. Directed towards Jiang Jiang. Reflecting on their interactions over the past few days, Jiang Yinshu felt a genuine desire to care for her. Jiang Jiang lowered her head, nodding slightly, her lips forming the single word, all right. Her ponytail cascaded down her back, while the wisps of hair at her forehead appeared soft and fluffy. Such a good girl. Jiang Yinshu couldn't help but reach out, affectionately ruffling her hair, which lifted her spirits even further. Chapter 66. Silence is golden, please remove your hand. Jiang Jiang disdained such a method of playfulness, unwilling to relent. The sensation was simply too exquisite, as Jiang Yinshu had long desired a younger sister. Now, it could be said that her wish had been fulfilled. With a sharp motion, Jiang Jiang brushed her hand away, simultaneously retracting her other hand and striding forward. She paid no heed to her injured leg, walking at an astonishing pace. Before Jiang Yinshu could react, Jiang Jiang had already ventured quite far. Wait for me, Jiang Yinshu exclaimed, feeling vexed. Jiang Jiang completely ignored her. Hey, you're called Jiang Jiang, not stubborn Jiang. Don't disregard me so. Jiang Jiang, I am speaking to you. Can you hear me? Not listening, a turtle reciting scriptures. It became evident that someone who appeared amiable could be utterly unapproachable when displeased. Regardless of how much Jiang Yinshu called out from behind, Jiang Jiang resolutely refused to turn back. Jiang Yinshu genuinely pondered whether Jiang Jiang was experiencing a rebellious phase. As she sprinted to catch up with Jiang Jiang, the latter turned her head nonchalantly to glance at her. Jiang Yinshu gasped for breath, her hands anxiously grasping Jiang Jiang's shoulder, fearful that she might dart away again. Oh dear, did I not tell you to slow down? Why are you running so fast? I can't keep up. What on earth are you doing, running like that? The speed at which she walked was nothing short of astonishing. Although Jiang Yinshu was breathless, her mouth continued to chatter incessantly. Jiang Jiang has come to realize that the other person possesses remarkable stamina, effortlessly engaging in conversation while maintaining a brisk pace. Do tell me, there's no need to be so stingy, she remarks, as the other party offers no opportunity for rejection, chattering incessantly. Jiang Jiang reflects. I have grown accustomed to it. In the orphanage, there were no means of transportation. Whenever I needed to attend to matters, I relied solely on my own two legs. Moreover, being the eldest in the orphanage, I often found myself tasked with running errands. Another significant reason was that Liang Yinqing, for a time, seemed to be in a frenzy, constantly delegating errands to me, sending me to fetch this and that. Consequently, my walking and running speed naturally improved over time. Oh, now I understand, Jiang Yinshu thought, clinging to Jiang Jiang's hand with an unyielding grip. The next moment, noticing Jiang Jiang's intention to continue walking, she felt a pang of urgency. Shall we take a break before we proceed? You walk too swiftly. I truly cannot keep up. The relentless pace was becoming unbearable for Jiang Yinshu, who felt as though she might soon be out of breath. Could you perhaps refrain from speaking? Upon voicing her thoughts, Jiang Jiang suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. She instinctively lowered her head, trying to conceal the upward curve of her lips. But how can that be? I am not mute. I must speak, she replied. Do you find me bothersome? Is that why you wish to silence me? Jiang Jiang, you are being rather unfair. You used to listen to me. Why do you no longer wish to hear my words? If you continue like this, it will sadden me deeply. She spoke and reached out to touch the non-existent tears on her cheek, her eyes brimming with a pitiable look, as if abandoned by the entire world. Jiang Jiang. Silence enveloped tonight's Cambridge. Chapter 67. Treat Jiang Jiang with kindness. Beneath the dim glow of the streetlights in the villa district, Jiang Yunzhou's face was cast in shadow, obscuring his expression. For a moment, the cheerful laughter of Jiang Yinshu echoed along the path. Jiang Jiang, carrying her backpack, chose to ignore her and walked ahead. Jiang Yinshu hurried to catch up. Let us take our time and make a turn. We'll stop by the supermarket to get you some treats. No, thank you. Yes, we must. Jiang Yunzhou observed the two walking in tandem and chuckled softly as he stepped forward to grab the backpack from Jiang Yinshu's shoulders. Jiang Yinshu was taken aback. Jiang Yunzhou, are you here to pick us up? Yes. After responding, he reached for the backpack on Jiang Jiang's shoulder. Jiang Jiang stepped back, refusing. Jiang Yunzhou's hand lingered in midair. Moving forward, I'll carry it for you. Jiang Jiang shook her head, insisting, I can manage it myself. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, Jiang Yunzhou reiterated, I said I'll carry it. Jiang Jiang found his sincerity somewhat vexing and pushed his hand away. No, I said I can do it myself. In her urgency, she momentarily forgot about the injuries on her legs and hands. Initially, due to her instinctive reaction, she stumbled and fell heavily to the ground, the impact causing her to bite her lip in pain. Jiang Jiang. Jiang Yinshu was taken aback and stepped forward to assist her. Jiang Yunzhou extended his hand to obstruct her, casting a cold glance her way. He forbade Song Yinshu from offering help, observing with disdain, she is quite capable and can rise unaided. Jiang Jiang, undeterred, managed to stand on her own without sparing him a glance, limping away resolutely. Beneath the dim glow of the streetlight, the young girl departed without looking back, as if she wished to sever all ties with them forever. Jiang Yunzhou, why do you persist in tormenting Jiang Jiang? Are you even aware of the hardships she has faced over the years? Song Yinshu remarked with a hint of disdain. I have not tormented her. By all that is holy, she fell of her own accord, Jiang Yunzhou retorted, arms crossed defiantly. How could he be accused of bullying her? He merely wished to be a good brother and assist her with her backpack. I believe you are delusional, Song Yinshu declared, seizing her backpack from his grasp and slinging it over her shoulder. TSK, TSK, TSK. Jiang Yunzhou shook his head. When did the rapport between you two grow so amiable? Can't you see that I wish to treat Jiang Jiang well? Ah, so swiftly have you been indoctrinated, believing you have usurped her place and owe her recompense? It seems you have indeed struck a chord. Jiang Jiang is no ordinary girl. A smirk involuntarily crept across Song Yinshu's lips. Jiang Yunzhou, you appear to lack any semblance of wit, she added. Jiang Yunzhou countered. Do you think Jiang Jiang wishes to engage with me? She scarcely condescends to speak more than a few words. Jiang Yinshu cast a sidelong glance at him, contemplating the notion of having Jiang Jiang instill some positive thoughts within her mind. At the very least, it might alleviate some of her feelings of indebtedness, albeit slightly. However, that notion remained unfulfilled, not once had it occurred. Jiang Yunzhou furrowed his brow. In any case, you ought to treat Jiang Jiang with kindness, for she is your biological sister, a person with whom you share blood ties. Jiang Yinshu found herself at a loss for words. After uttering a brief remark, she hastened to catch up with Jiang Jiang, leaving Jiang Yunzhou to ponder alone. He realized that he had indeed underestimated Jiang Jiang. Chapter 68. An unwelcome offering. Jiang Jiang walked ahead in silence, her thoughts drifting back to the narrative within the book. It had been made clear that Jiang Yunzhou harbored an extraordinary disdain for her, believing that her presence had usurped everything from Jiang Yinshu. The original character had faced numerous setbacks and endured considerable hardship because of this. As a result, when confronted by him, Jiang Jiang endeavored to maintain her distance, scarcely wishing to exchange more than a few words. The fear of him discovering any weakness was too great, as it would inevitably lead to a myriad of troubles. Thus, maintaining this distance seemed prudent. As she strolled leisurely along the roadside, apart from a slight discomfort in her backside, she felt no other ailments. Furthermore, the property management of the villa district had meticulously tended to the floral arrangements along the pathway, allowing vibrant greenery to persist even in the depths of winter. This brought a sense of relief to her heart. Yet, before she could savor the moment, Jiang Yunshu sprinted to catch up, affectionately linking her arm with Jiang Jiang's and playfully declaring, "Let us take a turn towards the supermarket to buy you some soy milk." Jiang Jiang cast a fleeting glance at her, dismissing her presence as she continued onward. Jiang Yunshu, unfazed, leaned closer and whispered into her ear, "Do not feign ignorance. I know you can hear me." A tingling sensation coursed through Jiang Jiang's ears, compelling her to halt her steps. She glanced up to see Jiang Yunzhou trailing not far behind. With a stoic expression, she suppressed the words that clamored to escape her lips. "You may as well purchase what you need from the supermarket. Can you not spare me? Why must you drag me into this?" It seemed rather inconvenient. "Considering we are unaware of your preferred flavor of soybean milk, perhaps it would be better for us to go together." Jiang Jiang felt a surge of frustration. What was the meaning of this? Inside the supermarket, shoppers pushed their carts amid the bustling crowd, most of whom resided in the neighborhood. The enthusiastic salespeople fervently promoted their milk, even approaching to offer samples. "Come, little sister, to try this delightful milk." Jiang Jiang shook her head. Jiang Yunshu took a sip and found it quite palatable. "Sister, would you care for a taste?" The overly eager approach made Jiang Jiang suppress the urge to cringe. "No, thank you." Bowing her head, she felt her ears begin to flush slightly. Jiang Yunshu, noticing this, could not help but smile broadly, though she refrained from further teasing. Casually, she placed a carton of milk into the shopping cart. "Let us proceed to the fruit section." Jiang Jiang shot her a surprised look. "Do we not intend to buy soybean milk? We could simply head directly to that section." "Hurry along," Jiang Yunshu urged. Jiang Yunshu seemed to have an inkling of Jiang Jiang's thoughts, gently urging her forward by taking her hand. It was the season for strawberries and cherries. The strawberries on the shelves were a luscious red, exceedingly tempting. "Would you like some strawberries?" Jiang Jiang shook her head. "How about cherries?" Jiang Jiang again declined with a shake of her head. "Or oranges?" She continued to shake her head, as usual. After a brief pause, Jiang Yunshu remarked, "You don't want strawberries, do you?" Jiang Jiang instinctively shook her head. "All right, I understand what you prefer." Without hesitation, several boxes of strawberries were deftly placed into the shopping cart. Jiang Jiang gazed at her in surprise, her fair visage reflecting astonishment. Jiang Yunzhou observed quietly from the side, arms crossed, smiling. Jiang Jiang bit her lip. "Really, it's unnecessary. I don't enjoy fruit." Jiang Yunshu was momentarily taken aback. "Why don't you like fruit? Did you not claim to be unpicky with your food?" Chapter 69. The elder remains silent. Noting Jiang Jiang's continued silence, Jiang Yunshu did not press further. "All right then, if you choose not to speak, simply let me know when you feel like sharing." With that, she added another box of cherries to the cart. From the moment she began pushing the cart, Jiang Yunshu had not once glanced at the prices. She simply took whatever caught her attention. Before long, the cart was brimming with items. Jiang Jiang followed closely behind, her gaze flitting across the shelves. Moments like this, where she could leisurely stroll through the supermarket, were a rarity for her, as her life was often filled with an overwhelming multitude of affairs. Typically, one ventures into a mall or any other location with a singular purpose, to procure what they require. Moreover, she harbored no desire to indulge in an array of purchases. Now, with time at her disposal, she found herself grappling with a hint of ennui. The incessant vibrations of her phone in her pocket interrupted her thoughts. She glanced up at Jiang Yunshu, who was enthusiastically placing box after box of soy milk into her shopping cart, seemingly reveling in the experience, suggesting that it would be quite a while before she concluded her shopping. Jiang Jiang stepped aside to answer the call. "Why haven't you responded to my messages?" Liang Yinxing's voice was stiff, clearly laced with dissatisfaction. "I have numerous tasks to attend to. I simply do not have the time to reply to you." Did she appear to be idle? She had anticipated concocting elaborate excuses to placate him, yet she found herself forthright and unambiguous, plainly stating her lack of time. Liang Yinxing felt a surge of irritation. Jiang Jiang, his fists clenched, on the verge of expletives. After enduring a lengthy period before dialing her number, he had not expected to hear such words. "Do you have? Brother Chung, are you available now? There are several newcomers who wish to see you." Suddenly, Ah Huang's urgent voice came through the line. Noticing his boss's disapproving glare, Ah Huang quietly retreated from the office, inwardly cursing, "I'm doomed." He turned to the group of young men behind him, forcing a smile. "Brother Qing is currently on a call. I kindly ask you all to wait a moment longer." The youths nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunma stood nearby, his brow furrowed with a hint of annoyance. In this rare moment of respite, he longed to return home and engage in a few rounds of games with Sister Yinshu. Additionally, he was curious to see what this sister, with whom he shared a so-called blood relation, looked like. It was said she had come from an orphanage. Likely the type of girl who was both unsophisticated and brimming with vanity. The thought alone was quite distasteful. Jiang Jiang also heard the voice of Ah Huang on the other end of the line. "If you are busy, feel free to attend to your matters first." Since childhood, Liang Yinxing had been enrolled in various elite courses, meticulously instructed on what actions were deemed inappropriate and which were worthy of his time. Everything was meticulously arranged. Once he entered the entertainment industry, his time became even more scarce. Jiang Jiang was not a pampered young lady. She rarely sought his assistance unless absolutely necessary, most often resolving matters independently. Liang Yinxing replied, "I am not busy." Could it be that she had misinterpreted Ah Huang's earlier insistence? After a few moments of hesitation, recalling the man's displeased tone upon answering the call, Jiang Jiang lowered her voice and spoke softly into the phone. "I will call you when you are free." Liang Yinxing remained silent. After a prolonged pause, a cold voice emerged from the other end. "Jiang Jiang, do you know when I will finish?" Hearing no response from Jiang Jiang, Liang Yinxing's anger flared. "You are just brushing me off." Feeling exposed, Jiang Jiang contemplated hanging up the call. "Try hanging up, and see if I want to come directly to pay you a visit." Liang Yinxing truly understood her too well, rather than answering the question directly. He chose to evade it. Jiang Jiang felt an unusual pang of guilt. "You seem rather busy, so attend to your matters first." Was this your excuse for lying and being dismissive? Her tone was somewhat impolite, tinged with an accusatory undertone. "I'm sorry. Well, I may excel at nothing, but I am the reigning champion in admitting my faults." Jiang Jiang possessed a remarkably clear self-awareness. Her pent-up anger dissipated upon hearing the gentle apology from the other end of the line, akin to a deflated balloon, leaving her devoid of even the slightest irritation. Noticing his silence, Jiang Jiang remained unhurried. After a moment, he inquired in a low voice, "Is the wound on your body feeling any better?" Yes. The pain still lingered, yet it was evidently less intense than the day before. "I will take good care of myself. Remember to change your dressings on time, avoid pickiness, eat well, and if you endure any grievances, call me immediately." This was the first time Jiang Jiang had heard him speak in such a nagging tone, a stark contrast to his usual aloof demeanor. Without a hint of hesitation, she summoned her courage and spoke directly. "I'll be 18 after this year, you know. So, you needn't fuss over me as if I were a 5-year-old. Jiang Jiang cast her gaze down at her shoes, feeling it was rather tedious. Liang Yinxing. In the next heartbeat, he realized, Jiang Jiang. Almost without a trace of hesitation, she promptly ended the call. It is entirely conceivable to imagine the fury of the man on the other end of the line. Satisfied, he returned the mobile phone to his pocket. Upon raising his gaze, he spotted Jiang Yunzhou not far away. Jiang Yunzhou stood with his arms crossed, observing her. His tall stature, accentuated by his basketball-playing background, made him significantly taller than Jiang Jiang. His cold gaze fixed upon her, the delicate features of his pale face illuminated by the light, revealing the blue veins beneath the surface. His dark pupils shimmered with a bright glimmer. Usually, when he kept his head down, his expression remained obscured, but at this moment, it was unmistakably clear. He resembled a cunning little fox. Jiang Jiang approached, sidestepping him and proceeding forward while entirely ignoring his presence. There was not a trace of eye contact, nor did she utter a single word, demonstrating a thorough indifference. Jiang Yunzhou realized that his temperament had indeed improved. In the past, if someone had dared to lie to him and disregard him in such a manner, he would have swiftly taught them a lesson in manners. After a couple of cold chuckles, he turned and followed Jiang Jiang closely behind. It seems I had underestimated you, Jiang Jiang. You truly are an adept liar. Jiang Jiang, believing he had not followed her, was startled by his sudden voice. The soy milk in her hand fell to the ground with a thud as she bent down to retrieve it. What? Are you so anxious after just a few words? Is fear consuming you? Chapter 71. Do you enjoy lying so much? Jiang Jiang offered a polite smile, picking up the soy milk and choosing not to respond. Jiang Yunzhou trailed behind with a decidedly unpleasant demeanor. Did you not claim you had no phone? The tone, upon closer inspection, carried a hint of accusation. No, she replied. Nonsense. Jiang Yunzhou retorted, his teeth gritted. I distinctly saw you making a call just moments ago. Jiang Jiang's shoulders quivered slightly as she insisted. You must have been mistaken. Do not spout nonsense, he pressed, his brow furrowed and his tone increasingly discontented. I am not spouting nonsense, she responded earnestly, her expression radiating sincerity. Had he not witnessed her holding a phone to her ear, he might have been inclined to believe her. Raising an eyebrow, Jiang Yuzhou questioned. Do you derive pleasure from lying? Perhaps, Jiang Jiang replied, the effect akin to striking a fist against a cushion. It was undeniable that she possessed a unique talent for provoking annoyance. Do you not enjoy spending time at our home? He suddenly inquired. Jiang Jiang cast a sidelong glance at him, recalling the narrative's progression. An inexplicable sense of irritation welled up within her. Did he not prefer to focus on the heroine? Could he not adhere to the storyline and refrain from making everything about himself? No, she stated. He scoffed, liar. Indeed, she nodded, surprisingly conceding. Jiang Yunzhou, momentarily taken aback, spoke with a trace of indignation. It appears you genuinely do not enjoy staying at our home. Jiang Jiang was disinclined to engage in conversation, indifferent to his presence. Jiang Yunzhou found himself thoroughly vexed. With arms crossed, he approached her directly, his gaze devoid of warmth. Do enlighten me on what grievances we have inflicted upon you that incite such disdain. Jiang Jiang did not lift her head, instead reaching for another bag of soy milk. Is it that you feel wronged after all these years, harboring a sense of injustice within? This world is rife with unfairness. Must you truly nitpick every slight? Isn't that rather tedious? Everyone has been exceedingly accommodating, striving to appease you. Yet, how is it that you, Miss Jiang, cannot even muster the courtesy to glance our way? As Jiang Yunzhou continued, his frustration mounted, realizing that indeed, this was the crux of the matter. Reflecting on it, Jiang Jiang had resided in this household for some time, yet she perpetually wore an expression of indifference, showing no interest in anyone. Whether in silence or outright dismissal, she rebuffed every effort made to win her favor. After all, many had grown up in orphanages, yet none displayed such obstinacy. What exactly is Jiang Jiang? Jiang Yunzhou looked down upon her, and she stiffened at his words. What did he mean by, after all, you grew up in an orphanage? Such a flippant remark belied the trials she had endured over the years, living under the roof of others, where even an extra morsel of food would earn her reproach, and cold water would occasionally be splashed upon her in the dead of night. Everyone is mockingly criticizing you, as if your very existence in this world is a grave mistake. Chapter 72, The Thunderbolt. Jiang Jiang suddenly recalled a saying by a certain master of comedic dialogue. Keep such people at a distance. I fear that if a thunderbolt strikes, I might be implicated. Jiang Jiang no longer regarded him, not even casting a superfluous glance. She instinctively shifted to the left, further distancing herself from him. Jiang Yunzhou's expression immediately darkened. Why do you remain silent? How long do you intend to feign ignorance? Jiang Jiang, answer my question. What do you truly mean? His tone was commanding, tinged with menace. His anger palpable. Yet, Jiang Jiang remained unperturbed, her face serene, devoid of even the slightest fear. If you can indeed do that, then go ahead and expel me from the Jiang family. Her tone was nonchalant, utterly indifferent, with no trace of trepidation. Jiang Yunzhou was infuriated, his teeth clenched in frustration. You truly feel no fear at all. Although still young, Jiang Yunzhou had unwittingly absorbed some of Jiang Yunhai's aura through years of proximity. What do you think I fear? Jiang Jiang smiled. Am I afraid of becoming homeless again? Or is it something else? She had endured countless days of being threatened. It could only be said that Jiang Yunzhou was still rather naive. He lowered his gaze to the girl standing before him, who was raising her head to look at him. Her tranquil face bore no trace of turmoil. Her dark pupils gazed calmly, as if she were not burdened by the weight of the world. However, her profile exuded an undeniable stubbornness. Strangely, there were several features that bore a resemblance to his own. This peculiar sense of kinship stirred an inexplicable feeling within him. Remarkably, the cold indifference and simmering anger in his heart faded away. Turning his head, he found himself involuntarily curling the corners of his mouth into a slight smile. I know you're not afraid. There's no need to keep emphasizing it, he said. His tone softened considerably, losing the stiffness it had previously held. Jiang Jiang was unsure of what tricks the other party was playing. Taking a deep breath, she picked up the soy milk she had chosen and went to find Jiang Yinshu. Jiang Yinshu had been wandering around, currently grappling with 2 boxes of cherries. In no time, her shopping cart was overflowing, more full than before. Upon locking eyes with Jiang Jiang, she immediately waved her over. Come help me decide which cherries to buy. These look big, but the quantity seems too little, and I can't tell if they're sweet. These appear plentiful, but they don't seem as large. It's so hard to choose. After comparing the items in her hands for quite a while, she still couldn't reach a satisfactory conclusion. Jiang Jiang remarked, "I don't really understand these things." She glanced at the prices and smiled, confirming that they were indeed beyond her means. All right then. There was a hint of regret in Jiang Yunshu's tone. In that case, let us take both boxes home to taste. Then we shall know which one is delectable and which one is not. Having said this to herself, she intended to add them to her shopping cart. But it was already overflowing, leaving no room for the cherries she was holding. Chapter 73. Take it yourself. Jiang Yunzhou squinted, his teeth clenched, and suddenly turned to Jiang Jiang with an intimidating glare, stating, "Take it yourself." "What on earth?" Jiang Yunshu exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief. "Did you take the wrong medicine today? You've never acted like this before." Jiang Yunzhou pushed the cart without a backward glance and walked away, furrowing her brow. Jiang Yunshu called out, "Wait for me." She jogged to catch up with him, uncertain of what had provoked his ire, but she decided to proceed with her purchases. She would inquire later to understand his mood. At the checkout, Jiang Jiang insisted on using her own money to pay. Jiang Yunzhou intervened, saying, "No need for that. There isn't enough money to flaunt any capability." With that, he produced his payment code. Jiang Jiang chose not to argue further. Once outside the supermarket, the three of them entered their homes sequentially, wherein Mingzhu awaited them in the yard. The soft glow of the streetlight illuminated her figure, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and tenderness. Upon seeing them return, the tension in her heart finally eased. Her voice was gentle as she welcomed them. "The children are back." Heaven knows the turmoil that engulfed her when she received the driver's call, announcing that Jiang Jiang was missing. A wave of anxiety washed over her, fearing that the child might have run away alone. Fortunately, Jiang Jiang had just called from the supermarket, assuring them that all was well. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. As she observed the heavy items in Jiang Jiang's hands, a pang of sympathy welled up within in Mingzhu. Why was she carrying such burdensome things? Given her own injuries, it was only fitting that her brother should assist her with such weighty loads. And Mingzhu cast a disapproving glance at Jiang Yunzhou, exclaiming, "All that food you consume daily seems utterly wasted." Jiang Yunzhou, struggling with 2 large bags, remained silent. Jiang Jiang felt a twinge of emotion. It had been ages since anyone had shown her such concern. She realized that she, too, could be cared for by others. Especially when Mingzhu's gaze fell upon her, Jiang Jiang could not help but feel a swell of emotions, her nose tingling with unshed tears. Biting her lip, she lowered her head, suppressing those feelings. When she finally lifted her gaze again, a smile illuminated her face, revealing a charming dimple and a set of pristine white teeth against her rosy cheeks. This smile struck a chord deep within Mingzhu, reminiscent of the daughter she had always dreamed of, so obedient, so understanding. Eagerly, she grasped Jiang Jiang's hand, leading her towards the house. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Come inside and have a meal." And Mingzhu's hands were soft and warm, clasping Jiang Jiang's icy fingers, as if she wished to transfer the entirety of her warmth to Jiang Jiang. She longed to inquire why Jiang Jiang's hands were so cold, whether she was unwell, or if a visit to the hospital was necessary. However, the memory of the cold, indifferent gaze she had received during a previous hospital visit stifled her words. It was all right. In the future, there would be ample opportunities for the mother and child to converse meaningfully. Observing Mingzhu lead Jiang Jiang into the house, Jiang Yunshu couldn't help but lower her head, unable to conceal a sense of disappointment. Fortunately, Jiang Yunzhou gently patted her shoulder, urging her to enter. Chapter 74. Dreaming of Jiang Jiang's death, Jiang Yunzhou casually placed his belongings down, casting a somewhat unfriendly glance at Jiang Jiang. And Mingzhu unceremoniously tapped his head, reprimanding him for his temper. "What are you sulking about? I asked you to take care of your sister, yet here you are pouting at me. Can't you see how well-behaved your sister is? Unlike you, who flies off the handle at the slightest provocation." Jiang Yunzhou couldn't help but find humor in her words. "Mom, which sister are you referring to?" And Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback by his tone, her expression cooling slightly. "Of course, I mean both sisters." "Oh, both sisters, is it?" Jiang Yunzhou remarked, casting a knowing glance toward Jiang Jiang, who was washing her hands in the kitchen. He too wished to care for this sister. Yet she consistently surprised him in ways that made him all the more eager to look after her. And Mingzhu shot him a warning look. Jiang Yunzhou slightly restrained himself and turned on the television. The screen was broadcasting an entertainment program. Shortly after, the host, with an exaggerated tone, exclaimed, "Let us welcome the newly debuted group." As the director switched scenes, a group of youthful faces appeared prominently on the screen. Jiang Yunzhou's gaze flickered past them, unable to suppress an exclamation, "Damn." Turning his head again, he noticed that Jiang Jiang had walked past him at some point. Her expression was devoid of emotion, which only made one want to tease her. Jiang Jiang approached, calling out brother, testing the sound of it. With unsteady footing, she nearly stumbled, confirming she hadn't misheard. She glanced back at Jiang Jiang. She moved her lips, yet no sound emerged. Fool. Jiang Jiang. This Jiang Jiang actually insulted me. That night, as he drifted into slumber, he was plagued by a nightmare. He dreamt that Jiang Jiang perished before his very eyes. In his dream, she was not the same as the Jiang Jiang with a lifeless expression before him now. She smiled warmly at him, even prepared delicious meals, clingingly calling him brother like a little tail following him everywhere. Yet, in his dream, he acted like an utter scoundrel. Not only did he ignore her, but he also told her to leave, to keep her distance. He spoke to her in a harsh tone, asserting that this was not her home at all. She was merely a stranger with whom he shared blood ties. Subsequently, she lowered her head in disappointment and walked away. On a rainy night, Jiang Jiang met her demise. Lying motionless on the road, drenched in blood, devoid of any breath, her body chillingly cold. Subsequently, Jiang Yunzhao was jolted awake, his forehead slick with cold sweat. Recalling the nightmare he had just endured, a wave of icy dread washed over him. As he surveyed the familiar surroundings of his room, a sense of relief enveloped him. It was merely a dream. How could he have dreamt of such a horrific event? Though he possessed a slight aversion towards Jiang Jiang, it was never to the extent of wishing her dead. Yet within the dream, he had been shockingly aggressive, standing by with crossed arms as he witnessed her being bullied by others. Jiang Yunzhao dared not delve deeper into his thoughts, for the more he pondered, the more anxious he became, as if these events were remnants of his own past. It felt as though he had indeed inflicted such pain upon Jiang Jiang. He pressed his forehead, immediately sensing a parched throat. Upon opening the door, he noticed the faint glow of a yellow lamp illuminating the room across the hall. In Chapter 75, I Will Tutor You, Jiang Jiang was diligently solving problems. She did not belong to the category of exceptionally gifted individuals. Yet there was a truth she held dear. A slow bird must take flight early. The notion of effort yielding reward resonated with her. Since she was not endowed with natural talent, she relied on perseverance to bridge the gap. Mathematics and physics posed particular challenges, with certain formulas eluding her understanding, necessitating repeated calculations to grasp even the slightest comprehension. Before she inhabited this body, her approach to learning was notably strenuous. Starting over feels as though one has reverted to their original state. She can only persistently strive to achieve the necessary points. Her ambition is to advance further, and the sole path lies in diligent study. Jiang Yunzhou stands at the entrance, casually holding a bottle of mineral water, his laughter dripping with derision. In the stillness of the night, his mockery rings out starkly. Jiang Jiang rises, her expression impassive as she reaches for the door to close it. Jiang Yunzhou swiftly blocks her hand, a grin spreading across his face, exuding even more rudeness. Jiang Jiang finds him utterly insufferable, an exasperation boiling within her. Please let go. She articulates, her tone surprisingly measured, her gaze cast downward, revealing no trace of emotion. Let go. He glances at her, refusing to relent. You're rather tedious. Indeed, I have always been rather tedious. Jiang Yunzhou lifts his gaze to the exam papers on Jiang Jiang's desk, raising an eyebrow with a smirk. Is this a case of the early bird catching the worm, or are you merely wasting time, jesting with your own well-being? Do you truly believe your health is so robust that it can be squandered at will? Wake up. Those who lack intellect should humbly acknowledge their limitations. Instead of wasting time in futile endeavors, it would be wiser to simply lie back and indulge in slumber. Jiang Jiang is baffled by his eccentricity, offering a perfunctory nod. Yes, I understand. You understand nothing, Jiang Yunzhou retorts, his lips pursed, unleashing further scorn. You must learn to leverage the resources at your disposal. If you encounter any issues or require assistance, do you not know to seek help from those around you? Jiang Jiang gazed at him as if she had seen a ghost. What did he mean? What was he planning to do? Jiang Jiang had never been fond of engaging in lengthy conversations with him, yet this person persistently positioned himself before her, speaking of trivial matters. Jiang Yunzhou likewise scrutinized Jiang Jiang. The petite figure, with red lips and white teeth, stood upright before him. Her hair was tied back into a ponytail, exposing her fair visage and graceful neck, yet her eyes regarded him with evident disdain. In truth, she had never held him in any esteem. Each time she glimpsed him, it was as though he were her sworn enemy. This instantly recalled the recent nightmare he had experienced. Though it was a nightmare, the vividness of the feelings rendered it startlingly real, sending shivers down his spine. It felt as if he had truly encountered a specter. It was terrifying. What do you intend to do? Jiang Jiang too sensed something amiss. She pondered that she had not taken anything from Jiang Yinshu recently. She had even returned the money Jiang Yinshu had given her, not keeping a single cent. This was unexpected. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yunzhou suddenly spoke. Would you like me to tutor you? As soon as the words left his lips, Jiang Jiang stepped back significantly, her demeanor turning wary. What do you want? Chapter 76. Truly adorable. The smile on Jiang Yunzhou's face broadened. This is my home. Why shouldn't I be here? What do you mean by your disdain for me? He added abruptly, Jiang Jiang, how can you be so impolite? Glancing at her delicate, fair face, he felt an overwhelming urge to pinch her cheeks. He suddenly recalled the expressionless demeanor of Jiang Jiang in the supermarket and remarked, I see that you are not a rude individual, or so I presume. Upon finishing his statement, his tone grew increasingly irritable. Why is it that when you stand before me, you exhibit such a lack of manners? If you treat me differently, it will surely wound my heart. Regardless of your words, I am still your elder brother. Jiang Jiang silently observed his performance, not uttering a word, nor displaying any superfluous expressions. She suppressed the urge to curse at him. Jiang Yunzhou, irritated by her demeanor, rudely reached out to pat her head. What are you staring at? Call me brother. Just once, let me hear it. He felt an uncontrollable desire for Jiang Jiang to address him as brother. Her voice was soft and sweet, tantalizing his heart. You're insane, Jiang Jiang retorted, attempting to close the door. However, Jiang Yunzhou's hand remained firmly placed against it, resulting in a standoff. Recognizing her inability to contend with him, Jiang Jiang felt a twinge of boredom and relinquished her grip. Jiang Yunzhou followed her into the room, where he beheld the table cluttered with densely written English words and various test papers, sending a shiver down his spine. Jiang Jiang, are you truly sacrificing your night to scribble this nonsensical stuff? Had she lost her mind? How many words and papers had she produced? Jiang Jiang cast a sidelong glance. Puzzled by Jiang Yunzhou's incessant chatter, the book had never indicated he was such a loquacious person. Do you have something to say? Jiang Jiang's face unmistakably displayed her impatience for the first time. Jiang Yunzhou, am I truly so detestable? Suppressing the peculiar emotions within her, she found it utterly perplexing. Jiang Jiang, do listen. These exam papers hold little significance. It would be wiser to rest early. It was rare for Jiang Yunzhou to speak to Jiang Jiang with such concern. Jiang Jiang, thank you. Jiang Yunzhou, you are indeed being rather perfunctory. Would it truly kill you to take this seriously? He placed his hands behind his back, feigning seriousness, resembling a homeroom teacher on inspection duty. Go rest. Jiang Jiang's skeptical gaze wandered over him. Is he unwell? This man is truly peculiar. What are you staring at? I told you to rest early. How infuriating. Her guarded demeanor only heightened her adorability. And what about you? Why aren't you resting? She retorted, you don't rest, yet you question my lack of rest? Jiang Yunzhou chuckled, though his expression remained fierce. You seem quite adept at presenting one facade while harboring another behind it, don't you? The smile at the corner of Jiang Yunzhou's lips faltered, his expression darkening. Jiang Jiang, however, remained unperturbed, pointing towards the door with a colder tone. If you cannot even manage your own affairs, what right do you have to criticize me? Please, leave this room immediately. Her words, though harsh, sounded rather endearing to Jiang Yunzhou's ears. He raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Yes, I shall promptly vacate your room, Miss Jiang Jiang. Chapter 77. The determinants of one's future. Jiang Yunzhou awoke at the crack of dawn, seated at the dining table, his gaze wandering towards the staircase in contemplation. The little princess upstairs was undoubtedly still asleep. After studying late into the night, she was likely to be late. The memory of Jiang Jiang's stubborn demeanor from the previous evening brought a smile to his face. Her disdain for him was quite infuriating. He found himself eager to witness her flustered state, which prompted him to sit there early in the morning. Nonchalantly, he remarked, where is Jiang Jiang? Why hasn't she come down yet? Is she skipping school? And Mingzhu scoffed, do you think your sister is as lazy as you? She has long since left for school. Jiang Yunzhou rose abruptly, feeling exasperated. How careless Jiang Jiang was with her own well-being. Meanwhile, Jiang Jiang, clutching her backpack and a cup of soy milk, made her way to the school gate, intending to later review some vocabulary. In truth, no one relished the task of memorizing words or completing assignments. She too felt weary and exasperated. However, she had no alternative. She aspired to gain admission to a prestigious university, to distance herself from these people, wishing to avoid the experiences chronicled in her textbooks. Thus, she understood the necessity of these endeavors. They were the sole pathway to shaping her future and happiness. Therefore, regardless of how arduous the present may be, she resolved to endure just a little longer. Indeed, if she could muster even the slightest patience, she would soon find herself in a state of joy. At the school gate, Jiang Jiang stood for quite some time, taking a deep breath, as if sensing something significant, before slowly exhaling. Suppressing the tumult of emotions within her, Jiang Jiang donned a simple t-shirt, layered with a down jacket, and complemented by a pair of faded jeans. Her delicate face bore an air of understated beauty. This was the scene that Liang Yinqing beheld from within his car. He paused for a moment, and then a subtle smile graced his lips, forming a gentle arc. Jiang Jiang, he called out, prompting her to furrow her brow. Upon meeting his gaze, a faint smile emerged on her face, one that radiated complete accord. Come here, Liang Yinqing instructed. Jiang Jiang contemplated shaking her head, but, after a moment's reflection, approached him with an exasperated demeanor. The driver opened the door, and soon the sleek black sedan sped away from the school entrance. Seated on the luxurious black leather sofa, Jiang Jiang felt somewhat ill at ease. Liang Yinqing seemed to discern her thoughts and offered an explanation. Not accustomed to the new car? It was only then that Jiang Jiang realized he had indeed changed vehicles. His garage was perpetually filled with an impressive array of cars, an endless lineup that seemed to stretch on indefinitely. Jiang Jiang gazed out the window, nodding in acknowledgement. Liang Yinqing's attention lingered on her, finding amusement in her discerning nature. He remained silent, while Jiang Jiang, disinclined to indulge in guesses about his thoughts, finally spoke up. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? If not, could you kindly return me to school? Her tone reflected a hint of irritation, as her mind was preoccupied with unfinished academic tasks. Has impatience begun to creep in again? He lifted his gaze, frowning, his eyes piercing. Indeed, you are quite bothersome. Jiang Jiang nodded emphatically. What nonsense are you spouting? You are indeed bothersome. To the point of exasperation. Jiang Jiang's left finger was digging into her right finger, rendering her complexion pale. Her voice was delicate, evoking a sense of sympathy. Chapter 78. Do not cry. What has transpired? Realizing that Jiang Jiang's emotions were awry, Liang Yinqing hesitated before enveloping her in his embrace. The essence of him enveloped her, filling her nostrils, and his voice was unprecedentedly gentle. What is wrong? Please tell me. It was quite peculiar. The agitation that had surrounded Jiang Jiang was suddenly subdued, and her mood gradually stabilized. Taking a deep breath, she lifted her head and spoke. There is an overwhelming amount of homework, and it is exceedingly difficult. I cannot complete it. The relentless tide of negative emotions surged from all directions, engulfing her and prompting tears to spill forth. With a soft plop, her tears finally cascaded down her cheeks. Liang Yinqing had never witnessed Jiang Jiang in tears. He flustered in his attempt to console her, unsure of what to say. He simply grasped her hand firmly and softly reassured her. Do not cry. It is merely homework you cannot tackle. Which assignment troubles you? I will teach you until you master it. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Jiang could not help but chuckle, wiping her tears away. She lifted her head and waved her hand in refusal. No need. Let her teach herself to do her homework, and Huang should not lament their situation. Regarding this matter, Jiang Jiang harbored considerable clarity. Why not? Liang Yinqing wore an unpleasant expression. Why was he so adept at dismissing her? Jiang Jiang, in disbelief, exclaimed, Don't you have work to do? Her eyes widened in astonishment. Liang Yinqing, observing her reaction, found her irresistibly adorable, and could not help but reach out and pinch her small face. Just as he was about to respond that he did not need to work, he reconsidered. She seemed to disfavor such a tone and manner of speaking. Jiang Jiang pushed his hand away, emphasizing the necessity of diligent effort. Are you really that concerned about me? At this carefree age, you speak with such gravity. Jiang Jiang. Fine. As if she had said nothing. Liang Yinqing's mood brightened as he smirked. Leaning closer, his gaze profound. I cannot see that Jiang Jiang is so worried about me. After a few seconds of hesitation, Jiang Jiang moved her lips and retorted. You can go away. Liang Yinqing's smile widened further. Her current expression was far more pleasing than moments ago. Jiang Jiang believed her face to be fierce and exceedingly serious. Little did she know, to Liang Yinqing, she appeared irresistibly charming. He longed to pinch her cheek again, but seeing it already reddened from his earlier affection, he restrained himself and suggested, Let us go eat. I'm not hungry. He pretended not to hear. What about soup, dumplings, soy milk, buns, or noodles? Jiang Jiang shot him a sidelong glance. Liang Yinqing escorted her back to the snack stall at the school gate. He was keenly aware that if they returned late, Jiang Jiang would inevitably shed tears, a sight he could not bear. Whenever she cried, he found himself in an unprecedented state of helplessness. The efficiency of the snack stall was remarkable. Within approximately 10 minutes, all the items they ordered were ready. I must head into the school now, he said, noting that if they lingered any longer, a steady stream of students would soon arrive. Liang Yinqing's striking visage drew attention, enhanced by an almost celestial aura. Simply standing there, no fewer than 5 onlookers had already cast their gazes in their direction. Continuing in this manner would only lead to complications. Chapter 79. You remind me of my grandmother. I'll accompany you inside, Liang Yinqing insisted, paying for the snacks and firmly placing the freshly acquired items into Jiang Jiang's hands. I don't need it, she responded, clutching the bag and rejecting his offer. The hustle and bustle at the school entrance made her feel that his escort would only exacerbate the situation. With a hint of suspicion, she glanced at him and inquired, "Are you already dismissing me?" "Not at all. You're simply too famous. I fear I might be subjected to a mobbing," she replied, wishing to navigate the remainder of her studies unperturbed, without any distractions. Liang Yinqing retorted, "So this is my fault?" Jiang Jiang sighed, exuding a sense of resignation. "Isn't it?" A large hand patted her head gently, the tone slightly teasing. "Why so gloomy?" In response, Jiang Jiang chose to remain silent, closing her mouth resolutely. After all, allowing him to utter a word or two would not cost her anything. If she were to utter a few more words, he would cast a gloomy glance in her direction, as if she had committed a grievous error. Fortunately, Liang Yinqing received a phone call and glanced at himself. With a hint of concern, he advised her to call him should anything arise. Jiang Jiang nodded, relieved to depart. She could not help but smile slightly. Yet, upon lifting her gaze, she found the person opposite her staring at her with a sullen expression. Jiang Jiang quickly shook her head, an action that only served to reveal her intentions. The scene was imbued with an awkwardness that was palpable. The morning sun bathed the two figures, casting harmonious and warm shadows upon the ground. He spoke curtly, "You ungrateful little thing." Jiang Jiang disregarded him, turning away with a wave, not even glancing back. Instantly, Liang Yinqing's already perturbed mood soured further. Jiang Jiang sat at her seat, sipping from her cup, taking small sips one after another. The sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping her in a warm glow, rendering her appearance endearing and charming. "What are you drinking, Jiang Jiang? It looks quite delightful." Huang Tingting leaned in eagerly, smacking her lips. "Soy milk. It's not very good." The soy milk from this establishment was too diluted, lacking any substantial flavor, as insipid as water. "If it's not tasty, why drink it?" Huang Tingting questioned, seriously doubting Jiang Jiang's intentions. Jiang Jiang replied earnestly, "Wasting food is a morally reprehensible act. There are many children in unseen corners who struggle to find enough to eat." Jiang Jiang suddenly exclaimed, "You remind me so much of my grandmother. Whenever she neglects her meals, her grandmother would admonish her, 'Every grain is a toil.'" Jiang Jiang then said, "Let us not dwell on that. Today is Friday, and tomorrow is the weekend. Where are you planning to go?" For a high school student burdened with academic responsibilities, such days of respite are eagerly anticipated. Nowhere in particular. During this time, it is most fitting to stay home and tackle practice problems. "How dull." Huang Tingting waved her hand dismissively. "I wanted to go out with you. Perhaps shopping for clothes. I hardly have anything to wear for winter." In contrast, Jiang Jiang appeared indifferent to such matters, consistently donning the same few garments, even in winter, merely adding a coat to her attire. The table was cluttered with various test papers and vocabulary lists, which alone were enough to induce a headache. Yet, Jiang Jiang focused intently on her math problems, when suddenly a thought struck her. It's already Friday. Chapter 80. Do you know when to seek help? Jiang Jiang took a deep breath and examined the problem-solving formulas scribbled in her notebook. She resolved to persevere and give it another try. For the entire day, she immersed herself in that formula, ignoring everyone and avoiding eye contact. Lin Zhifeng hovered around her for quite some time without her noticing. To his surprise, he discovered that Jiang Jiang too could experience frustration. He had assumed she only wore a perpetual deadpan expression and regarded everyone with indifference. Observing her in distress over the mathematics problem, I couldn't help but express a hint of schadenfreude. What is this? Even our academic prodigy encounters perplexing questions? If you find yourself confounded, I would be more than willing to assist. Lin Zhifeng's smile widened as he unexpectedly leaned closer. No need. Jiang Jiang instinctively closed the draft paper in her hands. Lin Zhifeng feigned a look of despair. Jiang Jiang, I must say, you are rather stingy. What ill intentions could I possibly harbor? I merely wish to help. How truly miserly. It was one thing to ignore him on a regular basis, but to be so guarded, even over a mere question? Did she think this problem was made of gold, so precious? No, thank you. Help myself. Lin Zhifeng considered it quite generous of him not to mock her. Jiang Jiang, being excessively stingy is indeed unappealing. After all, he simply wished to assist her. Anyone in his position would likely feel a twinge of discomfort at such disdain. I have no intention of courting your favor, Lin, so you may resume your own endeavors. Lin Zhifeng was accustomed to others echoing his words, most of which were unfavorable, compounded by his habitual self-sabotage. In truth, as long as it was not overly excessive, Jiang Jiang felt it mattered little. As for his offer of assistance, Was it not merely an attempt to witness her misfortune? Jiang Jiang was certainly not one to allow herself to become the object of ridicule. Upon hearing her words, Lin Jifeng immediately grew displeased. TSK. This Jiang Jiang is truly something else. Lin Jifeng stood before Jiang Jiang for quite some time. After a brief pause, feeling a lingering sense of imbalance within, he forcefully slapped the table. I advise you, if you truly find yourself unable to manage, learn to seek assistance. Do you understand? It is only by enlisting the help of others that you can excel in this endeavor. Otherwise, you risk becoming a mere bookworm, buried in your studies. What harm is there in uttering a few words? To his surprise, Jiang Jiang nodded slightly and emitted a soft from her nose, her response polite yet reserved. Lin Jifeng lifted his gaze, feigning arrogance, yet in the very next moment, he extended his hand, saying, "Show me your draft paper. Perhaps I can help you uncover a solution." Despite his bravado, he knew he was not without merit. No need, Jiang Jiang replied directly, rejecting his offer. Did you not just suggest seeking help from others? Lin Jifeng was infuriated, nearly jumping in exasperation. Thank you for your concern, Lin, but I will seek assistance from others, Jiang Jiang replied with a polite smile. Lin Jifeng was overwhelmed with discontent. In that fleeting moment, a rather spiteful thought crossed his mind. Despite Jiang Jiang's smiling facade, who knows what mischievous ideas she harbors within? Frustrated and angry, he abruptly grabbed 2 plastic bottles from his desk and shoved them into Jiang Jiang's desk. Since you enjoy picking up trash, here is some for you. What else are you staring at? Jiang Jiang shot him a glance. Lin Jifeng touched his nose, realizing that he had indeed consumed both bottles. It dawned on him that he might have uttered something inappropriate. He averted his gaze, his expression tinged with embarrassment. Jiang Jiang, indifferent to his presence, continued to focus intently on the problems before her. After a day spent solving exercises, her mind was in disarray, rendering her unable to devise any effective strategies. After taking a deep breath, she tucked the draft paper back into her bag. Could I take a look at your draft? Lin Jifeng genuinely wished to know what she had written. Jiang Jiang found him bothersome. Were it not for his generosity in offering her the 2 plastic bottles, she would have preferred to ignore him entirely. I don't want to show you. Are you really that stingy? Her knack for inciting frustration was remarkable. Jiang Jiang glanced at him, her desire to engage further extinguished. Lin Jifeng, realizing he was merely making a fool of himself, reflected on her current mood and decided that there was no need to quarrel with someone in a bad state. The more he contemplated, the more he felt quite content with himself. Satisfied, he returned to his own seat. After school, Jiang Jiang did not head home, but instead went directly to the nearby No. 1 high school. She observed the snack street adjacent to it. The road was impeccably clean, and the school gate stood majestically, a stark contrast to the chaotic atmosphere of No. 3 high school. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Jiang experienced a disorientation in time and space, feeling somewhat lost in distinguishing between reality and illusion. Composed and obedient, she stood at the entrance of the school. Lowering her gaze, her long eyelashes cast a delicate shadow. Those exquisite eyes calmly observed the comings and goings at the school gate. Her fair, delicate skin appeared soft and inviting, illuminated by the golden rays of the setting sun, making her seem endearingly gentle. Even in silence, standing at the entrance of the school, she effortlessly captivated the attention of all passers-by. Noticing something, her lips subtly curled into a sweet smile. Cheng Bei, clutching a basketball, emanated an air of flamboyance as he approached with a raised eyebrow. "Sister, who are you waiting for at the school gate?" he inquired, intrigued by the unexpected beauty before him, someone he had never encountered before. Jiang Jiang ignored him, her gaze fixed on the ground, one foot tracing a semicircle. This was a habitual gesture she exhibited when in doubt. Indeed, she was contemplating whether to call out to Jiang Yanzhao. The atmosphere at the prestigious First Middle School was serious and cautious, and typically, outsiders were not permitted to enter freely. Noticing her prolonged silence, Cheng Bei felt a twinge of disappointment, wondering if his appearance was so intimidating that she wouldn't even spare him a glance. "Little sister, I'm speaking to you. Didn't your parents teach you to respond when someone asks you a question?" He couldn't help but tease her. Jiang Jiang lifted her gaze, her expression earnest. One should not speak casually with strangers. Her serious demeanor contrasted with her porcelain complexion, and Cheng Bei was utterly charmed. "Oh my, which family does this little sister belong to? I think I might just be smitten." Chapter 82, Just a Cheap Sister. Well, sister, allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Cheng Bei, and I am also a student at this school. I assure you, I am not a bad person. Cheng Bei, uncharacteristically earnest, made his self-introduction. Upon hearing his name, Jiang Jiang felt a flicker of recognition. He was a friend of Jiang Yuzhou. In the books mentioned, he often spoke ill of the original owner behind her back. However, Now that Jiang Jiang had taken on a new persona, she was utterly indifferent to such matters. Anxiously, she implored, "Could you please call Jiang Yunzhou for me?" Cheng Bei, captivated by her large, glistening eyes, felt his heart soften. "What do you need him for? He is not a good person. You should not associate with him." The thought of such a delicate girl wanting to befriend him made him instinctively reach out, as if to grasp Jiang Jiang's hand. "Are you hungry? Would you like to have a cup of milk tea? I remember that the milk tea from the shop across the street is quite delightful." He spoke as if he were a fool, and after finishing his sentence, he pointed towards the nearby tea shop while holding onto Jiang Jiang's hand. Cheng Bei harbored no ill intentions. He merely wished to befriend Jiang Jiang, who was genuinely endearing. "No, thank you," Jiang Jiang said, stepping back instinctively to create distance between them. When she looked up at him, her gaze was filled with wariness. "Why not? I'm telling you. If you don't like milk tea, then the cakes from the bakery next door are also quite excellent. I believe girls generally enjoy sweet treats. No need for that. Could you possibly call for Jiang Yunzhou?" Jiang Jiang furrowed her brow, questioning whether this person truly comprehended the implications of his words. The two individuals at the school entrance were exhibiting rather exaggerated gestures, swiftly drawing the attention of their fellow students. The naturally exuberant hormones of high schoolers caused them to perk up at such news. Someone hastily dashed to the playground entrance, exclaiming, "Extra! Extra!" A girl is waving Jiang Yunzhou's banner and tussling with Cheng Bei at the school gate, claiming they are off to do something. As the tale circulated, it morphed into something rather different by the time it reached Jiang Yunzhou's ears. Jiang Yunzhou is forsaking his principles, using his friends as shields. Jiang Yunzhou thought to himself, "If I don't take a look, I might just be doing myself a disservice." Meanwhile, Cheng Bei, believing his brusque demeanor had intimidated Jiang Jiang, softened his tone considerably, assuring her, "Rest assured, I am not a villain. I merely wish to befriend you." Cheng Bei reiterated this sentiment multiple times. What malice could he possibly harbor? He simply desired to befriend a lovely girl. Jiang Jiang felt a prickling sensation at her scalp. "I am not." She hesitated, words caught in her throat. When a familiar voice broke through the air. "Jiang Jiang, are you here to make friends at our school entrance?" The tone was laced with mockery and unmistakable disdain. Jiang Yunzhou approached, one hand tucked into his pocket and the other slinging a backpack over his shoulder. Standing before Jiang Jiang, he spoke with a somewhat harsh tone. "If you wish to make friends, I can introduce you to many." What happened? What is going on? Even if Cheng Bei's intellect were lacking, upon hearing these words, he sensed something amiss. Jiang Yunzhou remarked, "Cheng Bei, I forgot to introduce you. This is my half-sister, Jiang Jiang, who shares my bloodline." Chapter 83. Will it kill you to call me brother? Cheng Bei's gaze fell upon her, imbued with a certain scrutiny, making Jiang Jiang uncomfortable under his stare. "Wait, are you telling me that she is your half-sister?" Cheng Bei remained in a state of shock, utterly at a loss for words. Jiang Yunzhou shot her a glance. Jiang Jiang clenched her teeth and stepped forward. "Jiang Yunzhou." Jiang Yunzhou chuckled lightly, then bluntly inquired, "What brings you here?" Jiang Jiang looked at him incredulously, her eyes clear and innocent, her small stature evident. "Didn't you ask me to come to your school gate after class on Friday to discuss the problem-solving approach?" She appeared utterly adorable. Jiang Yunzhou. He had indeed forgotten. Not wishing to squander time with him, Jiang Jiang insisted, "Can you tell me now?" She suppressed the urge to feel overwhelmed, politely addressing him in front of everyone, "If you please." If it were possible, she would prefer not to trouble him over this matter. The mathematics teacher at school was perpetually busy, leaving no time to seek assistance. Jiang Yunzhou burst into laughter, saying, "Aren't you quite capable? Why do you need to ask for help now?" Once spoken, the words carried an unmistakable tone of mockery, striking Jiang Jiang's face like a series of sharp slaps. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Jiang Yunzhou remained silent, merely observing her. Jiang Jiang forced a disingenuous smile, questioning, "So you are toying with me? What trickery have I employed?" Jiang Yunzhou feigned indifference, while in truth, his heart was a tumultuous mess. He yearned to hear Jiang Jiang sweetly call him, "Brother, please help me." The mere thought of it filled him with inexplicable joy, a sensation both peculiar and delightfully intoxicating. In that moment, he felt akin to a pervert. Jiang Jiang furrowed her brow. "Didn't you say you would teach me problem-solving strategies if I came over on Friday? Did you truly believe me?" Her tone dripped with irritation. She gazed at him quietly, her innocent yet fierce expression hinting at either anger or something deeper, the corners of her eyes slightly reddened. Indeed, she should not have placed her trust in others. Jiang Yunzhou's nonchalant demeanor only served to exacerbate her frustration. "Beg me, and I shall reveal the answer." Jiang Jiang stepped back, turning on her heel without the slightest hesitation. Infuriated, Jiang Yunzhou finally shouted after her retreating figure, What will happen if you beg me? Will you perish? Bei was startled by his outburst. Jiang Yunzhou's expression darkened. If you simply flattered me, I would have divulged the answer. Yet you lack the ability to adapt. No flattering words were uttered, not even a single call of brother. Why such anger? Bei stood nearby, his eyes gleaming with excitement, and spoke eagerly. That sister of yours, she is quite beautiful. Could you possibly introduce me? Jiang Yunzhou's desire to harm someone was uncontainable. Get lost. Oh, come on, I merely wish to meet her. Bei smacked his forehead, realizing he had yet to buy his sister a cup of milk tea. Had he known, he would have gone to purchase it earlier. Jiang Yunzhou could not be bothered with him. A sister? He had been disregarded by his own brother. So what significance did Bei hold? Chapter 84. A true love for learning upon returning to the Jiang residence. And Mingzhu sat in the living room with the television on. As Jiang Jiang entered, she emerged from the kitchen with a steaming bowl of soybean milk, beckoning her. Jiang Jiang, come and drink some soybean milk. Are you hungry? Would you like to eat something else? How about strawberries? There are plenty in the refrigerator. And Mingzhu believed that most girls would enjoy the sweet and sour taste of strawberries. Hearing the caring tone, Jiang Jiang paused in her steps. In no time, a warm bowl of soybean milk was placed in her hands. With an empty stomach, Jiang Jiang sipped slowly from the bowl. The beans were fragrant, not overly sweet, and the warmth slid down her throat into her stomach, gradually warming her entire being. Satisfied, Jiang Jiang squinted her eyes in contentment, and Mingzhu noticed and smiled, pointing at the television screen. Following her gaze, the slender figure of a young man appeared on the screen, holding a microphone and singing. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce you. This is your brother, Jiang Yunma. He has been undergoing rigorous training these past few days and is finally making his debut. Shall we attend his concert in a couple of days? Jiang Jiang felt a twinge of reluctance towards meeting unfamiliar faces. Yet the anticipation in Mingzhu's eyes compelled her to nod in agreement. Oh, how obedient you look. And Mingzhu quickly poured her a glass, considering that a child who had spent an entire day studying must be quite fatigued. Moreover, after so many years of enduring hardships outside, she surely deserved some delightful nourishment. However, it was challenging to discern Jiang Jiang's culinary preferences. Seizing the rare opportunity where Jiang Jiang did not seem averse to something, and Mingzhu eagerly offered her more. Jiang Jiang shook her head, indicating her refusal. I'll go upstairs to do my homework now. Homework already? Isn't tomorrow Saturday? You can do it then as well. This child was excessively absorbed in her studies, having lost the vitality and aspirations of her peers. As a member of the Jiang family, she need not burden herself so heavily. Tomorrow would bring its own tasks, meticulously arranged in advance. Jiang Jiang was averse to disrupting her established plans. Curious, and Mingzhu mused. What else do you do on your days off besides homework? Homework. During her time at the orphanage, in addition to completing her daily assignments, she was also responsible for the meals and well-being of a group of younger children. Now, with an abundance of time at her disposal, she naturally intends to utilize it wisely for her studies. And Mingzhu's expression was one of astonishment. She could see that this child genuinely loved learning. Whether in her past life or this one, Jiang Jiang had always understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch. The extent of what others invest in you must be reciprocated. Although she was unsure why events did not unfold according to the expected narrative, the Jiang family had treated her with remarkable kindness. This benevolence made Jiang Jiang apprehensive. She feared that should she ever leave this place, she might struggle to adjust to her former life. Thus, she felt an even greater obligation to study diligently. After all, achieving admission to a prestigious university would grant her the confidence to care for herself, even as she gradually distanced herself from the Jiang family. Chapter 85. A lack of affection, and Mingzhu pondered deeply while seated on the sofa, increasingly sensing that something was amiss. Jiang Jiang was not behaving normally, which unsettled her. Just then, Jiang Yunzhou entered the room and promptly rushed over, enveloping in Mingzhu's shoulders in a warm embrace. Mom, I've missed you so much. After speaking, her gaze shifted to the television screen. Wow, it's Yunma. He succeeded. Jiang Yunzhou's joy was palpable, especially since she hadn't seen Jiang Yunma on the screen before. And Mingzhu, feeling a headache coming on, merely nodded in response. The son is easily discussed, but at present, the most pressing concern is her daughter, Jiang Jiang. An inexplicable sense of discomfort emanates from Jiang Jiang, leaving one to ponder the experiences that may have shaped her peculiar demeanor. Mother? As Jiang Yunzhou observed in Mingzhu's prolonged silence, she too fell into a contemplative quietude, and Mingzhu forced a somewhat rigid smile, assuring, Mother is fine, while her gaze tenderly caressed Jiang Yunzhou's forehead. Unaccountably, a vision of Jiang Jiang's frail figure and pallid little face surfaced in her mind, stubbornly standing before her. never once indulging in a display of affection. A medley of emotions stirred within in Mingzhu, and her hand, once suspended in uncertainty, gradually withdrew. For the very first time, she felt a profound sense of helplessness. Though she understood the necessity of patience, the child's evident mental state was indeed disconcerting. Jiang Jiang, brushing her hair aside, suddenly seemed to recall something, rising to her feet. Is Jiang Jiang back? After school, she had gone to wait at the entrance of Jiang Jiang's school, only to learn from her classmates that Jiang Jiang had left immediately after classes, her whereabouts unknown. She has returned, saying she is studying in her room. Ah, I see. I shall go check on her, Jiang Jiang replied with a cheerful smile, bounding upstairs. And Mingzhu, heartened by Jiang Jiang's concern for Jiang Jiang, felt a slight easing of her anxiety. Perhaps the camaraderie between two girls of the same age is more harmonious than that among adults. All she wished for was that Jiang Jiang could let down her guard and accept them. Jiang Jiang, holding a bowl of freshly washed strawberries, politely knocked on the door. Jiang Jiang, I've washed some strawberries for you. Hurry and open the door. They are large, red, and absolutely delicious. Her discerning taste had proven true. She had tried one while washing them, and it was indeed delightful. She was eager to share the strawberries with Jiang Jiang. However, Jiang Jiang's muffled voice came from within the room, declining her offer. No, thank you. I don't like strawberries. You can enjoy them yourself. After consuming 2 bowls of soybean milk, Jiang Jiang felt quite full and had no desire to eat anything else. Additionally, she was reluctant to indulge too much in this household, as everything consumed would eventually need to be repaid. Could you please open the door? Just let me in. Jiang Jiang persisted after being refused, yet she remained calm. Jiang Jiang, however, remained silent, unwilling to open the door or allow Jiang Jiang entry. If you don't open the door, I will stand here and shout for you, disturbing your peace, Jiang Jiang warned. Jiang Jiang's minor resistance had long been anticipated and effectively countered by Jiang Jiang. Chapter 86. Just enduring. Jiang Jiang, please open the door. My hands are getting tired from holding the strawberries. She sounded somewhat like a spoiled child. Yet, there was truth in her words. She indeed found it difficult to hold them any longer. Jiang Jiang sighed, ultimately conceding, and opened the door. Jiang Jiang entered the room with an air of confidence. The plate in her hand seemed to beckon her. Jiang Jiang, come quickly to enjoy these strawberries. They are simply delightful. The fresh strawberries, large and crimson, were arranged beautifully on the plate, captivating to the eye. Jiang Jiang approached, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Oh, I'll eat in a moment. With her head bowed, her dark hair was tied back in a ponytail, cascading gently down her back. She appeared to be grappling with a difficult problem, her brow furrowing and her little nose crinkling in concentration. Jiang Jiang felt an urge to pinch Jiang Jiang's cheeks. How could someone be so adorably charming? Yet, observing the deepening furrow of her brow, she reluctantly dismissed that thought. Jiang Jiang, are you struggling with a tough question? May I take a look? Jiang Jiang inquired as she leaned closer. The table was strewn with pages of scribbled notes. Ah, this. I can't make sense of it. I don't understand a single formula. It's hopeless. Indeed, when it came to mathematics, the struggle was genuine. Jiang Jiang, how about we take a break and go out for a while? It's not necessary to be so engrossed in your work. Tomorrow is a day off. There's no need to push yourself so hard. Suddenly, Jiang Jiang realized something. Jiang Jiang seemed to always be working diligently, regardless of the situation. Even for something as simple as homework, she approached it with a seriousness that suggested an urgency, as if tomorrow might never come. Jiang Jiang felt perplexed by her friend's demeanor. When her gaze returned to Jiang Jiang, she shook her head. No need. You go ahead. With unwavering resolve, she firmly declined, devoid of the slightest hesitation. Truly, she is Jiang Jiang. Jiang Jiang's lips twitched involuntarily, overwhelmed by the desire to coax Jiang Jiang into joining her for a delightful outing. Life is not solely about completing assignments. There exists a plethora of exquisite experiences awaiting your exploration. Trust me, the world outside brims with delightful diversions. To be candid, there is an abundance of enchanting pursuits available beyond these walls. Jiang Jiang ought to relish such moments and should not confine herself within the confines of her room. I am not interested in such matters, Jiang Jiang retorted with defiance. She was no fool. She was well aware of the allure that the outside world held. It was precisely because of that irresistible temptation that she continually resisted. And what piques your interest? Jiang Jiang inquired. Homework, Jiang Jiang replied. Sometimes. As I immerse myself in writing, my interest gradually awakens. Jiang Jiang was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. In this day and age, there still exists someone intrigued by the notion of doing homework? Surely, this must lead one down the path of a bookworm. With a fierce demeanor, Jiang Yinshu snatched the pencil from Jiang Jiang's grasp. Jiang Jiang, you cannot continue down this path of excessive focus on assignments. You must venture outside and enjoy life. Finally, Jiang Jiang lifted her gaze to meet hers, suppressing her discontent. I will go out to play once I finish my homework. Just wait a little longer. Once I reach adulthood and regain my freedom, I shall traverse to any place my heart desires, unencumbered by the opinions of others. Chapter 87. She is different. Jiang Jiang wished to refuse her once more, but upon reflection, she realized she had already declined once. To continue in such a manner would surely be somewhat impolite. Bowing her head, she resumed her homework in silence. Jiang Yinshu pulled out a chair and sat down, chattering incessantly. Honestly, one should not burden oneself with excessive homework or too many practice papers. It can truly impair your mind, believe me. She reached out and poked Jiang Jiang, adding, we need to relax a bit. Jiang Jiang remained motionless, ignoring her. Another poke followed. Jiang Jiang's brow furrowed slightly. Jiang Yinshu seemed to have become quite addicted to this game, continuing to poke again and again. What are you doing? Even with Jiang Jiang's strong focus, such interruptions were becoming intolerable. If you won't pay attention to me, I just want to talk to you. Her tone carried a hint of grievance. Jiang Jiang was left speechless. Jiang Yinshu persisted, why don't you go out and have some fun for a while? Just a little break to relax. You can't keep this up or you'll wear yourself out. The pile of assignments on the table alone was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Jiang Jiang was fully aware of her intentions and replied dismissively, I will later. Stop pretending. You won't let yourself relax. You're just deceiving me, Jiang Yinshu exclaimed. Jiang Jiang, who often found solace in her own evasions, now felt a genuine surge of anger. She stood up abruptly at the door. Please leave. You are disturbing me, she stated, issuing a clear decree for her departure. Based on my observations over the past few days, it seems that for Jiang Yinshu, the clearer and more straightforward the words are, the better. Jiang Yinshu, am I disliked? Her mood instantly soured. All she wanted was to spend a little time with you. Jiang Jiang, I genuinely care for you, you know? I do not wish to go out with you. How many times must Jiang Yinshu repeat this to herself before she comprehends her own intentions? The window was ajar, and the night breeze gently wafted in. Jiang Jiang's voice was soft yet resolute. From the very day she entered this world, she understood clearly that she was not like Jiang Yinshu. She could not afford to indulge in tantrums. She must exercise restraint and could not simply act upon her whims. She constantly reminded herself, she would not earn anyone's affection, nor did she have anyone worthy of reliance. Jiang Yinshu wished to say more, but upon seeing Jiang Jiang's frown of displeasure, she reluctantly ceased her efforts, rising to her feet and moving toward the door. Jiang Jiang, seemingly eager, promptly shut the door. Jiang Yinshu thought to herself, she is not a bad person. Besides, what ill intentions could she possibly harbor? She merely wished to take Jiang Jiang out for a while. Jiang Jiang, focus on your studies, but do remember to eat the fruit on the table. Jiang Yinshu, still somewhat concerned, offered her gentle admonition, very well. If you prefer doing homework, then do so. I shall come to call you when it is time for dinner. I heard the kitchen has prepared a delightful array of dishes today. Sautéed prawns, sweet and sour ribs, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. It is quite a coincidence that both are the things that Jiang Jiang engages with the most. Jiang Jiang, stiffly tugging at the corners of her mouth, acknowledged the presence at the door with a brief response. Subsequently, silence enveloped the space. Standing at the threshold, Jiang Yinshu sighed in exasperation. Chapter 88. I am not a bad person. Once Jiang Yinshu departed, tranquility finally settled in. Jiang Jiang, having completed merely 2 problems, was interrupted by a knocking sound from outside. Assuming it was Jiang Yinshu, she deliberately chose to ignore it. The knocking persisted, yet no voice followed. After the sound repeated twice, Jiang Jiang reluctantly paused her writing, furrowing her brow slightly, and called out toward the door, Is there something you need? Her voice was soft and gentle, but upon closer inspection, one could discern a hint of impatience. A clicking sound emerged from outside. Stuck on a problem? Are you planning to exhaust yourself by hiding away in your room? Jiang Yunzhou's tone was laced with amusement, insufferably mocking. Jiang Jiang had no intention of opening the door, and upon hearing that laughter, her resolve only strengthened. Come out, and I shall teach you how to solve this problem. At this point, Jiang Jiang felt utterly devoid of the desire to respond. Jiang Jiang, aren't you eager to understand this math problem? If you do not open the door, how can I explain it to you? Jiang Yunzhou's patience began to fray as he paced at the door, his voice gradually rising. Hurry up and open the door, he urged, his words dripping with frustration. Jiang Jiang clenched her teeth, tightened her fist, and then slowly released it, addressing the doorway. No need, I can write it myself. After being tricked once, it would be rather foolish to fall for it again. Oh, you seem to hold a grudge. I had no ulterior motives. Jiang Jiang understood he was referring to the incident at the school gate. I bear no grudges. Reflecting quietly, she realized that Jiang Yunzhou did have a point. They had no particular relationship, so why should she feel compelled to share the results of her hard work with him? After calming down, Jiang Jiang resolved to tackle the problem on her own. Jiang Yunzhou's expression instantly turned cold. Jiang Jiang, don't be ungrateful. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Ultimately, he abandoned the game and went straight home. Ironically, he had returned home specifically for this, yet she seemed to reject him. How could she expect him to solve it when he was struggling himself? Was she trying to drive him to despair? Come on, call me brother, and I shall teach you everything I know. Jiang Jiang. What kind of nonsense is this? Jiang Yunzhou, Jiang Jiang, stop pretending you can't hear me. It's not that difficult, and according to our blood ties, you should indeed address me as brother. I am not mistaken. Jiang Jiang was baffled by his nonsensical ramblings. Yet she knew she couldn't allow him to continue this absurdity. The time wasted by these two was far too much. Had it been a normal day, she would have already completed an entire set of exam papers. Thus, Jiang Jiang called out directly, Jiang Yunzhou. Although she omitted the affectionate title of brother, her voice struck a chord deep within him. Jiang Yunzhou, not one to harbor petty grievances, responded, open the door, and I shall teach you how to solve math problems. Jiang Jiang retorted, I told you it's unnecessary. Can't you hear me? Just as Jiang Yunzhou was about to unlock the door, he paused. Chapter 89. The departing. What was she saying? Oh, quite ambitious, isn't she? This was not the demeanor she exhibited at the school gate. According to those from City No. 3, she had spent the entire day seated at her desk, motionless, over a single math problem. How could she simply give up? This opportunity is singular. If you do not open the door now, I shall truly refrain from divulging the answer. Very well, granting her another chance is not out of the question. No need. I will manage this matter myself. Jiang Jiang had faith in her abilities. Is that so? Are you certain you won't come crying to me? Jiang Yunzhou harbored doubts. I won't. Alas, such remarkable determination. Jiang Yunzhou withdrew his hand, feeling increasingly disgruntled. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became. Why did Jiang Jiang show him such disregard? Would it truly be so difficult to grant him a modicum of respect? His irritation only intensified. Come out. There is something I must discuss with you face to face. His somewhat irate voice echoed through the empty corridor. I have nothing to say to you. Alas. Listen to that tone. It evokes a sense of irritation. Outside the door, Jiang Yunzhou's commanding voice resonated. Open the door. It felt as though there was a barrier beyond just the door itself. Jiang Jiang's thoughts were already inscrutable, and now they seemed even more perplexing. I won't open it. She replied decisively once more. Jiang Yunzhou stood there, unyielding. To her surprise, Jiang Jiang found herself utterly at a loss against him. She couldn't very well shout for him to unlock the door. Summoning in Mingzhu and Jiang Yunhai would inevitably lead to a barrage of inquiries. Was it not she who was to blame for this predicament? After coming to this realization, Jiang Yunzhou stood in silence for over 10 minutes before finally turning to leave. Just before departing, he kicked the door, producing a sudden, jarring sound that startled Jiang Jiang, causing her hand to slip and mar the pristine white draft paper with an unsightly mark. Pressing her lips together, she reaffirmed her resolve to leave this place. Whether viewed through the lens of the book's conclusion or her interactions with the Jiang family, nothing seemed more desirable than distancing herself from them. Half an hour later, the Jiang family gathered neatly around the dining table. Even Jiang Yunan, usually preoccupied with company affairs, made an uncommon appearance. Within moments, as if orchestrated, everyone began to fill Jiang Jiang's bowl with morsels, one after another. Before long, her previously empty bowl was heaped high, resembling a small mountain before her. Jiang Jiang furrowed her brows even tighter, appearing to be under considerable stress. Jiang Jiang, please eat more. You look so thin. Jiang Yunhai picked up a piece of chicken leg, prompting Jiang Yunan to also knit her brows in concern. Indeed, Jiang Jiang was exceedingly slender. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but this was the first time meeting Jiang Jiang, and she seemed even thinner than before. Studying must be quite arduous lately. You should really eat more, and Mingzhu expressed with a hint of sympathy. However, there was little that could be done. Most high school seniors endured such hardships. Thank you. Jiang Jiang nodded, offering a polite smile, though her simple gesture carried an air of unfamiliarity. In Chapter 90, should we take her to the concert? Jiang Jiang cooperatively took small bites of her food. After confirming that Jiang Jiang was indeed eating well, and Mingzhu served another helping of vegetables to Jiang Yunshu, saying, You should eat more too. I am eating well, Jiang Yunshu replied, enjoying her meal, as she had always been the type to relish her food. Nevertheless, Jiang Jiang cast several concerned glances at Jiang Jiang. Noticing her eating speed had slowed, he could not help but urge, hurry up and eat. Eating so slowly and so little, one would think the Jiang family is mistreating you. Jiang Jiang ignored him, while Jiang Yunan shot a warning glance, saying, chew slowly and savor your food. Jiang Yunhai sought to engage Jiang Jiang in conversation, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The child has returned for quite some time, yet she has not been properly cared for. Following the principle of eating in silence, Jiang Jiang merely nodded in acknowledgement of whatever was said, or silently focused on her meal. Though she diligently consumed the food in her bowl, she refrained from reaching for any dishes on the table. The others engaged in light-hearted conversation, creating a relaxed and jovial atmosphere, while Jiang Jiang remained mute. Only after finishing her meal did she rise and express, I'm full. I will head upstairs now. Thank you for the delicious dinner. Jiang Jiang is a polite child, somewhat grateful. Indeed, the Jiang family's cuisine is exquisite, a fact she recognized from her very first day here. The meals prepared by the Jiang family seemed particularly delectable. Jiang Yunhai felt a tinge of displeasure, responding, there's no need to be so courteous. This is your home. You are free to tell us whether the food suits your taste. Jiang Jiang nodded, as if she had absorbed his words, yet perhaps she hadn't fully grasped their meaning. Before anyone could react, she had already ascended the stairs and closed the door behind her. Once Jiang Jiang departed, the atmosphere at the dining table suddenly turned somber. Jiang Yunan furrowed his brow, concerned, wondering if Jiang Jiang was struggling to adapt to this new environment. Jiang Yunhai replied, you are correct. It is evident that Jiang Jiang is indeed resisting us. The notion that his daughter was rejecting them was nothing short of a profound irony. What must we do to bring a smile to this child's face? Jiang Yunzhou spoke almost without a moment's hesitation. Let us buy her delicious treats, take her shopping for beautiful clothes and jewelry, and engage in activities that interest girls. Jiang Yinshu cast him a sidelong glance. Do you think Jiang Jiang is easily swayed like that? How amusing. If Jiang Jiang could be so easily influenced, she wouldn't be Jiang Jiang. Jiang Yunzhou. True, she is indeed rather challenging. Jiang Yunan added, be more attentive to her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunzhou felt somewhat displeased. Have I not been attentive to her? I have been. I. He had teased Jiang Jiang and spoken ill of her. Jiang Yinshu delivered a sharp retort. Jiang Yunhai, upon hearing this, slammed his chopsticks down on the table with a resounding thud, exclaiming, you little rascal, how dare you bully Jiang Jiang? Realizing he was in trouble, Jiang Yunzhou quickly raised his hands in surrender. I'm not bullying her. It's merely a brother's normal concern for his sister. Seeing that the situation had not eased, he swiftly changed the subject. I heard Yin Mo has a concert tomorrow. How about we take Jiang Jiang to see it? Chapter 91. What are you? Most girls tend to enjoy such lively occasions. The recent busyness had somewhat overshadowed the debut of their younger son. It would be a good opportunity to foster the sibling bond. After careful consideration, Jiang Yunhai nodded in agreement. Indeed, it would be beneficial for this child to go out and relax. She often stays cooped up at home, and if possible, it is certainly preferable for her to venture outside more often. With this resolution firmly in mind, after the remaining few finished their meal, they each returned to their respective rooms. Inside, the air conditioning hummed softly, and Jiang Jiang donned a delicate sweater, enveloping the space in warmth and comfort. Glancing out the window, the scattered stars evoked an inexplicable sense of reassurance. She reached out to draw the curtains, her gaze landing on the draft book atop her desk. With a sigh of resignation, she acknowledged the daunting challenge before her. Given her current abilities and understanding, it was simply beyond her. Continuing to ponder only resulted in a throbbing headache. Deciding to grant herself a reprieve, she nestled into the plush embrace of the large bed, instinctively curling her body. The bed was remarkably soft, and the blankets were infused with the scent of sunlight, a stark contrast to the gloomy bedding of the orphanage. Unable to resist, she gently rubbed her cheek against the clean pillow. Within less than a minute of closing her eyes, she drifted into a deep slumber, filled with sweet dreams. As sunlight streamed through the curtains, it illuminated her face, coaxing Jiang Jiang awake with some effort. Struggling to rise, she pulled the curtains apart, allowing vast rays of sunlight to envelop her. She stretched luxuriously, reveling in the delightful sensation of basking in the sunlight. Suddenly, a knock interrupted her tranquility. Jiang Jiang went to the door, finding Jiang Yunzhou standing there, rigid and upright. Jiang Jiang, it's the weekend. Let's go out and have some fun, he stated, his tone stiff and awkward. No, I have some matters to attend to. You all go ahead and enjoy yourselves, Jiang Jiang replied, suppressing her good spirits as she turned him down. Jiang Yunzhou, having endured a night of nightmares, was in a rather foul mood. Go out and enjoy yourself instead of rambling on, she said. Indeed, he dreamt once more of Jiang Jiang's demise. He feared that others would not believe him. Within the dream, he appeared to have committed numerous vile acts against her. As expected, he was jolted awake. This morning, as if by some mysterious force, he found himself drawn to Jiang Jiang's room. The moment he beheld her standing before him, Jiang Yunzhou felt the weight upon his heart finally lift. Jiang Jiang gazed at him with the look reserved for the mentally disturbed, asking, "Do you have something to say?" She was not inclined to speak so brusquely so early in the day, yet the condescending tone and demeanor were irksome. Jiang Yunzhou realized he had misspoken and attempted to soften his tone. "It's rare to have a break. You shouldn't confine yourself at home all the time." Jiang Jiang replied, "Did you not just hear my refusal? What good is it to remain cooped up, endlessly working on these math papers? If you're unable to write, perhaps a change of pace will refresh your mind. You might find your inspiration upon your return." Abruptly, she reprimanded him again. Adopting a self-righteous stance, Jiang Jiang, displeased, met his gaze with determination and asked, "Who do you think you are to dictate my actions?" Chapter 92. Jiang Yunzhou's lack of understanding. Jiang Yunzhou chuckled in exasperation. "Are you planning to work yourself to exhaustion?" Jiang Jiang widened her eyes. "I am not." "What time did you go to bed last night?" A glance revealed that the stack of examination papers atop the desk appeared significantly thicker. It was evident that she had once again burned the midnight oil, losing track of time. A wave of discomfort surged within Jiang Yunzhou. How many times had he implored her to refrain from such behavior? Suddenly, Jiang Jiang interrupted him with a cold chuckle. "Are you trying to tell me not to squander time, not to engage in rote learning? You mean to suggest that I should not invest too much effort into these papers, correct?" She continued, her voice lowering. "Pray tell. If I do not dedicate my time and energy to these examination papers, do you expect my scores to plummet to zero? How foolish and malicious can you be? If I fail to perform well in the college entrance examination and cannot secure a place at a reputable university, will you take responsibility?" The college entrance examination looms large, dominating the entirety of a student's high school experience. Jiang Yunzhou possessed a nimble mind. He could decipher the essence of any question with a mere shift in perspective. He had even participated in national competitions early on, securing admission to a prestigious university ahead of time. His continued presence in school was not due to a reluctance to conclude his high school journey, but rather a choice to remain. Even if, hypothetically speaking, Jiang Yunzhou chose to neglect his studies, it would not significantly impact his future, given the wealth and connections of the Jiang family. However, Jiang Jiang was different. Her commendable academic standing over the years was solely the result of her own unwavering effort and relentless practice. As for talent, she possesses not even a modicum of it. What she has is merely diligence and effort. If one cannot take responsibility, then Jiang Yunzhou ought not to view my dilemma from his own perspective. Jiang Yunzhou found himself at a loss for words. Jiang Jiang, feeling helpless, sighed and said, "Might you, the favored children of heaven, refrain from meddling in my affairs? Truly, they all possess the halo of protagonists. Whatever they undertake is destined for success. Yet, Jiang Jiang is different. She has no choice. For her, focusing on her studies is paramount, as it is the sole path to mastering her future." Jiang Yunzhou clicked his tongue, but when he spoke, his tone had noticeably softened. "No one is interfering with you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Jiang's lips twitched involuntarily as she inquired, "Then what are you doing now?" "Preparing to take you out." Jiang Jiang could no longer contain her irritation. "Who would wish to accompany you?" Her soft voice carried a hint of annoyance, lacking any semblance of intimidation or threat, instead evoking an impression of vulnerability. Observing Jiang Jiang's expression, Jiang Yunzhou felt a pang of tenderness. He instinctively moved closer, but Jiang Jiang recoiled, her small face radiating wariness. Although she maintained an obedient demeanor, her sensitivity betrayed her disdain for him. Realizing this, Jiang Yunzhou suddenly felt somewhat vexed. Why had she begun to harbor disdain for him? He acknowledged that his actions at the school gate yesterday were indeed a bit inconsiderate, yet it was all intended to elicit a gentle word from Jiang Jiang. "Early this morning, I found myself standing at her door, eager to take her out for a day of enjoyment. If she were indifferent, I could bear it. But her hostility stung deeply. I had chosen to overlook it, yet I couldn't fathom why the dislike seemed to linger so painfully." Chapter 93. Scoundrel. When Jiang Yunzhou was angry, his emotions often spiraled out of control. However, upon encountering Jiang Jiang's countenance, that unsettling feeling was swiftly suppressed. The wariness in her gaze intensified, and her disdain became increasingly apparent. A chilling thought suddenly assailed Jiang Yunzhou's mind. Would Jiang Jiang forever harbor such animosity towards him? Would she eternally wish to avoid his presence? Would it unfold like a scene from a nightmare, or even lead to death? The mere contemplation of such a scenario caused him to involuntarily gasp, his expression a tumult of complexities. The two of them stood there, locked in mutual scrutiny for several seconds. For the first time in his life, Jiang Jiang found himself conceding. Taking a deep breath, he uttered, "Jiang Jiang, I apologize." Jiang Jiang frowned. Was this man truly apologizing to her? The wariness in her beautiful eyes remained unyielding. Jiang Jiang pondered how, despite his sincere apology, she still regarded him with skepticism, questioning his intentions. He had never endured such indignity before. Approaching her, he narrowed his eyes and asked, "I have already apologized. What more do you want from me?" Jiang Jiang. Indeed, she had not misheard. He was indeed apologizing. Yet, the tone of his apology and the manner in which he spoke carried an air of arrogance that was quite unseemly. "Must I inevitably accept your apology? What do you desire?" Jiang Jiang expressed his impatience. To be candid, throughout these years, apart from the two members of the opposite sex within his household, he had scarcely engaged with anyone else, leaving him utterly perplexed on how to conduct himself in the presence of Jiang Jiang. Exiting the room, Jiang Jiang found himself at a standstill for 3 seconds before the door slammed shut behind him with a resounding thud, unceremoniously expelling the illustrious young master of the Jiang family. Upon stepping outside, before he could even muster his indignation, he was met with the frigid gaze of Jiang Jiang. A certain trepidation gripped him in the presence of this elder brother. The differences in age, experience, and approach to matters between them were starkly pronounced. Jiang Jiang's face was shrouded in darkness, his demeanor sharpened by the trials of time. "Brother," Jiang Jiang called out, sheepishly rubbing his nose. He reassured himself that he had neither shouted nor uttered anything inappropriate in the room, and certainly, no one had overheard him. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Jiang Jiang broke the silence. "Have you been bullying Jiang Jiang again?" "What?" Jiang Jiang retorted. "Do you think I am a mere child of 3? Resorting to the bullying of girls? How long do you expect me to remain immature? Is that so?" He recalled how he had just bowed and apologized. What more could he possibly do? Was he expected to kneel before him in penance? "Do you need me to enumerate the thoughtless actions you've undertaken towards Jiang Jiang?" Jiang Jiang. Jiang Jiang chose not to utter another word, and Jiang Jiang felt his composure slipping away. The more he pondered, the more unsettling it became. "Has Jiang Jiang lodged a complaint against you?" Jiang Jiang instinctively knew that this Jiang Jiang harbored ill intentions and planned to slander him behind his back, uttering disparaging remarks. Thus, Jiang Jiang had come to reprimand him. With a stoic expression, Jiang Jiang approached and delivered a sharp slap to his head, followed by a low reprimand. "You fool. Do you think Jiang Jiang is just anyone?" Chapter 94. Has she run away from home? In his youth, Jiang Jiang had trained in boxing and mixed martial arts. Though he had been busy over the years, his foundational skills remained intact, and his strike was precise and forceful. When his hand came down, Jiang Jiang felt a surge of pain. Aware of his wrongdoing, he refrained from offering any excuses, obediently enduring the punishment. While the beating may not have provided catharsis, Jiang Jiang ultimately ceased, questioning. "Jiang Jiang is our sister, a blood relative. She has endured so much suffering and hardship, and after finally returning to the Jiang family, she is not to be treated with such disdain." "Jiang Jiang, where is your intellect? Has your brain been devoured by a dog?" It is rare for Jiang Jiang to display such a loss of composure, and when he uttered these words, it was evident that he was genuinely enraged. Jiang Jiang attempted to defend himself, saying, "I was merely concerned. Concerned that Jiang Jiang's presence might usurp something within this family? Or are you worried that she will alter the dynamics of our household?" Jiang Jiang cast a scornful glance at him. "What are you pondering? What concerns you so? Remember, this is Jiang Jiang's home. She is free to do as she pleases without your condescending interference or petty manipulations." Jiang Jiang intended to retort, but found himself momentarily silenced by Jiang Jiang's sharp reprimand. A single phrase can awaken those lost in reverie. Indeed, Jiang Jiang was an integral part of this household. Yet, he had been apprehensive that her presence might disrupt the harmony of their home, leading him to target her with warnings and incessant bullying, as if he believed such childish tactics would serve as reminders. Unbeknownst to him, his actions were utterly reprehensible. Jiang Jiang coldly declared, "You need to contemplate carefully how to treat Jiang Jiang and how to make amends. If I catch you engaging in such behavior again, I will not hesitate to reprimand you." Jiang Jiang remained silent, his expression darkening as he absorbed her words, increasingly aware of his own shortcomings. How could he have acted without employing rational thought, committing such foolish acts? 20 minutes later, and Mingzhu ascended the stairs to summon Jiang Jiang for breakfast. However, upon gently pushing open the slightly ajar door, she found the room completely unoccupied. The bedding lay neatly folded like tofu blocks, and every item in the room remained undisturbed, showing no signs of having been touched. Even the textbooks and draft papers that had been placed on the desk were taken away. And Mingzhu felt a sudden shock in her heart. Jiang Jiang, Jiang Jiang. Even after calling out several times, there was no response. And Mingzhu instinctively wondered, has the child left? Does she feel unhappy living here? Has she departed without a word? But, please, no. In a flurry, and Mingzhu attempted to retrieve her phone to call Jiang Jiang. Yet, the moment she took out her phone, she realized she didn't possess Jiang Jiang's contact information. She recalled that the child didn't even have a phone. How could there be any contact details? And Mingzhu, in a state of utter distress, rushed downstairs and shouted, Jiang Jiang is missing. You all hurry and find Jiang Jiang. Even Mingzhu herself did not notice that her voice trembled as she spoke. Chapter 95. A comedic blunder. The few individuals downstairs were taken aback. Jiang Yunhai was the first to regain his composure. Do not panic. The child may have merely gone out for a stroll. And Mingzhu was in a state of utter disarray. How could she possibly be out for a walk at this early hour, having eaten nothing? Jiang Jiang had never possessed the habit of taking walks. The child was almost glued to her homework, entirely devoid of the inclination to wander. No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than Jiang Yunzhou stood up abruptly. Let us split up and search. Perhaps Jiang Jiang is in another location. Yes, Jiang Jiang might very well be somewhere else. Jiang Yunshu rose as she spoke. Just as everyone was flustered and preparing to search for Jiang Jiang, Jiang Jiang descended the stairs after finishing her morning routine. Having enjoyed a restful sleep, she radiated a sense of joy. Good morning, she greeted, her voice imbued with newfound lightness. Upon seeing her, everyone gasped in surprise. You're home? Jiang Yunzhou asked, incredulous. I am, Jiang Jiang replied, a look of bewilderment adorning her face. She had been in her room all along. Then why didn't you respond when your mother called you just now? And Mingzhu had shouted her name loudly, so much so that it resonated throughout the house. I was brushing my teeth and didn't have time to answer. This response truly left one at a loss for words. When Mingzhu saw her, a weight lifted from her heart as she gently caressed Jiang Jiang's small face. Careful not to startle her. Shall we sit down for breakfast? The porridge is nearly cold. Jiang Jiang nodded in agreement. Jiang Yunan pulled out a chair for her to sit, while Jiang Yunhai arranged the dishes beside them. After observing her for some time, he noted that the child was not particularly picky. Rather, she was cautious, watching everyone's expressions and hesitant to eat too much. Reflecting on Jiang Jiang's demeanor only deepened Jiang Yunhai's unease. He could hardly fathom what sort of life she had led prior to this moment. Setting a dish of vinegar before Jiang Jiang, he proposed, how about I buy you a mobile phone? At this, Jiang Jiang shook her head, her rejection unmistakable. Suddenly, an unexpected silence enveloped the dining table, as the others exchanged puzzled glances, struggling to comprehend her response. Jiang Yunshu was the first to break the silence, exclaiming, why not use a mobile phone? There are so many entertaining games on it. You can play any game you desire. Jiang Yunan handed her a sandwich, urging her to eat. What's wrong? There truly are numerous enjoyable games available on mobile. The sandwich was unceremoniously shoved into Jiang Yunshu's mouth. Even while eating, she could not be silenced. Jiang Yunhai remarked, without your contact information, how can we reach you if something happens? The recent misunderstanding could have been avoided if we had a phone to contact the child. Jiang Jiang, you should get a phone. Your family will worry about you. In case of emergencies, you could call us. And Mingzhu added, joining the persuasion. Do you really think anyone in this world cares about me? Jiang Jiang pondered. For a long time, no one had shown concern for her, nor did anyone seem to notice her existence. Over time, she had developed a habit of relying solely on herself, determined to resolve every issue alone, even during the most challenging times, never considering asking for help. Suddenly, someone told her, there are people who care about you, who value your well-being. Chapter 96. It's truly alright. What brand of phone do you prefer? Jiang Yunan quickly pulled out her phone and opened a shopping website. Anything will do. Jiang Jiang closed her eyes briefly and nodded in agreement. She had no particular requirements for a phone. It simply needed to be functional. Upon sensing his newfound openness, and Mingzhu felt a surge of joy in her heart and promptly inquired, Jiang Jiang, would you like your mother to buy you some clothes? She was exceedingly eager to adorn Jiang Jiang in beautiful attire. Her little Jiang Jiang, so lovely and deserving of affection, ought to be graced with all the splendid things this world has to offer. Jiang Jiang stammered, taken aback by the sudden warmth. Actually, I am not. How about this? And Mingzhu held up a pink phone case, soft and pastel, perfectly suited for a girl. Jiang Jiang gazed at it for several moments, and by the time she processed her thoughts, Jiang Yunan had already completed the purchase. The phone was set to arrive that afternoon. The speed of online shopping these days is remarkable. Nearly anything one desires can be delivered on the same day. Jiang Jiang clenched her fists, slowly turning her head away, and softly uttered, "Thank you." It was evident that no one was truly listening to her words. If that were the case, why bother being someone who invites disdain? Jiang's father chuckled, saying, "There's no need to be polite with your brother." And Mingzhu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Jiang Jiang, you needn't hold back with your elder brother. He is quite adept at earning money. You can directly tell him if you wish for something." Jiang Jiang did not nod. Instead, she smiled and replied, "If I want something, I will buy it myself." Jiang's father mistakenly assumed Jiang Jiang would use the card he offered for her purchases. He patted her shoulder and remarked with a smile, "Buy whatever you desire, dear. There's no need to worry about saving money for your parents." Realizing that the family had misunderstood her intentions, Jiang Jiang lowered her head. Having developed a cautious demeanor in the orphanage, she was adept at discerning the moods of others and knew not to dampen their spirits during a moment of joy. Remaining silent, she began to sip her soy milk. Taking advantage of this moment, and Mingzhu spoke up, "After dinner, let us go out with your brothers and visit your younger brother, the one I pointed out to you on television. There's a concert at the gym this afternoon, and he hasn't met you yet. Girls should venture outside more often. It's not healthy to confine oneself alone at home. Indeed, a change of scenery might do her good. Perhaps after refreshing her mind, she would find herself able to solve her problems." Jiang Jiang replied, "No, thank you. I still have many things to accomplish today." She genuinely wished to adhere to her plans and declined politely. "Jiang Jiang, please don't refuse. Concerts are incredibly enjoyable. Really, they are. A little outing won't hurt." Jiang Yunshu leaned in from the side, having unexpectedly grasped Jiang Jiang's arm and began to shake it playfully. Jiang Jiang felt a momentary paralysis as all eyes turned toward her, filled with a certain hopeful anticipation. With others waiting and yearning, she had no choice but to nod in agreement. Jiang Yunshu beamed with satisfaction, and the Jiang family collectively exhaled with relief. Jiang Jiang lowered her head even further, silently reassuring herself, "It's all right, truly." Chapter 97. I saw Jiang Jiang. The afternoon sun of winter gradually grew warmer, filling the entire city with a vibrant atmosphere reminiscent of festive celebrations. In the heart of the city, at the sports arena, Jiang Yunshu eagerly pulled Jiang Jiang into the venue, with Jiang Yunzhou trailing behind, serving as her protector. Initially, Jiang Yunan intended to join them, but his overwhelming responsibilities compelled him to retreat. After a brief absence, he was inundated with calls from his secretary. Reluctantly, he returned to the company to address pressing matters, but not before discreetly slipping a black card into Jiang Jiang's hand, expressing his concern with a gentle reminder, "Buy whatever you desire. Do not hesitate to spend." Jiang Jiang pondered, perplexed. Is it customary for the Jiang family to hand out money? Having encountered similar situations multiple times, she had grown adept at navigating this dynamic and realized that refusing such gestures would be futile. Thus, she resolved to retain the funds for a future occasion when she might leave the Jiang family, intending to return everything intact. The throng of fans outside was overwhelming, and despite their efforts, they could not breach the entrance. Upon inquiring further, they discovered that today's concert boasted a plethora of celebrities, including the likes of Liang Yinxing and Gu Qian, whose presence had prompted an early sellout of tickets by eager young admirers. As a mere family member, Jiang Yunzhou had yet to procure tickets from Jiang Yunma, rendering him unable to enter. Amidst the cacophony of voices, Jiang Yunzhou's striking appearance attracted the attention of numerous young women, who playfully flitted around him, even causing some accidental collisions. Jiang Yunzhou suppressed his irritation, stepped back to create some distance, and made a phone call to Jiang Yunma. "Where are you? Where are the tickets?" His voice was commanding from the outset. "What? Inside. Where?" The concert was about to commence, and Jiang Yunma was exceedingly busy. The cacophony on the other end of the line was overwhelming, and after exchanging a few casual words, the call was abruptly terminated. The three stood in place, exchanging glances. Ultimately, it was Jiang Yunzhou who relayed the contents of the call. Yunma was too occupied and likely had no time to deliver the tickets, advising them to retrieve them directly from the backstage. "Then let us go. I've never seen the backstage of a concert," Jiang Yunshu exclaimed, clapping her hands in excitement. Jiang Jiang had initially intended to suggest that only the two of them should go, but to her surprise, Jiang Yushu grasped her hand and declared, "Come on. Let's go together." Thus, before she could voice her thoughts, her suggestion was promptly dismissed. Jiang Yushu tugged at Jiang Jiang, unhesitatingly leading her towards the backstage. Jiang Yunzhou trailed behind, struggling to keep pace. Meanwhile, on the other side of the stadium, a girl clad in a Lolita dress squinted her eyes. contemplating the retreating figures of the three. Qingqing, what are you looking at? A group of boys and girls approached Jiang Qingqing. She moved her lips slightly, articulating her confusion. I think I just saw Jiang Jiang. How curious. What is she doing here? No way. Are you saying you saw who? In broad daylight. Could it be that you have encountered a ghost? I might believe you if you claim to have seen someone else. But to assert that you have seen Jiang Jiang is simply preposterous. At this moment, she is likely rummaging through refuse somewhere. How could she possibly be here? Yet, I must admit that seeing her here is not entirely implausible. Considering the abundance of litter, she certainly has her work cut out for her. Laughter erupted among the group. Chapter 98. Seeking Zhang Yunma inside the gymnasium. Throngs of people raised their placards, their excitement and anticipation palpable as they fervently chanted the names of their idols. The electronic screens flickered, showcasing the faces of several stars. Ah, Mommy, it's Liang Yanqing. Ah, Zhang Yunma, Mommy loves you. The cacophony of cheers was deafening, an overwhelming surge of fans converging from all directions. The security personnel within the gymnasium extended their arms to maintain order. Jiang Jiang found herself pushed into a corner by the throng. She had never witnessed such a spectacle. Before she could fully comprehend her surroundings, Jiang Yunshu and Jiang Yunju had vanished. Gazing at the unfamiliar locale, Jiang Jiang yearned to reunite with the two. The screams reverberated, even more piercing than before. After a few moments of struggle, she opted to concede, stepping back and observing the authorized personnel only sign above her. Moments later, she extended her hand to push open the door and stepped inside. A long corridor connected to the backstage resting area for the artists. Staff members bustled about, and Jiang Jiang inconspicuously nestled into a corner, unnoticed by anyone around her. Amidst the throng, she fervently sought the figure of Jiang Yunma. She needed to locate him in order to connect with Jiang Yushu and the others. Alas, her previous encounter with him had been nothing more than a fleeting glimpse on a television screen. Fortunately, the backstage walls were adorned with numerous celebrity posters, including one depicting 4 young men standing center stage. Each name was inscribed beneath their likenesses. With a glance at the names and then the faces, Jiang Jiang quickly matched them. She diligently searched the crowd for the silhouette of one particular individual. As Jiang Yunma approached from a distance, he noticed Jiang Jiang gazing up at her own photo. Her delicate face bore an attractive curve, and her entire demeanor was soft, with her ponytail gently cascading behind her. Her fair skin, illuminated by the stage lights, appeared almost ethereal. A stirring sensation ignited within Jiang Yunma, prompting him to stride over. Behind him, Hongjia helplessly called out a reminder. Yunma, you must return after the concert concludes. What was with this child? Had he entered a rebellious phase? He typically seemed quite well behaved. Yet now he was acting so obstinately. I know, Jiang Yunma replied, a frown creasing his brow. Your sister has been back for quite some time. It is high time you pay her a visit. After all, she is your blood relative. Regardless, I've heard that she is very understanding and well-mannered. Jiang Yunma halted, a dismissive sneer curling his lips. Understanding? Well-mannered? Why not say she is merely one who wallows in self-pity and plays the victim? From the fragmented feedback received from his family, Jiang Yunma could roughly infer what kind of person the other was. As previously mentioned, having spent so long in an orphanage, it was likely that such a person would not possess a kind heart, and one could only speculate on how corrupted they might be. However, this was indeed not the case. Sister Hong had initially intended to say more, but Jiang Yunma brusquely interrupted her. Enough, I understand. I will return home swiftly. What is the big deal about going home? Besides, it's time to show that person who is in charge and convey that the Jiang family is not to be trifled with. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Yunma found himself unable to resist moving forward. Chapter 99. The past of being bullied. Jiang Yunma stood before Jiang Jiang and called out, Hey, where did you come from? Jiang Jiang blinked innocently, replying, Outside. Jiang Yunma retorted, This is the backstage for staff. Not just anyone can waltz in here. Yes, I know. Jiang Jiang replied with a knowing expression. Jiang Yunma pressed, Who are you looking for? I'm looking for. Jiang Yunma began, but was cut off as a team member called out from a distance, beckoning him to the rehearsal area. Before he could respond, the person reached out and pulled him towards the rehearsal spot. Jiang Yunma could only watch helplessly as the individual vanished from his sight. Jiang Jiang, on the other hand, felt somewhat puzzled, glancing up at the posters hanging on the wall, her gaze lingering on the person who had just been called away. Indeed, that individual is Jiang Yunma. Amidst the bustling staff, it remains uncertain whether their preoccupation is due to sheer busyness or some other reason. Jiang Jiang boldly mingles among the workers, and astonishingly, not a single person intervenes to halt her actions. The backstage environment is exceedingly intricate. Although it is evident that Jiang Yunma was drawn into a room upon entry, one discovers that the room connects to another, creating an endless loop of interwoven spaces. After quite some time, Jiang Jiang still fails to locate Jiang Yunma's presence. Feeling somewhat awkward, she absent-mindedly tousles her hair, preparing to observe the situation before proceeding. Not far away, a cacophony of arguments ensues. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. I truly saw Jiang Jiang. However, she appears considerably more fashionable than before, and her demeanor is no longer as somber. Jiang Qingqing's insistence grows increasingly fervent. Qingqing, you are simply fatigued and mistaking someone else for her. How many times must I reiterate this? This is an entirely different realm. And what stature does Jiang Jiang possess to be here? Irritated, Jiang Qingqing shakes off the hand resting on her shoulder. I advise you to exercise caution. Jiang Jiang is as resilient as a cockroach. Have you forgotten? No matter how much we torment her, she will never utter a plea for mercy. Recalling the gaze Jiang Jiang cast upon them before departing, it was unmistakably one of determination, signaling her intent not to be easily dismissed. Although it has been a long time since I last heard any news about Jiang Jiang, the memory of that gaze still sends shivers down my spine. Consequently, I had my family's bodyguards follow her for a period, ensuring that no disturbances arose before ultimately letting her be. To be honest, I have indeed heard whispers regarding Jiang Jiang. It seems she has located her biological parents. Among the group, led by Jiang Qingqing, there are still those who pay attention to Jiang Jiang's affairs. Soon, someone disdainfully remarked, even if she has found her real parents, what does it matter? She is likely just another impoverished soul. Moreover, if Jiang Jiang could not cause any turbulence in the past, what waves could she possibly stir now? Qingqing, today is your brother's concert. Why bring up such a dismal character on such a splendid occasion? Indeed, that Jiang Jiang should not even be within our line of sight. The conversation continued among the group. Suddenly, someone among them uttered, Brother Jingyu. As those words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Silence. Jiang Qingqing shot a glare at the speaker and, after a pause, added, what does he know? He remembers nothing. How could he recognize anyone? It is laughable. Jiang Jiang will likely spend her life wallowing in the refuse, never able to rise again. I shall speak plainly. If anyone has uttered words that ought not to have been spoken in your presence, do not blame me for being ungracious. My gaze swept across the surroundings, laden with warning. Yet have you forgotten? Jiang Jiang, that ingrate, resided in our home for an extended period, and when my brother fell ill, she left without so much as a word, departing without a trace. What right does such a person have to maintain any connection with my brother? You all ought to keep your lips sealed and refrain from speaking nonsense before him. As I concluded my statement, an individual approached with an air of confidence, head held high, eyes unwavering. Jiang Jiang. One of the girls trembled as she pointed towards the direction Jiang Jiang was heading. In that moment, Jiang Qingqing felt her breath quicken. With wide open eyes, she gazed ahead. It was indeed Jiang Jiang. How could someone like her dare to appear before them? Jiang Qingqing rushed toward Jiang Jiang, her tone as fierce as ever. Jiang Jiang, how dare you show your face in front of us? Jiang Jiang regarded her for a few seconds, finding the remark somewhat amusing. She truly was as irritating as ever. This is not the domain of the esteemed Miss Jiang. In such a setting, anyone is welcome to come. Jiang Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Jiang had never before spoken to her in such a tone. Employing this manner of address, with a scoff, she remarked, are you here to pilfer or merely to rummage through refuse? Everyone has taken care to safeguard their belongings. Should anything go missing, it would be quite unfortunate, especially considering there is a notorious thief among us, someone fond of appropriating others' possessions. The group trailing behind her joined in, feigning to search through their bags with exaggerated zeal. The mocking laughter grew increasingly louder. Jiang Jiang turned, casting a cold glance at the group, her gaze ultimately resting on Jiang Qingqing. Feeling flustered under that scrutiny yet reluctant to lose face, Jiang Qingqing retorted, what are you staring at? Am I mistaken? When you left our home, your hands weren't exactly clean. You even took a small parcel with you. My parents, in their kindness, did not inspect what you had concealed within, but I have heard whispers of diamonds missing from our household. The more she spoke, the more triumphant she became. Her words akin to pebbles cast upon a tranquil lake, sending ripples through Jiang Jiang's heart. Jiang Jiang had thought she had buried those memories. Yet the more she endeavored to suppress them, the more they surged forth. In that case, Miss Jiang, do you require the police to be notified? If you wish to report this, I would not hesitate to accompany you to the precinct to investigate, and perhaps ascertain who truly had unclean hands back then. Chapter 101. Perhaps not feasible. Jiang Qingqing was somewhat terrified, her voice tinged with a scream. It all sounds so pleasant. But who would want to accompany you to the police station? Clearly, it was you who took it. Jiang Jiang gazed at her in silence, as if observing a mere gesture. In the past, she had never desired anything from the Jiang family, let alone taken anything. Yet, Jiang Jiang was acutely aware that she was unjustly bearing the blame. It should not have been her burden, yet it was firmly placed upon her shoulders. However, she felt utterly powerless, being so young and lacking parental support. She had no means to contest these accusations. She could only watch helplessly as they poured bucket after bucket of filth upon her. Living like a joke, she bore the weight of this blame under the scrutinizing stares of others. Seeing Jiang Jiang's silence, Jiang Qingqing's lips curled into a malicious smile. Look, you can't even muster a word in your defense, yet you still have the audacity to deny it. If I were you, I would just scurry into a corner, hoping not to be noticed. How ridiculous to appear so brazenly before me. Do you wish for me to treat you as I did before? Years had passed since they last met. Following that incident, the overly pampered Jiang Qingqing had once again been sheltered by her family. It is no exaggeration to say that whatever she did, there were always Jiang family members backing her up, gradually cultivating her reckless disposition. She faced every situation without regard for consequences. Recently, one of her close friends had vanished amidst the turmoil. It was rather unfortunate that the refuse discarded years ago had once again resurfaced before her. Jiang Qingqing, unable to contain herself, stepped forward to trample on it. Jiang Jiang's gaze dimmed, and she inquired, "How is your brother's health?" A seemingly simple question felt akin to a knife pressed against Jiang Qingqing's throat, rendering her momentarily paralyzed. After a few seconds, Jiang Qingqing surged forward and forcefully shoved Jiang Jiang. Taken aback by this sudden aggression, Jiang Jiang lost her balance, staggering several steps backward, ultimately collapsing onto the ground after colliding with an object. Jiang Jiang, do not dare to mention my brother in my presence. What right do you have to speak of him? He is my brother, not yours. Do not presume yourself to be remarkable. You merely drew a small amount of blood to save him. Furthermore, you accepted payment at that time, did you not? Since you took the money, you ought to vanish quietly and refrain from appearing before us again. Jiang Qingqing's voice grew increasingly hurried, betraying her inner turmoil. This Jiang Jiang was insufferable. Why did she persist in showing up? Could she not completely disappear from her sight forever? Alas, that seemed unlikely. Jiang Jiang, suppressing the pain coursing through her body, rose from the ground, brushing off her hands and the dust from her clothes. Jiang Qingqing reacted as if she had heard an absurd joke. After all, this world did not revolve solely around her. It was not a matter of her commanding others to act or to vanish at her whim. To speak candidly, Jiang Jiang yearns more than anyone else for her own disappearance, a complete and eternal vanishing, so that she may be free from inexplicable anguish and the peculiar troubles that perpetually encircle her. She harbors a profound disdain for complications. Chapter 102. Why don't you disappear? Although I have lived in the Jiang household, I have paid a price for it. As for the alleged theft you mentioned, I believe you are far more aware of the true circumstances than I am. Do you dare me to report this to the police right now and demand a reinvestigation of the events from that time? Jiang Jiang stood upright before Jiang Qingqing, her voice soft yet imbued with an icy resolve. Jiang Qingqing was somewhat intimidated by her imposing presence. She had not anticipated that the usually submissive and cautious Jiang Jiang would utter such words. With so many eyes upon her, Jiang Qingqing felt her face flush with embarrassment, and upon regaining her composure, she was incensed and wished to retaliate. Jiang Jiang admonished, "Go ahead and make a move. There are surveillance cameras everywhere." She was well versed in handling such matters. Jiang Qingqing, caught off guard, paused, suddenly recalling her brother's warning, a sliver of rationality returning to her mind. She was increasingly reluctant for her brother to be entangled in any way with Jiang Jiang. Jiang Jiang, disinterested in further engagement, turned away with a cold demeanor. Wasting her time on such individuals felt utterly unworthy. Qingqing, ignore that Jiang Jiang. I believe she is simply envious and jealous of you. Indeed, Jiang Jiang was being deliberately unpleasant, just as she had always been. The few individuals behind her exchanged words, their conversation rife with discontent directed towards Jiang Jiang. Enough. Silence. All of you. They exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. In the past, Jiang Qingqing would have pursued Jiang Jiang without hesitation, seeking to reprimand her. Yet now, she found herself admonishing them instead. For a fleeting moment, an uneasy quiet enveloped the group. Jiang Qingqing clenched her fists, her expression twisted by jealousy as she scrutinized Jiang Jiang's face. Why couldn't she simply vanish from this world? Ah Huang, carrying a purchased Americano, navigated through the crowd. Upon lifting his gaze, he spotted Jiang Jiang standing in a certain spot. She was gazing down at her shoes, the young girl appearing immaculate. evoking an undeniable sense of aesthetic pleasure. Even among the entertainment industry, her presence was striking. The earbuds she wore were identical to those of Changge. Huang was taken aback by her unexpected appearance. This girl, who typically shunned such lively gatherings, was not one to attend Jiang Jiang's filming sessions or variety shows, let alone a concert. What could possibly bring her here now? Huang seriously questioned if his nearsightedness had worsened. Just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Huang, where on earth have you gone? I didn't send you to buy just to have you disappear. The voice on the other end, that of an, sounded as if it might explode. I'm on it. Huang hung up, confirming with certainty that he had not been mistaken. It was indeed Jiang Jiang standing before him. With an enthusiastic wave, Huang called out, Jiang Jiang, Jiang Jiang. After shouting for quite a while, Jiang Jiang remained motionless. Suddenly realizing, Huang smacked his forehead. She was wearing headphones. He quickly jogged over to her. Jiang Jiang, Jiang Jiang. Startled, Jiang Jiang removed her headphones and asked, Huang, what are you doing here? Huang replied, Chenggu is having a concert here. Indeed. It appeared she had not paid much attention to this matter. Chapter 103. Huang seeking a task. Jiang Jiang shook her head, presenting herself as obedient and understanding. No need. He has his own business to attend to. I want to go. You've worked hard. Huang. Her attitude was so impeccable it left no room for criticism. Not at all. How could it be considered hard work? This is my job. Huang insisted. But you really should see Chenggu. His appearance at this concert is quite different from before. If you were to go. Huang hesitated. Wanted to say more. Truth be told, while Chenggu may not have voiced it, he genuinely wished for Jiang Jiang to attend. Jiang Jiang shook her head again. There are too many people. It would cause trouble if I went. You needn't tell him I was here. The entertainment industry is rife with prying eyes, especially for someone of Liang Yanqing's stature. Even the slightest stir could incite a considerable uproar. Huang was bewildered. Where do we go from here? Jiang Jiang had just taken a lengthy detour without discovering an exit. From that door, turn the corner, and push open another door to get out. Huang, perplexed, decided to answer truthfully since Jiang Jiang had inquired. Thank you. Jiang Jiang politely apologized before turning to leave. It was only after she had gone that Huang realized he had let her slip away, mentally chastising himself as an idiot. He returned to the lounge carrying coffee. Chenggu, your coffee, he announced, placing an iced Americano before Liang Yanqing. Thank you for your hard work, the man seated in the chair remarked, extending his hand to grasp the coffee cup, his fingers sharply defined. After distributing the coffee, Huang stood in a corner, resembling a wooden figure, but suddenly remembered Jiang Jiang. He glanced up at Liang Yanqing, his face contorted with conflict. Liang Yanqing spoke coldly. If you have something to say, just say it. Huang was taken aback, his expression one of astonishment. He had yet to utter a word. Liang Yanqing lowered his gaze, scrolling through his phone. The background of the screen featured a girl, resting her head on a desk strewn with audition materials, surrounded by tall stacks of books. She appeared exhausted from studying, still clutching her pen, having dozed off in a state of concentration. Her long eyelashes and rosy cheeks framed an exceptionally beautiful face, now furrowed in a frown, as if troubled by a dilemma in her dreams. Upon closer inspection, her brows and tiny nose were nearly knitted together, adding to her adorability. It was merely a simple photograph, yet Liang Yanqing gazed at it for a moment, a subtle smile curving at the corners of his lips, his mood evidently uplifted. Huang stepped forward, hesitating for a moment before deciding to speak the truth. I just saw Jiang Jiang arrive. Where is he? Came the man's indifferent inquiry from the lounge. I heard he preferred solitude to avoid disturbances. As soon as Huang finished speaking, he sensed something darting past him. He quickly looked up, only to find the man who had been seated before him had inexplicably vanished. All that remained was the chair, spinning alone as if silently protesting the audacity of its recent occupant. You truly have a talent for complicating my life, and lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Chapter 104. Someone Huang protested. How am I the one causing trouble? I haven't done anything at all. And took a sip of coffee and set the cup down, forcibly suppressing the myriad of frustrations flooding his mind. Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself, stay calm, absolutely stay calm. After all, he was a seasoned agent. He had witnessed countless tempestuous scenes before. Why was he letting this affect him? After a moment of emotional recalibration, he spoke in a gentler tone. Have you forgotten how wildly unpredictable Chenggu can be? Why do you insist on voicing every little thought that crosses your mind? If only you had kept that last comment to yourself, we could have all been at peace. Yet, alas, no need to be upset. Your health is paramount. It's not worth sacrificing it over trivial matters. Huang's mind still seems to be in a muddle. Each time he loses his composure, one must ponder. Who is the cause? Kuan raised an eyebrow, offering a gentle reminder, while silently cursing under his breath. Fool. It appears that it is invariably due to Jiang Jiang. He recalls an incident on set when the oblivious leading actress compelled Jiang Jiang to undertake various tasks, much to Cheng Ji's evident displeasure. That very afternoon, as fate would have it, this ill-fated actress fell ill and was replaced by another starlet. Even more unfortunate, by nightfall, the original actress was embroiled in a scandalous rumor. To this day, she has yet to recover from the shock. Such unfortunate events seem to abound, and each misfortune intertwines, potentially culminating in remarkable coincidence. The mere thought sent a wave of terror across A Huang's visage. No, it can't be. Look at your youth. There are still matters you remain oblivious to. Yet, Kuan paid no heed, pulling out a chair and sitting down, crossing his legs and shaking them restlessly. After all, Liang Yinqing is the boss. Any losses fall solely upon his shoulders. He doesn't care about breach of contract penalties, not in the least. A Huang quietly retreated to a corner, gazing upward with a melancholic expression. Yes, he is still young. He knows nothing, merely a trifling nuisance. Mother, the city is rife with schemes. I wish to return to the countryside. The backstage pathway may initially appear intricate and convoluted, yet if one perseveres and continues forward, they shall soon discover the exit. Jiang Jiang forcefully pushed open the door. Instantly, a blinding expanse of white light flooded in from the outside, momentarily overwhelming her senses. Struggling to shield her eyes with her hand, it took her quite some time to adjust to the brightness. After a considerable effort, she reluctantly opened her eyes, blinking a few times and shaking her head to acclimatize to the illumination. Before she could fully adapt to this brightness, a sudden burst of laughter erupted from beside her. Turning her head, Jiang Jiang noticed a youth standing nearby, clad in an extravagant stage costume. Though he appeared quite young, there was an air of maturity about him. His features were striking, and he stood tall and slender beside her. His gaze fell upon Jiang Jiang, and he greeted her with a gentle smile, saying, "Hello." It was a simple yet polite salutation. A flicker of confusion crossed Jiang Jiang's eyes as she stared at him for a moment, questioning whether she had misheard. The youth chuckled lightly, his voice softening further. "Do we know each other?" After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Jiang lowered her gaze and earnestly denied, "No." She placed her hands behind her back, a subtle gesture that betrayed her tendency to lie. The youth's well-defined brows furrowed slightly, a hint of skepticism in his expression. He had noticed the surprise in her eyes, sensing that they should indeed be acquainted. "You, Jingyu? Jingyu, are you out there? We need to rehearse the movements again. Hongjie is suffering from a splitting headache. There is not a single worry-free individual in this ensemble." Just as she manages to rein one in, another escapes to make a phone call. The other two mischief makers are not running about, but are sprawled out, claiming exhaustion from last night's training, insisting that they need to rest during this brief moment. They are utterly unresponsive to her calls. It is indeed disheartening as their manager. She feels akin to a weary matron. These spirited youths, brimming with vitality, often require her to keep a watchful eye on them, attending to their every need. A moment's inattention, and they threaten to strike. Those towering figures, each over 6 feet tall, stand before her, rendering her speechless. "I'm here," one of the youths responds. Turning his head, a sharp intake of breath escapes the boy named Jingyu as he notices that the girl who had just been standing there has vanished in the blink of an eye. Hongjie, filled with frustration, urges him to hurry inside for the final rehearsal. The boy replies gently, "I understand." Hongjie continues, "You mustn't linger outside so carelessly. As a public figure, you should be mindful of your words and actions." After a brief pause, she adds, "Moreover, your appearance during the concert must remain confidential. If you carelessly wander out and risk a leak, it could lead to significant complications." "Yes, I understand," he assures her, regardless of how Hongjie spoke. The other party responded with remarkable patience, akin to a fist striking softly against cotton. Hongjie's scalp tingled, and she felt increasingly exhausted. This troublesome agent could choose anyone. She no longer wished to continue. As their figures gradually faded from view, Jiang Jiang emerged from a nearby corner, inhaling deeply and exhaling slowly. She glanced up at the sky, which was radiant with sunlight, adorned with fluffy clouds against a backdrop of deep blue. Recalling her days at the Jiang residence, she remembered the sky's brilliance and the sunlight's warmth, filled with laughter and joy. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it had all vanished completely, as if it were a beautiful dream. Upon awakening from this dream, she found herself once again abandoned by everyone. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Jiang distanced herself from her past sorrows. Lowering her gaze, a bittersweet smile tugged at her lips. Perhaps it was for the best to forget. Forgetting might not be a misfortune at all. She was, after all, someone who ought to have been forgotten by everyone. At that moment, Liang Yinqing called. His voice carried an edge of severity, Where are you? Out, Jiang Jiang replied, sounding overly earnest in her fabricated response. Liang Yinxing, knowing her all too well, sensed the shift in her tone and his voice grew colder. What lies are you telling? He found her deceitfulness intolerable. There is one more point. Her acting skills are truly subpar. Even a few more questions become insurmountable for her. Jiang Jiang. The man on the other end of the line paused, gazing at the silhouette before him, then inquired, Where exactly are you right now? I'm just outside. Her stammering only served to betray her unease. Jiang Jiang, speak to me properly. What nonsense are you spouting? Liang Yinxing unceremoniously exposed her. The term suspect lingered in Jiang Jiang's mind, uttered only once. Left with no choice, she weakly replied, At the gym. She stubbornly refused to admit she was at the concert, as if she were in competition with someone. Jiang Jiang, do you dislike me? Not at all. Then why don't you mention that you're attending the concert? The moment those words left his lips, Liang Yinxing's tightly clenched fist suddenly relaxed, engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. I was afraid of disturbing you, Jiang Jiang replied softly. Fearing Liang Yinxing's anger, she deliberately lowered her voice, lacing it with a hint of coaxing. Instantly, it felt as though something had struck him deeply in the chest, and Liang Yinxing's lips curved into a smirk. Well, it seems I underestimated you. Jiang Jiang has grown clever and knows how to soften her tone to soothe herself. He scoffed. When did you become so afraid of bothering me? I have always been quite fearful, Jiang Jiang confessed candidly. Liang Yinxing, who often appeared amiable, was far from that in reality. In the book, there are no overly detailed character descriptions. However, when Jiang Jiang was in a relationship with him, she still carried a hint of wariness. Upon hearing her words, he chuckled. Don't worry, I won T-bite. His tone resembled that of someone coaxing a 3-year-old child. Jiang Jiang. Turn around. Those two words abruptly intruded upon Jiang Jiang's ears. As she turned, she found the man standing directly in front of her. Liang Yinxing was considerably taller than she, arms crossed as he regarded her. You come here without seeking me out and even lie about being outside. You're quite bold now. The sudden reprimand left Jiang Jiang blushing furiously. I didn't tea. It wasn't tea intentional. Her tone was unmistakably that of a child caught misbehaving. Liang Yinxing's smile widened at her adorableness. Despite his fierce appearance, he softened his tone. Jiang Jiang. Don't lie in the future. Do you understand? Jiang Jiang nodded vigorously, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. I want tea lie. I want tea lie. Who knows how many lies Jiang Jiang told herself in the days that followed. Her delicate, fair face appeared adorably dazed. At that moment, Liang Yinxing found it hard to resist drawing closer to her, his voice laced with warmth as he asked, What would you like to eat? I'll buy it for you. She was simply too endearing, so much so that one felt compelled to shower her with delightful treats. Huh. Jiang Jiang looked slightly puzzled, her beautiful eyes blinking like little fans, fluttering gently. It elicits a deeper sense of sympathy. Jiang Jiang shook her head, declining. Chapter 107. Is there a crowd? Why not? Liang Yinxing's voice carried a hint of displeasure. I simply do not wish to eat. Jiang Jiang's tone conveyed a touch of grievance as she rubbed her nose, biting her teeth. What are you doing? She questioned, her tone tinged with incredulity. She merely did not wish to partake in food. It was not as if she had committed some heinous act. Hearing the girl's plaintive voice, Liang Yinxing felt a flutter of emotions within him, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. I worry that you haven't been eating properly and that you might feel unwell from hunger. I have been eating well. Really? Just make sure you are not deceiving yourself. Jiang Jiang's history was fraught with too many instances of neglecting her meals. Frequently going hungry had nearly become her norm. Previously, it was unavoidable. Now, even with improved circumstances, that detrimental habit lingered. Are you going to attend the concert? He paused. I have a few inner circle tickets. No. I need to return and complete my homework. While the concert promised to be visually splendid, her desire to return and tackle her assignments was paramount. Do you genuinely enjoy doing homework this much? What a peculiar obsession. After all this time, you still haven't changed. She nodded emphatically, her response resonating softly, yet underscored with a hint of determination. Shall I escort you home? Liang Yinxing suppressed the dissatisfaction brewing within him as he gazed at the petite face before him, striving to maintain his composure. I will go back by myself. Jiang Jiang asserted, her refusal not merely a simple dismissal. Liang Yinxing was momentarily taken aback. What did he perceive in Jiang Jiang's eyes? Was she attempting to establish a distance between them? It seemed she yearned to widen the gap that separated them. Liang Yinxing let out a cold chuckle. Jiang Jiang. What do you think will happen if you do not refuse me? Jiang Jiang's eyes reflected confusion, with an unmistakable air of bewilderment. Liang Yinxing's gaze darkened as he fixated on her clear, innocent eyes, seemingly seeking to uncover some hidden truth within them. Unfortunately, He found nothing at all in those depths. He realized, albeit belatedly, how amusing it was to be quarreling with her over such trivial matters. Do you intend to return home alone? He inquired. No. Jiang Jiang replied earnestly. Liang Yinxing narrowed his eyes, asking, waiting for whom? Jiang Yunshu and Jiang Yunju, she answered. Upon hearing those names, the man exhaled in relief. Jiang Yunshu and Jiang Yunju had thoroughly searched the gymnasium inside and out, ultimately spotting Jiang Jiang sitting quietly on a bench not far from the sports complex. She remained still, her gaze somewhat wandering, as if observing the passers-by yet not truly seeing them, simply lost in thought. Jiang Yunju felt a rush of blood surge to his head. For an extended period, anxiety and fear erupted within him at that moment. As he stormed towards Jiang Jiang with a somber expression, Jiang Jiang mechanically lifted her gaze, only to lower it again, unable to withstand the piercing sunlight, which made it seem as though she was deliberately ignoring him. Jiang Yunzhou was utterly amused by her reaction. Jiang Jiang, do you even possess any common sense? With so many people around, you couldn't possibly hold my hand a little tighter? Is it your intention to cause everyone to worry about you before you feel satisfied or happy? Chapter 108. Merely fear. Jiang Yunzhou's urgency turned somewhat confrontational. Jiang Jiang, however, was not inclined to indulge him. There was something amiss. She shot him a cold glance, turning her body to the side, clearly indicating her desire to disregard him. Jiang Jiang was indeed angry, her expression grim, her head lowered, remaining silent. Yet, deep down, she recognized that she was on the verge of breaking down. Too many burdens had accumulated in her heart. She had initially believed she could withstand it all, but she soon realized it was becoming increasingly difficult. She thought that by remaining silent and pretending as if nothing had transpired, her troubles would dissipate and life would become more bearable. However, the weight of her hidden struggles was overwhelming. After being concealed for so long, no one dared to speak of them. Yet today, unexpectedly, a familiar figure stood before her. And suddenly, the world she wished to keep hidden was laid bare under the sun. In that instant, her composure crumbled. What do you expect, Jiang Jiang? It is entirely normal for everyone to become separated in a crowd. Jiang Yunshu stood before Jiang Jiang, intimidated by the imposing demeanor of Jiang Yunzhou, her heart fluttering with trepidation as she attempted to interject. It is entirely reasonable to have a means of communication, yet she found herself lacking one. Jiang Yunzhou glared icily at Jiang Jiang, who, with her back turned, evidently sought to evade him, leaving him unable to vent the fury building within his chest. What is this? The moment something arises, you instinctively play dead and hide? Do you think you can truly escape this? Jiang Jiang, are you unaware of the concern others harbor for you? The reprimanding undertone in his voice grew increasingly pronounced. Jiang Jiang stiffly raised her head, her eyes betraying nothing but impatience. I never asked you to wait for me. I never requested you to seek me out incessantly. Why has this become my fault? Why does everyone insist on placing the blame solely on me, relentlessly criticizing my actions? Must she endure the constant reproach from all? The tone and the words were, to Jiang Yunzhou, akin to pouring oil on a fire. With a cold smirk, he spoke. What do you perceive others' kindness as? Do you take it for granted? Is that why you habitually disregard everyone, believing that they owe you something, expecting them to compensate for your perceived grievances? A flurry of accusations ensued. Jiang Jiang found herself unable to continue the conversation, gritting her teeth as she rose to her feet, her voice resolute. Jiang Yunzhou, who do you think you are? Why should I endure your incessant criticisms? If you find me displeasing, you are perfectly entitled to ask me to leave the Jiang family. There is no need for such disdain. It is not as if I lack other places to go, nor am I compelled to remain here indefinitely. Jiang Yunzhou stood in stunned silence, as Jiang Jiang's words resonated within him, shattering his previously held beliefs. He had assumed that Jiang Jiang was merely seeking to exploit the family's guilt towards her through her self-destructive behavior. However, the current situation revealed otherwise. I am not bound to stay in the Jiang household. I can indeed leave whenever I choose. Jiang Jiang lowered her gaze, fatigue washing over her. She felt genuinely exhausted from meticulously navigating her interactions with everyone, driven by fear of reliving the tribulations depicted in the original narrative. Yet, it became increasingly apparent that no matter how much she feared or attempted to evade it, those events would inevitably resurface in myriad forms, unchanging and relentless. Chapter 109. Do not touch me. Jiang Yunzhou scoffed, his expression darkening. It appeared he genuinely believed she would depart. How naive. Creating chaos within the household and then simply walking away. What kind of resolution was that? Jiang Yunshu observed the unfolding scene from the sidelines, hesitant to voice her thoughts. After a considerable pause, Jiang Yunzhou spoke slowly, as if anyone is actually forcing you to leave. Jiang Jiang parted her lips, clearly wishing to respond. But upon seeing Jiang Yunzhou's countenance, her words were swallowed back. Perhaps it would be best to return home first. Jiang Yunzhou stood close to Jiang Jiang, who instinctively recoiled slightly, her wariness evident. Observing her reaction, Jiang Yushu approached and gently grasped Jiang Jiang's hand, softening her tone to inquire, "Shall we attend the concert? Or would you prefer to return home?" Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Jiang replied, "Let's go home." "Very well, I shall summon the driver to take us back." Jiang Yunzhou crossed his arms, watching as Jiang Jiang gradually rose to her feet and stepped back, creating distance between them. Was he truly regarded as something filthy, warranting such constant vigilance? His expression fell, a cold smirk escaping his lips as he turned on his heel and walked away. Upon his departure, Jiang Yunzhou grew increasingly anxious. "Jiang Yunzhou, you too can return without concern for me." Yet, Jiang Yunzhou did not look back. Jiang Yunzhou was infuriated, nearly at the brink of cursing. Turning to Jiang Jiang, she offered reassurance, "Pay no mind to him. He is nothing but a lunatic." It seemed as if Jiang Yunzhou suffered from an intermittent affliction, prone to outbursts for reasons unbeknownst to others. Jiang Yunzhou held a deep fondness for Jiang Jiang, although the specifics of Jiang Jiang's troubles eluded her. She couldn't resist glancing towards the nearby ice cream shop and asking, "Would you like some ice cream?" Jiang Jiang shook her head, insisting, "Let's just go home." Ultimately, while awaiting the arrival of the driver, Jiang Yunzhou dashed into the ice cream shop and purchased a pair of ice creams, handing one to Jiang Jiang. "Here, enjoy this." The ice cream, sweet and delectable, was sure to lift one's spirits upon finishing. Jiang Jiang moved her fingers, ultimately reaching out to accept the ice cream. After taking a bite, the sweet flavor delighted her palate, momentarily alleviating the heaviness within her heart. Clad in a black cotton coat over a crisp white shirt, complemented by denim jeans, she exuded a youthful vibrancy. Her high ponytail accentuated her delicate and lovely face, while her enchanting eyes squinted with joy, endearing her even more to Jiang Yunzhou. "Shall we not return home just yet, and perhaps buy some clothes?" Jiang Jiang seemed to possess only this black down jacket, along with her perennial white shirts, white t-shirts, and jeans. Although the differences were hardly noticeable on ordinary days, standing beside Jiang Yunzhou magnified the contrast between them. "Let us go back for now," Jiang Jiang decided after a moment of contemplation, ultimately declining the suggestion. The Jiang family had provided her with an abundance of support, and upon meticulous reflection, she realized the debt was becoming insurmountable. Jiang Yushu, unable to resist, gently caressed her cheek, yearning to indulge in that delightful softness. "Please don't touch me." Jiang Jiang swiftly discarded the ice cream and shook off Jiang Yunzhou's hand. The suddenness of her action startled Jiang Yunzhou, leaving her momentarily speechless. Chapter 110, the so-called defense mechanism. Jiang Yunzhou's hand instinctively recoiled in surprise. After several seconds of silence, she finally mustered the courage to inquire, "What's wrong?" "I simply dislike being touched by others." She was acutely aware that her reaction had been rather intense. Yet, when someone approaches her, she instinctively distances herself from them. It seems she has activated a primal defense mechanism, resolutely keeping everyone at bay. Nevertheless, she remains optimistic, believing that with the passage of time, things will improve. Once she gains admission to university, she will be able to leave this place behind, alleviating all her burdens and breaking free from her current state. This conviction has been unwavering for Jiang Jiang. Jiang Yushu nodded, dismissing the matter lightly. She apologized with sincerity, acknowledging her fault in touching Jiang Jiang without permission, and promised not to repeat the mistake. Jiang Jiang remained silent, letting out a sigh within her heart. The phone purchased by Jiang Yunan arrived home early, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Jiang accepted the device. After powering it on and inserting the SIM card, and Mingzhu eagerly entered her phone number. "Now it's perfect. With this contact, Mom can find you anytime, anywhere," she exclaimed. "Indeed, if ever faced with danger or difficulties, you can call us at a moment's notice." Jiang Jiang thought to herself, "It's not an electronic leash to be strapped around my neck." The entire Jiang family had stored their contact information in the phone. Silently, Jiang Jiang reclaimed the device and tucked it into her pocket. "I'm heading upstairs now, wasting nearly an entire day. I finally found the opportunity to ascend the stairs in the evening and tackle some assignments. All right, you go upstairs to do your homework first. Once dinner is ready, I will call you down," said Mingzhu with a smile, clearly pleased with Jiang Jiang's acquisition of a mobile phone. As Jiang Jiang made her way upstairs, the others downstairs were engaged in lively discussion. "Do you think this child is so eager to go upstairs to do her homework? Or is she simply unable to resist the allure of her new phone and fears we might discover her playing games?" If it were Yunshu, it would likely be the latter, but Jiang Jiang seemed genuinely uninterested in the device. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunshu, engrossed in her game, weakly raised her hand. "Why am I being dragged into this? As if I play less than anyone else. Jiang's father shot her an annoyed glance, prompting her to lower her head and continue staring at the screen, pretending not to hear. Indeed, next month's competition was quite significant for her. She needed to intensify her practice. Jiang's father, lost in thought, inquired, "Where has Jiang Jiang gone? Why hasn't he returned yet? Wasn't he supposed to go to the concert with you all? I've tried calling him, but he doesn't answer. Where could he possibly be?" Jiang Yunshu paused in her gaming, hesitating to mention the argument between Jiang Jiang and Jiang Yunzhou at the concert. Vaguely, she replied, "He said he had something to take care of. He might be home a bit late." No sooner had she spoken than she delivered a decisive blow to her opponent in the game. Jiang Yunshu. Chapter 111. Receiving the news. The set of papers on the desk was destined to be completed with a sense of unease. Her thoughts were being led astray, completely detached from the questions before her. Despite Jiang Jiang's repeated attempts to calm herself with deep breaths, her mind remained restless. Unfortunately, emotions that had been suppressed for too long found a breakthrough, making it impossible to be restrained once more. In the end, she accomplished nothing on the exam paper. Resigned, Jiang Jiang leaned her head against the desk, staring blankly at the pen and eraser before her. In a moment of abstraction, she seemed to glimpse a boy she ought not to see. The boy smiled at her and waved. In the dim surroundings, his smile illuminated everything, transforming the environment into a bright and expansive space. Jiang Jiang couldn't help but let her lips curve into a faint smile as well, suddenly aware of her reaction. A thunderous sound erupted in her mind, as if something that had persisted for so long had collapsed entirely. Jiang Jiang snapped back to reality, sitting upright, only to realize that her back was drenched in cold sweat. She quickly shook her head, attempting to dispel the unwelcome thoughts invading her mind. Just then, the old phone on the desk rang. The call felt like a lifeline, pulling Jiang Jiang out of the inappropriate reverie. She answered the call. Liang Yinqing. Jiang Jiang had never called his name with such urgency before. Liang Yinqing was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. He whispered, "Come out." The other party threatened, "Do you want me to go in and be seen by the Jiang family?" Liang Yinqing paused deliberately. "Is that what you desire?" How could this person be so adept at intimidation? The last time he had visited, he had used this same rationale. Now, it seemed he had not grown weary of it. Jiang Jiang hesitated, wondering why he had suddenly come to find her. Did he have something of significance to discuss? If it were not of utmost importance, they could easily converse over the phone. She felt somewhat unwell and reluctant to face anyone. There was a silence on the other end of the line. After a brief moment, he chuckled helplessly, "Jiang Jiang. I did not travel all this way just to hear a few words from you over the phone." Jiang Jiang replied with a puzzled "What?" "Come down. I have received some news that I wish to share with you." The final statement was delivered with an emphasis that suggested something significant had occurred. Jiang Jiang's back was still slick with cold sweat. "Must you go down?" "Jiang Jiang, please come down," he urged, his tone lowered. No longer the aggressive and impolite demeanor from before. Though she initially contemplated refusing, the thought of him driving such a distance to seek her out made her reconsider. It would be unreasonable to continue to reject him. "I understand. Please wait for me." Jiang Jiang hung up the phone, went to the bathroom to splash her face with water, tied her hair into a ponytail once more, and took a coat before stepping out of the study. Chapter 112. I am not a thief. And Mingzhu contemplated preparing some seafood for Jiang Jiang to supplement her protein intake. This child studied late into the night. It was essential to nourish her properly. Seafood is delightful to consume, yet the process of cleaning it can be rather tedious, particularly with shellfish, which require thorough washing individually. The maid assisted nearby, and Mingzhu took her time, methodically scrubbing the ingredients. She had always enjoyed seafood, indulging in it considerably during her pregnancy with Jiang Jiang. However, over time, the other children in the household had developed a disinterest in seafood, leading to its gradual omission from their meals. Yet, with Jiang Jiang's arrival, coupled with her somewhat picky eating habits, and Mingzhu felt compelled to prepare some dishes for her to sample. She hoped the child would appreciate her culinary efforts. The maid reassured her, "She will. Jiang Jiang seems to be a sensible and well-behaved child." And Mingzhu sighed helplessly. This child was indeed too perceptive and obedient, often concealing her feelings and thoughts from them. "Children are like this. We just need to give it some time," the maid comforted. This child had endured far too much suffering, and Mingzhu wished for her to recover. She was acutely aware of the burdens Jiang Jiang had been silently carrying. Fortunately, she had already dispatched someone to investigate what had transpired in the child's past, and she anticipated receiving a response soon. As Mingzhu turned around, she spotted Jiang Jiang descending the stairs and hurriedly approached her. "Jiang Jiang, where are you off to? Didn't you say you were working on your exam?" Beside her, Eri swiftly made her way to the kitchen, pouring a cup of warm soy milk and handing it to Jiang Jiang. It's still hot. No, thank you. I'm just stepping out for a moment. I'll be back shortly, Jiang Jiang replied, somewhat reluctant to accept. It was merely a cup of soy milk. Finishing it before heading out wouldn't pose any issue. And Mingzhu was determined to nourish Jiang Jiang's health, gradually introducing her favorite foods to restore her vitality. However, the child steadfastly avoided junk food, which would have expedited her recovery. Unable to refuse in Mingzhu's kind gesture, Jiang Jiang took a hearty sip of the soy milk, but found that she could hardly manage more than half of it. After a brief pause, she mustered the courage to say, I'll head out now. I'll drink the rest when I return. All right, upon your return, I'll prepare something delicious for you, and Mingzhu replied, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Jiang Jiang was truly an obedient child. Nodding slightly, she felt a twinge of hesitation to linger any longer and swiftly dashed outside. Watching the frail figure of the child depart, and Mingzhu felt tears threatening to spill over. It was all right. She would take good care of Jiang Jiang in the future, ensuring she would never again endure such hardships. A sleek black car gleamed as it came to a halt at the Jiang residence, the rear door ajar, clearly awaiting Jiang Jiang's arrival. Jiang Jiang entered the car with a slight shiver, closing the door behind her. After ensuring that no one was watching, she let out a long sigh and couldn't help but voice her concern. Could you possibly drive a bit farther? Must we park here? It feels as though we are hiding. No sooner had she spoken than his deep, dark gaze turned towards her. I am not a thief. Why should I be afraid? Chapter 113. I did not poison you. Liang Yanqing had changed into a clean outfit, sitting beside her with a stern expression. He reached into the refrigerator and habitually handed her a bottle. Jiang Jiang glanced at the soy milk he offered, recalling that she had just finished a cup moments ago, and felt reluctant to take it. Liang Yanqing reassured her, I did not poison it. Jiang Jiang was genuinely grateful. She silently accepted the soy milk, not in a hurry to open it. Liang Yanqing raised an eyebrow. Are you still worried I might have poisoned it? Jiang Jiang looked up in astonishment, disbelief evident on her face. Liang Yanqing observed her, his eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness. Jiang Jiang, you were not always like this. Though she was unhappy being in a crowded space, she used to patiently sit in the lounge, engrossed in a book while waiting for him. She would not have held on to the soy milk and refrained from drinking it as she did today. Unbeknownst to them, their relationship seemed to have grown distant. This unwelcome distance was irksome to behold. After hearing his words, Jiang Jiang's body relaxed slightly. No, it's just that my studies have been incredibly demanding lately. In this regard, Jiang Jiang has indeed not lied. There have been many instances in the past, but none quite like the present. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Jiang turned her gaze towards the scenery outside the window, slowly exhaling. Her eyes reflected a sense of gloom, and she appeared somewhat reluctant to engage with him. Jiang Jiang. The other party maintained a cold expression. Jiang Jiang. I am now in my final year of high school, with only a few months left until the college entrance examination. Liang Yanqing turned his head slightly, realizing he had overlooked this crucial detail. Jiang Jiang sighed in resignation, unable to restrain herself any longer, and asked if certain matters could wait until after my exams. For Jiang Jiang, nothing was more pressing than the impending examination. She was acutely aware of what held the utmost significance for her. Liang Yanqing remained silent for a moment. Then a faint smile graced his lips, surprisingly cheerful. My apologies. I seem to have forgotten. His apology was delivered with an air of nonchalance, devoid of any embarrassment. Jiang Jiang lowered her head, fiddling with her hair, unsure of his true intentions. Liang Yanqing's eyes sparkled with amusement. Just focus on your exams. I thought you might have forgotten about me during this period. She nodded in acknowledgement and softly called out, Liang Yanqing. A sudden unease surged within him, a premonition of something unsettling. As anticipated, within the next moment, Jiang Jiang spoke again. My mind is filled with exam questions. I must admit, I have indeed forgotten about you to some extent. Immersing oneself wholeheartedly in the subject matter, the euphoric sense of accomplishment derived from solving a problem is unparalleled by any other experience. Liang Yanqing felt he should refrain from uttering a word of inquiry, especially with the exam looming so closely. Naturally, he must devote himself entirely to memorizing the knowledge points. Jiang Jiang, whose mind was somewhat sluggish and reactions rather slow, found herself in a predicament. As Jiang Yunjiao remarked, she had to invest considerable time and cerebral effort to tackle even the simplest problems. After a day's worth of calculations, there simply wasn't enough time, leaving no room to dwell on trivial matters. Liang Yanqing, with a twinkle of amusement in his eyes, gradually grew somber and remarked coldly, what a diligent student you are. Chapter 114. Jiang Yunjiao was thoroughly exasperated. What else? Jiang Jiang shot him a sidelong glance, her petite face etched with displeasure. Suddenly, An eerie silence enveloped the carriage. Liang Yinqing, having been irritated numerous times in such a short span, did not soften his tone. Jiang Jiang, already feeling somewhat downcast. Jiang Jiang was even less inclined to respond to the man's probing. Very well, now he was not worth her attention at all. After a brief pause, Liang Yinqing finally spoke, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You must prepare well for the exam. Jiang Jiang nodded emphatically, thinking to herself, is this person truly not foolish? Of course, I must prepare diligently for the exam. How absurd it would be to neglect my studies at this critical juncture. Jiang Jiang remained blissfully unaware of the thoughts swirling within that person's mind. She merely observed as Liang Yinqing's hand gradually formed into a fist, with the veins on the back of his hand becoming pronounced. Having lived for so long, it seemed that the only time Liang Yinqing had truly stumbled was in relation to Jiang Jiang. It was not that she was oblivious. Rather, it appeared that Jiang Jiang would forever be ignorant of what truly angered her. Even now, despite being agitated for quite some time, she continued to gaze at him with an expression of utter bewilderment, completely unaware of the turmoil within his heart. This was precisely the source of frustration. Jiang Jiang was not lacking in understanding. Her world was filled with studies, and she simply had no interest in this matter. Liang Yinqing nearly ground his teeth to dust before finally uttering a phrase. You keep at it. Jiang Jiang nodded emphatically, assuring him that she would indeed persevere. Yet, as they exited the vehicle, she couldn't shake the feeling that Liang Yinqing's expression was particularly grim. She chose not to dwell on it. After all, one could never truly fathom the world of another. Inside the car, Liang Yinqing's fingers lightly rested on a piece of paper beside him, which boldly stated, "Please notify regarding the variety show recording." Upon turning the page, two names stood out, Jiang Yunmo and Jiang Jiang. He lifted his gaze, peering out the window at a figure in the distance, lost in thought. He surmised that she was about to encounter more trouble. However, perhaps this was for the best. Once she faced adversity, she would come to realize who truly belonged by her side. Upon returning, Jiang Yunzhou stood at the entrance, unexpectedly witnessing Jiang Jiang alight from an extravagant sedan. In that fleeting moment, a rush of blood surged to his head, leaving him unable to contain his displeasure as he fixed his gaze intently upon her. Just as Jiang Jiang was about to pass by him, he scoffed rudely and inquired, "Who is the owner of that car?" Jiang Jiang, wishing to disregard him, attempted to walk past without engaging. However, having spent the afternoon playing basketball, Jiang Yunzhou's frustration had not waned. Instead, witnessing Jiang Jiang's indifference only served to reignite his ire. He felt irritated by her apparent nonchalance, chatting amiably with others while he stood there, seething. Jiang Jiang, you seem to relish the attention of others, he thought bitterly. Jiang Jiang lifted her chin defiantly, meeting his gaze without flinching, and boldly retorted, "What right do you have to question me? Who do you think you are to dictate whom I associate with? Are you simply bored?" This individual was insufferably annoying. Chapter 115. How disgusting. Jiang Jiang, can you not converse with me civilly? Jiang Yunzhou fumed, his expression darkening as he stepped forward with determination. With so many unsavory characters in the world, who could fathom the intentions hidden within their hearts? The mere act of descending from a car haphazardly could lead to perilous consequences. Could she truly bear the weight of such outcomes? What? Do you believe that everyone in this world is virtuous? That no one would ever harm you? It seemed certain that Jiang Jiang was intent on driving him to madness. Despite merely casting a distant glance, Jiang Yunzhou could discern the vehicle's considerable value. In other words, given Jiang Jiang's connections and resources, there was no conceivable link. The only plausible explanation was that Jiang Jiang had been deceived. With her gaze lowered, Jiang Jiang felt no desire to engage in a dispute with this individual, silently reminding herself not to argue with someone lacking discernment. Yet, the one truly unfortunate in this scenario was none other than herself. Observing Jiang Jiang bowing her head, her demeanor appearing quite obedient, clad in simple attire yet maintaining an upright posture, Jiang Yunzhou couldn't help but reflect on his earlier attitude and tone. Feeling a twinge of regret, he realized he had perhaps been a tad harsh with Jiang Jiang, who was merely a girl without anyone to rely on. Consequently, she was often vulnerable to the whims of others. A modicum of kindness would draw her closer. Stepping forward with an air of a protective older brother, he spoke. "Jiang Jiang, I am merely concerned that you might be taken advantage of out there." Jiang Jiang silently raised her gaze to meet his, and without hesitation, retorted, "Jiang Yunzhou, if you have a problem with your brain, you should consult a doctor." She recognized that addressing him was somewhat futile, yet she could not suppress her urge to retort. Jiang Yunzhou, in his ignorance of the circumstances surrounding her, was carelessly casting accusations at her. "It is utterly irksome. I have always found him detestable. But now he has become even more so." Jiang Jiang wore an expression of disbelief. Jiang Jiang, do not be ungrateful. A shadow from a leaf fell across Jiang Jiang's face, rendering her unfamiliar. Indeed, I am quite ungrateful. Her tone was devoid of emotion, as if she were saying that whatever he claimed was absolutely correct. Jiang Jiang had lost the desire to engage in his incessant chatter. At this moment, or perhaps even long before, she had already accumulated countless grievances. She turned to leave, completely ignoring him. Jiang Yunjiao stepped forward and grasped Jiang Jiang's hand. You must clarify. Do not touch me. Jiang Jiang suddenly erupted, her voice raised in anger. Jiang Yunjiao stood frozen in shock. Jiang Jiang took a step back, wiping away the place he had touched, her eyes filled with revulsion. You're filthy. Jiang Yunjiao was left utterly stunned. Jiang Jiang had reached her limit with him and hurried into the villa. Jiang Yunjiao clenched his teeth, watching her retreating figure, his heart heavy with confusion. He had always been the one to scorn others. How could it be that someone else found him repulsive? Filthy. Where was he dirty? Chapter 116. Then let us see if I dare. As Jiang Jiang entered the door, and Mingzhu smiled and approached her. Why are you back so soon? Did you not say you would chat with your friend for a while? Jiang Jiang's body jolted momentarily, and it took her a few seconds to realize that Mingzhu was addressing her. Few people truly care for themselves, nor do many ponder over their own interests. What is amiss? What has transpired? Is it a trivial quarrel with a friend that has dampened your spirits? And Mingzhu sensed something was off and gazed at Jiang Jiang with concern. Jiang Jiang shook her head, assuring her, there is no quarrel. She spoke in a tone as calm as she could muster, wearing a smile. I see, and Mingzhu nodded. A derisive snicker echoed from the side, rather impolitely. Jiang Yunzhou stood nearby, his posture rigid, a cold smirk on his lips as he observed Jiang Jiang with an impassive gaze, curious to see how far she could carry her performance. And Mingzhu approached him, her displeasure evident as she inquired, what on earth are you doing at home? This child had been making peculiar noises lately. There are no ghosts, merely laughter at an entertaining show. What show? What could possibly be amusing? And Mingzhu was baffled by her response. Suddenly, Jiang Yunzhou shifted the conversation, addressing Jiang Jiang. Aren't you going to share your thoughts? After all, you are one of the parties involved. What nonsense are you spouting? You spend all day uttering bizarre things. Go on, get out of here. Your clothes reek of phantom sounds. And Mingzhu shot him a glare before retreating back to the kitchen. Jiang Jiang chose not to speculate on the underlying meaning of Jiang Yunzhou's words. She was acutely aware of the chasm that lay between them. Once a dispute arises between the two individuals, it is undeniable that everyone will invariably lean towards Jiang Yunzhou. In light of this, why should one even bother to speak? I ascended the stairs, reluctant to engage further. Jiang Jiang, not wishing to elaborate, was met with a somewhat mischievous smile from Jiang Yunzhou. Oh, who are you putting on this good student facade for? Look at you, perpetually busy with your homework. One might think you are up to something grand, he remarked, stepping closer to Jiang Jiang. Don't think that just because you have someone backing you now, you are somehow extraordinary. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Jiang could not suppress a laugh. Support? Who was there to support her? Wasn't she the one resolving all her issues alone? Nevertheless, in response to Jiang Yunzhou's taunts, she coldly retorted, if I were to say that you intend to expel me, would I indeed be expelled? At this moment, Jiang Yunzhou found his smile fading. Jiang Jiang lifted her chin defiantly, her gaze no longer evasive. Jiang Yunzhou, since you are so eager to see me gone, I wouldn't mind leaving. However, after making such a spectacle, I wonder how others will perceive you. Wasn't this merely intimidation? During her time in the orphanage, she had faced threats more times than she could count. Such petty tricks were beneath her. You dare. Jiang Jiang adopted a defiant stance. Go on, try me. In the next instant, she opened her mouth wide, seemingly poised to call for help. Chapter 117. You swear. Alarmed, Jiang Yunzhou rushed forward to cover her mouth. Jokingly, if Mingzhu were to discover how Jiang Jiang was treated by Jiang Yunzhou, he would likely face dire consequences. Even if he were spared physical retribution, he would surely endure endless nagging. Jiang Jiang reacted with swiftness surpassing his own, effortlessly pushing his hand away with a single slap. Her disdainful gaze seemed to convey the sentiment. What filthy creature dares to touch me? Jiang Jiang turned her face aside, her voice resolute, yet laced with warning. Attend to your own affairs and refrain from fixating on me. With gritted teeth, Jiang Yunzhou repeated his inquiry. What is your relationship with the owner of that car? Afterward, he added, I am looking out for your best interests. Do not be ungrateful. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Jiang retorted, you are talking nonsense. It is laughable, for the narrative has indeed portrayed Jiang Yunzhou's harshness towards the original character as formidable. Jiang Jiang, you are using foul language. Jiang Yunzhou's expression remained fierce. Indeed, I am a person devoid of decorum, upbringing, and manners. And I am quite oblivious to what is proper, so there is no need for you to masquerade your intentions under the guise of concern for my well-being." Having spoken her piece, she turned on her heel and ascended the stairs with determined strides. Jiang Yunzhou was left speechless. Upon emerging from the kitchen, and Mingzhu beheld Jiang Yunzhou standing in the living room like a bewildered heir of a wealthy family. "Have you had a quarrel with Jiang Jiang?" Jiang Yunzhou replied irritably. "How could I dare? For every word I utter, she counters with 10. What is more disconcerting is that a casual remark can leave one utterly speechless." After a brief pause, and Mingzhu burst into laughter, declaring that it was wise to be cautious, for after all, Jiang Jiang is your sister and deserves your utmost care. Jiang Yunzhou glanced anxiously at the room above, where Jiang Jiang was situated. A sense of worry washed over her as she pondered. Is the workload truly that overwhelming? Why does this child retreat to the study to tackle her assignments the moment she steps through the door? Despite her concerns, she hoped fervently that Jiang Jiang might emerge to engage in conversation, to share words, or even simply to sit on the sofa and watch television. Initially, Jiang Yunzhou contemplated expressing her frustration by saying, "She's simply being ridiculous." However, reconsidering, she altered her response to, "Perhaps it is due to the imminent examinations." Indeed, Jiang Jiang clearly embodied the essence of a diligent student, steadfast and genuinely endearing. With a sudden glare directed at Jiang Yunzhou, she admonished, "You too must devote yourself to your studies. You spend all day without a semblance of seriousness." "I am studying diligently," Jiang Yunzhou retorted, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Puzzled as to why she lacked seriousness. Content with the exchange, and Mingzhu returned to the kitchen, leaving Jiang Yunzhou alone in the living room, her expression one of bemusement. Before dinner was served, Jiang Jiang completed a set of test papers. Her accuracy significantly improved compared to before. A sigh of relief escaped her as her anxious heart finally settled. At this rate, she was on track to secure admission to a prestigious institution. With a bit more effort, she envisioned herself gaining entry to a prominent 985 or 211 school, at which point she could seek a more conventional job. Jiang Jiang was diligently crafting her future aspirations when, at that moment, Jiang Yunshu knocked on the door and entered. "Jiang Jiang, it is time for dinner." Upon seeing the heap of homework and exams piled on Jiang Jiang's desk, Jiang Yunshu could not help but feel inferior, perceiving herself as a mere slacker. Well, during the break, one ought to truly rest. Such relentless striving will inevitably take a toll on one's health. Chapter 118. Rare Delicacies You Adore. To speak bluntly, the final months of the senior year are fundamentally an accumulation of the past 2 years' efforts paired with one's mindset. With merely a few months remaining before the college entrance examination, Jiang Jiang's current pace cannot possibly be sustainable for her health. Yes, I am aware. In truth, Jiang Jiang is not oblivious. She is fully cognizant of her tendencies to hold her breath and strive earnestly. Jiang Yushu remarked, "You are merely deceiving yourself. This is undoubtedly a form of self-deception. You do not understand. It is somewhat exasperating." Jiang Jiang offered no reply, merely smiling faintly. As she descended the stairs, she noticed Jiang Yunzhou seated on the sofa, wearing an exceedingly sullen expression. Jiang Yunshu approached him rather brusquely, delivering a couple of playful kicks to his leg. "Who are you putting on such a long face for?" Jiang Yunzhou ignored her, lifting his gaze directly towards Jiang Jiang. As she washed her hands, most individuals would casually rinse them a couple of times, yet Jiang Jiang meticulously followed every step, lathering the soap with care. There were moments when her seriousness was indeed quite intimidating. After washing her hands and drying them, her large eyes met Jiang Yunzhou's gaze directly. "Is there something on your mind?" Jiang Jiang's tone rose slightly, laced with inquiry, catching him off guard. Jiang Yunzhou found himself perturbed by her sudden retort. And Mingzhu entered with the dishes she had prepared, and Jiang Yunzhou felt compelled to suppress his anger in the presence of his parents, though he was seething inside. At the dining table, he occupied the farthest corner, his stern expression starkly contrasting with the lively atmosphere. Jiang Jiang sat beside Jiang Yunshu, sipping water slowly, one small mouthful at a time, and Mingzhu hurriedly served her the seafood, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she said, "Try the seafood I made." Jiang Jiang nodded and replied, "Okay." This simple acknowledgement filled the household with immense joy. "Good. Make sure you eat more and savor it," urged Jiang's father, quickly placing a large shrimp into Jiang Jiang's bowl. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, she lowered her head to take a bite. The flavor was exquisite, and the seafood was impeccably prepared, bursting with meatiness. And Mingzhu, unable to contain her eagerness, asked, "Is it delicious, Jiang Jiang?" She herself had always found seafood unpalatable, detecting an odd taste within it. Jiang Jiang nodded vigorously. Yes, it's very good. Eat more, echoed the encouragement. It was as if a switch had been flipped. The couple sitting nearby suddenly began to serve themselves various kinds of seafood without knowing why. Jiang Jiang found herself at a loss, thinking, I can serve myself. Truly, you don't need to pile so much on my plate. If you keep adding, I won't be able to finish it all. When will you be able to serve yourself? You merely sit in silence, consuming plain rice. Come now, come now. It's rare to have something you truly enjoy. It is only fitting that you indulge a little more. And Mingzhu, brimming with excitement, could hardly cease her animated gestures. Truly, she is my daughter, sharing the same fondness for delightful dishes. What other seafood do you fancy? Do tell me, and I shall procure it for you, my dear. And Mingzhu's excessive enthusiasm nearly caused Jiang Jiang to fumble her chopsticks. There is no need for such trouble, truly not at all, Jiang Jiang said, slightly flustered. How could preparing delicious food for my daughter be considered a hassle? It is no trouble whatsoever, not in the slightest. Chapter 119. Much like the dolls in the display window, Jiang Jiang gazed at the mountain of bowls piled before her. One must admit, their hospitality was truly overwhelming. Perhaps even excessively so. With her head bowed, she busily stuffed her mouth with food, her cheeks puffed out, taking small bites. Oh, there Jiang Jiang appears so well-behaved, a charm that irresistibly compels one to shower her with delectable treats. And Mingzhu resolved that next time, she would personally gather an assortment of goodies for Jiang Jiang, allowing her no chance to decline. After the meal, Jiang Jiang intended to retreat to her study as usual, but was playfully seized by Jiang Yushu, who cheerfully remarked, there is nothing wrong with taking a moment to relax. Jiang Jiang replied, I still have so much to accomplish. It matters not. Those tasks can be attended to later. Jiang Jiang. Thus, Jiang Jiang found herself persuaded by Jiang Yinshu to remain seated beside her on the sofa. The family gathered together appeared particularly lively. The dining table was adorned with delicate sweet water and an array of meticulously prepared soups. Indulging in a sweet treat after a meal brought an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. Jiang Jiang took a bowl of red date soup, eager to sip it slowly. The sweet, luscious red date water provided her with an extraordinary sense of fulfillment. Upon raising her gaze, she found Mingzhu smiling warmly at her. Jiang Jiang offered a stiff smile, quickly straightening her posture. She held the teacup with a more reserved demeanor, reminiscent of her first visit. At that moment, Mingzhu felt a tinge of regret. Had she known, she would have observed the child discreetly. Her bold gaze had startled the young one. With a sigh of resignation, Mingzhu turned her head away. Jiang Yinshu cheerfully leaned in, inquiring, would you care for a slice of cake? Auntie's baking skills are quite remarkable. Jiang Jiang shook her head, replying, no, thank you. I am quite full. Due to her frequent experiences of hunger, her stomach was not particularly spacious. In truth, even a slight increase in her intake would leave her feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. Having just indulged in a bounty of seafood and sipped some red date tea, Jiang Jiang felt her belly brimming with food. It is neither relevant now nor in the future, so I shall leave a little something in the refrigerator for you. When midnight strikes and hunger beckons, you may simply open the fridge to retrieve it, if that pleases you. Casting a glance at Jiang Jiang, Jiang Yinshu felt for the first time that her intelligence was fully engaged. Her elder brother remarked that Jiang Jiang seemed to have become slightly slimmer than before. This simply would not do. It was imperative to nurture her health and ensure she flourished. Jiang Jiang nodded obediently, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Her demeanor was so endearing that it was hard to resist. Indeed, Yinshu found herself quite fond of Jiang Jiang. It evoked a nostalgic sensation akin to gazing upon exquisite Barbie dolls displayed in shop windows during childhood. Alas, Jiang Jiang was a living, breathing individual, far more beautiful than any doll, 100-fold, if not 1,000. Upon hearing Jiang Jiang's polite tone, Mingzhu furrowed her brow slightly. Jiang Jiang, there is no need to be formal with family. If you find yourself hungry in the middle of the night, feel free to summon Auntie to prepare a meal for you. Do not hesitate to inform her of your cravings. Chapter 120. Those secrets gradually unveiled. You may tackle those convoluted questions, but sustenance remains essential. Jiang Yunzhou, ever the instigator, remarked from the sidelines. Jiang Jiang regarded him with an expression devoid of emotion. Jiang Yunzhou grinned mischievously. What are you staring at? I am merely concerned for my sister, you know. A mountain of homework may loom, yet one's health is paramount. Oh, Jiang Jiang replied, setting down her cup. I shall return to my room now. Her departure was swift, devoid of any lingering hesitation. At the very moment he rose, Jiang Yunzhou let out a derisive sound, clearly unimpressed. Who was he performing for? Jiang Jiang paid him no heed and ascended the stairs to her room. Although Jiang Yunzhou's face betrayed no emotion, His heart was aflame with frustration. This Jiang Jiang was truly something. She couldn't even muster a semblance of kindness towards him. Jiang Yunshu, exasperated, kicked him lightly on the leg twice. What is your issue? Why are you always targeting Jiang Jiang? I am not targeting her. How could I dare? It is she who disregards me, yet somehow I am the one at fault. Jiang Yunzhou retorted. Observing his childish demeanor, Jiang Yunshu refrained from voicing her thoughts. If you have something to say, just say it. This evasive behavior does not suit you. After a moment of silence, recalling the investigative material on her desk, she inhaled deeply and could not help but say, we should treat Jiang Jiang with more kindness. Even Jiang Yunzhou, for all his foolishness, sensed that something was amiss. What has happened? He inquired. Originally, Jiang Yunshu intended to disclose that she had sent someone to investigate Jiang Jiang and had discovered that her life had been quite difficult over the years. However, she altered her words, just be a little kinder to her. Jiang Yunzhou hesitated briefly. In that instant, and Mingzhu's attention shifted from the television to Jiang Yunzhou. Are you treating Jiang Jiang poorly? She interjected, her expression instantly turning serious as she caught only half of the conversation. Jiang father, too, became intrigued by the unfolding dialogue. What mischief have you been up to again? In an instant, 6 pairs of eyes turned their attention towards you. Jiang Yunzhou experienced a profound sense of speechlessness. I am retreating to my room. You stop right there. We have yet to clarify matters. Why the haste to return to your quarters? Jiang's father spoke with a tone and expression brimming with ire. Jiang Yunzhou hastened his steps, striding into his room and shutting the door behind him. Upon closing the door, he squinted, concealing the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind. The winter night was devoid of stars, shrouded in darkness. Jiang Jiang, rarely seen, stood at the doorway holding a cup of black coffee, letting the cold wind invigorate her mind. Just moments ago, during a brief respite, she felt as though she had lost all weight, floating in the air. Quietly observing the figure on the hospital bed, she realized with a jolt that it was none other than herself. There she lay, pale and motionless, devoid of any signs of life. She appeared to be lifeless. Surrounding her were members of the Jiang family, each bearing expressions of sorrow, their faces marred by despair. Wait, if I were dead, shouldn't these individuals be rejoicing? Why do they wear such mournful expressions? Chapter 121. A false alarm. Before Jiang Jiang could comprehend the unfolding situation, she was abruptly jolted awake. Glancing at the disarray of scribbled drafts and endless formula sheets on the table, she realized that all of this had merely been a dream. In dreams, everything appears so vividly, so astonishingly real. The faces of those around me reflect feelings of guilt and regret. If only this individual had known how well they were cared for during their lifetime. Yet, only Jiang Jiang, who has read this novel, understands that the so-called indulgence of the Jiang family was merely an attempt to soothe their own hearts. The impact of dreams is profound. After sitting for quite some time, I find myself struggling to regain my composure. Indeed, I have been rather idle lately, allowing my mind to wander into trivial musings. To redirect my thoughts, I rise to brew myself a cup of coffee, sensing that I am still unable to shake off the astonishment that lingers. I glance towards the doorway, hoping the cool breeze might refresh my mind. The temperature has plummeted at night, and I am clad in a garment that offers little warmth. Having just exited a temperature-controlled room, I succumb to a sneeze as the cold air envelopes me. After a considerable duration, I finally begin to feel somewhat more alert, my mind free from chaotic thoughts. Bathed in the glow of the streetlight, the girl stands straight beneath it, lost in contemplation, sipping her black coffee. Just as I am about to finish my drink, I suddenly hear Jiang Yunzhou's voice, tinged with urgency, as if he is breathless. Jiang Jiang silently glances at him before turning away to continue drinking her coffee. Standing at the door without entering, "What are you doing?" Jiang Yunzhou inquired. Jiang Jiang replied, "Enjoying the breeze." Jiang Yunzhou was incensed by her response. Pondering over her mischievous behavior late at night, he closed his laptop and prepared for rest. As he stood by the window, he glanced up and spotted Jiang Jiang beneath the street lamp. Her demeanor left him perplexed regarding her intentions. However, recalling her earlier declaration about leaving the Jiang family home, he wondered if she truly intended to depart at this moment. That would not do. After having stayed at his home for so long without contributing, she couldn't simply pack up and leave. Hastily, Jiang Yunzhou descended the stairs, relieved to find she had not yet departed. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. "Standing out here in the cold, are you planning to freeze to death?" Jiang Yunzhou remarked. Jiang Jiang turned to him, her tone earnest. "I won't freeze to death." She had experienced true cold, rendering this slight chill inconsequential to her. Jiang Yunzhou was at a loss for words. When Jiang Jiang was angry, she could be quite infuriating. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yunzhou finally said, "Let's go back." I know, Jiang Jiang replied, remaining motionless like a stubborn turtle. Jiang Yunzhou stepped closer to her, but Jiang Jiang's expression shifted to one of heightened wariness. What are you doing? She asked. Jiang Yunzhou exclaimed. Can you please stop viewing me as some nefarious kidnapper? Chapter 122. Do you wish to run away from home? Jiang Yunzhou stood with his arms crossed, exuding an air of intimidation, his tone sharp and confrontational. Why are you standing at the door in the dead of night? Scaring people? Do you wish to run away from home? Yes, I do wish to run away, Jiang Jiang retorted without a moment's hesitation. Run away? Nonsense. Jiang Yunzhou stepped forward, his presence imposing. Where would you go in this freezing cold? Out there to be abducted by human traffickers and sold to a place where no one could find you? You would starve and lose sleep. And when you eventually cry out for help, no one would come to your aid. Jiang Jiang found his words both infuriating and amusing. Why do you care? Jiang Yunzhou was on the verge of losing his composure. Do you think I want to look after you? It's only because if you were to disappear again, imagine how frantic your parents would be. Indeed, if Jiang Jiang were to vanish again, her family would undoubtedly be beside themselves with worry. Jiang Yunzhou, too, was stubbornly resilient, his gaze landing on Jiang Jiang's slightly frostbitten hands, though he would never admit to feeling a pang of sympathy for her. I understand. I'll head back on my own shortly. You should return now. Jiang Jiang was exasperated by his incessant chatter, his words droning on without end. A wave of irritation surged within her, a sensation of losing control. In the next moment, she raised her cup, the now lukewarm Americano tasting as dreadful as anything could. She turned to see Jiang Yunzhou still standing beside her, immovable. The scene was bewildering. One cannot help but find Jiang Jiang's adorable manner as she sips from her cup, reminiscent of an American style, truly charming. Such charm compels one to gaze upon her for just a moment longer. However, to Jiang Jiang, that expression could only elicit feelings of disdain and overwhelming aversion. Are you not leaving? It was a rare occasion where she could enjoy a moment of solitude. Yet there he stood beside her like a guardian, which was exceedingly bothersome, intensely so. Do you really dislike me, Jiang Jiang? She refrained from answering. Yet, this very silence spoke volumes. Although Jiang Yunzhou's countenance was far from pleasant, it had softened since his arrival. Taking a deep breath, he blurted out without a second thought. Is it impossible for you not to dislike me? Jiang Jiang was taken aback by the words echoing in her ears, lifting her gaze. The instant her enchanting eyes met Jiang Yunzhou's, his heart softened inexplicably. He contemplated that perhaps having an additional younger sister might not be such a bad notion after all. Modulating his tone to a gentler cadence, albeit with a hint of pride, he continued, since you will be living with the Jiang family, it would not bode well for either of us if our relationship remained so strained. Jiang Jiang merely thought, how amusing. As if I am destined to remain in the Jiang household forever. Observing Jiang Jiang lost in contemplation, her silence rendered her expression somewhat stiff. He pressed on, Jiang Jiang, I am speaking to you. Do you hear me? Jiang Jiang must be exceedingly joyful, to the point of being at a loss for words. She is now attempting to organize her thoughts on how to respond appropriately to herself, utterly flustered. Upon reflecting on this, a gentle smile gradually appeared on Jiang Yunzhou's face. Jiang Jiang furrowed her brows and nodded. I heard you. Chapter 123. Who would like you? Just as Jiang Yunzhou sighed in relief. Thinking that Jiang Jiang had acquiesced to him, he heard her utter a single word. Boring. The smile on his face slowly faded. Jiang Jiang. What do you mean by that? Clarify your words. How can it be boring? In what way is it boring? Jiang Jiang paid him no heed and turned to leave. Jiang Yunzhou, feeling quite indignant, followed closely behind her. Jiang Jiang, why are you so rude? With such a lack of manners, who would ever like you? His frustration, which had just begun to subside, was reignited. Jiang Jiang halted her steps, gripping her cup tightly. In the next moment, she clenched her teeth and stepped into the room. The warmth enveloping her in the space allowed her to relax completely. She repeatedly reminded herself that for her, the most important thing was to study diligently and prepare for the examination. Everything else could be set aside for the time being. The paramount concern was the upcoming second mock exam in March. With only a month left, she needed to devote herself to rigorous revision. Throughout the course of this week, aside from her meal times, Jiang Jiang immersed herself in her studies with fervor, diligently working through one set of practice papers after another, memorizing each word meticulously. She shielded herself from all external distractions, remaining oblivious to the world around her. Even when her phone buzzed incessantly, she would only respond to a message during her brief trips to the restroom, thereafter neglecting it entirely. With her already minimal food intake compounded by the intensity of her studies, her physique began to dwindle further. After dinner one evening, Jiang Jiang prepared to retreat to her room once more to study. At that moment, Jiang Jiang appeared at her door, cradling a substantial stack of books. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that amongst them were materials for the senior year curriculum. "Hurry and open the door. I'm quite fatigued holding these books," she urged. Without hesitation, Jiang Jiang opened the door. Jiang Jiang promptly placed the burden of books onto her desk. "I stumbled upon these study materials while tidying up. They likely belong to Brother Yunan. Since they serve no purpose for me, I thought it best to bring them to you. You're studying so diligently every day. You might find them useful," she explained, patting the stack of resources. Jiang Jiang cast a glance at the materials, her expression transforming into one of astonishment. These were indeed internal study resources from the prestigious No. 1 high school, featuring several clear problem-solving approaches and meticulously noted methods alongside their respective time allocations. It would be no exaggeration to assert that these materials addressed the very challenges that had been troubling Jiang Jiang during this period. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she exclaimed, "Thank you. This is undoubtedly a tremendous help." A radiant smile blossomed upon the fair visage of Jiang Jiang, who then realized that when Jiang Jiang smiled, delightful dimples adorned her cheeks, a sight that was undeniably charming. "No need for formalities." Jiang Jiang waved her hand dismissively, intending to say more, but upon turning her head, she noticed that Jiang Jiang had once again lowered her gaze to her test papers. Hesitating briefly, she ultimately offered a lingering encouragement, "Do your best." Just as she was about to depart, Jiang Jiang suddenly spoke up. "Thank you. No need for formalities," Jiang Jiang replied before exiting through the door. Chapter 124. Careful consideration. As Jiang Jiang passed by her own room and turned the corner, she lightly tapped on the door with a hint of displeasure. The door swung open promptly, revealing Jiang Jiang's face peering from within. With a glance tinged with disdain, Jiang Jiang remarked, "Jiang Jiang, you are utterly insufferable. You make me do these chores every day. What for?" It was rather amusing, really. After school, he had mysteriously summoned her into his room, only to hand her a hefty stack of documents to be delivered to Jiang Jiang. Not to mention, he insisted that it be done under his name. "If you wish to treat Jiang Jiang well, then do so openly. Why the clandestine efforts? Jiang Jiang remains oblivious to your actions." Jiang Jiang found it perplexing. When she scolded him, he sulked, and she could see his expression darken in an instant. "What do you know?" he retorted. If Jiang Jiang were to discover that it was from me, she likely wouldn't even glance at it. The reality was clear. Jiang Jiang harbored a disdain for him. Although it was not explicitly stated, it was evident from her expression. The mere thought of this made Jiang Jiang inexplicably feel a surge of irritation. Why could she not conceal her emotions more effectively? What did it mean to reveal such obvious feelings? Jiang Jiang fell silent for a moment, her tone shifting to one of seriousness. "Who told you to treat Jiang Jiang so poorly and speak to her with such harshness?" Jiang Jiang tightened his grip. "I know." He was indeed aware. However, what good did that knowledge serve now? In truth, Jiang Jiang hesitated, struggling to suppress the urge to divulge what she had uncovered. "What?" Jiang Jiang seemed momentarily lost in thought. "It's nothing. I shall return to my room now. I need to train at the base tomorrow morning." Upon finishing her sentence, Jiang Jiang made to leave. "When did you become so diligent?" Jiang Jiang chuckled derisively at her words, as if he had heard a joke. Cough, cough. "There are indeed those who study hard. I cannot appear utterly incompetent." In the realm of esports, Jiang Jiang could be described, without exaggeration, as a prodigious talent. The various techniques that seemed exceedingly difficult to others were easily grasped by her with just a glance. Consequently, the coach at the base had granted her special privileges. As long as she performed well in competitions, the base would welcome her presence. Yet now, the memory of Jiang Jiang sitting at her desk, exuding determination, made Jiang Jiang feel increasingly inadequate. Jiang Jiang cast a glance at her, shook his head, and closed the door. Jiang Jiang returned to her room and turned on the light. On the table lay several pages of investigative materials, inscribed with the name Jiang Jiang. A sense of trepidation gripped her as she hesitated to look at them again. The sight of these documents felt akin to confronting a ticking time bomb, prompting her to hastily shove the materials into her wardrobe, as if sealing away something dreadful into Pandora's box. She believed that as long as she refrained from opening this box, her feelings of guilt would diminish, allowing her to pretend as if nothing had ever transpired. After completing this act, Jiang Jiang finally exhaled in relief, repeatedly assuring herself that it would be all right. She vowed to treat Jiang Jiang with utmost kindness, to relinquish all her possessions to her, and to indulge her with an array of delightful treats, pledging to care for her diligently. Therefore, she fervently wished that the contents of this investigative report would never be unveiled to anyone. Chapter 125. Why are you so infuriating? In the early hours, around 4 o'clock, the darkness still lingered. The city remained ensconced in chaos. Jiang Jiang emerged from the bathroom, clad in a fresh outfit. Her phone, resting nearby, incessantly flashed with notifications. Liang Yinxing had called multiple times, conveying an unmistakable urgency. With a soft sigh, Jiang Jiang answered the call. Liang Yinxing, didn't I tell you? I have exams coming up. Can you wait until they're over to call me? Must you insist on contacting me right now? As she spoke, she gazed vacantly out the window, momentarily allowing herself to relax. On the other end of the line, there was a moment of silence before a begrudging remark emerged. You heartless little thing. She had been concerned enough to call her, yet here she was, refusing to answer even a single call. When she finally did answer, she blamed herself. Thankfully, she was not physically present. Otherwise, the situation might have escalated. Jiang Jiang, why are you awake so early? Don't you need to sleep? Liang Yinxing rubbed his aching forehead, and strangely enough, the tumultuous emotions within him began to settle. Jiang Jiang's voice seemed to possess an enchanting quality. You should take some time to rest. The entertainment industry often demands a night and day schedule, which is extremely taxing on the body. Coupled with the exhaustion of constantly facing the camera, it's essential to rest whenever possible. Are you concerned about me? The tone from the other end softened. Jiang Jiang's attention had drifted to the problem-solving strategies laid out on her desk, making it difficult for her to catch everything he said. Instinctively, she asked, What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. After a brief pause, he inquired again, Are you working on problems again? Yes. The response slipped out almost instinctively, as if hesitating for even a moment would be a disservice to herself. Do you have anything pressing? If not, may I hang up? The final sentence was Jiang Jiang's polite way of ending the conversation. Jiang Jiang, you truly love to study, don't you? The underlying tone of this statement was laced with a more pronounced bitterness. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, I received no response from the other end of the line. I glanced at my phone only to discover that the call had been disconnected. All my words had been for naught. Cheng Ge, watching nearby, couldn't help but approach and call out. There stood my boss, phone in hand. His expression dark and brooding. Boss, what's the matter? Are you feeling unwell? After several grueling night shifts, he finally had a moment to rest. Yet his countenance had soured so drastically following that phone call. With a flicker of anxiety, I waved my hand in front of him, but he was unresponsive. Alarmed, I asked, Are you all right? Should I summon a doctor? A few seconds later, he responded with a clipped tone, as if grinding his teeth. No need. Yet, Chen Good. Your pallor suggests otherwise. Perhaps it would be wise to have a doctor come and take a look. My boss's health is of utmost importance. I cannot fathom the repercussions should anything be amiss. No, I'm fine. But, boss, your expression hardly conveys that you are well. Chapter 126, Jiang Jiang. Do not be stingy with merely 2 weeks until the second mock examination. The students of City Number 3 High School yawned widely, stretching leisurely, entirely unconcerned about the impending test. Some students had already secured spots in single admissions, while others displayed a lackadaisical attitude, attending classes in a state of drowsiness. Only a handful were diligently working on their assignments. Throughout the class, Jiang Jiang remained glued to her seat, not once rising from it. The materials provided by Jiang Yinshu proved to be immensely helpful, saving her a considerable amount of time and calculations. At this point, all she needed to do was practice until she became proficient, which would further conserve her time. The anxious heart that had been restless finally began to ease slightly. Lin Jifeng squinted, raising an eyebrow as he glanced at the test papers she had completed, his expression contorting slightly. Did you arrange for extra tutoring with the teacher? A quick look revealed an exceptionally high accuracy rate. Lin Jifeng had previously reviewed Jiang Jiang's test papers, at which time her accuracy had not been nearly as impressive, merely hovering around an average level. However, it was evident that there had been a significant transformation. Yet, upon reflection, he remembered that Jiang Jiang's family was not affluent, and it was unlikely they could afford additional tutoring. If that were the case, how could her academic performance improve so rapidly? Jiang Jiang glanced up at him, casting him a look that suggested he was being ridiculous. She soon lost interest in his inquiries. Jiang Jiang, has something happened? How could your grades have improved so swiftly? It felt peculiar, distinctly so. Jiang Jiang. Lin Jifeng, speak up. What on earth have you experienced that enabled such a rapid enhancement in your grades? He was somewhat anxious, desperately wanting to understand what Jiang Jiang had gone through to elevate her academic performance so dramatically. He wished to emulate her success, hoping that one day they could attend the same university. Jiang Jiang found the situation somewhat amusing as she focused on verifying the answers to a completed test paper. Jiang Jiang, could you please refrain from being so selfish? I merely inquired about your study methods. We are all students in the same class. So what harm is there in offering a little assistance? Lin Jifeng felt an inexplicable wave of anxiety. Jiang Jiang, with a sigh of resignation, stood up and remarked, Lin Jifeng, must you be so dramatic? It truly is a pity that you do not pursue a career in acting. How am I being selfish? I simply asked for some information, he retorted. Overwhelmed by his nervousness, Lin Jifeng felt his breath and voice grow tight. Jiang Jiang realized that explaining herself to him would be futile. Lin Jifeng, however, persisted, even bringing up the incident where everyone had carelessly tossed their empty drink bottles into her drawer, compelling her to sell them as scrap. Jiang Jiang chose silence. No matter how much Lin Jifeng pressed, she remained resolute. Just then, the bell rang, and the mathematics teacher entered the classroom, still able to hear Lin Jifeng's frustrated banging on the desk. Coincidentally, this commotion reached the ears of the teacher, who immediately scolded Lin Jifeng. If you are unwilling to study, do not disrupt others' learning. Step outside. It was quite humiliating. Once again, Lin Jifeng was expelled from the classroom by the teacher. Jiang Jiang faintly heard his disgruntled murmurs of complaint. Chapter 127. Do you want to study abroad? Jiang Jiang lowered her head, a somewhat unethical smile curving her lips. However, in the next moment, Lin Jifeng's gaze was directed towards her, prompting the alliance to raise a book to shield her face. Lin Jifeng felt nothing but frustration. The second mock examination had persisted for 2 consecutive days, leaving Jiang Jiang with the sensation of being utterly drained. That evening, she astonishingly refrained from engaging in extensive practice exercises and, skipping dinner, promptly collapsed onto her bed. With her eyes closed, she succumbed to slumber within a minute. And Mingzhu held a cup of warm soy milk, standing at the foot of the stairs, hesitating whether to call out to Jiang Jiang. Perhaps it would be better to wait a while. The child has been busy for so long and must be exhausted, Jiang's father suggested. This child has never been one to eat well, and her appetite has diminished even further during these exam days. Initially, when she observed the child indulging in seafood with a slightly increased appetite, she had hoped for a positive turn of events. However, with the arrival of examinations, her food intake had drastically reverted to its previous state, and even her beloved soy milk was consumed less frequently. Let the child rest a little longer. She deserves to rejuvenate her spirit. Once she awakens, she can have something to eat, and Mingzhu contemplated, agreeing with the notion and nodding in affirmation. She poured the soy milk back into the pot, keeping it warm on a low flame, ready for Jiang Jiang to enjoy whenever she descended from upstairs. As she simmered the soy milk, she mulled over the idea of sending Jiang Jiang abroad, for they certainly could afford it. Seeing the child toil so hard was genuinely heart-wrenching. Jiang Jiang had slumbered for 2 hours, initially desiring to indulge in a little more rest. However, the internal clock within her mind insisted that it was time to awaken. Rising, she made her way to the bathroom, splashed her face with water, and gently patted her cheeks, offering a smile to her reflection. The prospect of resting after the examination was already a significant relief. Prior to this moment, regardless of the arduous exams, a plethora of tasks awaited her back at the orphanage. Descending from the upper floor, Jiang Jiang had her hair tied in a ponytail, cascading gently behind her. As she walked, her petite figure swayed slightly, her delicate, fair face exuding a softness. And Mingzhu awaited her in the kitchen. Upon seeing Jiang Jiang's adorable demeanor, she could not help but beckon, Jiang Jiang, come quickly and have some soy milk. The child resembled the daughter she had always envisioned. Jiang Jiang obediently approached and Mingzhu's side. After pouring the soy milk, and Mingzhu proceeded to heat the dishes. One by one, the meals were arranged on the table. Once all was prepared, and Mingzhu pulled out a chair and sat beside her. Is there something you wish to discuss? Jiang Jiang sensed a shift in the atmosphere, placing her chopsticks down as her expression turned serious. Don't be anxious, dear. I merely wish to inquire if you would like to study abroad. Study abroad? The thought had never crossed Jiang Jiang's mind. She had no intentions of venturing outside her familiar surroundings, as she feared that in a foreign land, she would encounter numerous challenges. She felt that she had encountered enough events in the first half of her life, and all she wished for in the latter part was to live in peace. Shaking her head, she thought otherwise, and Mingzhu pondered and finally voiced her inner confusion. Why not? Chapter 128. The importance of studying diligently meeting and Mingzhu's anxious gaze. Jiang Jiang lowered her head, her clenched fists betraying her turmoil. And Mingzhu, still unaware of the underlying tension, continued, I want you to not struggle so hard. Really, Jiang Jiang, my daughter. I do not wish for you to endure such hardship. I only want you to live joyfully. As her mother, I should encourage her to pursue whatever she desires, not to cower and tread cautiously, laden with burdensome toil. Who wouldn't want to live effortlessly, joyfully, and happily? Yet, she felt utterly powerless. Jiang Jiang, do you want to? I do not wish to, Jiang Jiang replied earnestly. I feel content here and have no desire to study abroad. Please do not assist me. And Mingzhu was taken aback. Jiang Jiang continued, thank you for your concern, but my life, my path, is mine to navigate. The fists that had been clenched beneath the table gradually relaxed, akin to a spring that had been under pressure, suddenly released. In an instant, she erupted with fervor. Your unilateral desire to impose your well-intentioned thoughts upon me. I'm sorry, but I may not be able to accept that for now. I am merely concerned for your well-being. And Mingzhu sensed the child's discomfort and protest, hastily offering an explanation. Realizing that the child was throwing a tantrum, she suddenly felt a pang of unease within her heart. Even in the throes of anger, this child was suppressing a tide of emotions, articulating with utmost restraint. I understand your concern for my health, but such arrangements are unnecessary. My life does not require your orchestration. Should I become accustomed to being managed by others? And one day those caretakers vanish, I would find myself confronting the harshness of time alone, would I not? Rather than this, it would be better to face all matters independently from the outset. This way, I would not have to live in fear or trepidation. And Mingzhu softened her tone, conceding, very well, if you do not wish to go abroad, then you need not. Staying in the country is fine. This way, your parents can see you at all times. Despite agreeing to this, she could not shake the discomfort of witnessing the child's struggles. As for the pursuit of education, there is no need to exert oneself to the point of exhaustion. One must rest well and rejuvenate the spirit. To speak plainly, the Jiang family is not lacking in resources. Any adverse outcomes can be borne. For the Jiang family, matters that can be resolved with money are hardly matters at all. And even should one fail to gain admission to a university in the future, it would not be of great consequence. The paramount concern lies within the health of the child, both physically and psychologically. Jiang Jiang shook her head, offering her first rebuttal to Mingzhu. Perhaps for you, the pursuit of education may not hold much significance. However, for me, it is of utmost importance. Therefore, I kindly ask you to refrain from expressing it in such a manner. She could somewhat fathom Mingzhu's thoughts, yet for Jiang Jiang, studying was her sole avenue to a brighter future, and the only support she could rely upon should the narrative unfold as anticipated. Chapter 129. You are welcome to believe in us. All right, let us not dwell on this matter any further. Please, eat. And Mingzhu had already sensed Jiang Jiang's displeasure, her tone becoming increasingly distant, almost resembling that of a guest. Jiang Jiang nodded, choosing not to pursue the argument any longer, and lowered her head to eat. And Mingzhu's gaze softened in an unprecedented manner. Jiang Jiang found herself unable to lift her chopsticks, taking a deep breath before placing them down. Is there something else you wish to discuss? Jiang Jiang was truly perceptive. No wonder she was her daughter. Before Mingzhu could utter a word, she already knew there was something to be said. Jiang Jiang remarked, when one is being observed during a meal, it is evident to anyone with sight that the other party has something to convey. Indeed, you have been back for some time now, and your grandparents wish to see you. Upon noticing Jiang Jiang's brows furrow, Mingzhu hastily added, your grandparents are wonderful individuals, incredibly kind, and they have always cared for you. Unbeknownst to them, it had already been several months since Jiang Jiang's return, and the elders at home had begun to express their eagerness to reunite, particularly her grandparents, who had been incessantly urging for a visit. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jiang lowered her head and bit her lip. Grandparents, why are there more people involved? She had previously chosen to selectively ignore the mention of these elders by the couple. However, she never anticipated that Mingzhu would bring them up once more. She understood the rationale, yet at that moment, it was as if Mingzhu discerned the confusion within her heart and quickly spoke up. Jiang Jiang, if you do not wish to meet them, we need not do so. Shall we wait until you feel ready? But wouldn't that still necessitate a meeting? Jiang Jiang was reluctant to address this dilemma. Jiang Jiang, pursue what you desire. It is of no consequence. And Mingzhu observed Jiang Jiang ensnared in a predicament and continued. Jiang Jiang, listen to your mother. You are the little princess of this household, and you possess every right to indulge and refuse anything that does not please you. Her daughter was indeed exceedingly cautious. These words fell like a heavy stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples cascading across the surface. In that moment, Jiang Jiang felt an urge to resist. Yet she wondered, would her refusal truly hold any weight? What? Can I avoid doing things I do not wish to do? Can I refuse to eat what I do not want? These seemingly ordinary matters posed an insurmountable challenge for Jiang Jiang. She found herself unable to indulge her desires, suppressing every thought within her. Perhaps the culmination of the recent examination had abruptly unleashed the pressure she had been harboring. She clenched her teeth tightly. The entire body trembled uncontrollably. In the next moment, Mingzhu's large hand pressed gently on her shoulder. You may pursue what you love and savor the things you enjoy. Understanding the child's inner turmoil, and Mingzhu repeatedly offered her reassurance. If you, and Mingzhu hesitated, struggling to voice the thought that if you're unhappy, you can leave. Yet, the words remained unspoken. If what? Jiang Jiang inquired. And Mingzhu quickly amended. If you encounter any problems or difficulties, feel free to share them with us. We are your unwavering support, and you may choose to trust us. Chapter 130. You truly have a knack for creating awkward silences. Can she trust them? Can she genuinely believe in those standing behind her? This thought surged through Jiang Jiang's mind, startling her. She hurriedly lowered her head to eat. The warm food was easy to consume. After finishing, Jiang Jiang swiftly stood up, declaring, I'm heading back to my room. She intended to tackle her assignments, determined to complete all the tests. And Mingzhu, standing in the living room, cast a skeptical glance at Jiang Jiang, who darted away like a rabbit, her brow furrowed in concern. What was troubling the child now? Inside the room, with the door half ajar, Jiang Jiang splashed her face and poured a glass of water. Just as she settled down, she heard Jiang Yunzhou's voice. Isn't it a bit excessive to study right after the exam? Jiang Jiang silently lifted her gaze to meet his. Jiang Yunzhou stood at the door in his pajamas, a glass of milk inverted in his hand, exuding an air of tranquil contentment. Jiang Jiang responded softly. A sudden wave of panic surged within Jiang Yunzhou, leading him to question whether he was experiencing some sort of illusion. Did Jiang Jiang just answer his question? How could she speak to him so amiably? This felt almost surreal. Jiang Jiang lifted a basin of warm water and took a sip before asking, Is there anything else you need? She stood at the threshold like a guardian, having merely intended to open the door for a breath of fresh air. Yet, she felt as if she were being scrutinized. Jiang Yunzhou couldn't help but click his tongue in dismay. How heartless, he mused, recalling the hours he had spent organizing study materials for her. The more he pondered, the more unsettled he felt. Jiang Jiang cast him a sidelong glance. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. With one inside and the other outside, it was inevitable that their words would be obscured. It's nothing. Focus on your studies and strive to gain admission to a prestigious university. Bring honor to our family. Although his words carried a hint of sarcasm, his gaze towards Jiang Jiang was steady, no longer tinged with the strangeness it had held before. Thank you, she replied. Jiang Yunzhou realized that Jiang Jiang had an uncanny ability to cool down even the liveliest of gatherings. Has anyone ever mentioned that your conversational skills leave much to be desired? Nevertheless, as her elder brother, he deemed it necessary to impart some survival skills for the social realm. No need to thank me. There is no one else but you. Alas, the topic carries a sense of impending doom. Jiang Jiang rose to her feet, her gaze humorously appraising Jiang Yunzhou from head to toe. I can see it. You are indeed quite idle. Otherwise, how could you find the time to engage in such trivial chatter in front of me? Jiang Yunzhou retorted, I am not idle. I merely have less to occupy me than you. Jiang Jiang replied. Is it not simply a matter of uttering some awkward phrases? As if anyone cannot manage that. A glance to the side revealed a figure in the corridor, prompting Jiang Jiang to lower her head in a moment of moral indecision. With a resounding slam, the door was unceremoniously shut. Hey, is this really necessary? Why so upset over a few words? Fine, you're impressive, you're extraordinary, Jiang Jiang declared. In the entire world, you are the most remarkable, the most extraordinary. Repeatedly turned away, Jiang Yunzhou could no longer contain his irritation and kicked the door in frustration. Truly, not even a shred of dignity afforded to him as an elder brother. However, upon turning around and spotting another figure standing in the corridor, Jiang Yunzhou's composure immediately faltered. Chapter 131. The beaten Jiang Yunzhou, it was Jiang Yunan. Jiang Yunzhou forced a couple of awkward chuckles, retreating a few steps with an air of guilt. After a brief pause, he called out, Brother, when did you return? He glanced at the clock, noting it was only 9 in the evening. Jiang Yunan, an unabashed workaholic, adhered to a regimen of rising earlier than the rooster, sleeping less than a pig, and working harder than an ox. The light in his office was perpetually the last to extinguish in the entire company. Jiang Yunan, still clad in his suit, bore an expression of indifference as he spoke. I have been contemplating a matter. What matter? Jiang Yunzhou followed up with curiosity. I am reflecting on whether I have been excessively indulgent towards you, resulting in your current tendency to act without employing any rational thought. I have warned you before. Do not let me witness you bullying Jiang Jiang again. Jiang Yunzhou, fully aware that his previous words had indeed reached Jiang Yunan's ears, feigned ignorance. I do not comprehend your meaning. When have I ever bullied her? He began to retreat. Jiang Yunan rolled up his sleeves, advancing step by step, clearly intent on discipline. No, you. The atmosphere around the Jiang family was filled with anguished cries, yet curiously, It seemed as though no one acknowledged the sounds. Mr. Jiang shook his head disapprovingly. The soundproofing in this house certainly requires a complete overhaul. I concur. The sound insulation is profoundly inadequate. It is time to enlist a new craftsman. Let us make the call tomorrow. I suspect there will be ample similar incidents. I will call right now. The couple harmoniously rose in unison, retreating to their chambers. Inside the room, Jiang Jiang, upon hearing the commotion, couldn't help but let a subtle smile grace her lips. The following morning, Jiang Yunzhou descended the stairs. His face bruised and battered, a clear indication that Jiang Yunan had shown no mercy the previous night. Good morning, Jiang Jiang, he greeted as she came down. Did you sleep well last night, or were you disobedient again? Did you stay up late doing your homework? And Mingzhu waved enthusiastically at Jiang Jiang. Initially, Jiang Jiang felt quite uncomfortable with Mingzhu's exuberance. However, as time passed, he gradually grew accustomed to it. His responses were no longer as stiff as they had been at the outset. Good morning, Jiang Jiang, greeted Jiang Yunan as he lifted his head. Jiang Jiang nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Yinshu hurried down from upstairs. Good morning, Jiang Jiang, she said, pulling out a chair to sit beside him, smiling cheerfully. With the family gathered, they began their meal. The dining table was enveloped in silence, occasionally broken by the faint sound of Jiang Yunzhou inadvertently pulling at a wound on his mouth, letting out a sharp breath, though the sound was slight. The surrounding tranquility rendered it distinctly audible. Jiang's father set down his chopsticks with a cold grunt, remarking, if you don't want to eat, then don't. What do you want by making such noises? Typically amiable, he rarely expressed himself in such a pointed manner. Everyone was well aware of the underlying circumstances, and Mingzhu shot Jiang Yunzhou a disapproving glance, saying, you've done too many bad things. Now you're feeling the consequences. If you go hungry for a day or two, your face won't hurt anymore. Chapter 132. Not a good school. After realizing his fault, Jiang Yunzhou took a deep breath and composed himself. Rising to his feet, he inadvertently tugged at the corner of his mouth, aggravating the wound on his face, which caused him to lower his head in silence. Should there be another incident, he would be waiting to be cast out from his home. And Mingzhu, despite her stern demeanor, felt a twinge of compassion and set down the bowl in her hands, urging him to eat. After the meal, she would escort her sister to school. It was only then that Jiang Yunzhou settled back down. After finishing their meal, the children walked in a line towards the school. Jiang Yunzhou, take care of your sisters, do you hear me? And Mingzhu called out, her concern still evident. Jiang Yunzhou, unable to voice his pain from his face, merely waved his hand without looking back, signaling that he had heard her. And Mingzhu observed her son's retreating figure and couldn't help but feel a mix of frustration and affection. She thought perhaps she should have withheld the bowl and let him experience hunger for a meal. As the three of them walked together, Jiang Yushu positioned herself on the outside, protecting Jiang Jiang, who walked within. Her vigilant gaze swept the surroundings, as if danger lurked around every corner. This demeanor struck Jiang Jiang as rather amusing. What are you doing? She asked. There are too many cars. I'm worried some might not see you and could hit you. Hence, I must stay by your side to keep you safe, Jiang Yunshu replied, her expression serious, devoid of any hint of jest. Jiang Jiang responded, there's no need to go to such lengths. With such exaggerated behavior, those who knew her would understand she was merely off to school, while others might assume she was embarking on some peculiar adventure. Why should it be unnecessary? I believe it is prudent to inform my parents and perhaps assign a couple of bodyguards to accompany you. It would be a more sensible course of action. The environment around Jiang Jiang is undeniably perilous. The more Jiang Yunshu pondered this matter, the more she felt compelled to insist, nodding gravely. It's not needed. A discerning individual would recognize this as a refusal, thus refrain from further discourse. However, it was evident that they somewhat underestimated Jiang Yunshu, who continued to press, why is it unnecessary? You traverse to and from school all alone. Should you encounter any danger or if someone seeks retribution, you would be left vulnerable. Recalling the ominous individuals she had seen in the records, Jiang Yunshu felt a disquiet in her heart. Those individuals were nefarious. She was convinced that someone must protect Jiang Jiang. Therefore, she resolved forthwith, Jiang Jiang, why don't I transfer to your school? Although City No. 1 High School and City No. 3 High School are merely separated by a wall, there are invariably some unscrupulous characters about. The boldness of her suggestion left Jiang Jiang astounded, and even Jiang Yunzhou was taken aback. Jiang Yushu, what madness has overtaken you? What nonsensical ideas are you spouting? Ignoring the pain etched on his face, Jiang Yunzhou scolded her vehemently. I am not being nonsensical. I merely wish to transfer to Jiang Jiang's school, not engage in any wrongdoing. Jiang Yunzhou retorted, why would you abandon the esteemed City No. 1 High School to venture to City No. 3 High School? What merit does that institution hold? Are you intent on mingling with those who lack ambition? Squandering your time? Are you foregoing the college entrance examination? Do you not desire to attend a prestigious university? What utter nonsense you are spouting. Merely hearing such words stirs an uncomfortable sensation within. Chapter 133. Who does not wish to reside in a favorable environment? After a brief pause, Jiang Yunzhou fell silent. Jiang Yunshu remarked, Jiang Jiang, do not heed his words. He is merely a lunatic, released without his medication early in the morning. She was hardly perturbed by this matter. The mere thought of attending school together with Jiang Jiang brought her joy. Aware of his fault, Jiang Yunzhou stood beside Jiang Jiang and said, let us go. We will be late for class. Oh, Jiang Yunshu replied, lifting her foot. At that moment, however, Jiang Jiang halted her steps, raising her gaze to Jiang Yunzhou. Acknowledging that City No. 3 High School was indeed not an esteemed institution, their movements momentarily froze. Jiang Jiang inquired, then why attend this school? Her tone held a hint of self-mockery, sending a chill through the heart. Jiang Jiang, that is not what I meant. I simply wish for Yunshu to be in a better environment. I merely. The more she spoke, the more flustered she became, and her words grew increasingly awkward. Jiang Yunzhou struggled to explain, but regrettably, Jiang Jiang had already walked away. To reside in a favorable environment? If given the choice, who would not prefer to dwell in a better setting? Jiang Yunzhou lamented, wishing to slap himself for his foolish thoughts that plagued his mind throughout the day. Lowering her gaze to the stones scattered on the ground, she lifted her foot and kicked one away with considerable force. Observing this spectacle, Jiang Yunshu could not help but twitch her lips in bemusement. Concerned for Jiang Jiang, both Jiang Yunshu and Jiang Yunzhou escorted her to the school entrance. Noticing their reluctance to depart, Jiang Jiang spoke without hesitation, urging, you both should return to your classes. Very well, we shall watch you enter before heading back ourselves. Jiang Yunshu replied, her worry for Jiang Jiang still evident. Jiang Jiang nodded in acknowledgement and turned to enter the school. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunzhou stood with arms crossed, his expression betraying his dissatisfaction. How could one be so ungrateful? They said they would leave, yet did so without even a glance back. Let us go back to our classes as well, Jiang Yunshu declared, clapping her hands, seemingly content with their actions that day. Jiang Yunzhou acquiesced and walked alongside her. As Jiang Jiang stepped into the classroom and set her backpack down, Lin Zhifang approached her, inquiring, what is your relationship with Jiang Yunshu and Jiang Yunzhou? His tone carried a hint of scrutiny and suspicion, but more importantly, it was laced with an unmistakable excitement. What relationship? Jiang Jiang replied. Lin Zhifang's voice bore a note of regret. I thought you were acquainted with them. I was hoping you could introduce me. After all, they were prominent figures. And who wouldn't wish to make their acquaintance? She was ill, and the severity of her condition was far from trivial. Jiang Jiang. Do you know those two individuals? Lin Zhifang inquired with a hint of anticipation. If Jiang Jiang was acquainted with them, it would certainly be intriguing. He could boast about it. Am I that familiar with you? Jiang Jiang retorted rather impolitely. How could we not be familiar? We attended the same high school and even serendipitously ended up in the same science class. Lin Zhifang insisted, come on, isn't that a sign of familiarity and destiny? Jiang Jiang replied courteously, however, I feel we are not particularly close. Chapter 134. What does it matter to you? Lin Zhifang expressed that he had encountered bullies before, but never had he witnessed such blatant intimidation. Is it merely because of a few connections? As if everyone doesn't have some influential ties. Jiang Jiang nodded, clearly disinterested in prolonging the conversation. Yet, to Lin Zhifang, her demeanor increasingly seemed like a dismissive attitude towards him. Honestly, I have a cousin who has also entered the entertainment industry and is on the verge of debuting as an artist. Let me tell you. Jiang Jiang, unwilling to hear him prattle on, took a couple of steps forward. Get it straight, your cousin has nothing to do with me, and you needn't share such trivialities. At this point, even the pretense of courtesy was abandoned. Lin Zhifang's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Jiang, how could you? With a thunderous rumble, Lin Zhifang felt as though he might be cleaved in two. It dawned on him that she had not regarded him as a participant in this affair at all. To make matters worse, when he lowered his gaze, he found Jiang Jiang seated, her examination paper unfurled, diligently writing as she always did, without even a fleeting glance in his direction. In that moment, Lin Zhifang felt his pride shattered into a million pieces. This truly was intolerable. With a palm laid flat, he struck the table with a forceful thud. Jiang Jiang, your behavior is utterly disrespectful. I am clearly speaking to you. Why do you choose to ignore me? The resounding noise compelled Jiang Jiang to lift her gaze, her eyes clear and bright, reflecting Lin Zhifang's somewhat irate visage. I didn't quite catch that, she replied, her tone laced with confusion. In that instant, Lin Zhifang felt as if he were the villain in this narrative. How could he possibly confront Jiang Jiang like this? While it's commendable to be studious, the results are not yet in. Why are you exerting yourself to such an extent? Who do you intend to outdo? Though he continued to voice his disdain, his tone lacked the fierceness it had initially held. Jiang Jiang found his sudden shift in demeanor perplexing. She remained bewildered, unable to comprehend the erratic nature of his expressions that changed as swiftly as the weather. Forget it, since you are so eager to learn. Dedicate yourself wholeheartedly to your studies. It would be splendid if you could secure admission to a prestigious university. If you fail to do so, I shall undoubtedly find amusement in your plight. Nevertheless, with Jiang Jiang's diligent and earnest efforts, she ought to be capable of gaining entry to a reputable institution. In light of this, one must also strive harder. Lin Jifeng seemed to have an epiphany and proceeded to the corridor, where he picked up the phone to call his mother. Mom, is there still a spot available in that all-inclusive training program you mentioned last time? Upon hearing her son's proactive inquiry, Lin Ma responded with delight, Yes, my son. I must tell you, the training center is staffed entirely by esteemed educators. We need to act swiftly, as the college entrance examination is just a few months away. Lin Jifeng glanced at the individual in the classroom, took a deep breath, and resolutely stated into the phone, All right, I will go. Chapter 135, A Desire for an Autographed Photo Now. This is my wonderful son, Lin Ma exclaimed, striking the mahjong table with delight, her smile stretching from ear to ear. After hanging up the phone, she triumphantly declared a winning hand. Happiness begets vigor, and Lin Ma's joy only intensified. The other ladies gathered around the mahjong table joined in the compliments, saying, I heard that Jifeng's art scores have been quite impressive. Now we await the results of his cultural subjects. Given Jifeng's capabilities, I have no doubt he will excel. Mother Lin chuckled, remarking that her child, who seemed to spend his days in frivolity, had initially given her the impression of self-neglect. However, upon participating in the specialized art examination, his scores turned out to be quite respectable. Although she expressed herself in such a manner, a hint of pride was unmistakable on her face. After sipping her tea, she continued, He just called me, expressing his intention to take the college entrance examination and asking me to enroll him in a training class. This child truly changes his mind as often as the wind shifts. I wonder what thoughts occupy his mind. We, as parents, are indeed burdened with worry. Upon hearing this, the others could not suppress their envy. If only my son were as diligent as yours, I would have far fewer concerns. Just look at how well he is being taught. His scores in arts must surely reflect positively on his academic performance as well. Indeed, indeed. How do you manage to teach your son so effectively? Please, share your secrets, they urged. Secrets? There are none. It all relies on the child's own initiative. He has been a source of ease since he was young, Mother Lin replied, her smile nearly stretching to the back of her ears. At that moment, a lady seated nearby raised an eyebrow and said, I heard about Jifeng's distant cousin, the one you mentioned before. What was his name? Oh, yes, Jingyu. I saw him on a television program a couple of days ago. He is quite handsome. After a contemplative pause, she glanced at Mother Lin and inquired, Didn't you say you were quite familiar with this distant cousin? Could you kindly provide us with a few autographed photographs? My daughter has a deep admiration for these celebrity idols. Lin's mother's smile froze instantly, quickly morphing into a rather awkward expression. What SMS? Is there an issue? It was said that although he is a distant cousin, your relationship is quite amicable, and the children also play well together. Surely, obtaining an autograph shouldn't pose too much of a bother. Among the group playing mahjong, a few individuals couldn't help but revel in the unfolding drama. Surely, you wouldn't be so stingy. It is merely an autographed picture. Lin's mother gritted her teeth, stating, Of course, I will endeavor to acquire it for you. Rest assured. Once I have it, I shall promptly deliver it to you. But at this moment, I have yet to meet the child. The crowd nodded knowingly, displaying a hint of regret. What a pity. Pity? Not in the slightest. Come now, let us enjoy ourselves. Since we are out, we must revel in merriment. Lin's mother deftly shifted the topic. The ladies, being astute, recognized the unspoken tension but chose to remain silent. However, throughout the subsequent rounds of mahjong, Lin's mother failed to win a single game, losing her cards entirely. Chapter 136, An unexpected call. Upon returning from school, Jiang Jiang finished her meal, took a shower, and emerged from the bathroom, immediately tackling 2 sets of practice papers in quick succession. After gulping down a large glass of water, she felt her exhaustion slightly dissipate. Her mind was somewhat foggy, her body temperature slightly elevated, and her nose was a tad congested. She took a deep breath, inhaling twice with effort, feeling the congestion in her nose. Raising her cup, she took a generous sip of water, hoping that hydration would provide some relief. It was as if a memory had suddenly resurfaced. She retrieved her phone from the drawer, a stark contrast to the pink device resting on the table. There were several missed calls from an unknown number. Jiang Jiang pressed her lips together, contemplating adding this number to her blacklist. Just as she prepared to hit the power button, the caller rang again. In a moment of panic, she inadvertently pressed the answer key instead. In the stillness of the night, the silence on the other end amplified the sound of her own heartbeat. Gritting her teeth, Jiang Jiang coldly inquired, "May I ask who you are?" A strange male voice responded from the other end, tinged with a hint of apology. "I'm sorry. I found this string of numbers in my phone and couldn't resist calling." Jiang Jiang inhaled sharply, striving to maintain her composure, attempting to keep her voice steady and devoid of any peculiarities. "You have the wrong number," she replied coolly. The man on the line furrowed his brow, questioning, "Is that so? May I ask how my phone has your number?" "I don't know," she answered, her response unwavering and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. "I don't know?" The disbelief was palpable in his voice. Jiang Jiang averted her gaze, a habitual gesture that surfaced whenever she told a lie, her instinctual way of evading. The furrow in the caller's brow deepened further. "I am about to hang up the phone, and please refrain from calling this number again. Your persistent calls create unnecessary trouble for others, especially when seen by those who should not witness such interactions. It could lead to unwanted complications for me." At this moment, she truly lacks the emotional bandwidth and time to deal with this matter. "I apologize. I merely intended to inquire about the previous owner of this phone number. I know nothing, so I kindly ask you to cease your inquiries and refrain from further calls. Disturbing another's life is an unethical act." As the call ended, her tone sounded colder than ever before, and the speed at which she hung up felt as if she were severing ties with everything. She wished to avoid any entanglement with anyone. After placing the phone down, Jiang Jiang tucked the device into her drawer. Taking a deep breath, she slowly exhaled, realizing her heart was racing, as if it might leap from her throat. She desperately suppressed the overwhelming emotions threatening to surface, repeatedly telling herself, "Jiang Jiang, do not dwell on anything or look back. The most crucial task at hand is to focus on your studies and strive for admission to a prestigious university. Only then can you escape the shadows of your past and avoid connections with those you wish to distance yourself from. A promising future awaits you, and that is what you must prioritize now." Chapter 137. Fever for others. The act of writing examinations and studying is a burdensome endeavor. Yet for Jiang Jiang, it represents the sole avenue through which she can alter her predetermined fate. She is resolutely averse to experiencing the dismal conclusion depicted in her books. Meanwhile, Jing Yu clutched his worn-out mobile phone in silence, his eyes shrouded in darkness. As Jiang Qingqing ascended the stairs, she caught sight of the outdated device in Jing Yu's hand and felt a pang of apprehension. With a sense of trepidation, she rushed forward and snatched the phone from him. Fortunately, a flicker of rationality still governed her actions. With a smile plastered on her face, she approached him, inquiring, "Jing Yu, what's the matter? Everyone is waiting for you downstairs." Jiang Qingqing continued, "This phone appears rather antiquated. Perhaps you should retire it. If it's too burdensome, why not discard it in the trash?" As she spoke, she could not suppress her urge to reach for it. Jing Yu deftly sidestepped her grasp. His lips pressed together as he replied with an air of indifference, "No need." He then discreetly returned the phone to his pocket before picking up a chair and donning the clothing draped over it, making his way outside. Jiang Qingqing clenched her teeth, a sense of reluctance propelling her to follow. "This phone truly seems quite old and unbefitting of you, Jing Yu. What kind of phone do you prefer? Allow me to purchase a new one for you." Jing Yu's tone turned frosty. "What will you buy for me?" He noticed Jiang Qingqing's conflicting statements, urging him to abandon the old phone, yet advocating for a new one. It seems she wishes to cease her use of this mobile phone. The more she exhibits such behavior, the more it arouses suspicion. "Oh, have you begun to earn money?" Jing Yu's expression remained tranquil, his tone exceedingly calm, yet the aura surrounding him rendered Jiang Qingqing speechless. I merely feel that continuing to use this phone is somewhat inappropriate. It might tarnish your image, which is why." Jiang Qingqing spoke while lowering her gaze. Biting her lip, she appeared pitiful, resembling someone who had been wronged, her demeanor one of sorrowful helplessness. Jing Yu's gaze flickered, a momentary flash of displeasure crossing his eyes, before he stated flatly, "Let us go downstairs." "All right." Jiang Qingqing promptly acquiesced, trailing behind him. After ending the call, Jiang Jiang sensed an overwhelming discomfort within her body. Although the air conditioning in her room maintained a constant temperature, she felt an unsettling chill. It seemed she might be running a fever and catching a cold. Rising, her head spun dizzily, the numbers before her blurring into obscurity. In a short span, she drank copious amounts of water, and soon the cup was empty. Her throat ached, and her nasal congestion intensified, leaving her feeling decidedly unwell. Struggling against her discomfort, she glanced at the mountain of exam papers and notes strewn across the table, resolving to head downstairs for a glass of water. The downstairs area provided hot water around the clock. Jiang Jiang continually reminded herself, "Drink more water." It is undoubtedly the most beneficial action one can take in this world. In the past, regardless of how severe her fever was, as long as she drank plenty of water, she would soon recover. However, this time, it was evident that something was amiss. Her breathing had become increasingly labored, and an ominous sensation enveloped her. In mere moments, Jiang Jiang felt an unsettling ache throughout her body. She sat on the sofa, taking a moment to recuperate. Chapter 138. To the hospital, her breathing grew heavier, and discomfort intensified. Her mind felt foggy as she gently leaned against the side of the sofa, contemplating resting a bit longer before ascending the stairs. When Jiang Yunzhou descended and discovered Jiang Jiang seated on the sofa, he was taken aback. It was unusual for her not to be in the study, diligently working on her practice papers. Could it be that her fade of a diligent student had finally crumbled? He mused that studying was akin to a marathon, not a sprint. Jiang Jiang? Receiving no response, Jiang Yunzhou raised his voice. Jiang Jiang, wake up. This is the sofa. If you're tired, you should return to your room to rest. Why are you sitting here? After a prolonged silence, he leaned in closer, gently prodding her shoulder with his finger. In an instant, Jiang Jiang's eyes fluttered open, a wary expression crossing her face as she met his gaze, her eyes icy. A wave of alarm shot through Jiang Yunzhou. What are you doing? I merely wanted to remind you not to sleep here. I understand. I'll go upstairs shortly. She shifted slightly to create distance between them, merely intending to rest for a brief moment, truly just a moment's respite. Jiang Yunzhou. What? You have a virus on you. He cast a somewhat displeased glance at Jiang Jiang, only to realize something was amiss. Jiang Jiang's delicate face was flushed, and upon closer inspection, the redness seemed excessive. Her lips were parched, and she appeared exceedingly unwell. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yunzhou mustered the courage to inquire, what is wrong with you? Almost instinctively, Jiang Jiang retorted, it's none of your business. In truth, she possessed little strength. She was merely enduring the situation. Years of suppression had taught her that, regardless of the circumstances, she must never reveal her vulnerability to anyone. How can it not be my concern? Your complexion is off. Are you feeling unwell? Let me take a look. As Jiang Jiang recoiled, Jiang Yunzhou felt increasingly uneasy. She was already resistant to him, and as he reached out, she attempted to block him. But her limbs were utterly devoid of strength. Consequently, she ceased her struggles and surrendered. When Jiang Yunzhou's hand touched Jiang Jiang's forehead, he was taken aback. You have a fever. The heat was alarming. No, I'll be fine after drinking some water. You needn't worry about me. You are clearly running a fever. Why are you being so stubborn? Jiang Yunzhou couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. What on earth was Jiang Jiang doing? Was her mind becoming muddled from the fever? I already told you not to bother with me. I can take care of myself. Take care of yourself? Nonsense. Jiang Yunzhou, in a fit of frustration, uttered a curse as he observed her clad merely in a shirt. Although their home was equipped with air conditioning, no one dared to dress so scantily. At that moment, the image of her standing alone at the door resurfaced in his mind. It was no wonder she had caught a cold. Without further ado, he called out towards the staircase, Jiang Jiang is unwell. Dad, Mom. We must hurry and take Jiang Jiang to the hospital. As he shouted, he reached over to the other side of the sofa, retrieving a blanket to drape over Jiang Jiang. Chapter 139. Just drink more water. How could she possibly have a fever? Upon hearing the commotion, and Mingzhu was the first to rush out of the room, followed closely by Jiang's father. Jiang Yunshu and Jiang Yunan were not home. And Mingzhu's large hand gently pressed against Jiang Jiang's forehead, her touch so tender it was almost unbelievable. You're burning up, she exclaimed, before enveloping Jiang Jiang in her embrace, allowing her to rest her head upon her shoulder. Jiang Jiang, does your head hurt? Are you feeling a bit cold? It's all right, don't be afraid. Lean on mommy, and we will take you to the hospital. Jiang Jiang bit her lip, overwhelmed by the unexpected concern that enveloped her during her illness. Such sudden tenderness left her feeling disoriented, and she obediently leaned against her. Just a slight lean, surely that wouldn't matter. The hospital at night remained brightly illuminated, blurring the lines between day and night. After a visit to the emergency room, Jiang's father stepped outside to make a phone call, leaving in Mingzhu and Jiang Yunzhou to support Jiang Jiang on either side. In their haste to reach the hospital, Jiang Jiang was clad in a Mingzhu's attire, which surprisingly fit her quite well. The garment carried a fragrant scent, distinctly different from what Jiang Jiang typically wore. Soon, Jiang's father returned, accompanied by a kindly doctor. Come here, young lady. Let's take your temperature, the doctor said. Jiang Jiang nodded in agreement, and Mingzhu gently guided her as the thermometer was placed under her arm. Before long, the reading was complete. The doctor furrowed his brow upon seeing the result. 39.5 degrees Celsius, a high fever. Hearing this, Jiang Jiang sighed in relief and looked up at the doctor, reassured. It's nothing. Just drink some water, and I'll be fine. She believed her condition was trivial. Merely a fever that did not warrant a hospital visit. A little hydration at home would suffice, she thought. The trip to the hospital seemed an overreaction. However, the once benevolent doctor's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Young lady, do not underestimate the severity of a fever. Yours is quite high, and if it doesn't subside, it could lead to complications. The child was clearly oblivious to the gravity of her situation. Jiang Jiang instinctively replied, "It's really fine, I assure you. I've always managed with just water when I had a fever." Mingzhu suppressed the bittersweet emotions within her and grasped Jiang Jiang's hand. Jiang Jiang, obediently, remarked on her elevated temperature, urging for a swift cooling down. What experiences could have led this child to utter such words? Jiang Jiang shook her head, hesitant to agree. At that moment, Jiang Yunzhou interjected, "Do you not wish to return home sooner to complete your homework? If this fever persists, how will you manage your assignments? Attempting to tackle your exam while battling a fever will only result in a muddled performance, squandering valuable educational resources." His tone remained irritatingly insistent. Jiang's father's expression shifted dramatically as he prepared to intervene. However, at that instant, Jiang Jiang unexpectedly nodded and replied, "All right." Jiang Yunzhou's words resonated with her. If she did not lower her temperature, her mind would remain clouded, rendering her incapable of absorbing any knowledge. Forcing herself to complete her exam would merely waste resources. Chapter 140. Fear of pain, perhaps due to the fever. Jiang Jiang's throat ached, her voice raspy and soft. The little girl looked up at you with her large, watery eyes, evoking a profound sense of tenderness. Unconsciously, the doctor's tone softened considerably. "Shall we start with an 4 drip?" "Yes," she nodded. "Such a good girl," he remarked. Jiang Jiang was assigned a hospital room while the doctor went to fetch medication and Jiang Yuzhou went to purchase supplies. Jiang Jiang lay on the hospital bed, and Mingzhu sat beside her, gently stroking her little head repeatedly. "Do not fear, Jiang Jiang. It is merely a fever, and you will recover swiftly." Father Jiang stood to the side, adjusting the cup, exclaiming, "Our Jiang Jiang is the best." This couple seemed to be tenderly coaxing a 3-year-old child. A warm current coursed through Jiang Jiang's heart as she closed her eyes, reminding herself that it had been far too long since she had felt such care. It was all right. In time, she would be fine. She resolved not to be easily moved. Feeling unwell, she soon drifted into slumber. In truth, Mingzhu and Father Jiang were deeply pained. Although they were aware that their daughter was not living well, they had not anticipated the extent of her suffering. Even enduring discomfort with careful restraint, the thought of her recent words, "Just drink more water, that will suffice," shattered their hearts. How could their daughter endure such hardship? Even when ill, she refrained from seeking medical attention. How could they, as parents, allow their child to endure so much? Regret washed over them. They wished they had found her sooner, believing that perhaps then she would not have faced such terrifying trials. In that moment, a wave of self-reproach, guilt, and sorrow enveloped the couple, besieging them with negativity from all directions. The hospital room was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. This tranquility was interrupted only when the doctor entered, accompanied by the head nurse, ready to administer in 4 to their daughter. The head nurse suddenly felt a chill run down her back. As she reached out to touch the child, she was met with a plea. Don't touch me." In her stupor, Jiang Jiang exerted every ounce of strength to protect her hand, crying out, "Don't touch me. Please don't touch me, Jiang Jiang. It hurts." Jiang Jiang is so scared of the pain. "I beg you. Don't touch me." Tears, as large as beans, streamed from the corners of her eyes, soaking into the pillowcase. She bit her lip, expressing her profound sense of injustice through her sobs. Jiang's father felt a jolt in his heart, and Mingzhu could no longer contain her tears and began to weep softly. With a heart full of compassion, she grasped Jiang Jiang's hand, saying, "Don't be afraid, my baby, don't be afraid. Mama is here, Mama will protect you. No one dares to hurt you." Under Mingzhu's soothing words, Jiang Jiang gradually calmed down, her sobs becoming quieter. Seizing the moment, the head nurse swiftly administered the 4 drip. The sharp sting caused Jiang Jiang to bite her lip, her little face contorted in distress, her nose and brows nearly knitting together. "It won't hurt, it won't hurt. Mama will blow on it. Once I blow, it won't hurt anymore." Though there were 3 children at home, Mingzhu found herself uttering such words for the first time in this situation. Chapter 141. Jiang Yunzhou's apology. Jiang Jiang fell completely silent. It was estimated that the 4 would take 3 to 4 hours to finish. After the head nurse stepped out, the doctor, concerned, instructed, "Monitor the child's condition closely, pay attention to the recurrent high fever, and ensure she drinks plenty of warm water. Let her rest." "Thank you, old Zhao, for your hard work." Jiang's father expressed his gratitude. "There's no need for thanks, she is family." Dr. Zhao waved his hand, already aware that the little princess of the Jiang family had returned, but he had been too occupied to visit. Everyone was eagerly anticipating this reunion. However, he did not expect to receive a call from a friend that evening, as he initially thought something significant had occurred. After a brief moment, Dr. Zhao gazed at the young girl lying on the hospital bed, his brow slightly furrowing. It appeared that her issues were not primarily physical but rather psychological in nature. At this moment, he helplessly shook his head and exited the ward, gently closing the door behind him. Uncertain whether it was the sedative contained in the four or simply his overwhelming fatigue, Jiang Jiang found herself enveloped in an extraordinarily comfortable slumber, as if someone were vigilantly watching over her. No nightmares intruded upon her rest. Upon waking, she felt an unprecedented sense of comfort throughout her entire being. She opened her eyes and moved her wrist. The four had completed its course, and her fever had subsided. Supporting herself, she sat up and discovered that Jiang Yunzhou was the sole guardian remaining in the room. Noticing Jiang Jiang had awakened, he recalled the doctor's advice to ensure she remained hydrated and promptly approached her to pour water. When had the young master ever cared for anyone? He unthinkingly handed her a cup of scalding hot water. Jiang Jiang glanced at him and set the cup down on the bedside table. Is the water poisoned? You want tea drink? She moved her lips and uttered a single word. Hot. Jiang Yunzhou. Oh dear. I was careless. He coughed awkwardly to mask her discomfort. And perhaps out of embarrassment, she cleared her throat several times before suggesting, let it cool a bit before drinking. All right. Jiang Jiang lacked the strength to respond more enthusiastically. Jiang Yunzhou's face was filled with alarm. Have you lost your mind due to the fever? He continued. Since when have you spoken to me in such a gentle tone? Usually, Jiang Jiang never addressed him with such amiability. She glanced at him, pressing her aching head. Jiang Yunzhou, unsure of what to say, moved closer, pulled out a chair, and sat beside her bed, studying her intently. Although he was already aware of Jiang Jiang's beauty, he had previously viewed her through a lens of prejudice, scarcely paying attention. Now, however, the more he looked, the more enchanting she appeared, truly. She deserved to be his sister. Jiang Jiang, I owe you an apology, Jiang Yunzhou admitted, lowering his head in submission. Jiang Jiang regarded him with skepticism. What do you intend to do? Ahem, it's just that I didn't quite understand you, which led to my rudeness in our previous conversations. Please, be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. Jiang Yunzhou recognized that Jiang Jiang simply preferred not to engage with others, harboring no ill intentions. This was starkly different from the imagined scenes of returning home, seeking sympathy, and lamenting her hardships. All right, Jiang Yunzhou conceded, acknowledging his own pettiness. Chapter 142. Eager to treat you well. Oh, Jiang Jiang replied, her expression unreadable. Could you not adopt a more amiable demeanor towards me? And please refrain from regarding me with such peculiar expressions, as if perpetually indifferent to my presence. I have already extended my apologies to you. Why do you wear such an impassive countenance? Jiang Jiang, why do you consistently seem so reluctant to engage with me? If I have erred in any way, simply inform me, and I shall amend my behavior. Jiang Yunzhou pondered, having acknowledged my mistakes and offered my apologies. Why does she continue to treat me with such cold indifference? Her persistent silence leaves me feeling quite humiliated, does it not? Jiang Jiang sighed. Must I accept your apology simply because you offer it? Just because you wish to engage with me amicably, does that obligate me to reciprocate? With a few pointed remarks, Jiang Yunzhou found himself at a loss for words. Jiang Jiang took a deep breath, stating, I am quite fatigued at present and do not wish to discuss these matters with you. If you genuinely seek to apologize and cultivate a better relationship, this is not the opportune moment. It feels as though you are taking advantage of my vulnerability. Jiang Yunzhou could not help but feel a strong urge to chastise himself. Indeed, he had been overly hasty, eagerly anticipating the moment when Jiang Jiang would awaken so he could express his contrition, neglecting to consider her poor health. Thus, he added, well, my parents have gone to fetch your clothes and prepare some kanji for you. You need not remain in the hospital. However, your condition is quite concerning, necessitating a thorough examination. Jiang Yunzhou felt a twinge of nervousness as he searched for conversation, unsure if it stemmed from guilt or some other reason. The more he eagerly attempted to speak, the more his words seemed to miss the mark. Meanwhile, Jiang Jiang remained composed, her eyes betraying not a hint of emotion. A wave of helplessness washed over Jiang Yunzhou. When he looked up, he noticed Jiang Jiang had lifted a cup nearby and begun sipping water. A mix of joy and urgency surged within him as he rummaged through a bag. I bought a plethora of delicious treats when I went out, including coconut water and various other beverages. Please choose whichever you prefer. Recalling the drinks favored by the girls in his class, he had taken one of each from the convenience store, a task that had proven quite laborious. Yet, the thought that Jiang Jiang would partake of his purchases filled him with delight. Despite his reluctance, Jiang Yunzhou's expression soured. Jiang Jiang, sensing his discomfort, pointed to a transparent bottle of mineral water. All right. The young master had learned to be astute, even unscrewing the cap before handing it over. Jiang Jiang held the bottle delicately, sipping gently, her movements refined and graceful. The more Jiang Yunzhou observed her, the more he found himself enamored. He nearly wished to proclaim to the world, "Look everyone, this is my sister, and she is truly beautiful. Are you still thirsty? If so, I shall rush to the convenience store to fetch you another drink." Jiang Yunzhou felt a twinge of regret, wishing he had taken a few more bottles of mineral water from the convenience store. Unfortunately, he had only grabbed one. He realized he had been overly enthusiastic. Chapter 143. The sense of disparity. Why not? Please don't be polite. Wait for me. I shall fetch you some mineral water right away. With that, he dashed out of the hospital room. Jiang Jiang was left in shock, astonished by his sudden departure. Just as Jiang Yunzhou exited, his phone chimed with a message. Jiang Yinshu, is Jiang Jiang in the hospital? How is she? Has her condition improved? Upon returning home, Jiang Yinshu found the house deserted. The housekeeper informed her that Jiang Jiang was currently hospitalized with a fever. Just as she was about to visit the hospital, she coincidentally spotted Father Jiang and Mingzhu entering through the door. After a brief inquiry, she learned that Jiang Jiang's fever was quite severe, and she was receiving in-4 drip. Once her fever subsided, she would need to undergo a physical examination, and it was estimated that she would remain in the hospital for several days. With that, Mingzhu ascended the stairs to tidy up, while Father Jiang busied himself in the kitchen. Jiang Yushu wished to ask more questions but felt hesitant to intrude. After some contemplation, she decided to send a text to Jiang Yuzhou. Jiang Yuzhou was swift in his response, promptly dialing her number. Within 2 seconds, the call was answered without delay. Yushu. Jiang Jiang's fever has subsided. After her examination, she will be returning home. Is that so? Jiang Yushu exhaled in relief. Yushu, do you have anything else to attend to? If not, I shall end the call for now. With one hand clutching the phone and the other reaching for bottled water on the shelf, Jiang Yunzhou found himself in a rather inconvenient predicament. During conversations with himself, he never initiated the act of hanging up. There was an elusive sense of discomfort lingering in the air. Jiang Yinshu, are you very busy? I'm helping Jiang Jiang pick up some mineral water. All right, I understand. You carry on. Jiang Jiang. Jiang Yushu seemed to grasp something as she ended the call. Upon raising her gaze, she noticed Mingzhu had already tidied up her belongings and was descending the stairs. The porridge in the kitchen had been successfully prepared, accompanied by a selection of fruits. Father and mother. Jiang Yinshu instinctively approached them. Father Jiang patted her head. Yinshu, be good at home. We are heading to the hospital. A hint of embarrassment crossed Jiang Yinshu's face, yet she quickly nodded. Oh, okay, I understand. Yushu, be good. The couple departed without a backward glance. The sound of their conversation resonated in her ears. Have you warmed the soy milk? Jiang Jiang loves soy milk. Don't add too much sugar. She dislikes overly sweet things. And Mingzhu expressed her concern. I'm aware that this child doesn't enjoy overly sweet flavors, hence I didn't add much. Ultimately, her taste aligns more with yours. Of course, if my daughter were unlike me, then who would she resemble? And Mingzhu's tone carried a subtle hint of pride. The sound gradually faded into the distance, ultimately vanishing. Jiang Yushu raised her gaze to the expansive living room, feeling an increasing sense of discomfort within her heart. In the past, the house was always bustling with activity. She had never experienced being home alone. No matter how late she returned, someone would always be waiting in the living room, even going so far as to call and inquire about her absence. Yet today, not a single person reached out to her, nor was there anyone to express concern. A profound sense of disillusionment enveloped Jiang Yushu. Chapter 144. The appearance of Mother Jiang. However, as she recalled the tribulations that Jiang Jiang had endured, this peculiar emotion swiftly dissipated. She forced a smile upon her face, reminding herself that all of this was rightfully Jiang Jiang's. In contrast, she was the one who had intruded upon another South's rightful place. She resolved not to become the kind of detestable villain that others would disdain. Jiang Yinshu, forever trapped in the role of someone loath. The expansive hospital room, with its stark white decor, was somewhat discomforting to behold. Jiang Jiang donned her shoes and stepped out of the ward, seeking a breath of fresh air. Approaching midnight, the hospital lobby was considerably less crowded, yet the lights still blazed brightly. As she moved forward, taking a deep breath, a lingering discomfort persisted in her head. Her body had become increasingly fragile. Even a brief period of rest left her with a throbbing headache. She casually found a chair in the lobby, seating herself and staring blankly ahead, devoid of any focus. Her mind was a blank, lost in thought. This was the moment when Jiang Jiang felt the most content, free from the clutter of chaotic thoughts. At the entrance of the hospital, Jiang Qingqing held on to Mother Jing's hand, her face etched with concern. Godmother, if you're feeling unwell, you should let us know. If it weren't for Aunt Jiang discovering you unconscious in your room, it could have turned into a serious matter. Mother Jing smiled faintly, a rare sign of fatigue crossing her well-maintained features. What is there to worry about? A little rest will suffice. And that child, Jingyu. Insists on coming to the hospital at this hour for no apparent reason. Mother Jing's health had deteriorated unexpectedly over the past few years. Frequent discomfort led her to consult a family doctor several times, yet no diagnosis was found, only a suggestion that she was under too much stress. This time, she collapsed at home, leaving everyone in shock. Jingyu promptly decided to take her to the hospital for a thorough examination. Of course we need to come to the hospital, godmother. You have no idea how pale you looked. We were all frightened. You remind us to take care of our health, yet you neglect your own. This won't do. Once Jingyu parks the car, we will have a serious talk. Jiang Jiang wore a playful pout, linking her arm with Mother Jing's, appearing to any onlooker as a close-knit mother and daughter. Mother Jing merely smiled and remained silent. Jiang Jiang guided her towards the hospital lobby to wait for their turn. Godmother, I'll go buy some water. Please wait here for a moment, she thoughtfully suggested. You really don't need to be so busy. Having just stepped out of her home, Jing's mother did not appear to be particularly parched. Rather, in this unfamiliar setting, she longed for the comfort of someone seated beside her, engaging in conversation. Jiang Jiang, seemingly eager to showcase her filial piety, spoke to herself, "It will be over soon. I will buy some water and return shortly, so there is no need for you to worry." Without a glance at Jing's mother's expression, she turned and left, completely oblivious to the displeasure etched on her face. A sudden chill swept through the air, catching Jiang Jiang off guard, prompting her to rise. As she turned, her gaze fell upon Jing's mother, abruptly yanking her from her reverie. In the most direct manner, it served as a reminder of the events that had transpired prior. Jiang Jiang. With Jing's mother's call, a thunderous sound echoed, as if something in her mind had exploded, shattering her sense of direction and clarity. Chapter 145. You should call me mother. It seemed she had never anticipated that Jing's mother would once again appear before her. Reflecting on her departure from the Jing residence, she recalled the words uttered by Jing's mother. Jiang Jiang, I know you are a good girl, and I understand that this matter is not your fault. However, please understand my position. I must provide an explanation to everyone regarding this situation, and I am truly sorry, Jiang Jiang. But you must be sacrificed for the time being. You are so obedient and understanding. You should be able to empathize with me and know what is best for you. As you step out from the Jing family, there is no malicious intent behind it. Before long, I shall return to retrieve you, and thereafter, no one shall ever be aware of this occurrence. At this moment, the matters that Jiang Jiang had deliberately concealed and hidden from view surged towards her like a relentless tide. The words spoken by Jing's mother echoed in her mind, threatening to drown her entirely. She had engaged in extensive psychological preparation, reassuring herself that merely existing in this world was a considerable blessing, and that if necessary, she could sever ties with these individuals for the rest of her life. Living alone in this world, she believed she could still take good care of herself. However, upon encountering Jing's mother, Jiang Jiang felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, her eyes welling with tears. In an instant, she felt as though all her strength had been siphoned away, leaving her frozen in place, as if captured by an unseen force. She bit her lip and mustered the courage to greet, "Hello," and, after all, they had once shared a life together. And a simple salutation was not too much to ask. Jing's mother smiled warmly. "Jiang Jiang, I thought I was mistaken. It truly is you." Her hand reached out, grasping Jiang Jiang's just as it always had, gently caressing it, her gaze filled with affection. "You've lost weight, my dear. It's clear you haven't been eating well." Jiang Jiang lowered her head, discreetly withdrawing her hand from her grasp. A voice tinged with indifference emerged. "Thank you, Aunt Jing, for your concern. During this time, I have been eating well." She took a step back, creating distance between them. The atmosphere was thick with politeness and a palpable sense of estrangement, rendering it almost impossible to perceive that these two individuals had shared many years together. It was then that Mother Jing realized. "Jiang Jiang, you are blaming me. You are still holding it against me, aren't you? I knew you would surely blame me. Back then, I never intended to abandon you. I searched for you again." "You?" Jiang Jiang interrupted calmly. "And Jing, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand. I have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave." She looked up at Mother Jing, and in her eyes, the previous brightness had faded entirely. Mother Jing's already haggard face now appeared even more dismal, and she instinctively took several steps back. "Jiang Jiang, you used to call me Mom. You wouldn't blame your mother, would you? Didn't you used to love being by my side the most?" Mother Jing's urgency escalated. The former Jiang Jiang, regardless of the circumstances, would obediently trail behind her, displaying a docility that was almost unnatural, sweetly calling her mom. Chapter 146. You have truly overestimated my worth. This was not how she remembered her daughter. Mother Jing's complexion, already poor, now darkened further. "Jiang Jiang, how long do you intend to remain angry?" Jiang Jiang initially bowed her head in silence, but upon hearing those words, she suddenly recalled what Jiang Jiang had said. Indeed, Jiang Qingxing's words were undeniably accurate. She was merely a small pet of the Jing family, cherished when deemed pleasing, and easily cast aside when not. Pets possess no freedom of choice. Their existence hinges entirely upon the whims of their owners. Jiang Jiang gazed down at her reflection on the tiles, a sudden wave of self-mockery washing over her. Jiang Jiang, have you not learned your lesson? What are you truly doing? How could you allow the trifling words of others to sway your heart? Do you not find yourself utterly ridiculous? Noticing Jiang Jiang's silence, Mother Jing stepped forward, attempting to soften her tone. After all these years, you must have endured considerable hardship outside, living a life of deprivation, right? Otherwise you. Jiang Jiang lifted her gaze, noting the condescending tone. Mother Jing stood before her, exuding an air of grandeur, her gaze casually assessing Jiang Jiang, laden with scrutiny. As ever, she remained aloof, stating, "You have always been picky, disliking this and that. Just look at how thin you've become." Her words mirrored the condescending demeanor of someone brandishing imported dog food before a puppy, each syllable dripping with ostentation. Jiang Jiang found herself rendered speechless by these remarks. Perhaps, in the eyes of these individuals, she was nothing more than a mere trifle, a perpetual jest. Seeing Jiang Jiang's silent demeanor was exceedingly endearing, reminiscent of the well-behaved girl from her memories. Mrs. Jing smiled with satisfaction, remarking, "In truth, the events of yesteryears should have faded with time. Although you cannot return to the Jing household now, we may still occasionally meet outside. We can stroll and shop together as we used to, indulging in your favorite treats." In the past, regardless of the circumstances, whenever Mrs. Jing suggested a shopping trip, Jiang Jiang would act as if nothing had transpired, her anger dissipating time and again. In reality, Jiang Jiang harbored no fondness for shopping or dining out. She merely endured for the sake of Mrs. Jing's reputation. Perhaps having been obedient for too long had worn her down. She felt utterly fatigued and no longer wished to continue this charade. "Thank you for your concern. I assure you, I am taking good care of myself and eating well, so there is no need for Mrs. Jing to worry," she replied. Mrs. Jing's tone grew markedly impatient. "Are my words falling on deaf ears? Must you tear apart everyone's dignity before you can find satisfaction?" Jiang Jiang shook her head and smiled gently. "Mrs. Jing, you jest. I possess no power to make anyone unhappy. I lack the qualifications to heed your words, let alone aspire to the Jing family." With polite decorum, her smile widened. "Mrs. Jing, you truly hold me in too high regard." Chapter 147. What face do I have? After uttering those words, Jiang Jiang felt an immense sense of relief wash over her. "Jiang Jiang, do you truly comprehend the implications of your statements?" The admonishing voice was accompanied by a note of irritation. How could Mother Jing permit her self-respect and pride to be so casually trampled upon? Jiang Jiang halted her steps, fixing her gaze steadily upon Mother Jing, her eyes devoid of any flicker of evasion or hesitation. Mother Jing questioned whether she had misheard. "Mom." At that moment, a remarkably familiar voice emerged beside Mother Jing. Jingyu approached. A look of panic crossed Mother Jing's face as she stood before him. "What has transpired? Why do you appear so unwell?" Having been on edge for an extended period, Mother Jing felt a sudden release of tension upon seeing her son, causing her to nearly lose her balance, as if all her strength had been siphoned away. Fortunately, Jingyu was there to support her. With no time to respond to her son, she turned her gaze back to Jiang Jiang. She could not, absolutely could not allow her son to see Jiang Jiang. Otherwise, upon lifting her head, Mother Jing finally exhaled. Jiang Jiang had departed. Perhaps she understood the situation. "What is the matter with you?" "And nothing." Mother Jing hastily grasped her son's hand. Jingyu observed the direction in which Mother Jing had just looked, a frown marring his handsome features. "Jiang Jiang, I apologize for my tardiness. It was not my intention to return late. I was informed by the convenience store owner that the mineral water was out of stock and was asked to check the warehouse myself. After I managed to carry a box outside, I encountered a rather irrational individual who insisted on taking my water. Unable to contain my frustration, I found myself embroiled in an argument, which delayed my return." "Jiang Jiang, are you listening? I am speaking to you." As Jiang Yunzhou rushed in, carrying a large box of mineral water, he discovered that the person who should have been resting on the sickbed had inexplicably vanished. With a thud, the box slipped from his grasp, narrowly avoiding his own foot. "Jiang Jiang, Jiang Jiang." Without a second thought, he dashed into the restroom, calling out anxiously. Upon finding the restroom empty, he hurriedly made his way to the ward's entrance. It was only as he exited the room that he sensed something amiss. Quietly retracing his steps, upon closer inspection, he noted Jiang Jiang sitting alone in the corner, silent and with her head bowed, resembling a mummified figure in a whimsical cosplay. "Jiang Jiang, I am speaking to you. Can you hear me? Jiang Jiang, what does your silence signify?" The moment was a false alarm, and Jiang Yunzhou, belatedly aware, felt an inexplicable surge of irritation. Jiang Jiang continued to lower her head, ignoring his inquiries. Jiang Jiang. His voice, though persistent, seemed inadequate as he called out to her. Finally, she moved her lips and uttered, "What do you wish to say?" Jiang Yunzhou gazed intently at her, as if the ground beneath them were strewn with gold, compelling one to maintain such a watchful stare. After a brief pause, he spoke earnestly, "Is it that my visage is so handsome that you dare not meet my gaze?" Jiang Jiang couldn't suppress the slight twitch at the corner of her mouth and finally lifted her head. "Jiang Yunzhou, do you have no shame? I possess a face. What need have I for shame?" Chapter 148. A tale to tell. This retort left Jiang Jiang at a loss for words. She lowered her head, somewhat reluctant to engage in conversation. "Jiang Jiang, your demeanor strikes me as rather unprincipled. I am speaking to you, yet you disregard me. Is this not a profound disrespect?" Jiang Yunzhou observed the pallor of her delicate face, which seemed to exude an air of despondency. A pang of discomfort stirred within him. Yet, he could distinctly sense her resistance towards him, an unmistakable aversion. It was precisely this realization that intensified his unease. He teased her playfully. "What is this? Are you throwing a princess tantrum?" In truth, Jiang Yunzhou secretly hoped for just such a display from Jiang Jiang. If she were to express her feelings, they would no longer fester silently within her, alleviating his own discomfort. Jiang Jiang shook her head, turning her face away, clearly indicating her desire to disengage entirely. Jiang Yunzhou let out a soft sigh and asked, "What troubles you? Is something amiss? Are you feeling pain in your head again? If so, I can summon a doctor to attend to you." His feigned calmness belied the genuine concern reflected in Jiang Jiang's pallid complexion, which was indeed a portrait of distress. "I am fine," she replied, simply wishing for solitude, yearning to be alone for a moment, to evade conversation in the company of others. She sat quietly, lost in her thoughts, waiting for clarity to emerge from her fevered mind. "Look at your face. How can you claim to be fine? Who would believe such words?" Jiang Yunzhou's anxiety mounted, and his voice escalated in volume, hoping to provoke a reaction from Jiang Jiang. However, his attempt fell flat. Jiang Jiang remained expressionless, her demeanor indifferent, as if her very essence had been siphoned away, leaving her in a state of utter desolation. "Jiang Jiang, you must confide in me what has transpired so that I may assist you in resolving it," he implored, his urgency palpable as he struck the table in frustration. "Jiang Yunzhou, I assure you, there is nothing amiss. I simply wish to be alone for a while. Thank you for your concern." She forced a smile, though it was more disheartening than any tearful expression. "I am not worried about you. Rather, I fear that when father returns and sees you in this state, he may think I have wronged you, and I would be unable to clear my name." It seemed that stubbornness was a hereditary trait. "Oh," Jiang Jiang nodded in acknowledgement. At times, Jiang Yunzhou felt that Jiang Jiang resembled a robot, responding only with good and ill. "Jiang Jiang, may I share a joke with you? Are you willing to listen?" "I do not wish to hear it," she replied, shaking her head. Jiang Yunzhou, resembling a rogue, continued unabated. "The jokes I tell are delightful. They are seldom heard by others." However, she had little desire to hear this person recount jokes. Once upon a time, there was a mountain, and within that mountain stood a temple where a group of monks resided. Jiang Jiang, unable to endure any longer, stood up. Just as Jiang Yunzhou, brimming with joy, believed she was about to uplift her spirits, the next moment revealed her covering her ears with her hands. "Is this how you treat me?" Jiang Yunzhou exclaimed. "Jiang Jiang, I am telling you a story. Can you hear me? If not, is there anything else you wish to do? You may tell me. Could you possibly leave the ward at this moment?" Jiang Jiang asked. Jiang Yunzhou stared in disbelief, his eyes widening as he struggled to comprehend that Jiang Jiang had once again expressed her disdain for him. It was one thing to be disliked for his previous remarks, but now, even his attempts at kindness met with aversion. In frustration, he tugged at his hair. "But, Jiang Jiang, what if something unexpected happens while I am away? Your health is not at its best. Should any incident occur, there would be no one to assist you." Jiang Jiang, disinterested in his antics, merely raised her head to cast him a fleeting glance before letting it droop once more, enveloped in silence. Jiang Yunzhou, oblivious to the turmoil within her mind, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, causing beads of sweat to form on his back. Just as he found himself at a loss, Jiang Jiang unexpectedly reached out and grasped his hand, her expression grave. "What's wrong? Is there something you wish to share with me?" Her tone was laced with concern, her voice trembling ever so slightly. "I'm hungry," she declared. Jiang Yunzhou was taken aback. After all this time, was it merely hunger that had prompted her to speak? "Are you certain that that's all it is?" he asked, still incredulous. Jiang Jiang nodded emphatically. "I am truly hungry." Her stomach felt painfully empty. Coincidentally, at that moment, and Mingzhu and Jiang's father entered the ward, carrying a myriad of bags. Jiang Jiang eagerly devoured the soft, glutinous porridge, savoring each spoonful. She consumed all the accompanying soups as well, without restraint. Indeed, it could be said that this meal surpassed any she had enjoyed at home, as she incessantly stuffed her mouth, as if fearing she might miss something if she paused. And Mingzhu watched with a heavy heart. Jiang Jiang, do take your time. There is no need to rush. Eating so much at once could distress your stomach. A pang of guilt struck her. Had the child truly been that starved? How could she have consumed such an enormous quantity all at once? She lamented that she should have come to the hospital sooner, sparing the child from such a prolonged hunger. Similarly, as Jiang Jiang took her bites, she noticed the furrowed brow of Father Jiang. It's all right. I must eat well and take care of my health. Although Jiang Jiang's tone was calm, a careful listener could perceive the earnestness and determination in her words. Only by nurturing her body could she hope for a future. However, both in Mingzhu and Father Jiang sensed an underlying unease, an inexplicable discomfort that lingered in the air. Jiang Yunzhou, observing from the side, felt a strange sense of distress. Darn it, this Jiang Jiang was undoubtedly deceiving them again. Why couldn't she simply speak a word of truth to them? Would uttering a single honest sentence cause her demise? Jiang Yunzhou felt an irresistible urge to stroke her delicate face, but recalling Jiang Jiang's aversion to her presence and her dislike for physical contact, she refrained. In a tone feigning rudeness, she remarked, Jiang Jiang, you said this yourself. If you don't eat properly, I will hold this against you. Father Jiang, without hesitation, smacked her on the head, leaving Jiang Yunzhou in complete silence. End of chapter. Chapter 150. Is the hospital your home? Jiang Jiang felt uncomfortable with so many people in the ward. Moreover, the hospital was not a pleasant place. She repeatedly assured Mingzhu and Father Jiang that her health was perfectly fine and that she did not require anyone to accompany her. They could return the next day. Jiang Yunzhou, however, volunteered to stay and care for Jiang Jiang, only to be met with a stern glare from Father Jiang. Jiang Yunzhou, deterred, left the ward with a dejected demeanor. Jiang's father felt a twinge of unease and sought the assistance of a temporary caregiver, ensuring that help would be at hand should any unforeseen circumstances arise. With his daughter confined to the hospital, how could a parent find solace in returning home for a peaceful night's sleep? After a brief return home with Mingzhu, Jiang's father drove back to the hospital parking lot. The couple remained in the car, awaiting a call, ready to rush to the ward at a moment's notice. Inside the ward's restroom, Jiang Jiang clung to the toilet, violently retching. In the stillness of the early morning, the sounds of her vomiting echoed eerily throughout the room. She eventually stood, turned on the faucet, and rinsed her mouth before emerging from the restroom. The ward was dimly lit by a solitary lamp, casting a soft glow. A chilly breeze wafted through the window, brushing against Jiang Jiang's skin, which invigorated her senses, prompting her to blink awake. She closed the window and lay back down on the hospital bed. She had pushed herself too hard, attempting to consume more food than her stomach could bear, resulting in a tumultuous upheaval within. Closing her eyes in an attempt to rest, her mind was flooded with memories of Jing Mu's face. For a long period, she had resided within the Jing household. During that time, she had been brimming with vitality, surrounded by numerous individuals who smiled at her and treated her with kindness, making her feel that she could thrive even in this unfamiliar world. She even harbored a fervent desire to realize her dreams. On a certain day, unexpectedly, a significant blow struck her face. With a mocking tone, it was said, Jiang Jiang, what do you consider yourself to be, daring to pursue your dreams? Eventually, the day arrived when she was cast out, and those who had once shown her kindness seemed to vanish into thin air. Behind every person who had treated her well lay another, bearing a visage of profound disdain and even revulsion towards her. The chaotic thoughts in her mind multiplied, causing her mental state to spiral into confusion. Jiang Jiang reminded herself, do not dwell on this any longer. Continuing down this path of thought offers no benefit whatsoever. Suddenly, the door to the hospital room swung open with a creak. Jiang Jiang assumed it was yet another visitor from the Jiang family and promptly closed her eyes, feigning unconsciousness. The man standing before her, observing her state, found her both exasperating and amusing. He scrutinized her for a moment, then, with his fingers curling, he tapped the table and coldly inquired, Jiang Jiang, you truly are quite resourceful, aren't you? The sarcastic tone left little doubt as to his identity. Jiang Jiang kept her eyes shut, thinking to herself, what resourcefulness? I keep landing myself in the hospital. Do you think this place is your home, that you can just drop by any time? End of chapter. Chapter 151. So what reason do you have left? His tone dripped with sarcasm as he continued. You told me not to seek you out, insisting that I focus on my studies. Yet here you are, having landed yourself in the hospital. Do you not regard your health as significant? Jiang Jiang, irritated, retorted, what madness are you spouting here? In the stillness of the night. Are you truly losing your sanity merely to seek me out? You still possess the capacity to express concern for my well-being. A glimmer of light gradually emerged in Liang Yinqing's eyes. You are indeed quite idle, Jiang Jiang candidly remarked. Liang Yinqing's expression stiffened, his voice low as he said, I have something to discuss with you. Jiang Jiang straightened her posture, gazing up at him. Speak, what is it that you wish to convey? Her pale face revealed a lack of vitality. Liang Yinqing furrowed his brows at the sight of her, gathering his belongings, urging, come with me. Jiang Jiang shook her head. No need. You wish to remain at the Jiang residence, to continue to neglect your well-being, enduring torment until you derive some semblance of joy from it. He suppressed his fury, his cold gaze reflecting a simmering rage as he muttered, I should never have acquiesced to your staying at the Jiang house. The chilling dread he felt upon learning of Jiang Jiang's hospitalization was incomprehensible. Startled by his anger, Jiang Jiang exclaimed, that is unfounded. I merely accidentally left the window open and caught a chill. She chided herself for being too captivated by the view outside, unable to resist the temptation to reach out. In her haste to open the window, she had forgotten to close it, allowing the cold breeze to sweep in for an extended period. Little did she anticipate that her frail body would succumb so easily, quickly falling ill with a fever. Is that so? Yes, indeed, that is the case. She lamented, attributing it all to her oversight in neglecting to close the window. Liang Yinqing, however, remained unconvinced, with arms crossed and a dark expression. He seemed to exude an air that declared, you may weave your tales, and I shall quietly observe your fabrications, if you can conjure a flower from your imagination. Then proceed. He remained silent, an unusual stillness enveloping the space between the two. Liang Yinqing's silence was particularly profound, instilling a sense of unease in Jiang Jiang, who found herself suppressing an impulse to shudder. Summoning her courage, she called out, Liang Yinqing. He acknowledged her, his tone rising at the end, as if someone owed him 800,000. Thank you for your concern. The softness in his voice bore an almost petulant quality. Liang Yinqing found it amusing, considering how long it took him to utter that single sentence. His tone dipped, his mood evidently still sour. Do you wish to placate me? To prevent my anger? Caught off guard by his perceptiveness, Jiang Jiang froze, her smile faltering. In a moment of panic, she replied, You're busy. So I want to trouble you. Where do you see that I am busy? Liang Yinqing pulled a chair and sat down, his smile more superficial than sincere. Not busy at all, not in the slightest. You're lying. Jiang Jiang was utterly unconvinced by his claim of being unoccupied. Liang Yinqing was always diligent in his work. Whether managing company affairs or facing the camera, he approached every task with dedication and meticulousness. During that period, she trailed behind him each day, only returning home after midnight. Liang Yinqing raised an eyebrow. So, what reason do you have now? End of this chapter. Chapter 152, Wanting to Alleviate Guilt. Liang Yinqing understood Jiang Jiang's penchant for nonsensical rhetoric. Liang Yinqing, I believe I am quite content staying with the Jiang family for now. Once the college entrance examination is over, I can leave on my own. There is no need to confront this matter at this moment. Dealing with it now would merely squander my time. What good is there? I see no merit in it. Liang Yinqing, unable to contain his frustration, let out an expletive. Jiang Jiang's face flushed crimson, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at him. Liang Yinqing, can you not allow yourself to live a little more comfortably? Why must you torture yourself in this manner? She seemed to remind herself of something in a nearly self-destructive way. Lowering her head, the color drained from her face, leaving her pallid. After a brief hesitation, Jiang Jiang asserted, I am not tormenting myself, so you need not worry about me. Now it was Liang Yinqing's turn to be astonished. Is that so? You spend your nights writing practice exams, neglecting to wear enough layers, and hardly eating properly. At this very moment, you are clad in clothes of uncertain origin. Oh, and you seem to have taken up the peculiar hobby of collecting plastic bottles. Are you preparing for a future of scavenging? Jiang Jiang responded earnestly, my academic performance is lacking. If I do not practice, how can I improve? I also eat well. I had a substantial meal today. Although all the food I consumed has been expelled from my body, I still ingested it. Liang Yinqing observed her solemnly absurd demeanor. She truly is a little genius, he thought, laughing in exasperation. Are you still rummaging through trash? He inquired. Regarding this matter, Jiang Jiang responded with heightened seriousness, Liang Yinqing. Let me reiterate, I am not collecting rubbish, but plastic bottles. Selling these plastic bottles to recycling stations can yield a substantial profit. He hesitated, torn between laughter and indignation. Her persistence was infuriating. With a scoff, he recalled his purpose for being there, to gather her belongings and return home. Jiang Jiang clenched her teeth, resolute in her response. I will not accompany you. Are you suggesting that I should forcibly take you back? There are security guards at the hospital entrance. Jiang Jiang, silence yourself, he commanded. Were such words to escape another's lips, they would merely be met with ridicule. Yet, Jiang Jiang maintained an extraordinarily earnest expression. Her tone sincere as she uttered remarks that seemed almost farcical. Jiang Jiang, you have a unique talent for provoking my irritation, Liang Yinqing thought. Suppressing the anger that welled within him, he consistently reminded himself, do not frighten Jiang Jiang, she might become afraid. Jiang Jiang shook her head, asserting, no. I have no intention of making you angry. Observe, while asserting her lack of intent to incite his wrath, her words and expression conveyed a contradictory message, provoking a sense of irritation instead. She whispered, I simply do not wish for you to become entangled in these matters. Involving too many individuals would burden Jiang Jiang with guilt. Furthermore, she might come to rely on them, which poses a significant risk for her. In truth, Jiang Jiang harbored a selfish desire to minimize their troubles, so that when she departed, she would not feel remorse towards anyone, allowing her to leave without a trace of anxiety. End of this chapter. Chapter 153. Do not threaten me. Jiang Jiang was aware that there exists a phenomenon in this world known as the butterfly effect. Once a chain reaction ensued, the subsequent repercussions could prove to be profoundly immense. The thought of incurring severe consequences was almost too dreadful to contemplate. Liang Yinqing felt as though they were speaking different languages. His dark gaze lingered upon her for a moment before he calmly stated, Jiang Jiang, do you believe I am negotiating with you? I am not discussing this matter with you. The final words were delivered with gritted teeth, infused with a certain ferocity. How could he bear to witness her repeatedly endure the chaos surrounding her? You must not speak this way. If you continue to converse like this, I will become angry. Do not jest with me in this manner. You know that if I were to get upset, I would be exceedingly displeased and might refuse to speak with you henceforth. Jiang Jiang's teeth ground together audibly, her anger palpable. Liang Yinqing, unable to contend with her, displayed a hint of softness in his gaze. After a moment of silence, she gritted her teeth and spoke. Whether you are angry or ignoring me, I cannot allow you to mistreat yourself like this. I have already stated that I am not harming myself. How many times must I repeat this for you to believe my words? Jiang Jiang, growing increasingly anxious, reached out to grasp Liang Yinqing. Initially, he intended to shake off her hand, but at the moment her delicate little hand brushed against him. He found himself reluctant to let go and ultimately clasped her hand firmly. Jiang Jiang's small hand felt somewhat cold, and Liang Yinqing's irritation lingered. With a soft voice, she continued, just a few more months, and once I finish my college entrance examinations and reach adulthood, I will leave. You insist on. I am still a minor, and there are many troublesome matters at hand. Jiang Jiang clenched her teeth and retorted instinctively. Strictly speaking, her guardians were still members of the Jiang family. Any changes at this moment could lead to significant complications. Jiang Jiang truly despised trouble. Liang Yinqing, unable to contain himself, revealed a fleeting flash of rage in his eyes. Just how troublesome could it be? Extremely troublesome. You know I abhor complications. Jiang Jiang nodded emphatically and added, yes. I detest trouble to an extreme degree. In the dim light, one could almost perceive the unwavering determination in Jiang Jiang's small face. Frustrated by her persistence, Liang Yinqing turned and enveloped her in his embrace. Jiang Jiang struggled to break free. He warned, be careful, I might not allow you to remain in the Jiang family any longer. Indeed, this statement skillfully struck a chord with Jiang Jiang, who swiftly fell silent. The usually arrogant young master, who basked in his own superiority, found himself utterly powerless in the face of Jiang Jiang, even after all this time. Jiang Jiang pushed him away, declaring, do not threaten me with such tactics. Do you believe I fear you? I do not fear you. Her small face bore a fiercer expression, her eyes wide with intensity, exuding an irresistible charm. Unbeknownst to her, she was simply adorable, and the more one looked, the more enchanting she became. Liang Yinqing, unable to restrain himself, reached out once more, drawing her into his embrace and holding her tightly. How absurd. And indeed, it was a rather serious kind of absurdity. End of this chapter. Chapter 154. A perfectly ridiculous clown. Jiang Jiang expelled Liang Yinqing from the hospital room. Liang Yinqing stood at the door, displeasure etched upon his lips. Jiang Jiang, do not let me see you injured again. I know you heard me. If I see you hurt once more, I assure you, I will not be so accommodating as I was this time. Jiang Jiang merely replied, oh. She was clearly dismissing him. Suddenly, a mocking smile crept onto his lips as he pondered why Jiang Jiang so enjoyed brushing him off. Who could he blame but himself for indulging her? Jiang Jiang rarely lost her temper, but when she did, it was uncontainable. Once she dug her heels in, reconciliation became impossible, and she would truly sever all ties with him. Liang Yinqing was frightened. How could he not be? The little one who resided at the very core of his heart, could he bear the thought of her never contacting him again? After Liang Yinqing departed, the oppressive atmosphere in the hospital room naturally dissipated. Jiang Jiang let out a sigh of relief but found herself unable to sleep. Regret washed over her. Had she known, she would have brought a few sets of test papers to occupy her time, thus avoiding the sense of wasted hours. Her mind was a tumult of thoughts, churning repeatedly, rendering her restless. Standing by the window, she gazed out at the dazzling array of lights below. Instinctively, she lowered her head. A black sedan was parked beneath the building. Jingyu, clad in a white shirt and a black coat, exuded an enigmatic chill. As his public engagements increased, the young man appeared to mature more with each passing day. Jiang Jiang stood across from him, alone, stealing glances. Her heart raced uncontrollably, as if it might leap from her throat at any moment. Brother Jingyu, I didn't mean to leave. I merely wanted to buy some water for my godmother. Jiang Jiang expressed her frustration regarding the situation. Initially intending to purchase water from a vending machine, she discovered it was too late, leading her to a convenience store that operated around the clock. To her bewilderment, some eccentric individual had nearly emptied the store of its water supply, even attempting to carry away the last case of bottled water. Feeling indignant, she sought to negotiate for a bottle or two. But the other party didn't spare her a glance. A verbal spat ensued, given the late hour and the dim lighting surrounding them, obscuring their faces. Jiang Jiang had no choice but to relent. Jingyu spoke gently. Is that so? Jiang Jiang nodded with increased fervor. Brother Jingyu, you must believe that I am truly like this. When it came to her actions, Jiang Jiang often lacked foresight. She never paused to contemplate her words before speaking, blurting out whatever came to mind. In a fervent attempt to prove something, she hastily declared, I believe my godmother will need to stay in the hospital for a while, and I would like to be her companion during this time. She continued, since my godmother is unwell, having someone by her side would surely be beneficial. Jiang Jiang was convinced she had stumbled upon an excellent point. It showcased her kindness while also drawing the attention of her family members. Such a multifaceted advantage was simply splendid. However, she overlooked the fact that they were in a hospital, and the Jing family was renowned, always surrounded by a professional medical team. Not to mention the significance of Mrs. Jing undergoing medical examinations in the hospital. End of this chapter. Chapter 156. That piercing gaze. Jiang Jiang found herself somewhat unable to discern the situation. Observing Jing Yu's silence, she mustered her courage to continue. You are all very busy. Perhaps it would be better if I cared for my godmother. I think she would be quite pleased to have me by her side. Jiang Jiang believed that by attending to Mrs. Jing, she would surely leave a favorable impression, and in the future, this instance could serve her well. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, her lips inadvertently curled into an inappropriate smile, while Jing Yu's gentle countenance darkened. It is thus. I believe I can take good care of my godmother, and I also. Jiang Jiang, how long have you been with the Jing family? Almost 10 years. As Jiang Jiang spoke these words, a greater smile illuminated her face. 10 years? How old are you this year? I will turn 18 next month. Upon mentioning this, Jiang Jiang's spirit seemed to be rejuvenated. 18, an adult now. One can do many things. Yes. Well, once I become an adult, I will move out of the Jing family. Jingyu suddenly interjected, cutting directly through Jiang Jiang's words. His gaze was calm and incisive, as if it had punctured the vibrant soap bubbles that filled Jiang Jiang's mind, shattering the illusions around her. This left her heart, once brimming with joy, feeling utterly empty. Why must I move out of the house? Jiang Jiang found herself perplexed. Had everything not been well just a moment ago? How could it be that in the next instant, she was to be cast out? Jingyu took a few steps forward, positioning himself precisely within Jiang Jiang's line of sight. Upon reaching adulthood, one must leave the Jing family. This is something you are aware of from the moment you entered. Jiang Jiang's countenance turned ashen, her steps retreating several paces, her entire being trembling uncontrollably. Initially, she had agreed to any condition to enter the Jing family. Over time, she believed that everyone had forgotten about this matter. Yet, she had not anticipated that it would suddenly be brought back to her attention. I am unable to. I still cannot live independently, and moreover, Jiang Jiang. The Jing family will assign dedicated personnel to attend to your daily needs until you can adapt to living alone. Jingyu cast a glance at her, his eyes filled with a chilling disdain. Jiang Jiang remained unable to awaken from this dreadful news. In a fit of anger, she shouted at him, This is outrageous. You are truly too much. How can you treat me so unfairly? She cried out, covering her face, and ran past him. Until this moment, she still naively believed that Jingyu would come after her to offer comfort. Having lived in the Jing family for so long, she foolishly thought of herself as one of them, expecting everyone to cater to her wishes, forgetting that she was merely an outsider to the Jing family. Jiang Jiang stood there for a while, lost in thought. Suddenly, the person who had just turned away faced him, raising her gaze. Their eyes met. Jiang Jiang froze momentarily. Jingyu was simply gazing at her, a faint, ambiguous smile gracing his lips, while his dark eyes held a hint of scrutiny. Jiang Jiang felt a pang of guilt under his gaze. She quickly lowered her head, her hands moving swiftly. With a rustle, she drew the curtains shut, plunging the entire hospital room into darkness. End of chapter. Chapter 157. Jiang Jiang was not as aggrieved as you, suppressing her unsettled feelings. Jiang Jiang took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, reminding herself to remain calm. Just as she was about to lie down to rest, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Jiang Jiang. Gritting her teeth, she opened the door. Jingyu stood at the doorway, his cold visage accentuated by a pair of strikingly beautiful yet utterly indifferent eyes. "Did you just eavesdrop on my conversation?" he inquired with unwavering directness, his tone resolute rather than questioning. "You were mistaken," Jiang Jiang retorted earnestly, weaving a web of untruths. Jingyu furrowed his finely shaped brows, seemingly taken aback by her blunt denial. Lying? The glimmer in his eyes turned frigid. Jiang Jiang felt an aversion to meeting his gaze. Those obsidian eyes seemed to draw her into an endless abyss with a mere glance, rendering her struggles futile. She blinked, covering her mouth as she yawned. "I beg your pardon, sir, but I'm afraid I did not quite grasp what you were saying. If you have matters to discuss, perhaps you could do so tomorrow, for I am rather tired." With that, she attempted to shut the door. "Is that so?" His fingers pressed against the door as he squinted at her figure. A chill crept over her as she felt his piercing gaze. "Indeed, you were mistaken," Jiang Jiang asserted, her voice unwavering. The more anxious she felt while lying, the calmer her expression became. "I saw you. Clearly." Jingyu was not swayed by her feeble defense. "You are mistaken." She stubbornly refused to concede. After a brief moment, with a resounding thud, the hospital room door was slammed shut. Jiang Jiang's voice echoed from within. "Sir, I do not comprehend your words. If there is nothing pressing, please take your leave." Jingyu found himself unceremoniously cast outside, enveloped in an eerie silence. For a fleeting moment, he seemed to grasp a fleeting thought, his lips pressing together in contemplation. Within the confines of the hospital room, Jiang Jiang had cocooned herself in her blanket, forcing her eyes shut. The light of day consumed the last vestiges of night, restoring brightness to the world anew. Early that morning, Jiang Qingqing wept inconsolably, her demeanor a portrait of distress. A nearby servant gently patted her shoulder, offering comfort. "It's enough now, Qingqing. It's not proper to cry so before the lady so early in the day." Yet, with the impending prospect of being expelled from her home, Jiang Qingqing found little solace in such admonitions. The more she pondered, the more wretched she felt, leading her to seek out Jing's mother, where she began to sob softly. "Godmother, godmother." Each plea echoed plaintively. Jing's mother, already plagued by a headache from lack of rest, felt her discomfort escalate with each cry. "What is the matter?" she managed to ask, summoning her strength. "It is Jingyu. He wants me to leave this home. The Jing family is where I grew up. If I leave, where shall I go?" Tears streamed down Jiang Qingqing's face as if they were freely flowing, her sobs rendering her speechless. The more she observed, the more Jing's mother felt her annoyance grow. After all, Jiang Jiang had endured far greater grievances without such a display of emotion. End of chapter. Chapter 158. Do not mention this again. Mrs. Jing's headache intensified. The maid beside her offered comfort while casting a warning glance. "Madam, you seem unwell. Let us discuss matters once you feel better." However, Jiang Qingqing appeared eager to voice her thoughts. The maid firmly pressed down on her hand, admonishing her, "Be considerate. After all, you are still residing in the Jing household." At last, Jiang Qingqing lowered her gaze and fell silent. "Qingqing, why don't you take a bath and bring the chicken soup that has been simmering?" The maid casually fabricated an excuse to send Jiang Qingqing away. "Oh, all right." Having been utterly exasperated the previous night, unable to enter the ward to offer companionship, and too apprehensive to return home hastily, Jiang Qingqing had endured a sleepless night in the hospital corridor. She felt a pressing need to cleanse herself and rest comfortably at home. "I will come by shortly to deliver the chicken soup." "Very well, off you go, Mrs. Jing replied, turning away and waving her hand dismissively. Jiang Qingqing, seemingly carefree, had just been weeping inconsolably yet was now ready to depart without a second thought. The sound of the door slamming shut was jarring. Mrs. Jing shook her head, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction. "Look at this child. Despite spending so much time in the Jing household, she has yet to grasp any of our manners or decorum. She cries at the slightest inconvenience, leaving others to wonder if we have mistreated her." The disparity between her and Jiang Jiang, who had always remained by her side, was stark. The servant hurriedly approached, pouring a glass of water and gently patting her back to ease her. "Qingqing," she mused, "though this child may be somewhat simple-minded and lacks the ability to read others' expressions, her intentions are not particularly astute." The servant, named Han Shuhua, had been with the Jing family since Jing Yu's birth. Over time, she had come to be affectionately referred to as Aunt Han. It remains a mystery whether her ignorance is genuine or feigned. In this circle, everyone is astute. If one fails to perceive even the slightest nuances or subtle tactics, they may as well have wasted their time here. The most concerning are individuals like Jiang Jiang, who, lacking depth yet pretending to be clever, are treated as mere jesters. While they may not be exposed in daily interactions, they are regarded with disdain. However, should they dare to intrude upon matters of significance or profit, they should not be surprised when others seek to expel them from their midst. In hindsight, it was unwise to let Jiang Jiang bear such a heavy burden, or to allow this child to depart from the Jing family. Indeed, Jiang Jiang possesses a remarkable sensitivity and an innate ability to discern the thoughts of others with just a glance. Although Mother Jing's words ring true, her eyes betray no hint of regret. Instead, she raises an eyebrow, her tone reminiscent of lamenting a lost pet. Truly, Jiang Jiang is a commendable child. Aunt Xiao handed a glass of water to Mother Jing, but that child caught the eye of the young master, prompting him to act inappropriately. With a loud crash, the glass in Mother Jing's hand fell heavily to the ground. Her tone was filled with anger. Do not mention this matter again. Aunt Xiao, realizing she had spoken out of turn, quickly fell silent and stepped back. End of this chapter. Chapter 159. An uncontrollable surge of anger after a sleepless night. Jiang Jiang awoke with dark circles under her eyes, haunted by bizarre and peculiar dreams. Throughout the night, she found herself running desperately, striving to escape the terrifying nightmares. Yet, ultimately, she remained ensnared by those malevolent visions, leaving her utterly exhausted. The hospital room was enveloped in silence, occasionally pierced by the sound of footsteps echoing from outside. Jiang Jiang attempted to close her eyes once more, yearning to drift back into slumber, but soon found herself wide awake again, truly unable to sleep. A wave of frustration welled up within her, prompting her to rise from the bed and wash up, seeking to distract herself. Her toiletries had been delivered the previous evening. In truth, she was no longer feverish and had no need to linger on the hospital bed. Had it not been for the impending medical examination, she would have already discharged herself, and now she felt a profound sense of regret. At that moment, Jiang Yunzhou entered the ward, carrying a multitude of items. Upon glancing up, he noticed Jiang Jiang clad in a thin jacket, standing by the window. The thought that she had just recovered from a cold yet was carelessly exposing herself at the window ignited a flare of anger within him. Jiang Jiang, what are you doing? With a loud thud, the lunchbox was heavily placed on the table. Jiang Jiang had not slept well and felt a bit irritable, especially after being chastised without reason that early in the morning. Her head buzzed, as if on the verge of exploding, summoning an unexpected surge of courage. She turned to glare at him fiercely, uttering the words, "Look at people." The tone was quite brusque. Why was he standing by the window without sufficient clothing? Jiang Yunzhou's confidence diminished, and he muttered with dissatisfaction, "Your health was already poor, and now you choose to stand in the wind. Do you think your body is in perfect condition and you can afford to disregard it? If I don't stand by the window, how can I look at people? I am aware of my health issues and am taking good care of myself. Thank you for your concern." She was entirely oblivious to how much she resembled a younger sister bickering with her older brother. Realizing he couldn't win the argument, Jiang Yunzhou fell silent and arranged the breakfast items. "Come and eat." "I don't want to eat. What appetite do I have this early in the morning? If you don't eat, then what will happen? Why refuse food? I made plenty of delicious dishes this morning, including your favorite soy milk." Jiang Yunzhou turned to look at Jiang Jiang, perplexed by her stubbornness. Could her frail body really endure this refusal of nourishment? What is wrong? Am I mistaken? Jiang Yunzhou, have you forgotten that I need to have a health check? I haven't forgotten. Knowing that Jiang Jiang needed a medical examination, I accompanied her early in the morning. The blood draw required fasting. Jiang Yunzhou awkwardly tugged at his lips, ultimately admitting, albeit reluctantly, that he had forgotten. Jiang Jiang's eyes darkened as she turned away from him. In a somewhat anxious tone, Jiang Yunzhou emphasized, "I didn't forget on purpose. I was just a bit too eager." The more he insisted, the more irritable Jiang Jiang felt, as if everyone in the world appeared bothersome. "Are you angry, Jiang Jiang?" he asked, moving closer and casually picking up her coat, his tone attempting to placate her. End of chapter. Chapter 160. Medical examination. Jiang Jiang shook her head, her expression one of gloom. "What reason do I have to be angry with you?" She was merely feeling a bit down. There was no reason to direct her frustration at him. "Aren't you upset that I forgot about your examination?" he inquired. "Not at all. I don't harbor resentment towards someone I'm not close to." In fact, she found it more justifiable to be upset with herself. After all the words she had spoken, he still regarded her as a stranger. "Jiang Jiang, I need to discuss something serious," Jiang Yunzhou declared, adopting a stern demeanor to assert his authority as an elder brother. "I want to listen," she retorted bluntly. His face fell, and he coldly responded, "Whether you listen or not, you must." Ignoring him entirely, Jiang Jiang took her coat from his hands and donned it herself. "Where are you going?" Jiang Yunzhou was indeed both anxious and irritated. Yet he found himself dutifully trailing behind Jiang Jiang. The blood draw. As dawn broke, the hospital began to bustle with activity once more. The icy needle pierced Jiang Jiang's skin, her gaze lowered. When she finally lifted her head, she was surprised to find Jiang Yunzhou standing before her, obstructing her view. A sigh of relief escaped her. Once the blood draw was complete, Jiang Jiang rose rather hastily, her balance wavering. Jiang Yunzhou reached out to guide her to a nearby chair. After a few moments, he spoke with a tone of considerable certainty. "Are you afraid of getting your blood drawn?" Jiang Jiang hesitated momentarily before raising her head to inquire. "Is there a problem?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunzhou furrowed his brow. It wasn't that there was a problem per se, but rather an inexplicable sense of contrast. Nonetheless, he remarked, "Jiang Jiang, what is with your attitude? Can't you speak to me properly? Every time you talk to yourself, your tone is so harsh, as if I owe you a fortune. Heaven knows I feel as if I am catering to a little deity." Realizing that her tone and demeanor had been somewhat inappropriate, Jiang Jiang softly apologized. "I'm sorry." Jiang Yuzhou was taken aback. What on earth? Why was Jiang Jiang behaving so uncharacteristically? Under normal circumstances, she would never have been so straightforward in her apology. You. Jiang Yunzhou regarded her with skepticism, seriously questioning whether something had been taken from her during the blood draw. Otherwise, how could one speak so gently to oneself? "What is it? Do you have any questions?" Jiang Jiang found it somewhat amusing. It seemed she had misjudged. The person sitting before her was indeed Jiang Jiang. "You wait here for a moment while I go fetch something to eat." After fasting for blood tests, one should be able to eat. "I won't eat," Jiang Jiang promptly refused. Her stomach, however, betrayed her with a loud grumble. Jiang Yunzhou found it amusing, realizing that Jiang Jiang's stubbornness was a reflection of his own demeanor. "All right, I understand. Your stomach isn't the one growling, is it? I will return shortly with some food. Please stay here and wait for me. Do not wander off." His tone was reminiscent of a caregiver speaking to a kindergarten child. End of this chapter. Chapter 161. Troubles resurface. Jiang Jiang fell silent for a few seconds before lifting her head and smiling. Suddenly, she felt that Jiang Yunzhou was not as disagreeable as she had initially thought. Jiang Jiang was not particularly impatient about waiting, especially since she hadn't rested well the night before. Sitting quietly in her chair, she allowed her mind to drift, feeling utterly vacant. After staying awake all night, Jiang Jiang appeared rather fatigued, her complexion pale and lacking color. Her physique was already frail, and combined with a rather pallid complexion, her presence in the hospital environment drew the attention of passers-by, who could not help but cast lingering glances before shaking their heads with resigned sighs. Jiang Jiang lifted her gaze, earnestly observing each individual who passed by, exuding sounds of dismay. Some were perplexed by the circumstances, and coupled with her large, innocent eyes fixed intently upon them, it was impossible for onlookers to resist the urge to gently pat her head. Jiang Jiang, already disheartened, found her spirits further dampened by their unwarranted actions. Why must they casually touch someone else's sister? Jiang Yunzhou, clutching a bag, spoke with an air reminiscent of an elder brother. With a flourish, he presented her with a steaming bun, as if it were a prized treasure. "Give this a try. I just reheated it in the microwave. It should still be good." Jiang Jiang declined. "Oh right. How could I forget? You don't like these. Here. Have some soy milk, which you always enjoy." He unscrewed the thermos and handed it to her, leaving her no opportunity to refuse. She bowed her head and took a sip. The aroma of the soy milk was delightful. "Jiang Jiang, aside from soy milk, is there anything else you wish to eat? We have fried dough sticks and sandwiches. You're not a little kitten who can survive on soy milk alone." He casually grabbed a boiled egg, peeled it, and offered it to her. Observing her acceptance, Jiang Yunzhou seemed to have discovered a new continent and began to prepare more offerings. Jiang Jiang instinctively rose, retreating a step to create distance. He was not particularly inclined to consume youtiao, nor was he eager for a sandwich. Jiang Yunzhou remarked, "You shouldn't always eat so little. You truly ought to partake in more sustenance. However, rest assured, if there is anything you do not wish to eat, simply inform me, and I shall not compel you." Jiang Jiang, with a trembling hand holding the egg, emphasized after chewing, "Jiang Yunzhou, I am somewhat full. I am not hungry." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Jiang sighed silently. "I shall go wash my hands." Jiang Yunzhou's hands were covered in oil. Observing the remnants of food strewn about on the stool, Jiang Jiang tidied up and discarded them into the nearby trash bin. After brushing off her hands, she obediently sat down beside him, sipping her soy milk delicately. On the other side of the hospital lobby, Jiang Qingqing carried various bags, dismissing the nearby maid and proceeding towards the patient room with determination. "Miss Qingqing, these items are all favored by Madam. Please handle them with care." The maid expressed her concern. It was unclear what this young lady, who had been fostered away, was up to. It was evident that these items had been carried by them from the moment they left until they reached the hospital. Yet, the instant they entered, she had seized them. Help! The toothache is unbearable. I feel as though I might suffocate. Sisters, I am off to sleep. May you all rest early. As for updates, I acknowledge that my recent performance has been somewhat lacking, but fear not, I shall catch up on the progress in the coming days. End of chapter. Chapter 162. Jiang Qingqing's outburst enough. I understand. You need not prattle like an overbearing matron. Jiang Qingqing halted her steps, pivoting to cast a fierce glare at the servant. The servant, taken aback by her sudden turn, jumped in surprise and hurriedly approached to assist with the items. Miss Qingqing, it would be prudent to exercise caution. Jiang Qingqing, visibly displeased, dismissed her with a sharp flick of her wrist, causing a loud clatter. The sound echoed, leaving the servant in a state of shock. Are you instructing me on how to perform my duties? Do not forget your own station and what authority you possess to teach me. The servant was momentarily silenced, despite both being under someone else's roof. The disparity between them felt insurmountable. Jiang Qingqing picked up the fallen items once more, casting another scathing look at the servant. With a swift turn, a resounding thud followed as the items tumbled to the floor again. The servant could only watch, heart aching at the sight. In the midst of the crowd, Jiang Qingqing's gaze immediately fell upon Jiang Jiang. Seated calmly in a chair, Jiang Jiang appeared lost in thought. The hospital's lights illuminating her composed features, her straight back and chin exuding an aura of tranquility. She swayed her feet gently, radiating an air of leisure that starkly contrasted with Jiang Qingqing, who was burdened with chaotic bags and the looming threat of expulsion if she failed to navigate the day successfully. In that instant, jealousy surged within Jiang Qingqing's chest as she strode purposefully towards Jiang Jiang. Jiang Jiang. The furious shout startled Jiang Jiang, causing her to look up at Jiang Qingqing before silently lowering her gaze. She stood up, preparing to leave. Upon noticing her intention, Jiang Qingqing stepped in front of her without a second thought and inquired, "Why do you run away when you see me?" Jiang Jiang replied, "Why are you the one running? What are you so guilty about upon seeing me?" Jiang Qingqing's demeanor exuded the sentiment that Jiang Jiang owed her a debt. Jiang Jiang chose to ignore her, yet Jiang Qingqing, seemingly possessed by an uncontrollable impulse, stood firmly in front of her and demanded, "What brings you to the hospital? Are you here to see your godmother? What do you want with her? Are you eager to tell her how wronged you feel? I implore you. Since you've already distanced yourself from the Jing family, the further you go, the better. Why are you even here?" The more Jiang Qingqing pondered, the more anxious she became. Despite having lived away for so many years, why had she returned to the hospital? Was she desperate to prove something? Or perhaps to tell her godmother that she had been wronged all those years ago? How absurd. That incident had long since passed, and bringing it up now seemed rather stale. Jiang Jiang interjected, "Jiang Qingqing, this is a hospital. So I ask you, what brings you to a place like this?" At that moment, Jiang Qingqing's nerves frayed, and she couldn't help but raise her voice in a loud outburst, quickly drawing the attention of those around them. Soon, she discovered Jiang Jiang clad in a hospital gown and burst into a triumphant laugh. "Why are you in the hospital?" I inquired. It turned out she was unwell. I knew it. With all the wicked deeds you committed, how could your health possibly be good? Indeed, karma has caught up with you. Chapter 163. Speaking ill of Jiang Jiang, Jiang Qingqing's face twisted in frustration from the effort. "Jiang Jiang, how many times must I tell you to heed my words? One must do a few good deeds while living in this world. Look at you now, sick and in the hospital. Would it not be better if you suffered a severe illness and perished? Jiang Qingqing, you are insufferably tedious. How unfortunate must Jiang Qingqing's life be for her to utter such repugnant words? Bored? I am not bored at all. It is you who harbors ulterior motives. People like you should simply cease to exist." With a loud thud, a crumpled tissue struck Jiang Qingqing's head. Jiang Yunzhou cast a scornful glance at her and remarked, "What did you consume this morning? Dog excrement? Your mouth reeks. Hurry and brush your foul teeth." Jiang Yunzhou's tongue was indeed sharp when it came to insults. He stepped forward and pulled Jiang Jiang behind him. "Aren't you quite the talker? Why have you suddenly turned mute? What else with the silence?" Jiang Yunzhou was utterly exasperated by Jiang Jiang's demeanor. Where had gone the defiant spirit she had shown during their previous quarrels? At this moment, when others utter a few words, it becomes eerily quiet, akin to the stillness of a little chick. The derogatory remarks are astonishingly uttered from the lips of a young lady. The crowd around is considerable, and Jiang Jiang is unwilling to engage in a verbal dispute here. The throngs of people only exacerbate her agitation, a profound irritation that is anything but ordinary. How could she endure so much? What are you, to hurl such filth at me? Jiang Qingqing, indignant, felt ready to explode as she watched the water-soaked projectile roll off her. She let out a piercing scream, declaring, "I'll retaliate with whatever you throw at me." Standing before Jiang Qingqing, Jiang Yunzhou wore a fierce expression. Despite his usual nonchalant demeanor, when he assumed a serious posture, His presence became imposing. Jiang Jiang took an uncertain step back, her heart swelling with anger and a hint of fear. Yet, she was also filled with indignation. Who exactly is this Jiang Jiang? To have so many people rallying around her? Previously, her godmother and Jing Yu had encircled her, and after much effort, she had managed to drive Jiang Jiang away. Now, it seemed that more people were drawn to Jiang Jiang once again. Judging by his attire, he hardly appeared to be an ordinary individual. Why should Jiang Jiang be the recipient of such concern and attention from others? After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Jiang lowered her voice and cautioned. Do not be deceived by Jiang Jiang's seemingly fragile demeanor. I must inform you that she is far from a good person. Ultimately, Jiang Jiang felt an overwhelming sense of imbalance within herself, completely disregarding the imposing attitude Jiang Jiang had just displayed towards her. Jiang Jiang, silence yourself, Jiang Jiang admonished. Her brows furrowed. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Jiang's spirits lifted. Clearly, Jiang Jiang held this individual in high regard, indicating their significant importance in her life. If she were to divulge Jiang Jiang's past, would it not provoke disdain and drive this person away? Chapter 164. The Curse of Jiang Jiang's Solitude. The mere thought of Jiang Jiang being abandoned by everyone and returning to a desolate existence. Becoming a pitiable soul once more, unloved and uncared for, enduring hunger filled Jiang Jiang with unrestrained joy. She envisioned a future where Jiang Jiang might end up destitute. Just contemplating these possibilities brought her immense satisfaction. Although Jiang Jiang recognized Jiang Jiang's boredom, she had not anticipated it would lead to such triviality. Let us proceed. The next examination is about to commence. Jiang Jiang, indifferent to Jiang Yunzhou's musings, strode forward. Jiang Yunzhou could only watch helplessly as Jiang Jiang ventured alone to undergo her examination, while others around him engaged in meaningless chatter, following her pace. Amidst the throngs of people, I urged her not to walk so swiftly, for I feared that she would vanish from sight, making it impossible for me to locate her later. Jiang Yunzhou was perplexed by Jiang Jiang's remarkable speed. What manner of training had endowed her with such swiftness? It was evident that despite her slender frame of 90 pounds, she possessed a resolute spirit that propelled her forward relentlessly. The harder she endeavored to maintain her pace, the faster she seemed to move. Seizing the rare opportunity to confront Jiang Jiang during a moment of vulnerability, Jiang Jiang sprinted forth to obstruct her path. Jiang Jiang, do not walk away. I have yet to finish my words with you, she exclaimed. Upon seeing me approach, why do you hasten away? Is it not a sign of guilt? Are you fearful that I might divulge your past to others? Observing the pallor that washed over Jiang Jiang's face, Jiang Jiang's sense of satisfaction reached its zenith. From the very first encounter, Jiang Jiang had exuded an air of superiority, despite her humble beginnings in an orphanage. She bore herself with dignity within that vast family, garnering admiration for her every action. Even when she erred, a mere apology would suffice to erase any trace of wrongdoing, as though nothing had ever transpired. In contrast, Jiang Jiang felt like a mere ugly duckling beside her, relegated to the sidelines. Helplessly witnessing Jiang Jiang capture the attention and admiration of all, every accolade seemed directed toward Jiang Jiang, while she herself remained perpetually overlooked. Why can Jiang Jiang live so freely, indifferent to others? Jiang Jiang moved her lips and uttered a few words once more. You are truly quite dull. Jiang Jiang, unfazed by Jiang Jiang's remarks, blurted out. This Jiang Jiang grew up in an orphanage, and while it is fortunate that someone chose to adopt her, she shamelessly resorted to stealing from others to sell their belongings. Furthermore, she covertly took food from their homes to share with the children at the orphanage. It is utterly outrageous, akin to that of a parasite. She is a thief. Such a thief deserves to be driven back to the orphanage, despised by all, living a life devoid of love and care. The last sentence was nearly a desperate scream, as Jiang Jiang exerted every ounce of strength she had. Jiang Jiang gazed at her expressionlessly. Although she repeatedly told herself to remain unbothered, the hands at her sides began to tremble uncontrollably. End of chapter. Chapter 165. A desire to inflict eternal suffering on Jiang Jiang. Jiang Jiang's expression grew even colder as she walked straight toward Jiang Jiang. Jiang Jiang, she called out. What? What do you want? It would be a lie to say she wasn't anxious, but upon reflection, what power did Jiang Jiang truly possess? Why should she be afraid? Raising her head, a resounding slap landed heavily on her face. Jiang Jiang fell to the ground, stunned. With a surge of emotion, tears streamed down Jiang Jiang's face uncontrollably. Jiang Jiang, do you perceive me as a soft target to be easily manipulated? Or do you interpret my silence as an invitation for you to bully me? From the very beginning, Jiang Jiang had no intention of holding a grudge against her. Even during the last warning, Jiang Jiang believed she had conveyed her message quite clearly. If Jiang Jiang possessed even a modicum of intelligence, she would comprehend the implications of her words. Do you dare? What is there for me to fear? Jiang Jiang clenched her trembling fingers, the intensity causing the veins in her hand to bulge. Did she think I was still the same Jiang Jiang from before, one who silently endured grievances? Subject to your whims, bullied and insulted? Jiang Jiang pressed her lips together. It became evident that some individuals should never have been tolerated from the outset. Reflecting on her past, when she had lowered herself so drastically, Jiang Jiang found herself feeling both ridiculous and pitiable. Jiang Qingqing, dare to provoke me again and utter those nonsensical words and see what happens. Jiang Jiang's voice was soft, yet each word resonated with unwavering strength. Jiang Qingqing, flustered and at a loss, glanced at Jiang Yunzhou as though he were a lifeline, and immediately shouted, "You see, this is Jiang Jiang. She appears obedient and understanding on the surface, but who knows what malicious thoughts and schemes she harbors beneath." "Close your mouth," Jiang Yunzhou reprimanded, feeling a pang of regret in that moment. He ought not to squander so much time with inconsequential individuals. Jiang Jiang has always been one to despise troubles. And coupled with this person's incessant prattle of trivialities and disheartening remarks, it remains uncertain whether Jiang Jiang is truly pleased. Observing the slightest improvement in Jiang Jiang's demeanor towards herself, she cannot help but feel anxious. If, heaven forbid, Jiang Jiang were to become displeased and choose to ignore her in the future, she would be left bereft of solace. "Jiang Jiang, let us depart. If we delay further, we shall find ourselves in a queue." The more she pondered, the more unsettled she felt, prompting her to hasten their exit. Jiang Jiang nodded, subtly averting her gaze from the individual and turning to leave. Yet, how could Jiang Qingqing allow her to depart so easily? If Jiang Jiang were to find relief, it would surely torment her own heart. Like a madwoman, she obstructed Jiang Jiang's path, declaring, "This thief shall not escape today." Jiang Qingqing had never harbored such disdain for anyone before, and this sentiment drove her to a state of insanity. She could not bear to witness Jiang Jiang's happiness and wished for her to remain forever ensnared in the depths of despair, gradually being cast down by everyone until she could no longer rise. Jiang Jiang chuckled softly. "Jiang Qingqing, have you lost your wits or simply gone mad?" She had never relished wasting time on irrelevant matters with unimportant people, and it seemed that now she could no longer afford to do so. End of chapter. Chapter 166. Seeking One's Own Trials. With a furrowed brow, she regarded the person before her, resembling a mere clown. Jiang Qingqing grasped Jiang Jiang's hand. "Am I mistaken in what I say? You are but a thief, pilfering the belongings of others while feigning ignorance of your misdeeds. Your duplicity has been unveiled by all, as if anyone were oblivious to this matter. The incessant reiteration of stale events seems to serve as a boastful display of sorts." Jiang Qingqing remains utterly unconcerned, resembling a clumsy Donald Duck. Thus, what was intended to be bi-weekly updates shall now be reduced to weekly ones. Yet I shall ensure that each chapter exceeds 2,000 words in length. Does this gold refer to Dai Chun's husband? Ji Kai Dao, filled with curiosity, inquired about the duo. Zheng Bin described him as a man of approximately 40, possessing a water affinity, proficient with a gilded bronze staff, known as the clear flow of turbid waters, responsible for overseeing the confidential information both on and off the island. In light of these circumstances, the Kuomintang army promptly intensified security measures, deploying a substantial number of troops for surveillance and patrols, while urgently reporting to the national government. Outside the magistrate's office, the flower thief was shackled with iron chains, flanked by 4 officers who cleared the way, one wielding a chain thicker than a pillar, ensuring the thief was securely bound. Passers-by hurled stones, eggs, vegetables, and leaves in a fit of rage, their tongues lashing out with curses. Xiu Heishuan remarked, "Hearing you two speak so enticingly, I too wish to partake. If there are delicacies, do remember to include me." This bamboo grove was planted by the Liu family, who relocated here due to the favorable feng shui. Su Tai dutifully answered inquiries and dispelled doubts. After a mere 10 days, Hu Tianming returned, confirming that no information had been leaked. Hu Tianming and Acheng commenced preparations for their impending actions. Owing to his busyness, Hu Tianming could not visit Wanning and thus sent Li Wan in his stead. Certainly, he possessed the capital that warranted no fear. The broadsword in his hand resembled the venomous fangs of the most lethal king cobra, hissing menacingly at the approaching foes. The masked giant pinched the blade of the water comb with 2 fingers. With a slight exertion, he twisted downward, causing the blade to bend into an arc. A gentle tremor of his fingers sent the sword spinning through the air, where it completed 2 revolutions before embedding itself into the ground. Haha. Is this exquisite duo truly devoid of interest? Moreover, it seems that Song Yuexin's comprehension of the ethereal waters does not quite align with her own prowess. Long Xiaodian immediately discerned Song Yuexin's shortcomings. He placed the tableware down and took a seat across from me, amidst the praises I could still hear from Wen Yuan. Even if he himself did not partake, his enthusiasm was palpable. Yet with Hub Yi, one could hardly glean any such energy. The aura between them invariably influenced one another. Tang Yingnan's sudden melancholy rendered Nan Yu unable to retaliate amidst the prickling tension. During the intermission of the third chemistry class, Li Yanyan approached me in the classroom, declaring that Murong Kuan was bullying others and inquiring if she should summon Feng Gu or Han Feiyu to teach him a lesson. Truly, she was worthy of being Yi Chen's cousin, possessing a profound understanding of the greater truths that surpassed my own. However, dare you test me with another strike? Long Ruochuan's eyes sparkled as the swordplay in her hands shifted once more. Evidently, Tian Lao's earlier words had provided her with immense inspiration. With a resounding crack, the point of contact between her whip and Huaxiang's massive hammer erupted in a shower of sparks, successfully halting Huaxiang's movements. Have you located the node to enter the tomb? Mu Bai was taken aback, suddenly recalling that he had been in seclusion for alchemy over the past 10 days, completely unaware of the changes in the outside world. If it were said that the major sects had discovered a way to enter the tomb during this time, it was not entirely implausible. Indeed, after all these years, there had been no news of Cheng Jinyan. One could only wonder where he had hidden himself. The Hua family was searching, the Zhou family was searching, and he too was searching, yet no trace of him had been found. Until the day he laid eyes upon Cheng Jinyan's corpse, he would remain restless. Chapter 167. I said no need for explanations. By the time Jiang Jiang arrived at the consultation clinic, a long queue had formed at the office door. Unperturbed, she took a seat and glanced up at the display screen above her. In a short while, the line had progressed to over 30 people, and it was still early. Patiently, she awaited her turn. Jiang Yunzhou sat beside her, his gaze fixed on his phone as he estimated the waiting time. As Jiang Jiang straightened her back and looked up, she unexpectedly caught Jiang Yunzhou silently observing her. Jiang Jiang, stop looking at me. Jiang Yunzhou was hardly the obedient type. Just because she asked him not to look, did that mean he would comply? Jiang Jiang, somewhat nonchalantly, uttered, turn your head away. It was amusing that the facade had already been shattered, yet one could not simply allow another to gaze freely. Little did Jiang Jiang know the thoughts swirling in Jiang Yunzhou's mind. She bluntly inquired, what are you doing? Watching you. As those words escaped his lips, Jiang Jiang furrowed her brows. What nonsense are you talking about? Upon witnessing the situation, Jiang Yunzhou remained composed and began to elucidate. I was merely observing how Jiang Jiang could be so remarkable, thriving independently. A sudden wave of trepidation washed over Jiang Yunzhou. Before this moment, what kind of life had Jiang Jiang led? Jiang Jiang interjected. So, do you believe that all the children found in orphanages lead miserable lives? That they inevitably become delinquents in society? Jiang Yunzhou, taken aback, replied, with a hint of indifference. Jiang Jiang curled her lips into a slight smirk. I apologize for not conforming to your expectations. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Yunzhou's expression did not improve. He furrowed his brows and directly questioned her. Must you persist in this perception of me? Can you not consider the more favorable aspects of my character? What exactly are you trying to prove each day? This Jiang Jiang was truly perplexing. Would it be so difficult for her to soften her stance and utter a few kind words? Her remarks were sharp enough to render one speechless. Although Jiang Jiang initially intended to suppress a laugh, she found it increasingly difficult to contain herself upon hearing his words. Jiang Yunzhou, before you met me, did you not simply regard me as an orphan, cunning and full of schemes, not a virtuous girl at all? Who was it that dared to malign her in front of Jiang Jiang? Jiang Yunzhou rubbed his forehead in dismay. That is not. I did not mean it that way. It was undeniable that prior to encountering Jiang Jiang, such notions had indeed crossed his mind. The truth was, at that time, he was not well acquainted with her, which had led to such misguided assumptions. However, in truth, after spending some time with Jiang Jiang, such thoughts had long since evaporated from my mind. Even now, reflecting on it makes me want to give myself a good reprimanding. Was my mind momentarily deranged? Why did I entertain such notions? Although Jiang Jiang harbored no affection for Jiang Yunzhou, she did not seek to corner him or force him into a compromising position. Dismissing his words as irrelevant to her, what you mean is inconsequential to me. Every spectator perceives a unique Hamlet. Each individual possesses their own perspective, which she has no right to intrude upon. I truly did not mean to offend. Jiang Jiang lifted her gaze and shot a glance. No need for explanations. I do not wish to know. Jiang Yunzhou felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. This feeling is undeniably disconcerting. As the saying goes, every observer has their own interpretation of Hamlet. It is challenging to appease all opinions. He chuckled. Thank you all for your support. End of this chapter. Chapter 168. I am not your sister Jiang Yunzhou. Unable to endure any longer. Furrowed his brow slightly. Could you refrain from indulging your imagination and spouting nonsense? Jiang Jiang, unwilling to continue the quarrel, feigned incomprehension and turned her head away. Lost in thought, Jiang Yunzhao raked his fingers through his hair. Jiang Jiang, I apologize for my shortcomings. Could you please not be upset? When she gets angry, she tends to ignore people, a habit whose origin remains a mystery. Jiang Jiang replied, I am not angry. Jiang Yunzhao found her assertion hard to believe. If someone sees us, they might think I am bullying you. Jiang Jiang responded, You have not bullied me. The tone unmistakably conveyed an urgent desire to delineate the nature of their relationship. Jiang Yunzhou couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It was more accurate to say he was the one bullying her. Jiang Jiang, what would happen if you acknowledged me? Would it be the end of the world? He mused, exasperated by her constant resistance. Apologies had fallen flat. Sweet words had been exchanged, yet she still maintained her lofty demeanor, floating effortlessly above it all. Despite his humility and the compliments he offered, in her eyes, it all seemed futile. Jiang Jiang remarked, You're truly rather dull. She discerned that Jiang Yunzhou was merely idle. Hence his incessant remarks directed at her. It's not that. I only do this because you're my sister. He wouldn't engage with just anyone, after all. If Jiang Jiang were not his sister, would he even bother to pay her any mind? What troubled him further was the sight of her feeling wronged. It stirred an uncomfortable sensation deep within him. I am not your sister. The words had become stale, utter nonsense. Jiang Yunzhou, in a moment of frustration, let a curse slip. Jiang Jiang shot him a glare, momentarily forgetting that the good girl, Jiang Jiang, despised hearing foul language. Sorry, he said, attempting to lighten the mood with a playful apology. This time, Jiang Jiang chose to ignore him entirely, rising to head towards the examination room. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Qingqing confirmed that she had everything in hand before pushing the door open. Godmother, I have brought everything you requested. Please take a look and let me know if anything is still missing, and I shall return to fetch it, Jiang Qingqing said with a pleasing smile, her expression radiating sweetness. Jingmu nodded slightly before turning her head away, an unmistakable impatience rising within her. Jiang Qingqing, sensing the atmosphere, deliberately softened her voice. Godmother, are you feeling any better? Where's Brother Jingyu? Why hasn't he come to see you? Oh, I must be foolish. Brother Jingyu is preoccupied with his studies and work, not to mention learning how to manage the company. He must be extraordinarily busy. Jingmu scrutinized her from head to toe, her gaze laden with significance as she replied in a tone that was neither warm nor cold. He just stepped out. In front of another's mother, subtly insinuating that her son was too busy to visit her was an attempt to sow discord between mother and son. Did she think others were oblivious or merely foolish? He just stepped out? I didn't see Brother Jingyu outside just now, she remarked, her charming smile concealing a blatant implication beneath. Jingmu let out a soft laugh, realizing that Jiang Qingqing was indeed no longer suited to remain in the Jing household. Chapter 169. The talent for acting. Jiang Qingqing was deliberately reminding Jingmu of who had been by her side at home. Yet, she remained oblivious to a crucial fact. In a prominent family like the Jings, there was no shortage of those eager to ingratiate themselves. The matriarch, supported by Aunt Han, rose to a sitting position. Although clad in a hospital gown, she draped a shawl over her shoulders, exuding an air of grace and opulence. Particularly striking was the moment her gaze shifted towards them. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yuyang had remarkably succeeded in the Qianbin test on his first attempt, achieving the highest score. Accompanied by his attendants, he bid farewell to Chen Pingsheng, and the group did not venture elsewhere, for all were aligned with Jiang Chang'an's intentions, who could not possibly return to the Jiang family. Notably, reporter Wu Tian from the Divine Bird Network, after an exhaustive explanation by Su Li, promptly articulated his demands. Perhaps accustomed to the frigid climate of Jiangzhou, Jiang Chang'an stood resolute amidst the snowstorm, seemingly unfazed by the cold. The snow blanketed the ground to a depth of 3 feet, causing his legs to sink into the drifts. Yet, before the sword's edge could make contact, however, in the eyes of numerous male disciples, Jiang Chang'an had seemingly transformed into a lifeless corpse. Should the system continue its rampant behavior, this young man would soon find himself facing the fabled Mengpa soup, wouldn't he? This palm strike not only pierced through his hand, but also bore an unimaginable force that brutally penetrated his chest. With a resounding thud, it shattered his heart, instantly emerging from the center of his chest. The overseers, long suppressed in this lightless mind, had become irritable. Whenever they were angered, misfortune befell someone. Shen Chang'an twitched his mouth. Is this what it means to be wealthy? Could you not concoct a better excuse? Just happened to buy a house that would lead to disaster? Are you certain that man is your biological father? Zhou Hao appeared out of thin air in the sky. Beneath him lay a mountain spring lake approximately 3,000 zhang in diameter. Yet this time, Wang Shao disregarded his fists and feet, enduring several blows, seizing his head. Drawing his long knife, and swiftly retreating. When Lin Mu and others encountered Yu Feihong's so-called teachers, they discovered they were merely two elderly women. At the end of the heavenly ladder, there was nothing but black mist. Indeed, any energy that struck it would vanish in an instant. At that moment, she saw Feng Yuan at the entrance of the villa, latching onto Zhang Ruofeng's arm like a sloth. He began to hold the ball and frequently executed V-screen plays with Gu Wei at the free-throw line, then assisted Gu Wei in scoring mid-range shots or driving directly to the basket for a dunk. The performances of these two had reached a level of pure, unadulterated passion. Thus, despite the tears shed by Rao Su moments ago, Rao Chen remained unmoved. Now that time has increased and one has witnessed more, there is certainly a greater understanding than before. As Chun Xing listened to Pei Yu reminisce about the past, his enthusiasm suddenly waned significantly. Guan Chen became acutely aware of the reason behind his reckless abandon and inexplicable feelings. Within such enchanting gazes, he had subconsciously come to equate Li Zimin with Gu Meng. Xiao Su felt a tightness in his chest, somewhat astonished. The sight of Song Yi before him, with her alluring demeanor, was unlike anything he had ever witnessed, igniting an irresistible impulse to enfold her in his embrace and shower her with affection. Chapter 170. Is it like how we once sent Jiang Jiang away? On ordinary days, Jing's mother might have had the patience to indulge her in a little theatrical performance, to inquire about her well-being. However, at this moment, Jing's mother had lost all interest in continuing the charade. Although she wore a smile, her words, when spoken, were devoid of compassion. Qing, once I am discharged from the hospital, I will have Aunt Han take you out to find a new place. Jing's mother did not wish to return home only to be confronted with such a bothersome presence. I find a new place. But I am living just fine now, aren't I? Why must I look for a new place? Jiang Qing, overwhelmed by terror, felt tears welling in her eyes as she struggled to comprehend the situation. Her face flushed and paled in rapid succession, rendering her utterly awkward. Jing's mother cast a glance at her. Most individuals capable of working in the Jing household were astute. The nearby servant, sensing the discomfort of the situation, discreetly set down her belongings and excused herself. Although Aunt Han spoke in a gentle tone, her words bore a hint of threat. Miss Qing, are you implying that you intend to seek a place on your own? There is no need for us to assist. Coincidentally, I have been quite occupied lately and fear I may not be of any help. I shall not delay you any further, my dear. Jiang Qing, feeling a mixture of panic and surprise, was eager to mask her inner embarrassment. That is not what I meant, godmother. Have I committed some fault? If I have erred in any way, please feel free to tell me directly. I would be more than willing to amend my ways. Mother Jing, observing her, increasingly felt that the situation was absurd, noting her complete lack of awareness. You have done nothing wrong. It is merely that the Jing family cannot afford to support your esteemed presence. After stating this, she added, it is best that you take the opportunity to move out now that you have reached adulthood. At this point, Mother Jing's expression had grown increasingly grim. Jiang Qing, within a short span, had been crying and clamoring, having spent so many years by her side without absorbing anything of value. There seemed little reason to prolong her stay. Jiang Qing immediately shook her head, resolutely asserting, I do not wish to leave. Her tone was unwavering and emphatic. Having fully embraced her role as a member of the Jing family, she was adamant about her decision. After residing in the Jing household for so many years, how could I simply depart? Godmother, I have nowhere else to go. Qing, do not be willful, now that you are an adult. It is time to move on from the Jing family, Aunt Han remarked with a stoic demeanor and a serious tone. Mother Jing raised her eyebrows, but remained silent. Jiang Qing shook her head vigorously, like a rattle drum, insisting, I do not want to leave, I do not want to part ways. She uneasily spoke up. Are my godmother and Aunt Han trying to expel me just as they did with Jiang Jiang? The words, laced with indignation, escaped Jiang Qing's lips at an inopportune moment. The expressions on Mother Jing and Aunt Han's faces transformed into an unsettling grimace. I am not someone like Jiang Jiang who can be so easily cast aside. I intend to reside in the Jing household. To inhabit the villa of the Jing family is, in itself, a mark of immense honor and a symbol of wealth. Thus, how could Jiang Qing possibly wish to leave this place? Although she did not emerge from an orphanage, her biological family lacked the means to provide her with such a lavish lifestyle. From the day she entered the Jing family, she vowed never to depart. End of this chapter. Chapter 171. No room for discussion, she instinctively shook her head. Regardless of the circumstances, she was determined to remain in the Jing household. No one could sway her. Mother Jing reprimanded in a low voice. I am not discussing this matter with you. I am notifying you. Qing, you are about to reach adulthood, and you must consider what it will mean to continue living in the Jing household. At first, Mother Jing appeared amenable. But now it was clear that this child truly could not continue residing there. She must be sent away immediately. There was no subtlety in her intent. Lingering here would only invite further complications. The blatant reminder from Mother Jing left her feeling even more innocent, yet she remained unperturbed and showed no intention of leaving. Godmother, you cannot treat me this way. When you invited me to stay, I came willingly, and how can I leave just because you say so? Jiang Jiang thought to herself, reflecting on how her initial agreement to reside here had not been under such conditions. How could she simply be dismissed? What did this imply about her worth? Mrs. Jing seized a glass from the bedside table and, with a resounding crash, allowed it to slip from her grasp, shattering upon impact with the floor. The sound reverberated throughout the hospital room. The once resolute Jiang Jiang fell into a hushed silence at that moment. Aunt Han was the first to react, signaling for Jiang Jiang to exit. Yet, in a moment of defiance, Jiang flushed and raised her voice, declaring each word with fervor, "You cannot force me out. I know all about Jiang Jiang's situation, and if it comes to it, we shall destroy each other without mercy." Her voice echoed, each shout causing Aunt Han's temples to throb in agitation. Jiang, you are being utterly inconsiderate. The lady is still unwell. Why must you speak in such a manner? Please, step outside and reflect on your behavior. Look at yourself and what you have become. I just do not want to leave my home. I refuse. I refuse to move out. Her obstinate repetition boiled down to those two statements. But why did she resist leaving? At that moment, a cold voice interrupted from nearby. Jingyu approached, his presence commanding attention. Upon seeing him advance, Jiang Jiang felt her heart race, nearly leaping from her throat. Jiang, why do you not wish to leave? Jingyu stood before her, clad in casual attire, yet still exuding the air of a cool and aloof gentleman. As he spoke softly, the moment his gaze fell upon her, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over her. What was it that she truly wished to convey? He inquired gently, his brow furrowing in confusion. Jiang Jiang tugged at the corners of her mouth. I cannot bear to part with Brother Jingyu. May I remain by his side a little longer? I promise to be very obedient. I truly will be. A more endearing smile graced her face. Jingyu raised his head. This matter is not about obedience, Jiang. It was a decision made long ago. His tone was firm, yet devoid of harshness, succinctly relegating Jiang Jiang's desire to stay at the Jing residence to a mere formality. I have arranged for the driver to find you a place. You will be moving out this afternoon. His lips moved slightly, his expression impassive, maintaining his gentlemanly and gentle demeanor, yet the words he spoke were painfully cruel. Jiang Jiang shook her head vigorously, her spirit fraying as she struggled to speak. Aunt Han stepped forward and grasped her hand firmly. End of chapter. Chapter 172. Cautious flattery. Aunt Han chuckled lightly. This child seems a bit hungry. I shall take her out for a bite. If it would allow her to continue her rambling here. Jingyu smiled faintly, his voice warm. Thank you, Aunt Han. It is no trouble at all, she replied. Aunt Han nodded with a smile, then, regardless of Jiang Jiang's willingness, directly led her out of the ward. Inside the room, Jingyu stood beside his mother. Tall and elegant. The doctor inquired about her health, to which she replied that any issues were merely lingering ailments. Jing's mother feigned anger, remarking that if he had not entered the entertainment industry, her health would have likely improved more swiftly. Jingyu remained silent, exuding an enigmatic aura that was difficult to decipher. This child had always possessed a strong will. Since that incident, although he had lost some memories, he appeared more composed and calm, yet at times he behaved unpredictably. Just like now, he could have explained the situation but chose to remain silent, standing there without uttering a word, making him even more inscrutable. Jingyu turned slightly, stating, We had previously agreed upon this matter. Agreed upon what? She questioned. Agreed that he merely entered this industry out of boredom. As the situation unfolded, it had become increasingly noteworthy, remembering the sacrifices he made to join this realm. Jing's mother hesitated, her expression darkening. However, between mother and son, there were no lingering grudges. But Xiao Jing, that world is not suitable for you. I truly do not understand why you were so determined to enter it. Mom, Jingyu interrupted softly, his voice low, your complexion looks unwell. I shall call the doctor to check on you. After speaking, she rose and quietly exited the ward, gently closing the door behind her. Jing's mother shut her eyes momentarily, letting out a resigned sigh. This child, why has she become increasingly reticent as she grows older? It was not always this way. If it weren't for that Jiang Jiang. The mere mention of those words darkened Jing's mother's expression. Following a series of medical examinations, it was already midday, with Jiang's father and Mingzhu accompanying them. Jiang Yunzhou also wished to join, but ultimately, he was sent back with the excuse that a high school student should not be absent from school. Despite his displeasure, Jiang Yunzhou obediently returned from the hospital. Jiang Jiang, are you hungry? I noticed there is a large shopping mall outside the hospital. Shall we go there to buy something you like? The vicinity of the hospital was a bustling commercial area, replete with dining options. Jiang Jiang replied, once the health check is over, I want to return to school. I have already delayed for too long. If I don't go back, I will fall behind. Return to school? Your health is still quite fragile. There's no need to rush back. And Mingzhu felt a pang of sadness upon realizing Jiang Jiang's thoughts. Such a young age. Yet she has to worry about so many things. Even when unwell, she is preoccupied with returning to her studies. I want to go back to school, Jiang Jiang insisted. Jiang's father, seeing no other option, relented. All right, how about we take you for a nice meal first, and then head to school? End of chapter. Chapter 173. A desire to go to the warm south. Jiang Jiang initially contemplated a refusal, yet upon lifting her gaze to meet in Mingzhu's face, she found herself unable to resist, as in Mingzhu grasped her hand. The grip was firm, and the warmth radiating from her palm rendered Jiang Jiang momentarily pliable. Lowering her eyes, she nodded slightly. Upon hearing the child's acquiescence, both in Mingzhu and Jiang's father exhaled a sigh of relief. I shall go fetch the car, and Mingzhu declared, repeatedly caressing Jiang Jiang's hand. On Jiang Jiang's right hand, the middle finger bore a prominent callus, a testament to her frequent writing. And Mingzhu's heart ached at the sight. Her daughter did not need to exert herself so fervently. After enduring such trials, the flesh on her cherubic face seemed to diminish, and her petite frame raised concerns. When would she grow stronger? Unable to bear the sight any longer, and Mingzhu gently suggested, Jiang Jiang, would you allow me to return to your hospital room to gather your belongings? With her eyes glistening, she worried that if she continued to observe, tears would inevitably escape her. It would not do to frighten the child. All right, Jiang Jiang replied, recalling the luggage that remained unpacked in the ward. You stay here and don't wander off. Wait for me to return. I understand, she responded, not a mere child of 3, surely she would not get lost. Do you hear? There are many ill-intentioned individuals outside. Remain seated and be obedient. Okay. Upon receiving Jiang Jiang's response, and Mingzhu nodded and turned towards the hospital room. Once she was no longer under the intense scrutiny of those around her, she exhaled in relief. The couple's gaze had been uncomfortably piercing. Despite having repeatedly requested them not to regard her in such a manner, her pleas had evidently fallen on deaf ears. Jiang Jiang smiled softly. After all, being the object of such fervent attention on occasion was not entirely unpleasant. She contemplated the time remaining until the conclusion of the college entrance examination and pondered which city she would choose for her future endeavors. The weather had become milder, with a gentle warmth permeating the air. Dressed in a white knitted sweater, her hair fashioned in a ponytail cascading down her back, she sat gracefully in her chair, her profile exuding an air of innocence. Disliking cold climates, she often suffered from frostbite in winter, thus she yearned for the warmth of the southern regions. The South boasted numerous esteemed educational institutions, albeit with higher admission scores. In comparison, she realized that she would need to exert greater effort to succeed. The mere thought invigorated her spirit. Just then, Jiang Qingqing emerged from the hospital lobby, her phone in her pocket vibrating incessantly. Glancing at the caller ID with irritation, she answered the call. Didn't we agree not to contact each other? Why are you calling me now? Jiang Qingqing, how can you even ask us that? We went to great lengths to get you into the Jing family, not so you could be treated like a fool and cast aside. Over the years, what have you truly learned within the Jing family? How could you be expelled so easily? Do you not possess any sense? This is the Jing family, a place that not just anyone can enter. The furious voices of Jiang's parents echoed from the other end of the phone. Chapter 174. Laughter amidst anger. Those words fell unmistakably into Jiang Qingqing's ears, causing her fists to clench, her sharp nails digging into her palms. A surge of wrath enveloped her entirely. You only know how to blame me. Do you have any idea what I have endured in the Jing family all these years? On what grounds do you criticize me? Jiang Qingqing, have you lost your mind? It was you who tearfully insisted on joining the Jing family, she recalled. One can only imagine the expression on Yi Feng's face when the esteemed Qing Wei sword saint learns of the destruction of the immortal herb garden. Yet it is certain that this incident will send shockwaves throughout the entire eastern cultivation realm. She then charged towards the sword-ling red tiger, unleashing her ultimate move. The blade of the dragon hunter aimed directly at the beast's head. There are indeed advantages. I can transport you across dimensions, as long as you are on this earth. No destination will pose a challenge for me. With just a blink, I can bring you wherever you wish to go. The throne of the underworld proclaimed with pride. Upon witnessing the actions of the stone statue beast, the throne of the underworld began to elucidate, for without such clarification, the onlookers would remain utterly bewildered. However, He was dissuaded by many and eventually lost his patience. His temperament transformed, becoming increasingly irritable. He began to withhold his thoughts from others, resorting to unscrupulous means. The vibrant crimson blood resembled a contorted, malevolent creature, glaringly red, beginning to writhe grotesquely upon the black and white bull hide. This succinct statement seemed to serve as a tranquilizer for the three of them. Despite their initial disbelief, they now found themselves inexplicably convinced. The guards surrounding Li Yuanji subtly encircled Yifeng, emanating a palpable aura of menace. Indeed, the earlier mention referred to the soul passage to the outside world. This teleportation array is a relic from ancient times, preserved to this day, Li Jiangwei remarked, gazing at the expanse of empty ground. The three lingered not, and under the impatient demeanor of Mingzhuo and Mingyu, they stepped out of the shadows into the true city that never sleeps. Yet, the representative of the Liu family ultimately did not make an appearance. It remained uncertain whether it was due to concerns over the prestige of the noble families or a belief that Jiang Jiang lacked sufficient weight. However, some matters do not bend to human will. Xia Ji was no deity. She could not control all. Regardless, the current black-robed skeleton fell short of Lan Zhe's prowess, with a significant disparity in strength. In truth, over the past few years, Xia Ji had fulfilled her due courtesies. Whenever it was time to visit Li Shanchang and Madame Tian, she had never failed to do so. If she were abroad and unable to return, she would send her brother Xia Qiao to present gifts and pay respects. Unbeknownst to him, after the sacred insect absorbed a sufficient amount of primordial energy, he found himself akin to a deflating balloon, as the energy he had drawn into his body dissipated rapidly within a remarkably brief span of time, vanishing without a trace. The physician remarked that if this particular medication were to be interrupted, its efficacy would gradually fade away with time. Thus, provided one refrained from further consumption, no complications would arise. However, should one resume its use, the potency would diminish, compelling the user to increase their dosage, rendering it more perilous than for those who had not interrupted their regimen. Wait a moment, could you elaborate on this, Sakura Wind Commander? Robin inquired once more. Do not bully Lan Yu. Xia Ji seemed to perceive Tian Libao's intentions and spoke with a smile. Returning to the present, Duan Mingzhan searched online for top-rated photography equipment brands, perusing forums where he posted a request for assistance. Some responded, while others merely contributed trivial comments. The thread reached over 20 levels, yet offered little of substantive value. Chapter 175, Do Not Bully My Daughter. Jiang Jiang found herself increasingly amused by the scene. Noting Jiang Jiang's silence and the expression she so despised directed towards her, Jiang Qingqing finally erupted in anger. Do spare me your lofty demeanor. Do you believe yourself to be someone of great significance? You are merely an unwanted individual. What is there for you to take pride in? Do you truly consider yourself remarkable? On what grounds? What is truly alarming is the audacity with which she lives her life, exuding such carefree contentment. Jiang Jiang should not be wallowing in the mire as I am. Jiang Jiang coolly remarked, Go unleash your madness elsewhere. Do not seek it here with me. I am not mad. Jiang Qingqing retorted, stepping forward in indignation. Jiang Jiang, what are you doing? Why are you treating my daughter so harshly? An irate reprimand echoed through the air. Jiang Qingqing was taken aback. From a distance, and Mingzhu spotted a girl confronting Jiang Jiang with fierce determination, shielding her. Turning around in a fluster, she glanced anxiously at Jiang Jiang. Are you hurt? Is there anything amiss with your body? And Mingzhu's sudden appearance left Jiang Jiang momentarily taken aback. She shook her head, signaling that she was unharmed. What is the matter with you, child? When others insult you, why do you not retaliate? What is there to fear? Your parents are here to support you. With that, and Mingzhu lifted her gaze to scrutinize Jiang Qingqing. Why are you bullying my daughter? It was then that Jiang Qingqing truly observed the woman before her. She was clearly not from an ordinary family, her attire and demeanor exuding an undeniable elegance. Such a presence could not be underestimated. Wait, did she just refer to Jiang Jiang as her daughter? Jiang Jiang is her daughter? As if she had heard the most ludicrous joke, Jiang Qingqing burst into laughter, covering her mouth in disbelief. Jiang Jiang, you are quite accomplished in seeking support. You are truly an expert in this regard. And as for your mother, it is utterly laughable. Jiang Jiang's brows knitted even tighter. Jiang Qingqing remarked, Madam, it seems you have been deceived by Jiang Jiang's fade. This girl is far from virtuous. Having grown up under the care of others, lacking parental guidance, how could she be considered a good child? She exhibits a complete disregard for propriety and manners, and her upbringing is evidently deficient. Every word uttered by Jiang Qingqing pierced through in Mingzhu's heart, igniting a surge of anger within her. She retorted, Who dares to claim my daughter is lacking in manners and upbringing? You, who profess to possess decorum and upbringing, stand before others and speak ill of them. Was this how your parents instructed you? At such a tender age, you spread malicious gossip about others. It is girls like you, with such venomous thoughts, that evoke true fear. Who are your parents, and what sort of upbringing did they provide? And Mingzhu, accustomed to the circles of high society, had merely been preoccupied with the search for her daughter in recent years. Nevertheless, her commanding presence remained intact. With a single glance, she could discern the true nature of any individual, be they benevolent or malevolent. Under her scrutiny and reprimand, Jiang Jiang finally quieted down, belatedly realizing her folly as beads of cold sweat began to form on her forehead. The author's tooth may need extraction, scheduled for Wednesday. Before the procedure, I shall endeavor to write a few more chapters. Ah, how amusing. End of this chapter. Chapter 176. The taste of being protected. Jiang Jiang had never experienced such favoritism and care from another. An unfamiliar wave of emotion surged within her heart, overwhelming her. She had longed on numerous occasions for someone to shield her from harm. Yet, alas, such a desire had never been fulfilled. Gradually, hope faded from her heart. However, one fateful day, a figure stood before her, offering protection. In a state of bewilderment, she lifted her gaze to Mingzhu, feeling her eyes welling with warmth, as if tears were poised to spill forth at any moment. And Mingzhu glanced over and noticed Jiang Jiang's reddened eyes, causing a surge of panic within her. She quickly grasped Jiang Jiang's hand and asked, "Are you feeling unwell? If you are, let us see a doctor together." And Mingzhu's face paled with concern as she observed Jiang Jiang's silence, tears cascading down her cheeks, stirring a profound ache in her heart. "Don't cry, darling, please don't cry." Having never witnessed Jiang Jiang in tears before, and Mingzhu felt a profound sense of disarray. Do not believe her. Jiang Jiang is adept at using her tears to mask her true feelings. Silence. Which family do you belong to, that you display such lack of decorum and upbringing? And Mingzhu had no desire to engage with Jiang Jiang. With a gentle embrace, she held Jiang Jiang close, soothingly whispering, "Jiang Jiang, do not be afraid. Share with mother any grievances you may have. It is all right. Mother will protect you. You need not fear me. I can handle everything." After speaking, Mingzhu raised her head and shot a fierce glare at Jiang Jiang, wishing she could drag her out and administer a beating for daring to bully such a helpless child in her absence. In truth, Jiang Jiang had not intended to cry and could not comprehend the reason for her tears. A sense of bitterness filled her eyes, and with a slight blink, tears cascaded down her cheeks. One drop after another fell, unstoppable. Jiang Jiang quickly turned her head away, hastily trying to wipe away the tears. Yet, the more she desperately sought to erase them, the more they flowed. And Mingzhu observed her daughter's trembling back, instantly aware that she was suppressing something profound. This was unacceptable. She directed an angry glare at Jiang Jiang, declaring, "I will call the police. Do not think that just because you are a child, you can bully others at will. You have reduced my daughter to this state and mocked her. What have you done to her?" With that, Mingzhu reached into her pocket to retrieve her phone. No, I did not bully Jiang Jiang. I merely spoke a few words to her," Jiang Jiang stammered in a flurry of panic. "I know Jiang Jiang. We are quite familiar. Who exactly was this Jiang Jiang that she found such steadfast support? You did not bully my daughter. You merely wished to converse with her. Are you attempting to deceive me? Just moments ago, I witnessed your aggressive demeanor, as if you were poised to strike. You claim familiarity with one another. Surely, you are fabricating tales. No, I shall call the authorities." And Mingzhu acted swiftly, immediately preparing to report the incident. Jiang Jiang appeared oblivious, unable to fathom that someone would resort to calling the police over such a trivial matter, assuming Mingzhu was merely trying to intimidate her. "Do not think I am easily frightened. I fear you not," and Mingzhu scoffed. When several officers and Jiang's father arrived simultaneously, and Mingzhu finally grasped the gravity of the situation, stunned into silence. It was indeed she, the very girl who tormented my daughter, reducing her to tears. The distraught Jiang Jiang evoked deep sympathy, deserving of all the beauty the world has to offer. The thought that this child had endured so much suffering, only to be mistreated further, was unbearable. What more had transpired in their absence, unbeknownst to them? Both Mingzhu and Jiang's father felt as though their hearts were being torn asunder. "I did not bully her. I truly did not. Jiang Jiang, please speak up for me." Jiang Jiang shook her head in denial, her gaze urgently fixed on Jiang Jiang. In stark contrast, Jiang Jiang turned her back, disregarding her entirely. Jiang Jiang was taken aback. This was not the Jiang Jiang she had known. Rushing forward, it appeared he was about to seize Jiang Jiang. Jiang's father stepped boldly in front of her, extending his arms as a hen would to shield her chicks. "What do you intend to do to my daughter?" Jiang Jiang screamed recklessly, Jiang Jiang, are you mute? Why don't you speak up and clarify? I never bullied you. When have I ever bullied you? Jiang Jiang turned around calmly, her tone resolute. How can you say you've never bullied me? Jiang Qingqing, alongside those allies, had indeed subjected her to relentless torment. Though at that time, she had stood alone without support. But now, you, young student, casually bullying others is certainly not commendable. The police officer standing nearby had grasped the situation from their exchange. I truly did not bully Jiang Jiang. Why won't any of you believe me? I simply did not. Jiang Qingqing felt as if she could never cleanse herself of the accusations, akin to jumping into the Yellow River. Look at how this young student dares to act, but refuses to take responsibility. We all witnessed it clearly. I've already stated that I did not. Jiang Qingqing felt overwhelmed by a sense of injustice. Never having been so wronged before, how could she not feel distressed? It seems this young student is unable to articulate herself. The other party has admitted to being bullied by you, yet you refuse to acknowledge it. Come. You will accompany us to the station, where we shall thoroughly discuss the significance of unity and camaraderie among classmates. The police observed that the child was increasingly incoherent in his explanations and decided to take him back to the station for further guidance. They also intended to inquire about the school he attended, ensuring that the teachers were made aware of the situation. The personal and psychological development of a child is of paramount importance, particularly at his age. Hence, one must not be careless. Jiang Qingqing gritted her teeth, feeling somewhat bewildered. What was happening? She merely wished to discuss matters with Jiang Jiang, yet she was caught off guard by the sudden phone call from Jiang Jiang's mother, who had even reported her to the authorities, leading to her being taken to the police station. In an instant, she felt as though she had become an irredeemable criminal. Chapter 178. Striving to study despite her reluctance, Jiang Qingqing obediently followed the police. And Mingzhu stood beside Jiang Jiang and suggested, Jiang Jiang, shall we go and enjoy some delicious food to replenish your strength? Jiang Jiang responded with a subdued, all right, neither resisting nor being dismissive. Jiang's father was taken aback, while Mingzhu raised her head, their eyes meeting briefly, exchanging a glance of relief. How wonderful it was that their daughter seemed less resistant than at first. After their meal, Mingzhu bought Jiang Jiang several bags of clothing and items to improve her health. Although she initially intended to take her home for a good rest, she could not dissuade Jiang Jiang from wanting to go to school. Indeed, Jiang Jiang was a diligent student. And Mingzhu looked at Jiang Jiang's little face and felt a surge of pride. Isn't that right, dear? Jiang Jiang is truly remarkable. She turned her head and smiled at Father Jiang, a smile imbued with an inexplicable sense of pride. Jiang Jiang lowered her gaze, her ears tinged with a faint blush. Such blatant praise was a novel experience for her. Opening the car door, she stepped out and politely waved her hand, uttering a simple, goodbye. Jiang Jiang, we will come to pick you up tonight. No need, Jiang Jiang replied, genuinely reluctant to inconvenience others, her words immediately a refusal. It is necessary. And Mingzhu smiled as if she had not heard the refusal. This scene evoked a sense of déjà vu in Jiang Jiang. Without further contemplation, she hurried into the school. Shortly after settling into her classroom, the teacher had yet to arrive. However, Lin Jifeng seemed to linger, pulling out a chair and sitting directly in front of Jiang Jiang. Oh, feeling better? Have you recovered your health? Been refraining from picking up trash lately? Lin Jifeng, previously bored, had pursued a specialized art training institution for singing, dancing, and rapping, resulting in his peculiar speech patterns. It was hard to believe that this fierce individual had fallen ill, even taking leave, resembling a timid little chick. Lin Jifeng's sharp tongue remained unchanged. Yet if one looked closely at his gaze upon Jiang Jiang, there was a hint of concern. Can you speak properly? Jiang Jiang remarked, finding his manner of speaking quite amusing, as if he were always on the brink of igniting a conflict. Lin Jifeng's expression towards Jiang Jiang was rather complex. Indeed, one cannot help but ponder, if I were to converse amiably with Jiang Jiang, would she even deign to acknowledge my presence? I suspect she would scarcely cast a glance in my direction. Humph. Raising my chin, a sound escapes my nostrils. Jiang Jiang, what on earth is this person here for? I have heard that your examination results were commendable. Upon the release of the exam scores, Jiang Jiang experienced a remarkable surge in her performance, catapulting to the 20th position in her grade. Her homeroom teacher was taken aback, and the gazes of several subject teachers towards Jiang Jiang shifted considerably. Thank you. Jiang Jiang tugged at her lips. If you apply yourself, you too can achieve this. Lin Jifeng widened his eyes, feeling somewhat disgruntled. How could he possibly not be striving? It was as if he was familiar with the content in the textbooks. Yet they remained a mystery to him. He longed to exert himself, yet it seemed utterly futile. To make matters worse, Jiang Jiang spoke to him with utmost seriousness about this matter, as though it were a closely guarded secret. Blast it, Lin Jifeng felt his frustration rising once more. End of chapter. Chapter 179. A touch of sweetness. Jiang Jiang, who usually appeared silent and solely focused on her practice problems, unexpectedly showcased her competence. Do you have any further inquiries? Jiang Jiang perceived that this individual before her was truly idle. Did he not have exams to prepare for? Why did he incessantly seek to trouble her? Lin Jifeng clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Do not presume that your recent success makes you exceptional. Come the next examination, I assure you, I will surpass you. He was determined to catch up to Jiang Jiang. Jiang Jiang, perhaps you should seek the counsel of a physician at the hospital. Does this individual not realize the absurdity of their statements? How does their examination performance relate to their own self-worth? Whether she surpasses her own limits bears no significance to me. I have no need to consult a doctor. Lin Jifeng, filled with indignation, felt an overwhelming itch. After passionately articulating her thoughts, Jiang Jiang nearly deemed her mentally unwell. I wish to convey that I, too, possess considerable abilities. With that, Lin Jifeng turned and returned to her place, gathering her belongings in preparation to head back to the training center, silently vowing to achieve commendable results. Jiang Jiang shook her head. Indeed, there appeared to be something amiss with this person's reasoning. Should she encounter him again, it might be wise to keep her distance. Casting aside the chaotic thoughts in her mind, she retrieved the examination papers from her drawer and began to write with utmost seriousness. This is the nature of study. A lapse in time without learning leads to a gradual forgetting of the sensation of knowledge. Once one attempts to reclaim that feeling, it often results in a waste of time. Although she had mastered certain techniques for problem solving, it still proved somewhat arduous. Clearly, she must not allow her focus to be diverted by trivial matters. As Jiang Jiang adjusted her mindset, she encouraged herself. The moment the school bell tolled, a steady stream of students poured out of the institution. Jiang Yushu had arrived early, waiting at the school gate with an array of bags in hand. Somewhat perplexed, I ponder why Jiang Jiang is so devoted to her studies. Despite her good health, she seems overly eager to rush to school. Upon receiving the news, I was filled with concern, abandoning my participation in the gaming competition to seek her out directly. I glanced at the items I held in my hands: milk tea, nuts, and candies, treats that girls typically adore. Jiang Yushu possesses a keen eye for selecting gifts. Merely observing the presents and their exquisite packaging evokes a sense of quality. Throughout my journey, I attracted the attention of several girls. During the wait, a few approached me, inquiring about where I had procured these items, with some even offering to purchase them from me. With my chin raised, I firmly replied, not for sale. These delicacies are intended for Jiang Jiang. Life has been quite challenging for her, and she deserves to indulge in delightful and sweet treats. Once I had organized everything, I hurried to the school entrance, planning to solve additional problems upon my return. Thus, I did not linger for long. Upon seeing Jiang Jiang emerge, I stepped forward to greet her. After an afternoon of studying, she appeared momentarily dazed as she looked at me. I encouraged her, saying, Jiang Jiang, you must indulge in more sweet delights. End of chapter. Chapter 180. Of course, I shall pick you up from school. Jiang Jiang, Jiang Jiang. Jiang Yushu waved the large bag of assorted goodies in her hand. And at the sight of Jiang Jiang, her excitement was palpable. Jiang Jiang involuntarily took a significant step back, her scalp prickling with instinctive fear. A compelling urge to turn and flee overwhelming her. However, the other party had long anticipated her intentions, swiftly darting past her side. Jiang Jiang, why do you see me running? I am not some monstrous creature that devours people. There is no need for you to be afraid of me. Jiang Yinshu expressed her frustration, wondering if she truly appeared so terrifying. I am not afraid of you, Jiang Jiang replied, feeling that the other's exuberance was excessively fervent, bordering on bothersome, even inducing a sense of bewilderment. While such enthusiasm might not affect others, for Jiang Jiang, it proved to be an overwhelming burden. All right. As long as you are not afraid of me, come here, come here. I have brought you a delightful treat. Give it a try and see if it pleases your palate. In no time, she eagerly presented all the items in her hands to Jiang Jiang. Jiang Jiang responded, thank you, but I do not wish to eat. Is it that you do not like it? Jiang Yinshu asked, somewhat disheartened. It shouldn't be the case, after all. The shopkeepers had assured her with great confidence that these were precisely the kinds of delights that girls adored. Truth be told, Jiang Jiang did not dislike them. They were simply too saccharine. She harbored a fear of overly sweet things, knowing that losing oneself in such sweetness could lead only to her own misfortune. It was akin to having someone constantly offering you candy, only for it to be snatched away one day, leaving you inundated with bitterness. Thus, it was best to avoid such temptations from the very beginning. It matters not. Should you find yourself averse to certain foods, do share with me your preferences, and I shall bring you something delightful on my next visit. Jiang Yinshu lifted her head, her eyes blinking incessantly, exuding an air of entitlement. No need. It would be quite troublesome. She was not a mere child of 3, requiring a parent to deliver delectable snacks after school each day. After a brief pause, Jiang Jiang pursed her lips, and moments later, a cheerful smile broke across her face. Not troublesome at all. How could it be? Truly, it is not inconvenient in the slightest. Besides, you are Jiang Jiang, and this is how your life ought to unfold. You deserve to experience such joy. What? Jiang Jiang's voice was a tad too soft, leaving Jiang Jiang momentarily perplexed by her words. Oh, it's nothing. I believe I see my parents. Mom and Dad. Jiang Jiang enthusiastically waved her hand, her joyous exclamations capturing the attention of everyone around. Yet, she seemed utterly unfazed, her gestures growing more expansive, her voice rising in exuberance, radiating confidence. And Mingzhu and Jiang's father approached hand in hand. Jiang Jiang, Yunshu, and Mingzhu called out, then gently placed her hand on Jiang Jiang's forehead. How are you feeling? Is the fever gone? Are you well? And Mingzhu gazed at her with a softness in her eyes. Chapter 181. That is what family is. Jiang Jiang met in Mingzhu's gaze and shook his head, his tone cautious as he spoke. It no longer burns. And Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Jiang's tone and demeanor, but soon a smile graced her lips. Let us return home. There are many delicious dishes waiting for you. Oh, Jiang Jiang responded quietly, lowering his head. In truth, he had spent the entire afternoon writing papers, feeling utterly exhausted and without any appetite. Yet, the moment he locked eyes with Mingzhu, his resolve softened involuntarily. Noticing Jiang Jiang had lapsed into silence again, he placed the 2 test papers onto Jiang Yunshu's lap. Yunshu, has the group competition at school concluded? I heard you've been so busy with matches these past few days that you hardly returned home, only to take a quick shower. How can that be acceptable? If you ask me, you should refrain from participating in such competitions. They are far too taxing. Since entering middle school, Jiang Yunshu had developed a penchant for engaging in games that she scarcely understood. Being a child, her fascination with these trivial pursuits was harmless enough. However, as time went on, she caught the attention of several agents who suggested she partake in competitions. It's not too exhausting, oh mother. Please do not worry so much about me. I have heard you haven't been resting well either. You must ensure to sleep properly so that your skin does not age prematurely. Jiang Yunshu, as was her custom, took a step forward and gently tugged at Mingzhu's arm with a playful tone, adding a touch of coyness. How mischievous she could be. And Mingzhu reached out and gently ruffled Jiang Yunshu's hair, which Jiang Yunshu greatly enjoyed. It was evident that the two shared a mother-daughter bond. Jiang's father approached Jiang Jiang and said, Shall we head home? I purchased some reference materials for you at the bookstore today. Take a look and see if they suit your needs. Upon hearing the words reference materials, Jiang Jiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Okay. Her response was considerably lighter compared to her earlier demeanor. Jiang's father found his daughter to be irresistibly charming. However, he noted that Jiang Jiang seemed solely focused on her studies. He added, Your mother has also bought you many beautiful clothes. You must wear them when we return. During lunch, Mingzhu had taken Jiang Jiang shopping for numerous lovely outfits, yet the child inexplicably preferred her old clothes. Let's go home, Jiang Jiang said. Jiang's father noticed her reluctance to engage with the topic and swiftly redirected the conversation. Yes, let us head home. It dawned on Mingzhu that they were still at the school gate. After a long day of classes, the children must be quite weary. Mingzhu walked on Jiang Jiang's left side while Jiang's father walked on her right. Bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, the trio appeared exceptionally harmonious and beautiful, evoking a sense of completeness. It felt as if they had truly become a family. Jiang Yunshu paused, forcing a smile. I just remembered that I left something important at school. You all go back first, I will return shortly. What could be so significant that it isn't at home? Mingzhu furrowed her brow. I simply forgot it at school. I will be quick, truly quick, so do not worry. After speaking, Jiang Yunshu turned and jogged away. Mingzhu frowned, pondering, what is wrong with this girl? She is so clumsy all day long. End of this chapter. Chapter 182. You have no idea Jiang Yunshu did not return to school. Instead, she went to a training base not far from the campus. With 3 consecutive headshots, her opponents cried out in despair, but amidst the chaotic slaughter, they hastily waved the white flag in surrender. This is madness. I can't compete. Surrender. Surrender. You are my sister, my only goddess. What on earth has gotten into her today? One incident after another, she fixated on me, while all I wished was to quietly follow in my sister's footsteps, content to be a devoted admirer. Flattery poured forth in waves. Unfortunately for them, Jiang Yunshu was oblivious to such sentiments, relentlessly securing headshots. Her adversaries erupted in cries of disarray, plunging the situation into chaos. It was her teammates who, unable to bear it any longer, rose to shut down her computer. What are you doing? Jiang Yunshu, her eyes aflame, glared at the intruder with a grim expression. What do you mean? What am I doing? I wish to inquire what you are doing, Jiang Jiang. Would you care to reflect upon your own demeanor? Frustrated, a teammate emphatically struck the table. What are you engaged in? Are you seeking vengeance or merely stirring trouble? Following the direction indicated by the other's finger, I finally discerned a face illuminated on the computer screen. The expression was grim, shrouded in a somber aura. It dawned on me that my own visage mirrored that dismal sentiment. Taking a deep breath, I pulled out a chair and seated myself. What has transpired with you recently? Your actions have grown increasingly ruthless. Does it relate to the documents I hacked into a few days prior? Merely a week or two ago, I had received an unexpected request from Jiang Jiang to infiltrate a specific computer to retrieve a document and simultaneously erase the original file. The task itself was trivial. However, following her perusal of that document, her entire disposition transformed dramatically. It's inconsequential. Jiang Jiang turned away, unwilling to respond. Inconsequential? Your words may deceive the gullible. But after years of camaraderie, I can still fathom the thoughts swirling within your mind. Very well, if you truly refuse to speak, then refrain from doing so. However, might we endeavor to adjust our moods? If this continues, you risk incurring complaints that could lead to your account being suspended. How shall we proceed then? Jiang Jiang remained silent. She merely harbored a sense of displeasure, yearning for an outlet for her frustrations. After a few moments of calm, Jiang Jiang took a deep breath and said, if one day you discover that everything you possess is not truly yours, but belongs to another girl who has endured great suffering, what would you do? The other party paused, and after a moment's reflection, responded, what has transpired in the past is irreparable. Thus, you should treat that girl with kindness in the present. I understand, Jiang Jiang thought. How could she not wish to show kindness to Jiang Jiang? Yet, Jiang Jiang persistently rebuffed her goodwill. Every time she closed her eyes, she was haunted by the information she had read, making it hard to fathom the immense pain Jiang Jiang had endured in her youth. No, you do not understand. The other party interjected firmly. If you truly comprehended, you would not behave in this manner. Upon realizing her thoughts had been exposed, Jiang Jiang's complexion drained of color. Chapter 183. The burden of learning. Jiang Jiang. If you cannot embody generosity, then do not feign a facade of magnanimity. Your actions are rather absurd. What do you mean? Jiang Jiang erupted, suddenly rising from her seat, her gaze fierce. The other party chuckled derisively. Look at you now. Are you not merely reacting in anger? Silence. Jiang Jiang commanded, her face paling as she recognized she had been played. This matter is my own concern and has no bearing on you. There is no need for your unsolicited advice. Jiang Jiang harbored an intense aversion to such condescending scrutiny. I am not critiquing you. I am merely offering a reminder. Do not let your jealousy and selfishness strip away your true self. Jiang Jiang found herself at a loss for words, exposed in her vulnerability. How could she not feel envy? How could she not be selfish? After all, those individuals had always been her family, steadfastly by her side. Yet, in the blink of an eye, those who once stood with her had gravitated towards another. It felt as though the affection and care she had nurtured over the years were but a fleeting dream. With a sigh, Jiang Jiang seemed to lose her sense of direction. Since the release of the second mock exam results, her performance had experienced a remarkable surge. These past few days, Jiang Jiang had been fervently immersed in her studies, as if fueled by an unyielding energy, devoting her days entirely to solving problems. She spent nearly every waking hour before her screen, tirelessly working through test papers, yearning to conquer every examination known to man. Were it not for the occasional reminders from the Jiang family urging her to take a break and eat, she would have been relentless in her pursuit. Jiang Jiang urged herself to repeatedly cast aside all distractions, yet whenever she caught a glimpse of Mingzhu's face directed towards her, her focus would inevitably waver. This could hardly be blamed on Jiang Jiang, and Mingzhu's visage bore an uncanny resemblance to her own. There were moments when the two would stand quietly, lost in contemplation, their likeness drawing them into a shared reverie. From time to time, Jiang Jiang experiences fleeting illusions, even convincing herself that she can continue to reside in this household. Yet, at certain moments, a particular thought jolts her back to reality. She is merely a supporting character in a narrative. And what right does a mere supporting character have to exist here? Once again, her nerves are taut. Jiang Jiang lowers her head anew, immersing herself in her studies. The day outside is shrouded in a misty haze. Rarely does Jiang Yunan return home. He approaches Jiang Jiang's door and knocks. Without lifting her gaze, she inquires, "Is there something you need?" Upon glimpsing the stacks of books and papers cluttering her room, Jiang Yunan momentarily stands taken aback. It is evident that Jiang Jiang is earnestly dedicated to her studies. Noticing the silence from the person before her, she sets down her pen and raises her head, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Is there something you require? Her interactions with this nominal elder brother have been limited. Aside from a brief encounter during a phone purchase, she has confirmed her suspicions that he is not someone to be trifled with, prompting her to intentionally keep her distance. Yet, she wonders what brings him to her door at this moment. Have you been studying hard lately? Not particularly, she replies, glancing out the window. Only to realize that it has begun to rain unbeknownst to her. There will be no second update today. My toothache is becoming unbearable. It is highly likely that inflammation has set in, leaving me feeling cold and in pain all over. I truly feel like a little weakling. Sobbing. Into this chapter, chapter 184, unwilling to listen. Observing that Jiang Jiang showed no signs of rejection, Jiang Yunan let out a sigh of relief and tentatively suggested, "Shouldn't you take a break? I've heard you've been in this room for several hours." She shook her head, insisting, "I'm fine, no need." Jiang Jiang believed she could manage without rest for the time being. How could one not need a respite? The act of completing assignments is inherently draining. The table was adorned with essential oil and coffee. Her temples were reddened from pressure. Surely, she must be fatigued. Yet, she was merely pushing through. Jiang Yunan extended his hand, and Jiang Jiang instinctively flinched, his hand hovering in midair. After a moment of hesitation, he slowly retracted his hand without feeling embarrassed. Jiang Jiang, somewhat awkwardly, offered a smile, "Thank you for your concern." Such formal and polite expressions rendered Jiang Yunan momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, he inquired, "Jiang Jiang, are you always this courteous with everyone?" Jiang Jiang's excessive politeness gave off an impression that she was deliberately avoiding any semblance of entanglement with them. As if eager to delineate boundaries, she glanced at Jiang Yunan without responding. Jiang Yunan stood before her, emanating an inexplicable aura. Jiang Jiang murmured, "Not quite. Given this, there is no need for you to treat us with such excessive caution." He wished to convey to Jiang Jiang that there was no need for her to tread so lightly. This was her home, and she could act as she pleased, without concern for the judgments or expressions of others. Jiang Jiang lowered her gaze and picked up the pen from the table once more. "I am about to begin writing the exam." The final refusal was self-evident. Jiang Yunan was momentarily taken aback. "Jiang Jiang, did you hear what I said?" "I did not." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Jiang lifted her head. Her black hair tied into a ponytail, cascading quietly down her back. Her profile was striking, her large eyes fixed directly on Jiang Yunan. After a pause, she spoke, "I did not hear you because I do not intend to follow your instructions." Jiang Yunan inhaled deeply, feeling a pulsating throb at his temples. Forcing himself to remain composed. "A reason?" "There is no reason. If you insist I provide one, I could fabricate numerous justifications for you. As a supporting character, one does not possess an abundance of reasons. Moreover, what is the use of saying more?" Jiang Yunan inhaled sharply. "Do you have anything else to discuss? If not, please take your leave." The presence of this person beside him induced an inexplicable sense of pressure, creating an overwhelming discomfort. "You." Jiang Yunan began to articulate further thoughts, but in the next moment, Jiang Jiang had already lowered her head, immersed in her work. Exuding an unmistakable air of disregard for whatever he might say, Jiang Yunan emerged from Jiang Jiang's room, his brow furrowed in contemplation. In the living room, Jiang Yushu reclined on the sofa, engrossed in a television program while leisurely indulging in freshly washed fruit, her feet swaying in blissful ease. The image of Jiang Jiang, absorbed in her studies, lingered in Jiang Yunan's mind, contrasting sharply with Jiang Yunshu's carefree demeanor, causing his brow to knit even tighter. "Brother, when did you return?" Jiang Yushu set down her fork and waved enthusiastically. Jiang Yunan remained silent, his expression tightening further. "What, is something wrong?" Jiang Yushu, slightly intimidated by her elder brother, promptly straightened her posture, her voice quivering slightly without her noticing. "This television show is rather entertaining, brother. Would you like to sit down and watch it with me?" In the past, Jiang Yunan would accompany her in watching television. However, unlike those times, he now wore a frown, questioning. "Do you have nothing else to do?" He suppressed the restlessness within him, stifling the rising frustration. "Not really. I plan to do it later," she replied. "Why the hurry?" "There is plenty of time," Jiang Yunan remarked. "Brother, do you have something on your mind?" Though Jiang Yunshu was the child who had been mistakenly taken in, she had been doted on throughout her life and had not encountered many hardships. "I have always been one to procrastinate until the last moment," she confessed. "If I can't finish something, my family helps me out. And if it's truly insurmountable, the elders in the family find a way to resolve it. And everything simply disappears. Let us not even mention the act of reading others' expressions." Jiang Yunan turned her head away from her, softly uttering, "It's nothing." Yet, upon turning back, Jiang Yunan's countenance was grave, hardly resembling the notion of nothing. "Is there truly nothing amiss?" Jiang Yunshu observed the seriousness etched upon Jiang Yunan's face, a sight she had never encountered before. Jiang Yunan remained silent, walking over to the refrigerator to retrieve a bottle of milk. Jiang Yushu, not overthinking the matter, settled onto the sofa, resuming her television viewing, not as casually sprawled as before. You want to watch less television and devote more time to reading. I sense you all have examinations approaching, she advised. Oh, Jiang Yushu replied. Jiang Yunan ascended the stairs with the milk, intending to pour a glass for Jiang Jiang to aid her studies. In a moment of hesitation, she contemplated knocking but ultimately decided against it, choosing instead to knock on Jiang's father and in Mingzhu's door. Is something the matter? And Mingzhu inquired, her expression one of surprise. This child had always been composed. Unlike Jiang Yunzhou, who brought them worry, Jiang Yunan had never caused them concern since her birth and rarely sought them out at such a late hour. Is it permissible for Yushu to move out? Jiang Yunan broached the subject directly, without preamble. And Mingzhu was puzzled as to why he would raise such a topic. Jiang Jiang belongs in this household. Is it truly appropriate for Yushu to continue residing here? Jiang Yunan pressed. What harm is there in Yushu living here? Is she not living quite well? And Mingzhu has yet to comprehend the situation. However, Jiang's father, deep in thought, remarked that Yunshu's presence in this household indeed poses certain inconveniences. When the two children are together, conflicts and disagreements are bound to arise. Both sides are equally dear, and favoring one over the other would be inappropriate. The more Jiang's father contemplated, the more convinced he became that separating the two children was the prudent course of action. How could there be issues when Jiang Jiang is so sensible, and Yushu, having grown up alongside us, has been raised so well? And Mingzhu shook her head in dissent, her dissatisfaction with such reasoning evident. Come, let us engage in a quiz. Who might be sent away? Jiang Jiang or Jiang Yushu? Hiki. End of this chapter. Chapter 186. Why not Jiang Jiang? And Mingzhu's tones softened instantaneously. What is the necessity of this? Why must these two children be separated? Is it not possible? Is it not feasible for them to remain together? They interact as if they were sisters. And you have witnessed how close they are after school. Jiang's father retorted. Do you not feel that having the two children together might be awkward? All along, they have overlooked the myriad frictions that might arise between the two girls. Fortunately, such frictions have yet to manifest. A chilling thought indeed. And Mingzhu shook her head, expressing disbelief. It shouldn't be like this. Yushu is so well behaved. She lived quite happily at her grandparents' home. You two haven't caused any trouble together, and nothing has happened now. But what if something were to occur later? Jiang Yunan's abrupt remark instantly rendered the atmosphere tense. That won't happen. Both children are so wonderful. It's simply impossible. And Mingzhu continued to deny, shaking her head. Sometimes, certain matters that one believes can be postponed for resolution may, unbeknownst to them, resemble a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Jiang's father furrowed his brow, contemplating that Yunshu had lived in the household for so many years. It was indeed time for her to return to her rightful place. However, Yunshu was still so young. How could she possibly live alone outside? Ultimately, and Mingzhu felt a pang of reluctance. It was one thing to watch a child grow up. Even the pets that had been by their side for so many years would evoke similar sentiments if sent away. What about Jiang Jiang? Having spent so many years without parental companionship, how had she managed to survive? What hardships must she have endured? For the first time, Jiang Yunan's tone exhibited such emotional turbulence, filled with a sense of indignation. Jiang Jiang is our sister by blood. Yet, how could they allow Yunshu, who had lived in the family for so long, to venture out on her own? And Mingzhu felt a pang of reluctance. For Jiang Jiang, after all. Jiang Yunan attempted to interject, but upon glancing sideways, he fortuitously noticed someone standing not far away. The figure stood tall and straight, slender and frail, with a detached gaze. Her hair was tied into a bun, and she donned the most ordinary t-shirt and jeans, radiating an aura of pristine simplicity. Jiang Jiang, Jiang Yunan exclaimed, taken aback. When had this child appeared there? How much of their conversation had she overheard? Jiang's father gasped, and Mingzhu lowered her head, concealing her own discomfort. In contrast, Jiang Jiang maintained her composure, her tone markedly indifferent. Good evening. I'm going downstairs to get some water. Only then did they notice the cup in her hand. She turned without glancing back, walking in the opposite direction towards the staircase. Something felt amiss. Jiang Yunan sensed the strangeness and followed her. Jiang's father and Mingzhu belatedly realized that the girl had likely heard their conversation. They trailed her to the kitchen where Jiang Jiang was pouring water. Jiang Yunan softly called out, Jiang Jiang? She remained silent, her gaze fixed on the cup in front of her. Would you like some milk? Jiang Yunan attempted to shift the topic. No, thank you, Jiang Jiang replied, shaking her head in refusal. End of this chapter, chapter 187. I will move out tomorrow. Jiang Jiang's expression grew even colder. And Mingzhu, who had rushed to catch up, immediately inquired, what do you like to drink? There is something in the fridge. Thank you. But no, Jiang Jiang replied, declining once more. There are juices, coconut water, hawthorn water, and the oolong tea that you girls all adore. Take a look and see which one you prefer. And Mingzhu, as before, spoke to herself and then opened the refrigerator. In a flurry, she retrieved a bottle of coconut water and was about to hand it to Jiang Jiang. However, Jiang Jiang did not reach out to accept it. Instead, she raised her head and suddenly fixed her gaze upon Mingzhu, asking, "Why do you always insist on thrusting things at me that I have already declined?" "What?" And Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback. "I have made it clear that I do not wish to drink anything. Why do you persist in forcefully offering me these items?" Jiang Jiang clenched her fists, her breath quickening for the first time. And Mingzhu, gripping the bottle tightly, attempted to raise her gaze to meet Jiang Jiang's eyes. Yet, in that moment, she found herself unable to lock eyes with Jiang Jiang. "I merely wish for you to have something sweet. I have already stated that I do not consume these things. Why do you continue to offer them to me?" At that moment, Jiang Jiang could no longer suppress her emotions and loudly questioned, "From the very beginning, I clearly refused both this and that. Yet, why do you repeatedly claim to respect me while insistently shoving what I do not want into my hands? Is your inquiry merely a polite greeting, rather than a genuine request for my opinion?" The others had never witnessed Jiang Jiang express herself with such fervent words. Jiang's father was the first to react. His voice softened somewhat. "We are merely concerned about you, worried that you might not be doing well. Then why do you always disregard my feelings? Making decisions independently? If that is the case, why even bother asking me?" Jiang Jiang had truly reached her limit, her gaze sweeping across the faces of those assembled. It struck her as utterly absurd. These individuals, under the guise of benevolence, consistently failed to respect her opinions and thoughts. Jiang Jiang believed she could endure and let things go, yet this time, for reasons unknown, the sight of their faces ignited a fury within her that she could no longer suppress, as if a long-held tension had suddenly erupted. And Mingzhu, feeling a pang of guilt, lowered her head, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. "Jiang Jiang, I'm sorry. Mother didn't mean to. I neglected your feelings." Her daughter stood right before her, yet upon raising her head, she realized just how distant they had become. And Mingzhu desperately sought to mend the bond between them, yearning to draw Jiang Jiang closer. In that moment, Jiang Jiang took a deep breath, slowly exhaling, embodying an unprecedented calmness and neutrality. "It's fine. If you choose to ignore me, so be it." A sense of foreboding suddenly enveloped the hearts of those present. Indeed, in the next breath, Jiang Jiang spoke again. "Tomorrow, I will move out." Chapter 188. Packing up. "If you believe my presence here is a nuisance, I can pack my bags right away." With that, Jiang Jiang turned to ascend the stairs. It was quite late and somewhat troublesome, but after much contemplation, she felt compelled to disturb Liang Yinqing. Though his nagging would ensue, it was a necessity in this circumstance. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted, reverberating like a clap of thunder in the ears of those present. Jiang Jiang had just overheard their conversation from the corridor. So, she was indeed leaving? Why must she go? No, this cannot be the case. As she observed that figure preparing to depart, Jiang Yunin swiftly grasped Jiang Jiang's hand. "Jiang Jiang, this is your home. You need not pack your belongings to go elsewhere. Mom and Dad are merely discussing this matter. They do not intend to cast you out. I understand you do not wish to expel me, but I feel the need to leave on my own accord. My sudden arrival in this household has undoubtedly caused you some inconvenience and distress. Regardless, I should no longer continue residing here. I am grateful for your care during this time." Jiang Jiang had initially hoped to wait until after the college entrance examination to move out, but now she realized it would be wiser to depart sooner. Those words echoed painfully, as if an invisible hand was constricting their throats. In that moment, Jiang's father felt an immense heartache. His daughter should be living freely and happily in this home. Yet what are they doing now? Cautiously, they offer their apologies, feeling as though their presence has caused them endless trouble. Why should they apologize? It is clearly these individuals who have erred. Her daughter has done nothing wrong. "Mr. Jiang stepped forward and grasped Jiang Jiang's wrist. "Jiang Jiang, you must stay at home and not go anywhere." Jiang Jiang shook her head resolutely, declaring, "I do not wish to live in your house. I want to move out." These words flowed forth without the slightest hesitation. A pang of bitterness surged within Mr. Jiang, and Mingzhu could no longer contain her tears, murmuring softly, "It is all my fault. Jiang Jiang, I have not cared for you well. It is all my failing. That little child, striving to exist in society, has endured so much hardship. After finally returning to their side, he failed to cherish her. What kind of parents are they? After all, you have taken good care of me. Thanks to you, I have spent a very joyful time here." The tone, tinged with formality and distance, coupled with a forced smile that revealed 8 teeth, unmistakably conveyed one message: Jiang Jiang intends to establish a clear boundary. "Jiang Jiang, do not act this way. You can express your anger. You can yell at me. It is all my fault. Tears continued to stream down in Mingzhu's face. No, no, you have done wonderfully. You have not erred in any way. I truly appreciate your care during this time. I feel I can no longer be a burden to you. Continuing to trouble you will become a nuisance. Jiang Jiang shook off those who grasped her wrist, turning away without a backward glance as she returned to her chamber. With a soft click, she gently closed the door behind her. Come now. Take a guess. Did Jiang Jiang ultimately manage to leave? End of this chapter. Chapter 189. Observe your disrespect towards others upon entering her room. Jiang Jiang's hand trembled uncontrollably around the cup. It took a considerable amount of time for her to regain her composure. Lowering her head, she forced a faint smile at the corner of her lips. It is all right, Jiang Jiang. Have you not grown accustomed to this? Habitually abandoned by everyone. There is little worth fretting over. A small relief washed over her. From the very beginning, she had not invested much emotion into this place, thus enabling her to withdraw swiftly. Jiang Jiang possessed little. She arrived with a light backpack, and when departing, it seemed even lighter. She was dressed in the same attire she had worn upon her arrival, her hair neatly arranged. Originally, she intended to wear the shoes she had come in, but those shoes had become so tattered that the servants had discarded them into the trash during their tidying. With no other option, she donned the new shoes that Mingzhu had purchased for her. Upon exiting her room, she discovered several individuals standing at her door. Jiang Yunan was the quickest, seizing Jiang Jiang's backpack with haste. Jiang Jiang, you shall not leave. Where could a young girl venture off to at such a late hour? Jiang Yunan felt an unsettling illusion. Once Jiang Jiang departed, she feared she would never see her again, nor would she ever be able to find her again. Jiang Jiang, somewhat taken aback, lifted her head, a hint of derision curling at the corners of her lips. Why can't I leave? Am I to remain here, continually subjected to these insidious jabs? A profound bitterness spread within Jiang's father as he implored, Jiang Jiang, be obedient, do not depart. He reached out and unceremoniously took the bag from her grasp, leaving her hands empty. She had not anticipated such a brazen and almost rogue maneuver from them. Indeed, it was quite late. Where could she possibly go at this hour? Jiang Jiang, this is your home. You ought to stay here. These individuals seemed to have astutely discerned that apart from this place, Jiang Jiang had nowhere else to turn. Shaking her head, she attempted to clarify. I have a friend coming to pick me up. I will be staying with them for a while. A friend? What friend? Where did you find this friend? You have never mentioned them before. Jiang Jiang, there are many ill-intentioned people these days. Do not be swayed by others' deceit and rashly abandon your home. And Mingzhu, in a state of urgency, grasped Jiang Jiang's hand, resolutely refusing to let her leave. My friend is not a bad person. You need not worry about that. I have not been influenced by them to run away. I genuinely feel that I do not belong here. Maintaining a calm tone, she subtly withdrew her hand, stepping back to create distance between herself and the group. Well, I can do without these things. After all, Liang Yinqing has a few of my clothes. I can wear those later. Jiang Jiang, Jiang's father called out with fervor. Jiang Jiang was taken aback. Must you leave now? Is it necessary to disregard us so blatantly? This child was undoubtedly stabbing a knife into their hearts. Jiang Jiang bit her lip and questioned, didn't you all ignore me from the very beginning? Why am I being blamed now? And Mingzhu was the first to speak, emphasizing, from now on, we will no longer overlook your feelings, Jiang Jiang. We will act according to your wishes. See, Jiang Jiang had indicated that these individuals had never respected her. Sending shoes signifies sending someone away, dear ones. Refrain from gifting shoes. End of this chapter, chapter 190. Like a little demon, Jiang Jiang's tone was tinged with helplessness. It's all right, truly, it is. Just as everyone sighed in relief, mistakenly believing Jiang Jiang had agreed to stay, she promptly descended the stairs, seemingly indifferent to the expressions of those present. Jiang Jiang, we did not consider your feelings. Please do not be upset with us, Jiang Yunan implored in an unusually soft tone, a first for him. He had never addressed anyone in such a manner. I said I am not angry. Why does everyone think I am? Jiang Jiang's gaze swept over each face in the room, her lips curving into a faint smile, exuding grace. The very calmness and indifference she displayed starkly revealed a truth. Jiang Jiang truly had never held them in her heart. Having lived in the orphanage for such an extended period, Jiang Jiang had long understood that it was futile to place any hope in others, nor to expect even the slightest affection from them, for such sentiments had never truly belonged to her. A fleeting and peculiar emotion swept through Jiang's mind as he hastily reached out, eager to grasp it, and urgently inquired, Jiang Jiang, do you consider us a family? Jiang Jiang, have you ever contemplated that we too wish for you to regard us as family? In our eagerness, we have overlooked your feelings. For this day, we apologize. But do you genuinely see us as family? Jiang Jiang momentarily fell into a daze before shaking her head. No, A profound silence enveloped the room. This situation could not be blamed on Jiang Jiang. She had long surpassed the days when parental companionship was necessary, having endured all her suffering alone. Then, why can't you view us as family? Jiang Yunan stood at the doorway, blocking her path. Can you refrain from deceiving me and yourself? After all, we have not spent enough time together and have missed the moments when we could have cultivated our bond. So, could you not simply forget about having me as your daughter? Jiang Jiang silently withdrew her gaze. In truth, she had long recognized that according to the narrative of the story, she should have moved out by now. However, she found herself harboring a sliver of greed. She, too, is a person, yearning for the attention of her parents. However, the words spoken tonight have profoundly awakened her. Jiang Jiang, you will not receive love from these individuals. In light of this reality, she resolves not to covet their affection any longer. From now on, she will tend to her own well-being. Standing before them, a gentle smile graces her lips, her fair skin radiant in its beauty. Yet, why is it that the words she utters evoke such discomfort? Despite the supposed blood ties, she cautiously maintains her distance from them. Isn't there already another daughter in your family? Having another daughter with you is more than sufficient. That should suffice. The moment Jiang Jiang speaks, she feels akin to a fiend. Such words undoubtedly serve as a reminder of someone who has usurped her place, compelling her to withdraw. End of chapter. Chapter 191. Still favoritism, you are my daughter, Mr. Jiang exclaims urgently. That is not true. Jiang Jiang replies earnestly, I am not your daughter. We are merely strangers bound by blood. A gasp ripples through those present. The phrase strangers bound by blood pierces their hearts. What are you saying, Jiang Jiang? Please refrain from making such jokes. They are not amusing in the slightest. And Mingzhu, somewhat unwilling to accept this reality, reaches out towards Jiang Jiang once more. I'm not jesting. I see clearly with my own eyes. Jiang Jiang evaded in Mingzhu's hand. Everyone was concealing their true feelings, in fact. They were all persuading themselves that the Jiang family was taking good care of her. However, upon glancing around, Jiang Jiang quickly discerned the reality of the situation. From the very beginning, she had not placed her hopes here. Were it not for the unfolding narrative, she believed she would not have chosen to reside in this household. There was, indeed, another reason for Jiang Jiang's reluctance. She had ceased to invest her hopes in any individual. The more hope one harbors, the greater the disappointment, leading one to feel like a jester abandoned by all. Jiang Jiang, let us consider that we have all erred, and that you have never placed your trust in us. We can start anew. Trust in your father and mother. They will surely care for you well. Can you trust us? Jiang's father softened his tone, his manner of speaking significantly gentler. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Jiang shook her head. No, believe us. We will treat you well and take great care of you in the future. Jiang Yunan joined the chorus of persuasion. Yes. Give your mother a chance to take good care of you, all right? Whatever you desire, just tell your mother, and she will buy it for you. And Mingzhu habitually resorted to material gifts to placate others. As the group continued to implore her, Jiang Jiang felt an overwhelming sense of irritation and bluntly retorted. What about Jiang Yinshu? Jiang Yinshu still intends to continue residing in this household? After speaking, she clenched her fists tightly. As anticipated, expressions of hesitation, disbelief, and even incredulity appeared on the faces of those present. Jiang Jiang, how could you? And Mingzhu shook her head repeatedly, pushing backward as if unable to believe that such words had escaped Jiang Jiang's lips. This was not how she envisioned Jiang Jiang to be. She had never communicated with such an aggressive tone or compelled them to make choices. Aren't the two of you getting along splendidly? Moreover, Yushu, she has nowhere else to go, and she cannot take care of herself. And Mingzhu felt a pang of reluctance. Jiang Jiang's lips quirked upward, the smile broadening. The answer to the dilemma seemed self-evident. It's all right. I have somewhere to go, and I can take good care of myself. Her tone was light, and although a smile adorned her face, a hint of resignation lingered in her voice. It was as if they had been struck by a sudden realization. Ultimately, their bias was evident. End of chapter. Chapter 192. A genuine frustration. Jiang Yunzhou participated in a basketball match, triumphing with a score of 5-0, leaving the opposing team at a loss. Consequently, he returned home a tad later than usual. Beneath the dim glow of the streetlights, a black sedan was parked at the entrance. Jiang Yunzhou scrutinized it closely, finding the sequence of license plate numbers strikingly familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. However, he needed to ponder carefully where he had encountered that particular sequence of license plate numbers. At that moment, he truly could not recall. He did not dwell on it for long, instead pushing the door open to see Jiang Jiang emerge from within, a backpack slung over her shoulder. Jiang Yunzhou, seemingly struck by a sudden impulse, blurted out, "Are you going on a trip at this hour?" Jiang Jiang shot him a glance, her expression questioning his demeanor. Irritated, she intended to ignore him and turned to leave. Jiang Yunzhou, feeling displeased, reached out to grasp her arm. "Don't touch me," she retorted, forcefully shaking off his grip. Her movements steeped in revulsion, as if she were repulsed by the mere thought of coming into contact with something unclean. Jiang Jiang, don't be unreasonable. I just took a shower in the student dormitory before coming back, concerned that the scent of sweat might linger too strongly. He had made a point to wash up and change into fresh clothes, which had caused a slight delay. Jiang Jiang's gaze remained indifferent as she replied, "What business is it of yours? No need to explain to me." With that, she turned to leave. "Wait, where are you going at this late hour?" Even with his lack of mental acuity, Jiang Yunzhou could not shake the feeling that something was amiss as he observed Jiang Jiang's demeanor. "What does it matter to you?" She replied coldly, her tone frigid beyond measure. She didn't spare him a glance, turning her head away, her expression strikingly aloof. Jiang Yunzhou found himself pondering how he had offended her recently. Why did she seem to harbor such disdain for him? "Step aside," she commanded. Jiang Yunzhou moved swiftly, and before she knew it, he stood before Jiang Jiang, obstructing her path. She already felt that lingering here was a considerable waste of time, which was quite disheartening. Jiang Yunzhou's presence only intensified the sense of futility. "Jiang Jiang, speak honestly with me. Where are you planning to go at such a late hour?" In an instant, for words flashed through Jiang Yunzhou's mind, running away from home. The realization struck him, and his pupils suddenly constricted. "You intend to run away from home?" he exclaimed, accompanied by a loud shout. Jiang's father and others hurriedly rushed out from the living room, and upon seeing Jiang Jiang cornered by Jiang Yunzhou at the entrance, they finally felt a sense of relief. However, a moment of distraction had left them momentarily stunned, and by the time they regained their composure, Jiang Jiang had already slipped out. Fearing that this child would vanish in an instant, they were relieved to find that she was still present. "What is going on, Dad? Mom, brother? Are you really not going to intervene while Jiang Jiang is attempting to run away from home?" Jiang Yunzhou blinked, somewhat bewildered by the situation. Jiang's father furrowed his brow and shot a glare at Jiang Yunzhou. "What is going on? Be quiet." Jiang Yunan shot him a look of exasperation. "Jiang Jiang, did you have a fight with Mom and Dad?" Jiang Yunzhou inquired, his words mismatched with the gravity of the situation. Jiang Jiang, feeling increasingly irritable, tightened her grip on her backpack strap and replied, "No." "Then why are you out so late?" Jiang Yunzhou reached out to grab her backpack, but Jiang Jiang refused to let him approach, genuinely finding him bothersome. For those who observed closely, did they not notice that Jiang Jiang's emotions were awry? I often find others quite bothersome. A slight spoiler, Jiang Jiang is actually unwell. End of this chapter, chapter 193, departing. Frowning at him, Jiang Yunzhou, "You are exceedingly annoying. How can you be so bothersome?" Jiang Jiang's brows were so tightly knitted that they could almost crush a fly. If there is one person in the Jiang family who is most irksome, it is undoubtedly Jiang Yunzhou. He, however, is not the least bit perturbed. Yes, I am quite annoying, but are you truly running away from home at this late hour? It appears there is some trouble brewing again, leading to this desire to flee. Jiang Jiang, just look at your foul temper. The moment you encounter the slightest displeasure, you threaten to leave home. What is the matter? The world is filled with places that can be deemed your home, yet it seems this is not one of them. Jiang Yunzhou's remarks were devoid of formality, as he was accustomed to playful banter with his classmates. Jiang Jiang retorted, "This is not my home." Those at the door paused in surprise. "Jiang Jiang, I understand you are feeling somewhat displeased," sighed Jiang's father. "I am not displeased at all," Jiang Jiang replied, her face clouded with frustration. "Where do I appear to be unhappy?" There was a heavy silence. Jiang Jiang asked, "May I leave now?" Jiang's father frowned, perplexed by the child's stubbornness. After so many kind words, it seemed she refused to absorb a single one. "Jiang Jiang, you. Well then, everyone, farewell." Without looking back, Jiang Jiang strode toward the black sedan. "Jiang Jiang," Ren Pingxing and the others called out, yet no one turned back. They watched helplessly as the black car vanished from their sight, and Mingzhu finally succumbed to her emotions and began to weep softly. How could this child? How could she deny them even the slightest opportunity, not even allowing them a moment to plead their case? Jiang's father shook his head in despair. Jiang Yunan furrowed her brow and lowered her gaze. Only Jiang Yunzhou remained oblivious, bewildered by the circumstances. What on earth was happening? She had quarreled with you and claimed she wanted to stay away for a few days? That couldn't be right. Jiang Jiang was not the type to voice her frustrations, let alone engage in arguments. How had matters escalated to this point? And Mingzhu lamented, if only this child could confront us openly, it would be better. However, this child always wore a smile, no matter the situation. As she continued to smile, the issues only grew more serious. Watching Mingzhu shed tears, Jiang Yunzhou gritted her teeth in frustration. How could Jiang Jiang provoke their elders to such an extent? To ease Mingzhu's anger, she quickly interjected, "Please don't be upset. Jiang Jiang is merely throwing a tantrum. She'll be back in a few days." It was just a young girl acting out by leaving home temporarily, not a significant matter. Such situations were not uncommon. Many girls would feign running away after quarreling with their parents, only to return after a few days. Jiang Yunan coldly reprimanded. You'd better be quiet. What is wrong with you? Am I not merely speaking the truth? As she raised her head, she found Jiang Yuzhou staring at her with a grim expression, causing an immediate chill to run down her spine. The wound, previously inflicted by someone, seemed to throb painfully once more. Silently, she closed her mouth and ceased speaking. End of this chapter. Chapter 194. The man-eating tiger. As the streetlights flickered to life, their dim glow enveloped the entire city. Thank you, Kuan. I appreciate your help, Jiang Jiang said softly, fastening her seatbelt in the passenger seat. Given Liang Yinqing's already heavy workload, she felt it would be an inconvenience to disturb him. Unfortunately, she had no close connections to reach out to. Fortunately, the phone number Kuan had previously given her remained in her call log. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to call him. Luckily, upon hearing her voice, he did not refuse. Instead, he readily agreed. Otherwise, she might have had to walk to the hotel tonight. There's no need to be polite with me. It's just a small matter, he remarked during a brief pause at a traffic light. Kuan turned to glance at Jiang Jiang. The streetlight streamed through the car window, illuminating her face, her fair skin, delicate nose, and lovely lips. It must be said, the young lady's countenance was truly striking, fitting perfectly for a leading role in the entertainment industry. In that fleeting moment, Kuan gazed at Jiang Jiang, his eyes glimmering with admiration. Jiang Jiang, feeling somewhat uneasy under his gaze, spoke up. About today, I kindly ask you not to mention it to him. Naturally, this individual is Liang Yinqing. However, the expression on Kuan's face appeared somewhat peculiar. Jiang Jiang did not dwell on it for long. She merely pointed towards the road ahead, requesting, kindly make a left turn and stop there. There lies a quaint little inn that is exceptionally affordable. Spending the night would hardly cost much. A nervous chuckle escaped Kuan, only serving to amplify the awkwardness of the moment. Jiang Jiang, perplexed, noticed that the vehicle did not heed her directions but continued onward. Could you please stop the car? She implored. Confusion clouded her mind until a male voice resonated from behind, commanding, no need to stop, just proceed straight. Startled, Jiang Jiang turned her head, realizing her oversight. She straightened her posture, exuding an air of cool detachment, adorned in black jeans and a t-shirt that, despite their simplicity, rendered her strikingly captivating. Was this person seated in the back all along? Jiang Jiang glanced up at Kuan, whose eyes, glistening with moisture, bore into her, leading Kuan to feel as though she had committed an egregious offense. In a flurry, Kuan sought to clarify, this is not my fault. When I received your call, he happened to be right beside me and insisted on accompanying me. You were oblivious to his presence when you got in, so. Kuan swore she had been proactive in cautioning this little tyrant as soon as they entered the vehicle, urging her to be mindful while speaking. Yet, this little sovereign had only fixated on instructing her to turn left, completely oblivious to the additional passenger in the back seat. Liang Yinqing let out a disdainful huff. So, you have such a penchant for staying in inns? It was not exactly so. Jiang Jiang, with a keen sense of propriety, lowered her head in acknowledgement of her mistake, her flustered gaze wandering aimlessly. Upon raising her head, Liang Yinqing found her downcast demeanor particularly unappealing, igniting within him an inexplicable irritation. As she blinked expressionlessly, she remained oblivious to the fact that her actions conveyed a hint of cuteness. Liang Yinqing, feeling exasperated, averted his gaze and softened his tone slightly. Why didn't you call me? The mere mention of this provoked an unwarranted anger within him. He knew she could call Kuan, but chose not to reach out to him. Was he truly some ravenous beast? Jiang Jiang replied honestly, you are very busy. I am not busy. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Jiang emphatically asserted, you are extremely busy. Chapter 195. I am not dead. When those resolute words escaped Jiang Jiang's lips, a profound silence enveloped the entire compartment. Liang Yinqing. Stealing a glance through the rearview mirror, Liang Yinqing's expression appeared rather displeased. Jiang Jiang, feeling somewhat intimidated, lowered her head, resembling a quail that had committed a misdeed. After a brief moment of stillness, the sound of his cold snort broke the silence. You certainly do not regard me as a significant matter. His tone dripped with sarcasm, and it was evident to anyone with ears that Liang Yinqing was in a rather foul mood. I wouldn't want to disturb you. Jiang Jiang's voice was soft, imbued with an unmistakable sense of vulnerability. After all these years, you still say excuse me to me? Jiang Jiang, do you truly consider me significant? His expression, already rather unsightly, grew increasingly grim. The expressionless demeanor was an ominous sign of his rising ire. Jiang Jiang likely understood that this time, she could not resort to her usual evasions. Lowering her stance, she implored, please don't be angry. Her conciliatory words transformed the atmosphere within the carriage. Liang Yinqing remained silent, fearing that should he speak, he might inadvertently provoke her to the point of incoherence, resulting in a need for him to soothe her afterward. He had come to realize that Jiang Jiang possessed the remarkable ability to incite his anger and, on the brink of fury, effortlessly extinguish the flames with just a few words. At times, it seemed she would stab herself with those soft daggers, only to later tend to her own wounds. Liang Yinqing felt a twinge of inadequacy, unable to remain composed upon hearing her voice. The silence stretched on as he refrained from responding. Liang Yinqing, do you intend to ignore me from now on? She asked. Very well. If that is the case, I shall refrain from speaking to you, and will strive not to irritate you. With that, she lowered her head even further. If a hole had appeared before her, Liang Yinqing suspected she would have unhesitatingly crawled into it. Liang Yinqing remained calm, still not uttering a word. If it truly comes to that, I could avoid appearing before you altogether. I could even vanish from your sight. Be quiet, Liang Yinqing admonished softly. Jiang Jiang obediently fell silent. Liang Yinqing felt an insatiable rage boiling within him. Was he mute, or had he simply lost his hearing? Why had she not reached out to him, seemingly intent on severing all ties? Who did she wish to connect with instead? Jiang Jiang, startled by the intensity, blinked her beautiful, luminous eyes. Glancing between Liang Yinqing and Kuan was equally amused by the childish banter between the two. A playful idea struck him. Jiang Jiang, once the college entrance examination concludes, would you consider lending a hand at the company? The summer break tends to be rather hectic. Help out? The delicate features of her face reflected confusion. What assistance could she possibly provide? Indeed, Kuan stifled a laugh, adopting a serious tone. During the summer, there are numerous talent shows. Would you like to participate for some fun? Jiang Jiang remained somewhat perplexed. Performing on stage sounded delightful, with opportunities to interact with other young performers, partake in lotteries, and even earn a salary. Liang Yinqing maintained an expression of calm, though internally he felt as frantic as a trapped animal. Is that true? Jiang Jiang's eyes sparkled at the mention of a salary, akin to a little rabbit perking up its ears, utterly adorable. Observing her reaction, Kuan contemplated how endearing she truly was. However, Liang Yinqing interjected. You are not allowed to go. What? Jiang Jiang was taken aback. I mean it, Jiang Jiang. Do not heed Kuan's suggestions, and do not accept the work he offers you. Liang Yinqing's entire being was taut, his dark eyes fixed intently on Kuan, flustered like a cornered dog. Chuckled nervously a couple of times. Just kidding, we're merely joking with you, Jiang Jiang. After uttering these words, he lapsed into silence, focusing on the road ahead. At that moment, he wished more than ever to reach their destination swiftly. Liang Yinqing cast a glance at Jiang Jiang, forbidding her from engaging in the tasks assigned by Kuan, insisting, Jiang Jiang, did you hear me? Jiang Jiang replied, I did not. A sharp intake of breath escaped Liang Yinqing, veins on his forehead bulging. The soft light illuminated him just right, revealing a shadowy emotion in his deep-set eyes that Jiang Jiang could not quite decipher. Jiang Jiang, do you so enjoy opposing me? Is it so difficult for you to follow my instructions? It seemed she could not simply heed his words. He harbored a desire to confine this spirited girl, to keep her at home, ensuring she could only obey him for eternity, disregarding all others. I am neither your pet nor your servant. I am under no obligation to comply with your demands. The domineering tone and grandiose declarations he exhibited were bewildering. Why did he constantly feel the need to assert control over others? Liang Yinqing stood frozen, his brow nearly knitting into a tight knot. Sensing the shift, Jiang Jiang conceded. I understand. I will do as you say. Liang Yinqing slightly lifted his gaze, his expression softening considerably from before. The carriage fell into a serene silence, with the two individuals no longer exchanging words. Jiang Jiang sat upright, fastening her seatbelt, her gaze intently fixed ahead, appearing remarkably docile. Liang Yinqing pondered. She was not as innocent as she seemed. Her mind brimmed with thoughts. Jiang Jiang had a private room at Liang Yinqing's place, although she had never stayed there. Occasionally, he would casually send her pictures of the room, deliberately inquiring when she would come to stay. He would jest that if she did not visit soon, he might convert her room into a storage space. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jiang merely smiled in response, choosing not to engage further. After all, it was his property, and he could utilize it as he pleased. Yet, unexpectedly, she found herself residing there one day. To her astonishment, the room had not been transformed into a storage area. Instead, it was immaculately maintained. The spacious room featured a striking black and white decor, with spotless floor-to-ceiling windows. In the center stood a soft, large bed, flanked by a bookshelf brimming with books, and a modest wardrobe nestled in the corner. Contrary to the typical adornments favored by many girls, the room was filled with pens and study materials. Moreover, each corner of the room housed a clock, The lighting was gentle, complemented by a dedicated study lamp and adjustable lights. This was indeed a comfortable environment for studying. Jiang Jiang set down her backpack and retrieved her test papers and exercise book. Today, the examination paper remains largely untouched, and a considerable amount of time has been squandered, disrupting the meticulously crafted plan, leaving a lingering discomfort within. Liang Yinqing observes her in this careless manner of tackling the paper, and an irritable flame ignites within him, prompting him to snatch the pen from her grasp, go take a shower, and then rest. He then opened the wardrobe and tossed a set of pajamas towards her. While studying is indeed vital, Jiang Jiang, is it not your health that matters? Upon glancing up, she realized it was nearly midnight. The thought of her consistently neglecting her well-being stirred a wave of regret in Liang Yinqing's heart. How could he allow this young girl to endure such a lifestyle within the Jiang family? Jiang Jiang was startled by his suddenly elevated tone, her entire being instinctively recoiling. As Liang Yinqing lifted his gaze, he noticed her pallid complexion, and suppressing his anger, he softened his expression slightly. I understand now. Please do not be upset. I truly comprehend. He earnestly emphasized, attempting to convey his genuine understanding. Yet, it felt as if his words were merely landing upon cotton, his frustration towards Jiang Jiang leaving him powerless. This issue, stemming from his negligence in paying her proper attention, not at him. He had assumed she was thriving in that household. However, recalling her subdued phone call to Kuan earlier in the evening, pleading for him to come and pick her up, a weight settled heavily upon his chest. His expression turned grave. Go wash up and sleep. Oh. Jiang Jiang nodded and walked past him, picking up the pajamas that lay beside her. There was utterly no intention of conveying any message. Liang Yinqing, exasperated, chuckled. Do you have nothing to say to me? No. For instance, how are you faring at the Jiang family? Jiang Jiang remained somewhat perplexed about what he truly wished to inquire. Yet, considering his mood, she obliged and continued. I am living quite well with the Jiang family. Each member takes great care of me. I eat well and sleep soundly. Liang Yinqing's pupils constricted, becoming dark and profound. Oh, is that so? Then why do you appear to be losing weight? Jiang Jiang sidestepped the issue, attributing it to the immense pressure of her studies. The score required for the university program she aspired to was rather high. Keep fabricating your tales. Let us see if I am convinced by your words. The notion of academic pressure was utterly absurd to him. Jiang Jiang had never previously uttered such statements about her studies causing her stress. Clenching her delicate, pale hands tightly around her clothing, she retorted, So, are you intending to argue with me now? Liang Yinqing responded with an air of resignation. If you continue this way, I will come to dislike you, truly. Her tearful eyes locked onto Liang Yinqing's, seemingly conveying a singular message. She would indeed become angry, genuinely so, not merely feigning indignation. She acknowledged softly, and the next moment, fearing Jiang Jiang might become truly upset, he added, Take a break. If anything arises, just call for me. With that, he opened the door and exited the room with a decisive slam. The sound of the door closing bore the weight of the master's suppressed fury. End of this chapter. Chapter 198. Jiang Yunshu's interrogation. Jiang Jiang was perplexed by his inexplicable temper. She casually tied her hair into a ponytail and obediently fetched her sleepwear to take a shower. However, it was not until 2 in the morning, after diligently reviewing her papers, that she extinguished the light. Liang Yinqing observed the light's extinguishment with a sardonic sneer before retreating to his own room. Jiang Jiang truly was disobedient, showing not the slightest inclination to heed his words. Jiang Jiang was the first to arrive at the classroom. As the Gaokao approached, more than half of her classmates had begun to vanish. Some had secured spots through early admissions, while others had arranged to study abroad, and a few had enrolled in training camps. The number of students dwindled. Jiang Jiang set down her backpack, and before long, someone called out to her from the doorway. Initially believing it was a teacher seeking her out, she stepped outside to find Jiang Yunshu. Jiang Yunshu's expression appeared rather grim. What is wrong with you? She demanded, her tone sharp and accusatory. Jiang Jiang, I heard that you left last night to stay elsewhere all by yourself. What on earth were you thinking? Do you have any idea how worried everyone is? Upon waking that morning, Jiang Yunshu sensed a palpable tension in the household. After a bit of inquiry, she discovered that Jiang Jiang had departed in the dead of night with her belongings. It made sense. The diligent student had not shown up early as usual. With a heavy heart, and Mingzhu sat silently on the sofa, tears streaming down her face. Jiang Yunan, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Jiang Yunzhou, has your mind regressed? Why didn't you stop Jiang Jiang? Jiang Yunzhou, chastised, found himself at a loss for words. It was then that Jiang Yunshu began to realize that the situation was more dire than she had initially perceived. At that moment, Jiang's father slammed his hand on the table in fury, declaring, This child has undoubtedly endured too much suffering, which compelled her to leave home with such resolve. Regardless of the circumstances, we cannot allow her to remain outside any longer. We must devise a way to bring her back. From the words spoken and the expressions on everyone's faces, Jiang Jiang finally understood that this matter was far from simple. A strange thought crept into her mind. What if Jiang Jiang never returned? She could not fathom why such a notion would surface, but it grew like a snowball, consuming her thoughts entirely. Shaking her head vigorously, she attempted to dispel the chaotic musings swirling in her mind. It was evident that she needed to bring Jiang Jiang back promptly. Otherwise, the household would descend into utter chaos. Jiang Jiang, everyone is deeply worried about you. If you have suffered any grievances, please confide in us. Do not leave so silently with your belongings. Your parents have searched tirelessly for you, regardless of the situation. You should not act so recklessly. With determination, Jiang Yushu urged, please, return with me at once, and spare everyone the worry. After speaking, she reached out and grasped Jiang Jiang's hand. I will not go back. Jiang Jiang, feeling somewhat irritated, forcefully shook off her hand. Jiang Yushu seemed perpetually oblivious to the disdain others held for her and did not appreciate her overly enthusiastic demeanor. What was the matter? Jiang Yushu could not comprehend. Was it not wonderful for a family to live together in joy? Why must it be this way? End of this chapter. Chapter 199. No longer willing to compromise. Why can't everyone simply be happy together? Jiang Yushu felt a lingering confusion, her tone more forceful than before as she spoke. Eagerly, she wished to bring Jiang Jiang back, even believing that if Jiang Jiang returned, harmony would be restored at home, and they could coexist peacefully. Can't you consider everyone else, Jiang Jiang? I cannot. Jiang Jiang understood that discussing this further would be futile. She spoke plainly, decisively refusing. If she were to consider everyone, then who would consider her? She had already devoted too much time to others' needs. Jiang Yinshu's expression shifted, becoming less pleasant than before. Why? What reason was there? It was merely a matter of habit, nothing more. Throughout, Jiang Jiang maintained a calm demeanor, devoid of anger, resentment, or grievance. Isn't everyone eager for your return, Jiang Jiang? Don't you think you are being a bit excessive? Despite being at home, everyone lived harmoniously, and nothing seemed amiss. There were no events to disrupt the peace. Yet suddenly, Jiang Jiang spoke such words to herself, making harsh judgments and decisions without hesitation. It was only natural for anyone to ponder and suspect that something had transpired. I am an exceedingly unreasonable person, she mused. Thus I believe I do not belong in the Jiang family. Jiang Jiang continued to echo her sentiments, even disparaging herself without care, as if the matter held no weight. Jiang Yinshu felt the sting of being utterly overlooked, an unsettling sensation coupled with a sense of injustice. Jiang Jiang, she exclaimed through gritted teeth. I cannot fathom your thoughts or your intentions, but your sudden departure has cast a shadow of unhappiness over everyone. Must you not endure even a little, feigning that nothing has occurred? As Jiang Yinshu uttered these words, she spoke without a moment's reflection, naively believing that a minor concession would not be too burdensome. Why could Jiang Jiang not simply endure? Why must she incite such agitation among all? Jiang Jiang lifted her gaze to meet Jiang Yinshu's, pondering how this individual had been spoiled, unaware of pain unless it pierced her own skin. Shaking her head, Jiang Jiang replied, I cannot do that. Each of her responses caught Jiang Yushu by surprise. Even if she were to utter a mere sentence, Jiang Yushu felt as though all her words had been stifled. She could hardly articulate the sensation. It was merely that Jiang Jiang's thoughts seemed to diverge from her own. Shaking her head, she feigned a fierce demeanor, Jiang Jiang. If you refuse to return, I shall follow your lead and run away from home. Should I encounter any perilous situations outside, the responsibility shall rest upon your shoulders. Jiang Jiang, will you not feel a pang of conscience? Jiang Jiang found no desire to refute her childish remarks. They struck her as rather trivial, and she lacked the energy to engage in further discourse. With a light chuckle, she replied, Suit yourself. I have ventured out to travel, hence only a single update today. Ahaha. The scenery and sights outside are truly breathtaking, with an abundance of delectable treats. End of this chapter. Chapter 200. Alternating persuasions. Jiang Yunshu's eyes widened in disbelief. She could not fathom how, despite her earnest entreaties, Jiang Jiang remained utterly impervious to her words. At that moment, sunlight cascaded upon her face, illuminating her ponytail and revealing her smooth forehead. With her back straightened and chin held high, her delicate visage, though seemingly soft, bore an unprecedented air of stubbornness and resolve upon closer inspection. Jiang Jiang was indeed strikingly different from her outward appearance. Ultimately, Jiang Yushu found herself yielding to a reluctant compromise. Jiang Jiang, regardless of what transpires, it is my fault. Will you allow me to take you home? No matter what happens, I shall adhere to your wishes. Jiang Jiang, feeling exasperated, turned on her heel and walked away, deeming the situation a sheer waste of her time. Jiang Jiang, please acknowledge me. Why are you ignoring me? Jiang Yinshu's voice echoed desperately behind her, her throat strained from calling out. Yet, Jiang Jiang did not glance back. Jiang Yinshu stood there, bewildered, as she watched Jiang Jiang depart from her sight, utterly perplexed. She could not fathom the transformation. Jiang Jiang had never been this way before. In the past, she was always open to conversation, willing to discuss anything without hesitation. Now, however, she presented herself as someone unapproachable, leaving Jiang Yinshu to ponder the complexities of human nature. Returning to the classroom, Jiang Jiang took a deep breath, grasped her pen, and endeavored to regain her focus. She redirected her attention to the exercises before her. Before long, she completed a page of the exam, only to discover that she had marked a significant portion incorrectly. Her brow furrowed in concentration, and upon closer inspection, she realized she had referenced the wrong answer key. Jiang Jiang felt an urge to curse under her breath. During lunchtime, Jiang Yunzhou stood at the entrance of Jiang Jiang School, hesitating momentarily. Seizing an opportunity when the security guard was momentarily distracted, he stepped inside. Prior to his visit, he had familiarized himself with the school's layout and soon located the classroom where Jiang Jiang was situated. In the quiet afternoon, Jiang Jiang sat at her desk, methodically shoving rice balls into her mouth, her gaze fixed on the exam paper before her. Like a little hamster, she mechanically continued to feed herself, oblivious to the admonition that one should not multitask while eating, leading to an unfortunate bout of choking. Jiang Jiang fumbled about in search of water. Jiang Yunzhou promptly placed the beverages he had purchased before her, thoughtfully opening one for her. Drink up, he urged. Jiang Jiang puffed out her cheeks and glanced up at him, her large eyes round with innocence. Jiang Yunzhou found her utterly endearing. However, she hesitated to reach for the drink. Go on, drink it, he insisted, believing himself quite considerate as he handed the beverage directly to her. Yet, Jiang Jiang merely accepted it without taking a sip, setting it down on the table as she forced herself to swallow the rice ball lodged in her throat. Jiang Yunzhou gritted his teeth in frustration. She truly had spirit, refusing to drink her own drink even when she was nearly choking. Is something the matter? He inquired, observing her as she patted her chest to catch her breath. Why won't you drink? Jiang Yunzhou pressed. I don't like beverages, she replied. So picky, Jiang Jiang. Why must you be so selective? Can't you just be easygoing? He chided, bemused. Jiang Jiang turned her head away, unwilling to meet his gaze. I just returned from a trip. I went to Taizhou, a delightful city. My friends took me out, and I even bought some delicious pork jerky. Hee. I had such a wonderful time, she continued, her spirits evidently lifted. While traveling, I also witnessed an elderly local man catch a remarkably large fish. Could this perhaps be a sign of abundance in the years to come? She giggled. End of this chapter, Chapter 201. Do you believe I can tie you up and take you back? Jiang Yunzhou, acknowledge me for a moment, let us converse properly. After a few moments of silence, Jiang Jiang lifted her head. Is there something you need? She could roughly discern the reason for his visit. However, Jiang Jiang was somewhat reluctant to discuss the matter with him. In other words, she simply wished to avoid entangling herself in trivialities with these individuals. She believed her rejection had been made abundantly clear. Yet, the other party remained entirely oblivious. Jiang Yunzhou scrutinized her closely, despite having seen her just one night prior. He felt an inexplicable difference about her. He pulled out a chair and sat across from her. Why aren't you drinking my beverage? Ever since moving out, have you begun to disdain my things? Jiang Jiang, why has your demeanor changed so swiftly? You seem ill-suited to study here. Perhaps you should pursue the art of Sichuan opera face-changing. Jiang Yunzhou was still mulling over Jiang Jiang's refusal to accept his drink. Great. Another individual with a peculiar mindset. With no response from Jiang Jiang, not even a rebuttal, he glanced down at the study materials on her desk. The familiar sight caused his lips to twitch involuntarily. Those study materials were crafted by his own hands. Ungrateful little thing. Yet, he softened his tone. Please, don't be this way. If you have any grievances or discontent, just express them to me directly. If you feel that my past actions have left you with an unpleasant shadow, everyone at home is waiting for you. Please tell me, what exactly has transpired? What is it that has left you dissatisfied? One ought to be granted the opportunity to amend their faults. Even a condemned prisoner deserves to know their charges. Jiang Yunzhou was genuinely anxious. Jiang Jiang's silence left one utterly perplexed regarding her intentions. There is no proof. I never asked you to wait for me. I simply do not feel at ease residing there. Jiang Jiang shook her head and even reached for the pen on the table, indicating her desire to cease discussing the matter. Jiang Yunzhou snatched it away, his voice carrying an undertone of urgency. Speak. The two words were imbued with a hint of aggression. There was nothing more to be said. Help. Why does it feel so awkwardly silent? It was impossible for there to be no reason behind this. Jiang Jiang cleared his throat twice. Jiang Jiang, stop lying. There is no point in deceiving me. If you choose not to divulge your thoughts, I shall remain here regardless of who attempts to chase me away. His tone bore a trace of stubbornness. The security at the entrance will come looking for you, Jiang Jiang interjected. While the school may not be of the highest caliber, the security personnel were indeed quite responsible. You seeking me out is inconsequential. I am merely here to find my sister. Stop trying to deflect. You have yet to answer my question. In a moment of distraction, Jiang Jiang nearly fell into Jiang Jiang's trap again. She lowered her head, lapsing into silence once more. Jiang Jiang's patience, having been stretched to its limits after his earlier amiable demeanor, finally snapped. Bang! With a thud, he slammed his hand on the table. Brimming with indignation, you must return today, and if you refuse, I shall forcibly take you back. Spare me your nonsensical excuses. I shall not tolerate your ramblings. End of this chapter. Chapter 202. He grew anxious. Jiang Jiang furrowed her brows. I haven't uttered any absurdities. Jiang Jiang insisted emphatically. Jiang Jiang, one must not behave in such a manner. It is truly unbecoming. If you continue down this path, no one will ever appreciate you. Jiang Jiang, how amusing. When did I ever wish for anyone's approval? Jiang Jiang, this is school. Do not act unruly here. It is not a place for your antics. Jiang Jiang, ever obstinate, retorted. When have I acted unruly? I am merely addressing the matter at hand. Jiang Jiang, what a fine statement about addressing the matter at hand. Can you not consider whether the other party wishes to engage in such discourse before proceeding? She lowered her gaze. Unwilling to engage further, Jiang Jiang attempted to seize her wrist directly. With a sharp sound, a book fell heavily onto the back of Jiang Jiang's hand. Jiang Jiang gritted her teeth. I have told you before, do not touch me casually. See, these individuals never listen. Thus, why subject oneself to their company and invite unnecessary distress? Jiang Jiang, please leave. I do not wish to see you, nor do I wish to converse with you. Cease your theatrics. It is truly unseemly. Jiang Jiang issued her dismissal, believing she had conveyed her message with utmost clarity. Jiang Jiang forced a sardonic smile, questioning the notion of beauty. Is it truly appealing for everyone to be anxious because of you? Have you ever considered whether your behavior is selfish? Do you ever reflect on the emotions of those around you? Jiang Jiang shook her head defiantly. I do not wish to ponder the feelings of others. Why must I always accommodate their emotions? Why can't I simply live my life freely? Jiang Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that such words could emanate from Jiang Jiang. This is clearly not something she should say. It is precisely because I refuse to conform to your expectations that I have chosen this path, Jiang Jiang declared, revealing a genuine smile, unbothered by the circumstances. At this point, she felt exhausted, truly fatigued. Recently, she had been contemplating a profound question. Why must she endure such hardship? Upon reflection, she realized there was no necessity to be so burdened by the emotions of others or their perceptions of her. As long as she did not follow the narrative prescribed by the books and avoided the company of those associated with the protagonists, she could lead a joyful life of her own accord. If that were the case, why persist in this struggle? However, Jiang Jiang felt completely stifled. There was no room for negotiation. Her place at home had vanished, and thus, her presence there was no longer required. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Jiang endeavored to steer her thoughts back toward the unfolding narrative. With a swift mental calculation, Jiang Jiang reached a startling conclusion. Are you suggesting that we expel Yinshu? Good heavens, when did Jiang Jiang gather such audacity to drive away the protagonist? How could Jiang Jiang's thought process be so misguided? No, it cannot be. Yinshu has resided here for such a long time that stepping outside would surely disorient her. As anticipated, Jiang Jiang began to panic. End of this chapter, chapter 203. It should follow the plot, shouldn't it? Jiang Jiang. It truly mirrors the original text perfectly. She spoke softly, and then fell silent. Jiang Jiang, in a frenzy, exclaimed, Jiang Jiang, what do you mean by that? You must clarify your words. Damn. How could Jiang Jiang remain so composed? Are you implying that I should drive Yinshu away? Do not even entertain such thoughts. It is inconceivable to cast Yinshu out. Jiang Jiang calmly replied. Thus, I have decided to move out. Indeed, a fleeting look of panic crossed Jiang Jiang's face, only to be replaced by disbelief. How could you be so selfish? How could you? Your behavior is utterly unreasonable. I am indeed selfish, and I am indeed unreasonable. Have you only just realized this? Jiang Jiang continued, following his lead. Jiang Jiang held his breath, utterly incredulous at what his ears had just absorbed. As a wave of irritation surged within him, Yinshu is someone who has grown up alongside me. As for Jiang Jiang, although she had a rather unfortunate childhood, everyone has endeavored to compensate for that. What can be done if she herself refuses to accept it? Moreover, she has become accustomed to living alone outside. She should adapt well enough to being without companionship. With this in mind, the balance within my heart began to tilt. Jiang Jiang, you are truly ungrateful. Despite all the kind words spoken to you, you refuse to listen. If this is the case, if you prefer to be outside, then by all means, remain there. Young Master Jiang Yunzhou has also reached his limit. Jiang Jiang lowered her voice in response. Yet another emotionless reply. How could this be so different from what I had imagined? Jiang Jiang looked up and saw Jiang Yunzhou still standing before her, unable to suppress her impatience. Aren't you leaving? I will leave right away, Jiang Yunzhou retorted, turning his head in frustration. Indeed, she, Jiang Jiang, enjoys being outside the most. If she relishes it so much, then let her stay out there for as long as she desires. In her eyes, everyone at home is nothing but inconsequential. Just the thought of it makes Jiang Yunzhou want to curse. This Jiang Jiang is truly toxic. It's best for me to leave quickly. A gentle breeze wafted in through the window, caressing the face and bringing an exquisite comfort. It stirred the papers, producing a rustling sound. After Jiang Yunzhou left, the classroom once again fell into a profound silence. Strangely, Jiang Jiang found her mood significantly improved. Just moments ago, Jiang Yunzhou's reaction was the typical response one would expect. The Jiang family had treated her with such kindness for a period that she began to believe she could deviate from the storyline. Yet today's event served as a reminder that it was impossible to stray from the established narrative. Having come to this realization, she approached her practice questions with newfound diligence. Even the problems she had found exceedingly difficult that morning now seemed to flow effortlessly from her pen. As she completed a page of exercises, her phone in her pocket began to vibrate incessantly, as if heralding some omen. Jiang Jiang, you seem quite energetic, writing so many papers. Doesn't your head hurt? Liang Yinqing's voice carried an undertone of irritation. Jiang Jiang replied, it does hurt. This morning, my head felt like it was about to explode. End of chapter. Chapter 204. Brewing a plan in a narrow alley not far from the school, a black business vehicle had come to a halt, though it was unclear when it had arrived. The man seated in the back listened to the voice emanating from the phone, feeling a pang of tenderness in his heart. You know your head hurts, yet you fail to eat a proper breakfast. His lowered tone sounded as if he were scolding her, yet it was laced with genuine concern. I took something from the refrigerator. He paused, seemingly worried that he might upset her, and hurriedly added, I heated it in the microwave. It's not cold. Jiang Jiang always suffered immensely during her menstrual period, and out of consideration for his health, she naturally limited her intake of cold foods. Soon. Silence enveloped the telephone line, as the two individuals hesitated to speak. Jiang Jiang held the phone in one hand and a pen in the other, feeling somewhat uneasy. I'm about to hang up, she stated, showcasing her politeness by informing him before disconnecting. The man inhaled sharply, clearly expressing his dissatisfaction. What's wrong? Jiang Jiang quickly discerned that his tone was an outlet for his displeasure. Come out for dinner. I have already eaten. What did you have? The man raised his eyebrows slightly, yet remained silent. I had rice, braised pork, kelp soup, stir-fried vegetables, and broccoli. She glanced at the drawer where the rice ball packaging lay and closed her eyes, realizing she had been dishonest. Young Yinqing found it amusing. Really? Did you eat at the school cafeteria? Yes. Jiang Jiang confidently replied, believing herself to be composed. But I heard there was a problem with the cafeteria today, and it's closed to the public. The man arched an eyebrow. Jiang Jiang. Oh, what issue arose with the cafeteria today? After a moment's hesitation, she continued, I was just kidding. I actually didn't eat at the cafeteria. I merely went to buy a rice ball. Liang Yinqing responded, I was joking as well. How would I know if there's a problem with your cafeteria? Jiang Jiang widened her eyes in disbelief. Is this really something Liang Yinqing would say? Surely. Hasn't he been swapped with someone else? I shall forego my meal, for I have several papers yet to complete. Once the Gaokao concludes, I would be delighted to dine with you. Jiang Jiang, recognizing her own limitations, promptly surrendered in defeat and inquired softly, do you intend to starve yourself before the Gaokao? Why must you postpone everything until after the exams, Jiang Jiang? How can you possess such patience? At this mention, Liang Yinqing felt a surge of frustration, as if Jiang Jiang's existence revolved solely around his affairs, particularly with the impending Gaokao. He feared that once this examination was over, she would undoubtedly concoct further mischief. I merely wished to perform well in this examination, Jiang Jiang confessed, acknowledging her inability to deceive him or change the subject. Given the circumstances, she deemed it more prudent to be forthright. I understand, he replied. How could I not? Well then, I shall resume my work, Jiang Jiang stated, choosing not to prolong the conversation, and promptly ended the call. Beep. Yang Yinqing, feeling as though he had swallowed his anger, took a deep breath. Even if he wished to confront her, The moment had passed. Very well. Is it merely a matter of waiting for someone? What a trivial issue. I shall wait a little longer. A brief revelation. Jiang Jiang intends to distance herself from these individuals. Hence, when selecting her application choices, she naturally aims to place as much distance as possible between herself and them. End of chapter. Chapter 205. No deceptive tricks allowed as the sun set. In the clean and bright dance studio, Jiang Yunma held her phone, even though Jiang Yinshu on the other end had lowered her voice. However, Jiang Yunma could still sense that her mood was exceedingly poor at that moment. What could Jiang Jiang possibly be thinking? I cannot decipher her thoughts. Upon hearing the name Jiang Jiang, Jiang Yunma gritted her teeth, fully aware that Jiang Jiang was not someone to be underestimated, having grown up outside without proper guidance. How could she possibly know how to treat others with kindness? It seemed that her decision not to meet Jiang Jiang last time had indeed been the right choice. Do not speak ill of Jiang Jiang, Jiang Yunshu reprimanded over the phone. She is a wonderful girl, obedient and understanding, truly exceptional. Moreover, she is about to take her college entrance exam, which she considers immensely important. I must insist you refrain from causing any trouble during that time. Jiang Yunma had been somewhat spoiled by her family since childhood. When she became reckless, her actions knew no bounds. Is Jiang Jiang truly as good as you claim? If she were, she wouldn't be causing her mother to lose her appetite. And I've heard that her elder brother has even been to the company these days. Jiang Yinshu's praises for Jiang Jiang were met with skepticism from Jiang Yunma. It's merely that other matters have interfered. Jiang Yunma, stop creating trouble, do you understand? After issuing her warning, Jiang Yunshu hung up the phone. Jiang Yunma held the now silent device, her expression darkened, feeling that Jiang Jiang was indeed an annoying presence. In truth, Jiang Yunma was not entirely ignorant of the circumstances surrounding her half-sister. At that time, he was merely a child, and with his family preoccupied and another sister by his side, he felt little. He only knew he had an elder sister, who had been replaced by Yunshu since birth. Subsequently, his family endeavored tirelessly to locate her, scouring numerous places but to no avail. It was only recently that the sister, supposedly linked by blood, reappeared before him. Reflecting on this, one wonders, how significant is blood relation? Is it not enough to have a sister by one's side? Why must they create such chaos at home? Jiang Yunma felt increasingly vexed. Just then, he heard someone say, "Repeat the previous action." He lifted his gaze and caught the cold, piercing stare of Jingyu, recalling the words he had spoken the day before, veiled with sarcasm. Suggesting he could not endure such hardship, the frustration he had managed to suppress surged once more. With all matters converging, his irritation intensified. "Jingyu, are you unwell? Who are you trying to impress with such seriousness?" Jingyu glanced up, his expression stern and frigid, a stark contrast to the genteel demeanor he typically displayed on stage. This was his truest visage, seemingly refined and cultured, yet beneath it lay an almost inhumane coldness. Repeatedly, he urged everyone to practice the most fundamental dance movements. Good grief. He is a human being, not a robot. Is this his desperate bid for fame? Must he drag everyone else into his torment? Chapter 206. What on earth is this? As Jing Yu's movements halted, he lifted his gaze, casting a discontented glance at Jiang Yunma. Are you looking for a fight? Jiang Yunma, brimming with youthful vigor, pushed back directly. Being the youngest in the team, he had always been indulged by several members of the group. Thus, his actions lacked decorum. Jing Yu frowned slightly, presenting an appearance of refined elegance, yet his grip was far from gentle. As he raised his hand, he seized Jiang Yunma's wrist, remaining silent. However, the depths of his dark eyes quickly dimmed as he coldly inquired, "Who do you wish to fight?" Jiang Yunma winced in pain but valiantly endured, glaring at him. "What are you doing? If we are to fight, at least release my hand." It feels as if you, the others, having regained their senses, hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. "Wake up. We have a performance tomorrow. Don't let such trivial matters lead to quarrels. It has taken us considerable effort to reach this point. A bit of evening practice and review should pose no significant issues." Most of those in the group had persevered through numerous challenges to stand at the center of the stage. Their minds, naturally mature, recognized the hard-won opportunity to be seen by a broader audience. They certainly would not let such minor disputes disrupt their unity. They separated the two. "Jingyu, are you trying to crush my hand?" Jiang Yunmo rubbed his wrist, finding that the pain only intensified after being released. The throbbing discomfort mingled with his anger, igniting a reckless urge to retaliate. Little did he know, his adversary merely cast a calm yet intimidating glance in his direction. "Do you wish to test that?" The tone was unmistakably serious, devoid of jest. Jiang Yunma, feeling somewhat humiliated, clenched his teeth in frustration. After a brief pause, he lifted his gaze, attempting to reclaim his composure. Yet, he faltered, as the others stood with arms crossed, silently observing him. The few behind him approached, patting his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Enough, enough. I understand that your family matters have been weighing on you these past few days. But, my friend, we have work tomorrow. Let us focus on rehearsing. Despite the displeasure etched on Jing Yu's face, he obediently fell into line with the group. The beginning of discipline was marked by a few individuals practicing a set of movements. Jing Yu stood at the center, executing his actions with precision and grace, devoid of any hesitation. Jiang Yunma observed his back, his eyes filled with unyielding resentment. One could only wonder about his background. He was audacious beyond measure, an incessant source of irritation. Alas, Jiang Yunma had never encountered anyone more brazen than himself. One day, he would peel away the layers of this individual to unveil the true essence within. End of this chapter, chapter 207. Is it a psychological disorder? The weather gradually grew warmer. Following the second mock examination, the impending college entrance examination intensified the atmosphere of anxiety among the students. Jiang Jiang was particularly resolute in excluding all distractions. Her days oscillated between school and home, a linear existence. Beyond completing test papers, she immersed herself in memorizing intricate formulas that proved difficult to retain. She felt a sense of relief when her results from the recent mock exam indicated substantial progress. If she could maintain this momentum, her aspirations for her desired institution would soon be within reach. During this period, Liang Yinchen was also exceedingly busy. Although Jiang Jiang had moved in, their opportunities for interaction had dwindled compared to before. Liang Yinchen was burdened with numerous responsibilities that consumed his time. Fortunately, their household was equipped with servants and a chef, along with a dedicated driver to shuttle him to and from school. After being rebuffed by Jiang Jiang multiple times, the driver ceased to offer rides and instead followed her on foot each day to ensure her safe passage to school. After classes, he would wait diligently at the school gate. Yang Yincheng, having removed his jacket, glanced at Jiang Jiang as he passed by. She, in turn, had shed her heavy garments, opting for a light t-shirt and denim jacket. Seated with an upright posture, she clutched a pen in her right hand, diligently inscribing those challenging formulas, grammatical rules, and sentence structures onto the paper. Her petite frame seemed almost engulfed by the mountain of documents surrounding her, rendering her appearance even more frail. A surge of frustration lodged itself in Liang Yincheng's chest as he coldly interrogated the kitchen staff. How have you been caring for her? She hasn't gained an ounce of weight. The chef and servants exchanged troubled glances. Miss Jiang doesn't enjoy eating. On most days, her only sustenance is soy milk. Aside from that, she barely takes a few bites of anything else. Concerned for Jiang Jiang's health, Liang Yincheng enlisted several skilled chefs and servants to prepare delectable meals in hopes that she would gain some weight. The chefs felt equally helpless. This Miss Jiang was particular about her food, rejecting one dish after another. Even when presented with her preferred items, she would only nibble on them. Initially, he assumed his culinary skills were lacking, displeasing her. It soon became apparent that the child simply lacked an appetite, favoring soy milk above all else. He endeavored to incorporate soy milk into various ingredients, hoping to entice her to eat a few bites, yet she wouldn't even glance at them. It was truly vexing. How could this child be so finicky? Moreover, under such intense academic pressure, neglecting her nutrition could jeopardize her health. Perhaps you should take Miss Jiang to the hospital for a checkup, suggested the chef. It has been said that the pressure of the college entrance examination can be overwhelming, often leading to various psychological issues, resulting in poor appetite and restless sleep. He had also worked as a chef in other affluent households, where several children exhibited similar symptoms before the examination. However, Miss Jiang's condition seemed particularly severe. Leaning slightly, Liang Yincheng squinted and glanced toward the room where Jiang Jiang was situated on the staircase above, his mind flooded with myriad thoughts. He was aware that Jiang Jiang was facing some psychological challenges, yet he was certain they were not solely due to the impending examination. Rather, it seemed to stem from some unknown worry that caused him to furrow his brow even more deeply. In any case, after the examination concludes, it would be imperative to take Jiang Jiang to see a psychologist. As the chapters unfold following the examination, our little princess Jiang Jiang begins to receive care from others. Chapter 208. Do not drink so much coffee just then. Jiang Jiang descended the stairs with a cup in hand. The servant felt a pang of concern. Was Miss Jiang about to indulge in coffee? Allow me to prepare it for you. Most third-year students rely heavily on coffee to sustain them, and Jiang Jiang was no exception. No, thank you, Auntie, she replied, opening the cabinet and retrieving 2 packets of black coffee. Curiously glancing at Liang Yincheng, she inquired, when did you return? She had heard from Kuan that the company had been exceptionally busy lately, with Liang Yincheng so occupied that he scarcely had time to eat. As she tore open the packets and poured the contents into her coffee cup, she noted that the kitchen was stocked with temperature-controlled water. which made dissolving the coffee exceedingly convenient. Yang Yinqing observed her actions with a furrowed brow. Jiang Jiang lifted her cup to take a sip, seemingly finding the flavor lacking. As she pulled open the drawer, she retrieved a cup. Liang Yinqing grasped her hand, questioning whether that was truly sufficient. Jiang Jiang casually replied, "It feels too weak. It won't provide the invigorating effect I need." Unbeknownst to her, her response cast an air of silence over the entire living room. During this period, although Jiang Jiang's appetite had waned, her consumption of coffee had markedly increased. There was even a day when she consumed nothing but black coffee. "You're drinking too much. You shouldn't have any more." Liang Yinqing realized there was an issue. "Oh," Jiang Jiang nodded, feigning compliance. Yet, in the next moment, she turned and drained her cup in one swift motion. Liang Yinqing's expression turned grave. "What are you doing?" "Drinking coffee," she replied nonchalantly, placing the cup down without a hint of remorse. In fact, she felt Liang Yinqing was being rather petty. After all, how could he be displeased over such a minuscule amount of coffee? "Jiang Jiang, I heard you. There's no need to shout so loudly." Jiang Jiang rubbed her ears, insisting, "If you have something to say, please speak normally. Shouting like that is making my ears hurt." As she spoke, she looked up at him with a beaming smile, her fair and delicate face radiating innocence. Despite his irritation, Liang Yinqing found it inexplicably diminished when he caught sight of the dimples at the corners of her mouth. Her beautiful, dark eyes sparkled with clarity and brightness. "You mustn't drink like that anymore," he admonished, his expression darkening. What could he do? One cannot strike, scold, or raise one's voice, but merely lower one's countenance to intimidate her. This tactic proved effective, as Jiang Jiang seemed to perceive his displeasure. Her smile became rigid. "Answer me," Liang Yinqing said, suppressing his anger. "Do refrain from consuming so much coffee in the future." Jiang Jiang did not respond to this inquiry. Instead, she turned her head to gaze at him. "But I'm sleepy." "If you're tired, then you should rest." Her large eyes sparkled with profound confusion. Liang Yinqing's brow furrowed even deeper at her look of bewilderment. He stepped closer and, in a swift motion, pinched her cheek. "If you are sleepy, why do you not go to bed? What do you intend to do?" Jiang Jiang did not resist. In truth, Liang Yinqing could never bear to pinch that delicate face. He was merely attempting to frighten her. She looked up at him quietly, then, in the next moment, pushed his hand away and earnestly replied, "I want to study." "Do you not understand how crucial time is for a senior high school student?" After speaking, she turned away, her nose and brows scrunched together in dissatisfaction. It was quite amusing, which overworked individual rising for the early shift did not rely on coffee. Most consumed it in copious amounts. End of this chapter, chapter 209. Is this your notion of self-care? The chef and servants, observing the peculiar atmosphere, discreetly withdrew from the spacious living room, leaving only the two of them. Jiang Jiang wore a denim jacket over a white t-shirt, her hair styled in a bun, revealing her fair and delicate visage. Though she was already young, at this moment, she appeared even more youthful. Liang Yinqing had just returned from the office, still clad in a suit jacket, unknowingly exuding an air of authority. Standing before Jiang Jiang, he was exceedingly stern, his gaze fixed upon her, no matter how significant. "Can it surpass the value of your own body? Why do you treat your body as if it were a mere trifle? How many times must I repeat this? It is always the same old story, and you refuse to listen." Observing her frail form, as if a gust of wind could topple her, he couldn't help but squint, gritting his teeth in frustration. "I do regard my body seriously. I have been eating properly," she retorted. "I consume a variety of foods." "Then why do you eat so little each time? Staying up until the early hours of the morning. This is your idea of taking care of yourself?" Jiang Jiang was left speechless, her anger bubbling beneath the surface. She did not wish to neglect her meals. She knew the food was delectable. Yet, it felt as if something within her stomach was obstructing her appetite. She simply could not force even a morsel down. It wasn't that she didn't want to rest. It was just that there were countless papers yet to be completed. How could she allow herself the luxury of rest? In a moment of vexation, Jiang Jiang snapped, "I admit I don't eat well. Go ahead and scold me as you wish." Her words carried a tone of resignation, almost as if she had thrown caution to the wind. Liang Yinqing could hardly believe such defiance had escaped Jiang Jiang's lips. When had she become so audacious? His irritation flared. "You must take your own body seriously." Alas, the issue has once again circled back to its origin. Jiang Jiang found it somewhat amusing. "Liang Yinqing, I am not a fool. I have already assured you that I will treat my own body as a matter of utmost importance. So there is no need for your concern." He scoffed. "Care to guess whether I believe you?" Previously, when she mentioned returning to the orphanage, claiming she could take good care of herself, she ended up allowing others to bully her, leaving her in poor health. His guilt was overwhelming. She had repeatedly assured him that once she arrived at the Jiang family, she would never engage in self-destructive behavior. And yet, What transpired? When someone attempted to stab her in the chest, this foolish girl obediently handed over the knife. Now she still offers him assurances. If he were to trust Jiang Jiang again, he would be a fool. Jiang Jiang confidently nodded. You will believe me. You are the person who believes in me the most in this world. Oh, how adept she is at painting grand illusions for herself. And then, Liang Yinqing was curious to see what this little one could conjure up. You will unwaveringly trust every decision I make, believe in my judgment, and come to regard it as correct, won't you? He smiled. No. You. Something was amiss. This was not how it usually transpired. She had uttered similar words in the past, and he had always nodded in agreement. But this deviation from the expected was a first. Caught off guard, she found herself at a loss. Then, Jiang Jiang, you will heed my words. Whatever I instruct you to do, you shall do. Liang Yinqing countered, mimicking her tone. Jiang Jiang shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, no. That's not how it is. I am not. End of this chapter. Chapter 210. Of course. It's compromise in front of him. Jiang Jiang appeared somewhat naive. The more she stammered in her flustered attempts to explain, the more her words became a jumbled mess. Ultimately, her delicate face flushed crimson from the effort. She desperately yearned to articulate a rebuttal, yet despite her brain racing, all it achieved was to redden her cheeks without producing a single coherent word. In the end, she merely stared at him with wide eyes, her breath coming in quick gasps. Anger caused her chest to rise and fall more dramatically, and her reddened eyes resembled those of someone who had been wronged. Liang Yinqing had always been soft-hearted towards Jiang Jiang. In truth, he felt no real anger, especially given her manner of speaking to him. Now, seeing her in such a state, he was more concerned about her possibly bursting into tears from feeling wronged. Don't be upset. I am only considering your well-being. Why has this become my fault? He reached out again to touch her small face. This time, Jiang Jiang was genuinely angry, forcefully swatting his hand away. Don't touch me. Why must you argue with me like this? If I don't eat, so be it. I could very well starve myself, so what? After saying this, she turned her head away, making her intentions clear. She did not wish to converse with him nor to behold his face. Liang Yinqing recognized that her temper had flared, and he knew that no amount of words would suffice. He could only endure and coax her gently. Jiang Jiang, you cannot always behave this way. Let us go to the hospital. Liang Yinqing, it is you who should be going to the hospital, not me. Why should I? Jiang Jiang's entire demeanor, including her body language, was suffused with defiance. His expression darkened as he retorted, Jiang Jiang, why are you so disobedient? Indeed, I am disobedient. I am not some insignificant creature. Why should I comply? I've already been to the hospital for a checkup. Why must I go again? The last time, the Jiang family had taken her there, wasting a great deal of time. He narrowed his eyes, a dangerous smile creeping onto his face. Jiang Jiang could hardly tolerate such a waste of time and lifted her foot to ascend the stairs. Yet, in the next moment, a pair of black leather shoes appeared before her. As she moved left, he mirrored her. As she shifted right, he did the same. Step aside, you are utterly annoying. Liang Yinqing was amused by her antics, a smirk playing on his lips. I find you most bothersome. Liang Yinqing, if you continue like this, I shall come to loathe you, she declared with utmost seriousness. Her gaze darkened, and her expression became unprecedentedly grave. With this ace up her sleeve, Liang Yinqing's demeanor finally shifted. It was like a soft blade, piercing his heart anew. The notion that Jiang Jiang might truly despise him struck him deeply. In that fleeting moment, the air around them seemed to freeze. Very well, you win. Jiang Jiang, you are formidable. His expression was icy, and Jiang Jiang lowered her head, feeling hesitant to look up. Remember, once your exams are over, we will settle both old and new accounts. He had realized that nothing mattered more than her time at present. What could he do? Naturally, he had to abide by her words. He stepped aside, and without glancing back, Jiang Jiang ascended the stairs, shutting the door behind her without a single look in his direction. For the first time in his life, Liang Yinqing experienced the profound sensation of being utterly disregarded. Jiang Jiang truly knew how to infuriate someone. She understood it deeply. What could he do? From the moment they first met, he had been completely ensnared by her. Chapter 211. Medical examination report. The management system at City No. 3 Middle School was already lax. And with the increasing number of students leaving, the rules had become even more relaxed. No one monitored what you were doing. As long as you remained quiet and didn't create a disturbance, it was permissible. Sleeping, applying makeup, playing games, anything went. When outsiders entered during lunchtime, the security guards merely turned a blind eye. Holding a lunchbox, Jiang Jiang, under the expectant gaze of the maid, picked up a piece of broccoli and placed it in her mouth, chewing slowly. She felt a bit troubled, unsure how to tell the maid not to bring her meals in the future. If she voiced her thoughts, it might lead to discontent. The maid watched as Jiang Jiang finished a mouthful of rice, her eyes sparkling with delight. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, "Oh my! Our Jiang Jiang actually ate a bite of food. That is truly remarkable." Silence enveloped the surroundings in eerie stillness. Jiang Jiang felt fortunate that the classroom was empty during the lunch break. It would be utterly mortifying for anyone to overhear such remarks. It was nothing short of a social catastrophe. It was excessively dramatic. Indeed, a touch of exaggeration would not go amiss. "Come now, have a bit more," she encouraged. In her household, with a 3-year-old child, coaxing was a common practice during mealtime. Miss Jiang herself was a child who required a bit of coaxing as well. Just as she was about to express her desire for the conversation to take a different turn, her phone buzzed in her pocket. It was Jiang Yunan. How could he possibly have her number? Yet, upon reflection, she realized that her phone number was not particularly difficult to obtain. Moreover, she felt little connection to this nominal elder brother, so she answered the call without much thought. Upon hearing Jiang Jiang's voice, Jiang Yunan sighed in relief. He had worried that she might have been so upset as to block them all. The fact that she answered the phone was a relief. Jiang Yunan instinctively tightened his grip on the medical examination report. As he read terms such as chronic malnutrition and various degrees of neurological and psychological dysfunction, an unprecedented sense of panic washed over him. It was indescribable. It was hard to fathom what such a small child could have endured. How could such a pitiable little soul be overlooked by everyone? In that moment, Jiang Yunan's anger reached its zenith. "Is there something you need?" he inquired. When there was a prolonged silence on the other end, Jiang Jiang assumed the caller had hung up. Just as she was about to terminate the call, she heard, "Jiang Jiang, are you attending classes at school today? Is studying exhausting? Writing exams must be quite arduous. Would you care to step out for a moment of relaxation? I could take you gaming, or perhaps shopping for clothes and your favorite snacks." Jiang Yunan spoke in a hushed tone, pondering what a girl of her age might cherish. Guilt enveloped him entirely, as he earnestly sought to make amends for something. Jiang Jiang thought she must have misheard. "Thank you, but no." She had little interest in such things. "Then what do you like? You may share with me. Would you consider stepping out to meet me? If it's inconvenient for you to come out, may I enter the school to find you?" Unlike others, Jiang Yunan's tone was entirely consultative, even considerate. "Or perhaps, I could come to pick you up after school, if that suits you?" Chapter 215. Could it be that I'm losing my mind? Without a trace of hesitation, Jiang Jiang responded, "Not particularly. I still have numerous papers and formulas to memorize, and I cannot guarantee when I will finish this evening. There is no need for you to wait for me." Her meaning was crystal clear. She was reluctant to meet him. Yet Jiang Yunan seemed resolute in his desire to see her. "It's all right. I'll wait outside for you. Just let me know when you're ready to come out. I'm currently outside the school and can wait." He had never waited for his sister before. Now, asking himself to wait a little while seemed inconsequential. Really, it's not necessary. Jiang Jiang felt a tingling sensation in her scalp, momentarily unable to decipher his intentions. She had initially believed that after expressing her thoughts, he would delineate their boundaries. Little did she know, he had another tactic in store. Jiang Yunan's tone grew increasingly resolute, clearly devoid of jest. "All right, I understand. I will come out shortly." She contemplated that since he had said as much, what else could she do? Should she continue to let him haunt her? Rather than endure that, it seemed more prudent to meet him face to face. After all, meeting was not an insurmountable issue. It was likely he would express some disapproval or similar sentiments. As she hung up the phone, Jiang Yunan's heart felt increasingly tormented. A wave of guilt washed over her, expanding within her like an insatiable tide. In a nearby tea shop, not far from the school, clusters of students sat together, engaging in cheerful gossip, occasionally glancing at Jiang Yunan. A bold girl, unable to resist, pulled out her phone to snap a couple of pictures. He looked so handsome, just like a star from a television drama. Jiang Yunan, being one of the more notable figures, naturally exuded charm, style, and poise. Yet, who was the person sitting across from this handsome man? Were they from their school? Never mind, let us capture the moment first. Jiang Yunan gazed at the face before him, which bore a semblance to his own, suppressing the bittersweet emotions rising within. "Jiang Jiang, what would you like to drink?" Jiang Jiang, disinterested in such beverages, shook her head in refusal. Jiang Yunan then ordered an assortment of small cakes. Contemplating how girls seemed to delight in these sweet little confections, she urged herself to indulge, to give them a taste. Jiang Jiang found herself perplexed, questioning whether this invitation was merely a summons to enjoy cake. After a moment's hesitation, she could not restrain her curiosity, inquiring, "Is there something you need?" The formal address sent a pang of discomfort through Jiang Yunan. "Jiang Jiang, you need not be so formal. You may call me brother." "And no, thank you." She did not possess the courage to vie with the protagonist for that title. Upon her refusal, Jiang Yunan's expression instantly dimmed. Jiang Jiang was bewildered. What did this mean? How have you been during this time? You appear to have lost quite a bit of weight. Is it that you're unaccustomed to the food outside? Or perhaps you're unhappy with your living situation? Pausing, as if recalling something, he bitterly smiled. Only at home would you feel discontent. Jiang Jiang thought to herself. Should this gentleman consider the implications of his words? Has he lost his senses, behaving so differently from his usual self? End of chapter. Please do not be angry, she said, running her fingers through her hair, her face a portrait of confusion. Her delicate features, paired with a troubled expression, rendered her utterly adorable. Jiang Yunan, already laden with guilt, felt his heart soften further upon seeing her. Yet, as he recalled the diagnoses on his medical report, his heart ached even more. Do you truly have something to discuss with me? If not, I really must return to school. She lowered her head, her gaze cast downwards, concealing the agitation that brewed within her eyes. At this moment, even Jiang Yunan began to feel a twinge of annoyance. It was he who had summoned her. Yet upon seeing her, he remained silent. What was the purpose of this? Why must he cling to her in such a manner, incessantly prattling on? Was it to render her uncomfortable? Yet, she had not engaged in any questionable actions recently, since moving out. She had not exchanged a single word with anyone from the Jiang family. So what was this all about? Upon hearing her utter the term you, Jiang Yunan's lips twitched into an unsightly grimace. He parted his lips. Jiang Jiang, your medical examination report has been released. Suddenly, Jiang Jiang's head snapped up, panic flickering in her beautiful eyes. Oh no, she had forgotten. She had not retrieved her medical report. How could this be? Surely, no one should have taken notice of her examination results. Why then? Why would Jiang Yunan have obtained it? Jiang Jiang, your health. It appears to be rather concerning. Could you please confide in me if something is amiss? Jiang Yunan lowered his voice, striving to infuse a gentler tone into his words. His sister looked so frail, he should have realized long ago how detrimental her health had become. Yet, they had overlooked it. It was a harsh truth that their concern for Jiang Jiang had been woefully inadequate. Had they taken her to the hospital for a checkup from the very first day she returned, her health would not have deteriorated to such an extent. Jiang Jiang lifted her head, a slight curve appearing at the corners of her mouth. I believe you are somewhat mistaken. It may be that the health check revealed some issues, but my health is excellent. Nothing has ever happened. Jiang Yunan furrowed his brow. Jiang Jiang was merely dismissing him. Jiang Jiang, your health report is truly concerning. I have already told you, my health is perfectly fine, and I am not experiencing any peculiar symptoms. Why do you believe that there is something wrong with me? Jiang Jiang finally lost her composure, interrupting him in frustration. Is it that you all perceive me as an abnormal person, which is why you think there is an issue with my health? How many times must I assert that I am perfectly fine, that I do not have a single problem? Calm down. Jiang Jiang's sudden outburst left Jiang Yunan momentarily stunned. It was this very eruption that made him realize Jiang Jiang was indeed unwell, and it was imperative to take her to the hospital for treatment without delay. I have nothing more to say to you. I am leaving. Jiang Yunan's eyes were keenly observant, able to discern a multitude of things. Jiang Jiang was clearly bottling up her emotions. A mere glance could reveal all her innermost feelings and thoughts with clarity. She despised this sensation, truly. Not in the slightest did she appreciate it. End of this chapter. Chapter 214. Why not cause a scene? Jiang Yunan, step aside. Jiang Jiang sighed. Jiang Yunan stood resolutely in front of her, blocking her path. Please clarify your words. What exactly has transpired? Jiang Jiang's complexion paled as she turned her head away, refusing to cooperate. She had no intention of engaging in conversation with this individual. The atmosphere between them had grown unbearably tense. Jiang Jiang resolved to harbor her disdain for Jiang Yunan. Her expression hardened. Jiang Yunan, sensing the shift, lowered his voice. Tell me, Jiang Jiang, what has truly happened? The thought troubled him. He dared not dwell on it. After a moment of silence, Jiang Jiang smiled lightly. Her demeanor seemingly carefree, her voice soft. What could a child without parental presence experience? Perhaps only the possibility of being subjected to arbitrary scoldings. Living under the scrutiny of others, fearful to eat more than a morsel. It was during that period that Jiang Jiang developed an aversion to food. Furthermore, she became adept at reading others' expressions, always preparing an escape route at the slightest sign of unrest. It was then she learned, rather than facing expulsion from others, it was wiser to depart on her own accord. Jiang Jiang's words were delivered with an air of nonchalance. Yet Jiang Yunan found it unfathomable how she managed to endure such a life. He should have realized that a child devoid of parental guidance could hardly thrive. Perhaps it was the multitude of harsh realities Jiang Jiang faced that bred her skepticism towards relationships, her guard perpetually raised in the presence of others. Ultimately, it was all their fault. Now, Jiang Jiang's mind had matured, having outgrown the age of needing protection and support. There is fundamentally no need for any form of compensation regarding everything. Yet, despite this, Jiang Yunan could not help but yearn to make amends with her. What should we do to make things right? What can we do to bring you joy? Please tell me how we can make you happy. Jiang Jiang gently shook her head with a light laugh. You need not do anything for me, nor do I require any form of restitution. I have grown up and will take good care of myself. The Jiang family's attempts at atonement or any form of recompense were entirely unnecessary for Jiang Jiang. In fact, their sudden closeness might even evoke fear in her. It would be best for her to gradually distance herself from the narrative, ideally avoiding any connections altogether. For Jiang Jiang, such a separation would be the most favorable outcome. How can you take care of yourself? You are still not of age, you are still in school. Jiang Yunan desperately wished for Jiang Jiang to express herself, to unleash her emotions, be it through anger, loud cries, or throwing things. Why had they only found her now? Why not let her share the burdens of her past struggles and the injustices she had faced? Such expressions might have offered some solace to her heart. Yet, there was none of that, not even a trace. Jiang Jiang merely smiled at her, speaking in the most mundane tone about the most arduous days of her past. As light as a page turning. I will be of age in a month. You need not worry about that. Soon, I will be able to work and support myself. Thank you for your concern. Jiang Yunan was left speechless. What was the meaning behind that seemingly indifferent tone? Chapter 215. Do you dislike me? Jiang Jiang. Do you dislike me? When Jiang Yunan posed this question, he was taken aback by his own audacity. Her demeanor towards him had grown inexplicably peculiar in the past. Although she had remained silent in his presence, her attitude had never conveyed such impatience. Jiang Jiang replied, I didn't dislike you before, but now I find you somewhat irritating. Jiang Yunan was momentarily stunned. Why? Because you were bothersome. Jiang Jiang did not wish to squander time deliberating on this matter. She spoke candidly. You are annoying. Confused. Indeed. Jiang Jiang nodded emphatically, her gaze imbued with a seriousness he had never witnessed before. You are always wasting my time. I do not enjoy being in your company, as it is a waste of time. The portrayal of Jiang Yunan in the book did not align with this reality. Why had she transformed so drastically in his presence? Based on her readings, she had envisioned Jiang Yunan as a graceful swan gliding effortlessly on water. Why, then, did he incessantly pose trivial questions to her? Jiang Yunan was left speechless by her candidness. At that moment, the only thought echoing in his mind was, Jiang Jiang finds me bothersome. Suddenly, it dawned upon him, so, you left the Jiang family because you found us irritating, did you? Yes. She nodded, offering no hint of denial. Jiang Jiang blinked. She realized the individuals from the Jiang family were entirely unlike the characters depicted in the book. She despised unpredictability and loathed entanglements with trivial matters. Jiang Yunan's heart ached painfully. Jiang Jiang, we are not actually annoyed with you. I want to go back. I still have many exam papers left to complete. Jiang Jiang gazed at him with her large, watery eyes, abruptly interrupting his words. Her tone imbued with an air of indifference that suggested he was of little concern to her. Jiang Jiang possessed this remarkable ability. Regardless of the reactions or behaviors of others, she handled her own matters with an unruffled demeanor. Such was the case at present. Jiang Yunan found himself at a loss with her, and after a moment of silence, he finally said, I will escort you home. I have my own legs. There's no need for you to take me back, she promptly replied. Jiang Yunan turned his head away. Each time Jiang Jiang spoke, she did so with a tone of utmost seriousness, completely oblivious to how her words could be so jarring. Jiang Yunan felt a twinge of fear. If he continued conversing with Jiang Jiang in this manner, the guilt within him would surely resurface. However, before he could finish, Jiang Jiang had already turned and walked out. He let out a resigned sigh. At 3 in the morning, Jiang Jiang was jolted awake by a nightmare. Drenched in cold sweat, she could not fathom what was happening to her. Despite a throbbing headache, she could usually drift off to sleep effortlessly. Yet, each time she closed her eyes, fragmented memories of the past replayed in her mind like a film. She surmised that it must be due to the medical report Jiang Yunan had given her earlier that day. Its impact had been simply overwhelming. Thus conjuring these bizarre images in her thoughts, she propped herself up, embracing her knees, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly. After a prolonged moment of calming herself, she finally extricated herself from that peculiar emotional state. Yet, in an instant, that intricate feeling enveloped her once more. Chapter 216. The body cannot endure this. Jiang Jiang. Awaken to reality. The past is behind you. It has been so long. There is no need to continue tormenting yourself with memories. Taking a deep breath, she bit down hard on her lip. Suddenly, as if recalling something significant, she lifted her gaze to the pile of exam papers on the desk. Like a drowning person grasping at a lifeline, she sprang from the bed, moving towards her study table. She extracted the most challenging mathematics paper and immersed herself in calculations. One sheet after another, she wrote until her mind could bear no more, compelling her to cease her studies. Only then did Jiang Jiang set down her pen, take a refreshing shower, don a fresh set of clothes, and curl up in her blankets. Content. She closed her eyes. After such extreme exhaustion, her mind was free from those bizarre thoughts. However, the consequence of this behavior was oversleeping the following day. Her entire body felt heavy, her eyelids seemingly glued shut, refusing to open. To make matters worse, the lack of sleep was accompanied by a nauseating sensation. It was the servant who first noticed something amiss. Standing at the doorway, the servant called out for a considerable time, yet not a whisper could be heard. "Miss Jiang, I shall enter now." Upon finishing her words, the servant gently pushed the door open. Jiang Jiang was half reclined on the bed, her eyes closed, appearing to be in a light slumber. Beneath her eyelids lay dark circles, and her already fair complexion appeared even more pallid at that moment, a shade of unhealthy whiteness. The servant was well aware that Miss Jiang had likely stayed up late the previous night to tackle her assignments. Frankly, in all her years of service, Miss Jiang was the most agreeable individual she had encountered. She made no extravagant demands and bore no airs of superiority, treating everyone with courtesy and respect. Each time she saw someone from the household, she greeted them politely. Typically, she confined herself to her room, diligently working on her studies. Such a well-behaved young lady was a rarity indeed. How could one not find her endearing? Jiang Jiang remained utterly still. "Miss Jiang, did you perhaps study too long last night?" The servant raised her voice slightly. The pressure on students these days is truly overwhelming, with an endless stream of assignments. They often find themselves awake until 2 or 3 in the morning, only to rise again by 5 or 6. Jiang Jiang offered no reply. Growing anxious, the servant reached out to touch her arm. "Miss Jiang." In an instant, Jiang Jiang's eyes flew open, filled with suspicion. The servant stammered, "I thought you were still asleep." "I was concerned." "I'm fine," Jiang Jiang replied, a slight movement of her lips accompanying her words. "I will not be attending school today. I wish to rest for a while. Please leave." She rarely drifted into slumber, only to be interrupted by the maid, the tumult in her stomach growing increasingly unbearable. "Huh?" The maid thought she had misheard. "Please leave, and there's no need to prepare lunch for me." All she yearned for was to close her eyes and rest for a while, dismissing all other concerns. Nodding in understanding, the maid retreated from the room. Yet, as she closed the door, a sense of unease began to settle in. Miss Jiang Jiang never lingered in bed. She was always in a race against time for her studies. Something amiss surely indicated a deeper issue. After a moment's contemplation, the maid decided to call her employer. End of chapter. Chapter 217. Nausea. Before long, Liang Yinqing returned from outside, his expression dark. Attempting to turn the doorknob, he discovered it was locked. "Jiang Jiang?" He called softly, managing to open the door. "Liang Yinqing, you're so bothersome. I just want to sleep for a bit. Please don't disturb me." Jiang Jiang's voice was soft yet carried a hint of a playful pout. Under ordinary circumstances, Liang Yinqing would not have permitted her to remain behind the door, especially at such an unusual hour. "Jiang Jiang, just wait a moment before sleeping. I've prepared 2 sets of exam papers for you. Would you like to take a look?" He coaxed. "Just leave them at the door. I'll collect them myself once I wake up." Frustration surged within Jiang Jiang's chest once more. All she genuinely desired was to close her eyes and rest. Why could no one let her be? "Open the door." A profound sense of terror enveloped him, and Liang Yinqing's voice grew increasingly urgent. Over the years, navigating the tumultuous world of business had honed his temperament, rendering him composed and unflappable. Yet, upon encountering Jiang Jiang, all semblance of composure vanished. Had he not feared alarming her, he would have forcefully kicked the door open long ago. Silence suddenly. The room descended into an eerie stillness. In moments such as these, an unsettling quietude was never a good omen. "Jiang Jiang?" Liang Yinqing called her name once more. But the absence of a response compelled him to retrieve the spare key. His countenance darkened. The servants, sensing the gravity of the situation, approached with caution. As the spare key turned in the lock, Liang Yinqing's heart twisted with trepidation. Jiang Jiang stood by the window, her face pale, turned away from the light. The breeze rustled the curtains, producing a haunting sound. She appeared as if she might topple at any moment, as if the slightest gust could send her crashing down. "Jiang Jiang, come here." Liang Yinqing, alarmed by her state, admonished her softly. Jiang Jiang shook her head. "I find it quite pleasant here. I don't wish to go over to your side." The window offered a refreshing breeze and warm sunlight, bathing her in comfort. Witnessing her defiance, Liang Yinqing's expression darkened further. He stepped forward and grasped her arm. The suddenness of his action and the force with which he held her caused a wave of discomfort to surge through her stomach. The urge to vomit, which she had desperately suppressed, overwhelmed her, rising uncontrollably to her throat. With a sudden exclamation, she retched violently onto Liang Yinqing. After several heaves, her eyes were reddened from the strain. Even after emptying her stomach, an unsettling discomfort lingered in her abdomen. A lump had lodged in her throat, prompting Jiang Jiang to cough intensely. Each cough felt as though her lungs might burst. Liang Yinqing, his expression grave, gently patted her back, his movements both cautious and tender. Jiang Jiang, we should go to the hospital, shall we? Her condition appeared dire. Initially, he had intended to wait until after her college entrance examination to take her to the hospital, but it was now evident that immediate attention was necessary. I'm fine. I don't want to go to the hospital, she protested. I just had a checkup there. Why would I return? I'm not unwell. And I certainly don't wish to visit a hospital. She believed that a brief rest would suffice. As always, she thought that closing her eyes for a moment would remedy her discomfort. End of chapter. Chapter 218. You were right, she had grown accustomed to it. No matter how distressing it felt, a short nap would render everything trivial. Jiang Jiang, you must go to the hospital. Liang Yinqing laid her gently on the bed, removing his soiled suit jacket and carelessly discarding it on the floor. A servant brought warm water. Here, drink some water. It will help you feel better, he urged. His long fingers held the cup while the other supported the back of Jiang Jiang's head, his touch remarkably gentle and meticulous. The fire in her throat abated somewhat after she took a generous sip. She stubbornly refused to drink water any longer. Just a little sip, please? His tone was incredibly gentle, akin to soothing a 3-year-old child. I don't want to drink. She was reluctant to part her lips, merely wishing to lie down and rest peacefully. She pleaded with herself, yearning for a moment of true respite. Was this such a difficult request? Why was he so insistent? All right, fine. I don't want to drink. Jiang Jiang acquiesced, yet in the blink of an eye, the cup was once again brought to her lips, compelling her to open her mouth in a rather domineering manner. She gulped down a substantial amount of water. Jiang Jiang gasped in disbelief. The overwhelming discomfort and agitation she felt became unbearable. Liang Yinqing, you are truly exasperating. She felt as though she might be driven to madness by everything around her. Couldn't he allow her a moment of solitude? What harm could come from her simply being alone in silence? Ugh, I am so annoyed. I am the most annoyed person in the world. Liang Yinqing's voice was excessively gentle, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor, making it impossible to find any fault with him. Jiang Jiang paused, bewildered. His tender expression and the confusion evident in her lovely, fair face, coupled with those beautiful eyes, revealed her disorientation. She appeared somewhat dazed. Just take another sip of water, and then we shall go to the hospital. Jiang Jiang directly brushed his hand away, turning her head to the side. I do not wish to drink water, nor do I want to go to the hospital. Her voice, noticeably louder than before, was imbued with an air of insistence. No, you must go to the hospital. The cup was placed firmly on the table as he said. Do you truly disregard your own health? I do care about my health, Jiang Jiang weakly asserted, her small hand instinctively clenching into a fist, her entire demeanor radiating a defensive stance. It was evident that she was unwilling to hear his words. Liang Yinqing nearly ground his back teeth in frustration. Taking a deep breath to temper his tone, he lowered his stance and remarked, there are numerous test papers in the study. In your current state, you cannot write them. If your spirit is high and your body is well, only then will your exam scores reflect your potential. Jiang Jiang replied. Are you certain that this approach will yield any results? She lowered her gaze, appearing to plunge into a state of contemplation. Jiang Jiang? After a brief moment, she lifted her head and nodded. You are right. End of chapter. Chapter 219. Care indeed. Possessing a healthy body is essential for efficiency in any endeavor. This is precisely why I chose to rest well today. I shall take you to the hospital now, but I wish to sleep. It seems that he did not truly absorb his own words. Liang Yinqing lowered his voice, soothingly assuring her, it won't take long. I'll be back shortly. She knew he was deceiving her. Jiang Jiang was merely feeling a bit weak. She was no fool. Ever since her last visit to the hospital for a checkup, she had come to understand that once anything was associated with a hospital, it would not conclude swiftly. It was likely to drag on for an extended period. I am not deceiving you. Jiang Jiang blinked, her eyelashes glistening with a hint of moisture. If you deceive me, you are a little dog. His laughter bubbled forth, and he readily replied, all right. Jiang Jiang was momentarily taken aback by his quick response. Fearing that this little darling might entertain other thoughts, Liang Yinqing, without further ado, scooped her up and headed outside. As they stepped out of the room, vast rays of sunlight poured over her, making it slightly difficult for her eyes to adjust. It was her first experience of the sun's warmth enveloping her, gradually dispelling the chill that clung to her. Liang Yinqing took Jiang Jiang to a private hospital known for its discretion. He had arranged for the doctor and nurses in advance, leading them directly from the underground parking to the VIP ward. Perhaps due to the prior arrangements, The doctor arrived promptly. The nurse measured her temperature while the doctor asked a series of questions. After the examination, he instructed the nurse to bring some honey water. Observing the man's grim expression, he explained, "Rest well for a while. With the imminent college entrance examination, the pressure may be overwhelming, which could result in symptoms like nausea." Jiang Jiang relaxed his furrowed brow. The doctor added, "She is a bit weak and somewhat malnourished. I will administer some nutritional fluids, and she should rest well for a while. If there are no issues upon waking, she may be discharged." Liang Yinqing nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, doctor." The doctor smiled and shook his head, turning to Jiang Jiang. "Make sure to rest properly." The girl appeared pale, undoubtedly fatigued. Jiang Jiang nodded. "Thank you, doctor." As the nurse prepared the necessary supplies and entered, Liang Yinqing instinctively shielded Jiang Jiang's view when she opened her eyes. "Close your eyes and rest for a moment. When you wake, we will tackle the exam." Upon hearing this, Jiang Jiang's struggle ceased, her hands relaxing. The doctor and nurse exchanged quiet chuckles at the exchange. Seizing the opportunity, the nurse gently lifted her hand and inserted a slender needle. Jiang Jiang harbored a slight fear of injections and IVs. However, the nurse's skill was impeccable. It felt merely like a mosquito bite, followed by a soothing coolness. With the doctor and nurse having departed, the room was left with just the two of them. Liang Yinqing sat quietly, observing Jiang Jiang. Noticing his gaze, she spoke, "Do you not want to take the exam anymore?" "I do." Frustratingly. Jiang Jiang swallowed the words that had risen to her lips, managing to articulate a single word. If she wanted to express that sentiment, she ought to close her eyes and rest. Oh, Jiang Jiang has become quite obedient. When told to close her eyes, she complies without hesitation. When instructed to sleep, she drifts off without uttering a single word. The combination of her menstrual discomfort and nasal inflammation is undeniably tormenting. End of this chapter, chapter 220, Searching the World for Jiang Jiang. Jiang Yinqing casually silenced his phone and tenderly wrapped Jiang Jiang in her blanket, securing it snugly around her, leaving only her delicate, fair face exposed. This appearance made her seem even more endearing. Jiang Yinqing could not resist stealing a few more glances at her. When she is well behaved, she is truly angelic. However, during her rebellious moments, she can be infuriatingly irritating. Although she resembles a little kitten, at times she exhibits a boldness that is quite remarkable. With a resigned sigh, he gently wiped her cheeks and arms with a towel, hoping to provide her with a touch more comfort as she slept. Two nurses passing by the ward witnessed this scene and could not help but engage in conversation. "Oh my, that person is Liang Yinqing. I thought I was mistaken. What a handsome face." Another nurse concurred, "Indeed, I never expected him to visit our hospital. If only I had taken more photos when I walked by earlier to show off to my friends." "Stop it, we could get fired for this." The nurses giggled, unable to contain their amusement, for Liang Yinqing was undoubtedly a figure who captivated many, and unbeknownst to them, a few gossip reporters had been lurking at the entrance. Each individual, believing themselves to be masterfully disguised, remained oblivious to the vigilant gaze of the hospital security, who unceremoniously expelled them. Upon hearing the news of Jiang Jiang's absence from school, Jiang Yunshu sensed something amiss and promptly relayed this information to her family. Instantly, the Jiang household was thrown into disarray. Jiang's father was the first to react, instructing the driver to head to the school. As Jiang Yunshu emerged from the campus, she spotted her father seated in the car, his expression a tapestry of complexity, brows furrowed in distress. He had made numerous calls to Jiang Jiang, yet each time he was met with the impersonal response, "We're sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable." This only heightened his agitation, as it was evident that he was deeply concerned for Jiang Jiang. After all, she was a child he had personally rescued from an orphanage. He had solemnly promised her that he would care for her and ensure she would never suffer. Yet, it seemed he had inadvertently pushed her to her limits. Could it be that she had stealthily packed her belongings and fled the city? With this troubling thought, he hastily contacted his subordinates, instructing them to monitor the train and bus stations, ensuring that they would alert him at the slightest hint of her departure. As Jiang Yushu exited the school, she immediately spotted her father's vehicle. She sprinted towards it, opening the door herself before the driver could assist her. "What is happening? Why has Jiang Jiang come to school?" Jiang's father, forsaking his usual dignified demeanor, spoke with an edge of urgency in his voice. Jiang Yushu was also anxious. "I cannot fathom the situation. This morning, when I intended to bring breakfast to Jiang Jiang, I discovered she was absent from school. The teachers informed me that she had taken a leave of absence." "Leave of absence? Why would she do that?" Her voice rose in disbelief. That child had always been studious. It was inconceivable that she would request a leave unless something serious had transpired. I am at a loss. Could it be? Could she be ill?" Jiang Yushu was startled by her father's raised voice, and the words slipped out. "She eats so little and stays up so late. Her body must be struggling. With the flu being quite severe lately, it seems likely that Jiang Jiang has fallen ill." Indeed, we must prioritize proper meals, diligent studies, and adequate sleep. Otherwise, her health will inevitably suffer, she added playfully. Mumu loves you all. End of this chapter. Chapter 221. The inevitable stress indeed. It was plausible that the child was unwell. Let us visit the major hospitals and ascertain whether she is admitted anywhere. Jiang's father responded, realizing the gravity of the situation. How could this child so recklessly neglect her health without consequences? Where's the last physical examination report? A foreboding sense of dread welled up within him. It seemed that her troubles extended beyond mere physical ailments. Her mental state might also be compromised. Jiang's father dared not speculate further. The immediate priority was to locate Jiang Jiang. The outside world was fraught with dangers. It was unacceptable for her to remain in such a precarious situation. Jiang Jiang awoke from her slumber, the foredrip having been removed, yet her entire body felt languid and devoid of strength. Despite her attempts to sit up, she found herself repeatedly thwarted. Her head drooped, a wave of frustration rising within her, making her feel rather ineffectual. As she blinked, her eyelashes glistened with unshed tears. An overwhelming urge to weep surfacing. She sniffled, ultimately stifling the impulse. Awake? Liang Yinqing inquired from the doorway of the hospital room. Having stepped out for but a brief moment, Jiang Jiang turned her head, her previously pallid complexion now flushed with color. Upon approaching her, he noticed her face wore an expression teetering on the brink of tears, sending a jolt of concern through him. Has someone bullied you? Jiang Jiang gazed up at him, asserting, no one has bullied me. The skepticism in his tone was unmistakable. Really? Jiang Jiang wiped her damp eyes, attempting a smile that was more distressing than comforting. Is that so? Words escaped her, leaving her in silence. Finally, in a fit of defiance, she turned away, determined not to engage further. Did you cry just now? He asked, his gaze softening. Did you dream of something frightening? Came her muffled reply, clearly indicating her discontent. Was it about unfinished homework? This remark only deepened her resolve to ignore him. She closed her eyes, pulled the covers over her head, and sulked. Her petulant gesture eliciting both amusement and exasperation from him. Jiang Jiang. She remained unresponsive. Do you still require the exam papers? Liang Yinqing adeptly identified Jiang Jiang's vulnerability. As the blanket was pulled aside, she mustered the strength to sit up, feeling less fatigued than before. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. Liang Yinqing remarked with a smile, you truly have a passion for learning. However, Jiang Jiang denied this assertion, explaining that without completing the exam papers, her chances of gaining admission to a prestigious university would diminish. Which university do you aspire to attend? Liang Yinqing inquired casually. Jiang Jiang replied earnestly, University A. At that moment, Liang Yinqing's smile faded, and he suppressed a retort, feigning composure as he responded, is that so? That's quite admirable. Keep up the good work. She nodded emphatically, her eyes shining with hope. So, where are the exam papers you prepared for me? She asked. His demeanor grew somewhat aloof. His pupils dark as he replied, they're at home. I'll bring them to you when I return. The truth was, he intended to dispose of them upon his arrival. Oh. Very well, let us return now. After an extended period of rest, Jiang Jiang felt rejuvenated and was now brimming with anticipation. End of chapter. Chapter 222. The hospital confrontation. Liang Yinqing stood rigidly, motionless. No need to rush. You should rest a while longer. The doctor advised that you require recuperation, preferably in the hospital for 2 days before returning. His tone resembled that of a physician. Evidently, she had forgotten the words she spoke prior to her arrival, claiming that she would soon return. Jiang Jiang remarked, but I feel that I have rested enough now. I can go back. Yet, after such a prolonged wait, she realized that she had not truly absorbed her own words. Swiftly, she gathered her belongings and exited the ward to complete her discharge procedures. Jiang Jiang sat on a chair, awaiting Liang Yinqing, who was busy with the formalities. Dressed in a shirt and black suit trousers, she noticed a hint of dirt on his shoulder. Reminded of her own misdeeds, Jiang Jiang felt a twinge of embarrassment and lowered her gaze. She pondered her own moral shortcomings, reflecting on how she had unjustly vented her frustrations upon him. The golden rays of the setting sun illuminated him. His stature tall and commanding, effortlessly drawing the attention of passers-by. Several nurses, unable to contain themselves, contemplated approaching him for an autograph but ultimately restrained their impulses. Jiang Jiang observed with a smile, recognizing that Liang Yinqing was indeed quite popular. He had always been well-liked since childhood. Lost in thought, a subtle smile graced her lips, revealing a dimple at the corner of her mouth. When she heard someone calling her name, Jiang Jiang turned around, her smile faltering. It was Jiang Yushu and her father. Once she regained her composure, she lifted her head, offering a smile anew. Yet this expression was starkly different from her previous one, imbued with estrangement, coldness, and formality. She greeted them with, hello. In truth, upon seeing Jiang's father and Jiang Yinshu standing before her, she felt an overwhelming sense of disconnection, as if she had not laid eyes on them for an eternity, leading her to believe she had distanced herself from that world entirely. However, at the very moment they appeared, Jiang Jiang's mind collapsed in an instant. It seemed to serve as a reminder in an alternative manner. She was still alive in this world and could not escape them. Jiang Yushu hurriedly approached, asking, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? I told you not to stay up so late, yet you stubbornly disregarded my advice. Now look at you. Unable to endure it any longer, and here you are at the hospital." Jiang Yinshu, both anxious and irritable, paid no heed to the gazes of those around and patted Jiang Jiang's shoulder twice, carrying an air of reprimand, albeit with little force. Nevertheless, Jiang Jiang had never been treated this way before, causing her to involuntarily step back, feeling awkward and at a loss for words. "So, what did the doctor say?" "Not much," Jiang Jiang replied softly. "What do you mean by not much? Did he advise you to return home and replenish your nutrients, or to rest more?" Jiang Yinshu's words came tumbling out in a rapid-fire manner, seemingly endless, leaving no opportunity for Jiang Jiang to respond. "The doctor told me to rest more," Jiang Jiang murmured. "See, I told you so." Jiang Yushu, exuding a sense of knowing, displayed a hint of exasperation and raised her hand to pat her sister's shoulder once more. "Yushu." Jiang's father interjected with a frown, "Your sister is feeling unwell at the moment. Speaking so much will only give her a headache." "Is that so?" Jiang Yinshu clearly expressed her disbelief. Chapter 223. A sense of detachment from the plot. Jiang Yinshu seemed oblivious, raising her hand once more. Upon witnessing her gesture, Jiang Jiang discreetly stepped back a fraction, clearly conveying her reluctance. It was evident that no matter how many times they reiterated their sentiments, she remained impervious to their words. She had explicitly mentioned her aversion to being touched by others. It appeared that Jiang's father had finally grasped the situation as he pulled Jiang Yushu away, seemingly concerned that Jiang Jiang might take offense. With a hurried smile, he remarked, "This child, Yushu, is simply like that, carefree and innocent, though her intentions are pure. She merely tends to be a tad too enthusiastic." Jiang Jiang nodded, ostensibly absorbing his words, yet her eyes betrayed a profound indifference. Eventually, Jiang's father seemed to awaken to a realization, urgently inquiring, "What is the matter with your health? Is there some issue?" He continued, "You truly are a disobedient child. I've often advised you to be mindful of your well-being, yet you never heed my words. Now look, you've ended up in the hospital." He reached out to pat her head, but, recalling her aversion to physical contact, withdrew his hand. "What did the doctor say? Is your health in jeopardy? Are you leaving the hospital too hastily?" His gaze fell upon Jiang Jiang's frail countenance, and he surmised that her time apart from them had not been easy. This child was exceedingly stubborn, reminiscent of his own youthful obstinacy, which had led him to endure considerable hardships. Nevertheless, as parents, there remains a desire for their children to exhibit a modicum of obedience, to comprehend, at least to some extent, their heartfelt intentions. Jiang Jiang, ever polite, responded, "Thank you for your concern. I am quite well now and am preparing for discharge." The conversation momentarily dwindled. Jiang's father, still uneasy, inquired, "Are you certain there are no lingering health issues? Furthermore, could you share where you have been staying during this time?" Indeed, Jiang Jiang, where exactly are you residing?" Jiang Yinshu interjected anxiously. Although she encountered Jiang Jiang at school daily, she hesitated to ask her about her living situation or well-being. Her persistent questioning, coupled with Jiang Jiang's evasive tactics, led her to inadvertently shift the subject. Frustrated with herself, she later chastised her memory for not having learned anything significant from Jiang Jiang. "Jiang Jiang, I believe it may not be ideal for you to move out. We have a room reserved for you at home, and our maid ensures it is kept tidy. If you find it uncomfortable living with us, you are welcome to occupy another property. They too are maintained." Jiang's father owned several estates. Jiang Jiang, shaking her head in polite refusal, responded, "I am quite comfortable staying at my friend's place and have no plans to relocate at this moment. I appreciate your concern and apologize for any trouble caused." Jiang Jiang was not one to cause trouble for others, yet she had not anticipated that her father would be concerned about her. According to the narrative, once Jiang Jiang moved out, no one from the Jiang family inquired about her whereabouts, let alone worried about her well-being. However, in this moment, Jiang Jiang felt a sense of detachment from the original storyline. Chapter 224. Do you dislike us? Jiang Jiang, what are you truly thinking? Her father asked, his unease palpable. He could not fathom the depths of his child's thoughts. Having raised herself independently, she had grown accustomed to following her own whims. Yet, circumstances had shifted. Jiang Jiang had returned to their midst, and naturally, her parents felt compelled to worry for her. With a smile, Jiang Jiang shook her head. "I haven't really thought about it." Her father sighed in resignation. He realized that this child had an extraordinary capacity to conceal her feelings. Regardless of the gravity of the situation, she could silently process it all. This thought weighed heavily on him, stirring a sense of regret. It was evident that she had endured countless trials throughout her life, shaping her into the person she was today. It was their fault had they retrieved her sooner. Perhaps she would not have turned out this way. It's perfectly fine if you don't wish to share with me, but please return home with us. Once we are back, could you share your thoughts with us then? Jiang's father pleaded gently. Jiang Jiang shook her head. No. She pressed her lips together and directly refused. Why? Jiang Yushu was puzzled. Even she could discern that Jiang's father had come this time to offer Jiang Jiang an escape. If Jiang Jiang were to nod and agree to return with them, then everything could be considered as if it had never happened. It shouldn't be this way. Jiang Jiang smiled at Jiang Yushu but refrained from explaining further. Jiang Jiang, do you dislike us? When Jiang's father asked this question, a hint of panic crept into his tone, causing his voice to tremble slightly. Jiang Jiang turned her head away, clearly unwilling to answer. Do you really dislike us? Jiang Yinshu pressed on. After a moment of silence, Jiang Jiang finally spoke. I do not wish to answer that question. Jiang's father instinctively took a few steps back, staring at Jiang Jiang in disbelief. Although the child had not said it outright, her expression unmistakably conveyed that she indeed harbored a strong aversion towards them. Realizing this, Jiang's father felt a cold sweat break out on his back. Absurd. This was utterly ridiculous. Throughout his life, Jiang's father had never encountered such an absurd situation. How could a child possibly dislike their parents? Moreover, how could she harbor such feelings for the entire family? Jiang Jiang, do you have anything else to say? If not, I really must take my leave. Jiang Jiang was eager to leave this place swiftly. It is not for any other reason, but because I truly cannot afford to waste even a moment of my time. Yet, those around me seem unable to comprehend this, naively believing they possess an abundance of time to squander. Why must you leave? We have finally carved out a moment to exchange a few words. So why the urgency to depart? Jiang Yushu felt a surge of anxiety and frustration, struggling to decipher the meaning behind this behavior. She merely perceived that Jiang Jiang was being somewhat excessive, hastily departing after a mere exchange of words. To put it bluntly, she offered not even a modicum of courtesy. Chapter 225, Jiang Jiang, who must apologize after losing her temper. Jiang Yunshu's eyes were tinged with urgency, even reddening as she reached out to touch Jiang Jiang once more. Jiang Yunshu, do not touch me. Thankfully, Jiang's father intervened, restraining her. Jiang Jiang pressed her lips together and took a step back. The way Jiang Yinshu was behaving truly indicated that she had been spoiled. Within the bustling hospital, Jiang's father stood before Jiang Jiang, his voice tinged with remorse. Jiang Jiang, I am sorry. Jiang Jiang was taken aback, not expecting an apology from Jiang's father. In the next moment, he continued, perhaps the family has overlooked your emotional state. But believe me, it was not intentional, and such an occurrence shall not happen again. Children in this current era require the affection and attentiveness of their families more than ever. Jiang's father recognized the undeniable truth that while they verbally professed the need to care for Jiang Jiang, their actions did not adequately reflect this commitment. In fact, in certain aspects, they had directly neglected her. It is precisely for this reason that the child seeks every possible means to distance herself from them. Jiang Jiang shook her head resolutely before Jiang's father, her voice cold yet unwavering. I can no longer place my trust in you. Why? The incredulity radiating from Jiang's father was nearly overwhelming. Jiang Jiang sighed softly, her fists clenched tightly. You always claim to care about my feelings and to seek my consent. Yet I have repeatedly expressed my desire not to return to the Jiang family, and you have chosen to ignore my words. This has been the case time and time again, caught in this relentless tug-of-war. Jiang Jiang, akin to a snail, assumes that once she articulates her thoughts, everyone should inherently understand, and thus she refrains from repetition, novelly believing that all will adhere to her wishes. Yet, all that transpires is mere superficial agreement, with no one honoring their commitments. Consequently, this little snail gradually makes her way, distancing herself from those who fail to respect her. Jiang Jiang, everyone is listening. Jiang Yushu, I have also told you countless times that I dislike being touched by others. Your cheerful prodding is exceedingly unwelcome. This marked the first instance in which Jiang Jiang interrupted another. Jiang Yushu was taken aback. Jiang Jiang then lifted her gaze, observing the faint bitter smile at the corner of Jiang's father's mouth, as if to say, see, I have mentioned that no one takes my words to heart. I detest this state of affairs. I truly abhor it. As she spoke, her struggle became palpable. Jiang's father inhaled sharply, his heart already heavy with discomfort, now burdened even further. Indeed, his daughter had expressed her discontent numerous times regarding their behavior. Yet, what of them? They always promised to heed her words, only to disregard them moments later, insisting on actions she found distasteful. Ultimately, they had driven the child to this state. After venting his feelings, Jiang Jiang felt a sense of relief wash over her. However, a veneer of politeness returned to her expression, accompanied by a smile that seemed almost perfunctory. I am well. Truly. Thank you for your concern, and I apologize for alarming you earlier. Jiang Jiang was a remarkably courteous child, even cautious enough to apologize after losing her temper. Jiang Jiang. Jiang's father struggled to articulate, we owe you an apology. Jiang Jiang shook her head, her tone calm as she replied, it's all right. It's all in the past. Upon hearing her words, Jiang's father's heart ached even more. Jiang Jiang epitomized politeness, even in moments of anger. She felt compelled to extend an apology. As for the author, a devoted practitioner of the absurdity of literature, End of chapter? Chapter 226. Could it be that they are in love? Jiang Jiang, Liang Yinchen called softly. Jiang Jiang turned to see him approaching step by step. Quickly, she moved towards him, asking, what brings you here? She instinctively sought to maintain some distance. Liang Yinchen, wary of being seen, was fortunate that he wore a mask that concealed his face. Fortunately, the private hospital maintains a high level of confidentiality, and thus far, no peculiar rumors have surfaced. The discharge procedures have been completed. Let us depart. Very well. Jiang Jiang nodded in agreement. Liang Yinchen followed closely behind her, providing protection, wholly indifferent to the disapproving expression on Jiang's father's face. Who is that man? Why is Jiang Jiang with him? And how could that young man lack even the slightest sense of decorum or courtesy, failing to offer a greeting? Innocently caught in the crossfire, Jiang Yushu remarked. I don't know. I've never seen this person before. Who knows who he is? Typically, Jiang Jiang is reluctant to share more than a few words with me. After this exchange, Jiang's father glared at Jiang Yinshu, exclaiming, how can you be such a sister? Your younger sister is on the verge of being taken away, and you remain oblivious. Jiang Yinshu could only respond with a silent glance. As she turned to walk ahead, Jiang's father felt his pupils constrict suddenly. Are you saying Jiang Jiang moved out of the house for that young man? Or has Jiang Jiang fallen in love? Upon realizing this, Jiang's father was profoundly shocked. Surely not. Jiang Yunshu timidly suggested, Jiang Jiang is likely focused solely on her studies. Jiang's father belatedly recognized that his thoughts were somewhat absurd and internally contradictory. Indeed, that child, Jiang Jiang, shows no interest in anything beyond her academic endeavors. Based on my observations over this period, she does not resemble children of other age groups who are often enamored with novelty. She even exhibits somewhat conservative thinking. At times, the matters at hand appear to resemble the musings of a little old lady, not to mention the subject of youthful romance. Regardless, for the time being, the family should refrain from disturbing Jiang Jiang. Everything shall be addressed once her college entrance examination concludes. Upon hearing this, Jiang's father felt as if he might shatter his own teeth in frustration. As a father, how could one bear to be estranged from his own daughter? Yet, his daughter currently harbors a deep aversion towards them. To approach her recklessly would only exacerbate her disdain. Jiang Yushu stood nearby, her lips moving as if to articulate something. Yet the words remained unspoken at the precipice of her mouth. It is best to let it be, for now. Jiang Jiang likely does not wish to engage in conversation with them. After a while, once the examination is over, her spirits should lighten, and then they may communicate anew, allowing her father to extend his apologies once more. Inside the sleek black sedan, Jiang Jiang gazed somewhat bewilderedly at Liang Yinchen, who was fixedly observing her with an inscrutable expression. She found herself perplexed by the meaning behind his unwavering gaze. After a few moments of internal conflict, she tentatively inquired, are you longing to share something with me? Yes. Please, proceed. Just now, what did you say? Jiang Jiang slightly tilted her head, straining to catch his words more clearly. Liang Yinchen furrowed his brow and asked, what is your current situation with the Jiang family? End of chapter. Chapter 227. Truly the best actor. Upon realizing what he was saying, Jiang Jiang shook her head and let out a light chuckle. It's nothing serious. When did Jiang Jiang learn to lie? After being so blatantly exposed, she awkwardly turned her head away, insisting, I am not lying. Yang Yinchen's brows furrowed even tighter, clearly unconvinced by Jiang Jiang's words. Jiang Jiang, be a good girl and tell me everything that bothers you, will you? His tone was remarkably patient, tenderly coaxing her. You are the best, Jiang Jiang. Liang Yinchen. Jiang Jiang called out his name with utmost seriousness. I am almost an adult now. I am not a 3-year-old child. The implication was clear. Please refrain from speaking to me in such a childish manner. Her watery eyes became earnest, revealing a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. Liang Yinchen, who was already soft-hearted towards Jiang Jiang, naturally acquiesced. All right, you are not a 3-year-old child. You are on the verge of adulthood. Jiang Jiang, is it still using a tone meant for a child? I do not want to look at him. Why is she still unhappy? I am not unhappy, she denied almost instinctively. However, after denying it, she felt something was amiss. Liang Yinqing lowered his gaze, his tone exceedingly calm. Jiang Jiang. Even a dog wouldn't believe what you just said. There was an unmistakable sensation of being laid bare. With a sudden rustle, Jiang Jiang felt her face flush crimson. She had no desire to divulge the thoughts swirling within her mind. Habitually, she retreated into her shell, perhaps enduring too much, clumsily attempting to process her emotions alone. This had become her customary state. Liang Yinqing did not press her to speak. Instead, he sat quietly beside her, his dark pupils fixated on her visage. Jiang Jiang found his gaze overwhelming. As she opened her eyes to protest, she met his face. The inflection of his voice rose, laced with curiosity and confusion. Please do not look at me like that, she thought, feeling a twinge of fear towards this version of Liang Yinqing. Unbeknownst to her, he seemed to have transformed into someone unfamiliar, a stark contrast to the person she once knew. From their initial, effortless interactions, a palpable distance had emerged, accompanied by emotions she felt she should not acknowledge. A persistent voice in her mind cautioned her, Liang Yinqing is dangerous. Pausing for a moment, she resolved to be candid with him. Liang Yinqing, I find myself disliking this version of you. Liang Yinqing was momentarily taken aback by her words, responding, do not speak in anger. In the next instant, his gaze softened as he drew her into his embrace. Amidst her mental fog, she heard his deep voice resonate. It does not matter if you speak in anger. Your dislike of me is inconsequential, for I cherish you regardless. Even if Jiang Jiang despised the person she had become, it was of little importance. He can wait until Jiang Jiang no longer resists him as fiercely. Jiang Jiang pushes him away, her gaze filled with skepticism. What is that expression on your face? Liang Yinqing finds himself in a state of bemusement. Jiang Jiang lets out a soft sigh. Liang Yinqing, your acting skills are truly remarkable. A silence ensues for 3 seconds. Jiang Jiang continues to provoke him, truly deserving of the title of Best Actor. End of this chapter. Chapter 228. A birthday not celebrated. Liang Yinqing grits his teeth, the veins on his forehead standing out prominently. She certainly knows how to infuriate him. Jiang Jiang chuckles awkwardly. In truth, you need not put on such a show before me, even if you were to act. Silence. He admonishes softly. What is he even acting for? What nonsense. You are quite fierce, Jiang Jiang mutters under her breath, each word landing squarely in his ears. Liang Yinqing momentarily taken aback. Am I fierce? Jiang Jiang responds earnestly, fierce to the extreme. Humph. A cold snort escapes him. Jiang Jiang perceives his displeasure and, batting her eyelashes, instinctively says, do not be angry. He clenches his jaw, striving to keep his tone calm. Where do you see me angry? I see it with both my eyes. Jiang Jiang insists with sincerity. When she emphasizes something, she appears particularly earnest, her eyes sparkling with intensity. Liang Yinqing coldly states, enough, do not speak. Jiang Jiang obediently falls silent. When told to refrain from talking, she truly does. Additionally, after a day of exertion, she needs to conserve some energy. Homework later will be quite taxing on her mind. The radiance outside the car window enveloped her, her lips a vibrant crimson and her teeth a brilliant white. Her head slightly bowed, reminiscent of a delicate little rabbit. Liang Yinqing could not help but steal a few more glances at her. He had long been aware of Jiang Jiang's beauty, which had only flourished with the passage of time. Her voice was soft and tender, compelling one to present her with all the treasures of the world. It evoked an irresistible desire to draw closer to her. Liang Yinqing, unable to restrain himself, reached out to touch her cherubic face. Jiang Jiang was startled, instinctively shifting away. What? Was there poison on his hand that she must avoid? Frowning in displeasure, she cast a sideways glance at him. Liang Yinqing, however, maintained a composed demeanor as he withdrew his hand, casually remarking that she had some dirt on her face, which he had just helped to remove. Jiang Jiang was far from convinced by his words. Indeed, there was something there, a rather unsightly smudge. He curved his lips into a smile, appearing even more earnest in his emphasis, aware that arguing with him would be futile. Jiang Jiang turned her face away, resigning herself to silence. The interior of the car fell into a profound stillness. The heat of the day intensified. Ever since their last encounter at the hospital, the Jiang family had not sought her out again. Even Jiang Yushu would occasionally merely glance at Jiang Jiang from the school gate during her breaks, her expression a mix of hesitation and unspoken thoughts. Each time, Jiang Jiang feigned ignorance as she returned to her classroom. Before long, the looming reality of the college entrance examination approached, and in the midst of it all, Jiang Jiang's birthday quietly arrived. To her, however, a birthday was merely a number, devoid of significance. She has never celebrated her birthday, primarily finding it unnecessary and feeling that no one cares. Over time, she too has come to regard it with indifference. During her lunch break, she sits at her desk, diligently working through formulas on a piece of draft paper. In comparison to trivial matters, Her foremost priority is to study hard and earn money. Upon reaching adulthood, the first challenge she must confront is financial stability. Attending university incurs considerable expenses, and managing living costs thereafter is equally daunting. She cannot bring herself to beg for money from others. Thus, she must make the most of this period by striving even harder. Chapter 229. Witnessing your attempt to evade responsibility. Having completed the last difficult problem, Jiang Jiang emerged from the school as dusk descended. The streetlights flickered to life, casting a warm, yellow glow. She was in no rush, planning to visit a small eatery by the school entrance for a bowl of noodles. A humble yet comforting meal of longevity noodles. Perhaps she might indulge slightly by adding an egg. After finishing her noodles, she would take a shower and then tackle a set of math exercises, rewarding herself with a restful sleep. This was already a significant improvement in previous years. She had not enjoyed such privileges, often laboring during this time. At this moment, Jiang Jiang felt a profound sense of happiness. However, as she stepped out of the eatery with her noodles, adorned with an egg and sausage, the smile on her face faltered. She had not anticipated that Jiang Yunshu would be waiting for her at the entrance. Fearing that Jiang Jiang might slip away, Jiang Yunshu called out urgently. "Today is your birthday, and it is also mine. Shall we go home together to celebrate?" Jiang Jiang shook her head, her refusal resolute. No. The words struck deeply. Jiang Yunshu, despite her awareness of Jiang Jiang's unyielding nature when it came to rejection, never anticipated such an unrelenting response. With a hint of reluctance, she pressed on. "Your family, your father, mother, and brother, are all waiting for you. They have so much to share and numerous gifts prepared for you. Please, don't let them feel sorrow. Come back with me, and let us celebrate your birthday together." Though no one in the family voiced their sentiments, Jiang Yunshu could perceive the palpable shift in the atmosphere and the hearts of those around her, all stemming from Jiang Jiang. After much contemplation, she resolved to seek out Jiang Jiang. "I'm sorry, but I don't quite understand your meaning. How have I caused everyone distress? I don't particularly wish to celebrate my birthday with you all either." With each step Jiang Yunshu took forward, Jiang Jiang retreated significantly, creating a noticeable distance between them. Despite her typically carefree demeanor, Jiang Yunshu soon realized that Jiang Jiang was indeed angry and resisting her. An unprecedented wave of discomfort enveloped her in that moment. Unconsciously, her voice quivered with emotion as she implored, "Jiang Jiang, please don't push me away, don't reject me. Regardless of everything, we share the same birthday, which surely signifies some connection. Must you truly make this situation so awkward?" Jiang Yunshu clenched her teeth, struggling to understand why their shared birthday could not be an occasion for celebration together. Jiang Jiang shook her head, her entire being once again infused with a sense of resistance. "We share no destiny, and I have no intention of making this situation uncomfortable. It is you who insists on clinging to this matter." Throughout the conversation, Jiang Jiang remained remarkably composed, her eyes betraying not the slightest flicker of emotion. In contrast, Jiang Yunshu felt a surge of panic. Jiang Jiang's indifference was strikingly profound. What seemed to her of utmost significance appeared to Jiang Jiang as less valuable than a mere bowl of noodles in her hand. "Jiang Jiang, please, don't go." Jiang Yunshu's emotions became somewhat agitated. "If I stay, are you going to morally coerce me?" Under the street lamp, Jiang Jiang blinked playfully. Yet her words were starkly unembellished. She was undeniably intelligent. Though she lacked a sense of security, she would never allow herself to be morally manipulated by anyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 230. What will you use to compensate me? I never intended to place all the blame on you. Jiang Yunshu merely acted a bit hastily at times, lacking sufficient contemplation. Furthermore, she had always been cherished by the Jiang family. Not to mention, preparations for her birthday would typically begin a fortnight in advance, yet this year, there had been not a whisper of anticipation. This immense sense of disparity, combined with a series of recent events, left her feeling profoundly unsettled. In that moment, she found herself at a loss for what to do, and upon seeing Jiang Jiang, she could not help but express her feelings. Jiang Jiang turned to leave, realizing that if she didn't hurry back to enjoy the noodles, they would become unappetizing. Jiang Yunshu swiftly positioned herself in front of Jiang Jiang. "In truth, everyone inside cherished you. Your presence brought joy to all, and they were meticulously trying to please you, eager to compensate for the years of neglect. However, could you perhaps grant them some time? Must you always confront them with such a cold demeanor?" Jiang Yunshu poured forth the words that had long been pent up within her. After hearing this, Jiang Jiang could only find it amusing. Hadn't they agreed to refrain from moral coercion? Why did they still fail to listen? Each word was a clear indictment of her supposed ignorance. "Look, everyone is unhappy because of you. They do not intend to treat you this way. How could you possibly act so self-righteously? You ought to forgive everyone and not dwell on these matters." Jiang Jiang chuckled softly, unwilling to engage or indulge in conversation. This demeanor left Jiang Yunshu momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to continue. Are you done? If so, I shall take my leave. Her words floated lightly, yet carried an inexplicable air of derision. It felt as though Jiang Yushu had exerted all her strength in a desperate attempt to prove something to Jiang Jiang, who stood there, entirely indifferent to her words. Particularly the last remark had made Jiang Yushu feel a flush of embarrassment. Jiang Yushu took a deep breath, striving to suppress the overwhelming emotions threatening to engulf her. With great effort, she faced the situation with a semblance of a smile, saying, "It's all right. If you need anything, I can compensate you." Please don't. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Jiang's smile broadened. "You wish to compensate me? What could you possibly offer?" Jiang Yushu fell silent. Indeed, what could she offer Jiang Jiang? Everything she possessed rightfully belonged to Jiang Jiang. To put it bluntly, she felt like a thief, having stolen all that Jiang Jiang held dear, now parading before her. A cold sweat broke out on Jiang Yushu's back. From another perspective, she genuinely felt despicable. "Jiang Jiang, it is all my fault." This statement was heartfelt. As she uttered it, tears welled in her eyes, unable to be restrained. She was truly regretful and distressed. Without looking back, Jiang Jiang turned away and left. Jiang Yushu raised her hand to wipe away her tears. In that fleeting moment, she felt akin to a mere jester. She was utterly discontent, profoundly unhappy. End of this chapter. Chapter 231. Happy birthday. Jiang Jiang hurriedly carried the noodles, her steps brisk as she made her way back. The room was brightly lit. And after finishing her meal, Jiang Jiang enjoyed a soothing bath, changing into a fresh set of pajamas. She glanced at the stack of papers on her desk, yawned, and found herself succumbing to sleepiness. Soon, she planned to take a brief nap, intending to tackle a set of papers once she awakened. As soon as her eyes closed, she slipped into a dream, a peculiar yet delightful reverie. Perhaps due to the dim lighting within this dreamscape, the contours of the figures blurred, rendering it difficult for her to discern the visitor's face. She could only vaguely make out that he was a young boy, who approached her while carrying a box of strawberry cake. The boy spoke. "This year's strawberry cake appears rather unappetizing." She cast a glance, her small face scrunching up in displeasure. "Give it a try," he coaxed gently, his tone laced with affectionate patience. She turned her head away, declaring it both sweet and cloying. The boy chuckled softly, his voice tender. "Jiang Jiang, I made this with my own hands." She, no longer resisting, reached out to accept it, albeit with a faint fierceness. "If you're late again next time, I shall ignore you from now on." She had waited an eternity for his arrival. How could she not be upset? The boy replied, "All right," his response imbued with an unwavering good-naturedness. Abruptly, the dream came to a halt, and Jiang Jiang awoke, belatedly realizing she was drenched in cold sweat, her heart racing wildly. Even without having seen the boy's face clearly in her slumber, she was acutely aware of his identity. Covering her face, she swallowed his name back down, offering a bitter smile as she rose to begin her exam. Her phone on the desk vibrated incessantly, inundated with birthday messages from her family. With a mere glance, she deleted them all. A knock echoed from outside the door. Jiang Jiang opened it, and with a loud bang, confetti erupted. Unbeknownst to her, balloons and streamers adorned every corner of the house. "Jiang Jiang, happy birthday," Liang Yinqing said with a gentle smile as he looked up at her. "Congratulations on reaching adulthood," he added, his tone tender yet cautious. "Thank you," she replied, feeling for the first time that her birthday was truly acknowledged. A slight smile graced her lips. "Shall we have longevity noodles?" he inquired. "No, I've just eaten," she replied, her voice soft and warm. Yet, the words she spoke were laced with a certain formality and distance. Liang Yinqing suddenly felt a dryness in his throat. How could it be that after merely a week or two apart, they had become so estranged? "Jiang Jiang, please speak to me properly," he said, extending his hand to firmly close the study door. They stood face to face, Liang Yinqing crossing his arms, his gaze falling upon her fluttering eyelashes, stirring a longing within him. "Who are you drawing boundaries with?" he questioned. "I am speaking to you properly," Jiang Jiang insisted, perplexed. She was convinced she had been communicating just fine. Unbeknownst to her, her tone had revealed an undercurrent of unusual emotion. "What has happened to upset you?" Liang Yinqing raised an eyebrow, observing her polite demeanor whenever she was displeased. Jiang Jiang remained silent, feeling as if the mask had been pulled away. The young woman had indeed stepped into adulthood. Chapter 232. A wonderful birthday gift. Jiang Jiang fidgeted with her restless hands, pondering the challenging questions before her. Feeling a bit disheartened by her performance, she lowered her head, resembling a timid little quail, yet exuding an inexplicable cuteness. Liang Yinqing could not resist gently patting her head. Unaware of her own adorableness, Jiang Jiang lifted her gaze, blinking her eyes in innocence. Today was her birthday. There was no need for undue stress. Little Jiang Jiang had truly endured much. "I need to prepare for my exam," she reminded herself. "Indeed, you are remarkable, simply outstanding," Liang Yinqing sincerely praised. How can our Jiang Jiang be so impressive? Jiang Jiang, feeling a bit annoyed, turned away. Please leave. I need to focus on my homework. Her politeness was almost overwhelming. Are you upset? Have you not seen the gift I prepared for you? It was the latest versions of mock exams from various schools. Jiang Jiang's modest aspirations were once again deftly grasped. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she stammered. This is what I wanted. Liang Yinqing smoothly inquired. Are you feeling a bit better now? Her response was soft and delicate, sending shivers of warmth through him. So good, he thought. Nearly succumbing to the urge to pinch her cheek, but after a moment's hesitation, he refrained, deciding against startling her too much. Jiang Jiang, why does it feel like I am coaxing a little puppy again? Are you feeling better now? Would you like some cake? I will not have any cake. What about the test paper? I need to work on it. Jiang Jiang decisively declined, exhibiting 9 parts restraint and 1 part indulgence. Jiang Jiang, are you certain that this lifestyle will not drive you to despair? You refrain from all forms of entertainment and refuse to relax. Jiang Jiang was momentarily taken aback. Of course not. In contrast, if I do not exert enough effort, I would be the one to lose my sanity. Liang Yinqing lifted his gaze, casting a nonchalant glance in her direction. Are you sure? I am certain. Jiang Jiang nodded vigorously, as if her head were a chick pecking at grains. You, Liang Yinqing, where's the test paper? The young girl spread her hands, palms up, blinking earnestly, a clear indication of her impatience. Liang Yinqing, with a stoic expression, replied, I forgot it at the office. Jiang Jiang appeared indifferent. All right, I understand. It's fine. I can retrieve it later without any issues. Hiss. Liang Yinqing felt an uncomfortable sensation within himself upon hearing those words. Squinting and responding with a sarcastic tone, Jiang Jiang certainly has a good temper. Jiang Jiang, somewhat oblivious, nodded earnestly in agreement. Yes, my temper has always been quite good. What nonsense. It could drive someone to their wit's end. Jiang Jiang pondered for a moment before adding, the exam paper you provided last time was truly excellent, with detailed knowledge points. Could you possibly return to the office today to fetch that paper? It seems I won't have enough material to write for tonight's exam. That paper you gave me previously was indeed remarkable, with several substantial questions and commendable annotations. I can only assume that the paper you prepare for me today will be equally impressive. Liang Yinqing felt an overwhelming sense of frustration welling up within him. Jiang Jiang stated, as of now, my sole focus is on my studies. End of chapter. Chapter 233. The suffocating sensation. Jiang Jiang, you. Liang Yinqing stood there, arms crossed, his expression inscrutable, his gaze lowered, as if contemplating something profound. His fingers, clearly defined, were tightly clenched behind him, embodying a pent-up irritation that seemed lodged in his throat, unable to escape. Liang Yinqing rarely exhibited anger, yet in Jiang Jiang's presence, he always seemed to lose his composure. What is the matter? Today is your birthday, and you treat it as if it holds no significance at all? Jiang Jiang forced a smile, perplexed by his sudden outburst. However, I believe that my current studies are far more crucial. In an exceptionally composed and resolute tone, she conveyed that she was acutely aware of what she ought to do and what she ought not to do. Liang Yinqing, I have previously mentioned my aspiration to attend a prestigious university and pursue an excellent major. You have truly mapped out your plans. Thus, Jiang Jiang lifted her head, a small face scrunched in determination. Do not squander my time at this moment, nor engage in trivial matters. Should you choose to proceed in such a manner, I shall be displeased. She sniffed, delivering her admonition with utmost seriousness. After a brief silence, Liang Yinqing approached her, his gaze radiating an unprecedented warmth. You can do it. I will, Jiang Jiang replied with unwavering conviction, nodding firmly before pulling out a chair and seating herself at the desk. With her back straight and her head held high, she did not glance up. Liang Yinqing, his expression dark, exited the study. The servants and kitchen staff approached, inquiring, do you need the food reheated? Miss Jiang Jiang is celebrating her birthday today, and we prepared everything in advance upon receiving the call. However, she seemed utterly exhausted and fell asleep as soon as she returned. Thereafter, there was nothing more to follow. Everyone awaited her presence. After a while, the young master emerged from the study with a grim countenance, and Miss Jiang Jiang was conspicuously absent behind him. They all dispersed. Liang Yinqing's gaze fell upon the birthday decorations in the living room, the words happy birthday appearing increasingly ironic. A shadow descended upon his face, obscuring his expression further. Clear away all this colorful nonsense. Pardon? The servant questioned her hearing, unsure if it had failed her. All of this had been prepared per the young master's instructions. Why is it being removed? It looks disordered, scattered here and there. Servant. My young master, he did not express it this way just moments ago. Fortunately, the servant worked swiftly, and in no time, everything was cleared away. With the unsightly decorations gone, his mood gradually improved. Liang Yinqing turned his head and glanced into the study, his expression tense as he walked out. Shortly after, he returned. This time with a thick stack of papers in hand. Gritting his teeth, he ordered, "Send this to Jiang Jiang." The servant, not daring to be careless, quickly took the papers. Yang Yinqing watched as Jiang Jiang, with a beaming smile, accepted the papers from the servant when the door opened, only to close it again moments later. In that instant, Liang Yinqing felt as though his very lungs had been pierced. End of chapter. Chapter 234. The absence of parental affection. Jiang Jiang completed a physics test paper and received a phone call around 11 o'clock. On the other end was in Mingzhu's voice, which seemed startled by Jiang Jiang's answer, causing her breathing to quicken. "Is there something you need?" Jiang Jiang set her pen down and blinked her somewhat dry eyes. "Happy birthday, Jiang Jiang." And Mingzhu suppressed her inner turmoil, attempting to maintain a calm tone on the line. "Thank you." Having studied for too long, her voice had become somewhat hoarse. "Jiang Jiang, there is no need for such formality in your speech. After all, we are family. We are merely allowing you some time to gather your thoughts. Once you have completed your college entrance examinations, we shall bring you back." And Mingzhu could hardly bear the thought of her own daughter residing elsewhere. The mere notion that Jiang Jiang might be enduring inadequate nourishment or insufficient warmth filled her heart with an unbearable ache. "Jiang Jiang, here we go again." Not truly absorbing her words. "Jiang Jiang, during this period, we have all been reflecting deeply. As our daughter, could you grant us this opportunity?" And Mingzhu's humility was unprecedented. She had never lowered herself to such a degree in conversation with anyone before. "No." Jiang Jiang's refusal fell upon Mingzhu like a bucket of icy water. "Why? Why is this happening?" "Jiang Jiang, my dear, if there is anything about us that you dislike, we are willing to change." Jiang Jiang sighed inwardly. "It is impossible to change. How can one alter the essence of their being?" Jiang Yushu is the true protagonist of this narrative, while I am merely a supporting character. What purpose is there in forcibly inserting myself into a storyline? Is it merely a quest for self-inflicted suffering or idleness? Jiang Jiang spoke with calm resolve. "Some individuals may simply lack the fortune of parental bonds. I am already content, so if there is no connection to be had, let us not force it. Thank you for reaching out to me. How can one lack such fortune?" And Mingzhu finally lost control of her emotions and yelled angrily into the phone. "Your demeanor seems quite unstable at the moment. I can no longer continue this conversation. Thank you for wishing me a happy birthday. Goodbye." She hung up, swiftly blocked the number, and returned her phone to the drawer, as if nothing had transpired. Jiang Yushu listened to the incessant beeping from the other end, utterly incredulous. She had never anticipated that Jiang Jiang would be so unyielding. Since leaving home last time, they had not been in contact. What did it mean to have no fate? After all, that was the girl born out of her pain over 2 days and nights. How could they have no connection? And Mingzhu set her phone down, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Jiang's father embraced her, but she ultimately could not contain her sorrow. "What should I do? My daughter says there is no fate between us. How can that be?" And Mingzhu was perplexed and bewildered. Jiang's father patted her shoulder, his voice heavy with bitterness. "In the end, that child is simply disappointed in us." End of this chapter. Chapter 235. How ironic it was only with Jiang Yunshu's arrival that Mingzhu ceased her tears, wiped her eyes, and smiled at her. "Yunshu, you're back. I'll make you some longevity noodles in the kitchen. Please have some." However, her words trailed off abruptly. On her birthday, she wondered if she had eaten longevity noodles or blown out candles to make a wish. Instead, she was busy preparing longevity noodles for others. How perplexing. The corners of Jiang Yunshu's mouth stiffened in a forced smile. Thankfully, she quickly managed to smile again. "Thank you, Mom. Let us go to the kitchen for some noodles." And Mingzhu found it difficult to meet the child's gaze. Once she looked at the child's face, the image of Jiang Jiang immediately surfaced in her mind, causing her heart to ache. Jiang Yushu feigned indifference and replied, walking into the kitchen. On the counter lay a bowl of already cold birthday noodles. She glanced around, noting the emptiness, devoid of any birthday decorations. Taking a deep breath, she sighed heavily. This was the coldest birthday she had ever experienced. Normally, the house would be adorned with various cheerful birthday messages, balloons, streamers, and an array of gifts, bustling with people both upstairs and downstairs. At that time, everyone would revolve around her, their gazes fixed upon her. Cakes, presents, and blessings would envelop her. Yet now, it was desolate, even devoid of a single egg in the longevity noodles. Jiang Yunshu pulled out a chair and sat down, methodically shoving the noodles into her mouth. It was understandable. After all, she was not truly the daughter of this family. Receiving a bowl of longevity noodles was already quite generous. What was she yearning for? The desire to be like before, a little princess basking in everyone's attention? Jiang Yushu, it was time to awaken. Has stealing nearly a decade and more from someone else not been sufficient? Yet, the noodles without eggs truly lack flavor. She has no fondness for them whatsoever. As midnight approaches, the cool breeze outside rustles the pale blue curtains, creating a gentle whisper. Jingyu stands by the window, enveloped in the soft amber glow that bathes the entire room. The decor, characterized by a minimalist cold aesthetic, complements the ambience. His fingers tap lightly on the table, producing a rhythmic sound. Following the direction of his fingers, one can see a strawberry cake resting atop the table. A fleeting glance reveals an incongruous tenderness in his gaze. The phone on the table vibrates. Jingyu answers it. A respectful yet tentative voice emanates from the other end. Mr. Jing, we have thoroughly investigated the materials you requested and sent them to your email. Jingyu replies coolly before hanging up. He rises and opens his computer, gently gliding his fingertips across the screen. A series of photographs appear before his eyes. He pauses, his hand hovering momentarily, before finally retracting it, his fist clenching tightly. Gazing at the images on the screen, he squints. A radiant smile graces the face of the young girl captured in the photo, a faint dimple adorning her cheek. Her ponytail is adorned with a pink bow, and she wears a beautiful princess dress, exuding vitality and sweetness, clearly a cherished little princess. Beside her, a boy's arm encircles her softly. The boy, clad in black and white, possesses gentle features and a light smile. Upon closer inspection, the boy's visage is undeniably his own. At that moment, Jingyu feels an overwhelming sense of irony. End of this chapter. Chapter 236. I no longer pick up trash. Time has flown by in the blink of an eye, and the heat has intensified. With merely 2 weeks remaining until the college entrance examination, everyone gathered on the playground to capture their graduation photos. Those who had been attending supplementary classes gradually returned as well. Among them, Lin Jifeng approached Jiang Jiang for a photograph. He had cut his hair and dyed it back to black, presenting a markedly refreshed appearance. No longer resembling the unruly persona he once exhibited in class. Jiang Jiang, as per usual, tied her hair in a ponytail and raised her clean, fair face to inquire. Who are you? The sunlight was somewhat blinding, prompting her to squint as she regarded the individual before her, straining to recall if she had encountered him before. However, her mind was presently filled with a myriad of formulas, and after a prolonged moment of contemplation, she could not remember who he was. Lin Jifeng exclaimed, "What on earth?" "It's me, Lin Jifeng." Each word was enunciated with fervor, seemingly attempting to jog Jiang Jiang's memory. After a moment's reflection, she shook her head, still oblivious to his identity. Frustrated, Lin Jifeng added, "I'm the one who used to cram empty cans and scrap paper into your desk every day." "Oh," Jiang Jiang responded, as if suddenly enlightened, nodding her head. "So it is you." Lin Jifeng paused, incredulity etched on his face as he asked, "Did you remember who I am?" "Yes, I recall now. There was indeed someone who would stuff their empty water bottles into my drawer, saving me from the hassle of dealing with them. Do you still collect trash?" As soon as Lin Jifeng uttered the words, a wave of regret washed over him. He paused to reflect on the implications of his statement. Jiang Jiang shook her head, deciding against picking it up, although she had the intention to retrieve it. Time was simply not on her side. After all, there was no necessity to collect refuse. She was already a striking individual with a pristine face. Why engage in such menial tasks? Moreover, what monetary gain could be derived from scavenging? Perhaps she would consider it after her exams. With a playful smile, Jiang Jiang acknowledged that the prospect of rummaging through trash remained inescapable. Lin Jifeng chuckled awkwardly, contemplating a photograph to commemorate their impending graduation. He extended the invitation once more. Realizing that after graduation, he would no longer have the privilege of seeing her radiant face, it seemed only fitting to capture a moment to cherish. Yet, Jiang Jiang declined again, leaving him without the slightest regard for his sentiment. Lin Jifeng, taken aback by the rejection, paled visibly. His words caught in his throat as he gazed at Jiang Jiang for an extended moment. Jiang Jiang, somewhat oblivious, inquired if there was something else on his mind. "You appear to have nothing more to discuss. I must return to my studies, and I wish you the best in your exams," she stated with polite formality before turning away, not even glancing back. One by one, their classmates returned to the classroom, leaving Lin Jifeng standing alone on the playground, a mocking laugh escaping his lips. 3 years together in the same class, and they had no photograph to commemorate their time. Lin Jifeng, oh Lin Jifeng. How embarrassing it was to admit such a reality. Meanwhile, Jiang Jiang buried herself in her studies upon returning to the classroom. As the school day drew to a close, she recalled that individual named Lin Jifeng, who often bullied her. It seemed prudent that she had refrained from taking photographs with him. Jiang Jiang harbored a lingering resentment. End of chapter. Chapter 237. Someone is following her. The twilight was somewhat late as Jiang Jiang emerged from the school. The vast expanse of the sunset quietly ablaze in the sky. Clutching a hefty stack of materials, her steps were buoyant. She repeatedly encouraged herself. It won't be long now, just one more week until the exams. Once they are over, I shall be liberated. She envisioned relocating to a different city, free from entanglements with those she wished to avoid, no longer burdened by the thoughts and sentiments of others. She would rent a modest apartment adorned with her cherished belongings, dining when she pleased and dismissing the pressure to eat when she did not wish to. The mere thought of this future filled her with uncontainable excitement, prompting her to quicken her pace into a light jog. After a few strides, however, an unsettling feeling urged her to halt abruptly. Turning to glance behind her, she found nothing but emptiness. With a hint of suspicion, she took a few more steps forward, pausing momentarily before swiftly looking back again. Still, there was no one in sight. Jiang Jiang couldn't shake the feeling that someone was following her recently. Was it merely a figment of her imagination? Or had the pressures of life rendered her paranoid? Perhaps it was indeed the latter. Who could possibly be trailing her? A name abruptly surfaced in her mind. But it was swiftly cast aside, and she chose not to dwell on it as she jogged back. Just as she turned a corner, several individuals clad in black security uniforms emerged from the side, expressionless, and continued to follow her closely. Miss Jiang Jiang was indeed quite vigilant. By the time she arrived home, it was already 6 in the evening. Jiang Jiang returned, washed her hands, and prepared to dine. The servant had just finished preparing dinner. Over the past few days, Jiang Jiang's appetite had significantly improved, and she sipped her soy milk delicately. The table was adorned with meats and various vegetables. Jiang Jiang, do not solely consume soy milk. You must also eat the beef and vegetables. After taking care of this young lady for a while, he discovered that she was not picky. Rather, she simply did not favor overly rich flavors. Generally, boiled dishes sufficed, and she would eat a little of everything, albeit not much. Jiang Jiang cooperatively picked up a piece of broccoli and slowly chewed it. Jiang Jiang, you must be preparing for your college entrance exams. It must be quite exhausting. After the exams, you should take some time to relax. The servant, standing nearby, poured her another bowl of soy milk. The efforts of the child were evident to all. Each morning, before dawn, she would begin her studies, nearly severing all social ties, having never indulged in flamboyant clothing, and secluding herself in her study all day. Jiang Jiang lowered her head and took another sip of soy milk, remaining silent. As the college entrance examination draws near, it would be disingenuous to claim one is not anxious. However, there is little choice. Even if one feels apprehensive, one must endure it. Only after this examination concludes will I possess the ability to stand independently, freeing myself from the confines of a gilded cage, much like a canary. Reflecting on this thought, a smile involuntarily curved at the corners of Jiang Jiang's lips. Jingyu, on the other hand, refrained from unnecessary chatter. He was an exceedingly peculiar individual. Chapter 238. Acknowledging my illness after the birthday festivities, the impending exam loomed ever closer. Jiang Jiang found herself sleepless night after night, valiantly resisting the urge to succumb to fatigue, diligently completing practice papers. During the day, she consumed copious amounts of coffee. A week later, she had noticeably lost weight. On the day of the examination, the sky was a vast expanse of blue, and the air bore a hint of warmth. Clad in long sleeves and trousers, Jiang Jiang resembled a child who had borrowed an adult's clothing. In the morning, she managed to eat a solitary egg and drink a bowl of soy milk. After ensuring that her admission ticket and stationery were thoroughly packed in her bag, she set off for school an hour early. At the entrance of the school, parents anxiously reminded their children to do their best and strive for excellent results after sending them inside. The child, without a glance back, entered the examination hall. Jiang Jiang smiled as someone on the street offered her a bottle of mineral water, emblazoned with a slogan promoting exam success. The young girl, offering it for free, cheerfully encouraged her, "Good luck with the exam." Jiang Jiang shook her head in refusal and proceeded directly into the examination hall. Having arrived at this juncture, she wished for the absence of any trivial complications. Jiang Jiang had diligently practiced numerous problems and had formulated a comprehensive set of strategies. When tackling the questions, she felt an innate ease, even if the initial attempts at the later, more complex problems were not entirely fluid. Drawing upon her experience, she gradually found her rhythm. Enduring 2 rigorous sessions in a single day, Jiang Jiang remained taut with tension. Despite her familiarity with the question types, she dared not let her guard down. Having scarcely eaten throughout the day, she managed to consume a small portion of rice in the evening before retreating to her room. Upon seeing the pile of examination papers sprawled across her desk, an unexpected sense of paralysis overtook her. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to unwind that evening, deciding against further study. As she lay flat, blinking at the ceiling, her beautiful eyes gazed vacantly above. She yearned for a moment of respite for her mind. Wishing to alleviate her suffering, she anticipated that once the exams were concluded, her discomfort would dissipate, perhaps alleviating the immense pressure that weighed on her thoughts. With this reflection, A wave of relief washed over her. As she shifted her position, a knock echoed from the door. Liang Yancheng. I wish to rest and do not wish to converse with anyone. It required no deduction to ascertain who stood at the threshold. Liang Yancheng chuckled softly, his voice low and soothing. Is the pressure a tad overwhelming? If the results are unsatisfactory, we can always try again next year. What is there to be so flustered about? Liang Yancheng, please refrain from speaking. Truly, the more he uttered words she disliked, the more determined he became to say them. Liang Yancheng's gaze darkened. After all, it wasn't as if he couldn't afford to support her. Jiang Jiang was fine until she heard those words. Immediately, she sat up from the bed and returned to her desk, hastily writing down a bit for the exam she was to take the next day. Overwhelmed with shock and fear, she was startled as Liang Yancheng stood at the door, waiting for her response that never came. His brows furrowed. Jiang Jiang, why are you ignoring me again? I heard you, so please don't speak to me. I need to focus on my exam. She was determined to complete that paper by nightfall, pulling out key question types and diligently memorizing them one after another. The higher her scores, the greater her options would be. End of chapter. Chapter 239. A new beginning or a nightmare throughout the night. Jiang Jiang hardly slept, persistently working through a book of key question types. The next afternoon, she made her way out of the examination hall with the crowd. The faces around her were filled with laughter and joy as she lifted her gaze to the setting sun. The tension that had been lodged in her chest dissipated in an instant. It felt as though all her strength had been siphoned away. Trembling, she found a place to sit, on the verge of tears, stifling a sob. At last, she had fulfilled a wish that had eluded her in her previous life. She had successfully taken the college entrance examination. Perhaps this was the true beginning of her life. The events of her past life seemed to drift further away, almost as if something bittersweet was threatening to spill from her nose. Tilting her head back, she forced a smile. Jiang Jiang, a soft call emerged. The newcomer slightly leaned forward, and Jiang Jiang unexpectedly met a pair of piercing, icy eyes, which, when directed at her, bore a hint of indifference. Just a fleeting glance made her inexplicably anxious. She hastily rose to her feet, and upon gazing at that face, an uncontrollable urge to flee surged within her. Jingyu smiled. Are you tired? Was it merely Jiang Jiang's illusion, or did that smile harbor a hint of mockery? Jingyu observed Jiang Jiang, standing before him like a wooden puppet. He reached out, intending to touch her delicate face. Instinctively, she took a step back, gritting her teeth. What are you doing? Why are you reaching out to me? Jingyu paused momentarily, then asked, Jiang Jiang, do you have anything you wish to say to me? Jiang Jiang stammered, I have nothing to say, nothing at all. As she regained her composure, she held her breath and thought, I seem not to know you. What could I possibly have to say? No sooner had the words left her lips than an abrupt silence enveloped them. The smile on Jingyu's face vanished, replaced by a cold, stern expression, his jaw tense, the atmosphere around him no longer as gentle as before. He pressed his lips together, clearly lying. The two words echoed in her mind with startling clarity. Jiang Jiang's face turned pale, her lips losing their color. What is he saying? Jiang Jiang felt her heart sinking gradually. Her gaze filled with trepidation as she looked into Jingyu's eyes. A shiver ran down her spine, and her stomach began to ache painfully. The person standing opposite her wore a neutral expression, seemingly as gentle as jade at first glance. However, a closer inspection of his eyes instilled fear. Jiang Jiang, you are truly disappointing. Beads of perspiration forming densely on her forehead. Are you feeling unwell? Jiang Jiang quickly shook her head, denying it. He remained silent, merely observing her quietly. The color drained from Jiang Jiang's face entirely, leaving her looking ghostly pale. Standing there, she felt as though she might topple over at any moment. A gust of wind swept by, destabilizing her balance, and she collapsed to the ground. The man approached her step by step, casting a shadow that obscured the light above her. Darkness enveloped her as the tension she had been holding onto for days finally overwhelmed her, causing her to faint. The college entrance examination is over. It's time to do whatever one wishes. Hehehe. End of this chapter, chapter 240, testing the waters. Half an hour later, Jiang Jiang awoke to find herself in a hospital room. Her face was taut, her head bowed. Especially when that person approached her, every inch of her body radiated resistance. You're awake? Is there anything else that hurts? Jingyu asked in a tone devoid of warmth. My head hurts, Jiang Jiang replied, pressing her fingers against her throbbing temples, which buzzed as if something were about to explode. She felt guilty. Confronted by this individual, Jiang Jiang felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Silently disparaging her own lack of ambition, she wondered why she felt this way. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze and found him scrutinizing her intently. Jiang Jiang. She was rather unaccustomed to being regarded in such a manner. Reluctantly, she inquired, do you need something? Are you not engaged in anything? He replied with a cold smirk. Is that a suggestion for me to leave? Acknowledging his thoughts, Jiang Jiang did not deny it and nodded sincerely. You must be quite busy. If that is the case, you need not remain here. I can manage my own emotions alone. From a young age, he had been subjected to a myriad of courses, appearing gentle and unruffled, yet he approached every matter with extreme seriousness, achieving perfection in all endeavors. For a considerable period, Jiang Jiang marveled at how he truly embodied the favored protagonist of the author, having attained an almost unattainable level of excellence. He queried, "Do you know me well?" Jiang Jiang. No, she did not know him well. A hint of awkwardness crossed her smile as she lowered her eyes, concealing all her emotions in an instant. Not really. Is that so? His voice was calm and devoid of any discernible emotion. Jiang Jiang. His voice resonated once more from above, sounding eerily unfamiliar. Jiang Jiang scarcely dared to meet his gaze. "Lift your head," he commanded. Jiang Jiang remained obstinate. He moved closer, and she sensed the imposing aura surrounding him, mustering the courage to lift her gaze. "What's wrong?" she inquired nonchalantly, though her hands, concealed beneath the covers, formed tight fists. "Jiang Jiang, you're lying to me," he stated bluntly, his expression unchanged, yet his eyes darkened ominously. Jiang Jiang nearly blurted out, "I am not lying to you." Only after speaking did she realize her eagerness betrayed her, rendering her words suspiciously defensive. The thoughts that tumbled from her lips were, indeed, nonsensical. She yearned to articulate something further in his presence, but at the moment of speaking, her words lodged in her throat, leaving her feeling utterly at a loss. Jing Yu's gaze upon her gradually dimmed. Jiang Jiang averted her eyes, wishing for a fissure in the ground to swallow her whole. The vibration of a phone on the table shattered the tense silence. Without a moment's hesitation, she seized it. Answering the call, she discovered it was Liang Yinqing. "Where have you been?" He seethed, his teeth clenched. "I forgot," she recalled. Liang Yinqing had promised to pick her up after the exam. Just as she pondered how to reply, her wrist was seized, and her phone was snatched from her hand. He ended the call, tossing it into the trash with a resounding thud. Jiang Jiang looked up in astonishment. Jingyu. End of the chapter. Chapter 241. He remembered he stood bathed in sunlight. The outlines of those around him somewhat indistinct, yet he caught a whiff of a familiar scent of cedar. It was the fragrance she had personally chosen. Jiang Jiang's heart once again leapt into her throat, her nerves tautening once more. She resolved to take the initiative. Is it truly so enjoyable to carelessly discard others' belongings? Lowering her voice, she emulated the indifferent demeanor she recalled. She raised her hand and pushed the person before her aside. "You possess not even a modicum of courtesy." Jingyu lifted his gaze to meet hers, incredulity flashing momentarily in his eyes. Jiang Jiang spoke in a low tone. "Please leave the ward immediately." Though her heart raced with anxiety, she maintained an upright posture, deliberately adopting an angry expression. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would notice that her gaze was cast elsewhere. Avoiding his direction, he spoke each word with calm intensity. "Speak to me honestly. Have you concealed something from me?" After a brief pause, he added, "Jiang Jiang, do not lie to me." In his eyes, her reflection was vividly apparent. His lips pressed tightly together. Jiang Jiang felt her tension intensify, shifting her body away. Her sight turned from him. "There is nothing I am hiding from you. I implore you to leave at once." "Are you certain?" His tone was skeptical. Jiang Jiang nodded resolutely. "Please, go." Jingyu froze momentarily. Jiang Jiang had lied. She had deceived herself. She had explicitly told him, "Do not lie to yourself. No matter what happens, tell me." "Jiang Jiang, if there is something you disapprove of, I shall refrain from doing it." That year, Jiang Jiang nodded earnestly, responding affirmatively. All right. She had promised herself to never lie, yet here she was, deceiving herself once more. Jiang Jiang truly exhibited not a trace of obedience, nor a hint of honesty. With a dark expression, Jingyu stepped forward. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the door to the hospital room was forcefully flung open. The Jiang family, led by An Mingzhu, rushed into the ward. An Mingzhu, visibly anxious, approached and could not help but embrace Jiang Jiang. "What on earth happened? I heard you fainted at the school gate. Have you not been eating properly? Since leaving us, have you truly been taking care of yourself?" An Mingzhu was both worried and angry. "You are such a disobedient child. It is our fault for granting you too much freedom, believing you could look after yourself. And what has it resulted in? You ended up in the hospital." Jiang Mingzhu regretted it immensely. How could one not regret? Thus, upon the conclusion of the college entrance examination, he immediately rushed to the school gate to await Jiang Jiang, determined to bring her back to the Jiang family. He vowed to make amends for this child. However, to his dismay, not only did he not find Jiang Jiang, but he also learned that she had collapsed at the school gate and was subsequently admitted to the hospital. Fortunately, there were acquaintances at this hospital, and he quickly inquired about her room, leading his family straight there without hesitation. Indeed, after merely a few weeks apart, the child had become unrecognizably thin. This time, regardless of what anyone said, she must be taken back and cared for properly. She could not continue to disregard her own well-being any longer. End of chapter. Chapter 242. There must be something wrong inside, and Mingzhu seemed to be fervently instilling the notion that it was solely because we were not by your side that you failed to take proper care of yourself. Yet she completely overlooked the fact that even when Jiang Jiang was at the Jiang household, she had not received adequate care. As in, Mingzhu held her tighter. Jiang Jiang's expression shifted, and her entire body grew somewhat rigid. However, when she lifted her head, her gaze inadvertently met that of the person at the door. The other's eyes were cold, familiar yet frigid. Jiang Jiang's heart raced. She had momentarily forgotten to push Mingzhu away. Bowing her head, she descended into silence. Jiang Jiang, speak up. Is there any discomfort in your body? And Mingzhu's concern was palpable. The child's silence and refusal to articulate her discomfort were deeply worrisome. Jiang Jiang remained mute. Jiang's father, feeling the urgency, added, if you feel unwell, just call for the doctor. Don't be afraid. Let the doctor examine what might be troubling you. As he reached for the nurse's bell, Jiang Jiang, terrified of the prospect of doctors and nurses entering to draw blood or administer injections, hastily interjected, and no, there's nothing wrong. Upon uttering those words, the attention of the other individuals in the ward shifted to Jiang Jiang. What do you mean there's nothing wrong? You appear to have numerous issues, Jiang Yuzhou. Unable to maintain his composure any longer, remarked, having previously stood quietly by. Had it not been for Jiang Yunan's firm restraint, he would have rushed forward to inquire long ago. Jiang Jiang shook her head, solemnly denying, I am fine. Yet it was evident that she was not. Jiang Yunzhou seemed intent on provoking her further. Jiang Jiang turned away, reluctant to engage in conversation. Despite his attempts, Jiang Yuzhou found himself unable to break free from Jiang Yunan's hold. He glanced at Jiang Jiang, hesitating to speak. As her brother, he realized that possessing immense willpower and patience was essential. After all, she would occasionally ignore him completely, refusing even to meet his gaze. Jiang Jiang was truly something else. He had never encountered a girl so difficult to appease. He had lowered himself to converse with her, yet her expression remained one of disdain. Yunzhou, what nonsense are you spouting? How could there be anything wrong with your sister's health? And Mingzhu shot him a cold glance. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yuzhou suggested, perhaps we should consider consulting a psychologist for Jiang Jiang. She consistently exhibited resistance to various things, disliking any form of contact, and detested gifts from others, preferring to remain ensconced in her solitary world. These symptoms indicated an underlying psychological issue. Maybe we should seek a psychologist's help? And Mingzhu proposed hesitantly. Jiang Jiang promptly rejected the idea, asserting, no need. After a brief pause, she spoke earnestly, I am not unwell. It is merely the result of overwhelming pressure. I am gradually adjusting. The Jiang family. This statement bears not a shred of credibility. Jiang Jiang felt a pang of pain. Her nerves taut to the breaking point, as if the tightly wound string had suddenly snapped. She closed her eyes, her mind racing with thoughts that refused to cease. End of this chapter. 243. Taking you home. Jiang Jiang, would you consider moving back home? There are people to care for you there. Previously, everyone had been patient due to Jiang Jiang's impending college entrance examination, despite feelings of guilt and a desire to make amends. They believed it prudent to wait until after the exams to sit down and have a proper conversation with her, now that the exams had concluded. They thought she would have the time to engage in a meaningful discussion. Regardless of the circumstances, bringing her back home for proper care seemed paramount. Her parents and brothers eagerly awaited her return. No, she did not wish to return to the Jiang household. She was on the cusp of freedom. A freedom she could not bear to relinquish. I refuse. As she lifted her gaze to request that the others leave, she unexpectedly locked eyes with Jingyu, whose profound gaze was shrouded in darkness, seemingly unfathomable at this moment. Jiang Jiang felt a rush of shame and instinctively lowered her head, chiding herself inwardly. Those eyes were fixed upon her. A profound sense of fear surged from her spine. In that moment, Jiang Jiang made a bold decision. She nodded and uttered a simple, yet definitive, all right. Everything is all right, as long as you can return home. And Mingzhu wiped her tears and hurriedly rose to her feet. Jiang Jiang moved her lips, initially wishing to articulate something more. The figure standing at the doorway of the ward remained rigid. The words she had intended to speak suddenly evaporated. Jiang Jiang, what are you gazing at? Mr. Jiang noticed something amiss and followed Jiang Jiang's line of sight. At the entrance of the ward, there was no one present. Jiang Jiang, momentarily taken aback by the absence of anyone, eventually exhaled softly, I wasn't looking at anything. After a brief silence, Jiang Yunzhou began to gather Jiang Jiang's belongings. What are you doing? Jiang Jiang inquired. Jiang Yunzhou regarded her as if she were a fool. Did we not agree that I would help you pack your things to return home? Jiang Jiang exclaimed in surprise. She had indeed hastily agreed. Yet, there was no need for such urgency in packing. Truth be told, Jiang Jiang was not particularly eager to go to the Jiang household. Jiang Yunzhou's voice was laced with frustration. That is out of the question. We must expedite your return home. He feared that if they delayed, even slightly, she might wander off again, a tendency that could drive anyone to exasperation. Surely not. It is hardly that serious. His words implied that he had been untrustworthy. How could it possibly not be serious? Jiang Yunan was also present, assisting with the packing and tidying up the items. And Mingzhu and Mr. Jiang soon realized the implications of their reactions. Indeed, one must return home. There is no comparison between the comfort of home and the confines of a hospital. You two assist him in packing, while I attend to the discharge formalities. It is imperative that we bring my sister back. Have you heard me? Jiang's father's voice resonated with utmost seriousness, yet his gaze was imbued with a profound sense of indulgence. There is no need for such formality, truly. There is no need for this. The other party's excessive enthusiasm elicited an unsettling sensation, akin to a prickling at the scalp. Jiang Jiang swore that her comment was merely a passing remark, a trivial utterance that did not warrant such earnestness. Jiang Jiang, it is necessary, and Mingzhu interjected, grasping her hand and halting her movements with a tone of gravity. She should have brought her daughter home long ago. End of chapter. Chapter 244. Of course. You must return home. The Jiang family busied themselves in various endeavors to assist Jiang Jiang in packing her belongings and completing the discharge process. Even the phone discarded into the trash was retrieved by Jiang Yunzhou, though he feigned disdain. He meticulously cleaned it with a wet wipe and gently placed it on the table. Observing the flurry of activity on her behalf, an overwhelming sensation washed over her, as if something had spiraled out of control. I can manage on my own, Jiang Jiang protested, feeling ill at ease with the attention. Sit down. Sit down. They echoed almost in unison, this sudden accord bewildering her. You need not concern yourself with these matters. Allow them to handle it. And Mingyu held Jiang Jiang's hand firmly, reassuring her that it was enough for the young girl to simply engage in the process. And Mingzhu's touch radiated warmth, prompting Jiang Jiang to instinctively withdraw. And Mingzhu, belatedly realizing her oversight, released her grip. I'm sorry, my dear. I forgot that you dislike being touched by others. It was not my intention. She offered a careful apology. It's fine, Jiang Jiang replied, feeling somewhat bashful under her mother's repeated addresses. How could it possibly be fine? Jiang Jiang. You are my daughter, and I must be concerned. In an instant, her ears flushed a deep crimson. And Mingzhu chuckled softly, her heart swelling with tenderness. Her daughter was indeed adorable. They had previously overlooked certain matters and now needed to make amends. Jiang Jiang took a deep breath. All right. The discharge procedures are completed. Jiang's father entered with the paperwork, interrupting what Jiang Jiang was about to say. Come on, Jiang Jiang. This time, your father and I will take you home. A few figures stood before her. Jiang Jiang sighed softly. Actually, I could rent an apartment outside. Her voice was gentle and sweet, and her eyes sparkled, resembling a child playfully coaxing her parents. Jiang's father nodded. Of course, living outside is an option. Just as Jiang Jiang felt relieved, she unexpectedly heard her father continue. We have several properties under our names. Which one would you like to stay in? Coincidentally, she found the current residence a bit tiresome, and they could pack their things and move out together. Alas, it felt as though she had conveyed everything. And yet nothing had been said at all. What I mean is, I can live alone outside. Jiang Jiang could not help but strive for her own interests. You live alone, and you intend to admit yourself to the hospital? Jiang Yunzhou stepped forward, unceremoniously reminding her. Jiang Jiang truly could not take care of herself. How could she continue to stay outside? Naturally, she should return home. Even if she was unwilling, he would insist on bringing her back. All right, Yunzhou. You must understand that your sister cannot manage alone outside. She ought to live with us. And Mingzhu smiled at Jiang Jiang, observing this scene. Jiang Jiang felt utterly helpless and at a loss. How should one articulate it? It felt as though something had filled her heart. Jiang's father quickly discerned Jiang Jiang's hesitation and decisively declared, We are going home. However, Jiang Jiang shook her head in response. I still have matters to attend to. What could be more important than this? Jiang Yunzhou was nearly exasperated. There are matters that need resolving. Jiang Jiang blinked. She needed to bid farewell to someone. End of this chapter. Chapter 245. I am not a turtle. Liang Yanqing donned a tailored suit, his demeanor significantly more composed and mature. Particularly when he gazed quietly at Jiang Jiang, his eyes grew increasingly profound. He observed as Jiang Jiang approached him step by step, as if she had unexpectedly collided with his very heart. You're back? Jiang Jiang nodded. The little head appeared adorably charming and soft. Jiang Jiang spoke up. I'm going upstairs to tidy up. She felt it necessary to mention it. It's indeed time to clean. Your study is in disarray. Books and scraps of paper are strewn across the floor and the desk. You could organize it and throw away what you don't need into the trash. Yang Yanqing replied, That's not what I meant. He sensed an underlying tension and frowned. What do you mean by that? Returning to the Jiang family. Jiang Jiang answered earnestly. Why must you go back to the Jiang family? With a hint of helplessness and a slight smile, Jiang Jiang replied, after all, there are connections. How shall I put it? Up until now, the Jiang family seems like a decent refuge. At the very least, with so many elders around, it should be safe, right? So you think this has nothing to do with us, do you? Jiang Jiang felt a twinge of guilt for having taken advantage of their hospitality for so long, especially as she prepared to leave with such an impolite tone. No, if that is not the case, then why are you so eager to leave? He interrupted her directly, disapproving of her decision to move out. And are you really certain the Jiang family is a good place? Won't you be bullied there? Jiang Jiang retorted, do you think I would be bullied? He nodded firmly, yes. His expression was indifferent, revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. Jiang Jiang smiled faintly in response. Liang Yinqing exclaimed, what is there to smile about? Stop laughing. Your laughter has softened my heart. Liang Yinqing felt a heaviness in his heart and a grim expression on his face. Must you really move away? Is it impossible to stay? Jiang Jiang nodded, affirming her decision to leave. If she did not move, she would undoubtedly bring forth a multitude of troubles. She had already caused Liang Yinqing enough distress, and continuing to do so would be rather inappropriate. What do you mean? Jiang Jiang chuckled lightly, urging him not to behave like a child yearning for candy. His demeanor was genuinely amusing. She gently expressed her gratitude, thanking him for taking care of her during this time. She had sought out numerous study materials and had enlisted the help of a housekeeper. Jiang Jiang felt truly grateful. Without his assistance, she wouldn't have navigated this period so carefree. Liang Yinqing responded, do I resemble a turtle in a wishing well? Is merely expressing gratitude sufficient? Are you certain you want to present me with a gift? What would you like? Jiang Jiang continued, following his lead. It seemed that despite their long acquaintance, she had indeed never gifted him anything. I am not prepared at the moment, but you can let me know what you desire, and I shall arrange it for you. Can you give it to me now? No? The only thing I have in abundance at this moment are study materials, most of which you have purchased for me. I have no gifts to offer at this time. In truth, Jiang Jiang harbors her own thoughts and is determined to safeguard herself. End of chapter. Chapter 246. Who taught you to be so dismissive? Jiang Jiang furrowed her brow, pondering earnestly for a while. Liang Yinqing smiled. Have you thought it through? Jiang Jiang nodded. I have some study materials I compiled in the study. May I bring those to you? Reluctantly. She realized her poverty left her with little of value to offer. After reflecting, the only thing she could present was the pile of study materials in her drawer. Liang Yinqing sighed. Jiang Jiang, I don't need to take university entrance exams. How careless. Those materials were utterly unnecessary for him. How could he come and go as he pleased, offering not a shred of courtesy? Liang Yinqing's expression turned somewhat fierce. What? Do you think this is a hotel? You come and go as you please? As Jiang Jiang recalled how he had helped her during her difficult times, a softness enveloped her heart. She initially intended to express that once she came of age, she would no longer trouble him. However, uttering such words would undoubtedly sever their connection, and she did not wish to displease Liang Yinqing. Ultimately, she earnestly replied, Can I give them to you when I am ready? Please, don't rush me. I will prepare it myself. His voice dropped. How can I be sure you are not deceiving me? Will you even remember this matter? She is certainly not a mere child of 3, nor does she resort to deceit to manipulate others. Liang Yinqing, I'm not deceiving you. A hint of amusement danced in Liang Yinqing's eyes, revealing no trace of anger. Jiang Jiang quickly discerned that he was likely teasing her, and a sense of relief washed over her. With a playful flutter of her eyelashes, she inquired, So what is it that you need me to do now? A mischievous glint sparkled in Jiang Jiang's eyes as she threw the question back at Liang Yinqing. Ultimately, she had committed a misdeed, causing her cheeks to flush with a slight embarrassment. Her guilt made her heart race slightly faster. It seemed she had correctly gauged that Liang Yinqing would not retaliate against her. Liang Yinqing retorted, Have you grown wiser after the exams? Now you are tossing questions back at me. Think for yourself. However, Jiang Jiang protested softly, But I cannot come up with anything. If I cannot think of a solution, does that mean I need not ponder any further? Can I leave now? Liang Yinqing's expression darkened, his demeanor shifting to one of impending storm. Jiang Jiang deliberately chose to ignore him, attempting to stealthily navigate past him and descend the stairs. She feigned nonchalance, remarking, I'm going upstairs to tidy up. Yet, the moment her foot touched the first step, his hand seized hers with unyielding force. Liang Yinqing narrowed his eyes dangerously, his tone laden with displeasure. Jiang Jiang. Do I appear so easy to bully? Jiang Jiang. Her head shook like a rattle. Who taught you to be so dismissive towards others? Liang Yinqing looked at her with a mix of anger and amusement. Jiang Jiang wanted to approach him as she did before, but upon raising her head, she noticed his expression was grim, appearing rather intimidating. It was evident that this encounter was markedly different from the past. She lowered her gaze, hesitant to meet his eyes, and replied sullenly, "No," raising her head. It felt as though her soul had been whisked away these past few days, leaving only a chapter filled with affection for you all. End of this chapter. Chapter 247. Take more things with you. Jiang Jiang felt somewhat reluctant. Liang Yinqing raised an eyebrow. Jiang Jiang, lift your head. His tone had grown considerably colder. Jiang Jiang was somewhat startled by him and quickly raised her head. What a terrifying creature am I. You cannot even bear to lift your gaze. Jiang Jiang pondered seriously for a moment and decided to speak candidly. Because I feel guilty. Quite honest indeed. However, her excessive honesty left others at a loss for words. Guilty about what? Liang Yinqing scoffed lightly. Jiang Jiang gazed at him and softly confessed, because I did not consider your feelings, nor did I pay attention to you. Liang Yinqing appeared somewhat taken aback. Though his brow was furrowed, he remained silent. Wait for me a moment, and I will prepare a gift for you. Jiang Jiang attempted to negotiate with him. How long do you expect me to wait? Liang Yinqing's ire was once again ignited. How could one be so infuriating? Asking him to wait. Forever telling oneself to wait. What would happen if one doesn't? Would it lead to demise? It feels so imminent. Jiang Jiang found herself somewhat timid. A cold snort escaped her nostrils as she observed his increasingly skillful deceits. She was but a little trickster, often ensnaring herself in her own web of lies. Yet, paradoxically, she was all too willing to fall for her own ruse. Anxiously, Jiang Jiang insisted, I am not deceiving you. I truly am not. Her face flushed with urgency. He gazed at her with dark, brooding eyes, unable to bear the thought of continuing his teasing. I understand. She inquired, Liang Yinqing, do you trust me? I genuinely will. Enough. Hurry upstairs and gather your belongings. The urgency in his tone was laced with barely restrained frustration. He pondered. If she did not ascend to collect her things, how could he simply allow her to depart? All right. Upon hearing his acquiescence, Jiang Jiang turned and ascended the staircase. Nearly tripping on the steps in her distraction, Liang Yinqing's heart softened, and he reached out to steady her. Take your time. She looked up and replied, Oh. Jiang Jiang did not possess many belongings. She had arrived with merely a small backpack, and after a quick survey, it seemed she had little to take. She simply packed her toiletries and prepared to descend once more. Little did she know, Liang Yinqing stood at the doorway, arms crossed. Take that alarm clock with you. And don't forget the teddy bear. Also, bring a few pieces from the wardrobe that I bought for you. Having resided here for quite some time, one cannot possibly leave without taking something with them. Jiang Jiang cast a glance at him, fully aware that if she did not heed his words today, her departure would be thwarted. She opened the wardrobe and selected a dress from the multitude of garments to place into her backpack. Jiang Jiang, would it kill you to take a few more dresses? Liang Yinqing exclaimed, his frustration evident as it pained his chest. It seemed that all the clothes he had purchased were merely for hanging idly in the wardrobe. Oh, obediently. She reached in and casually retrieved several more pieces to add to her bag. With the accumulation of items, her backpack appeared somewhat bulging. Jiang Jiang was accustomed to traveling light, and the abundance of belongings evoked a sense of overwhelming disarray. As she shouldered the hefty backpack, she took a few steps forward. Her petite frame now appeared as if it were burdened by a great weight. Chapter 248. At least there is blood relation. Having walked only a few paces, Liang Yinqing approached with a dark expression and snatched the backpack from her shoulders. You're inexperienced and yet so ambitious. Carrying such a large pack makes it seem as though you are being mistreated. Jiang Jiang halted, turning to face him, perplexed by his sudden mood. I can manage it myself, she retorted. Though the bag appeared large, it was not excessively heavy, and she could handle it without issue. No, you cannot. His curt response silenced her instantly. Standing at the doorway, her expression remained composed. Liang Yinqing, do not throw a tantrum. He cast a glance at Jiang Jiang, his lips slightly moving. Do you expect me to watch you carry that heavy load by yourself? The items, though appearing cumbersome, were indeed not heavy. Jiang Jiang stepped closer, attempting to retrieve her bag from his hands. Liang Yinqing turned aside, conceding, I shall accompany you. Jiang Jiang remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Liang Yinqing escorted her to the threshold of her home, only to be taken aback by the sight of Jiang Yunzhou waiting outside. He glanced at Jiang Jiang, remarking on her prolonged absence despite the few belongings she possessed. Jiang Jiang said nothing, extending her hand to accept the items Liang Yinqing had been holding. With a clenched jaw, Liang Yinqing admonished, remember, should anyone dare to bully you, do not hesitate to call me. Jiang Jiang replied softly, nodding as she stepped forward. Jiang Yuzhou shot a fierce glare at Liang Yinqing. Who was he addressing with such words? He recognized this man, having seen him several times outside his own residence. The man's face seemed familiar. Liang Yinqing was a public figure, and a brief inquiry would swiftly reveal his identity. It left him pondering how Jiang Jiang had become intertwined with such a person. Jiang Jiang cast a cold glance aside, dressed in a black shirt. His expression grim as he stood at the street corner. As he watched Jiang Jiang gradually fade from his sight, his demeanor darkened further. An unsettling premonition gripped him. A belief that this time, Jiang Jiang might never return to his side. Jiang Jiang inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunzhou stood beside Jiang Jiang, holding the bag, emitting a disdainful snort from his nose. Jiang Jiang remained silent, and Jiang Yunzhou felt a surge of pent-up frustration within him. Jiang Jiang, was she truly unwilling to utter a single word to him? At the very least, she could have expressed her gratitude. After all, he had helped her with her bag and accompanied her here. Yet, Jiang Jiang maintained her impassive demeanor. Jiang Yunzhou clenched his teeth, striving to regain his composure. My bag. Please, he finally managed to say. Suddenly, Jiang Jiang spoke up, and Jiang Yunzhou felt that his anger was not entirely unjustified. He instinctively pulled his hand away, preventing her from taking it. Jiang Jiang's expression was one of bewilderment. It was evident she did not grasp the situation at all. Having spent some time together, she should not regard him with such cold indifference. It felt as though she were looking at a complete stranger, devoid of any connection. Why was that? Jiang Jiang was, after all, a person of his own blood. Why was she so reluctant to acknowledge him? Others did not behave this way. Jiang Yunzhou felt a knot tightening in his chest, an uncomfortable sensation that left him feeling trapped. Jiang Yunzhou, what is the matter with you? Jiang Jiang approached him, seizing the opportunity while he was lost in thought to retrieve her bag from his grasp. Don't worry, the following events will not be complicated. They will only be sweet, she assured him. End of this chapter, chapter 249. A family waiting. Just as Jiang Yunzhou was about to speak, he looked down and realized his hands were empty. The bag was gone, igniting an impulse to curse. Jiang Jiang, who is that person? Have you been living with him during this time? I must tell you, girls should not behave this way. Jiang Yunzhou's voice was muffled, revealing a profound discontent. Jiang Jiang furrowed her brow and questioned, does this matter concern you? Jiang Yunzhou was taken aback, feeling a tinge of indignation at Jiang Jiang's tone. Jiang Jiang, regardless of the circumstances, you are someone connected to me by blood. My concern for you is entirely justified. As he spoke, a flicker of worry crossed his mind, fearing that Jiang Jiang might abruptly turn away. He hastily positioned himself before her. Jiang Jiang found this demeanor rather endearing. She relished the moments when he might dismiss her with a wave of his hand, refusing to even glance in her direction. Even in her moments of anger, she often left him in the dark about the reasons behind her ire. You needn't always wear that sour expression. If you wish to express discontent, perhaps you could enlighten me as to what I have done wrong to warrant such treatment. The last part of her statement softened, revealing a hint of vulnerability. In truth, Jiang Yunzhou need not concern himself with her. She was no child of 3 years. After all, why should she depend on others for care? Jiang Yunzhou replied coolly, you do require it. How could she claim otherwise? What right did Jiang Jiang have to dismiss his concern? The more she insisted on being left alone, the more he felt compelled to care for her. In a world filled with potential dangers, what if she were to be deceived by someone? Jiang Jiang, increasingly convinced of his point, nodded emphatically after expressing his thoughts. Jiang Jiang cast him a complex glance and muttered, you're toxic. I speak the truth, Jiang Jiang. Will you not listen to me? He implored, disheartened by her unwillingness to heed his advice. Jiang Yunzhou is genuinely concerned about Jiang Jiang being deceived by others, considering the multitude of ill-intentioned individuals lurking outside. However, Jiang Jiang is unwilling to engage with him. Following closely behind her, Jiang Yunzhou seems to have discerned her feelings and refrains from voicing further concerns. The entire Jiang family awaits at the entrance, with even Jiang Yunma having returned. And Mingzhu has been standing at the door for quite some time, yet has not heard a word from Jiang Jiang, causing her to feel increasingly anxious. This child, Jiang Jiang, possesses a strong sense of her own thoughts and has endured numerous trials. She is indeed worried that the child may not intend to return. After 10 minutes, she reflects, I should not have agreed to let her gather her belongings alone. Now, she has yet to come back. Do you think she plans to stay away? And Mingzhu feels a deep sense of regret and urgency. Why did she allow the child to venture out alone to pack her things? What if the child simply walks away? Do not worry. Yunzhou is by her side. If anything unusual occurs, he will call me, reassures Jiang's father, patting her shoulder gently. And Mingzhu remains excessively tense. Jiang Yunma stands silently nearby, his expression dark, murmuring under his breath, though his words remain unintelligible. Jiang Yunan, standing closest to him, cast a cold glance, imbued with a hint of warning. Jiang Yunma falls silent, his words stifled. Within the Jiang family, Jiang Yunma harbors a profound fear of Jiang Yunan, who maintains an outwardly calm demeanor while subtly ensuring compliance behind the scenes. Chapter 250, Cautious Protection. And Mingzhu nodded, her heart heavy with unease. That child Yunzhou is rather slow-witted. What if he drives Jiang Jiang away? Previously, he and Jiang Jiang had never seen eye to eye. And it was all my fault for insisting that Yunzhou accompany her. Do not fret, Jiang Jiang and Yunzhou are not as you imagine, Jiang's father reassured her gently. Pulling in Mingzhu into his embrace, Jiang Yunma stood silently beside them, pondering the extraordinary qualities that made Jiang Jiang so significant to her parents. Jiang Jiang is coming, and Mingzhu exclaimed with a hint of excitement. In the distance, Jiang Jiang approached them, her backpack slung over her shoulder. Had it been the past, Jiang Yunzhou might have vented his frustrations, but this time, he merely followed behind her, lost in thought about what to pursue after the college entrance examination. Jiang Jiang felt a bit dazed, striving to focus. Jiang Jiang. A voice called from afar. She looked up to see in Mingzhu, her expression tinged with urgency. Accompanied by a throng of people approaching her, Jiang Jiang was puzzled by the urgency in her demeanor. What could possibly be so pressing? Instinctively wanting to grasp Jiang Jiang's hand, she hesitated, remembering that Jiang Jiang preferred not to be touched. Withdrawing her hand, she cautiously inquired, Jiang Jiang, you're here. Are you tired? How could you carry such a heavy burden? Jiang Yunan took the item from her hands. Jiang Jiang, aware that her struggles were futile, nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you. There is no need for such formalities. We are family. Allow me to introduce you to Jiang Yunma, your brother. I believe you have not met him before. This child seems to be perpetually busy with some trivial matters outside. Yunma, quickly greet your sister. And Mingzhu warmly introduced them. Jiang Yunma studied Jiang Jiang's face, feeling a sense of familiarity as if he had encountered her before. Hello. Jiang Jiang nodded, acknowledging him. Jiang Yunma appeared lost in thought, slightly distracted. What are you doing? Hurry up and greet your sister, Jiang's father admonished softly. Oh. Hello, I am Jiang Yunma. Jiang Yunma was ushered to the center of the gathering, extending his hand toward Jiang Jiang. Hello. After a polite exchange, Jiang Jiang withdrew her hand, her gaze drifting elsewhere. Observing her demeanor, Jiang Yunma could swear he had seen Jiang Jiang somewhere before. Jiang Jiang, you must be tired, right? Perhaps we should go inside and rest for a while. Fearing that Jiang Jiang might turn to leave, all attention gravitated toward him, and they hesitated to divert their gaze for a moment. All right, Jiang Jiang nodded, presenting an outwardly aloof demeanor, while internally, she felt a hint of anxiety. Too many eyes were fixated upon her, evoking a palpable sense of helplessness within Jiang Jiang. She utterly despised the scrutiny of so many onlookers. It seemed that Jiang's father discerned her discomfort, positioning himself before her and urging, all right, everyone, please enter. What do you think it looks like with such a crowd gathered at the entrance? End of this chapter, chapter 251. A desire to make amends. A few members of the Jiang family guided Jiang Jiang back into the room. Standing in the living room, her state of mind was evidently different from the first time she had stood there. Nevertheless, Jiang Jiang was acutely aware that the Jiang residence was merely a temporary refuge. Once this matter had passed, she would inevitably depart from the Jiang family. Jiang Jiang, your mother acknowledges that her past actions were excessive. Yet, I implore you to grant me another chance. I have come to understand how to rectify my mistakes. Please do not hold on to your anger towards me. And Mingzhu spoke with an earnest urgency, as if desperate to prove herself. Jiang Jiang clenched her teeth, momentarily at a loss. After surveying her surroundings, she suddenly realized something was amiss. It appeared one person was missing. Where's Jiang Yushu? Jiang Jiang furrowed her brow and, with a calm demeanor, inquired. Where is she? No one anticipated that Jiang Jiang would abruptly bring up Jiang Yunxu. And Mingzhu, mistakenly believing that Jiang Jiang still harbored memories of the past, responded anxiously. That child no longer resides here, so you need not worry. Jiang Jiang, you are indeed the daughter of this household. You may reside here openly, without the need to regard anyone's expressions or harbor any concerns. Jiang Jiang replied. In truth, Jiang Yunshu's presence here is inconsequential. It was merely a casual topic of discussion. Nothing more. This inadvertently captured the attention of Jiang's father. I recognize your concerns. However, please rest assured that this is your home, and you may dwell here without worry. After a brief pause, he continued, I admit that my previous care and attention towards you were somewhat lacking, yet we are endeavoring to amend that. Jiang Jiang felt a tingling unease. That is not my intent. What I mean is, it need not be so troublesome, truly. It is not necessary to go to such lengths. An inexplicable sensation lingered within her. She felt that such significance was undeserved. Troublesome? How could it be seen as such? It is we, as parents, who have failed to consider adequately. Their indecision and lack of thought for the child's feelings had only exacerbated the situation. Now that Jiang Jiang was willing to grant them an opportunity, they must certainly seize it. Although this may seem somewhat unfair to Yushu upon reflection. Jiang Jiang is their true daughter, who has endured solitary struggles for so long. How could she return only to be disregarded? It is imperative to contemplate how best to make amends to this child. All gazes were fixed intently upon Jiang Jiang, causing her to feel an overwhelming sense of anxiety. I find myself feeling somewhat fatigued and in need of rest. At this moment, Jiang Jiang's mind is in a state of turmoil, desperately requiring time to organize her thoughts. All right, you go upstairs and take a good rest. We can discuss anything once you feel rejuvenated. Jiang's father nodded hastily, grasping a tray, still wishing to convey more to Mingzhu. Thank you. I appreciate your kindness. Jiang Jiang responded with utmost politeness. Jiang Jiang returned to her previous room, which remained unchanged and untouched by others. The only difference was the immaculate cleanliness, indicating that it had been well cared for. End of this chapter, chapter 252. 18 gifts seated on the sofa in her room. Jiang Jiang fell into a tranquil silence for a moment, only to suddenly sense something amiss. Rising, she opened the wardrobe. Inside, apart from a plethora of clothing, the corners were brimming with gifts. Her curiosity piqued. She counted them, 18 in total. Jiang Jiang lowered her gaze, blinking in surprise, finding it somewhat intriguing. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Please, come in, she instructed. Taking a deep breath, the door swung open to reveal Mingzhu, who paused upon noticing the ajar wardrobe. Jiang Jiang, you. Meeting her gaze, Jiang Jiang noticed Mingzhu's words caught in her throat. Is there something you wish to tell me? Jiang Jiang inquired, tilting her head. Do you like the gifts we prepared for you? And Mingzhu chuckled softly twice, while Jiang Jiang remained silent, her head bowed. It's all right. If you do not fancy the gift we prepared for you, we can certainly arrange something else. They felt indebted to this child, having failed to provide her with any gifts over the years. They were uncertain about what she might like. Perhaps Jiang Jiang's expression indicated her dissatisfaction with their choice. Upon this realization, a look of concern washed over Mingzhu's face. No, thank you, Jiang Jiang replied, her tone laced with formality once again. And Mingzhu's smile faltered, replaced by a hint of worry as she furrowed her brow. Jiang Jiang, you need not be so formal with us. I have already caused you enough trouble by staying here. I cannot impose further. Jiang Jiang lowered her head, feeling as though she had committed some wrongdoing. She understood that her continued presence was not ideal, yet leaving would invite a multitude of other troubles. At this moment, she was reluctant to confront those issues. And Mingzhu quickly stepped forward. Jiang Jiang, that's not how it is. You have not been a burden to us. This place is inherently your home, and it is only natural for you to reside here. The child was always so cautious, her carefulness evoking a sense of sorrow. Jiang Jiang felt somewhat flattered by the attention. Jiang Jiang, are you hungry? This evening, what would you like to eat? If you have any cravings, simply let your mother know, and she will prepare something delicious for you. I don't really have anything in mind. And Mingzhu gazed at the child, her heart heavy with an indescribable feeling. My dear, I am aware of your selective palate. I will prepare a variety of dishes, for mother's sake. Please try to eat a little more, if you could. Jiang Jiang nodded, obediently. Such a good child. And Mingzhu felt an overwhelming urge to pat Jiang Jiang's little head. But remembering that Jiang Jiang disliked such gestures, she retracted her hand. Now, I shall go prepare the meal. How about you take a short break and join us for dinner shortly? All right. Jiang Jiang replied affirmatively. She took a piece of clothing and went to the bathroom for a quick wash. Upon her return, she discovered Jiang Yunzhou standing at her door. Wait. There was another person behind him. Upon closer inspection, it was Jiang Yunma. End of this chapter, chapter 253. You were truly rude. Jiang Jiang nodded at him, thinking that this was their usual greeting, and then she sat down to organize her belongings. Just as she was engrossed in her task, a voice suddenly broke the silence from behind. Jiang Jiang, how rude of you. Jiang Jiang halted her movements and turned to face him. You cannot even muster a basic greeting? Jiang Yunmo remarked with a cold expression. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Jiang stood up and approached Jiang Yunma, speaking earnestly. Hello. My name is Jiang Jiang. Jiang Yunma widened his eyes, exhaling a breath of cold disbelief. Jiang Jiang remarked, it appears you are even more impolite than I am, unable to respond when someone greets you. If that is the case, let us all refrain from speaking to one another. With the burden of the college entrance examination lifted and having reached adulthood, it was evident that Jiang Jiang had far fewer concerns at that moment. There was no longer a need for her to tread carefully in her speech or to gauge others' expressions. Jiang Yunma found himself at a disadvantage. He realized that Jiang Jiang was not as obedient and docile as her appearance suggested. Rather, she seemed to be adorned with countless thorns. In terms of being irritating, Jiang Yunma did not hold back either. It was peculiar, truly strange. It felt as if someone was missing from home. Who could it be? Ah, it was Sister Yushu. Have you ever met Sister Yushu? She is truly remarkable. Jiang Jiang's movements faltered for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure and continued with her tasks. Noticing her lack of reaction, Jiang Yunma, unwilling to concede, pressed on with his inquiries. Have you met Sister Yushu? She grew up alongside us. At this juncture, the implications of his words were unmistakable. Jiang Jiang asked, what are you trying to convey? She lifted her head, and to his surprise, her face bore no trace of anger or any superfluous emotions. She spoke slowly. Are you implying that my presence is the reason Sister Jiang Yushu left this household? The tone of her speech was such that anyone unaware might assume she was discussing a matter of little consequence to her. Concerning this matter, you might have inquired of the wrong person. If you truly wish to know, it would be wiser to consult your parents, for I believe they would be well informed about the situation. As for me, I am utterly oblivious to what has transpired. Jiang Jiang spoke the truth. She genuinely did not comprehend what had occurred. How is it that Jiang Yushu has vanished, only to be replaced suddenly by Jiang Yunma? You claim this matter bears no relation to you? Jiang Yunma could scarcely believe it. Jiang Jiang regarded him with a hint of amusement and asked, what else would you think? Once again, he was caught off guard. Did he assume she had usurped Jiang Yunshu's position, that she intended to shamelessly linger in his home? Jiang Yunma's face turned ashen. Was it not the case? Jiang Jiang smirked, affirming, indeed, I am shamelessly staying at your house, intent on ousting Jiang Yushu. Go ahead and tell everyone that I, Jiang Jiang, am a wicked woman. Such absurdity was delivered with the utmost seriousness. Jiang Yunma felt as if he were fracturing under the weight of her words. In the face of Jiang Jiang, he realized that his own skills were still rather rudimentary. End of this chapter, chapter 254. Then go ahead and report me. How amusing. When has Jiang Jiang ever feared such things? Jiang Jiang, do you truly believe I am incapable of such actions? Let me assure you, do not push me too far. I am not as easily deceived as others in my household. If you provoke me, I am capable of anything. Jiang Yunma clenched her teeth, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. Yet she still spoke with fierce determination. You are quite impressive, but I implore you to leave immediately. Jiang Jiang, her expression remarkably composed, regarded her with an unwavering demeanor. Utterly unfazed. You. Jiang Yunma ground her teeth in frustration. Jiang Jiang, undeterred, continued to gather her belongings. After a brief silence, Jiang Yunma, who had seemed poised to depart, finally spoke. I can give you anything you desire. Just persuade mother to allow Sister Yushu to return home. Jiang Yunma had discerned the family's attitude towards Jiang Jiang, as if they were in the presence of a treasured gem. Whenever Jiang Jiang expressed a wish, it seemed there was no issue too great to resolve. Jiang Jiang, hailing from a modest background, was unlikely to make unreasonable demands. Once her requests were fulfilled, it would suffice. He longed to see Sister Yushu at home. Sharing moments of gaming and conversation, he cherished every moment spent in her company. Are you not leaving? Jiang Jiang scrutinized her from head to toe, then rubbed her aching forehead, before stating again, what are you talking about? I fail to comprehend your intentions. Jiang Yunma seethed with indignation, convinced that Jiang Jiang was feigning ignorance. Jiang Jiang, in this household, you will receive much affection from others, but what difference does it make if you bring Sister Yushu back? Jiang Jiang replied, have you misunderstood? It was not I who sent Jiang Yushu away. Jiang Yunma clenched his teeth in frustration, fully aware of the situation. Jiang Jiang's brows furrowed even deeper, questioning why he would bother to ask her about something he already knew. Shouldn't he reflect upon his own words, given that he was already cognizant of the matter? Why seek her input? It was because their parents wished to make amends, hence the inquiry. Therefore, he ought to direct his questions to them, not to her. Jiang Jiang emanated an unmistakable aura of defiance. Jiang Yunma was left speechless. No, something was amiss. This was utterly unexpected. Jiang Jiang's reaction was beyond his anticipation. This was not how it was supposed to unfold, absolutely not. Jiang Yunma endeavored to communicate once more, this time adopting a considerably gentler tone. Would you like to attend a concert? I can take you there. Or perhaps you wish to meet Liang Yinqing. I can arrange that as well. Most girls would erupt with excitement at the mere mention of Liang Yinqing's concert, and he presumed Jiang Jiang would be no different. However, she merely raised an eyebrow, declaring, I have no interest. She was thoroughly fatigued by the sight of Liang Yinqing's face, having witnessed it ad nauseum in the concerts backstage. Are you certain you have no interest? Do you realize that tickets to my concert are exceedingly difficult to obtain? Do you understand that Liang Yinqing? Before he could utter another word, Jiang Jiang pointed decisively towards the door, insisting he leave. End of chapter, chapter 256. If you are unaccustomed, then depart. Jiang Yunma felt an overwhelming urge to curse, an intense desire that surged within him. Unfortunately, before he could voice his frustrations, he was unceremoniously shoved out the door by Jiang Jiang, only to collide with Jiang Yunzhou, who was arriving with a basket of fruit. Take care of your family and refrain from speaking such nonsensical things in my presence. I find it utterly vexing. With a resounding slam, the door shut behind him, leaving the two brothers momentarily dazed. Look at her. She is clearly a troublesome woman from the countryside, strutting about in her home as if she owns the place. Do you have any idea how outrageous her words were towards me just now? Upon hearing such remarks, Jiang Jiang felt a creeping unease. Reflecting on Jiang Jiang's previous demeanor and then glancing at the simpleton before him, he was suddenly struck by a foreboding sense of dread. Could it be that he, like before, had uttered similarly foolish words to Jiang Jiang? Considering his earlier response, it was highly probable he likely had already done so. This realization caused a grimace to spread across Jiang Jiang's face. Jiang Jiang, what on earth did you just say? He could not afford to let Jiang Jiang, who had finally returned, slip through his fingers. Struggling to contain his anger, he regarded his brother as one might look upon a simpleton. Completely forgetting that he himself had once engaged in similar folly, disparaging Jiang Jiang. I merely hoped she could persuade our parents to bring Yinshu back. Would you kindly be silent? Jiang Jiang seethed through gritted teeth, his voice a low growl. Truly, one was more foolish than the other. Jiang Jiang was taken aback by such a sudden reprimand, feeling somewhat lost. In his childhood, Jiang Jiang had long been enrolled in the elite courses arranged by the family, while Jiang Jiang, in contrast, was more inclined to stick with his elder brother, often laughing and playing. It is no exaggeration to say that the bond between the two brothers was as harmonious as that of a single entity. Jiang Jiang had never spoken to him in such a tone before. With his head bowed, Jiang Jiang's face turned ashen, while Jiang Jiang's expression appeared increasingly grave. Next time, you must refrain from seeking out Jiang Jiang or discussing trivial matters. This is Jiang Jiang's home, and she is the one who shares blood ties with you. As for Yinshu, she is merely a foster sister who has lived with us. Those who are fostered will eventually return to their own families. Jiang Jiang recently came to understand this profound truth. What? Jiang Jiang exclaimed in disbelief. Have you been spending too much time with those fools outside, leading to a rigid mindset and some sort of mental lapse? Jiang Jiang, having exhausted his patience, no longer felt inclined to placate him. In a calm tone, he stated, if I catch you seeking out Jiang Jiang again, my whole family will join in punishing you. This burden could not be borne alone. His younger brother must also share the weight and learn the principles of life. Jiang Jiang protested, I am unaccustomed to having someone new in our home. Jiang Jiang's smirk widened. Jiang Jiang is even less accustomed to us. Do you think she desires to be here? The mere thought of Jiang Jiang's delicate face made him unable to suppress a smile. Believing oneself to be well concealed, one remains oblivious to the fact that the facade has long since been shattered. Perhaps it was an unforeseen circumstance that led to this relocation. So, Jiang Jiang, what compels you to utter such trivialities? If you find it intolerable, you may as well return to the company and continue your training. Jiang Jiang. He had not spoken in such a manner before. With the matters of concern now absent, Jiang Jiang gradually grew resolute. Chapter end, Chapter 257. How could one not worry? It is indeed a matter of concern. Jiang Jiang felt an overwhelming urge to curse, a burning desire to unleash his frustrations. Unfortunately, before he could articulate his thoughts, Jiang Jiang promptly pushed him out the door, where he fortuitously encountered Jiang Jiang, who was delivering fruit. Mind your family, and refrain from voicing those nonsensical remarks in my presence. Damn it, it's infuriating. With a resounding bang, the door was slammed shut. The two brothers were left to contend with a face full of dust. Lu Xiang'o had not experienced it herself, yet she had witnessed and heard tales of it. The deeper the affection, the greater the pain. Presently, it was evident that Lu Hong's infatuation with Qingya could only be described as obsessive. It remains a mystery what means Qingya employed to ensnare the resolute heart of Lu Hong. In the heat of early summer, the temperature could shift abruptly, and that night, a torrential downpour washed over the blood-stained battlefield once more. I wish to eat lobster, if I may, Nian Shuan exclaimed, her innocence radiating like that of a child, causing the ominous clouds to dissipate with her smile, evoking the sensation of sunshine breaking through after a storm. For Xiao came to the realization that this woman was Qin Feng's ex-wife. No wonder Qin Feng sought to divorce her, with such character and demeanor. Which man could endure it? In a fit of rage, he impulsively struck her across the face. Li Hong's cheeks flushed slightly as she rolled her eyes and retorted, that depends on your performance. I'm leaving now, goodbye. With that, she started her vehicle and drove away, leaving Qin Feng in a state of bewilderment. Throughout her journey, it seemed she had been ensnared in the machinations of others. How much did she truly control? Hong Lei gazed vacantly at Chen Langjia, pondering the true nature of this man. Amidst these concerns, the recent inexplicable acts of violence by the master, who had taken to killing palace attendants without reason, were unprecedented. Clearly, Zhang Kaiyuan could not remain long in Su Bufan's presence. Yet, at this moment, Zhang Kaiyuan had resolved his determination. He understood Su Bufan's apprehensions. In the end, the Snow Mountain sect would not come to Su Bufan's aid. As for right and wrong, As long as one remains true to their conscience, posterity will have its judgments. The younger generation, bolstered by the establishment of the Royal Academy, continuously produces formidable new talents. Gao Mingheng, resigned, suggested Yin Sun. It would be prudent to return to the Yamen for the time being. We can discuss matters further once this issue is resolved. Take care. After saying this, Gao Mingheng turned and departed. Later, following the commencement of internal testing, numerous gameplay videos began to surface online, showcasing an integrated recording system within the game that allowed for video capture and photography. Hehe. Wang Hu silently chuckled as a bone knife materialized in his hands, his expression grave as he regarded Long Zhan. The Lich King cast a chilling glance at the Pangu axe. Although he had temporarily subdued it, eradicating it completely within a short span of time remained an unattainable feat in the presence of this formidable figure. Tian Meng dared not exhibit any disrespect and recounted the events with meticulous detail. Celia and Doris were seated at a rather spacious milk tea shop on the edge of the plaza, which occupied a considerable area outside, adorned with several outdoor tables. Enough is enough. If a fight is what they seek, then let it be, roared the Azure Peak Emperor. As he engaged in a fierce battle with the Qiu Luo Emperor, the power of their clash radiating outward with tremendous force. With a thunderous crash, the cavalry of the invading forces, fleeing in panic, first collided with the phalanx of long spears. The spears splintered, soldiers were hurled aside, and the cavalry was similarly thrown into disarray, their cries a mixture of terror and agony. The warhorses, pierced by the long spears, fell, emitting anguished whinnies. Two colossal beasts clashed in midair, creating a scene that was utterly breathtaking, as if the very apocalypse had descended, heaven trembled, and the earth quaked. Such might was truly emblematic of a true powerhouse. Qin Xiang, also a martial artist, found it unfathomable that an elite-level 7th transformation could unleash attacks surpassing even those of superhuman strength. Chapter 258. Under surveillance. All right. If Jiang Jiang prefers not to see us, then we shall not see her. Let her come and go as she pleases, and Mingzhu exclaimed, anxious that Jiang Jiang might be upset again. Let us eat. During meals, we ought not to discuss such matters, for your incessant chatter is insatiable. Taken aback by her sudden outburst, the group lowered their heads and resumed their meal. Jiang Jiang lowered her head slightly, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Her entire demeanor relaxed. After finishing their meal, several individuals gathered around Jiang Jiang to engage in conversation, aware of her aversion to fruits. They replaced them with rose tea and sweet beverages favored by the young women. The television screen displayed a variety show where the host animatedly expressed exaggerated emotions. Jingyu, during your youth, did you ever encounter someone you admired? With the host's question posed, the camera swiftly panned to the person beside him. The individual, with long and elegant fingers, took the microphone, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Standing tall in a black shirt, the studio lights illuminated his striking features, exuding a calm yet warm presence. As he pressed his lips together and began to speak, he replied affirmatively. The audience erupted into fervent cheers. With a sudden click, Jiang Yunma changed the channel with the remote, switching to another music program. The abrupt transition drew curious glances from the others. Jiang Yunma, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, explained, it's just teammates. I've grown tired of watching them. I can catch it at home. He chuckled awkwardly and then shifted his gaze to Jiang Jiang, changing the subject. How challenging were the college entrance exams? How did you fare? The college entrance exams have always been of paramount importance, especially given Jiang Jiang's relentless efforts in preparation. Indeed, the focus of the group was swiftly redirected, and Mingzhu refilled Jiang Jiang's cup with tea, inquiring with genuine concern, how did the exams go for you? It matters not if the examination results are less than satisfactory. There is no need to burden oneself with excessive pressure. And Mingzhu initially contemplated suggesting the possibility of studying abroad, yet she felt a twinge of reluctance in her heart. Jiang Jiang nodded in response, indicating that all was well. After the test, she performed a brief comparison with the answers and concluded that there should not be any significant issues. Indeed, Jiang Jiang's diligent studies surely indicated that she would fare well. Jiang's father generously lavished her with praise. Jiang Jiang took a sip of the fragrant rose tea, savoring its delightful flavor that lingered in her mouth. She maintained impeccable posture, her back straight, revealing her elegant neck. Jiang Yunma observed Jiang Jiang with a gaze imbued with complexity. This Jiang Jiang appeared to be far from the dismal image he had conjured in his mind. Her academic performance seemed commendable, and her manners and etiquette were evidently refined. She was altogether different from the individuals he had previously envisioned. Do you have something to say? Noticing Jiang Yunma's gaze fixated upon her, Jiang Jiang turned her head towards him, her expression earnest and her eyes serious as she inquired. Caught off guard, Jiang Yunma found himself momentarily choked. Cough, 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 how unpleasant. Jiang Jiang handed him a tissue, his face displaying clear disdain. I did not intend for that to happen. Who could have foreseen that Jiang Jiang would suddenly look my way? Chapter 259. Seeking summer employment, it was not as severe as it seemed. All right, Jiang Jiang said. If we are to not meet, then we shall not meet. Let Jiang Jiang come and go as she pleases. And Mingzhu, anxious that Jiang Jiang might become upset again, hurriedly interjected, let us eat. Let's refrain from discussing such matters during our meal. It's futile to attempt to silence your incessant chatter, caught off guard by her words. The group lowered their heads to eat. Jiang Jiang did the same. However, as Murong Shiner attentively listened, she discerned an utter silence, leading her to question her previous perception. Had she misheard? Yu Hanfan realized this too, yet despite knowing Lin Feng's connections within the spirit-devouring domain, he resolved to confront Lin Feng. Nevertheless, her grandfather believed their blood relation as cousins was insignificant and persuaded her otherwise. At this moment, the oppressive clouds had vanished, leaving a clear blue. You find yourself eager and ready to repay blood debts in kind, only to realize that your adversary is no longer the formidable and agile warrior of yesteryear, but rather a frail old man who struggles even to savor a meal. I wish to remain out of the media's scrutiny. Luoyang steadfastly shakes his head, even if he harbors no fear. He does not wish to bring the troubles ignited within the game into the realm of reality. This tri-layered space is exceedingly vast, ample enough for the mutated malevolent griffin to rampage unchecked. The mutated malevolent griffin, having failed its ambush, suddenly emits a deafening shriek, unfurling its wings to dive towards us once more. Witnessing this scene, the Dragon War Emperors, who had just been stunned by Lin Yun's might, could not help but gasp in astonishment. Could this individual truly possess infinite power? Hao Chen, surrounded by a formidable dark energy, observes the clash between Qin Dong and the golden-toed demon sovereign, his expression rife with shock. The prowess of these transcendent beings indeed lives up to its reputation. Even a casual move can unleash such tremendous chaos. Qiu Shaozi, having finally reignited his interest, questions the intentions of those around him. Yin Yunlong grows increasingly animated, veins bulging, glaring at everyone present. Should injuries arise by the conclusion of the fourth or even fifth wave of attacks, the other dragons would surely mock their kin, but for now, such derision is absent. Xia Wudao remains oblivious to the presence of these extreme beasts. He is acutely aware of the purpose behind the Wolf King's summoning of these formidable entities. It was not merely for the purpose of confronting oneself. Yushi, would you think less of me? Gong Chi gazed upward at the ceiling, his chair swaying restlessly as he spoke. It's akin to paradise. This place is a sanctuary for cultivation, Lei remarked, momentarily taken aback. He could already sense that his mastery of the upper clarity realm was nearing its zenith, and that a breakthrough into the supreme clarity realm was not far off. Moreover, peculiar occurrences had been incessant during this time, an immense pressure weighing upon him, making it difficult to breathe. He needed to seize every moment to enhance his strength, sparing not even a fraction of time. Soon, rumors spread within the palace regarding the theft of the Black Song Jade, allegedly orchestrated by the Shura sect. The emperor was furious yet hesitant to act impulsively. Although the Dongli kingdom appeared to be in a state of peace, an invasion of Chuling could occur at any moment, it was prudent to remain observant. Furthermore, the matter concerning Prime Minister Liu had yet to be resolved. The emperor crumpled the confidential letter in his hands, a cold smile escaping his lips. Chapter 260. I don't mind seated on the sofa, and Mingzhu and Jiang's father were startled upon spotting Jiang Jiang's backpack, and Mingzhu immediately sprang to her feet, her expression fraught with anxiety. Jiang Jiang, where are you going? Although her tone was cautious, her emotions were unmistakably fervent. She attempted to reach out to Jiang Jiang, but at that moment, Jiang Jiang sidestepped her grasp. Witnessing this rejection, and Mingzhu could not help but tremble, her fingers quivering with distress. Fortunately, Jiang's father also rose patiently, explaining, your mother is a bit worried about you. She prepared some breakfast for you early this morning. Come and have a bite. As the agreed time approached, Jiang Jiang set out ahead of schedule. It was scarcely before 7:30 in the morning. And Mingzhu, with a smile gracing her lips, spoke in a pleasing tone, didn't you say yesterday that the soybean milk is delightful? Mother has prepared some for you today. She remembered well that this child had a fondness for soybean milk. To her surprise, Jiang Jiang did not decline nor utter a word. Instead, she merely nodded and walked directly to the dining table. And Mingzhu smiled. The table was adorned not only with soybean milk, but also with an assortment of sandwiches and various steamed buns for breakfast. Typically, Jiang Jiang would not indulge in such a feast. She sipped a bowl of soybean milk and nibbled on a few pieces of broccoli. Jiang Jiang, do you have plans for later? And Mingzhu discreetly placed a piece of carrot into her bowl. Jiang Jiang graciously accepted the carrot, chewing thoughtfully before swallowing. After a brief silence, she replied, I'm going to work during the summer break. She needed to earn some money. What? What kind of work? And Mingju's curiosity was piqued. Why did Jiang Jiang feel the need to take a job? Chasing dreams, she answered, referring to the backstage rest area of a variety show where her brothers were involved in recording. Hong Jia felt her blood pressure rising. Jingyu, could you please be more mindful when you speak? Do you realize that your few words yesterday stirred up quite a buzz? Everyone is now curious about the person you liked before. These individuals were increasingly troublesome. After the interview aired yesterday, Hong Jia felt on the verge of exploding. A slender figure stood upright at the door, responding slowly and expressionlessly. Hong Jia was momentarily taken aback. For a newly debuted group, the emergence of romantic rumors is particularly detrimental. Yet here he was, answering every question without a hint of discretion, exuding a nonchalant demeanor that suggested it was of little consequence even if the truth were known. Hong Jia felt a genuine headache. Such gossip could adversely affect his burgeoning career and popularity. She resolved to have the public relations department issue a statement. Among the group, Jingyu was the most popular, not only for his looks, but also for his unique charisma. He was distinctly different from others in the entertainment industry, radiating an air of mystery while effortlessly captivating everyone's attention with his every gesture. No need, he replied, casting a fleeting glance at Hong Jia before turning away. She struggled to grasp his thoughts. This situation could not be left unchecked, as it would ultimately hinder his development. Jingyu. Hong Jia could barely contain her frustration. Are you planning to abandon this industry altogether? His demeanor clearly indicated a lack of intent to remain committed. He remained silent, his expression icy. Hong Jia had been keenly observing his reactions. Noticing the increasing pallor on his face, years of professional experience led her to break into a cold sweat. With a hint of urgency, she spoke. All right, I understand. If you choose to disengage, so be it. Indifference is not unfeasible. However, it's merely a scandal. Should this person take offense and remove themselves from this circle, it would render our efforts futile. Per Hong Jia. Hong Jia thought to herself, it's not that she is weary, but rather, her fate is a lamentable one. Kuan, concerned that Jiang Jiang, this revered individual, might find herself at a loss, decided to await her outside the studio. This wasn't Jiang Jiang's first visit to the recording site, and having set out earlier, she arrived half an hour in advance. Unperturbed, she waited by the entrance. Upon spotting her standing there, Kuan was unsure how long she had been waiting and hurried over to greet her. Jiang Jiang, why did you arrive so early? Didn't we agree you could come a bit later? Jiang Jiang smiled, but offered no reply. Let us go. I'll take you inside. Kuan understood her well. This young lady was not particularly loquacious, yet she exhibited a remarkable sense of propriety and decorum. She possessed an intrinsic understanding of the boundaries of what was permissible and what was not. Her responsibilities included assisting with the organization of costumes and props. As Kuan guided Jiang Jiang forward, she elaborated on the tasks at hand. After some contemplation, Jiang Jiang ultimately resolved to request Kuan's assistance in securing a summer job. With a while yet until her results were released, she couldn't possibly remain at the Jiang residence during this period. Moreover, given her own financial circumstances, it is even less feasible for her to remain at ease. That person, feeling somewhat guilty, admitted that she had not disclosed this matter to Yanqing. I understand. I shall not mention these matters to him. Should it come to light, it would not implicate you in any way. Jiang Jiang spoke with utmost seriousness, her expression reflecting sincere intent. Upon hearing her words, Kursin felt a slight unease creeping in. It need not be to such an extent. This girl is both considerate and sensible. Previously, while accompanying them, regardless of how long the recording sessions lasted, she would merely sit quietly by, not uttering a single word. She resembled a docile figure of clay. And whenever Liang Yanqing found himself at a loss, everyone would cast their desperate glances towards Jiang Jiang. She would approach and, whispering something in his ear, would bring him to a state of tranquility as if nothing had ever transpired. Kursin led Jiang Jiang to the props room, where a Huang called to hasten her. Kursin, when will you? Cheng's mood appears rather dismal. A Huang's voice on the other end sounded frantic. Kursin hung up, casting a troubled glance at Jiang Jiang. He had initially intended to introduce her to the work environment. It's fine, you go ahead with your tasks. I will manage on my own, Jiang Jiang smiled. Finding a job for oneself is already quite a hassle, so it is imperative not to disrupt others' affairs. All right. Stay here and organize things. I have already made the necessary arrangements. Should anything arise, feel free to call me at any time. Kuan pondered for a moment. Given the child's remarkable intelligence, nothing untoward was likely to occur. After a brief nod, she hastily departed. Kuan thought to herself, I am but a futile tool. End of this chapter. Chapter 262. The more I look, the less appealing. Hey, you over there, come help me move this table. A boy gestured to Jiang Jiang. She complied without hesitation, quickly setting down her backpack before making her way over. The table proved somewhat heavy. and the two of them found it a bit challenging to lift. After considerable effort, they finally managed to relocate it to the other side. Once the table was moved, the boy clapped his hands, remarking, "I must say, you don't carry yourself like a delicate girl at all. Working outside requires this kind of demeanor. Being straightforward is quite endearing," he added. Jiang Jiang smiled, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "All right, follow me. I'll take you to do some other tasks. There is plenty of work to be done here, and I was just lamenting the lack of assistance. Your arrival is truly fortuitous." As Jiang Yunmo returned to the team, Jingyu occupied the center position. The dance routine was rehearsed repeatedly, though Jiang Yunmo wore a grim expression. Initially, he had been quite patient, practicing time and again, yet something felt amiss. His mind wandered, distracted by other thoughts, rendering him unable to focus on the practice at hand. When the music halted, Jingyu stepped back a few paces. Jiang Yunmo, perplexed, wondered, "What is going on? Are we not even allowed time to rehearse?" He couldn't quite understand why he was having difficulty concentrating. His mind kept drifting to thoughts of his younger sister. Curiosity struck as I pondered where this frugal sister, burdened with such a hefty bag, could possibly be heading so early in the morning. Was she perhaps on a quest to find a new abode? My mind meandered through an array of fanciful thoughts, inevitably leading to a scattered focus. Jingyu merely observed him in silence. Jiang Yunma, hands tucked into his pockets, remarked, "Why can't you just speak plainly? Must you feign something, gazing at me with those peculiar eyes? Are you trying to showcase your superiority, or something of the sort?" It's quite irritating. He found Jingyu increasingly unlikable. He recalled that upon joining the group, he had not sensed such disdain. However, after returning from the hospital, George's attitude had soured significantly. What a waste of time. Jingyu furrowed his brow. For words, succinct and piercing, Jiang Yunma retorted, "Jingyu, what are you pretending for? What is there to put on airs about?" His voice rose in a fit of anger, startling Jiang Jiang, who was carrying clothes in the corridor. "What are you doing? Hurry up and come over. The props team is hurrying us." Jiang Jiang trailed behind the leading woman, laden with heavy garments. To her surprise, the woman scrutinized her from head to toe, her face displaying clear disdain. "With that scrawny frame, you can hardly manage to carry clothes. I truly wonder how the HR department recruits people. Even for a part-time job, one should at least appear capable. Look at your credentials. This place is not for just anyone to enter." Jiang Jiang held the clothes in front of her, offering only a faint smile without explanation. The other party felt somewhat uncomfortable under scrutiny. As they walked forward, they muttered, "Let me make it clear. Since you have chosen to work here, you must endure any grievances, no matter how great. Otherwise, by the end of the month, you won't receive a single penny. Do you understand?" It was as if they were addressing a mute, for despite the barrage of words, there was not a single reply. Do not feign ignorance. Even if you choose not to respond, this matter is still relevant to you. There is not an ounce of decorum. "I heard you," Jiang Jiang replied, nodding in compliance and lowering her gaze further. That was more like it. Observing her submissive demeanor, the other party appeared satisfied. End of this chapter. Chapter 263. I know the remaining individuals, witnessing the exchange, exchanged glances, and, with a tacit understanding, took a step back to give space to the two. "Jingyu, what is your true intention?" Jiang Yunma felt an unsettling sense that Jingyu was setting a trap for him, especially with the way he looked at him, as if he had meticulously devised a scheme. "Very well. Just because the tiger does not roar, you presume it to be a sickly cat? Are you not going to practice and waste everyone's time?" Jingyu's gaze turned icy, emanating a formidable aura. Just then, the door swung open abruptly, and Hong Jie entered. "What is going on? Are you two arguing again?" Hong Jie spent the entire night awake, addressing trending news on Weibo. Just as the fervor began to subside, her assistant called to inform her that two individuals had begun quarreling. She hurriedly approached to separate them. "Jiang Yunma, how long do you intend to throw a tantrum? How much more of everyone's time are you willing to waste?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunma felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. However, upon reflection, it seemed she had indeed been behaving childishly, remaining silent after being scolded. Turning her head, Hong Jie cast her gaze towards Jingyu, who stood nearby. Jingyu, clad in a simple t-shirt and jeans, with his dark hair cascading beside his ears, exuded an air of aristocracy that belied his unassuming attire. Recalling their conversation from the previous day only intensified Hong Jie's headache. "Jingyu, please do not hold this against the child. There have been numerous upheavals in his family lately, and his mood is likely far from joyful. The sudden transformation of his sister, with whom he had grown up, was a lot for anyone to bear, let alone a younger brother." Jingyu's expression remained indifferent. "I understand," he replied, his tone lacking in courtesy. "Understand? Understand what?" Hong Jie suppressed her mounting frustration and lowered her voice. "All right, for my sake, let it go today. Do not engage with the child. Continue with your rehearsal." It was almost a foregone conclusion that Jiang Yunma had been distracted during training. Jing Yu stood still, his expression impassive. And Hong Jia felt a growing sense of urgency as she observed him. Ancestors, are you two planning to squander each other's time? Soon it will be your turn to perform on stage. He remained utterly still. Upon noticing this, Hong Jia realized the situation was untenable and conceded, saying, Fine, fine. I promise you, you may withdraw from this circle whenever you wish, do as you please, but I will not allow you to engage in any frivolous antics or sensationalism. It was clear that the individual was merely here to have a bit of fun. If you insist on keeping someone close against their will, they have plenty of means to extricate themselves from the agreement. Why must the relationship become so strained? It would be wiser to extend a favor to one another. Allow for some leeway. After all, one might meet again in the future. Jing Yu responded affirmatively. Upon hearing his reply, Hong Jia sensed a glimmer of hope and let out a sigh of relief. Turning back, she firmly patted Jiang Yunma on the shoulder. Her tone laced with a fierce warning. You, young man, need to keep quiet. If this persists, there are plenty outside willing to take your place. Should you continue to disregard the rules, do not blame me for casting aside our years of camaraderie. It is no exaggeration to say that she had watched him grow up. She recalled that he had not always been so disagreeable. Jing Yu replied, I understand. I know everything. End of this chapter. Chapter 264. Let us meet Jing Yu. Having received a stern reprimand, Jiang Yunma felt an urge to curse. Just as he contemplated shifting his frustration elsewhere, a cold glance shot his way, and he surprisingly settled down, bowing his head in silence to begin his practice. Jing Yu, lost in thought, also lowered his gaze. Throughout the morning, Jiang Jiang darted about like a little spinning top, her hands laden with an assortment of clothing and miscellaneous items. She flitted from one place to another, seemingly oblivious to the heap of garments that had accumulated over time, each slight movement sending up a cloud of dust. A few others, appearing to be of a similar age, likely fresh from their college entrance examinations and eager to engage in social practice, joined her in the hustle and bustle. By midday, camaraderie had blossomed among them. Jiang Jiang's phone buzzed incessantly in her pocket. Glancing down, she noticed an incoming call just as she was about to answer. A reprimanding voice on the other end scolded her, questioning her actions. Why are you so preoccupied with your phone? Shouldn't you be focused on work? If you prefer to lounge around, then why not just stay at home? I wonder if your parents would be pained to see you like this. A good child out here working yet so restless. The speaker, a woman referred to as Sister Jiang, emanated an air of maternal authority, laden with a hint of moralism. A few youngsters in the corner exchanged glances, rolling their eyes in silent agreement. They were merely seeking a diversion from the tedium of home life, not wishing to endure the incessant prattle of someone who seemed to have little understanding of their intentions. Jiang Jiang, would you care for a drink? I noticed a vending machine at the entrance. Shall we go and purchase something? A girl named CC approached with enthusiasm. No, thank you, Jiang Jiang replied, shaking her head. All right then, I'll go buy something for myself later, CC said, undeterred. Jiang Jiang nodded slightly, acknowledging the question. CC blinked her eyes and suggested, shall we go see Jing Yu soon? Jiang Jiang's expression faltered for a moment as she raised her gaze, her eyes betraying a hint of shyness. The girl's excitement was palpable. I am his fan. Let me tell you, I'm not here just for a summer job. I came to meet Jing Yu. I heard he has been recording a show nearby, so I rushed here. Jiang Jiang smiled. Is that so? Of course, I adore him. Beside them, a young girl illuminated her phone screen, revealing a wallpaper of Jing Yu. In the photograph, he donned a crisp black shirt, meticulously buttoned to the top. Sitting quietly on a sofa, his eyes radiated a cool yet alluring brilliance, and just one glance was enough to captivate anyone's attention. Jiang Jiang found herself entranced, unable to tear her gaze away. CC, noticing the admiration for her idol, beamed with satisfaction. Jiang Jiang, how about we go find Jing Yu together? The girl was somewhat insistent. Jiang Jiang's smile widened, yet she shook her head gently. No, I have many things to attend to. She bent down to retrieve a tablecloth that had fallen to the ground, her delicate oval face framed by her sleek black hair, which was tied into a ponytail behind her ear. Her features were exquisitely refined, with soft lines that accentuated her beauty. The girl couldn't help but stare in awe. What's wrong? Jiang Jiang asked. Has no one ever told you how beautiful you are? Life is arduous, and Jiang Jiang sighed. End of this chapter, chapter 265, not currency. Jiang Jiang shook her head, yet was taken aback by the other's unusual stubbornness. Those around you must be blind. I find you exceedingly beautiful. She believed Jiang Jiang to be the most exquisite girl she had ever encountered, without exception. Jiang Jiang. Just as she prepared to step closer to observe her face, Sister Jiang seized her hand. Are you idle? Are you unwell? CC shot her a disdainful glance, leaving Sister Jiang momentarily bewildered. Who are you shouting at? Jiang Jiang heard Cici's furious roar beside her. Don't think everyone fears you. Your bluster is repugnant. Sister Jiang was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the girl before her, arms akimbo, particularly noticing the Hermes brooch adorning her chest, which made her feel somewhat intimidated. She then shifted her gaze back to Jiang Jiang. Hurry up and organize the clothes. Why are you just standing there? Jiang Jiang chuckled at the sudden outburst. Turning her head with an uncontrollable urge to laugh, I am currently organizing the clothes. Sister Jiang, gritting her teeth, turned around and glared at Jiang Jiang fiercely. Look at the disarray you've created. Are the clothes you organized even usable? Go and reorganize them immediately. If I find them unsatisfactory later, you can pack your things and leave. She reached out and scattered the clothes Jiang Jiang had neatly arranged. Sister Jiang, with an air of arrogance, raised her head and strode out of the room. Jiang Jiang could not help but laugh. However, despite her amusement, she picked up the clothes scattered about and neatly folded them. Jiang Jiang, you really ought to stop with these tasks. What purpose do they serve? It would be far better to sneak off with me to catch a glimpse of the stars. Cici grasped Jiang Jiang's hand, preventing her from continuing her chore. Indeed. I've heard that there are numerous celebrities filming in the studio next door. Had it not been for the presence of these stars, I would never have come here to do such menial work. After a morning of this, my legs feel as though they might give out. Why bother with chores? Everyone, let us hurry next door and take a look. With that, the collective eagerness was palpable. Upon hearing the commotion, they could no longer remain seated. A few opened the door and made their way outside, dragging Jiang Jiang along with them. In the adjacent studio, cameras were trained on several individuals at the center of the stage, their gazes sweeping across the scene. One camera lingered on the profile of a particular individual, whose features were strikingly deep and sculpted, seemingly favored by the very hand of creation. It was as though he needed do nothing at all. Merely standing there in the spotlight drew all attention to him. Stray locks of hair fell across his forehead, his nose was elegantly defined, and his dark eyes sparkled. Yet he radiated an air of aloofness. Jingyu. The audience below could hardly contain their excitement, erupting into screams. Cici clutched Jiang Jiang's hand tightly. Do you see him? It's Jingyu. Oh my goodness. I finally see him. Had it not been for the overwhelming crowd at the scene, Cici would have nearly sprung up in excitement at that very moment. Jiang Jiang withdrew her hand, which had been painfully grasped. You truly have a fondness for him, don't you? Cici exclaimed incredulously. Is there anyone who wouldn't like him? Jiang Jiang muttered softly. He's not a currency. How could everyone possibly adore him? End of chapter. Chapter 266. The concerns of the Jiang family. Cici shot a glare, feigning indifference. While Jiang Jiang realized she had spoken out of turn and promptly turned to leave, she swiftly organized her clothes, and within moments, a large stack of garments was neatly sorted and hung on the rack. Seizing a moment of leisure, she returned a call, only to be met with the sound of a busy signal. And Mingzhu, observing the incoming call, felt a surge of excitement. It's Jiang Jiang. She has called us. Worrying for Jiang Jiang's well-being, they decided it was best to reach out to her. However, they were taken aback when Jiang Jiang did not answer their call, though she soon returned it. Jiang Jiang. And Mingzhu could hardly contain her excitement, calling out through the phone. Jiang Jiang lowered her gaze, biting her lip, feeling the warmth of their concern. Jiang Jiang, where are you now? What job are you seeking? Did you have a good lunch? What time do you finish work this evening? Do you need your parents to come pick you up? Listening to the incessant stream of admonitions on the other end of the line, Jiang Jiang pressed her lips together, simply absorbing the words in silence. The anticipated sound of conversation remained elusive, causing Mingzhu to grow increasingly anxious, yet she spoke with a delicate caution. Have you been bullied by someone out there? If anyone is troubling you, please tell me, and your father and I will intervene. Her words bore an unmistakable firmness. Jiang Jiang felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Yet warmth enveloped her heart, as though it had been filled with something precious. No, I've just been a bit busy. I didn't manage to answer your calls. Jiang Jiang murmured, lowering her voice. Even in its softer tone, her voice retained its melodic charm, rendering it sweetly soothing, evoking a tender response in the listener. And Mingzhu could no longer contain her feelings. Why don't we simply stop working? It's so stifling. You would be better off at home, conversing with your father and me. We can pay you a salary, and you can buy whatever you desire. Her daughter should not have to endure such burdens. Indeed, she never should have. Jiang Jiang had already faced enough hardship. Their past negligence weighed heavily upon them. Now, Jiang Jiang required care and affection. They possessed the means and the capacity to provide it. Why not embrace that responsibility? No need for that. Everything is perfectly fine, Jiang Jiang swiftly declined. She did not wish to find herself devoid of even the most basic ability to fend for herself if ever she were to be cast aside. Moreover, dealing with the Jiang family was truly a troublesome affair. Everyone gazed at you with eyes filled with guilt. And it was precisely this kind of look that Jiang Jiang found most unbearable. Jiang Jiang, mother understands you. You have told me before that you would never force me to do things I do not wish to do. As soon as Jiang Jiang finished her sentence, the voice on the other end of the phone swiftly fell silent. At that moment, Mingzhu truly felt at a loss. She was somewhat apprehensive that her daughter might never speak to her again, and her voice yielded. All right, if you prefer to work outside, then continue to do so. If anything troubles you, please share it with your father and me. Jiang Jiang was about to refuse once more, but for reasons inexplicable, she closed her eyes and uttered, Okay. Chapter 267. That is also your family. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Jiang's hand slowly fell to her side. It felt as though something unanticipated began to stir within her heart. The mere thought of it caused her heart to race inexplicably, as if something were about to overflow. She took a deep breath, yet it proved impossible to suppress. Should she harbor expectations for these people? Jiang Jiang's mind was a tumultuous haze. She felt as though she might not be able to endure this any longer. Alas, this is merely a storage room. Please do not enter. It's dirty. Through the door, she heard Sister Zhang's anxious cries. Suddenly, the door swung open. Their eyes met, and Jiang Jiang's widened in bewilderment. She hurriedly stood up, her mind in a daze. Reacting swiftly, she turned her back to him. After a brief moment of hesitation, she suddenly realized, why was she avoiding him? She hadn't done anything wrong. Turning her head, she made a concerted effort to maintain an impassive expression while calmly and earnestly tidying up the clothes scattered on the floor, though her hand beside her had long since begun to tremble uncontrollably. You see, I told you, this is a storeroom, and everything inside is quite filthy. You insisted on coming in anyway, so what do you expect? Jiang Jiang stood at the doorway, wearing a forced smile and chattering incessantly. Jingyu, with a stoic demeanor, stepped inside, exuding an aura of cold detachment. He seemed poised to approach Jiang Jiang. At that moment, Jiang Yunma burst forth from the side, positioning himself directly in front of Jiang Jiang. What are you doing here? Jiang Yunma's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. It was a dire situation. Who would have thought that someone in constant search of her family would now be standing right before her? Jiang Jiang glanced up at Jiang Yunma, though she remained silent. A sigh of relief escaped her heart. Working? Working? What kind of work? Did your parents not give you any New Year's money? Do you really need to work? It was laughable. When had the Jiang family ever needed to go out and work? Jiang Jiang shot him a glance, remaining silent. Yet her expression clearly indicated that she perceived him as somewhat foolish. Jiang Yunma furrowed his brow in concern and finally exclaimed, Come here. The VIP lounge awaited them. The wind rustled the blue curtains, creating a soft sound in the room where Jiang Yunma and Jiang Jiang stood. The distance between them felt as vast as the boundary of the Chu and Han dynasties. Jiang Jiang stood upright, her back straight, with her hands hanging at her sides. Her ponytail cascaded down her back, accentuating the delicate fairness of her face. She gazed out the window in silence. Jiang Yunma gritted his teeth. Do your parents know you are working in a place like this? Jiang Jiang, I am speaking to you. What was wrong with this troublesome sister? Did she not enjoy conversing? Or had she been rendered mute by someone in the past? No. Jiang Jiang shook her head, confidently asserting that this was her affair and she need not disclose it to anyone. Jiang Jiang, are you jesting? You are part of our family. How can you think it unnecessary to inform us? Jiang Yunma's expression was fierce, a stark contrast to the demeanor portrayed in the comments he had seen. Chapter 268. Heed not the words of the elderly. Oh, came her dry response, which only served to stoke the flames of his frustration. Oh, what? What do you even know? Jiang Yunma observed that she clearly had no intention of engaging in a sensible conversation. A fleeting glance revealed a wound on the back of her hand. Stop working here. Go home. If you run out of money, just tell me. I will help you. Working as a laborer is not as simple as it seems. The entertainment industry may appear glamorous, yet it is rife with decay. This insipid sister, resembling a delicate white lotus, is truly ill-suited for this environment. Jiang Jiang, if you find yourself short of funds, would you like me to assist you? After a brief silence, Jiang Jiang replied without hesitation, I possess hands and feet. I can earn my own living. Jiang Yunma. So, after all this time, I've been speaking to no avail. Previously, due to my status as a student, I was unable to work diligently. But now the circumstances have changed. In contrast, Jiang Jiang prefers to rely on her own abilities. Yes, indeed, you are impressive. You can work and earn money, while the rest of us are incapable of doing so. Ugh. Jiang Yunma discerned the sarcasm in her tone. Jiang Jiang's lips twitched involuntarily. Will you return home by yourself, or shall I call your parents to pick you up? Jiang Yunma shot her an exasperated glare. Meanwhile, his parents must be anxiously waiting at home. He then took out his phone and began dialing. Hello, I have located. Jiang Jiang snatched the phone away. hanging up and placing it gently aside. "What are you doing?" Jiang Yunma was infuriated, yet upon recalling her gesture, he found it both amusing and vexing. "So timid and inexperienced. You have no authority to make decisions on my behalf." Jiang Jiang, with her lovely eyes reflecting a hint of displeasure, confronted him earnestly. "This insipid sister certainly has a unique personality." He smirked with a hint of derision. "Have you become foolish from your studies? It appears that you have brought this upon yourself, willingly embracing hardship and engaging in such endeavors, haven't you? I had previously heard that this inexpensive sister of his was quite studious, spending her time at home solely on her studies and practice papers. I never anticipated she would become such a bookworm, forsaking the lavish life of a wealthy young lady to endure suffering in this place." "Indeed," Jiang Jiang responded resolutely, nodding heavily, causing her ponytail to perk up adorably. At that moment, she appeared somewhat endearing. Jiang Yunma was momentarily at a loss for words. "My affairs do not require the oversight of others. I am more than capable of handling them myself." Jiang Jiang truly despised those who meddled in her matters. Although she was not entirely resistant at that moment, it did not imply her complete acceptance. A mocking laugh escaped Jiang Yunma's lips, utterly devoid of any courtesy. Jiang Jiang was no longer inclined to engage with him, turning on her heels and striding towards the exit. "Let me offer you a word of caution. If you find yourself bullied here, do not come crying to me, for I shall not intervene." Given Jiang Yunma's utter lack of appreciation, she vowed to ensure that he would experience the harsh realities of the world, making him acutely aware that disregarding the wisdom of elders could lead to immediate repercussions. End of this chapter, chapter 269. Everything is amiss. Jiang Jiang chose to ignore him, straightforwardly opening the door. Suddenly, she was met with an unexpected obstruction that completely blocked her path. She lifted her head and caught a glimpse of a black shirt. As her gaze ascended, she beheld Jingyu's face. Upon locking eyes with his frigid gaze, it starkly resembled the look he would cast upon her whenever she had erred in the past. Jiang Jiang felt a surge of unease. "Could you please make way?" It seemed as if he had not heard her, standing there steadfastly. Was he planning to cosplay as an Egyptian mummy? Jiang Jiang, equally stubborn, insisted on squeezing past him. It remained unclear whether it was deliberate or not, but after several attempts, this man remained immovable, akin to a wall. "Please make way," Jiang Jiang reiterated, her tone unmistakably tinged with displeasure. At last, his gaze shifted away from her. His eyes were devoid of warmth. "Apologies." The way he uttered this apology bore no semblance of sincerity. Nearby, Jiang Yunemo, upon hearing this, chuckled softly. "You should be grateful for his apology, Jiang Jiang. He is showing you some respect." Jingyu's eyes turned icy. Jiang Jiang averted her gaze. Their movements synchronized almost in perfect unison. Jiang Yunemo, feeling somewhat awkward under their scrutinizing glances, leaned against the wall and attempted to lighten the mood with a jest. However, Jiang Jiang found the humor utterly lacking. She turned to leave. "Jiang Jiang," Jingyu called out softly. Anxious, she retreated a few steps. "Sir, do you have something to discuss with me?" It remained as formal and distant as ever. Perhaps it has been a long time since she last beheld that face. The expression upon it was cold and indifferent, however. When the gaze fell upon her, she could not help but feel an urge to flee. "You what?" Jiang Jiang, feeling guilty, hastily interjected. Jingyu chose not to respond further. Just as Jiang Jiang breathed a sigh of relief, she heard Jingyu speak again. "I recall that we have encountered each other several times. We cannot claim to be acquainted, yet there is no need for such formality." Jiang Jiang, realizing the implications belatedly, she instinctively shook her head. "No, I believe it is unnecessary for us to be so formal." Jingyu cast a cold glance. Jiang Jiang felt her entire being stiffen. Even if Jiang Yunma was oblivious, he could discern the unusual intimacy lingering between them. "Do you two know each other?" "Yes." "No." They spoke in unison, one affirming and the other denying. Jingyu lowered his gaze, his eyes sweeping over the girl before him. The girl, feigning nonchalance, stared at her feet, unaware that her flushed ears betrayed her composure. "Do you two truly know one another?" Jiang Jiang turned her head. "What does knowing each other have to do with you?" "Jiang Yunma? Must you speak so rudely?" His temper flared instantly. How could it not be relevant? He found it quite pertinent. Having been indulged since childhood, he was never one to back down. "Is that so?" "Yes." "No." Jiang Jiang shook her head vigorously, like a rattle. "Jiang Yunma, how can that be incorrect? Nowhere is right." Alas, this Jiang Jiang seems determined to drive herself to despair, undoubtedly intent on causing her own demise. End of this chapter, chapter 370. This matter is a fact. Jiang Yunma spoke in a deep voice. "Jiang Jiang, I shall tell you once more. You are born of our parents. You are my sister. You are a person with whom I share blood ties. Although I may not particularly cherish you as a sister, this undeniable truth remains unchanged." Jiang Jiang was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time anyone had conveyed such a matter to her so directly. It was simple, unrefined, yet utterly straightforward. Did you hear that? Jiang Yunma's domineering nature resurfaced. Upon not receiving a response from Jiang Jiang, he became increasingly agitated. Jiang Jiang murmured softly, I did not hear it, nor do I wish to. Such words seemed nonsensical. Yet they resonated with an unusual gravity. Jiang Yunma felt a persistent sense of resistance from Jiang Jiang, regardless of their attempts to reach out to her. She would turn and walk away without a glance back. Jiang Jiang, you. Suddenly, Jiang Jiang lifted her gaze to meet Jiang Yunma's. A smile gracing her lips. Please refrain from saying such things to me in the future. I have no desire to hear them. A peculiar bitterness welled up within Jiang Yunma's heart. Do not speak nonsense. Considering the presence of others, he suppressed the words he longed to express. His face clouded with displeasure. Oh, another listless response, leaving no room for criticism. Jingyu chuckled softly. Jiang Jiang only appears somewhat obedient when responding to questions. In truth, she is far from it, stubborn and vengeful. She looked up at Jingyu and frowned. Sir, do you have something to discuss? Jingyu's expression froze. And though it might have been Jiang Yunma's illusion, he sensed an undercurrent of irritation beneath his otherwise placid demeanor. Jingyu slightly furrowed his brows and replied, nothing. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Jiang decided to speak up. Sir, I hope you can observe the most basic etiquette. It is quite inappropriate to burst in without knocking. What if I had been in a compromising situation? She recalled that he hadn't knocked when entering moments ago. A few seconds passed in silence. I apologize. Jingyu's voice was a deep, melodious timbre. Well, I would appreciate it if you could refrain from such behavior in the future, Jiang Jiang earnestly corrected him. In the entertainment industry, there are unspoken rules. Everyone is astute and aware of what can and cannot be said. Therefore, certain matters must remain concealed. Moreover, at that moment, there were few people around, and when everyone returned to work, nothing unusual transpired. However, Sister Zhang regarded Jiang Jiang with cautious eyes, refraining from overwhelming her with burdensome tasks. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Jiang Jiang slung her bag over her shoulder and stepped outside amid Cece's incessant waving. Upon exiting the door, she spotted Jiang Yunma standing before a sleek black car. Jiang Jiang cast a complex glance at the person before turning away, feigning ignorance. Jiang Yunma, arms crossed, shouted loudly and strode forward, leaving no opportunity for her to escape. Jiang Jiang sidestepped, inquiring, what are you doing? Of course, I'm taking you home with me. What else would I be doing? The way she said it made it seem as though their homes were not one and the same. After finally wrapping up the shoot just before her shift ended, why couldn't they return together? Jiang Jiang blinked, insisting, I can take the bus back myself. Chapter 371. Raising children is expensive. Jiang Yunma nearly forced the words through clenched teeth. You are coming home with me. Jiang Jiang shook her head once more. Enough. You're not a bobblehead. Come on, let us go home for dinner first. With a combination of dragging and pulling, he disregarded Jiang Jiang's willingness and hauled her toward the car. The disparity in strength between the genders was already significant, even though Jiang Yunma was younger. Coupled with Jiang Jiang's slight frame, pulling her into the car was a trivial task. Swiftly shutting the door, Jiang Yunma clapped his hands together. The motion was seamless and decisive. He called out to the driver, drive. The black sedan shot out like an arrow, merging into the flow of traffic and soon vanishing from sight. However, moments later, another black car gradually emerged from the underground garage. Kuan poured a glass of water and casually glanced at the itinerary. After today's recording, they would still be here tomorrow to record an interview program with a newly debuted group. Tonight, there was also a filming session for a television drama. The work schedule was packed to the brim, leaving scarcely any time for rest. Liang Yanqing replied, his voice cold and his expression impassive. Cancel some variety show activities. Upon hearing this, Kuan felt a sense of foreboding. These variety show recordings had been arranged long ago, last year to be precise. Most variety programs were contracted for a quarter, a year, or at least 6 months. This particular program had been finalized the previous year, and the contract had already been signed. Now, the suggestion to cancel certain shows seemed problematic. Kuan pondered which program could be dropped without causing an issue. Had something happened? She forced a smile to comfort him, but Liang Yanqing remained tight-lipped, his brow furrowed. A sense of dread washed over Kuan, leading her to blurt out, you're not considering marriage, are you? The thought struck her, and she felt a cold sweat break out on her back. No. It couldn't be, could it? It must be said that although her artist appeared aloof and unapproachable, he was, in essence, quite the romantic. Especially when it came to Jiang Jiang, where this romantic side was laid bare. Raising children and supporting a wife undoubtedly incurs substantial expenses. I advise you to navigate the entertainment industry with diligence. Otherwise, we should fulfill the terms of this contract before contemplating any withdrawal from the scene. It seems you have entirely forgotten that our artists have long since become their own masters, and these concerns need not trouble you. Conversely, Kun feels that being a manager is an exceptionally arduous task. Jiang Jiang gazes at Kun as if he is mentally challenged. Are you out of your mind? No, I am speaking sincerely. The cost of baby formula and clothing has escalated significantly. Silence yourself, Jiang Jiang retorts, the veins on his forehead pulsating. His expression fraying as the conversation veers toward children. I am genuinely telling you. How is it that he speaks to him calmly yet finds himself irritable? Raising children is indeed costly. When did I express a desire to marry and have children? Jiang Jiang does not even lift his gaze, coldly tossing out a remark. Only then does Kun realize his folly, offering a nervous chuckle. End of this chapter, chapter 372. Is there anything I need to explain? Are you considering a job change? Kun becomes aware of his inappropriate comments, scratching his head. Upon reflection, he muses, you too have reached the age for marriage and children. There is nothing wrong with that. The entire carriage falls into a hushed silence. Kun sits nearby, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. After a moment of silence that felt like an eternity, a faint smile graced Jiang Jiang's lips. She is still quite young. It is best to wait a little longer, for she is too young to be rushed. Anxiously, Quan seemed to comprehend, nodding slowly before ultimately breaking into a smile. Jiang Jiang, however, tempered his mirth, his gaze becoming increasingly frosty as he regarded Jiang Jiang. No worries, I will certainly keep a close watch on that child. Oh dear. He startled himself with his heavy breathing. As compensation, I will continue to fulfill my commitments to the signed variety show contract. But I shall refrain from taking on any further projects. Given the current circumstances, he could not afford distractions. He needed someone to help him keep an eye on Jiang Jiang. All right, no problem, he thought. Feeling a significant weight lift from his chest as Quan leaned back against the sofa. Only then did he realize, with a start, that he was drenched in cold sweat. The vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of the Jiang family home. With Jiang Jiang walking ahead and Jiang Yunma trailing closely behind, his gaze fixated on her as though she might flee at any moment. Jiang's father and Mingzhu had been waiting in the living room for quite some time. Jiang Yunma cast a glance at Jiang Jiang. His tone laced with mockery. Jiang Jiang, you ought to explain to mom and dad what you have been up to today. Before Jiang Yunma could finish, Jiang Jiang suddenly lifted her head to look at him, her expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Explain what? What have I done that requires an explanation? A rather perplexing sensation enveloped the atmosphere, perhaps stemming from an aversion to such feelings. The moment he spoke, it was with an accusatory tone directed at Jiang Yunma. Jiang Yunma, taken aback, stood there in a daze, at a loss for words. Jiang's father quickly discerned that Jiang Jiang's emotions were awry. He stepped forward, lowered his voice, and gently inquired, could you share with me what has transpired? Would you both sit down and discuss it calmly? What was it about these two children that suggested a brewing confrontation the moment they entered? Please enlighten me on what I have done. What heinous act or grievous sin I need to justify, or am I to be accused of murder and arson? Jiang Jiang's agitation was palpable, resembling a ruffled rabbit. Wait. You both need to sit down and talk this through. And Mingzhu, sensing the disarray, intervened, positioning herself between them. Jiang Jiang appeared oblivious to the chaos, standing rigidly. Her gaze fixed coldly upon Mingzhu. I do not comprehend what I have done wrong. I merely sought employment. Why does it seem as if I have engaged in some clandestine affair? Am I now forbidden to hold even a single job? As Jiang Jiang articulated her grievances, time within the space seemed to come to a standstill, and all eyes incredulously turned towards Jiang Yunma. Chapter 373. It seems to have grown worse. Jiang Jiang is an exceedingly adept keeper of secrets. Regardless of the circumstances she encounters, she always wears a gentle smile. Even when faced with the most humiliating situations, she responds with an unwavering grace. However, on this occasion, her emotions erupted unexpectedly. When recalling the events of the day, she voiced her grievances with an unprecedented fervor. The words of her psychologist lingered in her mind. Jiang Jiang's defensive mechanisms are excessively robust, and she should not continue to treat her family with such deference. In other words, is she revealing her truest self before them? If that is the case, it is indeed a most fortuitous development. Yet, there stands Jiang Jiang, a diminutive figure, seemingly without support. At this moment, Jiang Yunma confidently pulled out a chair and seated himself. What are you doing, Jiang Yunma? With a low warning from Jiang's father, Jiang Yunma quickly sprang to his feet. I merely saw Jiang Jiang working part-time at my workplace. How shall I put it? Given the resources and standing of the Jiang family, Jiang Jiang ought to be a young lady of considerable means, far too distinguished to engage in menial labor at such a place. The nature of this work is not akin to that outside. Should it be spoken of, it would surely invite ridicule. Where would that leave the Jiang family's reputation? Thus, Jiang Yunma had only just spoken up. Indeed, I am merely working part-time. Those unaware might misconstrue my actions. Jiang Jiang's lips curled upwards in a most unceremonious mocking arc. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Yunma found himself too intimidated to raise his gaze to Jiang Jiang's countenance, let alone meet her eyes. I merely hope that when you engage in activities outside, you might consider the dignity of those at home, Jiang Yunma offered, his voice tinged with a reluctant defensiveness. The household could certainly afford her. Why must it be this way? She lifted her gaze, her eyes suddenly locking onto Jiang Yunma's. The mocking curve of her lips widening. Are you unaware of the burdens I have always borne? A person accustomed to hardship dares not indulge in comfort. Jiang Yunma's eyes widened in astonishment, and Mingzhu could no longer suppress her tears, while Jiang's father felt a bitter ache in his throat. I have grown accustomed to relying on myself for everything. I apologize if my demeanor has caused you discomfort, but alas, I must ask for your patience. Once the summer break concludes, I shall cease to intrude upon your presence. No. That is not what I meant. I truly did not mean that. I only worry about you. Jiang Yunma fervently protested. Jiang Jiang found his desperation even more amusing. Did this individual truly need to reflect upon his own words daily? To claim concern for her? Just moments ago, he had spoken ill of her, wishing her absence. Yet in the next breath, he professed his worry. Such words would not even convince a dog. Jiang Jiang had grown weary of responding to him and felt no inclination to engage in conversation. She turned on her heel and walked away. However, she was intercepted by an Mingzhu, who blocked her path. Jiang Jiang, we are genuinely concerned about you. Please allow us the opportunity to express our worries. Jiang Jiang was reluctant to acquiesce and averted her gaze. She was acutely aware that her condition seemed to be deteriorating. Chapter 374. Be a little considerate. She found it quite difficult to interact with these individuals. Once back in her room, Jiang Jiang buried herself beneath the covers. Resembling an ostrich that, when faced with adversity, merely buries its head in the sand in a futile attempt to evade reality. Yet, unexpectedly, amidst her moment of solitude, she caught a whiff of the sunlit fragrance that emanated from her blankets and pillow, unmistakably having been aired out under the sun. Jiang Jiang could not articulate the sensation it evoked within her. She felt a peculiar itchiness, as if countless ants were nibbling at her heart, gradually consuming her from within. Without a moment's hesitation, she sat upright and retrieved a small white pill box from her bag, poured out 2 pills, and swallowed them dry, without the need for water. Only after this action did she feel a semblance of relaxation wash over her. With a blank expression, she took out her clothes and proceeded to the bathroom for a shower. Downstairs in the living room, Yan Emo exclaimed, "Before you act, could you not be so impulsive? A moment of contemplation or a discussion with us would suffice." And Mingzhu let out a helpless sigh. Jiang Jiang, after all, has grown up in an environment vastly different from ours. One cannot approach this matter with your mindset. After perusing Jiang Jiang's background, it became evident that the child had endured a great deal of hardship. In such a living environment, how could a child not become cautious and eager to please others? It was precisely for this reason that they unhesitatingly welcomed the child back into their fold. However, little did they anticipate that mere days after her return, the family would subject her to such treatment. I simply find Jiang Jiang to be rather melodramatic. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yunma could not restrain himself from uttering those 2 words. In his eyes, what was the magnitude of the issue? Sister Yushu had departed from home quietly and without fanfare, never voicing any complaints or displaying any signs of distress. Yet this Jiang Jiang, now that she was back home with someone to care for her, wore an expression of refusal and resistance, as if she were a victim of bullying. Who would believe such a tale? Melodramatic, he thought. Yunma, if you were to face something akin to Jiang Jiang's plight, you would likely not only become melodramatic but also find it difficult to cope. Ultimately, Father Jiang rose and patted his shoulder. The truth was, his youngest son had been overly sheltered and remained oblivious to the harsh realities of the world. Although Jiang Yunma had experienced online romance, his intellect remained sharp. He felt a sense of bewilderment at this first moment of obedience. Wasn't it all just spoken in Chinese? The words reverberated in a manner that left an incomprehensible meaning lingering in the air. In any case, Jiang Jiang is your sister when you see her outside. Ensure to protect her and prevent anyone from bullying her. This child, even when mistreated, remains silent. And you, refrain from constantly seeking trouble with Jiang Jiang. Jiang's father harbored some concern. Not long ago, Jiang Jiang had been utterly vexed by that young rascal, Jiang Yuzhu. This was the first time Jiang's father realized that having so many sons around was not always a blessing. At times, it could truly be exasperating. End of chapter. Chapter 375. One must use their mind and action, Jiang Yunma pondered. It seemed Jiang Jiang had yet to fully accept them. Still maintaining a certain distance, Jiang Yunma found it perplexing. What was there to feel distant about? Had they not all moved in together? In that dimly lit room, shadows danced and intertwined, creating an atmosphere that felt almost surreal. Jingyu, I must take my leave. I cannot remain here any longer. The young girl stood before him, Illuminated by light, her beautiful brows curved in a gentle smile. Her black hair cascaded like silk behind her, and with a light-hearted wave, she bid him farewell. Fragmented memories surged forth, intertwining with the girl's voice, tearing at his very being. Jiang Jiang. Yet, as if oblivious, the girl walked away into the thick mist, her figure vanishing completely. Jing Yu jolted awake, leaning against the headboard, letting out a helpless sigh as he gently closed his eyes. His long fingers pressed against his brow, seeking solace amid the turmoil. Suppressing the agitation within, a series of urgent knocks reverberated from the door. Jing Yu, are you awake? Called Jiang Jiang. Her voice tinged with unease. Is there something you need? Jing Yu's voice was cold and distant. I have a matter. Just a small matter I would like to ask for your assistance. Jiang Jiang hesitated before speaking. I'm busy. The indifferent tone echoed from within the room. Jiang Jiang stood there, biting her lip in frustration. She had yet to articulate her concerns. How could he be too busy? Jing Yu, could you come out so we can discuss this matter? I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Silence lingered on the other side of the door. After a few attempts, her voice quivered, tears welling in her eyes. I truly don't understand what I did wrong. Why does it seem like everyone suddenly dislikes me? It was tea like this before. How could everything have changed so drastically? Leave. The voice carried a hint of annoyance. Overwhelmed with sorrow, Jiang Jiang turned to descend the stairs, her heart heavy with reluctance. Upon encountering Jing Yu's mother, she stepped forward, grasping her hand, lowering her head, her voice trembling with suppressed sobs. Jing Yu seems to have grown to dislike me. Jing Yu's mother feigned confusion, discreetly withdrawing her hand. That child would never harbor animosity without reason. I haven't done anything to be disliked, Jiang Jiang vehemently denied, shaking her head. Mrs. Jing sighed once more. Jiang, think carefully if you've done anything that might have displeased him. Upon hearing this, even the most obtuse individual would discern the underlying implication. Her face flushed crimson, and she could barely lift her head. Just go home. Refrain from coming over for a while. Focus on your studies. It will occupy your mind, preventing you from uttering thoughtless remarks that may lead others to perceive you as foolish. Jiang Jiang. Mrs. Jing, when she set her sights on mocking someone, was truly relentless. She showed no regard for who you were. Jiang Jiang gasped in disbelief. How could you speak to me like that? What have I done to you? Mrs. Jing replied with a sardonic smile, her posture impeccably straight, adorned with an elegant and tasteful makeup that epitomized the image of a wealthy matron. Jiang Jiang's lips moved several times, yet she ultimately failed to articulate a complete sentence. End of this chapter. Chapter 376. Let's add each other on WeChat early in the morning. Jiang Jiang grabbed a bag of soy milk and was about to rush out when Mr. Jiang stopped her with a firm hand. Walk slowly, there's no rush. Take the eggs with you. He handed her a pre-packed breakfast, the sandwich is still warm within the bag. Thank you. Jiang Jiang responded and proceeded outside. The car was already waiting at the entrance. With the window half open, Jiang Yunma's face was visible. He frowned slightly and said, Jiang Jiang, get in the car. Jiang Jiang did not refuse, primarily due to the pressing time. They both settled into the back seat, and Jiang Jiang found herself at a loss for words. Preferring to gaze out the window, pondering not to be late, Jiang Yunma broke the silence. Shall we add each other on WeChat? He then pulled out his phone and opened the QR code. Jiang Jiang hesitated. After all, adding someone on WeChat was hardly a monumental task. Was there something about her expression that would frighten him? Well, during this period, I will also be recording a program here. If we add each other on WeChat, it might be beneficial. Should you happen to be late for work in the morning or finishing up in the evening, we could possibly return together. And if you encounter any issues, I could assist you, perhaps. She was not particularly keen on relying on someone else to resolve her problems. What? Do you wish to return late and cause your parents to worry? Jiang Jiang contemplated. If there ever came a day when she did return late, her father and Mingzhu would undoubtedly chatter incessantly. Given that, beep, the QR code was scanned successfully, and they added each other as friends. After modifying the contact name, Jiang Jiang casually tucked her phone into her pocket and turned her gaze back to the scenery outside. A silence seemed to be descending once more between the two individuals. Jiang Yunma, breaking the stillness, remarked, I've heard that the cafeteria is quite decent. Shall we have lunch there together? Jiang Jiang, somewhat perplexed, responded, Are you certain you wish to dine with me? Are you not concerned about being recognized by your fans? A twinge of regret washed over Jiang Yunma. Indeed, had he known the complications of entering this sphere, he would have refrained from doing so. Jiang Jiang. Could you possibly refrain from speaking? Jiang Jiang lifted her gaze, her eyes blinking in contemplation. At this moment, I simply desire a bit of solitude. While in transit. She was not inclined to converse, particularly after a restless night filled with bizarre dreams that left her utterly drained. All she longed for now was to close her eyes and rest. The tasks assigned by Sister Jiang were far from easy, and today would demand considerable energy. Thus, she hoped to seize this moment of respite. Jiang Jiang gazed at him. Jiang Yunma, aware of his own shortcomings, turned his head away as well. He recalled the words of his father from the previous night, suggesting that Jiang Jiang might be grappling with psychological issues. Could it be true that Jiang Jiang had such problems? Jiang Yunma glanced around, failing to discern any signs of distress. She simply spoke less and seemed somewhat irritable. Yet, when it came to berating himself, he found her verbal dexterity quite impressive. How could one conclude that she had psychological troubles? Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing these thoughts, fearful of the repercussions. Ultimately, he decided it was best to remain silent. Chapter 377. It seems your mind is not quite right. Jiang Jiang sat in the car, maintaining an upright posture, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the outside world. It was unclear how long this state persisted until she gradually turned her head to look at Jiang Yunma. Why do you keep staring at me? Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Yunma, caught in the act, felt a wave of embarrassment and awkwardly attempted to scratch his foot, forcing a smile. With a rather lackluster response, he remarked, I was pondering what beautiful scenery there could be outside. Everything looks nice, was a response that verged on excessive in its insincerity. Jiang Yunma countered, next time, I'll take you to see even more breathtaking views. Jiang Jiang waved her hand dismissively. No, thank you. Jiang Yunma, well, I have encountered many who feign interest, but I have never met anyone as blatantly dismissive as you. Just then, his phone, lying nearby, vibrated. A glance at the caller ID revealed the name, Jiang Yushu. In a moment of panic, he hastily disconnected the call, flipping the phone over. Intentionally feigning anger, he glared at her. Jiang Jiang, you had the audacity to peek at my phone screen. I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional. The screen was right in front of me, and I couldn't help but glance. Jiang Jiang replied, exhibiting no hesitation as she candidly acknowledged her action, her admission straightforward and unreserved. I truly apologize. After speaking, she turned her head slightly to the other side. Silence enveloped the compartment once more, returning to that eerie stillness. Was that it? Was it truly over? There were no shouts, no cries, not even a moment of self-questioning, yet she felt no sense of grievance. Each of her reactions took Jiang Yunma by surprise. He had anticipated that upon seeing this address, she would either scream, weep loudly, or express anger, demanding to know why she still retained the phone number or had any connection with him. Alternatively, she could have selfishly chosen to delete Jiang Yunshu's contact information. In truth, had she made a scene, cried out, or voiced accusations, he would have had the opportunity to counter her claims. Yet from beginning to end, there was not a flicker of emotion in Jiang Jiang's eyes, nor any excess expression on her face. To an outsider, it might seem as though this matter had no bearing on her whatsoever. However, in reality, she was one of the parties involved. How could it be? Jiang Jiang, you must be feeling upset, right? Jiang Yunma, teetering on the brink of folly, probed desperately. Upset about what? Jiang Jiang did not even turn her head, her expression remaining inscrutable. No, if you're unhappy, you should just say so. It's of no consequence. Keeping it to yourself serves little purpose. Why would I be upset? At this, Jiang Jiang turned her head, her eyes filled with confusion. Jiang Yunma, rather bluntly, inquired, wouldn't you feel unhappy if I were in contact with Sister Yushu? At this moment, Jiang Jiang suddenly found herself engulfed in hesitation. A flicker of joy illuminated Jiang Yunma's heart. Let the chaos ensue. Let her express her grievances. Even tears would suffice. Yet, alas, the moment Jiang Jiang opened her mouth, Jiang Yunma's smile vanished. She remarked, Jiang Yunma, have you considered visiting a hospital to examine your mind? It appears to be functioning rather abnormally. End of this chapter. Chapter 378. Where did the friends come from? Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yunma's demeanor soured, his expression darkening as he insisted, there is nothing wrong with my mind. Jiang Jiang cast a fleeting glance as the driver parked the car. I shall take my leave now. I appreciate your assistance today. Without a second thought, she pushed the car door open and stepped out, striding toward the lobby without looking back, just as Jiang Yunma intended to call out to her. Wishing to offer her passage through the internal staff corridor, in the blink of an eye, Jiang Jiang had vanished from sight. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yunma reassured himself, remain calm, remain unperturbed. As Jiang Jiang entered the storage room, Sister Jiang was absent, leaving only Cici, who greeted her with enthusiasm. Jiang Jiang, you've arrived. Yes, Jiang Jiang replied, placing her backpack down and swiftly immersing herself in work. Cici scrutinized her from head to toe, as if uncovering some hidden secret, before leaning closer. Your outfit appears quite splendid. My clothes? Jiang Jiang glanced down at herself. This morning, as I stepped out, I casually grabbed a shirt and a pair of jeans from my wardrobe. This ordinary yet understated ensemble, how could it be deemed commendable? As I scrutinized the clothing, I realized that the shirt seemed to be an exact replica of one I had seen in a magazine just a few days prior. How much did you pay for this shirt? I inquired, confirming that it was indeed the very same piece from the magazine. I have no idea, Jiang Jiang replied, finally realizing that the shirt she wore had been purchased by an Mingzhu and placed in the wardrobe. This garment must not have been inexpensive. Despite her daily encounters with high-end brands, CC could instantly discern authenticity. Without exaggeration, the shirt Jiang Jiang donned was undoubtedly genuine. I don't know. It was bought by my family. When she mentioned the words family, Jiang Jiang hesitated slightly. To her surprise, she felt no discomfort in uttering them. In that fleeting moment, CC exclaimed, "Wow, your family truly cares for you." She had implored her own mother several times to acquire items from this brand, but to no avail. Jiang Jiang chuckled awkwardly, choosing not to respond. Did Jingyu and Jiang Yunma come looking for you yesterday? After a lengthy roundabout conversation, CC finally posed the question she had been waiting to ask all morning. No, Jiang Jiang replied, frowning and answering rather quickly. How could that be? Yesterday, someone clearly mentioned that those two came to the storage room in search of you. There are indeed too many people. And even the slightest piece of news can swiftly circulate throughout the entire studio. Jiang Jiang paused for a moment, recalling how she seemed to have taken a wrong turn yesterday and inadvertently opened a door. Is that how it happened? CC clearly harbored doubts. If you don't believe me, you can ask Sister Jiang. She was outside at that time too. Jiang Jiang was reluctant to prolong the discussion on this matter, so she directly invoked Sister Zhang's name, leaving CC with no further questions to pose. What is it? I merely wanted to ask a few questions. Why did you suddenly say such things? When you utter those words, do you not regard me as a friend? CC's eyes darted around, betraying her unease. Friend? Upon hearing this term, Jiang Jiang felt a sense of surrealism envelop her. End of this chapter. Chapter 379. No money, no way. Jiang Jiang, do you not think that the two of us are friends? CC's eyes widened in disbelief at the notion that such words had escaped Jiang Jiang's lips. Jiang Jiang honestly replied, no. Well, this topic seemed to be teetering on the brink of extinction. CC struggled to comprehend at that moment. Jiang Jiang should have responded affirmatively. Yes, we are friends. Even if it were a mere pretense, it would have been necessary to feign it. After all, as a party involved, she was still present. Jiang Jiang ought to reply, shouldn't she? To alleviate her own awkwardness, CC forced a smile. Attempting to ease the tension, Jiang Jiang, I believe we can become very good friends in the future. Is that so? Friends, huh? The words seemed to drift far from the previous conversation, evoking a sense of bewilderment. CC immediately questioned Jiang Jiang. Why do you believe we won't become friends? Jiang Jiang, indifferent to the term friend, nonetheless replied with a newfound seriousness. Sister Zhang will arrive shortly, and there are still matters left unattended. Let us organize these things before continuing our discussion. As Jiang Jiang surveyed the chaotic array of clothes and various items strewn about, her brow furrowed in distress. CC rolled her eyes in exasperation. Jiang Jiang, for heaven's sake, you're not a kindergarten child. Why be so obedient? Besides, it's not even time to start work yet. Why the rush? In truth, only 5 minutes remained before the workday commenced, suggesting that there was no need for such urgency. Jiang Jiang's earnest demeanor made her appear rather inept. Pretending not to hear, she resumed picking up the scattered items. Jiang Jiang, I told you to stop tidying up. Did you hear me? CC disliked being ignored while speaking. I heard you. But I have no intention of following your instructions. Jiang Jiang truly knew how to infuriate someone. I shall not concern myself with you any longer. Frustrated, CC retreated to a corner, quietly engrossed in her phone. Meanwhile, Jiang Jiang flitted about like a little spinning top, endlessly preoccupied with this task and that. With a cold laugh, CC thought to herself that she was curious to see just how far Jiang Jiang could feign indifference. Given the intensity of their workload, it felt as though one might perish from exhaustion. Soon enough, however, CC was met with the harsh reality. Jiang Jiang had not stopped for a moment throughout the day, approaching every task with exceptional diligence. In stark contrast, the others appeared somewhat lackluster. Under the relentless verbal assaults from Sister Jiang, CC and the others began to feel overwhelmed. As the end of the workday approached, they decided to corner Jiang Jiang at the stairwell for a discussion. Jiang Jiang, if you keep working so hard, you might just wear yourself out. Why not leave us a chance to breathe? Exactly. Didn't we make it clear that we're just here to admire the stars, not to engage in serious labor? Your earnestness just makes the rest of us look incompetent. Jiang Jiang replied, but if I don't work diligently, I might get fired, and without my salary, I would be in dire straits. At that moment, the group was taken aback. What? You mean you took this job for the money? Jiang Jiang felt a pang of discomfort at the emptiness of her pockets. The others chuckled in disbelief. What was Jiang Jiang saying? Clad in an expensive shirt worth 5 figures, she claimed to be short on cash? Such a statement seemed utterly implausible, almost laughable. Jiang Jiang. If you're going to lie, at least draft some notes first. CC, overwhelmed by her frustration, finally managed to utter. Do you truly lack money in such a manner? Do I not appear to be someone who is in need? Jiang Jiang cast a doubtful glance her way. CC was taken aback, nearly swayed by Jiang Jiang's earnest demeanor. Do not feign ignorance to deceive me, I assure you. No one has yet been born bold enough to trick me in these times. Annoyed, CC reached out to push her. What are you pretending for? That innocent facade. Who are you trying to fool? If one were unaware, they might think you were being bullied. Speak as you wish, but refrain from physicality, Jiang Jiang replied, aware of the staircase behind her and estimating the distance. Regrettably, CC's assertiveness was overwhelming. Now you choose to be afraid? Why did you not act earlier? CC bore no malicious intent. It was merely that Jiang Jiang appeared excessively vulnerable. She seemed pliable, readily complying with whatever was said, reminiscent of a soft dumpling. Such is human nature. When encountering someone seemingly easy to intimidate, there arises an irresistible urge to exert dominance. What are you saying? I have done nothing. Jiang Jiang found the situation utterly absurd, questioning CC's words. Suddenly, CC's emotions flared. Jiang Jiang, are you still pretending? Still feigning innocence? Do tone down your enthusiasm. Can you not hear me? With her pink-painted nails, she unceremoniously poked Jiang Jiang's chest, her demeanor resembling that of a startled creature. Jiang Jiang could only ponder, how could this situation become so convoluted? Well, regarding this matter, you still dare to quibble. Suddenly, CC reached out and forcefully pushed. Jiang Jiang's body arched backward like a parabolic arc. In the adjacent recording studio, the program was nearing its conclusion. After recording for over 10 hours, Jiang Yunma's face darkened with fatigue. Meanwhile, Jingyu appeared completely unfazed, not even a bead of sweat gracing his forehead. When the camera panned over, he even managed to offer a faint smile to the lens. Jiang Yunma's expression grew even grimmer. After all, he was a few years older. His cunning was palpable. The other staff members in the program team seized the break to engage in conversation. Did you hear? There's been an incident involving those new girls we just hired a few days ago. Upon hearing the term new girls, an unsettling premonition stirred within Jiang Yunma. He overheard another staff member inquire, what happened? The other responded nonchalantly, oh, what could possibly happen with these girls? They merely took a dislike to one another, met at the stairwell for a little chat, and in a fit of uncontrolled emotion, pushed one of them down the stairs. I heard the girl fell quite badly, bleeding profusely and unable to move. Before the conversation could continue, they were interrupted by Hong Jie's anxious shout. Jingyu, where are you going? End of this chapter, chapter 381. Who do you wish to PUA? Jiang Jiang fell down the stairs, and within half an hour, the Jiang family received the news and hurried to the hospital. CC was acutely aware of her mistake as she accompanied the others into the hospital. Her gaze cast downward, a flurry of anxiety enveloping her. Although Sister Zhang held a minor leadership position, she found herself at a loss, facing such an unprecedented situation. Her inexperience leaving her feeling quite overwhelmed. She harbored a certain disdain for CC. Perceiving her as a pampered young lady who clearly lacked resilience and was not there for labor, but rather to pursue her idols. Usually, she turned a blind eye to such antics, but this incident had caused real harm, and it was not something that could be easily brushed aside with mere words. The consequences of CC's actions had left Jiang Jiang injured, and it was conceivable that her parents might resort to calling the authorities, leading CC to face a few days in jail, an outcome that would render her speechless. Sister Zhang, harboring her own ulterior motives, sought to instill fear. Yet, CC was not easily intimidated. Recalling the recent events, however, her countenance paled, and she vehemently shook her head, asserting, I did not intend to push her. I merely wished to converse with her. CC was not inherently malicious. At times, her temper could be rather fiery. Sister Zhang scoffed derisively. You merely sought to speak with her, and when she ignored you, you pushed her down the stairs? What a truly venomous mindset you possess. I am not a malicious person, CC retorted through clenched teeth, insisting that she was no wicked girl. If Jiang Jiang had engaged with me, had spoken to me properly, I would not have acted this way. Sister Zhang mocked her further. You commit a wrongful act and then blame others? How utterly amusing you are. CC's face flushed with indignation as she glared fiercely. Mind your own business. Humph. Sister Zhang rolled her eyes and let out a derisive snort from her nostrils, aware that this young lady was not easily appeased. She thought a few casual remarks might suffice. She promptly turned and entered the hospital room, preparing to speak kindly to Jiang Jiang in hopes of letting the matter pass as if nothing had transpired. Jiang Jiang had observed her closely. Initially, she wondered if the girl had some sort of background that could attract two celebrities to seek her out. However, she soon realized that this girl was remarkably resilient. almost to the point of seeming to lack any substantial support. On several occasions, when heavy tasks were assigned to her, she diligently toiled away without complaint. Thus, it became evident that she did not possess any influential backing. Given this, she was likely to be more amenable. Sister Jiang, with her confidence soaring, strode into the hospital room, ready to engage in a persuasive discourse. Little did she know that the lady within bore an icy demeanor, arms crossed, exuding an imposing presence. She immediately confronted Jiang. As a leader, is this how you manage your subordinates? My daughter is unwell and unable to speak with you now. My lawyer will contact you directly later. With that, the door to the hospital room was firmly closed. Sister Jiang stood there, stunned, gradually raising her head only to be confronted by the stark letters of VLP emblazoned before her, leaving her utterly astonished. Residing here for a single night incurs a considerable expense. Sister Jiang immediately comprehended the situation. It seems she has encountered a formidable obstacle this time. End of this chapter. Chapter 382. Address me as Sister Jiang. Jiang's knee was bound in bandages, but no plaster was applied. She sat demurely on the sofa, sipping water. Jiang Yunzhou gazed at her with reassurance, questioning if her leg was merely scraped and whether there were any fractures. The incident of tumbling down the staircase could have serious repercussions. Jiang Jiang took a sip of water, acknowledging him as a courtesy. In truth, the bandage on her knee seemed rather excessive. Under the insistent request of Mingzhu, she had reluctantly acquiesced. Her leg was fully functional, capable of movement and jumping. Quite normal indeed. Jiang Yunzhou furrowed his brow, contemplating whether they should proceed to the CT room for an MRI to examine her brain. Was it not said that she bled profusely when she fell down the stairs? Was she absolutely certain that there were no severe injuries? Bled? Upon hearing the word bleed, Mingzhu's expression shifted to one of heightened anxiety. What happened? How could there be blood? Jiang's father, equally distressed, began searching frantically. Jiang Jiang had changed into a clean hospital gown, and the blood-soaked attire that had been brought in was nowhere to be found. She set her cup down and shook her head. That blood was not mine. It belonged to a blood bag. Sister Jiang had instructed her to take some supplies, which included the blood bag. However, upon delivery, they had stated it was no longer needed. She had casually placed it in her pocket, intending to return it to the storage room. Who could have anticipated such a coincidence? In an unfortunate turn of events, a plasma bag ruptured, and what appeared to be a small container resulted in a considerable spill. When Jiang Jiang beheld the plasma, she was taken aback, not to mention the others. Jiang Yuzhou remained somewhat incredulous. Are you truly unharmed? Jiang Jiang replied earnestly, I assure you, I am perfectly fine. However, despite her verbal reassurances, Mingzhu could not help but furrow her brow upon seeing the injury on Jiang Jiang's knee. Who on earth is that girl? Such a lack of upbringing. To recklessly push someone. Mingzhu vaguely recalled the young lady lingering at the door of the hospital room. The thought that her presence had caused Jiang Jiang harm only deepened the furrow in her brow. At that moment, Jiang Yunma arrived, visibly flustered. Jiang Jiang, Jiang Jiang. Are you all right? Although he did not harbor much affection for this half-sister, the bond of blood inevitably stirred a sense of worry upon hearing of her injury. Why not call her sister? Always so hasty, Jiang Yunzhou remarked, patting his head. Jiang Jiang. Sister, Jiang Yunma managed to utter after a pause, quickly following with concern, are you all right? In the same workplace. How could you allow your sister to get hurt? What kind of brother are you? Jiang's father directed a reproachful gaze at Jiang Yunma, his tone laced with admonition. What exactly transpired? Jiang Yunma felt utterly helpless. Had he not already advised Jiang Jiang against taking this job? How did it suddenly become his fault? Yet, upon reflection, it was indeed possible that had he disclosed his relationship with Jiang Jiang earlier, perhaps she would not have been subjected to such treatment, and those who bullied her might have hesitated, fearing repercussions. He awkwardly managed a smile. End of chapter. Chapter 383. I will hold you accountable. Jiang Jiang averted her gaze, merely cradling her cup, sipping it slowly. Jiang Jiang, He suddenly found himself stumbling over his words. Jiang Jiang cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Yunma, who wished he could disappear into the ground. It's all right. It's not a significant matter. Jiang Jiang lifted her eyelids slightly. Her demeanor appeared indifferent, yet it evoked a sense of discomfort within him. Jiang Yunma felt as though he had been dealt a subtle, yet piercing blow. He yearned to inquire about the meaning behind her words, but upon witnessing her frail demeanor, the question lodged in his throat. How could someone who seemed so amiable actually be so difficult to communicate with? She was exceptionally skilled at delivering soft jabs. Mingzhu observed their interaction keenly and feigned nonchalance as she asked, Jiang Jiang, would you like to take a break? No, I'm neither tired nor sleepy. Shall we head home then? 10 minutes later, upon witnessing the door to the hospital room swing open, Cece sprang to her feet in an instant. Mister, Jiang stepped forward, effectively obstructing Cece's line of sight. Miss, do you require assistance? His voice was measured, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Cece found herself momentarily intimidated by his imposing presence, awkwardly approaching. Jiang Jiang, are you all right? How are your injuries? I didn't mean to. And Mingzhu, her expression frosty and her tone laced with indignation, interjected, if you have any matters to discuss, please address them through my lawyer. My daughter is currently unavailable for conversation. Jiang Jiang remained silent, standing behind the group, a mere observer. Cece, sensing the tension, hastily asserted, I didn't intentionally push you. It was simply that the hallway was rather slippery and poorly maintained, which caused you to accidentally fall down the stairs. It has nothing to do with me. Even a dog would have found her words hard to believe. Excuse me? Jiang Yunma exclaimed in disbelief. Recognizing him, Cece gasped, her breath hitching. I am not. I truly am not. She shook her head fervently, presenting a picture of someone wronged. Cece, Jiang Jiang gently called out. Instantly, Cece stood frozen, her demeanor shifting to one of bewilderment. Jiang Jiang, in contrast, stood with a newfound seriousness, her previously languid expression replaced by a solemn air. Gone was the amiable disposition she had earlier exhibited. At the entrance of the corridor, there exists surveillance footage. Are you certain it was merely a slip on the stairs? Cece's expression transformed entirely. Jiang Jiang stepped forward slightly, casting a glance, and standing tall. I shall hold you accountable for the subsequent repercussions of this incident. Cece's face flushed crimson, yet in that very moment, she defiantly retorted, Do not try to intimidate me with this matter. I am not afraid. It is simply a matter of hiring a lawyer, and I shall do so as well. Her nails dug into her flesh, pain causing her to tremble with fear. Then, let us engage a lawyer to resolve this issue. Jiang Jiang glanced at her as she passed by, not even sparing her a second glance. End of this chapter. Chapter 384. Do they truly think no one is home? Cece was taken aback. Jiang Jiang, you. Initially incredulous. Her steps began to retreat. She shook her head vehemently as she withdrew, her entire being exuding disbelief that such words could emanate from Jiang Jiang's lips. What? Is there a problem? Who among us has not threatened another? Jiang Jiang is capable of threats as well. If you cling to this trivial matter, Jiang Jiang, do you not appear somewhat petty? Besides, it was simply an accident, just an accident. Cece's voice brimmed with anger and resentment. How trivial this situation seemed, after all. It was not intentional. Why? Why did it feel as if she had committed a grave offense? What nonsense is this? What do you mean by a mere trifle? Can this truly be categorized as a trivial matter? Jiang Yunma could no longer bear to listen to such words. This seemingly unfortunate sister, already in frail health, was subjected to such treatment and disdain. What did they think? Did they truly believe the Jiang family had become so powerless that they could be bullied at will? Cece opened her mouth, attempting to retort, yet found herself utterly speechless. The individual before her was an idol from a group she admired. How could she muster the courage to counter their words? I assure you, if any lasting harm befalls her, I will not let this slide. You shall await the consequences, Jiang Yunma declared with conviction, regardless of the circumstances. This sister was a member of the Jiang family and could not be allowed to suffer indignities in silence. The Jiang family departed from the hospital, but the throngs of people made it impossible for everyone to fit into a single vehicle. Jiang's father and Mingzhu shared one car, while the two brothers accompanied Jiang Jiang in another, flanking her like bodyguards. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yunma turned to glance at them once more, forcing himself to regain composure, though his heart still brimmed with indignation. After a brief silence, he remarked, Jiang Jiang, do you not possess the ability to speak? When someone bullies you, cannot you cry out? Must it take being pushed down the stairs for you to feel anything? Are you willing to sacrifice your well-being? It was evident that this was not the first time she had been mistreated, given that he was so close by. What harm would it do to speak up? Would it truly lead to catastrophe? Jiang Jiang shook her head, seemingly irritated by his inquiries. I am not familiar with you. Jiang Yunma felt exasperated, realizing that this Jiang Jiang might very well drive one to distraction with her silence. Where is the unfamiliarity? Jiang Yunzhou crossed his arms and glanced at Jiang Jiang. His brow furrowed, scrutinizing her. I feel quite familiar. Jiang Yunzhou's experience was evidently greater. In the face of such circumstances, he remained composed, even maintaining an unperturbed expression. Alternatively, he would lightly question her. Aren't you a member of the Jiang family? Jiang Yunzhou raised an eyebrow, his tone a blend of jest and seriousness. To be frank, this question truly left one at a loss for words. Indeed, are you not a member of the Jiang family? Why speak so harshly? Jiang Yunma immediately took an interest upon hearing this. Jiang Jiang gasped in disbelief. She interjected, You're a bit noisy. Could you please refrain from speaking? Unable to argue, she wished for them to silence themselves. Oh, this Jiang Jiang is indeed remarkably formidable. End of chapter. Chapter 385. A sincere apology. Jiang Jiang realized she could not win this argument and chose to remain silent rather than engage with these individuals. What? When confronted with an unpleasant topic, you choose to be mute. Jiang Yunma understood the pressure as well. Why should Jiang Jiang be allowed to babble incessantly while others are not permitted to learn from her? Enough is enough. It is my fault, all my doing. Jiang Jiang frowned slightly, uttering words of contrition, yet Jiang Yunma appeared utterly unrepentant, exuding an air of entitlement instead. How could it be? As Jiang Jiang lifted her gaze to glance at him, Jiang Yunma's voice abruptly ceased. Well, perhaps it was better not to speak at all. What a petty demeanor. It was merely a few words exchanged, yet she appeared quite displeased. Perhaps the two statements made by Jiang Yunma had provoked an overwhelming sense of discontent within her. Even though he ceased to speak thereafter, Jiang Jiang's expression remained rather grim, her face taut with tension. No matter how Jiang Yunma attempted to placate her or engage in conversation, it proved futile. Her demeanor left him utterly exasperated. Jiang Yunshou, observing the scene, cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yunma, his eyes unmistakably conveying a message. If you fail to appease Jiang Jiang before we return home, you shall bear the consequences. Anxious and on the brink of desperation, Jiang Yunma finally voiced the words that had long been bottled up within him. Jiang Jiang, if you're upset, you ought to express it. What does it signify when you stifle your feelings and refuse to speak to me? Are you planning to inform everyone upon our departure that I have wronged you, inciting them to chastise me? Jiang Jiang, how is it that I have never perceived the malice in your thoughts before? It seems so vicious, so envious of others' happiness. Jiang Yunma discerned that Jiang Jiang's sentiments were indeed cruel, unable to bear the sight of others thriving, which explained her current disposition. Jiang Yunma, you ought to know when to stop. Jiang Yunshou reproached in a low voice, yet regrettably, Jiang Yunma's temperament was not one to endure such reprimands. Furthermore, having uttered those words so many times, it would be a blow to his pride to retract them. Jiang Jiang, I believe you owe me an apology. Jiang Jiang stood frozen, her body rigid and motionless. Living here for so long, she had never encountered anyone who dared to chastise her, let alone demand an apology. It was as if something within her had suddenly awakened. After what felt like an eternity, she lowered her voice and, in a hoarse whisper, said, I'm sorry. Her pale face reflected her turmoil. Apologizing was one thing, but why did she have to appear as if she had been wronged? If her apology lacked sincerity, it would be better not to offer it at all. Jiang Yunma nearly shouted in frustration, if you do not wish to apologize, then do not. What is this half-hearted gesture supposed to convey? At that moment, Jiang Jiang took a deep breath, striving to suppress the slight tremor in her voice while concealing her anxiety. I truly am sorry. Suddenly, she realized that these individuals seemed to have invested an inordinate amount of emotion into her. It left her with an unsettling sensation of having strayed from the original narrative. She was uncertain whether this was good or bad, nor did she know how to respond. Thus, she remained silent, surrendering to the moment. Chapter 386. Why not try to embrace Jiang Yunma had endured for far too long at this moment. He could no longer suppress his frustrations. He raised his voice and questioned, in this world, there are so many who love you, and countless individuals worthy of your affection. Why do you insist on resisting everyone? Jiang Jiang repeatedly claimed that she would not reject anyone. Yet, her actions and demeanor spoke otherwise. Was she not resisting in every possible way? Do not deny it. You have consistently expressed your aversion. Jiang Yunma bluntly exposed Jiang Jiang's facade. Initially taken aback, Jiang Jiang soon found herself incredulous. She blinked, realizing that this person had discerned the very thoughts she had harbored within her heart. Are we truly monstrous beasts that you must reject us? We have shown you ample respect. Why can you not attempt to calm your heart and draw closer to us? With his words spilling forth, Jiang Yunma felt his eyes redden, unsure whether it was anger or some other emotion that stirred within him. Beside him, Jiang Yunzhou hesitated. Glancing at Jiang Jiang, Jiang Yunma's words rang true. Jiang Jiang resembled a turtle, retreating into her shell at the slightest hint of threat. If that were the case, why had no one ventured to coax her out of her shell? Yet, he had not anticipated how much Jiang Jiang could endure and restrain herself. After Jiang Yunma finished speaking, he waited for a long moment, but Jiang Jiang remained silent, her gaze fixed on the ground beneath her feet, her eyes unblinking. Jiang Yunma let out a cold laugh. He believed that this Jiang Jiang would eventually tolerate him for a lifetime, and he could not fathom how he could not coax her out of her shell. After stopping the car, everyone got out. In an instant, Jiang Jiang forgot about the injury on her leg and took a few steps forward. Unfortunately, she inadvertently tugged at her wound, but fortunately, two brothers supported her on either side. Have you forgotten that you were injured? Jiang Yunma, unable to contain his impatience, spoke with an air of admonition. I'm sorry. I didn't pay attention, Jiang Jiang replied honestly, admitting that she had indeed overlooked her condition. Jiang Yunzhou cast a glance at her, while Jiang Yunma fell silent, assisting Jiang Jiang toward the house. Strangely, the Jiang Jiang who had previously resisted closeness now bore no trace of reluctance on her face. This surprised and delighted both Jiang's father and Mingzhu. From another perspective, could it be that this child was beginning to accept them? And Mingzhu, feeling incredulous, stepped forward to support Jiang Jiang. Jiang Jiang, shall I help you upstairs to rest? To be cautious, and Mingzhu even delicately inquired. This time, Jiang Jiang moved her neck and nodded, uttering a simple, okay. Such a response ignited boundless joy in their hearts. All right, dear, let us ascend. You shall remain comfortably within your room, and whatever you desire to eat, I will bring to you. And Mingzhu, overwhelmed with excitement, blurted out all her thoughts in a single breath. Fearing that her enthusiasm might be excessive, she hastily added a clarification, primarily concerned about your difficulty in navigating the stairs. Chapter 387. Sweet Jiang Jiang, thank you, Jiang Jiang replied, prompting an even broader smile to grace and Mingzhu's lips. How remarkably obedient our Jiang Jiang is. Having never encountered such commendation before, Jiang Jiang felt an unexpected warmth spread from her ears to her neck, and even her cheeks flushed a bright hue. Oh dear. Our Jiang Jiang is simply adorable. Seizing the moment, and Mingzhu jested further. Jiang Jiang's already crimson face deepened, resembling a boiled shrimp, realizing she should temper her teasing. And Mingzhu understood that further jesting might upset the child, which would be most unfortunate. Surprisingly, instead of departing, and Mingzhu lingered as she ushered Jiang Jiang into the room, smiling gently at her. Is there something else you wish to discuss? Jiang Jiang inquired, taken aback, as she assumed Mingzhu had more to say. There are new pajamas in the wardrobe. Try them on later and see if you like them. Jiang Jiang paused, momentarily taken aback by Mingzhu's thoughtful gesture of gifting her yet another item. During this period, the Jiang family has indulged in a plethora of purchases, acquiring an array of clothing, a variety of gifts, and plush toys. There is nothing that Jiang Jiang could possibly imagine that they would not be able to present to her. Among them, the most extravagant is Jiang Yunan, who, without hesitation, thrust a black card into her hand, departing before she could utter a word of refusal. When she later reached out to him, Jiang Yunan merely smirked, remarking, "It's just pocket money. Go treat yourself to something delicious." Pocket money, you say? Jiang Jiang could hardly fathom it, her incredulity deepening. With a slight smile, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Initially, she intended to decline, but she was suddenly reminded of Jiang Yunma's words in the car about occasionally accepting the kindness of others. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to embrace such goodwill after all. If you have time, how about I take you out shopping for other things? You can choose clothes, jewelry, watches, or bags that you like, and Mingzhu suggested, pleasantly surprised that her offerings had not been rebuffed. The mood of the young, beautiful girl brightened significantly. After all, girls of her age usually relish shopping for clothes and accessories. Jiang Jiang, truth be told, she was not particularly fond of such things. However, if she were to decline, and Mingzhu might launch into an endless stream of irrelevant chatter. A wave of softness washed over Jiang Jiang, and she nodded, all right. Upon hearing this obedient response, and Mingzhu could hardly contain her elation, her spirits soaring even higher. As she raised her head to speak some heartfelt words, she noticed Jiang Jiang yawning widely, looking utterly exhausted. Do you need to rest? If you do, I won't disturb you. Just take a good rest, and when you wake up, give me a call, and I will bring you some food. It seemed the child was indeed tired. It was her own fault for being overly excited and inadvertently taking up the child's time with trivial chatter. Just as Mingzhu turned to leave, Jiang Jiang called out to her, wait. Thank you. How could she not express her gratitude? Jiang Jiang was genuinely appreciative. From a certain perspective, the Jiang family had truly been a source of support for her. Chapter 388. An unexpected gesture of kindness, and Mingzhu found herself both amused and perplexed. Silly child, what are you thanking me for? I'm your mother. You need not express gratitude. Purchasing clothes and various items for a child is a task any mother would undertake. Yet, Jiang Jiang felt the need to thank her. Jiang Jiang sat quietly, staring blankly ahead, her hair cascading down without being tied back. A gentle breeze played with her locks, causing them to fall to the side. And Mingzhu approached and tied her hair up. Don't be afraid. Upon hearing her mother's voice, Jiang Jiang's instinct to refuse both her words and actions ceased. It seems I have never tied your hair before, have I? After being back for so long, my daughter appears reluctant to engage in intimate acts with me. Even the simplest gestures such as holding hands or whispering tender words are exceedingly rare. It matters not. I am capable of tying my own hair. Jiang Jiang replied casually. Has Jiang Jiang been able to style her hair by herself since a tender age? Yes, even as a mere child. Jiang Jiang not only styled her own hair beautifully, but also assisted her younger sisters in doing the same. Remarkable. Our Jiang Jiang is truly impressive. Surprisingly. And Mingzhu began to applaud, as if she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Jiang Jiang turned her face away, bewildered. What is there to praise about this? Is it not a perfectly ordinary skill? Jiang Jiang, it is truly lamentable that your parents, after such a long time, have only now found you, and even then, they have not treated you well. And Mingzhu suddenly remarked, her gaze dimming. Indeed, they have failed to recognize the gravity of their actions, having lost their daughter. They expended immense time and effort to reclaim her, yet upon her return, they neglected to treat her with the care she deserves. Instead, they subjected her to comparisons with others and, at times, eagerly attempted to impose their own expectations upon her. From any perspective, they cannot be deemed worthy parents. And Mingzhu felt a surge of resentment. They should have treated this child with kindness from the very moment they found her. Jiang Jiang did not understand why such words were spoken in her presence. She brushed it off, stating, "It's all right. I am living quite well now. And there is no need to constantly dwell on this matter. Constantly bringing up this matter only serves to incessantly recount the hardships and humble experiences of the past." Jiang Jiang was not particularly fond of this behavior. All right, let bygones be bygones. We shall refrain from mentioning the past. We will treat you well from now on, and we will care for you and love you dearly. As Mingzhu spoke, she reached out to embrace Jiang Jiang. Jiang Jiang's entire being became rigid, as if ensnared in an astonishing circumstance. What is happening? Why this sudden embrace? Jiang Jiang, take a good rest. I will go prepare your favorite dishes. Her daughter's preferred foods were quite limited. Soy milk and a few boiled vegetables, simple and unpretentious. Yet, that was fine, after a period of learning. He had become adept at transforming ordinary ingredients into delightful meals. Oh, very well. Jiang Jiang, though bewildered, nodded in agreement. After Mingzhu exited, Jiang Jiang received a message on her phone. She lowered her gaze to the screen displaying an unfamiliar number. End of this chapter. Chapter 389. I remember now. It was a series of strange digits that Jiang Jiang had little inclination to engage with. Rising to draw the curtains, she extended her hand. But upon catching sight of a figure illuminated by the streetlight, her movement faltered. After a brief moment of silence, she stiffly turned her head, without a flicker of emotion. The curtains were drawn. The figure at the doorway remained unhurried, with cold, dark eyes, making a phone call. Almost simultaneously, Jiang Jiang's phone began to vibrate. Realizing she could not escape, she hesitated for a few seconds before answering the call. Jiang Jiang, came the calm voice on the other end, calling her name. At the sound of her name, Jiang Jiang felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Is there something you need? She inquired. Almost immediately, she sensed a throbbing in her temples, accompanied by a cold sweat trickling down her back, leaving her with an ominous premonition. Sure enough, the next moment, the man's voice on the line was chillingly devoid of warmth. You don't seem surprised at all that I'm calling you. Jiang Jiang gritted her teeth, feigning annoyance. So, what exactly do you want from me? If there is nothing important, I would prefer you not to call me again. The person on the other end fell silent. Assuming he had absorbed her words, she waited a few moments before seizing the opportunity to speak again. If there is nothing, I'll hang up and block your number. Jiang Jiang. With her heart finally at ease, her voice took on a nonchalant tone as she responded. The nonchalant tone and demeanor of the speaker, when it reached Jing Yu's ears, transformed into a matter of considerable significance. I am not perpetually devoid of memory. I am merely experiencing amnesia, not mental incapacity. Jing Yu's voice remained remarkably serene, as though discussing an inconsequential matter. Oh, is that so? Jiang Jiang bit her lip in response, unaware that her voice quivered slightly. I still do not quite comprehend the meaning behind your words. Nor do I understand why you feel compelled to say this to me. Jiang Jiang, you know, how could you not know? Do you require my assistance in recalling the events that transpired between us? His tone was icy, and Jiang Jiang could almost envision the expression on his face, one that bore an unblemished countenance, yet the emotions within his eyes gradually chilled. She inhaled deeply, taking a considerable amount of time to quell the tremors within her, her voice trembling as she continued, I need to rest. She nearly fled in panic. The person on the other end gritted his teeth, hesitating for a moment before his soothing voice resounded once more. Come down, let us have a conversation. Jiang Jiang was taken aback. What is there to discuss between the two of us? There is nothing of substance to talk about with a faint sigh. She abruptly terminated the call, turning off her phone in the process. After completing this action, she gazed at her phone, treating it like a scalding hot potato before casting it aside. Chapter complete. Chapter 390. Jing Yu comes knocking. Jiang Jiang, still shaken, bit her lip. Resolved to disregard her apprehensions, and opened the wardrobe to discover the set of pajamas hanging within. Surely, they were a gift from Mingzhu. After a moment's hesitation, she took the pajamas and approached the bathroom. Meanwhile, a doorbell echoed from downstairs. Who could it be? And Mingzhu glanced at the surveillance monitor. Yunemo. It appears your friend has arrived. My friend? Since when does Jiang Yunemo have friends? Jiang Yunemo raised his gaze to the figure captured on the monitor, his expression devoid of emotion. I do not recognize this person. And Mingzhu, without hesitation, patted his shoulder. That child is clearly from your team. Just the other day, I saw you both on a show together. What was his name again? Jingyu, right? He seems like a decent young man. We are merely teammates. We are not particularly acquainted. The words carried a hint of grievance. Unable to suppress a smile, and Mingzhu proceeded to open the door. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yunemo forcefully swung the door open and stepped outside. Jingyu, what brings you to my home? Jiang Yunemo regarded Jingyu with a gaze tinged with hostility. He couldn't quite articulate it, but from the first glance, he felt an unsettling discomfort. Time would reveal that his initial instinct was indeed correct. In the days to follow, this individual would prove to be utterly incompatible with him. Jingyu remained remarkably composed, his eyes still deep and unfathomable. I am here to find someone. Who? Jiang Yunmo responded, incredulous. Is there anyone in our family you know? I had no idea you were acquainted with anyone in our household. He wore a face that suggested he had just heard the most absurd joke. Ridiculous. What nonsense are you spouting? He thought. How could there possibly be someone in his family that this man knew? Jiang Jiang. As Jingyu's lips moved to utter these two words, Jiang Yunma's entire demeanor stiffened, and the atmosphere around them suddenly froze. Realizing the implications of what had been said, Jiang Yunma's expression darkened. What are you babbling about? How could you possibly know Jiang Jiang? Oh no, wait, he reconsidered. How could Jiang Jiang know this person? I do know her, came the affirmative nod from Jingyu. In a flash, Jiang Yunmo recalled that on the day he learned of Jiang Jiang's injury, Jingyu had rushed out without hesitation. He had even spotted Jingyu's car in the hospital parking lot. But at the time, he had been too flustered to ponder it deeply. And there was that other instance when Jingyu had disregarded all warnings to open the storage room door. The interactions between them were unmistakably familiar. Only he, in his foolishness, had failed to notice. Jiang Yunma felt as though he might shatter his own molars with frustration. Jiang Jiang is already asleep. If there is something you need, please come back tomorrow. However, Jingyu remained unperturbed, lifting his gaze toward the room where Jiang Jiang resided, the light still aglow. The meaning is self-evident. Are you certain? What kind of question is that? Why are you uncertain? Jiang Jiang has called me. Open the call log and take a look at the top time and the phone number. Isn't it just that cheap sister's number? End of chapter 391. Unable to escape on the surface, Jiang Yunma appeared unfazed, but internally, he was in a state of turmoil. Jingyu, that old scoundrel, is truly no good. He feigns camaraderie while secretly preparing for who knows what, waiting for the opportune moment to spring something upon you. It's simply infuriating. Yunma, please invite your friend in quickly. And Mingzhu had brewed tea, yet Jiang Yunma took an unusually long time to enter. Upon opening the door, she was taken aback to see her son's face contorted in distress. Hello, Auntie. Jingyu bent his straight back and greeted her respectfully. Hello. And Mingzhu responded with a warm smile. Come in and have some tea. I made some snacks for you to try my culinary skills. Let us see if they taste good. And Mingzhu enthusiastically waved him in. Jiang Yunma turned to her and said, Mom, you shouldn't bring just anyone home. What if this person is a bad influence? And Mingzhu shot him a disapproving glance. What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't he from the same team as you? Indeed. He is from the same team, but... All right, come in and talk. Standing outside like this is quite unbecoming. And Mingzhu found herself caught between laughter and tears, perplexed by the child's peculiar demeanor. As he entered, Jingyu removed his shoes, and Mingzhu offered him a pair of gray guest slippers. Thank you. No need for formalities. And Mingzhu appreciated his courteous nature. However, if her own child displayed such politeness, it might not be as endearing. Reflecting on Jiang Jiang's overly formal and aloof attitude towards them, Mingzhu sighed in resignation. Well, it's a gradual process, at least from their initial interaction today. This child does not seem to reject them entirely. With time, he should be able to accept them. As she pondered, Jiang Jiang descended the stairs. Jiang Jiang, why are you down here? Upon seeing her, Mingzhu felt a surge of joy. Turning her gaze, she noticed Jiang Jiang clad in a pink Kuromi pajama set, which accentuated her fair, delicate complexion. The sales clerk had not misled her. This outfit was indeed perfect for a child of her age. Unable to resist, Mingzhu reached out to gently tousle her hair, exclaiming, Our Jiang Jiang is truly beautiful. Girls should dress like this, in lovely pinks, how charming. Such straightforward praise left Jiang Jiang somewhat flustered, yet she politely responded with a thank you. Mingzhu, sensing the slight discomfort and the gratitude, swiftly shifted the topic. By the way, your friend Yunemo has arrived. Would you like to meet him? Several individuals of the same age should be able to engage in conversation effortlessly. As Jiang Jiang lowered her head, she caught sight of the person seated on the sofa. With a thunderous sensation, it felt as if something within her mind had shattered into countless fragments. She never anticipated that this individual would appear. The thought of this person's methods and demeanor sent a shiver down her spine. He rose and approached her direction. Instinctively, Jiang Jiang sought to retreat. However, to her dismay, the injury on her leg, which had previously been only mildly painful, now throbbed intensely. It felt as though her feet were glued to the ground, rendering her immobile. End of this chapter, chapter 392. That fellow seems untrustworthy. Jiang Jiang felt as if her entire brain had ceased to function, suppressing the fear that welled in her eyes. She cast her gaze downward to conceal it. Why had she come down without warning? Hadn't her mother mentioned that she would bring food up shortly? She felt parched. Just a bit thirsty. It's all right. Next time you can call your mother, and she will bring it up for you, all right? You are injured, and your leg is quite uncomfortable. Descending so casually might lead to a fall. It's all right. Jiang Jiang replied offhandedly. She had merely injured her knee. It wasn't as if her legs were incapacitated, so why couldn't she come down? How could it be inconsequential? Our Jiang Jiang's body is indeed unwell. Upon hearing In Mingzhu's words, Jiang Jiang was utterly taken aback. Her fair face gazed at In Mingzhu, exuding an even more endearing charm. Jiang Jiang's appearance was strikingly reminiscent of the daughter in Mingzhu's memories, making it impossible not to be drawn to her. An uncontrollable urge to embrace her surged within. Jiang Yunma stepped forward, lowering his voice. There are others watching. Only then did the group realize that someone was seated on the sofa. The individual on the couch exuded an air of cold elegance. The moment his gaze fell upon Jiang Jiang, he lifted his head to meet her eyes. A flicker of emotion passed through his gaze, but it swiftly returned to tranquility as he softly spoke. Apologies, I need to speak with Jiang Jiang about something. Suddenly, the attention of everyone present shifted towards Jiang Jiang. She paused, and after a moment, managed to force a smile, though her expression appeared somewhat strained. Jiang Jiang, do you know him? And Mingzhu's demeanor shifted to one of wariness as she regarded Jingyu, entirely devoid of the gentleness she had previously displayed. Surely you must know him. Jiang Jiang's voice trembled with uncertainty, her gaze wandering aimlessly. Jiang Jiang, does this mean you do know this person? The tension in Jiang Jiang's scalp intensified. After a brief pause, she nodded affirmatively. I see. And Mingzhu raised an eyebrow. Are you planning to step outside to speak with him? Jiang Jiang glanced up at Jingyu, who was clad in an ordinary black shirt and simple sneakers. Yet his commanding presence was undeniable. Jiang Jiang studied his face intently. Unfortunately, the other party also lifted their head to gaze at her. In that instant, Jiang Jiang felt a wave of discomfort enveloping her, and Mingzhu quietly observed the two individuals. Curiously, Jingyu's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes reflecting nothing but Jiang Jiang's visage. Jiang Jiang bit her lip, a shiver coursing through her entire being. I'll step outside for a moment and return shortly. Jiang Jiang understood that this matter needed resolution. Otherwise, this person might linger indefinitely. Are you all right on your own? Do you need someone to accompany you? And Mingzhu's brow furrowed deeply, instantly sensing that the boy across from her did not seem benevolent. She even regretted allowing the young man to enter, wondering why he had fixated on Jiang Jiang as soon as he arrived. It's fine. I'll just be in the garden for a brief conversation. I shall return swiftly. Jiang Jiang felt exceedingly awkward. All right, just be careful. And Mingzhu was filled with apprehension. Jiang Jiang reassured her. I'm merely going outside to speak for a moment, not to engage in any reckless endeavor. End of chapter. Chapter 392. You voluntarily confide in me. The two stepped outside, and then Mingzhu lingered at the door, pacing anxiously for an extended period. Jiang Yunma frowned at the sight, suggesting that if she was truly concerned, she should check on them. What do you understand? Jiang Jiang is still young and naive. She knows little of the world. That Jingyu does not appear to be someone easy to communicate with, and if Jiang Jiang inadvertently brushes him off, it could lead to tears. The mere thought of Jiang Jiang's tear-streaked face filled in Mingzhu's heart with an unbearable sorrow. What is wrong with you? You can't even make a friend. You only attract those peculiar companions. In an instant, her anger shifted to Jiang Yunma. Jiang Yunma, I warned you not to let him in. You wouldn't listen. Jiang Yunma felt like a mute eating bitter gall. He had grievances he could not voice. Within the Jiang family garden, the streetlights cast a serene glow, imparting a hazy beauty to the scene. Jiang Jiang gazed down at the bandages on his legs, which appeared exceedingly unsightly. Before he could ponder for a moment or utter a word, a cool voice, tinged with a hint of inquiry, broke the silence. Jiang Jiang, do you not intend to say anything to me? Jiang Jiang lifted his gaze. The figure before him was imposing, cloaked in shadows that seemed to envelop him entirely. The long-forgotten sensation of oppression returned, leaving him breathless. Jingyu regarded her silently. It was somewhat absurd. He found himself waiting, longing for Jiang Jiang to broach the subject. Jiang Jiang, accustomed to feigning ignorance, seemed to accept the truth. As long as he remained silent, the other could do nothing to him. Jingyu would merely pretend to intimidate him, but every time he sealed his lips, it felt as if nothing had transpired. Alas, too much time had passed between them. So much so that Jiang Jiang had completely forgotten that his greatest aversion was deceit. So, how long do you intend to deceive me? Are you planning to maintain this silence, saying nothing to me? The man's eyes, filled with indignation, reflected a hint of menace amidst his otherwise gentle demeanor. Jiang Jiang shook her head, biting her lip, her gaze drifting elsewhere. Jingyu stood rigidly before her, completely obstructing her view, his voice colder than before. Jiang Jiang, do you truly believe I will forget the past forever? In that moment, Jiang Jiang felt as though she had been jolted awake. She raised her head, disbelief evident in her eyes. You remember? A chill of apprehension coursed down her spine. Do you wish for me to forget it eternally? A sarcastic smile crept onto her lips. It was only after this retort that Jiang Jiang realized she had inadvertently acknowledged something significant. Yet, almost instantly, she responded with a tone laced with defiance. I do not comprehend what you were saying. I have no idea what you mean. Is that so? His tone remained dispassionate, making it all the more difficult to discern his true thoughts. Jiang Jiang had always found his demeanor intimidating. On ordinary days, Jingyu appeared as a refined and aloof gentleman, but she alone had witnessed the darkness lurking beneath his surface, which made him all the more terrifying. Jiang Jiang hesitated to speak, instinctively nodding in response. Jiang Jiang. He enunciated each word softly, yet there was an underlying tension that suggested he was gritting his teeth. I am offering you a chance to tell me willingly. End of chapter. Jiang Jiang felt a lump rise in her throat. After a few seconds, she clenched her teeth and shook her head, expressing her confusion. I do not comprehend what you are saying, nor do I understand your intentions. Jiang Jiang's voice was laced with an unprecedented fury. In fear, Jiang Jiang looked up and noticed an unfamiliar darkness in the man's eyes. I remember now, Jiang Jiang. I recall everything. His words were delivered with a weighty intensity. After a brief interlude, Hu Yixian heard hurried footsteps from downstairs, followed by the sight of a rather familiar group of individuals. Eventually, as the portal leading to the third floor materialized, the pursuing third-tier demon beasts, as if aware of the method required, abruptly halted and unleashed their innate abilities in an attempt to shatter the portal. Under Yi Tian's relentless onslaught, the monkey's health had dwindled to 2/3, with its own recovery and the restoration from behind the tower entirely consumed. It was solely due to Yi Tian's remarkably precise and invincible shark cannon that the monkey's vitality had failed to regenerate. After thoroughly besting the pretentious Zhang Xian, Wang Meng and Lu Siming intended to utter something more, but the school bell rang, interrupting them. In truth, Shi Tian had opted for a gradual approach out of concern for exposure. If he inadvertently attracted Lu Fan's attention too soon, it could spell disaster. To his surprise, it was He Jiang, the makeshift battlefield reporter, calling out to him, having just been subjected to a prank involving a mask. Chun Bao cast a silent glance at them and, with a swift kick, sent the remaining weapons and ammunition tumbling towards their feet. Fang Chen cheerfully placed the golden carp into the bucket, then replaced it with new purple potato chips, tossing them out again. Is it truly impossible for this world to produce sufficient food to sustain a population of 7 billion? Certainly not. The leaders of various factions find themselves at a loss in this regard, having remained preoccupied with reaping benefits after the cessation of hostilities. Who could have anticipated that Lu Fan would outmaneuver them, securing advantages even before the conflict had commenced? Are the so-called visionaries of this world, those who toy with power, or perhaps more disparagingly referred to as ambitious schemers, all cut from the same cloth? In this moment, within Duan Lingyun's chamber, the enchanting Long Yu sits opposite him, her cheeks aglow and her eyes shimmering with a dreamy allure. She cradles a white jade cup, draining it once more. Her lustrous black hair sways gently in the breeze, and from afar, one can catch a glimpse of her eyes, deep and tranquil like a serene pool. They are strikingly unique, a captivating shade of blue akin to sapphires. It is all Hong Tao's fault. Were it not for his interference, I would not have lost this game. I shall not play any longer. Officer Zhou contemplated for a considerable time, realizing he was indeed on the brink of defeat, and decided to shift the blame onto Hong Tao. Yang Zixing awaited Daniel at the Hongfu Inn in Xianyang, while Daniel, after escorting Wang Xiao to Zhao Fushin's residence, proceeded to rendezvous with Yang Zixing. Feng Qi gently caressed Long Yu's slightly stiff back. This journey beyond the city was imperative, and he was determined to succeed. It was time for the world to recognize the true nature of Feng Qi. Zhao Go recited the titles of several individuals, the first 5 occupying the position of Zhuang Yuan, while the 6th held a rank of the 7th grade. Fourth father. The ground is cold. Let's sit inside. If you do not enter, we shall all be left standing on the stairs. There are good things inside. Allow me to assist you. The second master was unwilling to allow the old man to reminisce about events from their earlier years, deeming it inappropriate to dwell on such matters during a day of celebration. However, this reluctance has now transformed into a genuine predicament. They have injured Hu Binyi's son, Hu Zuan, and the father is undoubtedly not one to let this transgression slide easily. Feng Jie gazed deeply at Feng Lingxiao, feeling a modicum of surprise at his actions, though it was not enough to startle him excessively. Nonetheless, the military power must, in due course, be entrusted to those in whom he has faith. Chapter 395. A strong backing beneath the dim glow of the street lamp, a slender figure stood straight and motionless, staring intently at the other person, suppressing an overwhelming sense of discomfort with a stubborn gaze. Jiang Jiang had always been this way. No matter what transpired, she maintained this facade. Even if she pretended, she would feign an air of fearlessness. Jiang Jiang. Jingyu softly called her name, his voice low yet unprecedentedly tender. In the past, whenever he called her softly, she would come over, tugging at his sleeve and sweetly coaxing, "It's all my fault. Please don't be angry with me." Her tone was delicate and soft. How could he possibly remain angry? Unfortunately, the current Jiang Jiang merely stood there, exhibiting no inclination to approach. In fact, she took a step back, increasing the distance between them. Her eyes were filled with wariness, as if she were gazing at a stranger. "Come here." The gentle tone, strained against the anger simmering within, urged her to come closer, as if soothing a petulant child. Jiang Jiang was taken aback, struggling in resistance. Yet her body instinctively leaned towards the other. Jingyu chuckled softly, and Jiang Jiang suddenly awoke from her daze, halting her steps, unwilling to advance further. After a moment, Jingyu lifted his foot. Jiang Jiang's eyes widened in alarm, and instinctively, she dashed towards the Jiang family's direction. With his long limbs, he easily seized her shoulder with a mere stretch. Jiang Jiang felt a pang of urgency, her eyes reddening. "Let go of me. Don't hold on to me." It had been a long time since Jingyu had seen her in such a state, resembling a little rabbit ready to bite. "Stay still," he paused, his tone tinged with a hint of exasperation. "I just want to have a few words with you." Jiang Jiang's struggle lessened slightly, her tone softening. "Jingyu, I do not wish to converse with you." "Oh, quite the temper," he remarked, noting that she had come to confront him. Yet somehow it felt as if the blame lay with her. Jiang Jiang's soft hair cascaded down her back, giving her an adorably dazed appearance. Despite her urgent distress, she glared at herself with gritted teeth. "Jiang Jiang, do you truly believe that not speaking with me will resolve the issue?" In a hushed tone, she murmured. "Then let it remain unresolved. Besides, not all problems can be addressed through communication." A classic case of ostrich mentality. After a few moments of silence, a mocking laugh ventured into her ears. "You really know how to make excuses." It was then that Jiang Jiang realized he was too close, his breath brushing against her as they spoke. "Step back. Resist. Come a little closer." His tone unmistakably bordered on commanding. Jiang Jiang felt a twinge of fear and hesitated for a moment before pointing towards the glass window. Following his gesture, one could see several members of the Jiang family standing there, leaning in closely as if to eavesdrop on the conversation. Suddenly, their eyes met, and the discovered individuals feigned busyness. "Did you see that? They're all watching you. If you dare to do anything to me, they will rush out immediately." The words escaped her lips almost involuntarily, startling Jiang Jiang herself. A pang of regret washed over her. How had she begun to rely on others as her support? Is that so? Quite impressive, he thought, questioning why he felt such trepidation despite having done nothing at all. Was he truly convincing himself of having a safety net? Chapter 396. Utterly corrupt. When Jiang Jiang lowered her head in silence, she appeared even more obedient, almost as if seeking comfort. Yet, as she turned the thought over in her mind, how could Jiang Jiang deceive herself? The realization darkened her expression, rendering her somewhat intimidating. Jiang Jiang had indeed grown adept at seeking assistance. Throughout their exchange, even when using a tone laced with mockery, Jingyu maintained an air of indifference, as if everyone around him were mere trifles. After a brief moment of indecision, Jiang Jiang resolved to take the initiative. "What? Is that not permissible? Who doesn't he have a supporter or two behind them?" Jingyu remained silent, having forgotten that once a person finds support, they inevitably transform. The coldness on his face faded somewhat, and his eyes revealed a trace of faint resignation. "Truly remarkable, isn't it?" Jiang Jiang retorted with unwavering conviction. Since this individual had regained his memory, there was no longer a need for her to feign anything in his presence. The casual words she often used to deceive others now flowed forth effortlessly. Jingyu remained silent, merely lowering his gaze upon her. His dark pupils emitted a subtle glow as he quietly observed Jiang Jiang, as if he wished to see through her entirely. Jiang Jiang felt a twinge of unease under his gaze, yet she was not afraid. Indeed, with a formidable ally at her side, the situation had escalated considerably. Jiang Jiang reaffirmed her belief that Jingyu possessed certain eccentricities. Thus, she wore a cold expression and spoke with stark candor. I hope you will not seek me out again in the future. Jingyu regarded her with intrigue. He recalled how she had never exhibited such fortitude before. Unhurried, he refrained from responding immediately, a hint of amusement lingering in his eyes. Impossible. Jiang Jiang bit her lip, finding the moment somewhat awkward. She had never anticipated Jingyu's forthright rejection. All the lines she had prepared vanished from her mind. Jingyu met her gaze and earnestly remarked, I suggest you speak sensibly. Why is it that you cannot be found in the future? Who was it that said they would always be with me? Jingyu still exuded the demeanor of a cold, aristocratic young man, effortlessly articulating his words. Lowering his gaze upon her, Jiang Jiang realized, to her astonishment, that her cheeks had flushed crimson, her ears turning a deep shade of red. There was no one else around. After all, without evidence, who could ascertain the truth of the matter? He chuckled softly. Isn't it you, Jiang Jiang? Startled, she took a step back, still in disbelief, when suddenly her hand was grasped by him. A wave of panic surged through Jiang Jiang, and almost instinctively, she wrenched her hand away, asserting, I have no recollection of what you are referring to, and do not think to dismiss me with your nonsensical words. At that moment, her eyes widened in disbelief, her heart betraying her with a sense of guilt, yet she was compelled to feign skepticism. It's all right, you will remember in due time. Jingyu's voice was surprisingly gentle. I one tea you must not forget. His tone turned imperious, laced with an undeniable hint of coercion. Indeed, this was Jingyu, a figure cloaked in the guise of a chilly nobleman, yet fundamentally, his heart was utterly corrupted. End of chapter. Chapter 397. A sense of pity for oneself. Jiang Jiang suddenly felt a wave of self-pity. She had lived her life with utmost caution, finding it rather arduous. She had struggled valiantly, believing that fate had bestowed upon her a chance to escape this man. However, upon turning around, she was confronted with the realization that, inexplicably, he had reappeared before her. Jingyu inquired, will you continue to lie to me? Jiang Jiang, unable to contain the turmoil within her, approached him and forcefully pushed him away. Without turning back, she entered the house. Jingyu's expression grew cold. Jiang Jiang was evading him, and she was doing so quite thoroughly. Watching her silhouette stride directly into the house without glancing back, not even once, filled Jingyu with irritation, prompting him to curse under his breath. Once inside, Jiang Jiang was immediately approached by Mingzhu, who seized her hand and inquired, who was that person outside? Do you know him? He doesn't seem like a good person. Through the glass, she had witnessed the entire interaction between the two. That man named Jingyu was indeed not a good person. She had seen Jiang Jiang's clear disinterest in him, yet he had persisted in approaching her. Jiang Jiang had initially intended to deny any acquaintance, but given the lengthy conversation they had just shared, it would have been quite odd to claim ignorance. Do you know him? And Mingzhu chided. You know, Mom is going to scold you. You can't befriend just anyone you meet. She exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Yunma, who immediately understood. Indeed, that Jingyu was not a good person. He merely possessed an attractive exterior while harboring unsavory traits beneath the surface. Isn't it easy to speak ill of others? Anyone can cast aspersions with the slightest exaggeration of their flaws. Yet, upon reflection, aside from being a bit meticulous about his work and having a penchant for cleanliness, Jingyu didn't seem particularly unusual. And Mingzhu appeared incredulous. After waiting for so long, how could she have said so little? After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Yunma found himself at a loss for any substantial faults to mention. He casually remarked, in any case, Jiang Jiang, you seem quite amiable. It would be best to avoid mingling with such individuals in the future. Indeed, although Jiang Jiang appeared quite astute on the surface, one might suspect that when confronted with actual circumstances, her intelligence might not be as pronounced as it seemed. Moreover, what could someone just emerging from school possibly comprehend? The entertainment industry is akin to a vast cauldron, capable of coloring one in a myriad of hues before one even realizes it. Why risk such exposure? To his surprise, Jiang Jiang nodded and replied, I understand. Wait, did Jiang Jiang actually heed their words? Jiang Yunma exclaimed, is there something amiss with my ears? Jiang Jiang, you just agreed to my statement. In disbelief, he quickly turned to Mingzhu and pleaded, help me. Jiang Jiang actually responded to me. Do you know that in the past, she would never entertain my questions? Observing his rather pitiful demeanor, Mingzhu unceremoniously patted him on the shoulder and advised, speak to me properly, without any sarcasm. This child, perpetually lacking decorum. Yet, despite her words, a smile danced in her eyes as she regarded the sibling duo. End of chapter. Chapter 398. The unpleasant individual Jiang Jiang. Do not be afraid. Nor should you worry. There are people at home who will ensure your protection. At some point, and Mingzhu's gaze fell softly upon Jiang Jiang, her expression gentle. The entire demeanor exuded an air of unwavering patience. Jiang Jiang curved her lips into a faint smile but refrained from responding. At that moment, Jiang Yunma had approached her side without her noticing. Regardless of the circumstances, you are, after all, my sister. You may occasionally lean on me. Please believe that we can take good care of you as well. Jiang Yunma was somewhat perplexed by the source of Jiang Jiang's wariness. However, he had heard from their parents that Jiang Jiang had spent a considerable amount of her childhood living under someone else's roof. It is understandable that such a child might lack a sense of security. Jiang Yunma did not mind in the slightest assuming the role of an older brother to care for Jiang Jiang. Yet, Jiang Jiang shook her head. Why not? I said I would take good care of you, and I truly will. Jiang Yunma smiled faintly. Thank you, but it's really not necessary. I am not a small child in need of care. Jiang Jiang, I told you not to be polite. By the way, do you want to enter the entertainment industry? Do you wish to see celebrities? Jiang Yunma quickly associated that girls typically have a fondness for the entertainment world. Whether it be to see stars or to become one themselves, basking in the attention of the masses. His swift change of topic left Jiang Jiang momentarily bewildered, almost instinctively shaking her head. However, in Jiang Yunma's eyes, this gesture appeared as shyness, a hint of embarrassment. Instantly, he adopted an expression of understanding. Reaching out to pat her shoulder. Jiang Jiang, don't touch me, she exclaimed. At that moment, Jiang Jiang appeared as if someone had struck a sensitive chord within her, causing her emotions to spiral into a tempest of agitation. Jiang Jiang, Jiang Yunma, witnessing her distress, did not retract his hand. Rather, he reached out toward her once more. A look of terror washed over Jiang Jiang's face, compelling her to instinctively retreat. In her moment of distraction, she forgot about the wound on her knee. The force of her withdrawal inadvertently exacerbated her injury, causing her to lose her balance and crash to the ground with a resounding thud. The pain elicited physiological tears from her eyes. Realizing the gravity of his misstep, Jiang Yunma hurried to her side. Jiang Jiang, did you hurt yourself? Are you feeling unwell? And Mingyu rushed to assist Jiang Jiang, but was met with rejection as Jiang Jiang instinctively evaded her, relying on her own strength to rise from the ground. The sensation of pain enveloped her, causing her to bite her lip in discomfort. Taking a deep breath, she sought to stabilize her turbulent emotions. Is it too painful? The fall had indeed been quite severe. Jiang Jiang shut her eyes and shook her head, her entire being radiating resistance. Yet, in just a fleeting moment, her clenched fist gradually relaxed, surrendering to an overwhelming sense of weakness that engulfed her. Parting her lips, she uttered two words. I hate it. The whisper was faint. Yet Jiang Yunma caught every syllable. Who do you hate? The inquiry carried an undertone that bordered on provoking. End of chapter. Chapter 399. Jiang Jiang. You are quite annoying. Jiang Jiang did not evade, nor did she harbor any intention of concealment. You are detestable, indeed, particularly so. Jiang Yunma narrowed his eyes, stating, Jiang Jiang, you claim that I am annoying, yet I perceive you to be even more so. Has no one ever informed you that you can be quite bothersome as well? Jiang Jiang simply nodded in acknowledgement, not denying the assertion. It seemed that both parties harbored mutual disdain, thus rendering further discussion unnecessary. As Jiang Jiang prepared to depart, Jiang Yunma felt an acute sense of frustration, overwhelmed by emotion. Yet, as he observed Jiang Jiang's retreating figure, he reluctantly called out, Jiang Jiang, could you perhaps extend a modicum of respect to others? Jiang Jiang, engrossed in her assent, did not hear him. Jiang Jiang, I implore you to show some regard for others. Have you heard me? Perhaps it was the volume of Jiang Yunma's voice that compelled Jiang Jiang to halt and glance back at him, responding with a simple, Meanwhile, and Mingzhu discerned her son's displeasure. From childhood, he had been cherished and coddled. Jiang Jiang, you need not pay heed to this child. He has been spoiled by us since he was little, lacking any sense of decorum in his speech, and Mingzhu remarked with a smile. Gently patting Jiang Yunma on the shoulder, her gaze imbued with a warning that suggested he should temper his demeanor. Regrettably, Jiang Yunma, consumed by his irritation, was oblivious to her subtle hints. Jiang Jiang, everyone is observing your countenance. What precisely do you intend to do? I am doing nothing, she replied. Indeed, while you profess to have done nothing, your actions compel everyone to treat you with utmost caution. Jiang Jiang cast him a fleeting glance, her expression akin to that of someone observing a lunatic. Do you have some sort of issue? It soon became evident that Jiang Yunma was indeed a man of considerable complications. Far from ordinary troubles, his issues were rather extraordinary. Regardless, it was of no concern to her. As long as it did not implicate her and he refrained from uttering those bizarre notions, it was inconsequential. Jiang Yunma observed that Jiang Jiang had a penchant for retreating like a turtle. When faced with challenges, she would lower her head and remain silent, avoiding any confrontation regarding the matter at hand. It was rather amusing. Without a candid discussion, how could anyone fathom her innermost thoughts? How could they discern her intentions? Jiang Yunma was the type to probe relentlessly, often insisting that others articulate their thoughts even when they were reluctant to do so. Before she knew it, he stood directly before her. Jiang Jiang, already irked, found her annoyance escalating further. Unable to contain herself, she glared at him, feigning a fierce demeanor as she commanded him to step aside. Little did he know, her pretended anger was rather endearing. You leave without clarifying your thoughts and expect me to guess what's on your mind? I am not a parasite within your belly. How could I possibly know your innermost musings? Jiang Yunma spoke with an air of nonchalance that was almost infuriating, and Jiang Jiang found herself nearly ensnared by his words. You need not concern yourself with the thoughts that occupy my mind, Jiang Jiang stated, her expression devoid of emotion, presenting an air of impenetrability. Jiang Yunma replied, Indeed. I am merely curious about the musings that dwell within your heart. His words resonated with an unmistakable hint of stubbornness. Jiang Jiang's countenance darkened further. Chapter 400. What are you hiding from? She found herself at a loss when faced with Jiang Yunma, despite having encountered similar situations in the past. In those instances, silence had sufficed to send others on their way. Yet, it was clear that Jiang Yunma was not one to be easily dismissed. His incessant chatter and relentless persistence left her utterly flummoxed. Even as she contemplated a retreat, he astutely discerned her intentions, positioning himself squarely in her path. Feigning ferocity as he glared at her, Jiang Jiang mimicked his fierce gaze, which momentarily flustered Jiang Yunma, causing him to involuntarily retreat. It dawned on him with a delayed realization. Jiang Jiang was glaring at him. She was audaciously confronting him with a fierce demeanor. His hands, resting at his sides, instinctively clenched into fists. Jiang Jiang, having noticed his reaction, warned, If you dare to strike me, I shall call the authorities. Was it not merely a matter of intimidation? It seemed as though neither could truly act against the other. Jiang Yunma, exasperated by her defiance, chose to turn away in frustration. Observe this Jiang Jiang. She dares to utter threats, and I have no choice but to consider involving the authorities. How outrageous. She clearly deserves this. And Mingzhu is well aware that this situation cannot be attributed to Jiang Jiang. Jiang Yunma is taken aback. He had never realized how biased Mingzhu was. Moments later, he watches helplessly as Jiang Jiang strides past him and enters her room. Taking a deep breath, he struggles to suppress the raging fire within him, ultimately succumbing to the urge to follow her. And Mingzhu, witnessing their interaction, initially contemplates intervening, but reconsiders, deeming it unnecessary. Allowing the two children to spend time together might be beneficial. They cannot remain strangers forever. Jiang Yunma confidently steps into Jiang Jiang's room, eager to discover where she might conceal herself. Please leave, Jiang Jiang states, clearly uncomfortable with the presence of an unfamiliar person in her personal space. The sensation is undeniably peculiar. Why should I leave? You haven't even finished your sentence. Why do you keep insisting that I go? What are you so anxious about? Jiang Jiang frequently demands her to exit, and Jiang Yunma, possessing a naturally rebellious spirit, is more inclined to resist any command given to him. Nonchalantly, he pulls out a chair and sits down. By the time Jiang Jiang realizes what has transpired, it is too late. Struggling to contain his frustration and the anger simmering within him, he responds, Jiang Yunma, you are to leave this instant. Jiang Yunma finally discerned the expression of impatience etched upon Jiang Jiang's face. As if feeling it was still insufficient, he declared, I have matters to discuss with you. I will not leave. The wicked amusement that had long been suppressed within him was now on the brink of overflowing. He was eager to unmask the true self hidden beneath Jiang Jiang's facade, to see if she could maintain her composure, to determine whether she could feign ignorance of the events transpired. Jiang Jiang had never contemplated striking another individual. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly, preparing to exit the room. In an instant, Jiang Yunma's face contorted. You're like a timid turtle. Why are you hiding? Chapter 401. Are you insulting me? I am not hiding. I merely find you somewhat bothersome. Jiang Jiang breathed out deeply. Perhaps it was true. She had suppressed her feelings for far too long. For the first time, her dissatisfaction erupted forth. She loathed anything that induced a sense of irritation. Even the slightest annoyance could dampen her spirits. Bothersome? How am I bothersome? Jiang Yunma felt as though he were being unjustly accused, perplexed at how he could possibly be the source of her irritation. Jiang Jiang stood before him. Their gazes locked. You argue incessantly, you wish to meddle in my life, to dictate the course of my existence. Her voice, gentle yet devoid of any discernible emotion, paused momentarily before shifting to one filled with disdain. What exactly do you think you are? to presume to control my life? Jiang Yunma was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. Is this Jiang Jiang out of her mind? She must be insane. Do you have a problem? We are family. We are merely. Jiang Yunma had never encountered such accusations nor witnessed this side of Jiang Jiang, stammering and hesitating. The previous Jiang Jiang had been silent yet resembled a soft persimmon, easily manipulated. That was why she had dared to speak. Thank you for considering us family. But I must regrettably inform you that once the summer vacation concludes, I intend to move out of your home. Jiang Jiang let out a cold laugh. Living here was merely a last resort. She had no obligation to tolerate the cacophony surrounding her. How could you say such a thing? Jiang Yunma, unable to contain her frustration, stepped forward to confront her. Our parents are nearly beside themselves because you returned specifically to send Sister Yushu away. How could you? How could you not? In that moment, Jiang Jiang resembled a small hedgehog, curling up at the slightest approach. She was filled with rejection and discontent. Jiang Jiang, this behavior is unacceptable. You are truly not well at all. Jiang Yunma struggled to articulate her thoughts. Yet despite cycling through countless harsh words in her mind, all that emerged upon seeing Jiang Jiang's small face were these few sentences. Do not presume to question me from a moral high ground. Had you found yourself in my predicament, you would not have handled it any better than I have. I find this state of affairs quite satisfactory. Jiang Yunma was utterly exasperated. You cannot possibly harbor resentment towards us, seeking an opportunity to exact revenge. Can you? He acknowledged that his words were laced with personal emotion. After all, no one could fathom what Jiang Jiang was truly contemplating. Observing her demeanor and speech, it was difficult not to suspect that she was concocting some malicious scheme to retaliate against their family. Jiang Jiang parted her lips, uttering two words. Fool. She spared no semblance of courtesy. Jiang Yunma's mouth fell agape. Are you insulting me? Jiang Jiang turned her head, stating, I am merely speaking the truth. Her profile was cold and indifferent, devoid of any emotion. Jiang Yunma glared at her, demanding, Jiang Jiang, clarify your words. What do you mean by this? Are you indeed calling me a fool? Jiang Jiang resolutely turned her back to him, dismissing such a childish inquiry. Chapter 402. I am indeed insulting you, Jiang Jiang. Jiang Yunma, now agitated, raised his voice in inquiry. Jiang Jiang replied, Yes, I am insulting you. What of it? Is there a problem? This statement sounded exceedingly arrogant. Acting without a modicum of thought can only be described as foolishness. Moreover, do you truly comprehend the essence of politeness? Others have already invited you to leave. Why do you persist in lingering in their space? Are you so utterly devoid of shame that you cannot grasp the subtlety of an unspoken farewell? I wish to refrain from communication with you. I have no desire to engage in conversation. Do you not understand this? I am aware that I do not embody the sisterly ideal you envision. I apologize, but I cannot fulfill that role for you. Consequently, let us coexist in a manner that allows us to remain mutually indifferent during this period. As she uttered these words, Jiang Jiang's expression appeared colder than ever, akin to gazing upon a stranger. Jiang Yunma felt a sudden pang of anxiety within. He discerned that today's Jiang Jiang was starkly different from the one he had known. Although she had always exuded an air of wariness and resistance, she had never been so utterly unapproachable. Today, however, she seemed to adopt an offensive stance, meting out her disdain with precision. Jiang Yunma found himself at a loss for words yet was reluctant to concede, prompting him to question her with a hint of malice. Are you unwell? Why do your words sound so harsh? Her retort struck home. Jiang Jiang turned her head, her lips moving to release a single word, leave. With such a clear dismissal, Jiang Yunma could not shamelessly remain any longer. He shot her a fierce glare, then strode out of the room with an air of false superiority. The door slammed shut with a resounding bang, echoing like a hammer striking against Jiang Yunma's chest as he reflected upon Jiang Jiang's words. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. It was clear that Jiang Jiang never regarded them as family and had no intention of staying here. Given this, he felt compelled to convey the news to the Jiang family. Moments later, the Jiang family members gathered on the sofa. As Jiang Yunma embellished the events that had just transpired, Jiang Yunzhou cast a glance at his foolish younger brother and felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. If this Jiang Jiang, whom he referred to as sister, was so reluctant to remain with them, then perhaps it was best to let her go. They could bring Sister Yunshu back and live happily together. After all, Jiang Jiang never truly belonged in their home. Sister Yunshu seemed to be preoccupied with competitions lately, ignoring even my calls, and I worry about her well-being. Jiang Yunma intentionally brought up Jiang Yunshu's competitions. The Jiang family members were all exceptionally talented, which led Jiang Yunma to firmly believe that Jiang Yushu was indeed his true sister. After he finished speaking, Jiang father furrowed his brow and solemnly inquired, You didn't utter these words in front of Jiang Jiang, did you? Of course not. I would never say such things in front of Jiang Jiang. sister. Jiang Yunmo replied, feeling irked. He had no desire to refer to Jiang Jiang as sister at all. The Jiang family members sighed in relief. After a moment, Jiang father spoke again. Yunnan, cut off Jiang Yunma's resources in the circle starting tomorrow. Chapter 403. Do not stab her in the heart. The remark was rather blunt. Jiang Yunnan sipped his tea and acknowledged it with a sound. Jiang Yunma stared at the two, bewildered. Elder brother, I simply spoke the truth. How could I have been wrong? To be candid, Jiang Yunma was still somewhat naive, unable to grasp the intricate relationships at play. He had completely forgotten that his entry into this circle was largely facilitated by his father's connections, coupled with Jiang Yunnan's subtle encouragement, which had propelled him to fame. It was only then that various manufacturers began to approach him, recognizing him as the young master of the Jiang family. How foolish of him. Jiang Yunma scoffed. His fists clenched at his sides, tightening with frustration. How could he be deemed foolish? Suddenly, he stood up, exclaiming, "You are all being utterly excessive. How can you treat me this way?" Unwilling to yield, Jiang Yunma challenged directly that Jiang Jiang should never have been in our household. She has clearly expressed her disdain for being here. If that is the case, then let her leave at once. Could you repeat that? Jiang father interjected, his gaze stern. Jiang Yunma, have you completely forgotten what we discussed previously? Realizing the gravity of his words, Jiang Yunma instinctively took a few steps back. However, recalling Jiang Jiang's tone and her nonchalant demeanor ignited an inexplicable anger within him. Straightening her back, she promptly took a step forward. Wasn't it simply a matter of enduring considerable hardships and suffering in the outside world? Who among us escapes toil and tribulation? Moreover, haven't we all endeavored to make amends for her? Our intentions to treat her well are thwarted by her own refusal to accept. It is not our fault. As she spoke, her words faltered upon encountering Jiang Yunnan's frigid gaze. Those thoughts she was about to vocalize retreated into her throat. Overwhelmed with trepidation, Jiang Yunma sealed her lips. Jiang Yunma, it seems you are utterly oblivious. Jiang Yunnan's expression darkened. While everyone else sought to console Jiang Jiang and bring her joy, you, instead, choose to stab her in the heart. What is the matter? Do you feel superior now? I simply cannot stand to see Jiang Jiang in that state. Jiang Yunma inhaled deeply, her face still etched with defiance. Even if you cannot tolerate it, bear it in silence. For now, keep your distance from Jiang Jiang and refrain from hovering around her, uttering such frivolous comments. At this point, Jiang Yunnan's words bore a weighty warning. Jiang Yunmo realized that any further discourse would only exacerbate her predicament. Feeling somewhat despondent, she hesitated for a moment. As if recalling something, then mustered the courage to inquire, is there any possibility of bringing Sister Yushu back? No. Surprisingly, this response came from Jiang Yuzhou, who spoke with an impassive, resolute demeanor. Why not? In my recollection, the relationship between the two of them was far from the best, wasn't it? Moreover, I recall that Jiang Yunshou had previously spoken about Jiang Jiang over the phone. Jiang Yunma found himself questioning whether there was something amiss with his hearing. Otherwise, how could he have received such a response? End of this chapter. Chapter 404. Incomprehension. Jiang Yunma, I understand that you find it difficult to accept this situation. Yunshu is no longer a child of this family, and by all accounts, she should no longer reside here. Jiang Yunzhou's tone was cold. Jiang Jiang is the true child of this household. We have made a grave mistake, and now that we have a rare opportunity to amend it, we must take care of her diligently. The words spoken by Jiang Yuzhou were undeniably cruel. Sooner or later, Jiang Yunshu would have to leave. Jiang Yunma could not comprehend. Is it true that our family has become so impoverished? I believe that having one more person or one less person at the table should not pose a significant issue. Furthermore, Sister Yushu is fully capable of supporting herself. Having her stay with us merely adds an extra set of chopsticks. Jiang Yunma's thoughts were somewhat simplistic. There are ample resources within the family, and sharing a fraction of them should not be a problem. Besides, Sister Yushu is indeed capable. Why must she be forced out of the family? This is not merely a matter of adding an extra pair of chopsticks. At this point, Mingzhu also rose, letting out a long sigh. Originally, she believed that having one more person join for a meal would not pose any significant issue. However, upon discovering the nature of Jiang Jiang's past life, one is bound to comprehend the gravity of the situation. To acquiesce would mean to betray the suffering Jiang Jiang has endured. Henceforth, it is best not to mention Yunshu in Jiang Jiang's presence. We share no destiny with that child. With these words, Mingzhu turned away to wipe away a tear, choosing to say no more as she walked away. Zhang's father ascended the stairs alongside her. Use your mind to ponder. Come to me only when you have clarity, Jiang Yunan remarked with her characteristic indifference before departing. Once everyone had left, Jiang Yunmo gazed at Jiang Yuzhou as if he had spotted a lifeline. What is happening? Why has everything changed so drastically? Was it not said that everyone was not so accepting of Jiang Jiang? Was it not stated that no one could replace Sister Yanshu's position? How could everything transform within just a few days? Jiang Yunma pondered. Be good to Jiang Jiang. Jiang Yunzhou sighed silently. Jiang Yunma, feeling somewhat uneasy, replied, I am treating Jiang Jiang well, yet she completely ignores me. Jiang Yunma believed he had truly made an effort to please Jiang Jiang, having set aside all pretenses to win her favor. He had engaged in every action he felt was necessary, whether deemed appropriate or not. Yet Jiang Jiang remained utterly indifferent to him. Not only did she ignore him, but she also failed to offer even a single kind glance, leaving him perplexed about what he must do to earn her attention. However, he quickly shook his head, dismissing these chaotic thoughts. It was not merely a question of how to treat her well. The more pressing issue was why Yushu Jie had to leave this household. This conundrum left him utterly baffled. Come with me, Jiang Yunzhou said, patting Jiang Yunma on the shoulder, signaling him to ascend to the study. I have something for you to see. End of chapter. Chapter 405. Treating with caution. Jiang Jiang enjoyed a restful night, even disrupting her usual biological clock by lingering in bed for an extra 10 minutes. Rising, she tended to her wounds and donned a fresh set of clothes before descending for breakfast. Jiang Fu and Jiang Yunan had left for the company to address urgent matters, while Jiang Yunma had also received a phone call early in the morning, stating he would not be home for meals. At the expansive dining table, only 3 individuals remained, and Mingzhu, Jiang Jiang, and Jiang Yunzhou. Nevertheless, breakfast was as sumptuous as ever, and the atmosphere felt warm and inviting. Jiang Jiang promptly opted for soy milk, under the expectant gaze of Mingzhu. Jiang Jiang hesitated for a moment before gingerly picking up the bacon with her chopsticks and bringing it to her lips. After a couple of chews, she realized she truly could not acclimate to the taste. She swallowed it down, took a sip of soy milk, and resolutely decided not to touch it again. If she didn't like it, there was no need to force herself to eat it. Jiang Yunma pushed his cup of soy milk towards Jiang Jiang, who looked at him with skepticism. Jiang Yunma awkwardly turned away. Aren't you fond of soy milk? I'm offering you my cup. Oh, Jiang Jiang was uncertain of his intentions, but she did not express a desire to take the soy milk. Jiang Yunma grew a bit displeased. What do you mean by that? I am offering you soy milk, yet you refuse to drink it? He emphasized with seriousness, pushing the cup closer to her. His demeanor was a blend of awkwardness and pride. Jiang Jiang felt a smile tugging at her lips, but she restrained herself, fearing it might displease him. She decided to respect his feelings and suppressed her laughter, quietly observing Jiang Yunma instead. Today, Jiang Jiang wore a pink top paired with blue jeans, her hair styled in a ponytail, making her appear particularly lively and spirited. She sat obediently at the dining table, earnestly enjoying her meal. Jiang Yunma glanced at her and was reminded of a document he had reviewed the previous night, which immediately weighed heavily on his heart. Is there something on my face? Jiang Yunma asked, having gazed at her a bit too openly, making it impossible for Jiang Jiang to overlook it. Thus, she turned directly to him and inquired. Well, it's not that there's anything, Jiang Yunma chuckled dryly. The more he looked at Jiang Jiang, the more he found her charmingly delicate. Jiang Jiang retorted. Then don't stare at me. I detest being watched, especially while I am eating. It feels as though I am a mere jester, and I truly dislike that. Jiang Yunma, somewhat belatedly, recognized that he had indeed crossed a line and pleasantly offered an apology. I'm sorry, I want to look at you again. His overly courteous demeanor left Jiang Jiang questioning her own hearing for a moment. Jiang Jiang, unable to comprehend his thoughts, quickly finished her soybean milk and stood up, declaring, I'm going upstairs. Jiang Yunma wished to engage with her further, yearning to make amends for his previous actions. However, before he could utter another word, she rose to leave, which displeased him. You haven't finished your breakfast. Where are you off to? Yet, his tone was no longer interrogative but rather cautious. Chapter 406. Am I your topic of conversation? Jiang Jiang honestly replied, I'm full, implying that there was no reason for her not to ascend the stairs. Jiang Yunma felt his irritation rising once more. This Jiang Jiang truly was something. Jiang Yunma could not contain herself. It is precisely because you eat so little and are so frail that you were mistreated as a child. Why not nourish your body? Make it robust, so that no one would dare to harm you? Jiang Yunma. And Mingzhu whispered urgently, her voice laced with concern. What? Jiang Jiang narrowed her eyes. Confusion etched on her face. Jiang Yunma pressed on, unable to restrain herself. I know everything. I know you were tormented in your youth, nearly abducted, and even. With a sharp clatter, and Mingzhu's chopsticks fell onto the plate. Jiang Jiang stood there, her complexion growing increasingly pallid. Jiang Yunma. And Mingzhu shouted once more, her voice filled with fury. Jiang Yunma, momentarily taken aback, instinctively turned her gaze towards Jiang Jiang. The latter's small face was ashen, her fists clenched tightly. Her entire being trembled uncontrollably. She bit her lip fiercely, her pupils dilating in terror. She could hardly bring herself to blink. Fearing that closing her eyes would plunge her back into an endless abyss of darkness, confined within that room, where cries for help went unanswered. Jiang Jiang. Do not be afraid, those events are all in the past. And Mingzhu stammered, grasping Jiang Jiang's hand in a flurry of panic. Jiang Jiang screamed in desperation. Do not touch me. Her beautiful profile was taut, accentuating her delicate features. What exactly do you all know? She struggled to regain her composure. Her tone almost devoid of emotion as she questioned them, desiring to feign steadfastness, yet trembling from head to toe. She found herself unwittingly tearing open the scars of her past, laying them bare for the world to see, drenched in blood, and Mingzhu bowed her head in silence. Her soft sobs barely audible. Jiang Yunma, tell me, how much do you truly know about me? Jiang Jiang bit down hard on her jaw, the metallic sweetness of blood filling her mouth before she finally released her grip. Jiang Jiang. And Mingzhu longed to embrace her, but Jiang Jiang recoiled vehemently. Do not come near me. Her disdain for the people of this world was overwhelming. Jiang Yunma, answer me. The focus shifted back to Jiang Yunma, as Jiang Jiang's emotions teetered on the brink of collapse. How could those sordid truths be exposed to the light of day? Why must the secrets she had so carefully concealed be unveiled? Jiang Jiang was perplexed. Jiang Jiang, I did not intend for this to happen. A bitter taste lingered in Jiang Yunma's throat. It was only last night that he realized how much suffering Jiang Jiang had endured in her tender years. How many injustices she had silently borne, while he, like a fool, had bullied her. Jiang Yunma felt he truly deserved condemnation. I ask you, how much do you actually know? Jiang Jiang pointed a trembling finger at Jiang Yunma, her heart constricted with unspoken words. He forced a smile, just some things from the past, just a few matters. Yet why does Jiang Jiang find it so hard to believe? Is investigating me so fascinating to you all? You may treat this as light conversation over tea, or perhaps summon a modicum of sympathy for my plight. A cruel smile curled at the corners of her lips. End of chapter. Chapter 407. Obsession. At this moment, the living room was as silent as the grave. Jiang Yunma stood there, rigid, a cold sweat beating on his back, smiling at Jiang Jiang as if he were a child caught in wrongdoing. Jiang Jiang took a few steps back, her expression still grim, her teeth biting down hard on her lip, and Mingzhu glanced at Jiang Jiang from time to time, wishing to approach but unable to forget her aversion. She could only stand between the two, speechless. It was uncertain how long this silence endured until Jiang Jiang finally inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. Just how much have you investigated about me? Tell me. Jiang Yunma, reveal to me the extent of your knowledge regarding my life. Jiang Jiang's voice was hoarse, her unease palpable. To Jiang Yunma's surprise, he suddenly became astute, shaking his head in denial. I do not know what you are speaking of. Have you uncovered the truth about my abduction? It was the first time Jiang Yunma had witnessed such an aggressive demeanor from Jiang Jiang. Her delicate face remained pale, yet her gaze was chillingly cold. He felt a twinge of fear, realizing that when Jiang Jiang was angry, she resembled his older brother. No, I really don't know anything. For the first time, Jiang Yunma found this phrase remarkably effective. Noticing his demeanor, Jiang Jiang refrained from pressing further. As Jiang Yunma was finally starting to relax, Jiang Jiang took out her phone, preparing to make a call. Jiang Yunma couldn't discern whom she intended to contact, but he harbored a lingering suspicion that it would not be anyone beneficial to him at this critical moment. In the next instant, his body acted on impulse, swiftly snatching the device from her grasp. Surprisingly, Jiang Jiang did not cry, shout, or protest. Her gaze was chillingly indifferent. This reaction sent Jiang Yunma into a fluster. After a couple of awkward chuckles, he averted his gaze towards Mingzhu, who stepped forward to console Jiang Jiang. How about we go out to play after breakfast? She suggested. No, Jiang Jiang shook her head. Let's not be upset, shall we? No. Her stubbornness rendered any further conversation futile. She marched directly up to Jiang Yunma, demanding, give me back my phone. Jiang Yunma glanced at the number displayed on the screen, feeling a moment of relief at having narrowly escaped a predicament, when suddenly he heard Jiang Jiang speak, causing him to gasp in alarm. Jiang Jiang, let us discuss whatever it is calmly, shall we? There's no need to call someone else impulsively, is there? He knew that if his elder brother were to learn of his words to Jiang Jiang, he would feel as though his legs might be broken. Compared to Jiang's father, the other two members of the Jiang family harbored a greater fear of that elder brother. It was an inescapable fear, a remnant of childhood oppression that lingered even into adulthood. I said, give me the phone. Jiang Jiang's voice was laced with an icy detachment. Jiang Yunma was taken aback for a few seconds, instinctively extending his hand to slowly pass the phone over. By the time he realized what he had done, he was utterly shocked by his own actions. Frankly, he was on the verge of tears from his own foolishness. Jiang Jiang, upon receiving the phone, did not hastily make a call, but rather cast a glance at Jiang Jiang, who wore an utterly awkward smile. Boss, you must heed the words of the elder. Me, I will not listen. Boss, you should. Me, I refuse to. Boss, perhaps you would like to take on the role of this boss instead? End of this chapter. Chapter 408. Such a fondness for poking at wounds. Jiang Jiang, with the phone in hand, was not in a rush to dial. A mocking smile curled at the corners of her lips as she turned to ascend the stairs. She had come to understand that the Jiang family excelled in unearthing the wounds of others, seemingly reveling in the sight of others' suffering laid bare. Jiang Jiang, and Mingzhu called out in concern. Jiang Jiang, as if deaf to the plea, retreated into her room and shut the door. Jiang Yunmo remarked, Jiang Jiang. She is truly fierce. Despite her adorable appearance, her wrath is fearsome. Furthermore, she belongs to that category of individuals who cannot be easily appeased. He had already apologized and sought ways to make amends. How could she still harbor such anger? He wept. Indeed, he wept. And Mingzhu cast a sharp glare at him, unceremoniously rapping his head. From dawn till dusk, you revel in uttering nonsense. What compels you to spout such drivel in front of Jiang Jiang? Do you seek to elevate yourself in her eyes? Jiang Yunma. He wasn't doing that. He was earnestly attempting to apologize, genuinely striving to make amends. The expression on Mingzhu's face was as grim as could be. Still incensed, she pressed him. Why must you speak of such matters in front of Jiang Jiang? And Mingzhu felt as though her foolish son might drive her to the brink of despair. Everyone else was cautiously attending to Jiang Jiang, doing everything possible to help her extricate herself from the anguish of the past. Yet here came this blockhead, brazenly bringing up these issues. The defenses they had painstakingly dismantled were now fortified once more, without question. Jiang Yunma, aware of his misstep, felt utterly wretched and dared not utter a word. He sat there submissively, absorbing the reprimand, not even daring to exhale audibly. And Mingzhu declared, I care not what thoughts occupy your mind. If Jiang Jiang decides to leave home or withdraw from us because of this matter, I shall have Yunan deal with you. Jiang Yunma. Oh, fine. What's the big deal about getting beaten? Who hasn't faced a thrashing in their youth? It's just, Jiang Jiang truly is rather intimidating. No one had informed him of how fearsome she could be. Jiang Jiang, harboring her frustrations, retreated to her room to pack her belongings, preparing to leave. In the midst of tidying up, I gazed at the wardrobe filled with an array of fashionable dresses. Suddenly, I felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. I stood there, my body rigid, for what felt like an eternity. Unconsciously, memories of past experiences flooded my mind, causing a splitting headache and casting a look of anguish upon my face. I shook my head, seemingly attempting to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling within. Yet, my efforts proved futile, and soon, darkness enveloped my vision. Realizing something was amiss, I hastily popped a few white pills into my mouth. The bitterness swiftly spread throughout my oral cavity. I collapsed heavily onto the ground, and it took quite a while before I began to regain my composure. Once clarity returned, a hint of derision curled at the corners of my lips. Jiang Jiang, look at yourself. When did you become incapable of even caring for your own body? How do you expect to escape from here? Is this how you intend to invite mockery from others? End of this chapter. Chapter 409. I have an idea the Jiang family spent a sleepless night. The following morning, around 8 or 9 o'clock, Jiang Jiang descended from upstairs after completing her morning routine, and Mingzhu greeted her with a smile, offering a cup of soybean milk. Jiang Jiang accepted it, but did not drink. Instead, she set it down on the table, as she had little appetite at the moment. I have something to attend to. I'll be stepping out, she said politely. The members of the Jiang family at the dining table immediately tensed up. Jiang Yunma stood up abruptly from the table. Where are you going? I shall accompany you. Perhaps driven by an overwhelming desire to atone for something, Jiang Yunma spoke with a tone that was both urgent and rapid, his very breath becoming labored. No need, Jiang Jiang declined, refusing to allow anyone to follow her. The members of the Jiang family exchanged glances, a sense of confusion settling among them. Finally, Jiang Yunma, feeling somewhat defeated, uttered, "It is entirely my fault. I should not have spoken those words in front of Jiang Jiang." Initially, he had anticipated that Jiang Jiang would create a scene, shout, or even utter harsh words. Yet, none of that occurred. Even when Mingzhu called Jiang Jiang down for dinner the previous night, she had declined, claiming exhaustion and stating that she had already gone to bed, thus foregoing the meal. This was clearly a fabrication. He had distinctly observed the light in Jiang Jiang's room still aglow in the dead of night. However, Jiang Yunma dared not intrude, recognizing the gravity of his missteps. A sense of panic tightened within his chest, akin to countless tiny ants scuttling about. He nearly rushed to Jiang Jiang's side, yearning for her to strike him across the face. Enough of this talk. Let us sit down and dine. You ought to contemplate how to mend your relationship with Jiang Jiang. Jiang's father believed that rather than listening to this unfortunate child's incessant apologies, it would be more prudent to consider how to address this situation. Yet, the issue remained that this child had become exceedingly averse to them, unwilling to permit their approach following the incident. Jiang Yunma's fingers lightly tapped the table as he articulated the crux of the problem. A profound silence enveloped the dining table, and Jiang Yunma found himself plagued by a headache. Soon, a popular interactive parenting observation variety show flashed through his mind. An idea struck him. I have a suggestion. Would you care to hear it? In the astonished gazes of the Jiang family, Jiang Yunma stepped forward to unveil his plan. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Jiang sat before a computer in an internet CAF, navigating to the college entrance examination results page. Today was the day to check her scores. Gritting her teeth and hesitating for a moment, she entered her examination number and pressed the confirmation key. After a few seconds, her results materialized before her, over 600 points. It was enough to qualify her for medical school. A wave of relief washed over Jiang Jiang. Initially fearing she might not meet the cutoff, she was pleasantly surprised that her efforts during this period had finally borne fruit. Upon exiting the internet CAF, a sense of joy enveloped her. The sun blazed fiercely, and the weather grew increasingly warm. Not having walked far, she felt beads of sweat forming on her back, and even the breeze felt hot. Jiang Jiang's spirits soared, to the point where the corners of her mouth continuously lifted in a smile. Chapter 410. It wasn't others who pushed you down. She had never experienced such a profound sense of ease. On her way back to the Jiang residence, she spotted Liang Yinqing from a distance. The young master stood there, perfectly upright, seemingly unaware of how long he had been waiting, his brow furrowed in concern. Jiang Jiang's mood was somewhat elevated as she waved at him. Liang Yinqing. The sound of her calling his name was infused with a hint of exuberance. After a period of separation, Liang Yinqing had cultivated a demeanor marked by composure and gravitas. He strode purposefully towards Jiang Jiang, and as he drew nearer, she gradually realized that he was strikingly different from the past. He had truly transformed into a man. A sense of danger even permeated the air, causing an unfamiliar urge to retreat to surface within her. Her feet instinctively moved back, yet she ultimately managed to maintain her ground. The results are out. Did you do well? Liang Yinqing raised an eyebrow, his gaze deepening as he looked at her. Having not seen her for a while, he found himself yearning for her presence more than ever. Heaven knows the effort he exerted to restrain himself from seeking her out during their time apart. How did you know? Jiang Jiang asked, surprised. Your smile is practically reaching your ears. You wonder how I know about this. His tone was casual, laced with a playful undertone. I see, Jiang Jiang replied, realization dawning upon her. Was it that obvious? After hesitating for a few seconds, she decided to temper her expression slightly. It wouldn't do to appear overly proud. Such a display would be quite unbecoming, indeed. Liang Yinqing observed the fluctuations of her complexion, from pale to flushed, finding her quite endearing. The amusement in his eyes grew as he seemed to surmise that she had indeed gained admission to her desired school. She answered obediently and softly. Impressive, Liang Yinqing praised, gently patting her on the head. Jiang Jiang turned her face away, feeling somewhat uneasy. Did you seek me for something? I intended to take you out for some leisure, Liang Yinqing replied. After all, he had planned to bring Jiang Jiang out for some enjoyment. She had been working hard lately, and it was a perfect excuse to take her out following the release of exam results. Jiang Jiang shook her head. I still have matters to attend to this summer. I need to find a job. Liang Yinqing's expression darkened. Jiang Jiang lowered her gaze to her feet, lost in her thoughts. After a moment, as if summoning her courage, she took a deep breath and declared, Liang Yinqing, I am now an adult. I need to work to support myself. Furthermore, she still owed him a gift. Unfortunately, with the turmoil, her job might be jeopardized. How splendid. The words dripped with sarcasm, his gaze sweeping over her slender calves. Today, Jiang Jiang donned a black t-shirt paired with brown shorts, showcasing her delicate, fair legs. A large bruise marred her knee, and there was even gauze wrapped around her joint. What happened? Liang Yinqing's pupils constricted sharply. I accidentally fell from the stairs. Jiang Jiang admitted candidly. You fell by yourself? Liang Yinqing's face darkened. No one pushed you down? Although Jiang Jiang might sometimes appear less than astute, it was hard to believe she had simply tumbled down the stairs. Choosing silence, she opted to feign indifference. End of chapter. Chapter 411. Do you think me a fool? Liang Yinqing felt an urge to curse. It was merely an accidental fall. Jiang Jiang, with utmost seriousness, insisted, feeling utterly provoked. He inquired in a low voice. Do you think I am a fool? Jiang Jiang shook her head, her brow furrowed. You do not believe me. Ah, quite adept at turning the tables, aren't we? Remarkable. Indeed, you have grown clever. You are the one lying. Jiang Jiang, in a remarkably cheerful mood, boldly affirmed, Yes, I am lying. Jiang Jiang, infuriated, let out a cold laugh. Little Jiang, have you achieved something? His tone bore an unmistakable edge of bitterness. Jiang Jiang shot him a glance. Am I not allowed to lie? Her tone was nonchalant, completely devoid of any embarrassment from being exposed. Liang Yinqing smiled, unceremoniously tugging at Jiang Jiang's cheek. His grin more of a grimace than a smile. Little Jiang, you truly are something. Jiang Jiang, unwilling to be a passive participant, attempted to retreat, feeling the urge to evade him. The more she struggled, the tighter his grip became. It was only when her face turned crimson that Liang Yinqing reluctantly released her. He stated, each word deliberate, you must not lie. Pausing for emphasis, he continued, you know I detest it when someone lies to me. Your aversion is your concern. I am merely stating my own truths. Jiang Jiang, deep down, reveled in a spirit of defiance. She appeared docile on the surface. Yet the more he attempted to suppress her actions, the more determined she became to assert herself. Liang Yinqing took 2 steps forward, his cold expression unyielding as he remarked, you're asking for a beating. His tone was laced with veiled threats, undeniably brusque. Jiang Jiang, undaunted by his demeanor, felt in high spirits. A broad smile graced her lips, illuminating her entire face with cheerfulness. Strangely, it evoked a sense of tenderness in others, rendering them utterly disarmed. He inquired, do you believe I wouldn't harm you in any way? Jiang Jiang nodded resolutely. I trust you. How should one articulate this? Jiang Jiang was adept at flattering. One compliment after another, she skillfully adorned his head with praises, designed to soften his heart and leave him at a loss for words. Am I not worthy of your trust? She retorted, her eyes blinking innocently. Liang Yinqing was at a loss for words. Faced with such candidness, what could he do? He attempted to feign a fierce demeanor to intimidate her, yet upon meeting her gaze, he found her eyes sparkling with mirth. His gaze lingered on her, fixated on her countenance, motionless as if trying to peer into her very soul. Were it not for having grown accustomed to her unyielding stare, Jiang Jiang might have suspected he intended to see right through her. Could you refrain from looking at me like that? Jiang Jiang exclaimed. Your gaze makes me uncomfortable. Though she voiced her discomfort, his eyes remained steadfastly glued to her, showing no inclination to shift away. Liang Yinqing. Jiang Jiang's voice rose slightly. Despite her previous admonitions against it, she continued in the same manner. With a slight pout, she was reluctant to engage with him. Yet, Liang Yinqing leaned closer, bringing his body nearer to her ear, and half-jokingly, half-seriously inquired, are you upset? Jiang Jiang recoiled, offering a perfunctory smile. No. End of chapter. Chapter 412. I will not be disingenuous at that moment. Jiang Jiang's emotions were rather complex. The sight of this person evoked an unfamiliar sensation within her. Though they had shared much time together, for reasons unknown, he felt utterly alien to her. After biting her lip and hesitating for a moment, she managed to smile. If you don't wish to smile, there's no need to do so for my sake. Liang Yinqing, however, did not condone her pretense in his presence. His smile widened, his tone somewhat sardonic. You don't want to smile, do you? This clearly carried an undertone of provocation. Jiang Jiang instinctively prepared for another forced smile. But as she lifted her gaze, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Calmly, she stated, don't presume you know me well. It seems you understand me not at all. In truth, although they had spent considerable time together, they had matured and could no longer relate as they had in their youth. Liang Yinqing paused. Oh, are you suggesting that you are concealing something from me? Indeed. Without a trace of concealment or evasion, he nodded candidly. He scoffed lightly, feigning indifference. Would you prefer to disclose to me what you've been keeping hidden, or shall I enlist someone else to investigate? Jiang Jiang's mouth fell open in disbelief at the words emanating from Liang Yinqing. What are you doing? There was no doubt, this individual was indeed capable of such actions. However, Jiang Jiang despised the notion of being scrutinized behind her back. If you wish to avoid an investigation, then you ought to confide in me what transpired. Jiang Jiang, feeling a surge of indignation, sensed that communication with him had become futile. I do not wish to disturb my good mood. If you insist on pursuing this topic, then there's no need for us to converse. Today, Jiang Jiang's spirits were exceptionally high, and she had no desire to let such matters tarnish her joy. She spoke with a hint of ferocity. Liang Yinqing, noticing her frosty demeanor, continued to gaze at her, evidently intent on pursuing the conversation. Jiang Jiang truly wished to ignore him and sidestepped away. Suddenly, he grasped her wrist, tightening his grip gradually. Please, do not be upset. If you are feeling low, I shall refrain from discussing these matters. His voice, although sounding cold, unmistakably bore a hint of appeasement. Jiang Jiang's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she lowered her head to conceal her inner turmoil. Oh, her response came out somewhat aloof. Liang Yinqing was certainly aware of her thoughts. Yet his response fell upon her ears rather uncomfortably. Do not dismiss me, he insisted, as if his previous words were insufficiently grave, reiterating his point with an emphasis that left her perplexed. I detest being treated with indifference, not even a smidgen. Jiang Jiang lifted her gaze to him, utterly bewildered. I am not dismissing you, she retorted. What on earth was he talking about? When had she ever been dismissive towards him? You are indeed treating me with indifference. His tone underscored a seriousness that Jiang Jiang found incomprehensible. Yet, his expression bore no hint of jest. With a sigh of resignation, she nodded. I understand. I will not be dismissive towards you. End of chapter. Chapter 413. Do not lose your composure. Liang Yinqing was all too aware of her sentiments. He vocally acquiesced. Yet behind the scenes, with the slightest lapse in attention, he could concoct an elaborate tale to dismiss her with mere words. As he observed Jiang Jiang's small face directed at him, a sense of panic welled within him. Jiang Jiang, do not deceive me. Do not treat me with indifference. Whether it stemmed from worry or some other sentiment remained unclear as he emphasized his plea. Jiang Jiang found the situation utterly nonsensical, regarding him as though he were a simpleton. Jiang Jiang, answer me, he commanded, his tone tinged with a possessive authority. Did I not just address that question? She replied, incredulous. This is absurd, simply absurd. Please, reiterate your response. His tone was fierce, as if he would devour her whole. I shall deceive you. I shall treat you with indifference. Jiang Jiang understood how to provoke him. Jiang Jiang. Liang Yinqing's teeth ground together, producing an irritating sound. Why do you incessantly emphasize trivial matters? You truly are vexatious. It is maddening, your persistent fixation on a singular issue. Am I the bothersome one? Or do you simply refuse to answer my inquiries with sincerity? Liang Yinqing appeared exceedingly menacing. Jiang Jiang had initially felt quite cheerful, but his demeanor swiftly tarnished her mood. He stood there, silently observing her, exuding an overwhelming aura of suppressed hostility. Remarkably, he had even abandoned the pretense of indifference. Young Yinqing, step aside. He looked genuinely unsettling. And Jiang Jiang was somewhat reluctant, wishing to continue their discussion at school. Yet, he remained impassive, his expression taut, ignoring her. Young Yinqing squinted, seemingly lost in thought. Since when did you become so impatient with me? When precisely did the distance between us suddenly widen? His voice was hoarse and muffled, imbued with palpable displeasure. Jiang Jiang took a few steps back, warily scrutinizing him. Please speak to me properly. Your current demeanor is frightening. Liang Yinqing momentarily restrained himself, his pitch-black eyes deep and unfathomable. Upon witnessing his state, Jiang Jiang sensed trouble brewing. This man was likely enraged. I didn't mean to provoke you just now. I won't lie to you again, nor will I be dismissive. Can we communicate sincerely? A wise person knows when to yield, when the other party is displeased. A sincere apology is warranted. You deceived me once more. He gritted his teeth and inquired word by word, clearly deceiving himself. Jiang Jiang's petite face fell. Upon being exposed, she immediately felt a severe headache. Lowering her head, she said, Liang Yinqing, could you refrain from being so aggressive? Oh, my apologies. He replied in a tone devoid of emotion. Jiang Jiang awkwardly averted her gaze, thinking, that's not what I meant by asking you to apologize. Unable to contain himself, he asked, then what would you have me do? Just speak to me properly, and stop being so erratic. Who are you trying to impress with this sudden change in demeanor? He stood in silence for a long while, his anger gradually dissipating. And he slowly began to calm down. Jiang Jiang, would you consider moving back? His voice was unusually gentle, as if he were coaxing a small child. The house isn't that spacious. Living alone feels somewhat lonely. Lonely? How had she never noticed his solitude before? Chapter 414. I am not your pet. Jiang Jiang was momentarily slow to grasp the meaning behind his words. Then why not hire a few more servants to live here? She suggested with utmost seriousness. What nonsense are you spouting? Am I running a charity where anyone can just waltz in? That's a valid point. It's all right. Just be more discerning when you hire help. Isn't that right? Liang Yinqing was left speechless by her retort. Jiang Jiang, he exclaimed in a fit of anger. Jiang Jiang sensed the imminent danger, and a profound silence enveloped her. She was not a fool. The tone and manner of his speech instantly alerted her to the gravity of the situation. Her earlier ramblings had indeed crossed the line. As she took a step back, attempting to create distance between them, her seemingly innocuous gesture only served to amplify the man's displeasure. You still wish to evade me? Liang Yinqing's countenance darkened, his brows furrowing in evident dissatisfaction and irritation. Do not hide from me. Come here at once. Jiang Jiang feigned ignorance, shaking her head. I am not avoiding you. I am right here, aren't I? It's just that you seem rather intimidating. A forced smile tugged at her lips, radiating an awkwardness that was almost unbearable. Liang Yinqing's gaze turned mocking, tinged with both menace and intimidation. Are you truly not evading me? Well, perhaps just a smidgen. Once her ruse was unveiled, she had no choice but to two individuals stood face to face, the distance between them significantly reduced from before. Liang Yinqing, could you please refrain from losing your temper at me so frequently? She implored. Your anger truly frightens me. By nature, Jiang Jiang was akin to an ostrich. Upon sensing danger, she would instinctively retreat even further. I'm trying, Liang Yinqing replied with a frosty tone. Are you certain you were trying? Jiang Jiang seemed unable to detect any semblance of effort in his expression. His piercing gaze caused Liang Yinqing to momentarily falter, and with an icy intonation, he clenched his fists, warning, do not provoke my anger. As long as you do not incite my ire, everything else can be discussed. I am not the one provoking your anger. That is entirely your own doing, Jiang Jiang asserted boldly. You see, aren't you currently the one inciting my frustration? Her eyes narrowed in skepticism, furrowing her brow in earnest. Do you truly believe I am akin to a pet, obediently following your commands? As if I am merely a creature you can summon and dismiss at will? Liang Yinqing's eyes glinted coldly. No. Yes, you do, Jiang Jiang declared emphatically. I am a person, not your possession, and I am not obliged to conform to your whims. She was resolute in her belief that he regarded her as nothing more than an animal to be kept. Happy 520 to everyone. As for the author, well, I'm off to have some fun. Updates can wait until tomorrow. End of this chapter, chapter 415. Do not misunderstand me. Jiang Jiang despised nothing more than being treated like a domesticated animal. Liang Yinqing wore a stern expression yet spoke urgently. Jiang Jiang, do not utter such nonsense. I harbor no such intentions. After a pause, he cautiously continued, and please, do not always misunderstand me. He feared that Jiang Jiang might be upset by his words. Jiang Jiang cast him a sidelong glance, her eyes sparkling. In her haste to leave, she had donned a pristine white shirt that accentuated her fair complexion. Liang Yinqing gazed intently at her. Jiang Jiang spoke softly. Liang Yinqing, are you unwell? Huh? She continued. If you are indeed ill, it would be prudent to visit a doctor at the hospital. Please refrain from making such peculiar statements in my presence. The Liang Yinqing before her was a far cry from the person she remembered, making it difficult to dismiss the notion that something might be amiss with his mind. Jiang Jiang, my mind is perfectly fine. I simply, Liang Yinqing stammered, increasingly flustered. It's all right. I understand that you may be exhausted lately. Why not return and rest properly? We can have a conversation once you're feeling better. After stating this, Jiang Jiang waved her hand lightly and attempted to walk past him. In an instant, Liang Yinqing seized her wrist in a manner that was decidedly brusque. Jiang Jiang struggled several times, only to find her hands firmly restrained by this man, rendering her nearly immobile. She detested this situation. Let go, Liang Yinqing, release me. The bustling street was filled with passers-by, many eyes drawn to their commotion. It seemed as though Liang Yinqing was oblivious to the gazes around them. Gripping her hand even tighter, Jiang Jiang, I will not let go. His insistence only served to underline his determination. Her pupils constricted in disbelief. Liang Yinqing, what are you babbling about? I merely asked you to let go. Seeing her desperate attempts to escape, a tremor of helplessness coursed through Liang Yinqing. The realization that Jiang Jiang so vehemently rejected him filled him with a profound sense of defeat, and he gradually loosened his grip. Clearing his throat, he spoke softly. Do not be afraid, Jiang Jiang. I mean you no harm. Jiang Jiang was not truly afraid. She merely found the situation uncomfortable. Then please, do not act this way. Speak to me properly, and refrain from grabbing my hand so often. She articulated her thoughts in rapid succession, each phrase a gentle plea devoid of resistance. Did this mean she no longer wished to see him? Liang Yinqing's breath quickened once more. At the entrance of the Jiang residence, and Mingzhu stood for an extended period, while Jiang Yunzhou also lingered by the gate, arms crossed. His expression, though fierce, belied an urgent gaze directed towards the distance. After waiting for approximately 5 minutes, impatience began to set in. Where on earth has Jiang Jiang gone? Were we not informed that he would only be stepping out momentarily? It has been quite some time, and he has yet to return. Could he have fallen prey to deception? After all, he does appear rather gullible. Jiang Yunzhou shot him a glance, a silent admonition to refrain from speaking. Chapter 416. Could you assist me? I can speak. Can I? Why would you say I cannot? Jiang Yunmo found himself bewildered by the absurdity of the remark. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Yunan returned, with Jiang Jiang in tow. The group quickly surrounded them. Where have you been? Mother was somewhat worried about you. I merely took a stroll at the intersection. Jiang Jiang casually fabricated an excuse. Oh, and Mingzhu replied, taking Jiang Jiang's hand and leading him inside. You must have been so anxious that you didn't eat anything before leaving. We have prepared breakfast for you in the kitchen. It's still warm. Would you care to try it? And Mingzhu had been concerned that the child had left without a morsel. Given his picky eating habits, it was certain he would not touch anything unfamiliar, and now he was likely hungry after all that commotion. Okay, Jiang Jiang nodded. This morning, in his haste to check the results, he had indeed overlooked other matters. Now that he had found out his grades, a weight had been lifted from his heart. But soon enough, he became aware of the emptiness in his stomach, signaling that he was indeed hungry. The corn was reheated and placed in Jiang Jiang's hands. The soybean milk was finished, so she decided to have some corn first, and Mingzhu coaxed her. Jiang Jiang responded with a nod, taking small bites of corn. Her cheeks bulged, resembling a little hamster. She was earnest in her eating, mouthful after mouthful. A few minutes later, she suddenly sensed something amiss. The members of the Jiang family were all staring at her. "Is there something on my face?" Jiang Jiang asked, setting down the corn and reaching to touch her cheeks. Jiang Yuzhao shook his head vigorously. No, your face is perfectly clean. There is nothing at all." Jiang Jiang was not convinced by his words and glanced at Mingzhu. And Mingzhu forced a smile, her expression awkward. She then looked at the others. Aside from Jiang Yunan, who was seated on the sofa typing on his computer, the rest appeared decidedly strange. Not just a little strange, but truly unsettling. Jiang Jiang closed her eyes briefly, then opened them again. What exactly are you all up to?" "Well, they stuttered, their hesitation lending an air of guilt to the atmosphere. After a moment, Jiang Yunma gritted his teeth and resolutely continued. Weren't you working recently?" "Yes," Jiang Jiang replied, recalling her concerns about finding a job. "Actually, I happen to have a job opportunity available here. I would like to invite you to work with us. What do you think? You want to invite me to work?" This statement has undoubtedly elicited laughter from Jiang Jiang. "As for my work, it necessitates the collaboration of another individual, and after much contemplation, I believe you are the most suitable candidate for this task," Jiang Yunmo remarked with considerable tact. However, Jiang Jiang chose to ignore him entirely, turning her head resolutely to the other side. Jiang Yunmo felt a pang of frustration, recalling that his objective remained unfulfilled, and hastily moved to Jiang Jiang's other side. "Jiang Jiang, after all, we reside under the same roof. Could you extend a helping hand to me?" Despite being a plea for assistance, his words inadvertently carried a hint of moral coercion. Chapter 417. Caught in the middle, is it possible for you not to help? Jiang Jiang thought this was not a favorable proposition and promptly declined without a second thought. "If you refuse to assist me, my career could very well descend into a predicament." At that moment, Jiang Yunma's voice took on an inexplicably plaintive tone. "I have only just discovered my passion and begun to establish myself in this industry. Can you bear to witness my downfall?" The age-old tactic of evoking sympathy came into play. Indeed, offering a bit of help wouldn't be too burdensome. Jiang Yunzhou also joined the ranks of those persuading her. Under the combined influence of everyone's entreaties, Jiang Jiang finally spoke, her voice soft and tender, articulating the word no without hesitation. It was amusing. When had she ever possessed such authority? Jiang Yunma awkwardly forced a smile. "You were so kind-hearted. Surely, you were merely jesting." "I'm not joking with you." Jiang Jiang's denial grew increasingly earnest. The living room was enveloped in an eerie silence. They almost forgot that this child was not so easily swayed. Jiang Yunma was utterly astonished by Jiang Jiang's heartlessness. "Jiang Jiang, please, don't be like this." "Like what?" Jiang Jiang, perplexed by the convoluted situation, was reluctant to expend effort guessing. She simply lifted her head and inquired directly, "What do you mean by myself? What do they want from me?" Jiang Yunma found herself momentarily choked, her breath caught in her throat. Why did Jiang Jiang always behave so unpredictably? And Mingzhu had anticipated this reaction. She softened her tone and explained, "Jiang Jiang, it's like this. Yunma has recently been invited to participate in a variety show, and your involvement is likely required." Only after in Mingzhu's reminder did Jiang Jiang recall the matter at hand. Indeed, there had been such an occurrence, but at that time, it was Jiang Yushu who had accompanied the show. Their interaction in the show's editing had quickly captivated a significant audience, leading to Jiang Yunshu's gradual rise to fame and catching the attention of the male lead. How had this matter unexpectedly shifted to her? "I'd rather not participate in this show," Jiang Jiang replied, lowering her gaze, unwilling to revisit the subject. And Mingzhu inhaled sharply, taken aback by the child's stubbornness. With a furrowed brow, she gently insisted, "Everyone will be participating in this show, so you need not worry about that. I'm full now. I'll head upstairs." Jiang Jiang was reluctant to remain in this place, uttering these tedious words. She turned and ascended the stairs without a glance back, and Mingzhu gazed at the untouched food on the table, a dull ache forming in her head. With a resigned sigh, she lamented, Jiang Jiang. There truly is no way to handle her." Jiang Yunma felt a profound sense of frustration within himself. How could Jiang Jiang be so obstinate? He pondered earnestly, striving to conjure a fitting descriptor, yet found no one in the living room to acknowledge him. "Hey, this isn't how it should be. You all proposed the idea, and I bear the brunt alone. Why is no one responding?" Jiang Yunma suddenly felt utterly dejected, grappling with the disparity between his expectations and reality. Why did it seem that he was neither here nor there in this moment? End of this chapter, chapter 418. Running away from home at midnight, Jiang Jiang, with a backpack slung over her shoulder, exited the Jiang family villa. Now that she had reached adulthood and her college entrance examination results had been released, she could go wherever she pleased after completing her application. Following the turmoil of the day, she realized that remaining at the Jiang residence would only invite further complications. Given this situation, she deemed it best not to stay here. With her backpack in tow, she lifted her head and took a few steps forward. Counting her options, it became evident that this was the only path remaining. Fu Luo maintained a stoic expression. There were 4 entrances to Zhongyun University, 3 of which were too distant, leaving only this route, albeit fraught with considerable peril. Laura discovered a precious orb within the Moonlight Temple, only to have it snatched away by the pursuing shadow spirits, who also mercilessly eliminated several of her aides. Each of these individuals was more formidable than the last, so powerful that he hesitated to confront them. When asked about the utility of an army, he found himself at a loss for an answer. Is that not my sister? In such heavy rain, what brings her to this place? Is she here for her lover? Cui Yufeng also came to the moon viewing pavilion to observe the rain, and upon spotting Lucia from her carriage, she jested as she dismounted. Should word get out that the illustrious princess of the Tajishi is attending to a 5th-rank martial officer's boots and legs, the imperial censor would undoubtedly accuse Zheng Ping of a grave disrespect. The Tajishi would not take such news lightly once they learned of it. Shortly after ensnaring his death in an ancient forbidden technique, they intended to flee immediately. However, misfortune struck as their escape route led them directly towards Angus and his group. Regrettably, they failed to sever the portion of the octopus S-body they had aimed for, but they were content with having seized 5 or 6 dozen pounds of its tentacle. As the grand competition approached, Qin Yang's performance became increasingly stable, yet he harbored a vague sense of impending misfortune regarding this contest. Foolish ox. I never imagined you would come to me so willingly. Baobuding felt a surge of joy rather than fear upon seeing Ball rush towards him. Meanwhile, beside the formidable Jie Xiong, young Master Yang was equally exuberant, viewing Jie Xiong as a genuine talent hidden beneath an unassuming facade, and thus he exerted himself completely, not daring to relax for an instant. Although the population of the Cold Crows had significantly dwindled due to the previous battle with Muyu, they flapped their numerous sharp wings and thrust their pointed beaks desperately towards the center of the sphere, their piercing cries echoing resoundingly within the majestic hall of transformation. Countless magnificent structures, adorned with walls of jade and topped with glass, were meticulously arranged, layer upon layer, in a harmonious display that resembled a blooming blue lotus. The faint sheen of azure light on the jade walls accentuated the lifelike and solemn appearance of this grand lotus flower. Creak. The door swung open, and Lin Xiaoying, after ensuring the absence of others, gently closed it behind her. The 10 notorious villains returned to Qingqing alongside them, but instead of seeking out Sima Yue, they retreated to their previous courtyard. Lin Xiao, initially trudging with his head down, lifted it upon hearing a call, offering a gentle smile to Lin Cici. Though she discerned the strain in his expression, it was simply that this girl lacked confidence in herself. Without some encouragement, she would likely struggle to unleash her full potential. Behind him, Zhang Xiaomin, Tai Feihua, and Wu Qing appeared in succession. Du Xiao, who had originally intended to remain hidden, decided to follow closely behind Taizhou, stepping out with resolute strides. At this thought, Yun Shu's gaze darkened. Regardless of whether they were intentional or not, after this journey, she would have to repay Wei Minglan, no matter the magnitude of the debt. As the icy spikes rained down, a colossal white beast roared in fury, its voice laced with disdain, as its thick, coarse fur stood erect, transforming into formidable ice spikes that shot forth like a volley of arrows. Chapter 419. Interception. The haunting silence of the late night enveloped Jiang Jiang, allowing her to hear the rhythm of her own breathing, while the sky shimmered with countless stars. A gentle breeze swept by, and she found it hard to believe that such words had escaped Jiang Yunan's lips. Deep down, she understood that her elder brother was not to be trifled with, and she had always tread carefully around him. Ever since he had spotted her by the roadside earlier that day, she sensed an unsettling feeling, as if she had been marked by his gaze. With a sigh, Jiang Jiang admitted to herself that she was not particularly fond of lingering in this place. It felt as though something was ensnaring her, preventing her escape, and her desire to leave grew more fervent. I know, Jiang Yunan replied, his voice cold and devoid of any warmth. With his profile turned slightly, clad in a white shirt and a black suit jacket, he exuded an air of unapproachability. It's quite late. Let us discuss matters tomorrow, he added. But Jiang Jiang stood there as if she hadn't heard him. Noticing her stubbornness, Jiang Yunan inquired, at this hour, where do you intend to stay? The hotel outside. She answered without a moment's hesitation. You can afford to stay in a hotel? His words were a stark reminder to Jiang Jiang of her financial constraints. She was, after all, hardly wealthy. Defiantly, she responded, "I can stay at a youth hostel. The rates there are quite reasonable." Yet, the thought of a young woman staying in a hostel at such a late hour seemed to broadcast to the world that she was inviting trouble upon herself. How could she endure such a situation, especially in a hostel? Is it truly the case that there are so many good people in this world? What? Do you expect us to receive a call from the police station in the dead of night, urging us to come retrieve you? It was a blend of veiled threats and intimidation. Jiang Jiang remained steadfast, her posture resolute, exuding an air of impenetrability. Jiang Yunan, suppressing his frustration, suggested she leave by the morning. Jiang Jiang pressed her lips together, acutely aware that in such circumstances, she would gain nothing. Compromising, she declared, "I will vacate this place first thing tomorrow." "Very well," Jiang Yunan replied, his expression still taut. "Tomorrow's matters could wait until tomorrow." Jiang Jiang took her bag from his grasp and walked into the room without a backward glance. Jiang Yunan remained silent, quietly observing her retreating figure as she entered, exhaling a sigh of relief. Day in and day out, none of them seemed capable of providing him any peace of mind. Reluctantly, Jiang Jiang returned to her room, devoid of any semblance of sleep, tossing and turning throughout the night, truly unable to find rest. As dawn's light began to break, she rose abruptly from the expansive bed, a sense of impatience evident in her demeanor. Unfortunately, upon opening the door, she found Jiang Yunan waiting at the threshold as if he had been deliberately positioned there. "Good morning," he greeted her. "Good morning," Jiang Jiang responded, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. However, recalling that she would soon be departing from this place, she chose not to dwell on it, and with that thought, her discomfort dissipated. The tone of conversation had notably lightened. "I will escort you." Jiang Yunan unexpectedly offered to accompany Jiang Jiang. With a hint of suspicion, Jiang Jiang glanced at him, attempting to avoid further complications. "No need. I can hail a cab myself." End of this chapter, chapter 420. Everyone is concerned about you still contemplating leaving, thinking she could indeed manage to get a taxi? It was 5 in the morning. Can you really? Jiang Jiang's response came out a bit too hastily, tinged with impatience. "You cannot." The assertion was bluntly countered. Jiang Jiang replied, "You said that at dawn, I could leave on my own." "Yes, I did say that," Jiang Yunan replied, his expression remarkably calm. "Do you have evidence?" Jiang Jiang, initially mulling over the notion that he might merely delay her departure, found herself taken aback by his next statement. "Although I lack proof." "That was exactly what you told me last night." Jiang Jiang became flustered, her cheeks flushing a shade of crimson. "Yes, I concede. But I still prefer not to let you go." It was rather amusing. Jiang Jiang seemed rather naive, too willing to believe anyone's words. She shot a glance at Jiang Yunan, her demeanor visibly ruffled. "Jiang Jiang, your glare at me is futile, even if I permit you to leave today. Tomorrow my parents will simply bring you back." "Do you believe it?" Jiang Yunan's words undeniably awakened Jiang Jiang to the reality of the situation. Indeed. What difference does it make if one temporarily departs? Ultimately, one shall be brought back by others. The mere thought of this vexes her. She feels akin to a jester, having exerted herself tirelessly yet achieving naught. A sense of despondency inevitably envelopes her. Jiang Yunan, with a calm demeanor, inquires, "Do you wish to rid yourself of us?" "I may have an idea." Jiang Jiang ignores him, utterly disinterested in his words. She turns away and departs. Jiang Yunan, displaying a clever demeanor, follows closely behind her. Though Jiang Jiang's spirits are somewhat low, she manages to maintain a semblance of politeness, addressing him, "Could you please refrain from following me? It is exceedingly bothersome." "I cannot." Jiang Yunan replies languidly, appearing somewhat lethargic. Jiang Jiang glances at him, inexplicably irritated. Taking a deep breath, she suppresses her discomfort. Jiang Yunan, with a slight smile, admits, "Jiang Jiang, I harbor no ulterior motives." Jiang Jiang, uninterested, retorts, "I have no desire to discern your intentions." Laughter ensues, and Jiang Yunan counters, "Then what precisely are you afraid of?" It is evident to any discerning observer that Jiang Jiang has been evading, her entire being in staunch resistance. She shakes her head, preferring silence. If she chooses not to speak, so be it. Jiang Yunan is not one to compel others to divulge secrets. "Is this the reason for your reluctance to participate in the program?" Abruptly resuming the conversation, his voice bore no hint of any distinct emotion. The sudden shift in topic left Jiang Jiang momentarily bewildered. Gradually realizing he was referring to that variety show, her smile faltered, and she struggled to maintain her composure, her tone becoming stiff and defensive. "It's none of your concern." "It's not about concern, it's about worry." Jiang Jiang was taken aback by this unexpected statement. Momentarily stunned, "Jiang Jiang, every member of the family is genuinely worried about you." His tone was earnest and grave. Chapter 421. Not such nonsense. Jiang Jiang fell silent. Jiang Yunan remarked coolly, "Everyone is trying to find ways to make amends for you." She lifted her gaze, her eyes briefly reflecting confusion and helplessness. "Is that so?" Her voice was tinged with skepticism yet cautious, as if fearful of uttering a misstep. Indeed, the firm affirmation left her momentarily speechless. Jiang Jiang compelled herself to muster a smile. "Thank you all." A wave of warmth surged within her, yet she struggled to harden her heart as she once could. Memories of her interactions with the Jiang family during this time flooded her mind. It felt as though something had veered off script. Each person here seemed to convey to her that she was deserving of love and care from everyone. It felt insincere, unrealistic. Do not respond so perfunctorily. She had been discovered. Jiang Yunan furrowed her brow, remaining ever vigilant. Jiang Jiang responded with a soft acknowledgement, her head drooping, her demeanor suggesting her disquiet. She cast her gaze downward, lost in thoughts unbeknownst to anyone. Observing her, Jiang Yunan's expression revealed a tangled mix of emotions. As Jiang Yunma pushed open the door, he was greeted by the sight of Jiang Jiang and his elder brother standing in the corridor. Notably, Jiang Jiang bore a large bag on her back, as if poised to flee at any moment. A flicker of irritation crossed his face, igniting a surge of anger within him, his temples throbbing. Why did Jiang Jiang always seize the opportunity to escape? The outside world was not as inviting as she imagined. It was fraught with dangers. Did she not comprehend the multitude of threats lurking beyond? What if, in a moment of carelessness, she was abducted by nefarious individuals, leaving her with nowhere to weep? Jiang Yunma struggled to contain his rising ire. "You seem quite industrious this early in the morning," he remarked, noting that she had already packed her belongings. Striding toward her with a fierce countenance, he cast a condescending glance and added, "Since when has our home transformed into a hotel, where anyone can come and go as they please without so much as a word?" "Jiang Jiang?" Meanwhile, Jiang Yunan also glanced at him, her eyes momentarily reflecting surprise. Jiang Jiang, unwilling to engage in trivial disputes with him, sensed an escalating tone in his words. "The outside world is so wonderful. But beware of being abducted by human traffickers. You may end up in a place where you cannot even shed tears." Jiang Jiang. What on earth is happening this early in the morning? She did not remain silent or idle, did she? A trafficker would not abduct me. Jiang Jiang sighed softly, her tone gentle. "Why would a perfectly normal person want to take me away? I am hardly of any value." Her response bore the earnestness of someone addressing their own inquiries, almost as if she stood before herself emphasizing her point. This instilled in Jiang Yunma a peculiar sensation, as though he were bullying an innocent. What a ridiculous thought. He merely posed a couple of questions, turning to observe the bag slung over Jiang Jiang's shoulder. He suppressed his feelings of guilt and boldly inquired again, "Then why are you carrying a bag? Why on earth would you bring a bag out so early? Don't tell me you're going for a weighted run." Jiang Jiang was about to conjure an excuse to deflect the question when Jiang Yunan stepped forward and interjected, "Well, we are planning to exercise a bit." Jiang Jiang and Jiang Yunma exchanged incredulous glances. Goodness, if we are to fabricate tales, let us at least be sensible about it. End of chapter. Chapter 422. Do not disturb her. Jiang Yunan wore an expressionless visage, appearing entirely unfazed. Observing this demeanor, Jiang Jiang found herself at a loss for words. "I am heading back to my room." After a restless night, it was evident that she could not continue on. Given the circumstances, it was best to return and rest properly for a while. Jiang Yunma remarked, "Why would you go back to your room in broad daylight? Everyone is up and ready to go out and have fun." Jiang Jiang, huh? Jiang Yunma continued, "What? Is it not enjoyable outside? I find it quite delightful." He had hardly ventured out at all due to his relentless training and work commitments. Jiang Jiang took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Realizing she could no longer contain her emotions, she decided to confront him directly, asking, "Are we really that familiar? Would you care to listen to the nonsense you are uttering?" Her tone carried a hint of displeasure, unmistakably indicating that she had endured this for quite some time. Jiang Yunma, initially perplexed, soon grasped her meaning and dismissively waved his hand, saying, "Do not concern yourself with such trifles. I merely intended for us to take a stroll together." Jiang Jiang felt as though she were speaking to a wall. It was evident that further dialogue with him would be futile. Without a backward glance, she turned away. Jiang Yunma, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, trailed behind her, attempting to lighten the mood. Hadn't they agreed to exercise together? Why was she now reluctant to go out? He realized that Jiang Jiang, this little deceiver, was pulling his leg. If she were truly inclined to exercise, her health would not be in such disarray. It was plainly a ruse to mislead him. As the door closed, Jiang Yunma's attempts to knock were abruptly halted by Jiang Yunan. Observing Jiang Jiang's audacious demeanor, he felt it necessary to engage her in a proper discussion. However, Jiang Yunmo remained unfazed. A mind is a precious thing. Do you lack one, Jiang Yunma? Jiang Yunan's voice was as cold as ice, starkly contrasting with the way he spoke to Jiang Jiang. Jiang Yunma shook his head, only to realize that something felt amiss, prompting him to nod instead. After a series of nods and shakes, he found the spectacle quite absurd. Do not disturb Jiang Jiang, he muttered. Jiang Yunan issued a warning. Some matters required Jiang Jiang to contemplate independently. At this juncture, it was imperative that no one disturbed her. I had no intention of intruding. I merely wished to convey certain truths. Despite repeatedly asserting that I would not interfere, my gaze inadvertently drifted towards Jiang Jiang's room. Jiang Yunma was not being deliberate. After all, he had become accustomed to sparring with Jiang Jiang recently. It felt peculiar to refrain from uttering anything unusual in the comments. How could one express mere facts? Jiang Yunma, belatedly aware, lifted his head, and his tone abruptly shifted. The look in his elder brother's eyes was akin to a death glare. Did he not want Jiang Jiang to participate in the variety show? Jiang Yunan struck at the core of the matter. Of course, I desired it. How could I not? The mere mention of the show made Jiang Yunma grit his teeth. This variety program was an exceptional opportunity. Although he had never lacked resources since his debut, this show promised to elevate his career even before airing. Now, due to Jiang Jiang, he was compelled to forego this chance, which was deeply disheartening. If he wished for it, he ought not to disturb her. The warning was unmistakably clear. End of chapter 423. What do you think? Jiang Yunma was resolute, determined to follow Jiang Jiang into her room. Jiang Yunan felt a headache coming on. He was indeed spoiled. Ultimately, however, Jiang Yunma did not manage to enter the room. Jiang Jiang had locked the door directly, and after knocking for an eternity, no one answered. Early in the morning, Jiang Yunma was not truly acting irrationally in his attempt to rouse everyone. If he succeeded in waking everyone, he would likely find himself in a predicament. Why was Jiang Jiang so unresponsive? He harbored no ill intentions. He merely wished to exchange a few words with her. Jiang Yunma remained perplexed as to why Jiang Jiang seemed so averse to him. He had committed no wrongdoing. She simply did not wish to converse. Jiang Yunan, for the first time, noticed how bothersome his younger brother could be, urging him to quiet down. Unable to tolerate it any longer, he issued a stern warning. Jiang Yunma wore a perplexed expression. Jiang Jiang was not fond of overly boisterous individuals. In truth, she was exceedingly quiet. At times she would stand there in silence, as if the slightest breeze could whisk her away. There were moments when she would abruptly leave, not even affording the other person a chance to speak. Jiang Yunma felt a flicker of doubt but soon reconsidered, realizing this was indeed the case. Could you please convey to Jiang Jiang that it would be beneficial for her to participate in the program? It could be a wonderful opportunity to enter the entertainment industry. Not everyone aspires to join such circles. Jiang Yunan interpreted his thoughts but chose to ignore them, turning away towards the study. Alone in the corridor, Jiang Yunma wore a despondent expression, questioning, "What is wrong? What is wrong?" As ideas were generated collectively, the moment results emerged, the burden had shifted solely onto her shoulders. After an hour, Jiang Jiang ultimately relented. She set down her backpack and voluntarily brought an end to this farce, changing into a fresh set of clothes before emerging from her room. Descending the stairs, she proceeded to have breakfast. Whatever tasks lay ahead, she knew she must first satiate her hunger. In the morning, the entire family gathered around the dining table. Jiang Jiang, as usual, sipped soybean milk, while the Jiang family members eagerly piled her plate with vegetables and other dishes. Under the watchful eyes of all, she took small bites, gradually filling her mouth. Then, Mingzhu and Zhang's father wore expressions of satisfaction, as if they had achieved a great victory. After a moment, Zhang's father seemed to recall something and spoke. "Jiang Jiang, regarding your participation in the program." However, as he met Jiang Jiang's fair and delicate face, the words he intended to convey became lodged in his throat, leaving him utterly speechless. Jiang Jiang did not press further. Instead, she lowered her gaze and took another bite of broccoli. In truth, she was at a loss for words, uncertain of how to respond or what actions to take. The safest course of action seemed to be that of a turtle, retreating silently into her shell. It appeared that the family had already made a decision, though she remained oblivious to its nature. For now, it was best to continue feigning ignorance. Zhang's father sighed softly and inquired, "Jiang Jiang, what are your thoughts? Would you care to share them with everyone?" End of chapter 424. Who says I cannot choose without much contemplation? Jiang Jiang silently recited within her heart, "I am merely a snail, utterly unaware and indifferent to everything." Mr. Jiang suggested, "Why not participate and see?" Jiang Yunma chimed in, "Indeed, what harm could come from trying?" Hearing their words, a wave of frustration surged within Jiang Jiang. Why must they insist on her participation? What were they thinking? Realizing this, She felt it was time to cease her forbearance and boldly inquired, "If I partake in this program, will you all finally leave me be?" The atmosphere at the dining table shifted dramatically, the faces of the Jiang family darkening. Mr. Jiang replied, "What is this child saying?" Jiang Yunzhou slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "You are a member of the Jiang family. Do you expect us to neglect you?" It seemed impossible to consider. Jiang Jiang spread her hands in resignation. What more was there to say? Continuing the conversation would yield no fruit. She silently lowered her head and resumed eating. Finding it all rather uninteresting, she had no desire to participate. Jiang Yunan cast a fleeting glance her way, fully aware of her true feelings. This matter was not entirely without possibility. Eldest brother. The others gasped, their gazes converging upon Jiang Yunan. He stood there, his expression unremarkable. Jiang Yunma inwardly cursed, apprehensive of what predicament this elder brother might concoct for him. Despite his elusive nature, one could never tell when he might emerge. If he truly intends to pursue something, then he possesses not a single method to do so. Is that so? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Jiang Jiang murmured in disbelief, with everyone present. Do you truly think I would mislead you? Jiang Yunan replied candidly upon hearing Jiang Jiang's skepticism. I refuse to believe it. Once deceived is one thing, but to fall for the same trick a second time would render me a fool, would it not? The gazes of the Jiang family oscillated between the two. They sensed an unusual undercurrent. Could it be that something transpired unbeknownst to them? Jiang Jiang, you have no choice. These words undoubtedly delivered a verdict of despair upon her. Indeed, she had no choice. From the very moment she entered this predicament, her options had been stripped away, no matter how she struggled. She was inexorably swept along by the narrative. Ignoring her own thoughts, she felt no need to regard her own desires. Yet, she lowered her head, biting her lip, gripping her utensils with fervor. Why must it be so? Why was she denied the choice from the very beginning? Why must she live a life orchestrated by others? The suppressed emotions within her seemed to reach a boiling point, ready to burst forth. Raising her head, her bright eyes shone with conviction as her lips parted to utter two words. Is that so? The members of the Jiang family. A gasp echoed, though it was unclear who had drawn in their breath in astonishment. They had never seen Jiang Jiang in such a manner. After all, she had always been reticent, rarely engaging in conversation, let alone publicly contradicting others. Yet now, Jiang Jiang had shattered their preconceived notions of her, seemingly conveying an invisible protest that hinted at her true self, which was far from their perceptions. Chapter 425. A sense of excess. Jiang Jiang gently curved her lips, her demeanor suggesting a certain cheerfulness. Are you certain? The other party inquired, raising an eyebrow. In an instant, the smile vanished from Jiang Jiang's face, replaced by an impassive expression. She rose and turned to leave. Suddenly, the stern voice of Father Jiang pierced her thoughts, emanating an undeniable sense of authority. Jiang Jiang sat back down, pursing her lips. Here, try this, and Mingzhu offered, seemingly attempting to ease the tension by serving her some food. Thank you. As Jiang Jiang consumed the dish placed before her, and Mingzhu finally exhaled a sigh of relief. It was a reassuring sign that she was willing to eat what had been offered. The fear had been that Jiang Jiang might dismiss the food outright or remain silent, which would have posed a challenge. In truth, after this period of adjustment, Jiang Jiang had begun to eat a bit more. However, compared to her previous intake, it was merely a slight improvement. When Father Jiang observed her smiling and eating, his spirits lifted considerably. If she did not wish to participate in the recording of a program, it was of little consequence. Such matters were not worth dwelling upon. Previously, I believed that this approach could cheer Jiang Jiang up by diverting the child's attention. If the child wished to enter the circle, it would not be impossible. As long as the child is happy, that is all that matters. However, the current situation is not as they perceive it. Oh, Jiang Jiang responded. Is it really like that? Jiang Yunma became displeased. This matter directly concerns his future development within the circle. He is still rather young and unable to contain his frustration. Suddenly, he rose and stood before Jiang Jiang. What harm could come from you recording? Is there someone unpleasant who would drag you away? Please, can't you lend a hand? Jiang Yunma stood in front of her, both his posture and tone unprecedentedly humble. Yunma, Jiang Yunzhou quietly reminded from the side. It's a simple matter. Sometimes you just need to appear on screen, and that is all. It won't require you to do anything difficult, Jiang Yunma insisted. Jiang Jiang was taken aback by his fervent dedication to this issue. Observing his serious demeanor, she suddenly began to doubt herself. Surely, merely appearing on screen cannot be too challenging. No, it's not about me appearing. It's about my desire for freedom. I understand now, Jiang Jiang replied casually. Your understanding implies that you will participate in this program, doesn't it? Jiang Yunma feigned ignorance, as if he did not comprehend. Jiang Yunzhou sincerely believed that this young man was tired of life, as he incessantly opened his mouth to utter thoughtless words. With a voice tinged with coolness, he declared, "Enough, let us cease discussing this matter. It ends here." Jiang Yunma felt an overwhelming sense of discontent, an insatiable yearning for fairness. How could it be so biased? Yet, under the watchful eyes of his family, Jiang Yunma silently bowed his head, concealing his dissatisfaction. Very well, if he was not to participate in this program, then so be it. However, what a pity it was to let such an opportunity slip away. If only he could seize it, he would have the chance to prove himself. Jiang Yunma desperately longed to validate his worth. Chapter 426. Utterly futile, he had long been the subject of rumors. Characterized as a person who merely relied on familial connections to navigate the industry with ease, the proud youth was eager to demonstrate his capabilities. Presently, he found himself with the perfect opportunity. He merely awaited Jiang Jiang's assent. "Jiang Jiang, you." Despite the admonishing gazes around him, Jiang Yunma could not suppress his urge to speak. Jiang Jiang had already endured a night of turmoil due to this issue. "I shall retreat upstairs to contemplate before responding to you." After much deliberation, she felt it was indeed an opportunity, though she remained uncertain of how to utilize it. The members of the Jiang family exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. This child exhibited an excessive wariness towards them. How can one alleviate this child's excessive wariness? It is undeniably a vexing dilemma. To speak candidly, this child has spent a considerable amount of time in their company. Yet rather than lowering her defenses, she seems to grow increasingly guarded. Such an atmosphere is decidedly unfavorable. Indeed, it is hardly conducive to her well-being. Jiang Jiang has been stifled for far too long. Even when faced with an opportunity for release, she remains at a loss as to how to approach it. She retreats into her shell at the slightest provocation, as this has been her sole means of self-preservation throughout her life. Thus, she cannot bear to relinquish this method of existence. However, the Jiang family appears to be excessively fervent in their attentions, even going so far as to expend considerable effort in attempting to win her favor. Jiang Jiang is frightened. How could she not be? The prospect of being abandoned once more terrifies her to the core. In the afternoon, Jiang Yunma circumvented his two brothers still at home and persistently stood before Jiang Jiang. He sent a message urging her to open the door. After approximately 40 minutes, she leisurely unlocked it, presenting herself with an air of nonchalance. Instantly, Jiang Yunma felt a surge of frustration. "Jiang Jiang, didn't I text you to open the door sooner?" "Oh, I just saw it," she replied with an indifferent demeanor. Jiang Yunma could swear that Jiang Jiang was being deliberately obstinate. There was no doubt about it. "Are you certain this is how you approach someone for help?" Jiang Jiang's abrupt remark fell upon him like a bucket of cold water. Jiang Yunma fell silent, his fists clenched at his sides before loosening. He gritted his teeth, feeling helpless. After a lengthy pause, he hesitantly inquired, "So, are you willing to assist me, or not?" With a smile, Jiang Jiang regarded him but refrained from directly responding to his question. Instead, she posed one of her own. "What benefits would I receive from helping you?" "Of course, there are advantages," Jiang Yunma replied without a second thought. "You could meet your favorite celebrity, and you would have the opportunity to stand on stage and debut. Those two reasons should be enticing enough, shouldn't they?" Yet, Jiang Yunma was taken aback by her disinterest. He momentarily forgot that Jiang Jiang was far from an ordinary person. All his usual tactics were utterly ineffective against her. The beleaguered author, Diang, felt a wave of pain throughout his body, urging the children to wash up and retire for the night. Chapter 427. Who do you wish to expel? Jiang Yunma felt a twinge of panic. His demeanor flustered as he ran a hand through his hair, his face betraying his confusion. For the first time, this young master, who could summon both wind and rain, tasted the bitterness of rejection. Jiang Jiang found the situation amusing. Reflecting on her own actions, she acknowledged her lack of compassion. Nevertheless, it became evident that this young master's sense of defeat was fleeting. In no time, he regained his composure, though his tone still bore a hint of indignation. "Don't you want to leave the Jiang family? I can assist you with that." As her words lingered in the air, Jiang Jiang lifted her gaze to meet his. "I will assist you in departing, if you aid me in completing the recording of the show." How skillfully she negotiated terms. Yet, it became evident that despite her youth, Jiang Jiang was far from foolish. She retorted, "Do you possess the capability to do so?" Jiang Yunma was momentarily taken aback. Such a piercing observation. However, he was not one to easily concede defeat, and with a facade of bravado, he countered. "How can you be so certain that I lack such ability?" Frustration welled within him. How could he doubt himself? Jiang Jiang furrowed her brow, asserting, "I am well aware that you do not have that capability." Her tone was unwavering, her gaze resolute. Jiang Yunma opened his mouth, striving to articulate a response. Yet after several futile attempts, He found himself unable to utter a single retort. If one lacks the ability, it is unwise to make such claims. Jiang Jiang harbored a disdain for those who feigned prowess they did not possess. With a sigh, Jiang Yunma conceded. He felt no doubt that Jiang Jiang harbored a profound disdain for him. It was palpable. She seemed to possess a remarkable ability to discern one's true nature with a mere glance. Jiang Jiang, perhaps you should not hold such a deep-seated prejudice against me. He mused, feeling that her judgment was excessively harsh, leading to this erroneous perception. Jiang Jiang replied, "It is not my prejudice. Your actions have made it abundantly clear." Jiang Yunma retorted, "Why must you resort to personal attacks? What do you mean by that?" His expression darkened. "Are you angry out of embarrassment?" Jiang Jiang blinked her beautiful eyes, which always seemed to carry a hint of playful teasing. Jiang Yunma became increasingly convinced that this Jiang Jiang was being deliberately provocative. It was indisputable. She was intentionally speaking such words in his presence. "I didn't," he vehemently denied. You didn't tea. You didn't tea." Jiang Jiang replied in a dismissive tone, her nonchalant gesture akin to soothing a petulant child. Such behavior only intensified the urge to lash out. "Jiang Jiang, just you wait. I will undoubtedly find a way to expel you from the Jiang family. Wasn't it simply a matter of not wanting to stay in their home? No matter." He had plenty of schemes and strategies to ensure that this Jiang Jiang could be ousted from his household. What was she so arrogantly boasting about all day long? What made her so remarkable that she could speak in such a manner? He was unconvinced. "Just wait," he declared with resolute determination. "Who are you planning to expel?" A cold voice suddenly emerged from behind them. Jiang Yunma's heart sank, and, clinging to a glimmer of hope, he looked up. Their eyes met, and an overwhelming sense of dread coursed through him, making him want to flee. Yet his feet felt as if they were glued to the ground, unable to move. End of this chapter. Chapter 428. Speaking up, he noticed the other person approaching him. Jiang Yunma, feeling rather timid, called out, "Brother, brother." Unbeknownst to him, even his voice trembled slightly. "Jiang Yunma, whom do you intend to expel?" Jiang Yunan strode directly before him, his gaze sharp and scrutinizing. "Brother, you are at home." Jiang Yunma's smile faltered, revealing his unease. Can anyone enlighten him as to why his brother, who usually treats the office as his abode, remains at home at this hour? Jiang Yunan's voice took on an authoritative tone. "Who do you wish to cast out of this household?" I was merely jesting with Jiang Jiang, wasn't he? Look at how long Jiang Jiang has been cutting hair. Surely a little joke is harmless, right?" Jiang Yunma chuckled awkwardly, his toes nearly gripping the floor in discomfort. He felt stiff and out of place, inwardly lamenting the impending ire of his elder brother. Whenever his brother was about to be enraged, such a countenance would inevitably emerge, a sight most intimidating. "Jiang Jiang, is it truly so?" The sudden shift in conversation caught Jiang Jiang off guard, as all eyes turned toward her. Instantly, she felt a familiar throbbing in her head. What on earth is happening now? "Jiang Jiang, I certainly did not suggest you be expelled, did I?" Jiang Yunma desperately signaled to Jiang Jiang. "This is dire. If his elder brother were to discover this matter, he would undoubtedly face a severe reprimand." Recalling the sting of his previous reprimands, Jiang Yunma felt a shiver run down his spine. Jiang Jiang glanced at him, and in that moment, he felt his heart plummet. Indeed, if it were someone else, perhaps they could skillfully cover their tracks, but this individual is Jiang Jiang. Jiang Jiang is different. She harbors a profound disdain for herself. At this moment, who knows how she might embellish her own shortcomings? Well, I suppose it's just my misfortune. I should never have uttered such trivialities in Jiang Jiang's presence. Why couldn't I remain composed? Jiang Jiang paused. "No, he did not say those words to me." "Are you certain?" Jiang Yunan's expression was grave. Jiang Yunma, standing beside her, also found it hard to believe what his ears had just heard. Is Jiang Jiang actually defending me? Jiang Jiang, with an impassive face, feigned nonchalance. "In that case, Jiang Yunma, lower your voice a bit. It's rather noisy." It was evident that Jiang Yunma, too, was reluctant to delve further into the matter. After issuing a warning, he turned and walked into the study. With the alarm lifted, Jiang Yunma felt a surge of relief. "Jiang Jiang, were you just standing up for me?" There was a hint of pride in his voice, and the smile on his lips was impossible to conceal. As if he were on the verge of bursting into laughter, Jiang Jiang shot him a glance, somewhat displeased by his exuberance. "You could speak a little louder. Perhaps summon the person in the study." "I wasn't too loud," Jiang Yunma insisted, demonstrating that his voice was indeed barely above a whisper. "However, these matters are of little significance." Jiang Yunma, somewhat impatient, pressed on. "So, Jiang Jiang, do you truly wish to participate?" Chapter 429. I agree to participate. Jiang Jiang lowered her head and fell silent once more. Aware of his own shortcomings, Jiang Yunma understood that Jiang Jiang was likely reluctant to engage in such activities. Despite the multitude of reservations swirling within him, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Fine, fine, I comprehend. If you do not wish to participate, so be it. What a trivial matter. It's not as if I am compelling you to do something that displeases you." He lamented the loss of such a splendid opportunity. Just as Jiang Yunma finished speaking, in a fleeting moment, he lifted his gaze and was astonished to see Jiang Jiang nodding ever so slightly. Blinking rapidly, he questioned whether he had misperceived the situation. Yet, it became evident that his eyes had not deceived him. "Jiang Jiang, you nodded in agreement, did you not? You are indeed willing to participate in the event, correct?" His voice trembled with restrained excitement and anticipation, almost overflowing. "Jiang Jiang, this person is indeed quite easily satisfied. Jiang Jiang, I witnessed your consent. I truly saw you agree. Please do not deny it." Jiang Yunmao would swear he had just seen it with crystal clarity. This Jiang Jiang had nodded, and emphatically at that, evidently acquiescing to his request. Jiang Jiang, ensnared by his persistence, found herself at a loss. "Yes, I have agreed to you." The heavy burden that had long weighed upon Jiang Yunma's heart finally lifted, yet he, seemingly intent on showcasing his bravado, continued to assert, "My promise to you remains unchanged. Once the filming concludes, I will undoubtedly find a way to help you leave the Jiang family." Hearing his persistent bravado, Jiang Jiang cast a sidelong glance, finding it almost irresistible to tease him further. "Are you certain? Are you truly capable of assisting me?" Jiang Jiang questioned, her tone decidedly impolite. Why was it that this seemingly well-mannered individual could provoke such irritation with her words? And why did his tone and demeanor leave so much to be desired? This time, however, Jiang Yunma had learned to be more astute. Before speaking, he carefully surveyed his surroundings. Once assured that they were alone, he expressed in astonishment, "I am serious. I am not jesting." "Oh, is that so?" Her airy skepticism was enough to induce a headache. "You, just wait. I will certainly devise a means for you to escape from the Jiang family. Just you wait." Jiang Yunma was exasperated. He could neither strike back nor retaliate with words. Remaining in this place would only subject him to further scorn. This realization compelled him to pivot and depart, for he had no desire to remain and endure Jiang Jiang's vexations. Jiang Jiang watched his retreating figure and couldn't help but let out an ungracious laugh. Truly, he was a spoiled child, cherished by his family. The more such children existed, the more envy they inspired. It seems as though he possesses an unwavering conviction to pursue what he deems right. As for himself, he remains uncertain when he might find such fortitude to support his endeavors. In a fleeting moment, Jiang Jiang shook her head, casting aside these chaotic thoughts. As she prepared to return to her room, she unexpectedly caught sight of Jiang Yunan not far away. Chapter 430. The Call of a Nightmare. Jiang Jiang merely glanced at him, just a fleeting look, before turning away, her expression devoid of any emotion, and stepped into her room. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Yunan's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, a gradual smile gracing his lips as he turned back towards his study. The corridor soon returned to a serene silence, as if nothing had transpired. In the dead of night, Jiang Jiang awoke once more from a nightmarish slumber. Habitually, she opened the drawer to retrieve some medication, but then recalled that consuming such items was not particularly beneficial for her health. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly, attempting to calm her emotions through her breathing, seeking to lift her spirits from their dismal state. Yet, it seemed futile. Vivid scenes flashed through her mind like a film reel, stubbornly refusing to dissipate. It was not until her phone on the table began to vibrate that she felt a semblance of hope, akin to a lifeline. Without a moment's hesitation, she answered the call. "Jiang Jiang, are you unable to sleep?" came the familiar and clear voice of the man on the other end. At this moment, Jiang Jiang harbored an overwhelming disdain for her own hand, questioning why it had so eagerly answered the call. "Jiang Jiang." The voice on the other end remained silent for a prolonged moment, the man's tone deep and laced with a hint of warning. "Jingyu." A sense of unease washed over Jiang Jiang as she uttered his name, tossing aside the covers and slipping into her slippers while stretching lazily. The thought that this man had regained his memories yet had not come to confront her filled her with trepidation, as if he were plotting something sinister. "What are your intentions?" Perhaps it was the cloak of night or the mere barrier of the phone that lent a certain edge of aggression to her voice. What can he do, really? He is merely unable to suppress his longing for her. Jiang Jiang harbored serious doubts about the man's mental state, pondering the nonsensical things he was uttering. Despite the distance created by the phone, she felt compelled to reflect on their connection. Gazing at his face, she questioned whether she might act inappropriately. The mere thought of their physical separation alleviated the tension coursing through her body, allowing her to take a deep breath. Mustering her courage, she boldly retorted, "If you're unwell, seek a doctor. Don't speak of such bizarre matters at this hour." Jiang Jiang, He called her name again, reminding her, "You were the one who answered my call." Yes, indeed, it was her fault. She should never have picked up that call. Jiang Jiang, don't hang up. The other party seems to always anticipate Jiang Jiang's next move. She clenched her teeth and questioned the voice on the other end of the line. What exactly do you want? The scores for the college entrance examination should have been released. Congratulations to Jiang Jiang for performing well. In stark contrast to Jiang Jiang's trepidation and agitation, the man's voice resonated with calmness and composure. How do you know my scores have been released? After posing these questions, Jiang Jiang suddenly felt as though she had acted foolishly. He was not some random individual. If he wished to uncover any information, he could effortlessly dispatch someone to ascertain it. Chapter 431. The Matter of Returning Home. By initiating this inquiry, she inadvertently portrayed herself as a fool. Thus, after a brief pause, the man spoke, "Jiang Jiang, how much longer do you intend to evade me?" Unconsciously swallowing hard, she replied, "I am not avoiding you." Then why? For so many days, have you not answered my calls, responded to my messages, or even agreed to meet? It was Jiang Jiang's first experience of hearing the man speak in such a tone. Within his reproach, there lingered a hint of grievance. To an outsider, it might seem she had committed some grievous offense. She felt momentarily stifled, unable to grasp what game he was playing, yet she knew she had to remain vigilant. "Jingyu, we no longer have any relationship." "Who told you that we have no relationship?" "I did." As Jiang Jiang uttered those words, a wave of guilt washed over me. Even though we were separated by a phone line, he silently lowered his head, gazing at the newly changed quilt adorned with a large, cheerful Mickey Mouse head. I stated firmly that we had no relationship, that we were indeed nothing to each other. To my surprise, the man on the other end remained silent. Just as Jiang Jiang breathed a sigh of relief, she abruptly heard him say, "Do you want me to go to the Jiang residence now?" Jiang Jiang. What on earth? Caught off guard, she instinctively shouted into the phone, "What do you want?" Jing Yu's voice turned icy. "Isn't it you who desires something?" Jiang Jiang's entire being stiffened, a chill creeping down her spine. She knew he would relentlessly cling to this matter. It was utterly exasperating. Before Jiang Jiang could respond, the man's voice, cold yet oddly enticing, came through the line. "I'm giving you a chance to clarify. Do you wish to sever ties with me?" After feeling threatened, Jiang Jiang's anger flared. "Is this the extent of your ability to intimidate others, Jingyu?" Jingyu cast his gaze downward, "As long as it serves your purpose." His eyes skimmed over a photograph on the table, featuring a girl with cascading black hair that framed her exquisitely fair neck, exuding a soft and sweet allure. Gritting her teeth, Jiang Jiang demanded, "What do you truly want?" It must be said, this tactic was indeed effective on her. She despised the threats posed by this man. Yet paradoxically, his desperate threats could inflict the most grievous harm upon her. "Home." She softly retracted her thoughts, her agile lips uttering this single word. What? Jiang Jiang could never quite decipher the thoughts lurking within this man's mind, and at this moment, her understanding was even more elusive. "I am not at home. Why should I return?" "Jiang Jiang, I do not mean that, you know." Jingyu directly named her, his voice tinged with a chill. It was only after a moment of realization that she understood he was implying she should return to the Jing household. She could not suppress a gasp of shock. The Jing family home was a place where she had lived for so long. How could she not return? The atmosphere at home had grown markedly quieter. In contrast, he was still more accustomed to Jiang Jiang's presence, her essence lingering in every corner. End of chapter. Chapter 432. Likely suffering from a serious illness. Jiang Jiang. This person must be unwell. It is evident he is grappling with some grave affliction. "Jingyu, I have been gone for quite some time." The implication being, no matter the circumstances, she ought not to return. Yet, he seemed deaf to her sentiments. "Indeed, you have been away for a considerable duration. It is time for you to come home." His seemingly indifferent profile suddenly broke into a slight smile, revealing a gentle curve. "So when do you intend to return?" Communicating with this person was utterly impossible. It truly was beyond her reach. I have encountered individuals who struggle to comprehend human speech. Yet I have never encountered anyone as utterly perplexed as this. Jiang Jiang, compelled to persist in her conversation with the person on the other end of the line, stated firmly, "What I mean is that I will not be returning." She felt immense gratitude for the refuge that the Jing family had provided during her years of solitude and vulnerability. Thus, when she was unceremoniously expelled, she uttered not a single word, merely gathering her belongings and departing. The audacity of requesting her return now was nothing short of absurd. "Jiang Jiang, what I mean is that you can come back." The man's voice resonated with conviction, laced with an undertone of coercion. Jiang Jiang steadied her emotions, repeatedly reminding herself that this was not surprising at all. Such words emanating from this man were entirely predictable. He was, after all, akin to a lunatic, someone whose reasoning was profoundly out of touch, which explained his manner of addressing her. With this realization, her irritation dissipated considerably. Jiang Jiang. I am not jesting with you. Ah, how he deliberately provoked her. Jingyu, I am no longer a mere child. Jiang Jiang regained her focus. Striving to articulate her thoughts, she no longer had to succumb to the whims of others, as she had in her youth. Yes, I am aware that you are now an adult. What does it mean to engage in a feudal exchange? Is this not the perfect illustration? One speaks of the east, while the other responds from the west. Call me when you decide to return, and I shall come to fetch you. The man continued to speak on the phone, oblivious to her distress. At that moment, Jiang Jiang could no longer contain her suppressed emotions. Jingyu, I told you I won't return. I simply won't return. Please stop calling with such nonsensical remarks. With a surge of courage, she hung up the phone, and feeling unsatisfied, she immediately added that series of numbers to her blacklist. After doing so, she felt a slight sense of relief within her heart. However, as calmness washed over her, she realized her mind was in disarray. Clenching her teeth, she painfully closed her eyes and forcefully tapped her head, still feeling insufficiently resolved. She was on the brink of madness, truly nearing the edge. She could no longer continue like this. After hesitating for a few seconds, she opened the drawer, poured out the white pills, and swallowed them whole. The bitterness of the tablets spread throughout her mouth, leaving her heart heavy with despair. Curling into a ball, she buried herself under the covers. Yet, what was even more suffocating was that despite her wide-open eyes, sleep eluded her. Instead of feeling drowsy, her mind raced even faster. End of this chapter, chapter 433, concerning the signing of the contract. Throughout the night, although Jiang Jiang appeared to be in a deep slumber, her mind was incessantly whirring, leaving her feeling increasingly uneasy. Memories, shrouded in uncertainty, surged forth from all directions like a relentless tide, threatening to engulf her entirely. She felt akin to a drowning soul, convinced she had grasped a lifeline, only to realize it was merely the final straw that would break the camel's back. As dawn's first light began to creep into the sky, Jiang Jiang felt a flicker of drowsiness. Yet, her well-established biological clock thwarted her attempts to fall back into slumber. Resigned, she rose, washed up, and brushed her teeth. Early in the morning, Hong Jie settled onto the sofa with a contract in hand, soon to be attended by a servant bearing tea and delicate pastries. Hong Jie's early visit was not merely for idle chatter. I have come primarily to have Yun Mo sign this contract. The legal team has thoroughly reviewed it, and it is ready for your signature, she stated. This opportunity for a variety show was exceedingly rare. It was known that several prominent artists were vying for this chance, yet most had met with failure. Fortunately, Yun Mo possessed a certain allure that set her apart. Rest assured, participating in this program will not pose any issues, she continued, her tone reassuring. The Hong and Jiang families shared a long-standing camaraderie, and their relationship had always been amicable. Any essential details regarding the recording of the show were communicated well in advance. Upon noticing Jiang Jiang, Hong Jie turned with a gentle smile, sliding another copy of the contract across the table. Jiang Jiang, this is your contract. I kindly ask you to sign it. Jiang Jiang accepted the document, her expression turning serious as she began to peruse its contents. Her extensive life experiences have taught her not to place trust in anyone who appears amiable, even if they seem kind at this very moment. It does not guarantee their perpetual benevolence. It is essential to scrutinize everything personally before deeming it valuable. As she leafed through the pages, Hong Jie gazed at the young girl before her, her heart a tumult of emotions, caught between laughter and tears. The child's wariness was indeed as pronounced as Mingzu had indicated. Her defenses were excessively robust. In truth, this child ought to embody a more open and carefree spirit, without the need for such meticulous caution against every individual. Even if she were to unwittingly fall victim to deceit, there would be no cause for alarm. Every member of the Jiang family would invariably rally to restore her justice. Jiang Jiang scrutinized the contract with utmost seriousness. The living room enveloped in an unusual silence, broken only by the soft rustle of paper as she turned the pages. All eyes were fixed upon her. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow upon her. At length, she appeared to exude a newfound vitality, no longer resembling a specter poised to vanish from this world unnoticed. After approximately half an hour, Jiang Jiang concluded her review, lifting her head to offer a polite smile. Is there an issue with the contract? Hong Jie inquired with concern. There is no problem, she replied, having meticulously examined the document. Every clause therein favored her, with not a single element posing a threat to her well-being. Thus, she was ready to sign. Following her affirmation, Hong Jie thoughtfully extended a pen toward her. Jiang Jiang appeared somewhat hesitant, prolonging her decision as if she were contemplating something significant. Chapter 434, The matter of the contract. Hong Jia observed her indecisiveness with incredulity, raising an eyebrow in disbelief. What could possibly cause this young woman to hesitate in the face of such generous terms and unyielding concessions? Were it anyone else, they would have eagerly inscribed their name and joyfully accepted the offer. Yet here stood Jiang Jiang, her demeanor so uncertain that one might question whether she would refuse it outright. In the past, Hong Jia would have never squandered time on such matters. But these two children were indeed rather exceptional. Jiang Yunma, watching Jiang Jiang vacillate between signing or not, felt a pang of concern that she might regret her decision. He quickly interjected, "Jiang Jiang, it's merely a contract. There is no need to be anxious. Furthermore, the terms are exceedingly favorable. There are no penalties for breach, nor any onerous demands. It is quite suitable." His heart raced with urgency. What was causing Jiang Jiang such distress over simply signing a contract? Fortunately, after a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Jiang nodded, took the pen, and carefully inscribed her name in the blank space, Jiang Jiang. Each stroke was executed with remarkable diligence. A collective sigh of relief escaped the onlookers, and a smile finally broke across Hong Jia's previously tense countenance. Unable to contain her delight, she praised, "Jiang Jiang, you are truly remarkable." Jiang Jiang. How has she become so remarkable when she hasn't truly accomplished anything? Due to the filming, the others also signed contracts, and Hong Jia meticulously collected the agreements before rising to her feet. "All right, all contracts are in order. We merely await further contact. Thank you for your efforts." And Mingzhu expressed a hint of regret, acknowledging the care Jiang Jiang had received from Yunmo. "I truly feel embarrassed to trouble you with such matters. Why are you being so polite? We share a close bond," Jiang Jiang replied. "However, I must return to the company to attend a meeting regarding upcoming projects. Take this opportunity to rest well." As a prominent agent, Hong Jia had graciously taken time to deliver the contracts for signature, which was a significant gesture, considering the myriad responsibilities awaiting her attention at the company. Upon hearing Hong Jia's words, and Mingzhu felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. "Let me see you off," she offered. "No need for that. My car is right outside. You should stay here and keep the child company," Hong Jia insisted. Just as she took a few steps away, a thought struck her, prompting her to turn back and look at Jiang Jiang. Little Jiang Jiang. Her voice laced with the warmth of an elder's concern. Jiang Jiang, sitting nearby, looked up in bewilderment at the mention of her name, her innocent eyes wide and sparkling. "Undeniably adorable. Shall we meet again next time?" Hong Jia smiled, striving to suppress the urge to reach out and ruffle Jiang Jiang's hair. "Such a good child. You truly seem exceptionally well behaved." "All right." Although Jiang Jiang was somewhat bewildered, she obediently nodded her head. "How endearing." After Hong Jia departed, Jiang Yunma eagerly inquired, "Jiang Jiang, what were you pondering during your moment of distraction?" He was momentarily frightened, fearing that Jiang Jiang might genuinely abandon the matter at hand. "No, I was merely contemplating other thoughts." Indeed, Jiang Jiang had merely been momentarily lost in thought. The primary reason was that the stipulations within the contract appeared excessively flawless. Such perfection seemed far removed from the typical dealings of an entertainment company. After all, entertainment enterprises primarily focus on profitability, rather than operating as charitable organizations that offer entirely benevolent terms. However, upon witnessing the interaction between Hong Jie and Mingzhu, the situation quickly became clear. They were all acquaintances. Reflecting upon it further, the convoluted details unraveled, leading to her decisive choice to sign the document. End of this chapter, Chapter 435, What to Wear. Hong Jie entered the car with the contract in hand. The sleek black vehicle gradually departed from the villa area. As they passed a traffic light, Hong Jie dialed the phone number. Shortly thereafter, the call was answered. The contract had been signed without significant issues, and the recording of the program was scheduled to commence next Tuesday. "Thank you for dedicating so much time to this. You are far too courteous," she replied. "It is simply my duty. We shall meet next Tuesday. I do hope you will prepare adequately." After the call concluded, Hong Jie set her phone down and shook her head in exasperation. It is rather amusing, after all these years as a prominent agent, to find oneself unexpectedly reduced to a mere sandwich cookie. I cannot fathom, truly, what the person on the other end of the line intends to accomplish. Jiang Jiang, having not rested well, found herself plagued by a throbbing headache, sitting vacantly in her chair. She desired a moment of solitude, a habit she had cultivated. Whenever confronted with discomfort, she would sit quietly for a while, allowing her thoughts to settle. The young lady sat in serene silence, clad in a white t-shirt and black jeans, exuding an elegance akin to a painted canvas. Yet, there always seemed to be one or two individuals intent on intruding, marring the beauty of the scene. Jiang Yunma, somewhat bored, waved his hand before her, and upon noticing her lack of response, he escalated the motion. "Jiang Yunma, I am merely daydreaming. I am not blind." There is no need to wave your hand incessantly before my eyes. After hearing her remark, he nodded thoughtfully. Jiang Jiang, don't you find it rather dull to sit there eating all the while? Perhaps we should venture out for a bit or visit the mall to purchase you some new clothes. Having finally resolved the matters that had long weighed upon his mind, Jiang Yunma felt as light as a feather. Turning her head, she glanced at Jiang Jiang, who was dressed in a simple t-shirt and jeans. She pondered that, regardless of the circumstances, it was indeed thanks to her that he could continue recording this program. Moreover, having earned a bit of money, he could not help but feel the urge to spend it. The Jiang family certainly did not lack this little amount of money. Jiang Yunma felt quite frustrated. Thus, whenever he looked at Jiang Jiang, he found himself irresistibly inclined to buy her something. No need, thank you. I have enough clothes, she replied. It was uncertain whether it was due to the side effects of the medication or the result of poor sleep. But Jiang Jiang's mood had become quite volatile in recent days, and her words were somewhat curt. She realized that her patience had waned considerably. Although she had previously been slightly impatient with many things, she had learned that a bit of forbearance could make those annoyances vanish without much fuss. However, she now found herself entirely unable to control her irritation. How can you say you have enough clothes? Don't you just keep wearing those few outfits? Are those few pieces really sufficient? Was Jiang Jiang truly jesting? A boy like him had far more clothing than she did. Jiang Jiang, with such a meager wardrobe, still insisted on emphasizing that she had enough to wear. Those unaware might think someone was mistreating her. End of chapter. Chapter 436. Denial of worry. Jiang Jiang, growing increasingly impatient, lifted her head to cast him a glance before quickly averting her gaze, entirely ignoring him as she resumed staring out the window. Jiang Yunma is undoubtedly an attention-seeking individual. At times, the more one engages with him, the more animated he becomes. Jiang Jiang, after a period of observation, has discerned that it is often best to refrain from too much interaction, otherwise, he might misconstrue it as an invitation for conversation. Once he begins to speak, he tends to ramble, holding on to you with an unyielding grip. For instance, at this moment, Jiang Jiang cast a fleeting glance of impatience. Yet Jiang Yunma interpreted it as a signal that she had something to discuss with him. Jiang Jiang, do you have something to say to me? At this moment, Jiang Jiang felt an overwhelming sense of weariness. See, she had insisted that she ought not to engage with him, nor should she lift her gaze in his direction. But alas, despite her intentions, he only became more exuberant. Why the silence? I distinctly saw you looking my way. Clearly, you have something to say. Why not share it with me? How careless. Jiang Jiang realized that her gaze should remain fixed on the ground. Why raise her eyes to him? She ought to shield her vision entirely. Having learned her lesson, Jiang Jiang resolved to remain silent and continue her daydreaming. Yet, there he was, pressing on. Jiang Jiang, what exactly do you mean? Do you wish to accompany me to shop for clothes? I surely have an eye for fashion and can help you select exquisite outfits. This person truly cannot comprehend subtlety. It is evident he is utterly oblivious. Don't you ladies adore beautiful dresses? I know of several lovely pieces that would suit you splendidly. Come, let me take you shopping. Jiang Yunma was filled with enthusiasm. The noise. It was exceedingly loud. Beyond the ordinary. Help. Is there anyone who could silence this person's incessant chatter, perhaps with some glue to seal his lips? Or could someone escort him away, preventing him from incessantly babbling about trivial matters in his presence? Unfortunately, the members of the Jiang family were preoccupied with their own affairs at that moment. They intended to grant Jiang Jiang a modicum of space to breathe freely and savor the essence of liberty, but unexpectedly, an inconsiderate individual intruded, incessantly meandering before Jiang Jiang. I seem to recall you seldom indulging in snacks. Has your anorexia improved? This morning, I noticed you consumed a bit more than usual. Shall I procure some of your favorite treats when I venture out shortly? Each mealtime, he appeared as timid as a little rabbit. Just look at his frail physique. A Mirgus could topple him. He showed no fear of falling ill or requiring hospitalization. Upon realizing the nature of his thoughts, Jiang Yunma hastily shook his head and spat twice in disapproval. His concern did not stem from a worry for Jiang Jiang's health. Rather, he was apprehensive that if Jiang Jiang fell ill, there would be no one left to record the program, a matter crucial to his own future career. Yes, that must be the case. Jiang Yunma would never admit to harboring any concern for Jiang Jiang. No need, truly unnecessary. Jiang Jiang, drained of energy, had little desire to converse. However, he had no choice. The noise was simply unbearable, truly intolerable. Jiang Yunma considered himself quite distinguished as he nodded. End of this chapter. Chapter 437, Anger. I have already stated my disapproval. Jiang Jiang, growing increasingly impatient, raised her head and cast him a fleeting glance before swiftly averting her gaze, completely disregarding him as she resumed her contemplation of the scenery outside the window. Jiang Yunma was undeniably conspicuous. The more one engaged with him, the more animated he became. After a period of investigation, Jiang Jiang discerned that sometimes it was best not to pay him too much attention. Moreover, the instructors were clearly deliberate in their actions, intentionally making us perform a series of invigorating sit-ups and push-ups in the swamp before mealtime, leaving us to dine reeking of foul water and mud. I wish to give you a cleansing, although you are not my wife. However, this way you will be better equipped to protect her, perhaps even helping to shield her from bullets and the like, Xia Tian remarked solemnly. Zhang Qihong remained silent, weighing the pros and cons of speaking versus remaining silent. He found himself not only conflicted but also deeply ambivalent. By the 5th year of Xing, Tuoba Daju's living space had been significantly constricted, as vast stretches of lush pastures were seized by the Han in the eastern Shenbei. Tuoba Daju was compelled to resolve to lead his entire clan into a decisive battle against the eastern Shenbei. Yunyang's intention was merely to share a few heartfelt words. Yet she was taken aback by the intensity of her own reaction. It seemed that, in recent days, some idle gossip had reached Sui Wan's ears. 5. Huang Sihu stated calmly, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. Are you also a freshman at the Federal University? What about your grandfather, the esteemed Bai? After a moment of delight, Qin Guan inquired with astonishment. He was as captivated as Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden, utterly speechless. Meanwhile, the majority of individuals remained entirely indifferent to such happenings. After enduring over 20 days of torment, it was a miracle they had not succumbed to despair, leaving little energy to concern themselves with trivialities. Moreover, some among them were already familiar with this place. Zhang Qihong, feeling somewhat fatigued, switched off his computer and settled onto the large sofa, preparing to indulge in a cigarette before sleep. Chuchu was rather reluctant to have her father undertake this task, deeming it a futile endeavor that would ultimately yield no clarity. With a stomp of her purple-clad foot, she sprang forth, racing ahead before leaping into the air. Wang Chang let out a roar, creating an opening as the individuals around him lost their earlier ferocity. Wang Chang charged through the gap, heading straight for Guoweiman. Establishing a naval base along the coast of the Arctic Ocean would allow Z Nation's fleet to advance westward along the coastline at any moment, placing the major European cities along the old Russian coast directly under the threat of Z Nation's naval forces. What do you think, Mr. Huang? Am I accurate in my assessment? Lei Jun glanced at Huang Jun, sounding somewhat uncertain. The two-headed phoenix, noticing that everyone had joined in, could not remain idle. It exerted itself, flapping its wings vigorously to launch the Bird 3 technique in a fierce assault. This technique, taught to it over a decade ago by the elusive Shadows, had been honed through years of practice, achieving a level of mastery that could be described as sublime. They had even reported to the police, yet, in the short term, the precinct had no leads to offer. Before me lies a collection of stones, smooth and rough, exuding warmth and coolness, floral fragrances mingled with a hint of saltiness. Reclining upon them evokes a myriad of sensations. For instance, as stipulated, consensus must be reached among the various factions, and consent from the temporal and spatial context of the party being judged must be secured before the matter can be entrusted to the processing bureau. Liang Shouyue affixed the photos with the intent that Feng Dafu's misdeeds would become widely known, even if the people at school presently scrutinized her through biased lenses. It would not be long before the focus of gossip shifted from her to another. Professor Jian, you are too modest. Anyone who witnessed the events of last night would have acted similarly. In her previous life, Jian Yao held a remarkably favorable impression of Professor Jian. Chapter 438, Anger. Yes, I must indeed be this bothersome. Jiang Yunma mimicked Jiang Jiang's tone and demeanor, looking insufferably irritating. When Jiang Jiang was angry, she was far more vibrant than her usual placid self, brimming with life. She resembled a genuinely normal person. Look at you. Isn't this much better? Jiang Yunma lectured herself, believing that Jiang Jiang was merely tensing herself unnecessarily. There was no need for such strain, as their family was not lacking in resources. She could not fathom why Jiang Jiang exerted herself so fervently each day. Jiang Jiang felt as if she were suffocating, her small face flushed crimson. What's wrong? Why do you make it seem as if I am bullying you? Jiang Yunma, oblivious, was recklessly probing the minefield. As he leaned closer, he could even catch a whiff of the sweet and fragrant scent emanating from Jiang Jiang. Upon closer inspection, he realized how remarkably beautiful her eyes were. Her fair, delicate face looked as if it would be incredibly pleasant to touch. Unable to resist, he reached out, but Jiang Jiang swiftly turned away, glaring at him with gritted teeth. Her voice cold as ice. Jiang Yunma, are you blind? Can't you see that I detest you? Detest me? Jiang Yunma exclaimed in disbelief. A torrent of suppressed emotion surged forth from Jiang Jiang's heart, uncontrollable and overwhelming. With a pallid face, she nearly screamed with all her might. How can I not despise you? I abhor everything about you, most of all your proximity, and I loathe every word you utter. Will you ever stop? You buzz around me like a persistent fly, incessantly droning in my ear. Do you not realize how irritating that sound is to others? I'm not being noisy, Jiang Yunmo replied, still oblivious to the root of the problem, convinced that Jiang Jiang merely harbored a personal grievance against him. He was merely speaking and acting in his usual manner. How could that be construed as noise? You are the most obnoxious person in this world. The loudest I have ever encountered, Jiang Jiang seethed, her temper flaring. Her agitation quickened her breath, causing her chest to rise and fall rapidly. The tightly wound tension in her mind finally snapped at that very moment, unable to be restrained any longer. No matter how many times I say it. You seem unable to comprehend. I disapprove of your touch, and I am displeased with your demeanor. How many times must I reiterate this? How long must you persist in emphasizing it? Jiang Jiang, leave. Get away from my sight. Jiang Jiang did not wish to hear another word from her. Her mind was a cacophony, buzzing incessantly. She was exhausted, truly, utterly drained. Please do not act this way. Your behavior, hesitating. Gradually coming to a realization, Jiang Yunma began to sense that Jiang Jiang's emotional state was rather off-kilter. Recognizing that she could not resolve this matter alone, and not foolish enough to ignore it, she called out towards the entrance. Someone, please come. Jiang Jiang appears to be unwell. Something seems amiss with her. The Jiang family rushed in upon hearing her call. Upon seeing the large group of people before her, Jiang Jiang felt as though her head might explode from the pain. Jiang Jiang, my child, what has happened to you? And Mingzhu approached cautiously, observing Jiang Jiang's reactions with great concern. Chapter 439. On the brink of collapse, Jiang Jiang's body was rigid, her back straightened. She clenched her teeth, striving to suppress her trembling form. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the more she sought to restrain herself, the more her emotions surged forth. As they accumulated, her body trembled even more violently. Jiang Jiang, please do not be angry. Speak to your mother. If there is something you wish to convey, share it with me. Have they been bullying you? And Mingzhu, witnessing Jiang Jiang's distress, felt an overwhelming surge of heartache. Yet, within her heart, there lingered a faint sense of relief. Jiang Jiang had finally managed to express the tumult of emotions that had been pent up inside her. She had nearly believed that Jiang Jiang would continue to suppress her feelings. At last, unable to contain herself, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Please, don't do this. Can you refrain from causing such a commotion? I find you all exceedingly bothersome. I truly do. The weight of her frustration became unbearable, rendering her increasingly agitated. She was acutely aware of her own peculiar transformation. Jiang's father, finally coming to his senses, grasped his wife's hand and retreated a few steps, hastily offering reassurance. All right, Jiang Jiang, if you find us bothersome, we shall not disturb you. It is our fault for being a tad too intrusive. I apologize for the inconvenience we've caused you. Gradually, the others began to comprehend the situation. Indeed, it is our fault for being overly bothersome and causing Jiang Jiang distress. Yes, all Jiang Jiang desired was a moment of solitude. A brief interlude to reflect in peace. What harm could there be in that? One by one, they echoed her sentiments, their words resembling those of a caregiver soothing a small child with a lollipop. Each face radiated warmth and kindness, exuding a palpable sense of approachability. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Jiang's mind momentarily blanked as a myriad of distressing images flashed through her consciousness. However, this time, she refrained from a hysterical scream or audible weeping. At this moment, her heart was enveloped in an extraordinary turmoil, an experience she had never encountered before. This sensation resembled being cherished. Could someone like her truly be adored? Her eyes felt heavy and swollen, and with a gentle blink, tears cascaded down her cheeks. One drop after another, they fell softly. It was her first encounter with such emotions, leaving her utterly bewildered. She bit her lip, bowed, and apologized. I am truly sorry. I am not feeling well and have caused some inconvenience. I sincerely apologize. At that moment, Mr. Jiang reached out, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder, lifting her up gently. There's no need for such formality. We are all family here. There is absolutely no reason to apologize for something so trivial. The weight of her overwhelming emotions began to lift. Even her bitten lip relaxed. Unbeknownst to her, the immense burden that had pressed upon her vanished without a trace. The swiftness of this shift left her in disbelief, prompting her to flee in distress. The members of the Jiang family watched her retreating figure, feeling increasingly helpless. What should they do? Jiang Jiang harbored profound issues within her heart. How could they possibly assist her? And Mingzhu's tears flowed gently, met only by a chorus of silence. End of chapter. Chapter 440. Recording of the program begins. Close the door. Lock the door. Jiang Jiang collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Her eyes lifting to the garments hanging in the wardrobe, then surveying the decor around her. Everything was arranged according to her personal preferences and favorite style. It was not difficult to discern that the Jiang family approached her with a cautious eagerness to please. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Jiang felt as if something was about to spill forth from her throat. The echoes of the previous scene reverberated in her mind as she fervently shook her head, attempting to cast aside the chaotic thoughts swirling within. How could it be? These individuals were merely characters from a story. How could they possibly harbor feelings for her? How could they like her? Shouldn't they detest her instead? Shouldn't they wish for her to vanish from this world? Previously, Jiang Jiang harbored such beliefs, convinced that she was unlikable, that she would inevitably fade from existence, which led her to resist contact with others and maintain a distance from everyone. However, today, it felt as though everything was telling her that she was mistaken, that the reality was quite the opposite, that everyone actually cherished her, and that they were all striving in their own ways to make amends. Was she wrong? Or were these individuals merely putting on a facade for her benefit? Jiang Jiang had been deceived by society numerous times. She no longer wished to be misled. She dared not trust anyone blindly, as if a moment of carelessness might plunge her into an abyss of despair. Yet, she sensed that something was amiss within her. Subconsciously, she felt compelled to take medication to suppress her tumultuous thoughts. Yet, upon reaching for the pill bottle, she restrained herself. The side effects of the medication were simply too overwhelming. She had matters to attend to, regardless of the circumstances. She could not allow herself to become a source of disturbance for others. That very evening, the official Weibo account for my star family erupted with activity. What is the daily life of the parents of star families like? Jiang Yunma Song Yan and Jian, Dan, Su Xinxin Guchen. Dear audience, please stay tuned. The announcement sent shockwaves through the entire online community. I know. I am aware of this show. It is approaching us with an audacity that knows no bounds. My goodness, let me see what this is all about. I have heard that the backgrounds of these family members are particularly impressive. Speaking of which, my excitement is palpable. I am truly eager to uncover what their family dynamics entail. With the recent surge in popularity of variety shows, people's curiosity extends not only to the stars themselves, but also to their families and even their significant others. Among these, My Star Family has swiftly risen to fame, distinguished by its outrageous editing style and its penchant for creating sensational moments. Any guest who appears on the show experiences a meteoric rise in their fame and fortune. Many have sought connections and offer gifts in hopes of securing a spot on this coveted program. After all, in the entertainment industry, remaining obscure is considered a cardinal sin. Who does not yearn to seize an opportunity for a splendid turnaround? Dissonant voices had emerged in the comments section of the official blog. Jiang Yunma's sister once resided in a juvenile detention center. She is not a virtuous person. Truly. Trust me, she is not a good person at all. However, this comment was soon drowned out completely. Chapter 441. Are you mocking me? Jiang Jiang remained in her room all day, hardly stepping outside. She felt weary and needed rest, wishing not to be disturbed by anyone. Fortunately, she consumed the meal that Mingzu had brought her, placing the empty bowl outside afterward, which relieved everyone. Early the next morning, a sleepless Jiang Yunma stood at Jiang Jiang's door, his expression a portrait of despair. The recording for the program was about to commence. Yet there was still no sign of Jiang Jiang. He was not being overly imaginative. If Jiang Jiang decided to abandon her commitment, he would have nowhere to lament his misfortune. Regret gnawed at him, a feeling akin to his insides being twisted in remorse. Recalling his own unkind behavior from the previous day, he wished to chastise himself. How foolish of me to provoke her. As time passed, Jiang Yunma could no longer contain himself and finally spoke. Jiang Jiang, you have been in there for quite some time. Would you care to step outside for some fresh air? His voice bore a pleading tone on the verge of tears. It has been so long without a word from you. Jiang Jiang, please come out. Let us share a moment of conversation. His voice trembled. Moments later, with a creaking sound, the long-closed door finally swung open. Jiang Yunma exhaled in relief, raising his gaze to reveal a look of astonishment. Jiang Jiang was adorned in a delicate pink dress, her well-proportioned legs and fair neck captivating all attention with her mere presence. Jiang Yunma mustered a smile, expressing his gratitude. It was evident that Jiang Jiang had put thought into this occasion. You're welcome, she replied, shaking her head. After a good rest, her spirits had lifted considerably. Her hair fell casually around her face, and her small visage appeared endearingly innocent. Do not forget, you promised me that after you assist me in recording the program, you would allow me to leave the Jiang family. There was no need to bring this up at such a moment. Jiang Yunma glanced around, relieved that no one else was present. It was not that he was overly suspicious, but rather that he was still haunted by past encounters. Realizing this, he felt a pang of embarrassment. I understand. Once you help me conclude the recording, I shall certainly assist you in departing from the Jiang family. Just do not come crying to me, begging me to stay. All right, she replied, though Jiang Yunma could not shake the feeling that her tone held a hint of amusement. Was she mocking him? He blurted out, were you just laughing at me? Yes, I was indeed laughing at you. Her candid admission only heightened the awkwardness of the moment. Jiang Yunma found himself momentarily speechless, his words caught in his throat. "You may go now." Jiang Jiang waved her hand and walked past him. Jiang Yunma thought to himself, this Jiang Jiang is truly mischievous, not merely in a trivial sense, but in a rather wicked way. Jiang Yunma felt completely outmatched by her. The show My Star Family was broadcasted live, emphasizing freshness and excitement without any edits. It aimed to capture the genuine reactions of once lofty celebrities when faced with their families, revealing amusing anecdotes from their childhoods through the voices of their relatives. Each question sparked immense curiosity. Into this chapter, Chapter 442, a pair of silent individuals in a corner of the Jiang family home. The staff had already set up the cameras, with the intention of capturing the most authentic scenes and moments. Jiang Jiang, if you feel uncomfortable during the recording, please let me know, Jiang Yunma suggested, considering that Jiang Jiang was not accustomed to this industry and had never been exposed to such situations, which might understandably make her a bit uneasy. All right, Jiang Jiang nodded. To be honest, those surveillance cameras did indeed evoke a sense of discomfort. And Jiang Jiang, you are rather verbose. Jiang Jiang glanced at him silently. Jiang Yunma felt somewhat wronged. He was merely concerned for her well-being. Admittedly, he acknowledged that he had been somewhat talkative, yet his intentions were entirely innocent. With a gesture of approval from the staff, the live stream commenced, and the recording began. Numerous viewers eagerly flooded the screen with comments. The house appeared vast and luxurious, truly reminiscent of the folktales that spoke of Jiang Yunma as the estranged young master. Indeed, if he were to neglect his pursuits in the entertainment industry, he would inevitably return to inherit the family estate. As the camera focused on Jiang Jiang's face, her exquisite and beautiful visage captured in the frame resembled a scene from an old film, frozen in time. The barrage of comments hesitated for a moment before erupting in fervent enthusiasm. That Jiang Yunma's sister is truly stunning. Sister, greetings. Your little sister wishes to befriend you. I can earn money now, and with it, I shall buy you sweets. Sister, do you happen to need a brother? One who is already over 18 and can earn his own keep to spend on you. Jiang Yunma was indeed pursuing the path of an idol in a boy band, boasting a substantial fan base, with countless admirers and maternal figures among them. Upon learning of his participation in the program, many fans had eagerly expressed their anticipation well in advance. Consequently, the moment the live broadcast commenced, the comments section was flooded. Although it was clear that Jiang Yunma's good looks were inherited, seeing his sister's face still left one momentarily astonished. She seemed to possess a rather taciturn demeanor. Could it be that this entire family was not fond of conversation? Perhaps Jiang Yunma himself was not particularly loquacious, which was surprising, as I had assumed this young man enjoyed projecting an air of coolness. It seems, rather, that silence runs in the family. Is it merely my illusion? I have a persistent feeling that Jiang Yunma and his sister do not seem particularly familiar with each other. Perhaps their awkwardness in front of the camera contributes to this perception of estrangement, despite their undeniable blood ties. The dissonant sounds of their interactions were swiftly subdued, as the demands of filming require the other members of the Jiang family to step away, leaving an expansive space solely for these two. Consequently, the vast area was reduced to just the two of them. The staff, observing from the sidelines, fervently gestured in hopes of prompting some interaction between them. Jiang Jiang sat on the sofa, her gaze fixed on her feet, and when she finally looked up, she made a concerted effort to display a smile. Yet, mere moments later, she averted her gaze once more, looking elsewhere. End of chapter, Chapter 443, The Mindless and the Unhappy Jiang Jiang. Shall I wash some fruit for you? Jiang Yunma earnestly attempted to initiate conversation, albeit starting with a topic that Jiang Jiang found unappealing. I do not like to eat fruit, she replied with a shake of her head, declining his offer. Would you like to go out? He inquired. Not particularly. With each suggestion he proposed, Jiang Jiang swiftly rejected it. If he were not already aware of her disposition, Jiang Yunma might have begun to suspect she was intentionally targeting him. Help me. Are these two trying to make me laugh to death? He pondered. Were they truly siblings? Why did they appear to be so unfamiliar with one another? Even strangers interacted more amiably than they did. Had it been too long since they last met? I have discerned that these two individuals are indeed not very familiar with one another. It is quite a rarity to witness the young master being so fervently rebuffed. To be candid, it seems that this is a form of poetic justice. Typically, the young master presents an air of indifference, and now he is experiencing the repercussions of his aloof demeanor. The comments on the screen are nearly in fits of laughter. For this young master has always exhibited a lack of patience towards others. Now that he has returned home, he must endure the sensation of being disregarded himself. Should we perhaps water the flowers? Jiang Yunma was nearly perspiring in his anxiety. Jiang Jiang's unpredictability was causing him considerable distress. He could even sense that he had reached a dead end within his social circle. Under Jiang Yunma's eager gaze, Jiang Jiang finally acquiesced with a nod, reflecting that continual refusal could be perceived as somewhat impolite. Very well. He rose to retrieve the watering can. Upon witnessing Jiang Jiang's agreement, Jiang Yunma let out a sigh of relief. My goodness, this has proven to be quite a challenge. The siblings proceeded towards the garden, one after the other. The comments on the screen were in a frenzy. Is it merely my illusion? Setting aside appearances, how is it that these two siblings appear so devoid of intellect and joy? Indeed, it must be noted that they do bear a striking resemblance in this regard. The bamboo shoots on the mountain are nearly at their mercy. The comments are on the verge of hysterics. Two individuals, well acquainted with one another, ventured into the garden, one wielding a watering can and the other a shovel, engaging in a reckless assault on the meticulously cultivated flora tended by Mingzhu. As Jiang Yunma severed the roots of the third flower, Jiang Jiang, with her watering can in hand, turned her head to cast a silent glance in his direction. Aware of his culpability, Jiang Yunma hastily asserted, "This is not my fault. The root was simply too fragile. I barely touched it, and it broke on its own. It has nothing to do with me." "Then be more careful," Jiang Jiang replied, turning back to patiently tend to the flowers, even going so far as to dab away any excess moisture with a tissue. Just as Jiang Yunma had given his assurance, he inadvertently severed another root, leading to an exceedingly awkward moment that left both parties feeling at a loss. Jiang Yunma, undeterred, struggled to mask his embarrassment, lifting his head to offer a sheepish smile. "Don't smile," Jiang Jiang retorted, already disliking his frivolous demeanor. It was particularly irksome that he chose to grin at her, leaving her puzzled about what could possibly be amusing. With that, Jiang Yunma fell silent, obediently closing his mouth. End of chapter. Chapter 444. Merely seeking trouble. The camera panned over Jiang Jiang's face, capturing her intense focus, as if she were not watering flowers, but rather handling precious treasures. Especially when she suddenly lifted her head, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. It was as if the camera had caught a fleeting moment of beauty. The proximity left no room for imperfections. Her visage appeared flawless. Help, help. This sister is truly stunning, and she treats the flowers and plants with such earnestness. Oh my, she appears to be incredibly gentle. I too desire a sister with such tenderness. Jiang Yunma, you are indeed fortunate to have such a beautiful sister by your side. By the way, dear sister, would you care to check on what your brother Jiang Yunma is up to? He is on the verge of destroying all the flowers. It must be quite a challenge for you to care for such an oblivious brother. If it were me, I would never let the plants become so disheveled. The audience in the comments section, well versed in various tones of sarcasm, has elevated the live stream's viewer count to its peak. Within just an hour, the sibling duo's broadcasts surged to the top, marked by an explosive title. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunma flawlessly demonstrated the notion that when a child is quiet, mischief is surely afoot. The previously boisterous Jiang Yunma suddenly fell silent. There is no doubt he was up to no good. Turning to look, one would find that the roots of the flowers had all been severed. The production team cleverly presented before and after comparison images. Oh dear, I can hardly contain my laughter. Is Jiang Yunma truly here to entertain us? Is it really acceptable to treat so many flowers in such a manner? My goodness, I am laughing so hard it hurts. Jiang Jiang couldn't help but twitch her lips in amusement. What are you looking at me for? I didn't intend for things to turn out this way. It was merely a moment of distraction, a simple mistake, that led to this predicament. Jiang Yunma genuinely felt a sense of injustice. He couldn't comprehend how everything had escalated so dramatically. All he had done was gently nudge with the spade. He swore it was but a slight motion. Yet, all those roots had snapped. Shouldn't we stop? Jiang Jiang glanced at the few remaining seedlings, contemplating whether to leave something for Mingzhu. But no. Jiang Yunmo refused to believe that his impact could be so catastrophic. Soon, he redirected his focus toward the blossoms atop the seedlings. Jiang Jiang fell into a contemplative silence. How about we engage in another activity? Reluctantly, they shifted their attention, hoping to avoid fixating on such matters. Suddenly, with the swift motion of the spade, another stem broke. This is absurd, truly. There's no need for it to be this ridiculous. Jiang Jiang sighed quietly and approached, offering her water bottle. You should water them. Surely. That can't lead to any issues? Oh. Jiang Jiang attempted to see if revival was possible. Just as she had moved the spade and turned over a few scoops of soil, the water bottle abruptly opened, spilling its contents. Jiang Jiang felt a pang of regret. Why had she agreed to come here? Was this merely inviting trouble upon herself? Chapter 445. The unfamiliar siblings. Jiang Jiang parted her lips, but chose to say nothing further, simply turning on her heel and departing. Upon witnessing her departure, Jiang Yunma cast a glance at the disarray of bodies sprawled across the ground, then surveyed the chaos surrounding him, unable to suppress his inquiry. Where are you going? The water and flowers remain unfinished. Jiang Jiang appeared oblivious to his words, walking into the house without a backward glance. Emma, this sister truly possesses an extraordinary temperament. If it were my brother acting thus, I would have long since shattered his arrogance. She refrained from uttering even a single word, silently contemplating the task of tidying up her brother's mess. Jiang Jiang, dear Jiang Jiang, it is high time you recognize the necessity of prudence. Do not presume upon the protection of those behind you to act without restraint. Is it merely my impression? Or does the manner in which these siblings interact seem rather peculiar? They exhibit an almost palpable distance, as if unacquainted. Indeed, it appears that this sister is reluctant to exchange even a fleeting word with her brother, focusing solely on watering the flowers without sparing him a glance. Are they truly siblings? Perhaps the exhaustion from recording the program has taken its toll, compounded by the presence of cameras, making their interaction appear somewhat awkward. After all, siblings are inherently familiar with one another. It is uncommon for them to feel estranged. Undoubtedly, they are familiar, yet I cannot shake the feeling that they are merely playing roles. A voice, laden with ill intent, interjected, "Upstairs, is your vision particularly poor?" It is evident to anyone with sight that the two individuals bear a striking resemblance to one another. The topic at hand is a summary. Jiang Jiang, having done nothing in particular, felt her breath becoming labored after taking just a few steps, her body succumbing to fatigue, compelling her to halt. Alas, the condition of her body was rather poor. She had been tense all along and, only upon relaxing, realized just how inadequate her physical state was. It seemed she could scarcely take 2 steps without gasping for air. Jiang Jiang casually strolled past her and retrieved a carton of milk from the refrigerator, pouring it out and presenting it to Jiang Jiang. "Here, drink some milk." "I don't want any." "Ah, how forgetful of me. I recall that you dislike milk. You prefer soy milk. Unfortunately, it seems there is none left in the fridge. Would you mind enduring a bit of milk?" "No, thank you." "Why so picky? There is plenty of other options." Jiang Jiang glanced into the refrigerator, which was stocked with an abundance of items, yet devoid of soy milk. A quick look into the kitchen sink revealed a bowl soaked with remnants. It must belong to the household, as they had rushed out in the morning. "Shall I make you some soy milk?" Jiang Jiang rolled up his sleeves and approached the sink, retrieving the soybeans to place in a bowl. "No need." Jiang Jiang frowned. "Oh," he replied, his mouth agreeing readily, yet the next moment he was reaching for the tools. "Do you prefer it sweet or savory?" "Either is fine." Jiang Jiang turned away after agreeing, silently counting down 3, 2, 1. Crash! The bowl containing soybeans and the soy milk machine shattered on the floor, scattering everywhere. Jiang Jiang let out a quiet sigh, fully aware that such a mishap was inevitable. Chapter 446. Hurtful words upon glancing at the kitchen, filled with shards of glass. Jiang Jiang could hardly fathom how anyone could be so clumsy. Her eyes widened in disbelief. The perpetrator, completely oblivious to the chaos caused, nonchalantly brushed his hands together and remarked, "You can't blame me. This bowl was simply too slippery. I lost my grip, and it just fell. I was reaching for it when, somehow, the juicer also tumbled from the table. Yes, it was all just an accident, purely unintentional." Indeed, that was precisely the case. Jiang Jiang found herself both amused and exasperated by his lack of self-awareness. All right, this person truly is something else. Jiang Jiang suppressed the urge to turn and walk away, stating, "I believe it would be best for you to temporarily avoid the kitchen." Anyone with common sense could discern the subtle implication in her tone. However, Jiang Jiang was different. He completely missed the point. "Who says I can't stay in the kitchen? I believe I am perfectly capable of being here. Why belittle oneself over a mere accident?" Jiang Jiang thought to herself. She realized she had erred in attempting to reason with someone so oblivious. The cow simply did not comprehend what was being said. Glancing upward, to his astonishment, the cow had taken up a broom and was diligently sweeping the floor, even opening the refrigerator to retrieve some beans, seemingly preparing to make soy milk. Jiang Jiang, not inclined to intervene, turned to leave. "Make sure to clean the kitchen thoroughly," she remarked. "Wait, are you leaving me here all alone?" Jiang Jiang furrowed his brow, expressing profound dissatisfaction with her words. Jiang Jiang muttered, "Are you 3 years old? Do you really need me to stay here with you?" Did he not reflect on the absurdity of his own words? Yes, being alone could be rather dull. To put it plainly, Jiang Jiang was merely a pretentious child. The soy milk was meant for Jiang Jiang. If she were not present, who would drink it? The thought alone was disheartening. He preferred having Jiang Jiang by his side, observing whatever he chose to do. In contemporary parlance, one might say he was quite the conspicuous presence. "Honestly, I don't see why you need me here beside you," he continued. "There are so many people around. Why should I linger at your side? I have better things to do." Yet, Jiang Jiang did not anticipate her sudden outburst, which left him momentarily bemused. In that instant, he seemed to grasp a deeper truth. Jiang Jiang's aversion to him was genuine, not a mere figment of his imagination. Although he had long suspected her dislike, Even her outright rejection of his proximity, the realization struck him anew. However, she had never experienced such a moment of panic and confusion. Jiang Jiang did not wait for him to speak. She said, "Actually, I don't particularly need to drink soy milk. Please clean up and come out of the kitchen." A breeze wafted in through the window, tousling Jiang Jiang's hair and revealing her smooth forehead, with a flicker of light dancing in her beautiful eyes. Her voice was soft and gentle, yet the words she uttered were piercingly hurtful. Chapter 447, a half-hearted yet heartfelt gesture. The silence surrounding them was almost oppressive, as if the scene had been frozen in time. One person stared blankly at the shards on the ground, while the other gazed into the distance, lost in thought. The barrage of comments fell into a brief silence, but after mere seconds, it erupted in a flurry of reactions. "Oh my goodness, what am I witnessing? Why does this sister's gaze carry such sorrow? She appears quite young. It seems she has encountered something distressing. Is it just my imagination? This sister seems to harbor an aversion towards Jiang Yunma, but surely that cannot be the case. Yet, who could endure a raucous younger brother like that? It would be intolerable for anyone." The conversation swiftly veered off course. "Indeed, this brother is simply hilarious. Look at how the sister has pleaded with him to stay still. Yet he remains obstinately disobedient. Now look what has transpired." Dishes shattered all over the floor. Laughter ensues as everyone gathers to witness the well-known idol star Jiang Yunma being thoroughly scorned by his sister. Not just a mild disdain, but a profound and palpable aversion. To witness such a commonplace occurrence unfold at the birthday celebration of a major celebrity brings an inexplicable joy. In families with siblings, one often observes a dramatic interplay of love and rivalry. Initially, one might presume that such strikingly beautiful siblings would refrain from portraying this scene. Yet it is astonishing to see that not only have they enacted it, but they have also revealed a side of the seemingly exalted Jiang Yunma, who is seen earnestly seeking approval in a rather comical manner. Oh my, this spectacle is undeniably amusing. Moreover, some resourceful fans, armed with recording devices, swiftly compiled a series of Q-version emoticons capturing the siblings' interactions within just 20 minutes. The stunning sister boasts an extravagant wardrobe, declaring phrases such as, "Stay away from me," "Do not approach," and "You best refrain from such actions." Meanwhile, her brother stands on the precipice of playful torment, testing the waters of her displeasure. These emoticons have since gone viral online, much to the oblivion of the two as they continue with their recording. At some point, Jiang Yunma's gaze fixates intently on Jiang Jiang. With every slight movement she makes, he instinctively mirrors her actions, trailing closely behind. "What are you doing?" While one or two occurrences might be dismissed, the frequency of his actions soon becomes irksome. "I'm not doing anything." The stubbornness he displays is evidently hereditary. "Jiang Jiang, there is no need for such dramatics." She did not utter a single word. I simply find you rather dull and wish to offer you something to occupy your time." Jiang Yunma spoke softly. "There exist a multitude of endeavors worthy of pursuit in this world, as well as countless scenic vistas to behold. Are you truly certain you do not wish to explore?" "Thank you, but no," Jiang Jiang retorted, her disdain nearly etched upon her visage. "Explore the scenery?" A smile threatened to break across her face. How could he think she had not ventured out to admire the world? It was merely that she had no desire to do so at this moment. "Allow me to be candid. You should genuinely take a look at the outside world." Jiang Yunma's tone grew urgent, as he pondered why she remained obstinate. Staying cooped up at home was not conducive to one's well-being. "Understood," she replied, her tone laced with feigned sincerity. End of this chapter, chapter 448, Unfamiliar Come. "Let me take you out for some fun," Jiang Yunma declared with enthusiasm, genuinely intent on whisking Jiang Jiang away. Unable to resist him, and with so many witnesses present, she thought it prudent to extend him at least a modicum of courtesy. She ascended the stairs to change into a shirt and jeans before following Jiang Yunma out the door. Jiang Yunma, towering at over 6 feet, contrasted sharply with the petite Jiang Jiang who trailed behind him. The sight was rather peculiar, resembling a great gray wolf leading a tiny white rabbit. In a villa not far away, the members of the Jiang family were utterly astonished as they watched the brother and sister through the live stream, observing their every move. This reaction was particularly pronounced in Mingzhu. The child had always been averse to venturing outside, even in the face of monumental events. She would confine herself to her room, resolutely opting to resolve matters alone, never stepping out. The mere thought of her accompanying Jiang Yunma was unfathomable, as they had seldom exchanged words. Could it be that I am not mistaken? Jiang Yunma has indeed taken Jiang Jiang out for a walk, and Mingzhu found it hard to believe her own eyes. These two children, who had always been at odds, were now together, strolling side by side. There was no error in her observation. They were indeed walking together. In response, Jiang father felt an immense sense of relief. Jiang Yunma was truly a commendable son. now capable of caring for Jiang Jiang. In Mingzhu felt a flicker of hope. Could this signify an improvement in Jiang Jiang's condition? Might we be able to involve a physician to facilitate her recovery? Previously, the psychologist, who had been discreetly observing, had mentioned the necessity of encouraging the child to open her heart. Only when she was willing to share her feelings could the challenges be addressed effectively. It was imperative not to allow her to remain silent, bottling everything up, as that would render resolution exceedingly difficult. Patience was key. Jiang's father frowned slightly and shook his head. Jiang Jiang's condition was indeed quite dire. We cannot pressure her into confronting these matters just yet. We should observe a while longer. How could Jiang's father not feel anxious? What is the use of being anxious, no matter how urgent the situation may seem? The child's well-being is at stake. The more one frets, the greater the likelihood of provoking a sense of rejection in the child. This would only serve to increase the child's resistance and distance from them, which seems utterly unnecessary. And Mingzhu's expression froze. A dawning realization washing over her as her voice trembled with a hint of tears. Let us consider our options once more. That child, Jiang Jiang, is truly pitiful. With that, she began to weep softly. Jiang Jiang found herself enveloped in darkness, while her parents longed to extend their hands to pull her from the abyss. Yet, the child stubbornly withheld even a glimmer of light from them, resolutely choosing to remain alone in her shadows. The doctor advised against hasty actions. Yet how could one refrain from urgency when the child is owed so much that has gone unfulfilled over the years? Every parent grapples with the weight of such realizations, yet feels powerless. For now, they could only take one step at a time. Jiang Yunma brought Jiang Jiang to her favorite CAF, renowned for its exquisite cakes. Not far off, the crew of the filming and editing team occupied another table. They could discern that the siblings appeared unfamiliar with each other, as if they were complete strangers. One might wonder how they arrived at such a conclusion. It was evident. Considering one sibling sat on the left while the other was positioned at the farthest right, their body language screaming one unmistakable truth: they were not acquainted. The author is planning a trip soon, so updates may not be timely, but rest assured, updates will continue. Love to everyone. Chapter 449. Drink more hot water. It was not merely a matter of being unfamiliar. It was an extraordinary degree of unfamiliarity. Well, Teacher Jiang and sister could perhaps draw a little closer. The filming crew was still in position. Let us be frank. Such an awkward situation could not be edited out in post-production. Jiang Yunma, observing the scene, glanced at Jiang Jiang and inquired, "Is it acceptable for me to sit beside you?" He conveyed that he was not particularly fond of sitting next to Jiang Jiang, yet this predicament was necessitated by the recording of the program, leaving him with no alternative. Jiang Jiang cast him a fleeting glance, her lips moving as if to speak. Yet she hesitated. Very well, proximity it is. It was hardly a monumental issue, merely a source of annoyance. Jiang Yunma pulled out a chair and settled beside her, causing Jiang Jiang's entire demeanor to tense immediately upon the realization of another's presence. In that moment, she felt utterly deranged. Why on earth had she chosen to participate in the recording of this program? Wasn't it simply a means of inviting trouble upon herself? Habitually, she began to fidget with her hands, lowering her gaze. Jiang Jiang, could you possibly lift your head? Jiang Yunma implored. Always with her head bowed. What an appearance. Those unaware might mistakenly believe he had been bullying her. How absurd. He lacked the audacity to intimidate Jiang Jiang. Yet, she remained averse to raising her head. Perhaps it was unexpected that Jiang Jiang would so resolutely refuse, leaving not a trace of acquiescence. Jiang Yunma was left in disbelief, his eyes wide, momentarily at a loss. However, considering the presence of the camera, she gritted her teeth and took the plunge, seizing her wrist. I have much to discuss with you. Jiang Jiang was taken aback, instinctively attempting to withdraw her hand. Yet, Jiang Yunma's grip was unyielding, leaving her no chance to escape. Just as she was about to unleash her frustration, the reminder of the camera stifled her anger. With no other choice, Jiang Jiang lifted her gaze to meet his. What is it that you wish to tell me? She inquired, permitting him to speak. A gentle breeze seemed to caress the moment as her exceptionally beautiful eyes remained fixed upon Jiang Yunma, momentarily rendering him speechless. Aren't you going to share your thoughts with me? Jiang Jiang observed, her brows knitting slightly. Wasn't he the one who claimed to have something to say? What was this sudden silence? Did she have something on her face? Instinctively, she glanced at the gleaming glass window, which reflected her visage. Nothing seemed amiss. Jiang Yunma? After a pause, she still heard nothing from him. Were they to maintain this silence? I wanted to ask if you would like something to drink. He finally ventured. Just plain water, Jiang Jiang replied, her desire for any beverage having evaporated. All right, plain water is perfectly fine, Jiang Yunma nodded, adding, make sure to drink it warm. Upon uttering this statement, a sense of unease washed over me. Was this not one of the most notorious phrases uttered by the so-called scoundrels online? Whenever trivial matters arise, they casually advise others to consume more hot water. as if that were the sole remedy. Admittedly, I do believe that drinking ample hot water is beneficial. Unexpectedly, Jiang Jiang followed his lead and continued the conversation. Jiang Yunma found himself compelled to swallow the words that were almost on the tip of his tongue. Chapter 450. How simple could it be? Ha ha ha. Drink more hot water. It's truly excellent for your health. Sister, make sure you drink plenty of hot water. Jiang Yunma, having mingled in this circle for quite some time, should have known better. Reflecting on his initial remarks, he pondered whether he possessed any comforting words to offer. How could he begin with such infamous lines? I found it utterly hilarious. I truly felt like I was about to burst into laughter. Fortunately, this sister was gracious. Had it been me, I would have turned away without a second thought. It was genuinely laughable. The barrage of comments was rapidly increasing, and one could only hope that the production team would exhibit some integrity and provide a gentle reminder. Yet, the production team, adhering to the philosophy that any publicity is good publicity, saw no harm in fostering more discussions. With a plethora of topics, the online audience would swell. Why squander such a splendid opportunity with reminders when they could simply feign ignorance? In truth, sometimes, plain water, much like life itself, can be remarkably simple and delightful. A sudden thought struck Jiang Yunma. Seemingly echoing the words of some elder, he parroted them without hesitation. Simple? How could it be so effortless? At times, did she not yearn to simplify matters? There is no way. She simply has no means to simplify a situation. Is it not a wonderful thing to make matters uncomplicated? Why must one insist on complicating them? Jiang Yunma found himself perplexed. He noticed that Jiang Jiang often appeared awkward, likely having endured numerous tribulations. Yet, perhaps if one could distill their experiences into simplicity, they might alleviate their suffering. At times, excessive anguish stems from overthinking, rendering matters unnecessarily intricate. Jiang Jiang offered a bitter smile. How could some matters truly become simplified at will? She yearned for ease, yet it eluded her grasp. Truth be told, the accumulation of her worries gradually transformed her into a being of distress. In truth, she did not wish to adhere to such a painful existence. She longed to experience joy akin to that of the Jiang family, to revel in simplicity. One need not always perceive matters as overly complex to live joyfully. Yet, within her mind, a taut string incessantly reminded her, no, Jiang Jiang, you must not allow yourself such happiness. You must not indulge in such delight. These two conflicting voices continuously intertwined in her consciousness, warning her relentlessly. She felt a twinge of agony, observing her trembling grip on the cup. Jiang Yunma spoke with a hint of pleading in his tone. Jiang Jiang, I merely spoke in jest. You need not take my words to heart. Consider it merely a passing breeze, something to dismiss without thought. Come, Jiang Jiang, would you like to have a slice of cake to lift your spirits? Sweets can indeed brighten one's mood. Jiang Yunma hurriedly attempted to shift the conversation. Jiang Jiang responded, yet she did not seem inclined to order any cake. Instead, she continued to sip on plain water, one mouthful after another, plunging once again into a profound silence. Jiang Yunma felt as though he were on the brink of collapse. Sister, let us speak candidly. Is it too much to ask for you to utter a few words? Just as he pondered this, as if heaven had heard his plea, Jiang Jiang suddenly turned to him and said, Jiang Yunma, I have a question for you. Ask away. Jiang Yunma was overwhelmed with joy. About those flowers you destroyed, what shall we do with them? She inquired earnestly. They remain unaddressed. Jiang Yunma felt a surge of exasperation. Was this truly the question she wished to pose? He had expected her to inquire about something else, perhaps out of curiosity regarding him or suggesting alternative activities, rather than leading with such a remark. Hey, are you aware that your demeanor is somewhat impolite? Those flowers, they seemed rather precious. Shouldn't you consider a way to resolve this? It appears that in Mingzhu cherishes these plants dearly. To have so many perish at once would surely dampen anyone's spirits. No need, Jiang Yunma dismissed with a wave of his hand. Do not concern yourself with such trivial matters. Why should one disregard such matters? Jiang Jiang finds it perplexing that one could be indifferent when attention is evidently required. Observing Jiang Jiang's continued preoccupation with this dilemma, Jiang Yunma could no longer contain his frustration and inquired, Is this the question you wish to pose to me? After all this time, it revolves around those flowers you have perished. Those unaware might assume the flowers hold greater significance than oneself. No. Jiang Jiang feels that those flowers are indeed far more important. With a heavy nod from Jiang Jiang, Jiang Yunma's last glimmer of hope was extinguished. This Jiang Jiang truly intends to drive him to despair. Surely, she must be aiming to do just that. What is wrong? Jiang Jiang noted a peculiar expression on Jiang Yunma's face, and his tone carried an unusual weight. You ask what is wrong? How can you speak so casually? You. His agitation rendered him momentarily speechless, his lips quivering in frustration. What is the matter? I merely wish to remind you to address those flowers you have so carelessly destroyed. Jiang Yunma. Still dwelling on the subject. Jiang Jiang seems unable to move past the flowers she has caused to wither. Truly, he finds himself at a loss for words. How is it that she exhibits not a shred of concern for her own well-being? Sister, it appears you possess not the slightest concern for me. The sudden address of sister nearly rendered Jiang Jiang speechless. I am, after all, your younger brother, dear sister. Surely you must allocate some measure of your attention towards me. How can you possibly disregard me entirely? Your tone has grown rather sarcastic. Jiang Jiang, unable to endure it any longer, shot him a glare. Her voice tinged with a hint of warning. Speak to me properly. It seems my sister is indeed quite heartless, as your brother. How can you consistently treat me in such a manner? Jiang Yunma felt himself on the brink of madness, a state provoked by Jiang Jiang's infuriating remarks. It was peculiar, however, for he had always thought that uttering the words sister and brother would be a daunting task. Yet, once his lips parted, those words flowed forth with little contemplation, almost effortlessly, as if he wished for Jiang Jiang to call out to him in return. Alas, that was likely an impossibility. Merely a fleeting thought. Jiang Jiang. This situation is truly exasperating. Chapter 452. Will you die if you don't hold a grudge? Sister, could you please acknowledge me? What does it mean when you choose to ignore me? If you continue to disregard my presence, I might just feel disheartened. Jiang Yunma cast her a cool glance. Undeniably, there was a deliberate sarcasm woven into his tone. Jiang Jiang, can you not speak properly? She looked at him earnestly, hoping he would engage her with sincerity. Jiang Yunma slightly curled the corners of his mouth. I believe I am speaking quite coherently, dear sister. What precisely are you implying? Where did I fail to speak properly? Jiang Jiang lowered her head and took a sip of water, beginning to feign indifference. Jiang Yunma expressed his dissatisfaction, even reaching out to pat her shoulder. Sister, could you please stop ignoring me like this? Jiang Jiang glanced at him, her heart already aware that he was merely seeking to occupy himself with trivial pursuits. Jiang Yunma, with such intentions, perhaps you should contemplate how to justify your actions later. At that moment, Jiang Yunma could no longer muster a smile. Jiang Jiang had a knack for delivering verbal daggers to the heart. Is there no one left in your production team? Someone should reign in this conspicuous presence. Just look at the nonsense this attention seeker is spouting. It's enough to change my sister's complexion. Sister is nearly fed up, yet this attention seeker keeps encroaching, oblivious to how ridiculous they appear. Upstairs. Could it be that you're envious of others who have sisters, since you have none of your own, hence your sour remarks? Yes, I envy those who have sisters. And what of it? Are you going to confront me? In the span of merely a day, this brother-sister duo had bizarrely captured public attention. As the broadcast continued, their popularity remained unabated. When Jiang Yunma emerged from the cake shop, he held a bag containing several small cakes. Jiang Jiang paid him no mind. Her thoughts consumed by recent events, gradually analyzing them for her forthcoming actions. Shall we engage in some exercise soon? Jiang Yunma interjected, interrupting her thoughts as he followed closely behind her, suggesting, you should go by yourself. As expected, his proposal was met with rejection. Undeterred, Jiang Yunma persisted. Exercising won't lead to disaster. I refuse, Jiang Jiang replied, feigning a smile. Jiang Yunma frowned, emphasizing, exercise stimulates dopamine. It can be quite pleasurable. If it were up to him, he would undoubtedly wish for Jiang Jiang to find joy and laughter, rather than remain burdened by her worries. Despite being only slightly older than he, her expression was perpetually serious, as if she were constantly encumbered by numerous troubles. Jiang Jiang began to feel irritated by his persistence. Nonetheless, considering the presence of others, she reluctantly conceded, you can exercise as much as you like. She deftly sidestepped the topic. Let me tell you, exercising is genuinely delightful. You must engage in more physical activity. Only then will you have the energy to argue with me. He scrutinized her from head to toe. Noting her pale complexion and slender figure, realizing that beyond simply eating less, she needed to exercise more. Jiang Jiang nodded. I see now. You are quite adept at arguing. You are impressive. Jiang Yunma responded, Jiang Jiang, harboring grudges isn't good for you. End of this chapter, chapter 453, I am petty and hold grudges no. I was merely jesting with you, my dear brother. Jiang Jiang smiled, though her expression was devoid of genuine amusement. Jiang Yunma. Deliberate, indeed. This Jiang Jiang is undoubtedly intentionally uttering words that repulse him. Yet, he finds himself somewhat uncharacteristically pleased by the way Jiang Jiang addresses him as brother. A thought emerges in his mind. If only Jiang Jiang could continuously call him brother, it would be quite delightful. The instant this notion arises, Jiang Yunma is taken aback, startled by the absurdity of such a thought. What on earth is wrong with my mind? He hastily pats his chest and takes a deep breath, shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling within. Upon lifting his gaze, he notices that the person who had just been beside him has inexplicably vanished. He looks again, only to realize that she has wandered off quite a distance. Observing her silhouette, an unsettling feeling stirs within Jiang Jiang. He quickens his pace, calling out, "Could you not wait for me? Must I wait for you?" Jiang Jiang retorts, mimicking his earlier behavior as she surveys him from head to toe. "Do you really think someone with such long legs would have trouble keeping up?" The tone, tinged with sarcasm, and her blunt manner of speaking reveal that this Jiang Jiang harbors a grudge. What? Jiang Jiang feigns ignorance, looking up at him. "You know, I rarely exercise, and my brain might not be functioning at full capacity. I truly don't comprehend what you mean." Jiang Yunma exclaims in frustration, "Damn. You are truly petty and hold grudges." Unable to endure any longer, I spoke the unspoken thoughts that resided within my heart. I never claimed to be magnanimous or to hold no grudges. How amusing. When did she ever assert that she bore no ill will or was devoid of jealousy? In truth, not only does she harbor resentments, but she often retaliates in the moment, perhaps even more so. Jiang Yunma wore a serious expression, internally cursing, "Damn. Goodness. Has this Jiang Jiang truly become something extraordinary? Just look at her words and actions. She is utterly transformed from the person she once was. Wait a moment. I have offended her numerous times before. Could it be that she is holding a grudge? Is she secretly contemplating ways to take revenge on me?" With this thought, Jiang Yunma felt an unsettling chill envelop him. "Well, previously, I didn't mean. What do you wish to say?" Jiang Jiang lifted her gaze, their eyes locking. Jiang Yunma was momentarily stunned, wishing fervently to slap himself twice across the face. How could he have so carelessly broached the past? Was this not akin to presenting a knife to his adversary? A reminder of his previous transgressions, now ripe for retaliation. What an infuriating predicament. It was unbearable. "Hiki, I wasn't implying anything. I merely wished to jest with you. You see, there is an airplane soaring through the sky." Suddenly, the production team, with impeccable timing, showcased a flurry of animated crows flying across the live broadcast screen. Jiang Jiang cast a glance at him, completely disregarding his erratic behavior. She took a few steps forward, but suddenly halted as several individuals appeared before her. Jiang Yunma, caught off guard, nearly collided with her and spoke in a tone tinged with reproach. "What's the matter? Why have you stopped so abruptly? Did you forget that someone is trailing behind?" Chapter 454. Jingyu comes to the rescue. "What's wrong? Why are you silent? Aren't you quite adept at countering others?" Jiang Yunma felt a surge of anxiety as Jiang Jiang remained mute. At least if she spoke, he would grasp her intentions. Her silence left him feeling quite unsettled. "Your friend has arrived," came a sudden reminder. "Friend? What friend do I?" As Jiang Yunma lifted his gaze, he noticed a figure approaching them slowly, and the words caught in his throat. His expression morphed into one of disbelief. "Jingyu, you. Jingyu stood before him, exuding the same cool, noble demeanor as before, causing passers-by to glance back at him. He inquired, "What's the matter?" Jiang Yunma cleared his throat. How did you end up here? What on earth? Why is Jingyu here?" "Just passing by." "You say you happen to be passing by." Jiang Yunma raised his voice in disbelief. "It seems you deliberately came this way." "Indeed. Are you pulling my leg? When did you become so idle?" Jingyu was certainly not just passing by. Rather, the company was concerned about Jiang Yunma's youth and his inexperience with recording reality shows. They feared he might struggle with the camera and miss crucial opportunities, hence they specially sent someone to assist him. Unfortunately, Jiang Yunma was rather slow to react. "Jiang Jiang." "Hello." Jingyu stood before her, his demeanor as composed as ever. "I am Jingyu." Jiang Jiang nodded in acknowledgement. "Hello, Mr. Jing." "Hello." The two exchanged polite greetings before Jingyu followed closely behind Jiang Jiang and Jiang Yunma. Jiang Yunma sighed, realizing how unfortunate it was that Jiang Jiang had not entered the entertainment industry. He had previously overlooked her talent for acting. Although they were clearly acquainted, they pretended not to know each other in front of the camera, which was quite a predicament for both of them. Jiang Yunma's mischievous thoughts began to surface. "Jing." As he opened his mouth, the man beside him suddenly glanced over. The moment their eyes met, he swallowed his words, adopting a polite yet somewhat awkward smile. The three of them proceeded in a line, enveloped in a profound silence. The atmosphere was thick with an eerie tension. What was going on? Why did these three individuals feel so strangely unfamiliar to me, as if they were not acquainted? Not to mention, wasn't Jingyu and Jiang Yunma supposed to be on the same team? Shouldn't their relationship be quite amicable? The peculiar dynamic between this pair of siblings was one thing. But why did the camaraderie among the teammates feel so odd as well? Could it be that the so-called brotherhood is merely an illusion? Something feels distinctly amiss among these three individuals. How can one articulate such a sentiment? It resembles nothing so much as the awkwardness between a couple post-breakup, accompanied by an unwelcome third wheel. "Oh, how absurd. Who are you trying to embarrass up there?" Such nonsensical adjectives. In this day and age, one may indulge in culinary whims, yet one must refrain from careless speech. How did it devolve into the dynamics of a broken relationship? As Hongjie gazed at the live broadcast before her, she couldn't help but furrow her brow. Initially, she had anticipated that Jing Yu's participation in the recording would enhance visibility. However, it now appeared to fall short of her expectations. Chapter 455. Unconventional Tactics. Hongjie felt a twinge of anxiety. The situation was more dire than she had envisioned. Don't fret too much. Let's observe for a while, a colleague reassured her, giving her shoulder a comforting pat. Such matters are notoriously unpredictable. One can never tell when a pivotal moment might arise. That was the only perspective she could adopt. Rubbing her aching forehead, she forced a chuckle. At this juncture, there was little more to be said. They could only proceed step by step. Yet, as she cast her gaze towards the camera, observing Jiang Jiang and Jingyu, she let out a resigned sigh. Jingyu accompanied the two siblings to the entrance of the Jiang residence. Upon noticing him about to enter, Jiang Yunma, with a tongue quicker than his thoughts, inquired, Jingyu, don't you have a home? Why are you entering someone else's house? You should return to your own. As soon as the words left his mouth, it was not only Jingyu who fell into silence. The atmosphere fell silent, enveloping everyone present. One might ponder whether the individuals simply arrived to fulfill their professional duties. While they busied themselves with work, it was rather inconsiderate of you to urge them to leave. This is truly a case of irreparable decay. Jiang Jiang let out a soft sigh, unable to bear the sight any longer. She broke the impasse by opening the door. Please, come in. Jiang Yunma, caught off guard, furrowed his brows momentarily. Fortunately, he refrained from uttering any more nonsensical remarks. Please take a seat. I shall fetch some water and slice some fruit. Considering the dynamics of the situation, Jiang Jiang felt compelled to contribute in some manner. There is no need. He neither drinks water nor eats fruit, she began, but under Jiang Jiang's insistently probing gaze, Jiang Yunma altered his statement from don't bother to just do a little less. Jiang Jiang truly wished to disregard him. She commenced boiling water, brewing tea, and cutting fruit, tasks she was quite accustomed to, executing them with remarkable agility. Jiang Yunma grimaced slightly, his displeasure evident. Despite having spent considerable time in her home, he had never once been served tea or fruit. Why, then, should she suddenly be obliged to attend to such matters upon his arrival? Growing increasingly irked, he turned to glance at Jingyu, who lowered his voice. If you have any sense, you would find a reason to leave promptly. And what if I choose to remain oblivious? Jingyu furrowed his brows. If you persist in your ignorance, I shall have no choice but to expel you. Go ahead and try, Jiang Yunmo retorted. The tone and manner of his speech suggested that one might mistakenly believe he was the master of the house. Jingyu, it should be evident to you that no one here welcomes your presence. At this moment, Jiang Yunmo resembled a child yearning for candy. You might as well raise your voice even louder to ensure everyone is aware. With a light touch, she effortlessly countered him. Jiang Yunma fell completely silent, contemplating that Jiang Jiang must have learned her sharp retorts from Jingyu. With a casual yet piercing remark, she managed to render him speechless. Given the circumstances, Jiang Yunma called out to the kitchen, I would like some fruit tea. While delicious to drink, preparing fruit tea was quite the chore, requiring the slicing of fruits, the addition of ice, and even the brewing of tea in advance. Jiang Jiang paused her task of pouring water for a moment. After a brief silence, she replied, Understood. Do you want any specific fruits? Jiang Yunma, striving to assert his presence, thought to himself. This is just absurd. It is utterly ridiculous. As if absurdity itself had come knocking at his door. End of this chapter. Chapter 456. You can do that too. Jiang Yunma mimicked Jiang Jiang's mannerisms and shouted, I don't want to eat fruit. I don't want anything at all right now. Jingyu and Jiang Jiang simultaneously lifted their heads to glance at Jiang Yunma, as if observing a simpleton. What is the matter? Jiang Yunma felt a wave of panic wash over him. Come on. He merely didn't want to eat fruit. It was unnecessary to make it seem as if he had committed some grave offense. Jiang Yunma, are you quite idle? Jiang Jing inquired, taking a deep breath before speaking. Not at all. If you have nothing else to do, you may leave. It's quite all right for you to attend to your own matters. Remaining here will inevitably lead to a confrontation. Am I not allowed to stay here? Jiang Yunma, oblivious to the underlying issue, widened his eyes and blinked, exhibiting a hint of deliberate cuteness. Then do remain silent. Jiang Jiang was utterly at a loss for words. I am not a ghost. Jiang Yunma shrugged helplessly, pondering why everyone insisted on his silence. Jiang Jiang was exasperated by his demeanor. With reluctance, Jiang Yunma shifted his gaze to the man beside him. Jingyu, do you find me noisy? Jingyu replied, Yes, a bit. Ah, my dear Jingyu, ever so composed and regal, how is it that you are so captivating? Jiang Yunma, a strikingly handsome gentleman, why do you consistently utter such peculiar remarks? It's as though your words are rendering this charming figure mute, dubbing him the mute handsome man. The disdain from the two individuals was palpable. How could he remain oblivious to it? Are we truly blind? In my recollection, Jiang Jiang was never particularly talkative. How did he suddenly become so loquacious? Just look at that expression, so devoid of worth, it is utterly laughable. Please, do not draw nearer. Have you forgotten the aloof demeanor you exhibited on stage? Is this merely an illusion? I have always felt that Jing Yu's gaze towards his sister was somewhat peculiar. Could it be that they are acquainted? There seems to be a certain unspoken understanding between them. To the one upstairs. Perhaps it is time for you to wash up and retire for the night. What is the purpose of your words? Are you attempting to stir up trouble? The barrage of comments surged forth, swiftly overshadowing this particular remark. After brewing a pot of oolong tea, the gentle wisps of steam enveloped me as the warm liquid slid down my throat and into my stomach, unfurling my entire being. I prepared some fruit, artfully arranging it on a platter before placing it on the table. Jiang Jiang gazed at the fruit arrangement, reminiscent of a hotel display, his mouth agape in astonishment. You can do this? He exclaimed, his curiosity akin to that of Copernicus discovering a new world, as he pointed excitedly at the platter. Jiang Jiang responded, Is there a problem? I mean, who in their right mind cuts fruit to look like flowers? She cast him a sidelong glance. Can't you even keep your mouth shut while eating fruit? Not at all, Jingyu interjected. Don't you find it rather impressive? Indeed. Jingyu chuckled as he glanced at the fruit on the table. It was undeniably skillful. A far cry from her initial attempts when she struggled even with peeling the skin. It is somewhat aesthetically pleasing. Jiang Jiang had to concede that the fruit platter was indeed exceptionally beautiful, so much so that he hesitated to touch it, fearing he might ruin its exquisite presentation. Chapter 457. Intentionally excluding me from the fun. Well, if you find it so beautiful, simply admire it a little longer. She reached out and speared a piece of fruit with a toothpick, yet did not consume it. Instead, she delicately placed it on another small dish. No matter how one looked at it, there was an air of intentionality about her actions. Jiang Jiang could no longer contain himself, a fierce intensity reflecting in his clenched teeth. Is there a problem? Jiang Jiang arched an eyebrow, with a slight parting of her lips. Another piece of fruit was taken from her. Jingyu. The other party glanced up at him. Jiang Jiang gritted his teeth. I'll get it for you. Why are you so irritating? Thank you, Jingyu replied without hesitation, his tone nonchalant. Inside, Jingyu was suppressing a surge of frustration, mindful of the camera's presence, which rendered outbursts unwise. Thus, he restrained his impulses, seated himself on the sofa, and bore the anger while his gaze inadvertently fell upon the two individuals beside him. Curiously, although these two sat in silence, it felt as if they had known each other for ages. Jiang Jiang genuinely felt as though he were witnessing a specter to entertain such thoughts. Yet, it was not entirely implausible, after all. The two had previously engaged in conversation within the garden. Regrettably, he had missed the opportunity to overhear their exchange. Jiang Jiang, feeling uncomfortable under their scrutiny, asked, What are you looking at? I find you intriguing, Jiang Jiang replied. Jiang Jiang cast him a cool glance. Indeed, there is no mistaking it. This feeling is strikingly similar to the way Jing Yu had just regarded me. The same disdain, the same gaze directed at oneself as if afflicted by some grave illness. He dares to wager $500. Undoubtedly, the relationship between these two individuals is far from simple. As this thought emerged, Jiang Jiang suddenly felt a chill creeping up his spine. TSK, 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 his mind truly, when left idle, it begins to wander into absurdity. Jing Yu sat poised in his chair, his eyes a muted hue, revealing no discernible emotion. The sharp contours of his profile resembled that of a striking painting, silently captivating the attention of all present. The barrage of comments on the screen erupted with fervor. So handsome, and similar praises. Jiang Jiang sat quietly beside him, cradling a cup in her hands. The aura shared between the two appeared remarkably harmonious. Jiang Jiang, may I ask you something? Jiang Jiang could no longer contain himself. Lost in her own world, Jiang Jiang responded with a hint of resignation. What is it? Well, I just wanted to inquire if you have. I mean. He appeared flustered, struggling to articulate his thoughts, caught in a web of hesitation. Jiang Jiang was aware of the turmoil in his mind but was reluctant to engage. If he found it challenging to organize his words, he could remain silent for the moment. A mere glance could convey his intentions, especially with other cameras around. All the unspoken words lodged in his throat left him feeling restless. He cast a resentful glance at the two of them, gradually realizing that they were enjoying their own amusement without including him. It was undeniably infuriating. Jingyu does not have an elder sister, does he? Why must he come to the house and sit with someone else's sister, consuming the fruit she has cut and the tea she has brewed? At the office, he is not like this. He never touches anything given to him, maintaining an air of aloofness as if he were destined for transcendence. What has transpired now? End of this chapter. Chapter 458. You may leave at this moment. Jiang Yunma's mind was consumed by a singular thought. He wished for this person to vanish from his sight immediately. How far away could he go? Suddenly, Jiang Yunma, as if seized by a gust of wind, stood up abruptly and spoke with a sharp tone. Jingyu, when do you intend to leave? Could you refrain from being so conspicuous in my presence? This inquiry was indeed quite abrupt. Jiang Jiang also noticed that Jiang Yunma possessed a remarkable talent for creating awkward situations at any given moment. He suggested that this person should ascend to the upper floor sooner, yet this individual remained here, lingering. It seemed Jiang Yunma felt the atmosphere was not sufficiently uncomfortable. As he continued, no, what I mean is that mealtime is approaching. It seems rather inappropriate for you to linger in someone else's home, especially since there are no adults here to prepare a meal for you. Jiang Jiang suddenly felt her head buzzing, her brows knitting together. What a misfortunate child to utter such an embarrassing statement. Jiang Yunma, could you not render others so utterly at a loss? Regrettably, I find myself utterly bewildered by the presence of the young master Jingyu, who appears completely at a loss, unaware of the unfolding events. Did you witness that? Did you see it? This is precisely how a mischievous child articulates his thoughts. TSK, Miss Jiang, you ought to reprimand him. To inquire what nonsense he is uttering. Miss Jiang, with a grave expression, admonishes Jiang Yunma, you must exhibit some manners. In an instant, Jiang Yunma resembles a wilted plant. His demeanor deflated. I must commend my sister for her well-deserved chastisement. It is imperative to properly correct the mischief maker and scrutinize the absurdities he spouts throughout the day. My sister is truly remarkable. Am I mistaken? Or does it seem that Jiang Yunma harbors an aversion to his sister's companionship with Jingyu? From the upper floors, one cannot help but notice that this indeed appears to be the case. Oh, the protective sibling. Ha ha ha. The comments in the barrage swiftly transitioned from labeling him a mischievous child to a devoted brother, resulting in an overwhelming surge of favorable reviews. Jiang Jiang bowed her head in apology. I am sorry. He is a bit oblivious. I apologize on his behalf. It is quite all right. No need for concern. Jingyu replied, rising to his feet. He lowered his voice, meeting Jiang Jiang's gaze with profound intensity. In that fleeting moment, she felt as though he could see right through her, as if she were laid bare under the sun, completely exposed to his scrutinizing eyes. Indeed, Jingyu possesses such remarkable insight. He could grasp the essence of any situation with just a fleeting glance, which is why she had been so enraged back then. It was evident that he understood the circumstances and recognized his unjust predicament, yet he chose to remain in the corner, turning a blind eye to his own suffering as he observed the injustices inflicted upon him. In a moment of distraction, Jiang Jiang found herself ensnared once more by the tendrils of memory. Thank you. Is there anything else I can assist you with? Her tone seemed laced with a hint of anger, leaving the present staff members taken aback. The manner and tone of her words. What could this mean? Jiang Yunma was momentarily stunned. End of chapter. Chapter 459. The act of cooking. Jiang Jiang had never spoken in such a manner to anyone before. Jiang Yunma felt a sense of unease, pondering whether Jingyu had once again engaged in some clandestine activities behind his back. The atmosphere around them felt palpably tense. Jingyu turned, discreetly fixing his gaze upon her. What I mean is, if you have no further matters to discuss, you may stay for a meal. Jiang Jiang replied with remarkable calmness, ultimately softening her words. Jingyu's brows slightly furrowed, and he emitted a soft, Jiang Yunma's features contorted in disbelief. What on earth? What meal? Don't you have food at home? Why come here for a meal? Well, no one at home is cooking, Jiang Yunma weakly reminded him. So it seems you will have to resort to takeout. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone, unlocking the screen to begin ordering takeout. Jiang Yunma watched as Jiang Jiang blinked, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. No need to point it out. I shall take care of it, she declared. Huh. Jiang Yunma endeavored to mask his discontent, attempting to appear unbothered. Are you going to cook? He inquired. Jiang Jiang ignored him and turned to enter the kitchen, leaving him with her back turned. Unexpectedly, Jingyu followed her into the kitchen as well. Unwilling to concede, Jiang Yunma squeezed himself into the already cramped space. The sudden presence of the three individuals transformed the kitchen, which was not particularly small, into a rather congested environment. Jiang Yunma, you should step outside, Jiang Jiang insisted. Recalling the several bowls he had just shattered, she believed his presence would only serve to complicate matters further. I wish to assist you, Jiang Yunma, determined not to yield, retorted. I'll give you a few bowls, you can play over there. He casually handed her several bowls, which effectively extinguished the smile on his face. After a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand in concession, admitting, it is my fault. I should not interfere while you are in the kitchen. Was it truly worth all this fuss over a few broken bowls? He resented being barred from the kitchen, yet he was not entirely keen on remaining there either. With a touch of defiance, he slapped the table as he departed, reminiscent of a petulant child in preschool. His demeanor suggested, you ought to come over and appease me. If you do not, I might just become upset. Regrettably, she offered him not even a glance. Before leaving, the servant filled the refrigerator with provisions and turned on the faucet to wash the ingredients. Jiang rolled up his sleeves and, with a single hand, accepted the vegetables from Jiang Jiang. A sharp intake of breath echoed among the staff present. The crowd was overwhelming, with so many eyes observing. Jiang Jiang, feeling the pressure, was cautious even in her vegetable washing movements. Sir, would you like to step outside and sit down? Remembering the presence of cameras, she quickly rephrased. It's not customary for guests to linger in the kitchen on their first visit. It would be better if you took a seat outside. No worries. The man replied nonchalantly, reaching for unwashed vegetables from the other side. His fingers were long and graceful, as smooth and luminous as the finest jade, with beautifully defined wrists. He worked with a decisive efficiency. For a moment, Jiang Jiang found herself lost in thought. Once upon a time, he had been just like this, lost in reverie. She washed her hands, created distance between them, and approached the stove. She turned on the gas, poured in oil, and instinctively cracked an egg with one hand. Chapter 460, Cooking. Dear sisters, did you see that? Just now, the way my sister cracked the egg was so stylish. She did it so effortlessly and coolly. She can be just as graceful. Sister, without me, this household will inevitably fall apart. My unfortunate brother only thinks of driving guests away. I'm exhausted. Truly, I am. Jiang Yunma, why are you still lounging on the sofa? Hurry and help. Oh, wait. If you enter the kitchen, you'll only break plates and create trouble. Never mind. Just stay there and watch. That would be much better. The barrage of mocking laughter reverberated mercilessly. The staff, unable to contain their amusement, burst into laughter. Jiang Yunma lifted his gaze to glance at the person opposite him, his eyes filled with a mournful lament. The atmosphere thickened with unspoken grievances, and the staff present dared not laugh aloud. Strictly speaking, this was not the first occasion for Jing to witness Jiang Jiang in the kitchen. Long ago, during the days spent at the Jing residence, a familiar figure would often dart into the kitchen. The kitchen was spacious and elevated, where a cautious and delicate girl would stand on a plastic stool, carefully cracking eggs one by one into a bowl to whisk them together. Once the mixture was blended to perfection, she would pour it into a pan, creating a uniform egg pancake. At that time, he merely stood silently by, waiting for her to finish. Upon turning around, she would find him staring at her, panic etched across her face. She would approach tentatively, explaining, I didn't mean to. I just needed to use something here. I was simply a bit too hungry, so I made an egg pancake. As he drew closer, he realized how slender she truly was, a petite figure with large, glistening eyes gazing up at him, soft and endearing. Noticing his silence, the girl shyly extended the pancake she had made, saying, Would you like to share my egg pancake? I promise it's delicious. Just taste it. In that moment, Jingyu thought to himself how mischievous she was, effortlessly capturing his heart with a mere egg pancake. Upon hearing Jiang Jiang's voice, Jingyu responded promptly, handing over the vegetables in his hand. Their teamwork was remarkably harmonious. Whenever Jiang Jiang desired something, she need not utter a word. The other party would swiftly comprehend her intentions, promptly placing the washed vegetables into her hands. He even seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of when to pour or when to switch pots. Jiang Yunma felt a peculiar illusion that this kitchen did not belong to her, but rather to Jingyu. Jingyu, I seriously suspect you have stealthily visited my home and familiarized yourself with the locations of our belongings. Jiang Yunma, who had long been overlooked, seemed to have discovered an opportunity to speak up and retort. Jiang Yunma, please refrain from speaking. Jiang Jiang could no longer endure and interjected. What on earth was this person doing? Either he should remain silent, or if he chose to speak, he ought to refrain from making such cutting remarks. Did he truly care so little about his future career? With so many cameras and onlookers, what harm could silence do to him? I'm merely stating the truth. It feels as though he knows the kitchen better than I do, Jiang Yunmo replied, his tone tinged with grievance. Chapter 461. Do not move recklessly. Jealousy is in the air. I wager $100 that this fellow is indeed envious. Please. It's your own choice not to enter the kitchen, making it seem as though everyone is ignoring you. Let's be honest. If you continue to play the role of the mute handsome guy, I believe that suits you better. Honestly, Jiang Yunmo, let us be frank. Your presence in the kitchen only results in broken dishes. What else are you capable of? A person offers to assist you, yet you still find reasons to complain. TSK, Jiang Yunma, pray tell, why must you be so insufferable? I mean, Yunma, indulging in every petty jealousy will only lead to your detriment. Have you taken a moment to reflect on your own actions before passing judgment? If you continue to linger in the kitchen, you might very well shatter all the dishes within it. My goodness, what a day of virtue. The comment stream is filled with playful banter. Jiang Jiang, caught between laughter and exasperation, notes that the kitchen is hardly expansive. Anyone with sight can discern the arrangement of items. Once again, Jiang Jiang finds himself at the receiving end of criticism. Well, it shouldn't be like this, he mumbles softly, his discontent palpable. Shouldn't it? It is precisely that way. Words elude him. Jiang Jiang has entirely lost interest in engaging him further and decides to let him be. Jingyu, ever the tactful one, quietly passes the seasonings, choosing to remain silent while lending a helping hand. Moments later, Jiang Yunma can no longer restrain himself. I harbor no ulterior motives. It feels as if this place is not even my home. By the way, don't you think you're overlooking me a bit too much? What malice could Jiang Yunma possibly possess? He merely resembles a troublesome child seeking attention. Jiang Jiang, who had been focused on stir-frying, trembles slightly at the mention of his words. Jiang Yunma gritted her teeth and closed her eyes, clutching her throat. Sister, the younger brother also craves attention. With her teeth clenched and unable to endure any longer, she spoke, Go upstairs. If you don't obey, you want to get dinner later. Jiang Jiang declared resolutely, her expression a blend of fierce innocence. Despite her displeasure, Jiang Yunma trudged upstairs, casting glances back at the two in the kitchen who were engaged in friendly banter. Thank you. Could you please pass me the vinegar? Is this the one? Yes. Observing the scene, Jiang Yunma could not help but feel a pang of jealousy. Why had she never been treated this way before? Suddenly, Jiang Jiang shot her a warning look. Jiang Yunma shivered involuntarily. How outrageous. Jiang Jiang dared to glare at her. Was that a bit excessive? Regardless, she resolved to complain once she returned. In the kitchen, Jiang Jiang felt a twinge of anxiety as she heated the oil. In a moment of distraction, hiss. The price of her distraction was steep. Hot oil splattered onto her hand, eliciting an involuntary cry of pain. It stung, particularly on the back of her hand. Jingyu swiftly reached out, turning on the faucet and guiding her hand beneath the running water. It hurts. She instinctively tried to pull her hand away, but his large hand firmly gripped her wrist. Don't move, he admonished in a low tone. Chapter 462. Initiating the conversation. Jiang Jiang bit her lip, enduring the pain. Jingyu lifted his gaze, meeting Jiang Jiang's tear-streaked eyes, tears swirling within her reddened orbs. He turned off the faucet, his brow furrowing. Does it hurt? Indeed, it hurts terribly. After being splashed with hot oil, to suddenly be yanked into cold water. How could it not be painful? Jiang Jiang, with a sorrowful expression, looked up and began to utter falsehoods, insisting that it did not hurt at all. Jingyu detested such blatant deception, his tone turning icy. It doesn't hurt? Jiang Jiang, lost in her thoughts, nodded absently. He scoffed. If it doesn't hurt, then why the display of distress? He maintained a stern countenance. Jiang Jiang's hand remained grasped in his. It was then she realized how close they were, causing her to feel a sudden rush of panic as she attempted to withdraw her hand, resembling a startled rabbit. The proximity was indeed overwhelming, the intensity of the moment allowing them to sense each other's breath. Jingyu's gaze darkened once more, though he quickly suppressed it and released her hand. Fortunately, Jiang Jiang remained oblivious, turning away in a flurry of activity, her demeanor a mix of curiosity and slight confusion. Do you need assistance, sister? He inquired. In an instant, Jiang Jiang's entire demeanor shifted to one of vigilance. What did you just call me? Her eyes sparkled with disbelief. Sister, Jingyu replied, his expression unchanging. I am older than you. Truly absurd. In the past, whenever she called him brother, his eyes would reflect disdain, yet now he had the audacity to refer to her as sister. In light of this, Jiang Jiang's lips curled into a smile as she playfully requested her brother to take out the trash. However, Jingyu's expression seemed devoid of any amusement. This mischievous individual certainly possesses a quick wit. He simply acknowledged her with a nonchalant response before departing with the garbage. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that something about their interaction is rather peculiar. Is it merely my imagination, or does it possess an essence reminiscent of a romantic variety show? Traditionally, Jingyu is perceived as aloof and ethereal, a figure rarely touched by the mundane world, only to be admired from a distance. Yet, his rapport with Jiang Jiang is anything but conventional. There exists an inexplicable aura between them. Surely not. I believe Jingyu is merely looking after his teammate as sister, treating her with a protective demeanor as one would a younger sibling. It is indeed true that Jingyu is renowned for his gentlemanly conduct. His attentiveness likely stems from the duty of caring for a teammate's sister, hence his behavior. Yes, you upstairs, refrain from fabricating stories and attempting to stir the pot. As comments began to veer off course, the assistant director voiced his concerns. Director, should we not intervene? The director raised an eyebrow, savoring a sip of tea before casually expelling a few tea leaves, without setting down his cup. He responded with an air of calm. This program could use a bit of intrigue. It's an opportune moment to generate some buzz and enhance our visibility. After all, Who in this business wouldn't desire an increase in exposure and engaging topics? Observing a ripe topic present itself, one must surely find a way to capitalize on it. You should edit the interactions between the two individuals to make them appear more intimate. This would undoubtedly intensify the discussion surrounding the topic. However, the investors might not appreciate this approach, and the assistant director remains cautious. End of chapter. Chapter 463. What do you know? The director suddenly turned and reprimanded sharply. His gaze fierce. The more chaos ensues, the more the audience is captivated. Without viewership, no investor would be drawn in. The assistant director grumbled discontentedly, stating that it was precisely such antics that led to the previous show being shut down. What did you say? The director shot a piercing glare, causing the assistant director's face to instantly contort with fear. The first heavenly tribulation struck abruptly, the array faltered, and the equipment weakened, leaving Fushi largely unaffected. Though rather disappointed in his soul's treasured possession, he promptly disrobed, dismantled the array, and awaited the second heavenly tribulation. Upon uttering these domineering words, the golden core cultivators who had coveted Zhou Qin quickly averted their gaze. I stifled my unspeakable pain and rose to intercept Jiang Jiang, using my battered body to obstruct his path. Initially, she intended to wait until those rogue cultivators perished before leading Mu Zihua and the others away, hoping to evoke their gratitude. However, Fengshi truly did not demand his 100,000 magic crystals. She merely accepted the defensive magical artifact, perhaps incited by Fengshi's words. A venomous serpent beast expressed its willingness to forge a contract with her. Now, I observed Yuzhu breaking free from the restraints of the inspection team, swinging his fist towards me. In the present moment, Yi Xiu stands at the pinnacle of the great ascension, merely a thread of true energy away from the tribulation phase. Even though it ultimately resulted in the demise of a formation master, such an outcome was unforeseen and should not burden Zhou Luo, who saved others. Suhan anticipated the repercussions of his actions. This was still a scenario where he had not revealed the sacrificial method. Overall, the outcome was satisfactory, achieving his desires while also conducting a preliminary test. When Siren first ascended the Huatai, she transformed into the visage of Hua Qing, boldly making her way up. The success of this method did not stem from her superior cultivation or proficiency in illusions, but rather from the fact that the disciples guarding the Huatai dared not even gaze upon her, thereby affirming Hua Qing's exceptional status in this realm. Consequently, within this establishment, the items numbered 20 and 31 belong to Old Jiang, while the rest are all attributed to Guqin himself. The originally aligned shield wall began to alter its formation, as massive shields converged into a circle, encircling Guoming and his companions. Should a creature discover food, it would voraciously consume while simultaneously expelling excess moisture and releasing peculiar gases to summon its kin and acquaintances, both familiar and unfamiliar, to partake in the feast. Yin Jia paused momentarily, filled with immense anticipation regarding marriage, while equally yearning for his wages. After refining the soul blood of Mao Yishan and Ran Ziyu, Zhou Xianong departed the forest with the three individuals, whose complexions appeared somewhat pale, heading towards the direction of Shaoao City. Seated to the left of Robert is the patriarch of the Mig family, Mig himself, who oversees diplomatic and intelligence affairs in the Heavenly King district. He hails from the northern town, has surpassed the age of 50, possesses a slender physique, and bears a pallid complexion, obscured behind a pair of sunglasses that reveal no discernible expression, shrouded in an air of mystery. Now liberated in the truest sense, his thoughts and ideas are under his own dominion, unshackled from the whims of the supreme deity. He has only just arrived, and even his basic sustenance remains unresolved. He cannot afford the luxury of languishing in bed. Can you truly believe such rumors? The title of vassal is conferred only after 3 generations of service to the Lord. Baidi scoffed. They are merely ancient royal soldiers, fully awakened yet entirely under their control. Qin Fang regards them with indifference. Upon hearing the words of the heavenly demon emperor, Zhong Luo's gaze shifts toward Ying Zhang, and even Fei Peng's demeanor subtly changes. He certainly desires such treatment. Yet he possesses the ambition without the courage, for there are at least a few boys more formidable than him. She is acutely aware that her husband is a person who cannot be still, and given the current circumstances, there is no turning back. Chapter 464. She simply won't eat properly. Jiang Jiang nibbles at a plate of vegetable salad, taking small bites. Jingyu remains silent for a couple of seconds before inquiring. Not eating? What is the matter? Jiang Jiang casually fabricates a reason. Dieting. Doubtful. He probes further. Girls are all concerned about their appearance. I fear I might not look good on camera later. Sister, are you certain that at this slender state, you still wish to lose weight? How harsh society has become towards young women, to the extent that even at such a slender figure, she feels the need to slim down further. It is hardly surprising, for one appears to gain 10 pounds on camera. Girls yearn to present themselves beautifully before the lens. However, sacrificing one's health is not an option. This sister appears sufficiently slender, and it is indeed imperative for her to indulge in a bit more nourishment. To my astonishment, a mere nonsense remark from Jiang Jiang sparked such extensive discussion. She ought to consume other kinds of food. Jing Yu's expression gradually soured. She does not require weight loss. Upon closer inspection, one can discern an unhealthy pallor on her face. If she continues to neglect her meals, her health may very well deteriorate. Jiang Jiang, with a stern countenance, expressed her reluctance. Jing Yu's demeanor darkened. She would not withstand such neglect. Wasn't it agreed that she would take proper care of herself? Was this truly her method of self-care? His gaze dimmed, realizing that he could no longer permit her to indulge recklessly. It's all right. I'm not abstaining from food. I merely plan to eat at a later time. Indeed, no one can ascertain when she will dine. Even he himself is unaware of his own eating schedule. Jing Yu's eyes softly swept over her. Witnessing her compliance, a subtle smile graced his lips, an expression both enigmatic and amused. Jiang Yunma, troubled by the absence of complaints, seized the opportunity to speak candidly. What are you talking about? She has never been willing to eat properly, always consuming only the tiniest portions. It's not just today for the sake of dieting. She has consistently eaten so little. Do not be swayed by her claims of hunger leading her to consume other things. It is laughable to think that aside from sipping water or coffee in her room, she does nothing else. Jiang Yunma once squatted by her door, observing her as she would either drink only water or solely black coffee throughout the day, abstaining from any other sustenance. Were it not for the fact that he now stood before her in good health, he would truly suspect that Jiang Jiang was on the verge of transcendence. Jing Yu's voice rang clear. Is that so? Jiang Yunma, what nonsense are you spouting? Can't you keep your mouth shut even when it comes to meals? Jiang Jiang felt a chill run down her spine. Her demeanor akin to that of an agitated rabbit. What's wrong? I'm merely speaking the truth. Just look at yourself. Do you appear to be someone who eats properly? Unaware of the precariousness of the situation, he glanced at the salad bowl. And the sight of it only fueled his frustration. Just look at your salad. How much have you actually consumed? Merely a few leaves of greens. Jiang Jiang's heart quivered at his words. Stop talking nonsense. I swear, I am not fabricating anything, he declared dramatically, raising his hand as if to take an oath. Oh, so it turns out you are not on a diet, but rather have simply neglected proper meals. Jiang Jiang, feeling guilty to her core, shook her head vehemently. No, that's not it. She turned her back to him, adopting a somewhat childish manner of concealing her unease, fearful of her emotions spilling over. Jiang Yunma particularly disapproved of the mundane interactions between the two. Suppressing his displeasure and wearing a smile, he casually remarked, it is imperative to eat properly. Henceforth, one must ensure to dine well. Upon hearing Jiang Yunma's voice, Jiang Jiang immediately became tense, her gaze cautiously fixed on him. Jiang Yunma maintained a cheerful demeanor. Jing Yu interjected, it is indeed unacceptable to neglect one's meals. Although his tone was light, his attention was firmly directed at Jiang Jiang. She understood the underlying message, merely a warning. Jing Yu remained, as always, the epitome of a gentleman, even when issuing a caution. His politeness had remained unchanged over the years, which struck her as somewhat amusing. Instantly, her mood lightened. I'm sorry, Mr. Jing, but I feel a bit weary. I shall retire upstairs. Please, make yourself at home. She was no longer inclined to concern herself with the matters at hand, having felt tense all day, and was quite fatigued. Neither wished to observe nor manage the situation. Very well, Jing Yu replied, standing up with a naturally authoritative tone. Jiang Jiang shuddered slightly, nearly losing her footing. Jiang Jiang, do gather your composure. There are many eyes upon you, and losing your poise would be unseemly. Goodbye, Mr. Jing. She politely expressed her gratitude before standing still. Jing Yu remained silent. She chose not to linger, ascending the stairs and settling into her room. Moments later, voices from below revealed a conversation between Jiang Yunma and Jing Yu. She is like this. Perhaps she is merely a bit fatigued today. Jiang Yunma declared that it was time for him to make his entrance. Indeed, he felt somewhat fatigued. Jing Yu scrutinized Jiang Yunma from top to bottom, his gaze laden with meaning. How could one not be weary with such a troublesome younger brother? If it were me, I would have been utterly exhausted by now. Jiang Yunma, oh Jiang Yunma, could you not spare your sister the burden? How can you have the audacity to criticize her from behind? If this were my brother, I would have long since lifted him up and given him a thorough scolding. I have never encountered anyone who speaks in such a manner. Jiang Yunma furrowed his brow, realizing that the words he heard felt distinctly amiss. With a helpless glance at Jing Yu, he noted that this person always found ways to silently berate him in ways he could neither comprehend nor decipher. I shall escort you outside. Jiang Yunma thought it best to expedite the departure of this individual. Should he linger? Uttering words that eluded Jiang Yunma's understanding or engaging in endless conversation with Jiang Jiang, It would be an insurmountable mess for him to handle. You've worked hard. No hardship at all, merely a fate of misfortune, Jiang Yunmo responded with a wry smile. I'm not referring to you, but to your sister. As Jiang Yunmo observed Jing Yu's retreating figure, he felt an irksome frustration bubbling within him. Did this person truly not know how to communicate? Indeed, his instincts were entirely correct. Even with a sense of childishness, I find Jing Yu utterly detestable, not just a mild distaste, but a profound loathing. I foolishly believed we could collaborate amicably, yet now it appears impossible, absolutely impossible. Chapter 466. Be kind to your sister. Your sister must be enduring quite a lot. Jing Yu's voice drifted in lightly from the side. So, be kinder to her. Jiang Yunmo was momentarily stunned, caught in a state of disconnection from reality. Only after a delay did he realize that the individual had already exited the room. It took a considerable time for reason to re-enter Jiang Yunmo's mind. What nonsense! He lamented inwardly. Why did I not take better care of her? It left him feeling as though he were the villain in this scenario. After a full day of filming, the session finally concluded around 8 in the evening. Following expressions of gratitude for each other's hard work, everyone began to dismantle their equipment and depart. Once all the outsiders had vacated, Jiang Yunmo's temper and curiosity reached a critical point. He could no longer contain himself. Jiang Jiang! Jiang Jiang! He shouted frantically at the doorway. Come out. Hurry, I have something to ask you. Jiang Yunmo felt as though he might burst from the weight of his pent-up thoughts. It seemed that Jiang Jiang harbored countless secrets, all unknown to him, despite being family. Why did they conceal their matters so deeply, refusing to share? Or was it that they were deemed unworthy of trust, thus deliberately hidden from their knowledge? Upon realizing this, a heavy, suffocating sensation pressed against his chest, instantly silencing his emotions, amplifying his discontent to a profound degree. At that moment, other members of the Jiang family returned one after another from outside. Just speak from outside. I find it inconvenient to open the door right now. Jiang Jiang's voice echoed from within the house. Jiang Yunmo found himself at a loss for words, though his mind was brimming with inquiries and reproaches. He hesitated to voice them. He pondered what thoughts occupied Jiang Jiang's mind. To be frank, she was not much older than he was. Yet her actions remained inscrutable to him. It seemed that regardless of what they did, Jiang Jiang consistently treated them as outsiders. Upon this realization, Jiang Yunmo's anger dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of powerlessness. Jiang Jiang, I actually have many questions for you, but I know that even if I ask, you would not divulge the answers. We are, after all, bound by blood. Despite having lived in this household for so long, I am acutely aware that you still regard me as an outsider. Is it for this reason that you sought me out? Jiang Jiang inquired softly, a hint of amusement creeping into her tone. By the end of her statement, she was nearly stifling a laugh. Jiang Yunmo was indeed overly sheltered by his family. Even as he stepped into the tumultuous world of entertainment, he remained remarkably innocent and unsullied. How should one put it? It was truly a source of envy and jealousy. Do you not think your behavior towards me, or rather, towards everyone, is somewhat excessive? Indeed, it is rather over the top. Jiang Jiang paused for a moment. And then what? Jiang Yunmo was taken aback. Jiang Jiang, should you not share your experiences with everyone and embrace their affection? Do you wish to ponder what you are truly saying? Jiang Jiang was thoroughly skeptical of whether this person was speaking with any semblance of rationality. Chapter 467. No interest in reopening old wounds. Whoever told you that I must divulge all my past experiences to you? Jiang Yunmo. I believe you are ill-suited for a career in the entertainment industry. You would be better suited as a tabloid journalist, reveling in the excavation of others' histories. Jiang Jiang scoffed. The past, indeed, was a painful subject for her. Allowing others to recount past events was akin to ripping open wounds that were on the verge of healing, exposing them for all to see, inviting further ridicule. Frankly, Jiang Jiang had lost interest in such self-destructive behavior. Jiang Yunmo, realizing belatedly that he was utterly no match for Jiang Jiang, whether in terms of rhetoric or logic, as soon as Jiang Jiang opened her mouth, all of Jiang Yunmo's thoughts became lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless for an extended period. After finally organizing his thoughts, when he managed to articulate them, those words emerged as if devoid of any rational thought, as if uttered by someone lacking mental acuity. Indeed, Jiang Jiang's intellect was remarkably sharp, beyond ordinary comprehension. You can choose to tell me or not. I no longer wish to concern myself with your decisions. Frustrated, Jiang Yunmo felt that further communication with Jiang Jiang was futile. After expressing her irritation, she turned and descended the staircase. By chance, she encountered Jiang Yunzhou at the door. With his hands tucked into his pockets and clad in casual athletic attire, it was evident he had just returned from a workout. Jiang Yunmo instinctively scoffed. This Jiang Jiang is utterly unapproachable. Indeed, I am aware, Jiang Yunzhou replied, glancing at the location of Jiang Jiang's room upstairs, his expression unperturbed. It was clear that he had grown accustomed to such matters. Jiang Yunma retorted. Why didn't you remind me then? Did you intentionally dig a pit for yourself, eagerly awaiting your own downfall? Jiang Yunma mused that lacking discernment and intelligence were two distinct issues. Yet he somehow managed to embody both. Jiang Yuzhou had also watched the live stream recording that day, and it was the first time he realized that his younger brother lacked not only insight but also common sense. Where is the evidence of that? Jiang Yunma exclaimed, biting back his displeasure in response to the sudden accusation. Perhaps you should reflect on your actions today. Jiang Yunzhou patted his shoulder, clearly exasperated. Jiang Yunma widened his eyes. To be honest, if it weren't for me today, Jiang Jiang would have been whisked away by that Jing Yu fellow long ago. Oh, Jiang Yunzhou raised an eyebrow. Indeed, you have done well. Jiang Yunma mused that Jiang Yunzhou must be cursing himself inwardly, and he would wager 100 yuan that Jiang Yunzhou was indeed berating himself. You can't even read people. I know you're about to drive me to my wit's end. That Jing Yu, despite his seemingly gentle and affable demeanor, was far from benign. He harbored a multitude of wicked thoughts. Observing his own incredulity, Jiang Yunma felt an exasperated breath catch in his chest, muttering curses under his breath. Jiang Yunzhou cast a glance at him, urging him to speak civilly. Jiang Yunma, choosing silence, hastily departed. Fine, if he would refrain from speaking, then let it be. He would merely play the mute. Once Jiang Jiang was taken away, he would relish watching them seek a place to lament. Chapter 468. How could it be so noisy after enduring an entire day of incessant chatter from Jiang Yunma? Jiang Jiang, having taken a shower and donned a fresh outfit, could still hear Jiang Yunma's voice echoing in her ears. It was utterly unbearable, if given the chance. Jiang Jiang would have wished to sew this person's mouth shut. How could one have so much to say in a single day? So many questions to ask. It was not as if they were in a perpetual state of inquiry. However, amidst his foolishness, there was a certain charm to his inquisitive nature that she couldn't help but find endearing. Unbeknownst to her, a smile began to form at the corners of Jiang Jiang's mouth. In this moment, she felt as if the noise was not quite so bothersome after all. As night fell, the inky sky was adorned with countless stars, and the air was thick with the scent of festivities, while the flow of cars continued unabated. Inside a sleek black sedan, Huang had been busy all day, utterly drained of energy. Upon entering the vehicle, he slumped into the passenger seat, appearing utterly deflated. Were it not for the presence of others, he would have preferred to lie flat and feign death. Exhaustion was indeed palpable, however, and cast a few glances his way and remarked, "You look quite disheveled right now." In this industry, one must always be mindful of their image, as one can never predict when a candid photograph might be taken. A moment's carelessness could potentially tarnish one's reputation, and had witnessed numerous individuals whose careers plummeted due to the actions of those around them. Therefore, it was prudent to maintain a certain level of scrutiny over one's companions. "I know I'm tired, but it's not that severe," Huang replied, aware that his current state was exacerbated by overwhelming fatigue, which had also affected his temperament, prompting him to retort, "When things go awry, let us see if you still feel so carefree." Frustrated, responded, "What do you mean by that? What harm does it do for me to take a moment to relax? Just focus on driving. If you veer off into the greenery, tomorrow's headlines will feature you." Huang had navigated this industry for quite some time. From his early days as an obedient novice, he had honed his acerbic wit. Initially, he would endure 10 insults without uttering a word, but now, should someone dare to insult him, he would retort with 10 comebacks. His grievances had grown immensely powerful. Fortunately, his professional skills had also advanced, leaving little room for others to hold anything against him. Kuan, taken aback by the abrupt remark, chose to remain silent, concentrating on driving. After approximately 5 minutes, Huang glanced at Kuan as if recalling something significant. "What are you up to?" Kuan felt a shiver run down his spine under Huang's gaze. "Nothing." Huang hesitated, directing his attention to the scenery outside the vehicle. "What is the matter? Speak your mind, or get off the car if you're not going to say anything." Kuan despised this kind of reticence from those around him. If there was something to be said, it should be expressed plainly, rather than mumbled like a fool. After a moment of indecision, Huang finally spoke. "Have you seen that popular variety show lately? The one featuring celebrity families, with Jiang Yunma participating." "Oh," Kuan responded, "so? Jiang Jiang is also recording for that show. What is the big deal? Jiang Jiang is part of the Jiang family after all. In this industry, there are hardly any secrets. A little inquiry reveals everything." He continued, dismissing the situation as unremarkable. However, Huang cautiously interjected, "The issue isn't just that, it's Jiang Yunma's teammate, Jing Yu, is also participating in this recording. So what if he is? That is not unusual." Kuan's demeanor shifted instantly as he became alert, scolding, "Can you speak without panting so much? It is not as if one is unaware. The moment one hears of Jiang Jiang interacting with members of the opposite sex, a certain individual is bound to lose their composure. I am not exaggerating. I speak only the truth. Huang attempted to justify. Look, the two have already gone live, and their interaction seems quite harmonious. Furthermore, with the editing by the production team, it appears as though they have already garnered a fan base. He presented the replay of today's broadcast. Kuan cast a glance. And on the screen, the two were seated comfortably, seemingly doing nothing at all. However, one could sense the subtle tension in the atmosphere. An astute observer would easily discern that these two shared a deeper connection. Suddenly realizing the implications, Kuan quickly urged, turn it off. Don't flaunt it like a conspicuous sore thumb. If someone were to, bring it here, a languid voice interrupted. Kuan froze. While Huang felt a sudden wave of anxiety, the two novices instinctively raised their heads, their gazes colliding in midair. The awkwardness palpable enough to make one want to disappear. Jingge, you're not asleep? Huang laughed nervously, reasoning that as long as he maintained a fade of ignorance, the other party would not hold him accountable. Bring it here. Little did he know, Liang Yinqing wore a stern expression, entirely unfazed by this tactic. Kuan, momentarily bewildered, quickly interjected, what is going on? What is the deal? Huang has this tendency to sneak off and watch trivial things without us. Such content is hardly worth your time. I am not deaf, he implied, clearly indicating that he had overheard the previous conversation between the two. Instantly, Kuan and Huang fell silent. It was a grave miscalculation. It is entirely their fault for indulging in such delightful conversation, completely neglecting their responsibilities. Huang, adhering to the principle that a wise man does not suffer immediate losses, silently handed over his phone. Upon unlocking the screen, a familiar visage appeared before him, and as Liang Yinqing's fingertip gently traversed the display, his expression quickly turned rigid. He observed her, radiant with laughter, gazing adoringly at the man beside her. Liang Yinqing pondered, when did this occur? His tone remained unchanged from his usual demeanor, however. When he returned the phone, a distinct clatter startled the two individuals in front, causing them to break into a cold sweat. Yet, it dawned on Kuan that their ancestor was likely incensed at that moment. After regaining composure and managing her expression, she attempted to pacify him, saying, this is merely a recording session. The editing techniques must have been flawed. I suspect they were merely exchanging pleasantries. Moreover, Jiang Jiang is probably participating in this program due to financial constraints. It is unlikely she intended to record. How do you know she is in need of money? Liang Yinqing remarked, sensing something amiss. Kuan realized her blunder, her face contorting with distress, revealing that the girl had, in truth, approached her previously, requesting assistance in securing a part-time job. Unbeknownst to her, this had somehow culminated in moving tables and engaging in arduous, menial tasks. Chapter 470. Jiang Jiang is truly exceptional. Liang Yinqing cast a cold glance, swiftly connecting the dots. Are you referring to the incident when she fell down the stairs last time? Kuan was rendered speechless by the retort, his expression reflecting greater distress. Jiang Jiang. He was reluctant to divulge this matter. It is simply the case. Am I your employer? Or is he? He shot a frigid look at Kuan, caught off guard by the sudden reprimand. Kuan, aware of his fault, managed a hollow laugh, his gaze awkwardly wandering elsewhere. Driving to the Jiang residence, unable to intervene, Kuan decided to let it be. Let these two young lovers be as they will. If he interfered further, he would be the fool. After a day of recording, Jiang Jiang took a shower and stretched comfortably. The life of a celebrity is not one for the faint-hearted. Being scrutinized by cameras from every angle is an immensely uncomfortable ordeal. And Mingzhu, having witnessed the day's recording, felt a surge of sympathy for Jiang Jiang. She had been tirelessly persuading Jiang Yunma all along. After all, Jiang Jiang was new to this industry and was unaware of its intricacies. As a seasoned veteran in this field, how could you have promised me that you would take good care of her? Is this truly how you care for her? Having watched today's recording, and Mingzhu was filled with frustration. How could her foolish son not take better care of his precious daughter? Heartbroken, she found herself utterly at a loss. All those years spent in this circle seemed utterly futile. No, she must seize this opportunity to have a serious conversation with her son. It simply could not continue like this. Had she not cared for Jiang Jiang properly? It was clear that Jiang Jiang did not require her care, was it not? Jiang Yunma felt a profound sense of frustration upon hearing this, and Mingzhu was taken aback. What was happening? Jiang Jiang was exceptionally talented and needed no guidance from her. Jiang Yunma was sincere, not joking. He, too, wished to mentor Jiang Jiang and demonstrate his own abilities in her presence. However, after the recording today, he realized just how remarkably capable Jiang Jiang truly was. How should one articulate it? She stood before the camera without a trace of nervousness. To put it bluntly, she performed exceptionally well. She understood the camera angles and even possessed knowledge of certain industry-specific jargon. To be frank, those terms were ones he had painstakingly learned over time. It felt as though Jiang Jiang was aware of everything. It rendered him feeling rather inept. Moreover, her sense of humor in front of the camera and her ability to engage in conversation at just the right moments left Jiang Yunma in awe. Admittedly, he had not perceived this before, but after an entire day of recording, he came to realize that Jiang Jiang was indeed extraordinary, not just ordinarily so. What nonsense are you speaking? Jiang Jiang has never been in this industry. She knows nothing, and Mingzhu cast a reproachful glance at Jiang Yunma. With a gentle sigh, Jiang Yunma remarked, I must tell you all, Jiang Jiang truly possesses remarkable qualities. Although reluctant to acknowledge it, the truth remained that Jiang Jiang was indeed exceptional. In chapter 471, and Mingzhu gazed at her child, somewhat incredulous that such words had emerged from Jiang Yunma's lips. Given her understanding of this child, she never anticipated such unreserved admiration for another. Yunma has grown up, she thought, feeling a sense of comfort as she patted his shoulder. She had worried about the possibility of spoiling him, yet it seemed he still understood propriety and restraint. It was merely that his schooling had commenced a bit later than usual. Jiang Yunma, feeling slightly embarrassed by his mother's praise, felt his cheeks flush crimson. No, it's not that I've grown up, he stammered, his face adorned with a blush. And Mingzhu smiled, choosing not to expose his embarrassment. By the way, mother, have you tasted the dishes prepared by Jiang Jiang? Jiang Yunma eagerly sought to shift the topic. And Mingzhu hesitated for a moment, recalling what she had observed in the live broadcast earlier. Isn't Jiang Jiang's cooking not very good? She could understand, as the child had always been picky with food, and naturally, her culinary skills would be lacking. It was only for the sake of the variety show that she had to step into the kitchen. No, Jiang Yunma shook his head earnestly in denial. Jiang Jiang's cooking is exceptionally delicious, truly delightful. His repetition of exceptionally delicious clearly indicated his conviction regarding the quality of Jiang Jiang's meals. Is that so? And Mingzhu found the situation utterly astonishing. Jiang Yunma was notoriously picky about his food, and if he claimed it was delicious, it must indeed possess a remarkable flavor. A pang of regret washed over in Mingzhu, had she known. She would have chosen to remain here with Jiang Jiang to assist in the program's recording instead of venturing out with the others. However, upon reflection, she realized that Jiang Jiang was still quite young. How could she possibly possess such culinary prowess? The thought stirred a subtle ache in Mingzhu's heart. How much hardship had that child endured outside? How could she be so skilled at everything? Lost in contemplation, Jiang Jiang descended the stairs. Clad in the pink nightgown Mingzhu had purchased for her, a smile of contentment graced Mingzhu's face. Good evening, Jiang Jiang greeted somewhat stiffly. After spending the entire day apart from Mingzhu, she belatedly felt an odd sense of disorientation. Are your friends waiting for you outside? Jiang Yunma raised an eyebrow. Jiang Jiang hesitated. Well, Liang Yinqing is currently blocking the entrance to the Jiang residence, threatening to call her if she does not come down. Otherwise, he would come in. It seems this tactic never grows old for him. Undoubtedly, it was Jingyu. Jiang Yunma gritted his teeth. He had suspected that during the recording, that man had been watching Jiang Jiang intently. He had restrained himself in the presence of the staff, but now that the recording had concluded, he had rushed to find Jiang Jiang. What wicked intentions could he possibly harbor? No, Jiang Jiang shook her head, reluctant to discuss it with Jiang Yunma. How can that not be the case? I perceive you as someone who is surrounded by a mere handful of individuals. One could easily ascertain, with just a count of 5 fingers, that the only person seeking him at his doorstep is none other than Jingyu. Who else could it possibly be? And yet, I remind myself not to regard myself as an innocent 3-year-old, naive and oblivious to the world. It is not true that I am completely unaware. Jiang Jiang finds herself utterly exasperated by him. How can one be so juvenile? Chapter 472, An Outburst of Anger. Jiang Jiang. Do not mistake me for a mere child of 3. I know you are deceiving me. Jiang Yunma narrowed his eyes, speaking with utmost seriousness. This prompted Jiang Jiang to contemplate ignoring him entirely. What is there to deceive? What could possibly be the point? This person truly is infuriating. I'm going out, Jiang Jiang declared. Concerned, Jiang Yunma initially intended to offer a few words of caution but felt awkward instead. He casually remarked, Jiang Jiang, you must be cautious now. There are many nefarious individuals lurking outside. That Jingyu may appear innocuous, but his intentions are far from pure. He is certainly not a good person. Jiang Jiang responded with a puzzled expression. Huh? And Mingzhu also cast a bewildered glance in his direction, clearly perplexed. What on earth is this child talking about? Noticing that he had captured their attention, Jiang Yunma became animated, asserting, I tell you, do not place too much trust in others, especially at night. If someone invites you out, you must absolutely refuse. What if they lead you to a secluded corner and sell you off? You would be left with no place to weep. Jiang Jiang gazed at him, a sudden thought flashing through her mind. This is madness. Absolute madness. This individual is undoubtedly deranged, speaking without a moment's thought, merely blurting out words. Jiang Jiang has grown weary of him and has chosen to leave outright. Look at her. Did I not warn him about the multitude of dangers lurking outside? Why does he refuse to heed counsel? In stark contrast, and Mingzhu shook her head, indicating that it was of little consequence. Jiang Jiang is not a mere child. She possesses her own discernment, aware of who embodies virtue and who embodies vice. Yet, your words are so disjointed. What thoughts occupy your mind? It is clear that this child should not be praised. After such praise, listen to her subsequent words, which seemed devoid of any cerebral processing. Jiang Yunma, unexpectedly reprimanded, felt a twinge of displeasure but ultimately chose silence. Very well, in this household, you are the villain. Regardless of what you say, it is deemed incorrect. Upon exiting the Jiang residence, Jiang Jiang felt a wave of unease. She had gradually joined this program without informing Liang Yinqing, and the lack of communication during this period made her apprehensive about his potential anger. When he becomes enraged, it can be quite intimidating. The mere thought of his anger elicited a sharp intake of breath. While lost in her thoughts, she walked forward, oblivious to her surroundings. Must one not pay attention while walking? Suddenly, a sharp reprimand jolted her from her reverie, and she lifted her gaze, colliding with a pair of dark, profound eyes. The figure stood with arms crossed, leaning against a black sedan. Is it out of guilt that she must lower her head? The scolding was laced with a peculiar tone, leaving Jiang Jiang momentarily stunned. What now? During the recording of the program, a certain demeanor was displayed, yet upon seeing me, an entirely different countenance emerged. Does my face appear so frightening as to provoke such a startled expression? At this moment, Jiang Jiang has come to a complete realization. Liang Yinqing is indeed angry. However, it is not merely that. Aware of her own faults, Jiang Jiang, with a restrained temperament, attempts to explain. Which expression is it? Is it the one that finds joy in recording the program with others? Liang Yinqing's face is utterly grim. Jiang Jiang, do not be angry. I am not angry. Stubbornly, like a child. Jiang Jiang, somewhat inappropriately, lets out a laugh. End of this chapter. Chapter 473. Do you even realize what you are laughing at? Laughing at his cuteness. Yet, this is a sentiment Jiang Jiang cannot articulate, and she instinctively understands it must remain unspoken. Did you see that? Jiang Jiang silently retreats a couple of steps, forcing a dry laugh, attempting to feign innocence. Liang Yinqing's expression grows colder, his demeanor darkening. Do you think I am blind or deaf, unable to see or hear? Yet you presume that those around us would remain silent about this? Jiang Jiang fervently shakes her head, insisting, that is not my intention. Please do not be overly upset. Liang Yinqing gazes at her, incredulous that this little one still has the audacity to speak. His expression remains somber, yet within his eyes lies a hint of helplessness. What compelled the decision to agree to participate in the program? Jiang Jiang has always shied away from the limelight, yet this time, she finds herself prominently before the camera. Jiang Jiang forced a smile and said, well, Jiang Yunma mentioned that I could leave the Jiang family, so I agreed. Although it is rather unethical to use Jiang Yunma as a shield during this period, it is evident that there are not many better alternatives given the current circumstances. Liang Yinqing's expression appeared excessively fierce, causing Jiang Jiang to feel intimidated. Huh? Liang Yinqing scoffed, clearly unfazed by her attempt. Do you take me for a 3-year-old who would believe such nonsense? When have you ever been afraid of such matters? Caught off guard by his revelation, Jiang Jiang's posture stiffened. Her entire being became more rigid. With a forced smile, her gaze wandered aimlessly. Don't be so disbelieving of me. I said. I'm not. Ultimately, whether due to her guilt or other reasons, she could not finish her sentence. In the past, she might have laughed it off effortlessly, but this time was distinctly different. It could not be brushed aside as casually as before. Liang Yinqing regarded her with an inscrutable expression, his mature and indifferent features, in the dark depths of his eyes concealed a simmering fury. Jiang Jiang, how long do you intend to use such childish tactics to placate me? Suddenly exposed, Jiang Jiang felt at a loss, instinctively raising her head to force a smile at him. Don't smile. Those 2 words were remarkably fierce. Jiang Jiang felt a twinge of fear, momentarily suppressing her expressions. I shall not smile anymore, she murmured, her demeanor reminiscent of a child who had erred. Please don't be too angry. Liang Yinqing gazed at her in silence, the air thick with unspoken words. Jiang Jiang, feeling a ripple of anxiety, ventured, Liang Yinqing, are you truly very upset? Even at this juncture. This little creature dared to provoke him further, questioning the extent of his anger. He turned his face away, unwilling to meet her gaze. Jiang Jiang, do you truly comprehend? He was acutely aware that his expression must appear quite forbidding, and thus he restrained himself from shouting at her. Jiang Jiang, in her confusion, shook her head helplessly. I don't know. I truly don't know. That seemingly light remark ignited a fire within Liang Yinqing's heart. Chapter 474. Your life is meant for learning. A sense of foreboding surged within Jiang Jiang. Indeed, the next moment, the man spoke in a tone that was deceptively calm yet laced with mockery. You are unaware that I dislike seeing you with other men? You fail to recognize how it bothers me when you smile at others? Even more so, you are oblivious to the fact that I have granted you countless opportunities to return to my side, yet you persist in testing my patience. Jiang Jiang, do you genuinely know nothing, or are you willfully pretending to be ignorant? The final words spoken were laced with a hint of bitterness, leaving Jiang Jiang in a state of bewilderment. It felt as if something had detonated within her mind, shattering her sense of direction and clarity. Only after a moment of realization did she connect the dots, recalling Liang Yinqing's care for her over the years. This, it turned out. Jiang Jiang, overwhelmed with embarrassment and shame, averted her gaze, unable to suppress her self-reproach for her own foolishness. Why had it taken her so long to realize this? So, Jiang Jiang, when will you finally turn to look at me? When will you cease to overlook my presence? Liang Yinqing believed he could endure until the day Jiang Jiang would glance his way, or perhaps even bestow upon him a smile. In that moment, he thought, everything would be worthwhile. Yet, reality proved otherwise. That day seemed perpetually out of reach. Whenever she faced him, it was as if she never cast a glance in his direction. Upon this realization, Liang Yinqing comprehended fully. He could only pry this tortoise from its shell himself. Otherwise, it would remain hidden indefinitely. Liang Yinqing, please, think carefully before you speak to me. The man leaned in slightly, lowering his gaze to meet hers. His tone and volume markedly softer than before. Jiang Jiang, you cannot look away. If I were to seek others, you cannot disregard me. A surge of panic welled up within Jiang Jiang, compelling her to respond. However, despite opening and closing her mouth several times, she found herself utterly unable to utter a single word. The absence of those two words rendered her feelings painfully inadequate. The moment she spoke them aloud would only evoke laughter. Her steps instinctively retreated. Do not evade. The authoritative tone, commanding in nature, abruptly pulled her wandering thoughts back to reality. Suppressing her unusual sentiments, she steadied her mind and regained her composure. Liang Yinqing, I apologize. I have regrettably overlooked your unusual feelings for me all these years, and I am truly sorry. It is entirely my fault for not addressing it properly. Jiang Jiang steeled herself. Yet, I currently have no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship. You have no intention of dating anyone at all? The other party clearly had no intention of letting her off the hook, even pressing in with an aggressive undertone. Indeed, Jiang Jiang nodded emphatically. At this age, I wish to focus my thoughts on my studies. Education is far more rewarding than such matters. Liang Yinqing felt a rigidity envelop him. Here it came again. Was her previous life devoid of sufficient study? Was this lifetime solely dedicated to learning, forsaking all else? Chapter 475. Couldn't one consider work? Jiang Jiang, I have previously mentioned that this world encompasses more than just academics. There are other pursuits worthy of attention. Liang Yinqing felt as if he might shatter his back teeth. Jiang Jiang tilted her head to regard him. Is that so? Liang Yinqing confronted the issue with piercing directness. You cannot bring your gaze to rest upon me, can you? You cannot even attempt to draw closer to me, can you? His inquiry was straightforward, leaving no room for respite. Jiang Jiang sensed his displeasure and began to reflect on whether her words had been unclear, thus leading to such a misunderstanding. It became evident to her that clarity in communication was essential. Shaking her head, she replied, Liang Yinqing, I have previously expressed my stance on this matter. I truly lack the inclination to engage in a romantic relationship. She recognized her own profound selfishness, regardless of whom she might engage with. She could never offer her heart wholeheartedly. Such behavior would be profoundly unfair to anyone involved. Rather than perpetuating this cycle, it would be far better to resolutely refrain from pursuing romance altogether, as this would be in the best interest of all parties involved. Liang Yinqing remained silent, his expression darkening ominously. Standing beneath the dim glow of the street lamp, it was difficult to discern his emotions. After a few moments, he pressed on, Jiang Jiang. Are you implying that regardless of who the person may be, you will not entertain the thought of a romantic relationship? He retorted coldly. Jiang Jiang furrowed her brow, her mind swirling with turbulent images, rendering her momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Jiang, answer my question. Is it true that no matter who the person is, you have no desire to pursue a relationship with them? Liang Yinqing seemed resolute, unwilling to let go of this point. Jiang Jiang felt somewhat exasperated by his incessant questioning. With a resigned glance, she nodded firmly, stating, yes, regardless of who the other party may be, I currently have no such thoughts. Liang Yinqing, with a stern expression, seized upon the subtlety in her words. Currently, or in the future? Jiang Jiang found his relentless and probing tone exceedingly irritating. Yang Yinqing, what exactly do you want? Why do you persist in this manner? Her tone was laced with frustration. Is it not you who failed to adequately address my inquiries? Why do you fixate on such trivial matters? Shouldn't your focus be on your work, contemplating ways to expand your business empire? The narrative seemed inconsistent with the conventional portrayal. Shouldn't one devote more time and attention to their professional endeavors, striving to cultivate their commercial domain? Yang Yinqing abruptly fell silent, merely observing Jiang Jiang intently. Why are you looking at me like that? Have I said something amiss? I don't perceive your ambition as being any less than mine. Jiang Jiang was momentarily rendered speechless by his words. After a half-hour's pause, she finally regained her composure and retorted somewhat irritably, "Who asked you to dwell on inconsequential matters? You want to concentrate on your work and not be preoccupied with trivialities." Yang Yinqing responded. What an exceedingly paternalistic remark. The girl before him possessed a delicate, fair visage, her rosy lips parting and closing as she spoke in an antiquated manner. End of this chapter. Chapter 476. The Oblivious Jiang Jiang. Liang Yinqing felt as if he were on the verge of madness. This heartless little creature, lacking in conscience herself, was intent on dragging him into her moral abyss, was she not? Not everyone possesses the same lack of awareness as you, Jiang Jiang. The phrase lack of awareness was laced with a certain gritted teeth intensity. Oh, Jiang Jiang, lost in her thoughts, responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement, which could only be described as a rather perfunctory yet surprisingly earnest reaction. Jiang Jiang, are you even listening to me? Can you not perceive my anger and displeasure? His frustration was unmistakably evident. Why could she be so utterly carefree, as if nothing amiss had transpired? Yang Yinqing felt an overwhelming sense of defeat, akin to playing a lute to a cow. I'm not, Jiang Jiang replied with utmost seriousness, shaking her head. With restrained patience, she explained. Since I have no intention of being upset with you, I simply choose not to listen to your words. The way he spoke was strangely peculiar. Jiang Jiang understood that such remarks should not be taken to heart. Once they were, the unfortunate consequences would inevitably befall her. If that were the case, why should she strive to comprehend the tone and meaning behind his words? The atmosphere suddenly froze. What do you want me to do? What must one do to capture her gaze, even if just for a fleeting moment? Jiang Jiang shook her head, asserting, you need not do anything. Simply continue to be yourself. She was painfully oblivious to the nuances of love, naively believing that her words were clear enough. Yet this individual clung to the topic with relentless tenacity. What purpose did such fixation serve? In this oppressive darkness, the girl widened her eyes, their clarity shimmering like crystal. Yang Yinqing, tapping his fingers, found himself utterly at a loss. He parted his lips, attempting to utter a word, but after a single syllable, silence enveloped him once more. His gaze ultimately descending in resignation. After all these years, he ought to have recognized that Jiang Jiang's thoughts were not aligned with this matter, no matter the effort expended. Her existence remained confined within her own little world, a fortress of solitude. The two remained in a stalemate for several moments, unable to bear the stifling atmosphere any longer. Jiang Jiang, with her carefree demeanor, inquired, "May I return now?" She had additional filming duties the following day and wished to depart. Liang Yinqing was taken aback, having encountered many and different souls, yet none quite as unbothered as she. "You may go," he replied, a hint of defiance in his tone. "Oh." Jiang Jiang seemed oblivious to the undertone, nodding in agreement. "You should return early as well. The night air is chilly, and I wouldn't want you to catch a cold. If you do, there are still many tasks left unfinished. At this moment, one can still find the inclination to care for oneself." Jiang Jiang is indeed a commendable individual. Liang Yinqing could no longer restrain himself and turned around. It was better not to look back. Upon doing so, he beheld Jiang Jiang's silhouette. That figure was tall and elegant, her back straight, striding away from him with unwavering resolve as if she intended to exit his life altogether and never return. Chapter 477. It is indeed worry after finishing her bath. Jiang Yunma surprisingly did not return to her room. Instead, she took a seat on the sofa, feigning sophistication as she raised her teacup, sipping water repeatedly. Her gaze incessantly wandered outside, and upon seeing no one, a hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes. To mask this sense of defeat, she pretended to lift her empty cup for another sip of tea, and Mingzhu, observing her antics, chuckled and remarked, "My dear, you are indeed worried about Jiang Jiang. She is quite capable of managing her affairs and will take good care of herself." "Who says I am worried about Jiang Jiang? I am simply enjoying tea on the sofa," she retorted, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment after her true feelings were exposed. Like a stubborn duck, she adamantly denied the reality of the situation. All right. I understand you are not concerned about Jiang Jiang. You are merely resting on the sofa." And Mingzhu refrained from stating it outright, yet her words carried an unmistakable sting, akin to an unintentional confession. "I said it is not as you think," Jiang Yunma exclaimed. a touch of exasperation creeping into her voice. And Mingzhu, observing the scene beside her, could only shake her head in resignation. It appeared that the individuals in her household were all rather obstinate. Approximately 10 minutes later, Jiang Jiang entered the room and stood at the entrance to change into her slippers. She stepped into a pair of plush bunny slippers, the floppy ears bouncing joyfully with each step, exuding an extraordinary sense of vitality. These slippers had been deliberately purchased by Mingzhu for Jiang Jiang. Initially, Jiang Jiang had intended to refuse wearing them. However, upon meeting in Mingzhu's pleading gaze, her heart inexplicably softened. By the time she realized it, she was already wearing the slippers. Jiang Jiang, you're back. Are you hungry? Mama can prepare some boiled vegetables, or perhaps make you some soy milk to drink. How does that sound? This child had spent an entire day recording a show, busy with various tasks, and even had to cook for the two of them while neglecting her own meals. Naturally, it was only right to prepare something nourishing for her. Over time, the awkwardness and discomfort had dissipated. From the initial stage where Jiang Jiang only nibbled on a few morsels, she had grown to actively assist in preparing her favorite dishes. No matter how small the portions, as long as the child enjoyed it, everyone would feel delighted. No need, Jiang Jiang replied, feeling it would be somewhat troublesome, shaking her head in refusal. It's all right, just sit here for a moment, have something to eat, and then head upstairs to rest. How can you sleep well on an empty stomach? This child was far too resilient. Jiang Jiang found herself unable to refuse and nodded slightly. And Mingzhu, filled with joy, ventured into the kitchen to prepare, while Jiang Jiang sat in the living room, inevitably crossing paths with Jiang Yunma through their gazes. The moment their eyes met, Jiang Yunma seemed to seize an opportunity, inquiring with curiosity, "Who is the person you went out with?" "A friend," Jiang Jiang replied tersely, wishing to leave it at that. "Impossible. When did you ever have friends? I know you well. A person like you has never had any companions, and yet someone has come looking for you." It was evident that Jiang Yunma had forgotten the sting of past encounters, having dismissed how he had previously been rebuffed. Chapter 478. Spare me your PA. Jiang Jiang couldn't help but grit her teeth, shooting a fierce glare at Jiang Yunma. Instead of taking offense, he seemed to find amusement in her reaction, escalating his teasing. "I'm being serious. There are far too many bad people out there. You must protect yourself. It's best to keep your distance from those unrelated individuals." Jiang Jiang felt an urge to slap him. How could he be so unreasonable? She had merely stepped out for a moment, not been abducted by human traffickers. "You're so annoying. Just stop talking." Even now, Jiang Jiang was trying to restrain herself, attempting to avoid any confrontation with him. However, Jiang Yunma was unrelenting, continuing, "Advice often falls on deaf ears, and when something truly happens, you'll find yourself at a loss for where to weep." Well, Jiang Yunma admitted that he had somewhat deliberately frightened Jiang Jiang. However, such a didactic behavior towards others is truly commendable. It is no wonder that those at home often lecture him. If it were directed at himself, he would also relish it. And Mingzhu could no longer endure it and interjected, "Speak properly. Do not bully your sister. Just because she is not very talkative does not justify your tormenting her." "I am not bullying her. I am merely stating a truth," he retorted, clearly indicating that in this era, honesty is often met with disdain, whereas people prefer to hear falsehoods. After speaking, he cast a pointed glance at Jiang Jiang. "Oh my." Witnessing Jiang Jiang's discomfort was simply delightful. Jiang Jiang wore a tense expression, and Mingzhu, observing this scene, felt a twinge of exasperation. When did Jiang Yunma become so loquacious? He was never this talkative before. Ultimately, Jiang Yunma stood up, patting her shoulder, adopting a demeanor of false concern. "Jiang Jiang, it's not that I am saying." "Shut up." Unable to endure any longer, Jiang Jiang seized the opportunity while he was momentarily distracted and forcefully pushed him away. "Why do you have so much to say? Can't you remain silent for a moment?" The pent-up frustration erupted at last as she glared at him. Despite Jiang Jiang's seemingly delicate appearance, she possessed considerable strength and pushed him away with ease. Caught off guard, Jiang Yunma found himself toppled onto the sofa. "You!" Jiang Yunma exclaimed in disbelief. "How I wish you would direct your preaching toward others rather than me. I cannot fathom how many times I have heard such admonitions, cloaked in the guise of concern by those who presume to be mentors, continuously attempting to manipulate her under the pretense of goodwill." In her youth, she was naive enough to believe every word spoken by those around her. Jiang Jiang clenched her fists tightly. Though her expression remained impassive, her resistance was evident. She sought to convey to Jiang Yunma that she disapproved of such treatment. "I did not intend to," she began, only to be interrupted. "You claim it is for my benefit?" Jiang Jiang cut in, her beautiful eyes reflecting the startled visage of Jiang Yunma. With a cold smirk, she unreservedly exposed his intentions. "Surely, you merely wish to satisfy your desire to lecture." Jiang Yunma, still somewhat immature, displayed a look of panic upon being unveiled, his gaze darting about in confusion. End of chapter. Chapter 479. Do not abandon your post. Jiang Jiang issued a warning. Jiang Yunma. Do refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you. Her countenance was stern, and her entire demeanor radiated profound displeasure. She harbored a deep disdain for those who, fully capable of comprehension, feigned ignorance, treating others as if they were fools. Observing her fury, Jiang Yunma retreated further into his shell. He mumbled, a dog biting El Dongbin. Unable to recognize a good heart. With that, fearing retribution, he fled. Jiang Jiang furrowed her brow in discontent, and Mingzhu observed her demeanor and mistakenly assumed she was unwell. What is it? Did that boy say something to upset you? Jiang Jiang shook her head, indicating that she was fine, although Mingzhu ceased her inquiries. Her gaze remained anxiously fixed on Jiang Jiang. It was only when Jiang Jiang's furrowed brow relaxed that Mingzhu finally breathed a sigh of relief. This child was not one to wear her emotions on her sleeve. If she was this agitated, it was evident that Jiang Yunma, that mischievous rascal, must have done something quite bothersome. After consuming some vegetables, Jiang Jiang ascended the stairs and found Jiang Yunma standing at the door, with a face devoid of expression. She remained silent, awaiting his initiation of conversation. Jiang Yunma, feeling somewhat timid, admitted, "It was my clumsiness. I should not have uttered those foolish words. Are you worried that I will not assist you with the program recording tomorrow?" Jiang Jiang cut straight to the point, giving him no chance to elaborate. Jiang Yunma thought to himself, I am doomed. How is Jiang Jiang so astute? I barely utter a word before she immediately discerns my intentions. Is she a parasite residing within me? As he lifted his gaze to meet Jiang Jiang's, he was suddenly engulfed by a sense of being trapped. He felt the urge to act cute and silly, yet realized how immature that would be. He regretted his actions deeply. Why had he provoked Jiang Jiang? Why had he said such frivolous things? Where had the tape gone? He intended to silence himself with tape, forcing himself to speak nonsense. Jiang Jiang, with her sharp tongue, questioned whether he was worried about his ability to navigate this circle, which prompted his arrival. Jiang Yunma. So, this is about wanting to reduce himself to a state of utter disarray for Jiang Jiang's amusement? He reluctantly steeled himself. Sister, let's converse properly. Jiang Jiang reprimanded softly. Well, one must be consistent in both life and endeavors, right? Since the recording of this program has commenced, we must strive to see it through. Abandoning it halfway would not bode well for anyone involved. Indeed, this sentiment was something he gleaned from Hong Jie, who asserted that once spoken, such words are unassailable by anyone. Jiang Jiang crossed her arms defiantly. I am not someone who sees things through to the end. Who told you that I am? What difference does it make to be consistent if one is unhappy? Jiang Yunma. One cannot simply abandon tasks at will. Cornered, Jiang Yunma disregarded the implications. The contract had been signed, and thus, paying the penalty for breach of contract was not out of the question. Jiang Jiang raised an eyebrow. End of this chapter. Chapter 480. Adding back in Jiang Jiang looked at him earnestly, devoid of jest. Jiang Yunma stood there, bewildered. Eventually, he lowered his head and sincerely apologized. I'm sorry. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Jiang paused briefly, acknowledging, I understand. She did not expect Jiang Yunma to apologize so swiftly. Are you still angry? I am not angry. You are lying. You are indeed angry. I have already said that I am not angry, Jiang Jiang insisted. Jiang Yunma cast her a sidelong glance filled with disdain, asserting, you clearly are a bit irked. Why pretend otherwise in front of me? What harm would it do to reveal a fragment of your emotions? Would it be catastrophic? Probably not. Stung by his words, Jiang Jiang inexplicably felt guilty and turned her head away. He has confirmed it. Jiang Jiang was just teasing him on purpose. Humph. Jiang Yunma let out a displeased huff and mimicked her action, turning away as well, stifling a laugh. He suddenly realized that, in truth, spending time with Jiang Jiang was not as dreadful as he had imagined. Upon returning to his room, he retrieved his phone. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. A series of notifications chimed, the sound indicating that someone had added him on WeChat. He opened it to find, Jingyu has requested to add you as a friend. Lin Jifeng has requested to add you as a friend, along with several unfamiliar individuals sending friend requests and some missed calls. Jiang Jiang was disinclined to accept these strangers as friends or to return those calls, so she chose to feign ignorance. She lay down and closed her eyes. Yet, moments later, Jiang Yunma's irate voice echoed through the stairwell. Jiang Jiang, come out. Your phone has called my number. It's so annoying, so very annoying. Jiang Yunma felt as though he might explode from frustration. Just as Jiang Jiang was about to drift into slumber, a look of bewilderment crossed her face as she opened the door. Is someone looking for me? Indeed. Jiang Jiang stared at him for a few seconds, her expression peculiar. Jiang Yunma handed her his phone, urging her, what are you dawdling for? Answer the call. Is this phone a bomb or something? Why aren't you picking it up? After taking the phone, Jiang Yunma, lacking the habit of eavesdropping, turned and walked into the room. Jiang Jiang. Jing Yu's voice, as always, was cold and indifferent, ringing in her ears. Jiang Jiang contemplated hanging up. If you hang up, I will call back. The other party seemed to anticipate her next move. His calm tone laced with a hint of threat. Do you find this amusing? Blocking my number and refusing to add me on WeChat. Do you genuinely think this is amusing? Reveal my number and add me on WeChat, he commanded, raising a hand to press against his slightly pained forehead. Jiang Jiang took a deep breath, suppressing the rising irritation within her. No. Jing Yu paused for a moment. So, you expect me to call Jiang Yunma whenever I need to reach you? Is there anything you wish for him to relay to you? That is fine. Aren't you afraid? After all, Jiang Jiang, you are not the same as you are now. Jing Yu, you are shameless. Mentioning the past infuriated Jiang Jiang beyond measure. This person always employed various tactics to force her into submission. Add me back. Those 3 words bore a distinctly commanding tone. Jiang Jiang chose to ignore him and abruptly ended the call. End of chapter. Chapter 481. Are you only capable of threatening others? As Jiang Yunma powered on his computer, a knock resounded from the door, causing a stir of anxiety within him as he glanced at the disarray of his room. Just a moment, he called out, hurriedly shoving items from his bed into the bathroom. Once he completed this task, he cast a final, anxious glance around to ensure everything was in order before opening the door. Thank you, Jiang Jiang said, standing at the threshold with a phone in hand. Oh, Jiang Yunma responded, lightly sliding his finger across the screen, instantly revealing the interface. The screensaver displayed a family portrait, showcasing several joyful faces beaming at the camera. At the center stood Jiang Yushu, her confident and radiant features glowing, unmistakably a girl cherished by her parents and siblings. A wave of panic surged through Jiang Yunma, prompting him to hastily shut off the phone. This action only intensified the impression of a guilty conscience. Jiang Jiang turned to leave. Jiang Jiang, Jiang Yunma called out, his impatience evident. Is there something else? Seemingly recalling something, Jiang Jiang replied, if this is about tomorrow's shoot, you need not worry. I have already agreed to participate. So we will proceed as planned. No, that's not it. That's not what I meant, Jiang Yunma stammered, his anxiety palpable. Who could know that he intended to say something entirely different? Please, go on. Jiang Jiang gazed at him, her expression one of confusion. Jiang Yunma initially intended to discuss the matter of the screensaver, yet found himself faltering, unable to articulate a single coherent sentence despite his prolonged hesitation. Standing there, awkwardly at a loss, he was left with nothing but a dry chuckle, an epitome of embarrassment. Jiang Jiang cast a concerned glance, her eyes silently inquiring about his well-being, before simply stating, take care of yourself, and turning away without further ado. As Jiang Yunma closed the door, the memory of Jiang Jiang's swift departure stung him, making him wish he could slap himself twice. Why? Oh why? Did he not change the screensaver? Why persist with the old one? The thought drove him to the brink of madness. He couldn't help but wonder if Jiang Jiang would retreat to her room and shed a few tears, feeling a sense of injustice. Yet, a moment's reflection led him to think otherwise. Jiang Jiang was resilient, and no matter the circumstances, she likely wouldn't cry. But still one could never be certain. In the end, it became evident that Jiang Yunma had indeed overthought the situation. Upon returning to her room, Jiang Jiang finally relented and accepted the friend request. Her profile picture displayed a stark black background, devoid of any details. She originally intended to scrutinize it closely, but inadvertently tapped to initiate a conversation, prompting the other party to send a playful nudge. Jingyu? Jiang Jiang, with utmost seriousness, replied with 2 words, slipped up. Jingyu. Their exchanges lay in a playful dynamic, one daring to jest while the other earnestly responded. Jingyu, are you free tomorrow? Jiang Jiang, not available. The day after tomorrow? I am unavailable. Jingyu, shall I go to the Jiang family to find you? Jiang Jiang, is this the only tactic you employ to coerce others? Could you not resort to alternative strategies? You frequently show up unannounced, and those unaware might think they owe you a substantial sum. Jingyu, do you only ever tell me you are unavailable? Jiang Jiang again contemplated removing him from her contacts. End of this chapter, chapter 482. Dreaming only of Jiang Jiang. Jingyu, are you thinking of deleting me again? Jiang Jiang could almost envision his cold demeanor on the other end of the phone, his brow furrowed, his expression grim, having been seen through. Jiang Jiang ceased to feign indifference and sent a series of ellipses before ultimately turning off the screen. She lay back and closed her eyes, adopting a snail's pace. As long as she could retreat into her shell swiftly enough, no one could harm her. Jing residence. Jing's mother noticed the light still on in her son's room. Jingyu, she called softly. The man standing by the window remained silent, turning slightly to meet her gaze. Jing's mother hesitated. Are you? And Jiang Jiang. Jingyu, it is quite late. The doctor advised you to rest more. Jing's mother detected his tone, which conveyed a desire to avoid further conversation. A look of helplessness crossed her face. Jing, you cannot hold a grudge against me. I harbor no resentment towards you. Both were tacitly aware of unspoken matters. Yet each was acutely conscious of the truth lying beneath their silence. The tone of Jing Yu grew increasingly frigid. I will see you out. Jing's mother barely had a moment to utter a word. She was unceremoniously ushered out by her son. Standing at the threshold, Jing's mother was enveloped in anguish. To be treated this way by her own child would cause discomfort in any mother's heart. The mere thought of the instigator filled her with rage. Yet she felt utterly powerless. After all, her son harbored feelings for her, and with that alone, she found herself unable to take action against him. Inside the room, Jing Yu unlocked his phone and opened their WeChat chat interface. He observed a barrage of ellipses from her, followed by a complete absence of response. He realized she had retreated into her shell like a turtle. This was a familiar pattern. Whenever confronted with something frightening, he habitually withdrew into his shell, avoiding any attempt to resolve the issue at hand. It was not that it was impossible to confront. Rather, he thought, Jiang Jiang, this cannot continue. Some matters must eventually be faced and addressed. Retreating indefinitely into one's shell would not yield any solutions. Regrettably, at that moment, Jiang Jiang was lost in slumber, wholly disinterested in the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunma was tossing and turning throughout the night, experiencing insomnia for the very first time. Who could fathom the reason behind his sleeplessness? The moment he closed his eyes, he envisioned Jiang Jiang, suitcase in hand, weeping as she left home, lamenting that no one in the household treated her as family. Jiang Yunma was consumed with anxiety, running about, shouting, and calling out in desperation. He wished to hold on to Jiang Jiang to prevent her from leaving, yet she seemed to escape with an inexplicable swiftness. Despite his desperate pursuit, he found himself utterly exhausted, unable to keep pace, and soon she vanished from his sight. Jiang Yunma felt a surge of anxiety as beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead. It was only upon awakening that he realized it had all been a dream. Initially, it was tolerable, but as the dream recurred multiple times, it became a tormenting cycle of either Jiang Jiang's demise or her departure. Jiang Yunma found himself overwhelmed, pondering the depth of animosity or grievances that could lead to such haunting dreams. He contemplated forsaking sleep altogether, fearing that slumber might once again invite those bizarre visions, ultimately leaving him utterly drained. Chapter 483. A revelation from the detention center. Jiang Yunma, upon noticing the dark circles under his eyes, was momentarily silent as he beheld Jiang Jiang standing before him, a slight headache forming. Good morning, Jiang Jiang, he greeted with a remarkable display of politeness. Good morning, she replied, taken aback by the unusual courtesy he displayed. A flicker of surprise crossed her gaze. So, did you sleep well last night? Jiang Yunma stumbled over his words, hastily adding, recording the show can be quite exhausting, so you must ensure you rest properly. Are you still half asleep? She retorted, her expression betraying her disdain. What nonsense are you spouting so early in the morning? Jiang Yunma felt an urge to disappear. In the living room of the Jiang family, members of the production team gathered together, engrossed in discussion. From the moment Jiang Jiang stepped into the living room, the crew fell completely silent, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief directed at her. The assistant director stared at her for a few seconds, his gaze peculiar. Is there something you need? Jiang Jiang inquired, cutting straight to the point. A nervous chuckle escaped the assistant director, enveloping the space in an awkward atmosphere. Jiang Jiang remained composed, her face devoid of any hint of panic or unusual expression. She had long since grown accustomed to the scrutiny of others. Jiang Jiang, have you seen the recent comments from netizens and the messages on Weibo? The assistant director asked cautiously, fearing he might inadvertently say something amiss. No, Jiang Jiang admitted, showing little interest in the online discourse. Well, it seems that someone has been discussing you. Would you like to take a look? The assistant director's words were laced with hesitation, yet in the next moment, he opened Weibo's trending headlines along with some comments to show Jiang Jiang. A photo accompanied the headline. Jiang Yunma's sister had once been in a juvenile detention center. The image depicted her with short hair, sitting on the edge of a bed, her gaunt face expressing a vacant gaze, lacking any semblance of vitality. She was dressed in clothing emblazoned with the name of the detention center. Oh my goodness. Is that girl truly Jiang Yunma's sister? Is she the same girl I saw in the video? At that time, she must have been quite young, around 13 or 14 years of age. How could someone so young end up in a juvenile detention center? It seems inconceivable, especially given her family's respectable background. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. Such a seemingly gentle girl could have found herself in such a place. I have heard that children like her either engage in fights or commit serious offenses. My goodness. This should not be the case. The Jiang family is well regarded. How could they allow their daughter to enter such an environment? It is said that only those involved in brawls end up in juvenile detention. Seeing her sister's gentle demeanor is truly shocking. How could she have committed such acts? Someone above interjected, cautioning against spreading rumors, for it might be mere hearsay. Everyone is questioning the authenticity of this news. Although there are photographs, one cannot dismiss the possibility of manipulation. After all, the Jiang family is not of humble origins, and certain gossip should not be carelessly circulated. Chapter 484. Suspension of the program recording soon. Another voice emerged, claiming that this Jiang Jiang had not grown up in the Jiang household at all. Jiang Yunma's true sister is actually Jiang Yinshu, and the two had been swapped at a young age. It is said that Jiang Jiang initially grew up in an orphanage before being adopted, only to be returned to the orphanage due to issues concerning her character. This assertion immediately captured the collective attention of Jiang Yunma's fans. Oh my goodness. No wonder this sister appears to be utterly unfamiliar with her brother. It turns out they have never lived together since childhood. What on earth is the production team thinking? Allowing such a sister to participate in a program with our Jiang Yunma? What could possibly be their rationale? It seems I have been blind. The rumors that a friend had leaked were indeed true, and I had thought them false. How absurd that all sorts of strange characters can share the screen with our Jiang Yunma. Just yesterday, she was recording with Jingyu, such a mischievous girl. The comments on Weibo erupted like wildfire. The fanbase of the idol boy group is already immense, and with apparent astroturfing, the official Weibo account has been completely overwhelmed. As more and more uninformed onlookers joined the fray, there were hardly any rational voices left to await clarification. The majority were incited incessantly. Phrases like "Who does Jiang Jiang think she is to be recording a show?" surged to the trending list, escalating in an exceedingly peculiar manner. Coupled with her recent recording alongside Jingyu, this undoubtedly added fuel to the fire, prompting a collective outcry against Jiang Jiang, with demands for her to withdraw from the show. In the living room, Jiang Yunma cast a panicked glance at Jiang Jiang, who sat there immobile. The more silent she became, the more anxious he felt. In such a situation, he wished fervently for Jiang Jiang to shout at him or hurl a few harsh words his way. For instance, if I express my unwillingness to participate in this program, yet you insist on my involvement, when complications arise, I find myself helpless. The events have unfolded, and what alternative do I possess? I could weep in distress. If that suffices. Jiang Jiang slowly lifted her head, grasping the teacup from the table, sipping it delicately, appearing utterly unfazed. The fans beneath the official blog were truly formidable. In an effort to quell the unrest, the production team was compelled to suspend the recording. Apologetically, they bore the equipment away from the Jiang residence. Jiang Jiang, are you feeling upset? If so, you may speak to me, Jiang Yunma offered. Jiang Jiang set down her cup, remaining immobile. Jiang Jiang, Jiang Yunma exclaimed, urgency lacing his voice. After a minute passed, Jiang Jiang finally raised her head and glanced slowly. I apologize for prematurely concluding your work. How to articulate it? She had committed to this recording, yet due to her circumstances, the filming had to be halted. Jiang Jiang felt a twinge of guilt. Jiang Yunma, exasperated yet amused, replied, at a time like this, such matters should not weigh heavily on you. Oh, Jiang Jiang murmured, casting a glance. You. Jiang Yunma was momentarily taken aback. Is that all it takes? Chapter 485. All of it is true. Jiang Jiang, do you not feel troubled? Do you not feel wronged? Jiang Yunma's concern was palpable. The negative reviews were overwhelming, and attacks on Jiang Jiang's character were rampant. Reflecting on the early days of my career, I too encountered disparaging reviews online. I told myself it wouldn't be disheartening, yet deep down, it undoubtedly was. From the perspective of one who has traversed this path, I can affirm that Jiang Jiang must indeed be feeling the weight of it, albeit she has chosen to endure it silently. Jiang Jiang shook her head, insisting, I'm not upset. Oh, if you're not upset, how can that be? I countered, why should I be bothered? The opinions belong to others. They are free to express whatever they wish. It has no bearing on me. While it seemed somewhat incredulous, Jiang Yunma had to concede that Jiang Jiang's assertion held a glimmer of truth. Thank you for your concern, he replied. Jiang Jiang rose, her demeanor exuding an air of feigned nonchalance. Jiang Yunma mused that had her movements been even slightly slower, he might have doubted her sincerity. However, the swiftness of her actions, coupled with her almost instinctive responses, left little room for doubt. Jiang Yunma also stood, towering over her at nearly 1.80 meters. Do not let it trouble you, he advised. The internet is rife with various individuals, perpetually seeking to undermine you, criticizing this aspect or that. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he added, his gesture somewhat comical. Jiang Jiang could not help but chuckle. Thank you for comforting me. So, how do you wish to address these matters now? After the occurrences of those events, Jiang Yunma began to exhibit greater prudence. Whenever matters concerning Jiang Jiang arose, he would invariably consult her. It is indeed essential to demonstrate respect for others. Frankly speaking, Jiang Jiang has yet to determine how to navigate this situation. Perhaps I could assist you in clarifying it? Jiang Yunma pondered that this issue bore a slight connection to himself, and regardless of the circumstances, it was only natural for him to offer his help. Moreover, the behavior of individuals online has been utterly outrageous. How could they fabricate rumors to such an extent? There is nothing to clarify, for these matters are fundamentally true. Jiang Jiang chuckled. What could one possibly clarify? The statements made by those netizens are, in fact, accurate. Really? Jiang Yunma suddenly felt a wave of unease wash over him. Just as he remained enveloped in shock, a call from Hongjie came through. Hiss! Jiang Yunma instinctively inhaled sharply. Despite his concerns, he did not dare to delay in answering the call. Hongjie. On the other end, Hongjie was suppressing her frustration. What is happening? How do you intend to handle this matter? After painstakingly securing him a spot on a show poised for imminent fame, this unforeseen incident had suddenly emerged. However, Hongjie was quick to react. No matter how urgent the situation appeared, it was futile to panic. The immediate priority was to devise a solution to this dilemma. Jiang Yunma sighed, contemplating whether to admit the truth outright. Jiang Jiang acknowledged that these events had indeed transpired in the past. Since that is the case, it would be better to straightforwardly acknowledge it. Such an admission would benefit everyone. Chapter 486. Delete. Hongjie. Jiang Yunma spoke with an earnest tone and demeanor, sounding utterly devoid of jest. Hongjie, feeling a twinge of anxiety as if recalling a certain matter, cautioned, do not post recklessly on Weibo. Jiang Yunma hesitated momentarily while switching to his phone to open Weibo. It was as though everyone possessed the ability to read minds, aware of his every action. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, I understand. On the other end of the line, Hongjie continued to express her unease about something. But Jiang Yunma let her words go in one ear and out the other, smiling at Jiang Jiang. Jiang Jiang, feeling somewhat fatigued, waved her hand dismissively, indicating her intention to head upstairs. Jiang Yunma, feeling a sense of unease, implored, Hongjie, can we possibly discuss this tomorrow? I have something to attend to at the moment. Hongjie. The call ended abruptly. Jiang Yunma hurried after Jiang Jiang, calling out, Jiang Jiang, wait for me. I have something to say. However, Jiang Jiang entered the house without looking back, decisively shutting the door behind her. Once again, the illustrious Jiang Yunma found himself left standing outside the door. In the dimly lit rental apartment, Jiang Qingqing gazed at the rising popularity of a Weibo topic, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Serves her right. Who asked that arrogant Jiang Jiang to behave so? Truly, fate was on her side. The photograph taken at the detention center was one she had seen in Jing Yu's study. At that moment, she was unaware of the inexplicable impulse that compelled her to slip the photograph into her pocket. A persistent voice within her echoed, assuring her that it would prove useful one day. Thus, she chose to keep the photograph, never anticipating that it would indeed serve a purpose in the future. A fierce glint ignited in Jiang Qingqing's eyes. This time, she was determined to make her adversary experience the bitter taste of disgrace, hoping to plunge her into a metaphorical abyss from which she could never rise again. Suddenly, the phone on the table illuminated, and upon glancing at the caller ID, Jiang Qingqing felt a surge of exhilaration. Yet, before she could utter a single word, Jing Yuge, a cold voice resonated from the other end. Delete the photo. Retract the hired public relations team, and allow the topic to fade. The series of commands carried an unmistakable tone of authority. Jiang Qingqing was taken aback, her expression betraying a hint of panic, but she quickly masked it with a smile, gripping her phone tightly as she feigned ignorance. What are you talking about? I don't quite understand. The voice on the other end grew increasingly ominous. Jiang Qingqing, not everything leaves no trace. A wave of anxiety washed over her, yet she continued to resist comprehension. I still don't quite grasp your meaning, she insisted through gritted teeth. You cannot wrongfully accuse me. Just because I have a conflict with Jiang Jiang, it does not imply that I am responsible for this. I did not do this. I truly did not. You should consider whether Jiang Jiang has offended someone, which could explain the hostility directed towards her. Jiang Qingqing expressed this in one breath, mentioning that she had heard that Jiang Jiang had made numerous enemies recently. Jiang Qingqing, do you believe that everyone else is as foolish as you? Chapter 487. I want to resolve this myself. I refuse to accept it. I simply cannot comprehend why Jiang Jiang receives the care of all of you. Why do you consistently overlook me? Jiang Qingqing was filled with resentment. How could she possibly be at peace? No matter how much psychological reasoning she concocted for herself. The moment Jiang Jiang's name arose, her mental state became exceedingly unstable, her face contorted with rage. I assure you, I will not delete it. I refuse to erase it. She desires to see Jiang Jiang suffer. She cannot bear the thought of Jiang Jiang living so joyfully. She wants to plunge Jiang Jiang into the same abyss of despair she herself. Mingzhu exclaimed with urgency. He has completely sealed off this information. We must not allow Jiang Jiang to see it. Jiang Jiang descended the staircase, her eyes downcast. Jiang Jiang, you need not fear. We will manage this situation. Jiang Yunzhou reassured her. Jiang Jiang forced a faint smile, replying, thank you. Yet, her words carried a tone of formality and distance, revealing the underlying tension. It was evident that things had taken a turn for the worse. Jiang's father slammed his hand on the table, asserting, do not be afraid. Your father will take care of this matter for you. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Jiang Jiang's eyes. Thank you, she responded, her tone remarkably calm. Jiang's father was taken aback, his temples throbbing. Jiang Jiang, what is wrong? Jiang Jiang lifted her gaze and inquired. Is there a problem with you helping me handle this matter? If it causes you any trouble, you need not assist me. Realizing the complications involved, Jiang Jiang thought it best not to burden others and decided to seek alternative solutions herself. Sweetheart, how could you think that way? Your mother and I are here to help you through this. Please trust us, her father urged. The memory of Jiang Jiang moving out of their home sent a chill down Mingzhu's spine, filling her with profound regret. Why had she allowed her daughter to bear such a burden? Why subject her to the scrutiny of others? Clenching her fists, Mingzhu seethed silently. Mother will not let those people get away with it. Don't be afraid, Jiang Jiang. It seems she is eager to prove something, and indeed. She takes out her phone and begins dialing a number. Jiang Jiang feels a surge of emotion. It turns out that when she encounters difficulties, there is truly someone who can stand before her to help resolve the issue. I think I know who is behind this, Jiang Jiang softly states. Who is it, Jiang Jiang? Tell us, and I will help you retaliate, Jiang Yunma declares, patting his chest, exuding an air of atonement. It's all right. I wish to handle this myself, Jiang Jiang replies with a slight smile. Chapter 488. Someone to lean on. Can you really handle it on your own? Jiang Yunan, who had been silent, expresses a hint of skepticism. Jiang Jiang appears delicate and accommodating, leading him to wonder if she knows how to manage this situation. Having presumably never faced such a challenge before. I do know, she asserts, her smile unwavering, yet the three words resonate with strength, entirely devoid of jest. The Jiang family suddenly realizes something. Jiang Jiang truly is remarkable. After a brief silence, Jiang father opens and closes his mouth several times before finally making a decision and voicing his opinion. All right, you may resolve this on your own, Jiang Jiang. I have my doubts, but the condition is that you must not harm yourself. If you encounter any problems along the way, feel free to consult us or seek our assistance. Regardless of the situation that arises, do not worry. We will help you manage it. The implication is clear. You may act freely, for we stand firmly behind you, alleviating any concerns, whether in this life or a past one. Jiang Jiang had never encountered such words. She had always faced her challenges alone, enduring silently, reluctant to expend excessive time and energy on trivial matters. Thus, she bore the burdens that were never hers to carry. However, today seemed to herald a change. She realized that she had a multitude of supporters behind her, allowing her to pursue her endeavors without hesitation. The support of her parents was a truly wonderful revelation. Jiang Jiang smiled, not a guarded, perfunctory smile, but a genuine expression of joy. All right, I know how to handle this. She understood what needed to be done and reminded herself to avoid self-harm. Jiang Yunan, observing her demeanor, recognized that Jiang Jiang was indeed aware of her own feelings. He chuckled softly and donned his coat before heading to the office, recalling the many individuals waiting for the meeting in the conference room. Jiang Yunzhou, feeling a twinge of concern, cautioned her once more. If it's beyond your capability, don't force it. After this, he followed her out. In recent times, he had been shadowing Jiang Yunan at the company, absorbing knowledge about its operations. Having spent nearly a week away from home, upon hearing the news, he hurriedly returned from the office. The two brothers exited together, exchanging a tacit understanding through a glance in the courtyard. Jiang Yunan retrieved his phone and coldly instructed the person on the other end, investigate a few matters for me. His voice carried an icy detachment, and a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. It seemed he had turned his thoughts towards the Jiang family. Perhaps he was tired of life itself. Jiang Yunzhou raised an eyebrow, perceiving that his elder brother was genuinely angered. A cold chuckle escaped him. It was well-deserved, after all. The other party owed much. After the two brothers departed, Mingzhu's gaze swiftly shifted to Jiang Yunma. Jiang Yunma's heart raced under her scrutiny, rendering him somewhat tongue-tied, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Why? Why are you looking at me with such a peculiar gaze? I didn't leak anything or speak of those trivial matters. There's no need for such a look. It's not me. He was mistaken. Indeed he was. Chapter 489. So, have you really been inside? Did you destroy the flowers in my garden? And Mingzhu's words effectively silenced in Yunma, who was about to feign ignorance. I watched yesterday's recording, she remarked with a sidelong glance of disdain. Now think about how you should rectify this situation. Well, there was a slight mishap. Just let me explain. He stammered. Help me out here. He pleaded, if I've indeed destroyed so many plants, why has no one come looking for me? Am I just waiting here for someone? Jiang Jiang, come to mama. I'll help you replant the flowers. Were you perhaps a bit frightened by those events? Do not be afraid. The matter will surely be pursued to its conclusion, and you need not worry. And Mingzhu's gaze fell tenderly upon Jiang Jiang. I am not afraid. Jiang Jiang smiled, a dimple gracing her cheek, looking exceedingly adorable. The memory of the Jiang Jiang in that photograph, her eyes hollow and her visage gaunt, pierced in Mingzhu's heart with sorrow. Our Jiang Jiang is the best and bravest. She is truly a wonderful child. Did those events truly occur? Have you really been in a juvenile detention center? Truly. Jiang Yunma, caught between recklessness and curiosity, chose to indulge his inquisitiveness. It is not his fault. The situation utterly exceeded his comprehension. He could not fathom how Jiang Jiang could have found herself in such a place at that age. As soon as the words left his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the living room. A gust of wind swept through, causing the curtains to rustle ominously. Jiang Jiang turned to Jiang Yunma with a smile. Yes, it's true. I have been there. Is there a problem with that now? Hearing Jiang Jiang's forthright admission, devoid of any hint of denial, exuded an air of acceptance. Jiang Yunma found it hard to believe. How could Jiang Jiang have endured such painful experiences? So her health had begun to decline from that time, had it? The thought caused a pang of discomfort within him. Since the truth had now been laid bare before the public, any denial would indeed be a laughable endeavor. She was acutely aware that her past experiences were shrouded in darkness, a truth that could not be concealed. Rather than allowing this shadow to linger, she preferred to expose that grim chapter to the cleansing light of day. So now you choose to stand upon your moral high ground to castigate me? Jiang Jiang asked, feigning composure as she spoke with a calm demeanor. One could hardly blame her for such a reflexive reaction upon learning of her past. Most individuals habitually whispered behind her back. The cruelty of their words was unbearable, driving her to the brink of despair, as if she were somehow connected to them. Allowing them to cast judgment so casually, Jiang Yunma felt a lump in his throat, his spirit weighed down, his features drooping with sorrow. His hands, resting at his sides, slowly clenched into fists, rendering him nearly speechless. Questions. Why must you inquire incessantly? What curious child are you, asking about this and that? And Mingzhu, her eyes reddened, glared fiercely as she pushed him away. She then grasped Jiang Jiang's hand firmly. Come, let us go to the garden. I will take you to plant flowers. The doctor had advised that children ought to engage with nature to foster healing of the spirit. Jiang Jiang, unable to resist in Mingzhu's pull, complied. Chapter 490. I am aware of my illness, Jiang Jiang. Do you like this? Or perhaps this necklace? You may also have this bracelet. I will give you the entire set of diamond jewelry. And Mingzhu, filled with joy, unveiled her cherished collection amassed over the years, eagerly thrusting these treasures into Jiang Jiang's hands. All of this is for you. It all belongs to you. Jiang Jiang. Wasn't it said that we were going to the garden to plant flowers? How did we end up back in her room? With her incessantly shoving these exquisite pieces of jewelry into her hands? Do you not like these items? If they do not please you, is there something else that captivates your fancy? You can certainly tell mother, and I shall procure it for you, all right? At this moment. And Mingzhu is intent on bestowing upon Jiang Jiang all the beautiful things in the world. Their sole desire is for Jiang Jiang to find joy. Jiang Jiang feels somewhat bewildered. What is she to do with so many jewels? As for other things she may fancy, it appears she does not possess any at present. She shakes her head. Does Jiang Jiang have a boy she fancies? If so, she can also confide in mother. At her age, she must have someone she secretly admires. Right? And Mingzhu's inquiries are rather abrupt, leaving Jiang Jiang momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief contemplation, she earnestly replies, I believe my thoughts are currently focused on my studies. And Mingzhu did not wish to hear such a response. How could a young girl express herself with such serious and elderly sentiments? Taking a deep breath, and Mingzhu continues, in truth, we are not such unyielding parents. If you truly have someone you like, you can share it with mother, and I will help you navigate the realm of romance. Her precious child needs to engage in other pursuits to divert her attention, even if it is love. Her daughter had endured an arduous life over the past several years. The mere thought of this made in Mingzhu's heart ache. I haven't been in a relationship, Jiang Jiang stammered, feeling at a loss for words. How did the conversation shift to love? Oh, I see. And Mingzhu's eyes betrayed her profound sense of disappointment. Mom knows that my Jiang Jiang is the most well-behaved girl in the world. And Mingzhu gently grasped Jiang Jiang's hand. Noticing that Jiang Jiang did not withdraw, she continued. You need not concern yourself with the opinions of others, nor worry about handling your affairs alone. We are here to support you, to help resolve any troubles you may face. You have your father, mother, and brothers. They are your pillars of strength, so there is no need for fear. And Mingzhu's voice was imbued with an unusual tenderness. I am not afraid. Jiang Jiang shook her head. I know you are not afraid. My daughter is the most exceptional girl in the world. That unabashed compliment made Jiang Jiang's ears flush crimson. Thank you. Oh, how polite you are. My daughter. You must find joy and happiness. And Mingzhu's concern was palpable. Are you happy? Are you joyful? Yet, Jiang Jiang felt a profound restlessness, completely devoid of those emotions. She was aware that she was unwell. Chapter 491. To remain in the sunshine after leaving Mingzhu's room, Jiang Jiang intended to return to her own chamber to rest. Recently, for reasons unknown, she has felt overwhelmingly fatigued and longs for a proper rest. Jiang Yunmo received a call from his elder brother, urging him to take good care of Jiang Jiang. Thus, the notion of returning to slumber was, of course, met with disapproval. Shall we go out and have some fun? As he spoke, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. Jiang Jiang deemed him to be quite deranged, her refusal unmistakably evident. Perhaps even she was unaware of the aura she exuded, a distinct disinterest in all matters surrounding her. Jiang Yunma, perceptive as he was, feigned a light-hearted demeanor and retorted. That simply will not do. What is this habit of lounging at home all day? The sun is shining beautifully outside. There are so many people and countless treasures awaiting our discovery. Do you truly believe it is appropriate to remain cooped up here, growing stale and musty? You ought to bask in the sunlight more. I find that rather reasonable. If you wish to venture out, please do so without me. I have no desire to accompany you, nor do I wish to bask in the sun. Jiang Jiang genuinely felt exhausted, her head throbbing, her body aching. She yearned to lie in a darkened space, closing her eyes to rest. Come on, let us go out and have some fun. I'll treat you to delicious treats. Jiang Yunma believed that when one is feeling down, it is essential to step outside, indulge in delightful foods, and experience the beauty of the world. For it is only then that one's spirits may lift. Without uttering a word, he firmly grasped Jiang Jiang's hand and led her outside. Jiang Jiang, unable to resist, was drawn along by him. The sleek black car glided smoothly down the road, sunlight streaming through the windows, casting dappled shadows of trees upon their faces. For reasons unknown, Jiang Jiang felt a slight uplift in her spirits. Jiang Yunmo ruffled his hair and inquired, would you like some milk tea? Which place do you fancy? When one is in a melancholic state, indulging in a bit of sweetness can remarkably elevate the mood. Just ahead, there was a large shopping mall, and the car came to a stop by the roadside. Jiang Jiang was about to decline when she caught sight of Jiang Yunma's eyes, which were brimming with a near-tearful expression. This one, she said, pointing casually at a cup. All right, I'll hop out to get it shortly. Is there anything else you wish to have? I can fetch that for you too. Considering the possibility of nosy reporters lurking about, Jiang Yunma decided it was best for her to remain in the car. That works. I won't eat much myself anyway. He thought that any refusal might lead to an endless stream of chatter, which Jiang Jiang found utterly exasperating, causing her head to throb. Fine. You stay here and wait patiently for me, she replied. Jiang Yunma signaled to the driver, instructing him to keep an eye on Jiang Jiang. The driver quickly grasped the meaning and promptly locked the car door after his young master exited. Jiang Jiang could hardly suppress a smile at this childish gesture. To take a step back, even if one wishes to leave, who could truly impede their departure? Chapter 492. A Heart in Turmoil. Jiang Yunmo reflected on how Jiang Jiang was quite the picky eater, excelling in the art of refusing this and that. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yunma's hands, while shopping, could not cease their activity. He seized every delectable item in sight, hoping that even the slightest taste from Jiang Jiang would suffice. Thus, the assortment of goods in his hands began to multiply. Just as he prepared to check out, he heard a voice that was all too familiar. Jiang Yunma. He lifted his gaze to find Jing Yu standing there. What does he want? His arms already burdened with numerous purchases. And the thought of someone waiting for him in the car only heightened his irritation, reflecting on the comments of netizens. He couldn't help but feel their words were somewhat directed at him. He had counted. Jing Yu had the most fans, and they were the harshest in their criticisms. Naturally, Jiang Yunma could not muster a pleasant demeanor in his presence. What do you want, Jiang Jiang? His tone dripped with impatience, his entire being radiating resistance towards this person, who was undeniably vexatious. Jing Yu furrowed his brow. I know what happened. I came to find your sister. What's the point? The damage is done. Seeking her now is futile. Things have already spiraled into chaos, and you still come looking for Jiang Jiang. What do you intend to say to her? Jing Yu's expression remained tense. I am not here to quarrel with you. You seem to think I wish to engage in a quarrel. However, I have no desire for such disputes. It is you who insists on conversing with me. Jiang Yunma's eyes nearly rolled to the heavens in exasperation, as if anyone would be eager to converse with him. Standing before him, Jingyu exuded an imposing aura that momentarily unsettled Jiang Yunma. Yet, he remained resolute, like a stubborn duck refusing to yield. I may not fully comprehend the nature of your relationship with my sister, but it is evident that you are not kin. Your approach in seeking her out is rather inappropriate. Moreover, due to your involvement, I have found myself subjected to a barrage of unjust insults. Therefore, I suggest that for the time being, you refrain from contacting my sister. To be frank, I am not particularly interested in the matters between the two of you. However, my sister is currently unwell, and it would be best if you kept your distance from her. Have you not noticed that your presence has led to her suffering as well? There is a hint of displaced anger in Jiang Yunma's words. It is quite amusing. Anyone in a similar situation would undoubtedly feel discontent. Jingyu remained expressionless as he listened to Jiang Yunma's remarks. Believing he had successfully persuaded him, Jiang Yunma felt a surge of self-satisfaction. After concluding his shopping and pushing the cart, he discovered an irate figure trailing closely behind him. Alas, yet another individual. Much like Jiang Jiang, who seemed entirely indifferent to his words, as if they held no weight whatsoever. Jiang Yunma could no longer contain his frustration. How can you be so utterly ungrateful? I have exhausted both kind and unkind words in my attempts to communicate. How could it be? Jingyu nonchalantly remarked. Jiang Yunma stood there, dumbfounded. Surely, his infuriating skills must have been acquired from the same master as Jiang Jiang. Otherwise, how could both of them exhibit such identical vexation? Truly, it was exasperating. He had worried himself to the point of exhaustion. Chapter 493. The guardedness gradually eases. The vehicle came to a halt in a nearby open-air parking lot. Jiang Jiang sat within, the temperature inside the car pleasantly inviting, inducing a gentle drowsiness. It was not the kind that begged for perpetual slumber, but rather a soothing sensation that, even upon waking, did not evoke discomfort. Jiang Yunma stood beside the car, laden with various bags. As Jiang Jiang stirred from her slumber, slowly opening her eyes, she beamed at Jiang Yunma. Time indeed possesses an extraordinary quality. Previously, Jiang Jiang had been enveloped in wariness towards the world, interacting with others in a manner that was polite yet distant, as if wearing a mask, exuding an icy detachment. However, as time progressed, those feelings of guardedness seemed to fade, and she began to engage with others without her fade, even starting to smile at herself. As if her own defenses were gradually dissipating, Jiang Yunma momentarily lost his train of thought. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Jiang Jiang had already straightened her posture, swung open the car door, and a refreshing breeze swept through, fully awakening her. Ahem. Jiang Yunma softly cleared his throat, lifting the items in his hands as if presenting a treasure. I have procured a plethora of delectable treats for you. Do come and peruse what delights you might wish to savor. Oh, splendid. Jiang Jiang did not respond, while Jiang Yunma, somewhat impatient, eagerly stuffed all the items he held into the car. He then produced a cup of milk tea, inserted a straw, and offered it to Jiang Jiang. Give it a taste. The milk tea you ordered has no sugar added. He had been attentive to Jiang Jiang's preferences, knowing she did not have a penchant for overly sweet items or those laden with excessive additives. Thus, when ordering the milk tea, she specifically selected the unsweetened option. All right. She took a tentative sip, discovering it was not as cloyingly sweet as she had anticipated, nor did it contain any unnecessary embellishments. Well, here's the thing. I encountered an acquaintance while shopping at the mall, and he expressed a desire to meet you. An acquaintance? Jiang Jiang furrowed her brow, sensing that the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. Yes, someone quite familiar. We just saw each other yesterday. Jiang Jiang realized that if she did not recognize this acquaintance by now, it would be rather foolish of her. He is here. He has much to discuss with you. I shall fetch him. Jiang Yunma felt an acute sense of embarrassment. He had not intended for it to come to this, but he found himself unable to resist the formidable presence of the individual in question. To speak bluntly, he felt rather intimidated. When that person's gaze fell upon him, Jiang Yunma felt somewhat diminished. Reluctantly, he had to concede. I would rather not meet him. Please tell him not to come. Jiang Jiang reached out to close the car door. Wait. They've already arrived. You should at least say a word or two. Jiang Yunma felt an immense sense of relief that Jingyu was standing a little farther away. If the latter had overheard those words, it might have displeased him. But why should Jingyu's unhappiness concern her? Suddenly, a gentle voice interjected, not at all displeased. Jiang Jiang was taken aback. Jingyu stood before her, offering a soft smile. Jiang Yunma was equally startled. When had this person approached? Just moments ago, he had been quite a distance away. In the blink of an eye, he was now right in front of Jiang Jiang. Chapter 494. What do you even know? Not displeased at all, Jiang Jiang turned her face, reluctant to confront him directly. I can see that you are unhappy. A hint of warmth unexpectedly graced his typically cool expression, and the displeasure almost overflowed from his eyes. Jiang Jiang responded with silence. You two carry on. I just remembered I have something to attend to, so I shall take my leave. The best strategy was to retreat, especially when the situation felt amiss. Wait a moment, Jiang Jiang said, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Jiang Yunma looked innocently puzzled, blinking his eyes. What's the matter? Jiang Jiang let out a cold laugh. I want to eat the cloud cake from Baixiang Road. Jiang Yunma was momentarily speechless. The two stared at each other, and Jiang Yunma felt as if he might crush his own teeth, finally managing to utter, all right. Baixiang Road was a 3-hour journey away. And cloud cake? Setting aside the distance and the elusive cloud cake, which one must queue for an entire afternoon, yet still may not procure. Jiang Yunma has discerned the essence of the matter. This is indeed an act of retribution against himself. A sudden wave of regret washes over him. Why did he bring Jingyu along? In an inadvertent moment, he finds himself suffering instead. Now, the burden of running errands falls upon him. And so does the sense of grievance. He ought not to have involved himself in the trivial affairs of these two individuals. With a glare directed at Jingyu, Jiang Yunma takes his leave. The chauffeur, sensing the discord, follows his young master. Thus, only the two of them remain. One sits in the vehicle, eyes closed in contemplation, while the other stands outside. Curiously, there exists a peculiar sense of appropriateness in this scene. Are you not pleased? Jiang Jiang inquires, casting a sidelong glance. Should I rejoice over my photograph being posted online, or should I take delight in the discussions surrounding it? As for the matters online, there is no need for concern. I am not worried, she retorts. In truth, the Jiang family possesses ample means to manage such situations. In mere moments, all discussions and images pertaining to her had vanished from the internet, leaving no trace. It is Jiang Jiang's first experience of such a phenomenon. And two words suddenly spring to her mind. So wonderful. Indeed, Jingyu replies softly. Leave me be. Jiang Jiang's voice carries an undercurrent of irritation, laced with a hint of grievance. Are you upset? Jingyu chuckles, a touch of helplessness evident in his laughter. Express your anger when you feel it. If there are any displeasures, direct them towards me. Jingyu sighed, acknowledging, this matter is my oversight. I failed to manage those affairs properly. Please keep your distance and refrain from discussing trivial matters. I have no desire to hear your words. To claim he was not angry would be a falsehood. Who would appreciate their privacy being exposed, discussed openly before others? Jingyu sighed again. Jiang Jiang, where did you learn the bad habit of keeping everything bottled up inside? Jiang Jiang felt her anger surge. Are you unaware of who I learned such bad habits from? Immediately regretting her words, she realized it was indeed him from whom she had learned. I understand. I am fully aware. A smile tugged at her lips, which she could not suppress. Jiang Jiang exclaimed, is this never-ending? After a moment's hesitation, she boldly retorted, you know nothing. Chapter 495. Who taught you to speak this way? A silence enveloped the space between them for a few seconds. Let us converse properly. He leaned closer, his brow furrowed, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. Jiang Jiang turned her head, an inexplicable nervousness creeping in. She remembered how much this man detested foul language. No. Why was she concerned about his reaction? She lifted her chin, ready to deliver a powerful retort, but upon meeting his gaze, she faltered, as if she intended to say something, yet ultimately remained silent. A man clad in a shirt, with a single button undone at the chest, reveals his elongated neck, his countenance exuding an air of cool detachment. Jiang Jiang, could you please repeat what you just said? His voice, soft and alluring, seemed to entice an unwitting child. I said you were the most. A voice of skepticism interrupted Jiang Jiang's words. I said you were the most annoying. You were the most bothersome person in this world. The words lingered on her lips, but she ultimately altered her statement. Yes, I am indeed the most bothersome person. He continued in accordance with her words, a silent smile gracing his features. Observing him in such a manner, Jiang Jiang felt an inexplicable surge of irritation. She coolly turned away, stating, could you please move a bit further away and not linger beside me? Sensing the chill in her tone, Jingyu remained unfazed. Standing beside her, Jiang Jiang, disinterested, averted her gaze and closed her eyes to rest. You may leave now. He gently pressed his fingers to his brow, his voice tranquil. Why are you still so childish? Whenever something displeases you, you simply wish to drive others away. Jiang Jiang, I have previously mentioned that this behavior is not beneficial. When faced with challenges, one should seek solutions rather than perpetually evade them. Jiang Jiang abruptly opened her eyes, glaring at him. It's none of your business. Ah, but it is my business, he replied, seemingly twisting her words for emphasis. Jiang Jiang could not suppress the twitch at the corner of her mouth. It was futile. Conversing with him was utterly incomprehensible. So, you intend to continue ignoring me? Is that so? He lifted his gaze, a faint chill glimmering in his eyes. The words that lingered in his throat remained unuttered. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to feign indifference. I simply do not wish to converse with you. Jingyu's eyes shifted slightly. Is it because I have done something that displeases you? Suddenly, Jiang Jiang raised her head, astonishment swiftly revealing itself in her expression before this man. So, you are aware that your actions irk me. I had assumed you were oblivious to the fact, which is why you persistently linger before me. At this point, Jiang Jiang unabashedly expressed her annoyance and disdain. Jingyu regarded her with a sense of helplessness. Jiang Jiang, please do not address me in such a manner. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jiang found it increasingly amusing. If you wish for me to refrain from speaking to you in this way, then do not appear before me. If you despise someone yet continue to hover around them, are you not simply indulging in boredom or seeking self-inflicted torment? In any case, such behavior is undeniably irksome and leaves one at a loss for words. It seems improbable that you would cease to be present before me. Jiang Jiang's entire being tensed, and she spoke, her voice unexpectedly trembling. What do you intend to do? Chapter 496. Your entire family is picky. Unheeding of the other's voice, Jiang Jiang felt a surge of unease and could not help but look up. Jingyu, I am here. The response momentarily startled Jiang Jiang, leaving her bewildered as to what prompted the man's peculiar demeanor and what schemes occupied his mind. She inhaled deeply, attempting to temper her tone. You really shouldn't linger here. It could lead to trouble if your fans or anyone else happens to see you. If that were to happen, I would inevitably be the one to face the consequences. Jiang Jiang was acutely aware that Jingyu was a celebrity, under the scrutiny of many watchful eyes. Seizing the opportunity, she sought to distance him from her presence, ideally as far away as possible. Jingyu, however, was not oblivious to her thoughts. After a brief silence, he turned his face away. Please refrain from employing such childish tactics to compel me to leave. A sense of foreboding surged within Jiang Jiang. As anticipated, the man spoke with a nonchalant tone. The more you urge me to depart, the more resolute I become in staying. Jiang Jiang felt a pang of realization, setting aside the ironic nature of his defiance. It was evident that Jingyu was not one to bow to external pressures. Are you truly determined to make me leave? Jiang Jiang replied, let us be honest. One must not appear weak. Suppressing her unease, she continued, I'm not trying to chase you away. I merely worry that you have an overwhelming amount of work. If left unaddressed, it could become quite troublesome. Indeed, Jingyu acknowledged, with such a plethora of responsibilities, prioritizing work is essential. He was amused by her clumsy tone. Jiang Jiang, when did you start worrying about my work? Jiang Jiang suddenly looked up, finding the man standing right before her, stifling a laugh. His eyes sparkled like stars, yet held an irresistible allure. Jiang Jiang sighed, realizing that arguing with him would always result in her own loss. He had an uncanny ability to manipulate her. I don't care whether you believe me or not. Just don't linger here any longer. Go wherever you wish. Think carefully before you speak. The man squinted at her. Jiang Jiang, what do you want me to do? She wanted him to leave, yet the words were caught in her throat, and she could utter nothing. All she could do was watch him, feeling increasingly at a loss. Get out of the car. Jiang Jiang grasped the seatbelt tightly. No. She resembled a ruffled little rabbit, her hair bobbing in the sunlight, sparkling with a certain allure that made one want to touch it. I'll take you to get something to eat. Jingyu restrained himself. No need. There's plenty of food in the car. He gestured toward the pile of snacks that Jiang Yunma had just purchased for her. What do you think? At that moment, Jiang Jiang felt immensely grateful for Jiang Yunma's thoughtful purchase, which looked like a small mountain of treats. Are you going to be picky again? Jingyu raised an eyebrow at the heap of snacks. Indeed, she replied with a blend of indignation and sincerity, exuding a natural demeanor. It is my fault. I had forgotten that you have always been quite particular about your food. How dare you call me picky? Your entire family is just as discerning. End of this chapter, chapter 497. Do you intend to drive me mad? Jiang Yunma ceased to tease Jiang Jiang. Being finicky is indeed a lamentable trait, detrimental to one's health. Jiang Jiang insisted, I am no longer picky. I am now eating properly. What a well-behaved child. Jiang Jiang was momentarily taken aback, his voice echoing in her ears. Soon, we shall dine. How did our conversation meander back to the topic of meals? Jiang Jiang, at that moment, chose to disregard him entirely. The girl sat motionless in her chair, her beautiful eyes cast downwards, fixated on the ground, utterly disinterested in engaging with anyone. Her gaze revealed a sense of impatience. Impatient? Could Jiang Jiang be exasperated with herself? Why would she feel that way? Jingyu furrowed his brow slightly. If she did not wish to eat, then let her be. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jiang abruptly lifted her head. Fine. The agreement was given with a lightness that bore no hint of insincerity. Jingyu chuckled softly. Ah, the pretense continues. How had he never realized how adept Jiang Jiang was at feigning? He turned back, silently observing her for several moments. The joy radiating from Jiang Jiang was nearly overwhelming. At the sound of his skepticism, Jiang Jiang felt a wave of discomfort wash over her and hastily reiterated, "You said I shouldn't accompany you for meals. The implication is clear. You cannot retract your words." "I understand. So, please do not linger here. Step away a little." When Jiang Jiang uttered these words, it was laced with a hint of probing. Jingyu remained silent, his brow furrowing even tighter. Why such disdain for oneself in these words? "Did you not just mention going to have a meal? Surely, you must be hungry. Go eat without concern for me." Jingyu's gaze shifted momentarily. But soon the turbulence in his eyes settled into calmness as he replied coolly, "I do not wish to dine at the moment." "Oh, I wish to stay here with you." Jiang Jiang felt a wave of embarrassment, her instincts urging her to close the door. Yet, the man's large hand pressed against it, halting her movement. Jiang Jiang let out a soft gasp, cautiously inquiring, "What are you really trying to do? Jiang Jiang, what are you truly evading?" Jiang Jiang paused, her previously feigned smile freezing in place. "At the slightest provocation, you retreat. Have I not previously advised you that some matters must be confronted in their entirety? Continuous avoidance will only exacerbate the situation." Jiang Jiang lifted her head and pouted, releasing her grip on the car door, no longer resisting. "So, can you now reveal what it is that you are hiding?" Her voice carried a hint of irritation as she could not help but slap the car door in frustration. Jingyu has always been regarded as the successor, nurtured under the doctrine of discreet conduct since childhood. Such an emotional outburst, as witnessed now, is indeed a rarity for him. It is evident that he is currently suppressing his frustrations. Jiang Jiang, with her head bowed, softly murmured, "I simply do not wish to divulge it to you." This seemingly innocuous statement, however, landed squarely in Jingyu's ears, igniting an even greater ire within him. "Jiang Jiang, are you intent on driving me to my demise?" Jiang Jiang was about to retort but ultimately bit her tongue, refraining from further comment. Chapter 498. It turns out Jiang Jiang has grown up. The sunlight gently enveloped the faces of the two individuals. Jiang Jiang sat quietly in the car, lost in contemplation. She was perplexed, for whenever she encountered this man, her thoughts seemed to evaporate, leaving her unable to articulate her feelings. Even when burdened with inner turmoil, she found herself silently enduring in his presence. It was truly exasperating. Jiang Jiang was thoroughly fed up with this version of herself. Thus, she needed a moment of solitude within the confines of the car to earnestly ponder her predicament. Curiously, after uttering his last remark, this man merely stood silently beside her, offering no words. The atmosphere between them grew increasingly tense. Jiang Jiang remained seated, and after a few more minutes of the standoff, she felt she could no longer maintain her composure. Stealthily, she lifted her gaze and prepared to close the car door when he was not paying attention. Regrettably, it seems that the other party had anticipated her every move, effectively halting her progress. "So, do you wish to join me in the vehicle?" she inquired, her tone light. "No worries, I shall make room for you." Upon uttering these words, Jiang Jiang prepared to alight from the car. However, as she felt pressure on her shoulder, she turned to discover that the man had firmly grasped her. "What an ordeal, and yet it seems unending." "Jingyu?" she remarked, her voice tinged with 3 parts caution and 7 parts probing curiosity. She recalled his prior warning against closing the car door. "I merely thought it inconvenient to have the door ajar here." Jingyu regarded her with a calm demeanor as she attempted to justify herself. "Then I shall close it. How would you prefer to handle this matter?" he interjected, steering the conversation directly to the heart of the issue. Jiang Jiang was acutely aware of his reference. A flicker of irritation danced in her eyes, yet she quickly blinked and raised her head with a cheerful smile. "This affair doesn't seem to concern you, does it?" The implication was clear. She felt no obligation to account to him. Jingyu found himself somewhat taken aback by her manner of speaking to him. Silent, he lowered his gaze to her. His dark eyes reflected the image of Jiang Jiang, her face sweet and obedient, each feature stirring an undeniable longing within him. Jiang Jiang was not intimidated. Thus, when their gazes met, she held his stare unabashedly. "I will manage this on my own. I assure you, there is no need for you to be informed," she asserted with conviction. "I understand, I mean. Is there anything you need assistance with?" Jiang Jiang was taken aback. "What? If you require help, feel free to contact me directly, after all. You have never dealt with this matter before." Jingyu gazed at her, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. How could she possibly have encountered such situations? "There are others who will assist me. Your help is unnecessary." Jiang Jiang's tone grew resolute. "Moreover, I am not as naive as you might imagine. I am perfectly capable of managing these matters myself." He seemed to envision her as the compliant and obedient type, one who would merely remain in her room, following his every command and adhering to his every whim. I sincerely apologize. I have never been that sort of person. So Jiang Jiang has matured, and now she is capable of handling such matters, is she? Quite impressive. His voice dropped to an almost conspiratorial whisper, their proximity amplifying the intimacy of the moment. His words pierced her ears like an arrow. Chapter 499. Are you attempting to prove something to me? It felt like a compliment, yet it was laced with mockery. A jolt of electricity surged through Jiang Jiang's spine, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Don't. Jiang Jiang, do not let him ensnare you. He is far from benevolent. Jiang Jiang, do not jest. Jiang Jiang, I realize this matter does not concern you, yet your involvement is essential. Jiang Jiang, I know you have endured injustice. Such phrases continued to echo in her ears, akin to an endless abyss, enticing her step by step to leap into its depths. Jiang Jiang, you must not succumb to his seduction, nor should you trust his words. Do you wish to relive those sorrowful experiences? Emerging from those unfathomable depths was no small feat. Are you certain? Jiang Jiang's pupils suddenly constricted, and she immediately regained her composure. She instinctively pushed the other person away, retreating to create distance. I may not be the Jiang Jiang you envision. I am not so easily swayed, nor am I inherently benevolent. On the contrary, I harbor a malicious heart, vengeful and unforgiving. So do not expect me to spare Jiang Qingqing. Jiang Jiang gritted her teeth. At the very moment the incident transpired, she received a message from Jiang Yushu, revealing the name of the instigator. She merely wished to postpone addressing the matter. Those who err must certainly face their due consequences. Jiang Jiang found his thoughts inscrutable and had no desire to speculate. With a non-committal hum, she resolved to ignore him. Minutes later, Jing Yu composed himself, his tone softened. Jiang Jiang, I believe you harbor a misunderstanding towards me. Jiang Jiang lifted her gaze. Whether it be a misunderstanding or not, I have no desire to hear your words or engage in frivolous conversation. I regret not being able to protect you back then. That is my burden to bear. Jing Yu's gaze deepened. Hearing this man invoke the past elicited a resigned sigh from Jiang Jiang. Let bygones be bygones. There is no need to resurrect old grievances or trivial matters. In truth, those memories weighed heavily upon her heart. The more she endeavored to forget, the more vividly they resurfaced in her mind, evading her attempts to escape. She simply despised the way he casually brought up the matter in front of her, as if subtly reminding her of a truth. Look, you are the only one still ensnared in the remnants of the past. How foolish that is. How could Jing Yu be unaware? Jiang Jiang, are you truly certain that you have forgotten? Jiang Jiang thought to herself that he was insufferable, not merely annoying, but profoundly so. She raised her gaze and stared at him for a few seconds before speaking. Jing Yu, I have begun to loathe you. Jing Yu was momentarily taken aback. You always seem to carelessly pry open the wounds of others. Do you intend to mock me again? Jiang Jiang smiled, her eyes cold. I have already expressed my desire to refrain from revisiting the past, yet you insist on reminding me time and again. Are you attempting to prove something to me? She began to resemble a small hedgehog, appearing calm while fiercely bristling her quills towards him one by one. Jing Yu leaned closer, speaking softly. I do not wish to prove anything to you. I merely hope you do not inflict harm upon yourself due to the mistakes of others. Chapter 500 is utterly absurd. Jiang Jiang, you were not at fault back then. You bore no blame whatsoever. Hearing this, Jiang Jiang felt a wave of laughter bubbling within her. If I did nothing wrong in the past, then why was I unjustly accused? You speak of bygone events so nonchalantly. Don't you think you are being a tad unreasonable? Jing Yu, is your mind still not clear? If your mind has not yet fully recovered, I suggest you visit a hospital before engaging in conversation with me. Jiang Jiang looked up, squinting. It was he who had chosen to bring up past events, not her. Jiang Jiang, allow me to finish my words. Jing Yu's tone was cold and detached. His habit of disregarding others' words had not changed. Jiang Jiang was momentarily stunned, incredulous, her eyes wide open. She felt akin to a mere buffoon. Silence enveloped the two of them, an oppressive stillness permeating the air. After a minute, leave. The rage she had struggled to suppress finally erupted uncontrollably. With a forceful slam, Jiang Jiang closed the car door and locked it, rejecting any further communication. Jing Yu stood there, slightly pained, belatedly realizing he must have said something amiss. The two parted ways in discontent. Upon returning home, Jiang Yunma was already seated on the sofa, waving at her with a hint of guilt. I bought various kinds of cakes and placed them in the refrigerator. Take whatever you desire. Ultimately, he acknowledged his wrongdoing in the matter, for he had promised to take her shopping, yet had purchased little and taken her to meet someone she wished to avoid. No need, Jiang Jiang replied, her expression dark and her tone sharp. Sensing the tension, Jiang Yunma immediately stood up, approaching her with trepidation. You two should be acquainted, right? Her pallor appeared so ghastly. as if she had just engaged in a fierce quarrel with someone. Could it truly be? Upon realizing this, Jiang Jiang felt a wave of dread wash over him. This, the unfortunate soul next in line for misfortune would undoubtedly be himself. As anticipated, in the very next moment, Jiang Jiang cast a dark and foreboding glare in Jiang Yunma's direction. Are you so idle? What? I said, if you're not. Then why do you constantly meddle in the affairs of others? Why persist in doing what others detest? Jiang Jiang's barrage of 3 inquiries struck a painful chord. Well, Jiang Jiang, even if you're irate, there's no need to direct it at me. Why are you being so fierce? Jiang Jiang remained silent, merely standing there, observing him with a steady gaze. It became evident that Jiang Jiang's seemingly gentle demeanor belied a fierce disposition that could surface in an instant, her countenance rigid and unyielding. It was reminiscent of Father Jiang. Whenever he had erred in his youth, Father Jiang would need do nothing more than stand by, looking at him with that piercing gaze. In that moment, Jiang Yunma felt utterly terrified. The situation mirrored those times exactly. I'm sorry, it's entirely my fault. I shouldn't have left you alone. He raised his hand in a gesture of apology, surrendering to the moment. Jiang Yunma felt a profound sense of frustration within. Chapter 501. The beginning of Jiang Qingqing's reckoning. Jiang Jiang remained silent, her expression growing increasingly grim. Jiang Yunma exhaled slowly. It's all my fault. Please, don't be angry anymore, will you? What do you wish for me to do? I shall comply with your desires. Tears brimmed in his eyes. He was on the verge of weeping. Why is Jiang Jiang so difficult to converse with? Despite pleading for mercy, she remained irate. Jiang Jiang firmly declined, stating, no need for that. Please refrain from such trivial matters in the future. They are rather dull. As reason gradually returned to her mind, her tone and demeanor became less abrasive. What is there to discuss? Perhaps it is best to let it be. Jiang Yunma genuinely feared inciting Jiang Jiang's wrath. Please, if there is anything you require of me, do not hesitate to express it. It is of no consequence. He cautiously probed. Shall I assist you in dealing with those who bully you? No need. I shall handle it myself. Jiang Jiang found Jiang Yunma both amusing and exasperating. It was evident he was attempting to curry favor with her. Are you certain you are no longer angry? Jiang Jiang, annoyed by his persistence, fell silent and simply gazed at him, using her silence to prompt him to cease speaking. Jiang Yunma, woe is me. Jiang Jiang holds grudges and remains unresponsive. Whom did she learn this from? Early in the morning, within the confines of their cramped rental apartment, the landlord had noted the overdue rent payment. Without hesitation, he knocked on the door. After a relentless 5 minutes of knocking, no one answered. Rolling up his sleeves, he raised his voice. Open the door. Open the door. Jiang Qingqing, visibly displeased, finally opened the door. What do you want? What is the matter? She had spent an entire night composing a post, only for it to be deleted within 5 minutes. At first, she thought the mishap was inconsequential, but soon realized that every piece she wrote was being deleted by someone. It dawned on Jiang Qingqing that perhaps someone was sabotaging her efforts. In a fit of rage, she filed a complaint, only to find her account suspended. She attempted to write on other platforms, yet each one met the same fate of closure. It was deliberate. She was undoubtedly being targeted. Little girl, is your anger so profound this early in the morning? What date is it today? It's time for you to pay your rent. How trivial is this? You could have simply messaged me on WeChat. Why come all this way to confront me? Do you think I cannot afford the rent? Jiang Qingqing seethed, feeling an overwhelming frustration with no outlet. Unexpectedly, she collided with a person. The landlord found the situation rather amusing. You don't answer your phone or respond on WeChat, yet you have the audacity to blame me. I was compassionate enough to rent you a place when I saw you, a young girl, struggling alone with your suitcase. And now, you can't even manage the rent? At that moment, Jiang Qingqing was too engrossed in venting her frustrations online to pay attention to her phone or WeChat. What is all this fuss about? It makes it seem as though I can't pay my rent. I assure you, I can afford your meager rent. Jiang Qingqing felt her pride wounded. Honestly, under normal circumstances, I wouldn't even consider renting this shabby place. Since you can afford it, why don't you just pay? The landlord chuckled. Jiang Qingqing gritted her teeth as she opened her phone, only to find her balance displayed as 0. What? Am I out of money? The landlord scoffed. Are you still boasting when you're out of money? End of this chapter. Chapter 502, Demanding Payment. This is rather amusing. Jiang Qingqing had never encountered such a situation. She roared with a commanding presence, I'm not saying I want to pay, so why? Why act like this? Yet her final words lacked conviction. Indeed, when she left the Jing family, she had little money remaining. After settling last month's rent, her funds were nearly depleted, having stayed in the rental unit without seeking employment. How could she possibly have any money left? It sounded as though she had capitulated. Do you think I'm a charity organization that can just hand out cash? The landlord was infuriated, gritting his teeth. If she couldn't pay, she ought to vacate the premises. Undeniably, Jiang Jiang had been raised in luxury. The experience of being pressured for payment was undeniably unpleasant. After dismissing the landlord, Jiang Jiang reluctantly dialed her mother. Jiang, why? Why are you suddenly calling me? Her mother inquired cautiously. Where are you living now? It must be inconvenient for a girl to be on her own. Why not move back in with us? I absolutely refuse to live with you, she retorted. Although they were her parents, they had not truly lived together for several years. Jiang's mother felt a pang of sorrow. It was disheartening that her daughter had been raised by others. Now, with her daughter calling. The tone and manner of speech felt utterly foreign. What parent wouldn't feel a sense of discomfort in such a situation? Well, I have run out of money. Could you send me some? In any case, Jiang Jiang has no desire to live with these unfamiliar individuals. When confronted with Jiang Jiang's request for money, Jiang's mother endured her impatience but ultimately could no longer restrain herself. Jiang, as a young girl living alone outside, I truly feel uneasy. Why don't you come back? Once you return, I will give you the money you need. Jiang's mother was also aware of Jiang Jiang's decision to move out from the Jiang family. It is not proper for a girl to live alone in a rented space. What will happen in the future? I do not wish to move in with you. I only said you should give me the money. Jiang Jiang genuinely felt that her mother was becoming increasingly exasperating. Such a simple request for money seemed to be met with reluctance, as her mother incessantly rambled about irrelevant matters. Jiang's mother's face turned pale. At that moment, Jiang's father interjected. Jiang Jiang, any issues can be discussed once you move back. If you do not return, we will not provide you with any funds. This child has been living outside for too long, and her upbringing has gone astray. Jiang's father's tone grew increasingly stern. We are aware of your actions. If you need to apologize to someone, then go and do so. Upon hearing this, Jiang's mother became anxious. Why are you saying such things to the child over the phone? Let us not delay. She should come home first. Jiang Jiang had never faced such circumstances before. During her time with the Jiang family, such matters were never hers to manage. Having been raised with a sense of superiority and a strong sense of pride, she found it intolerable to hear such remarks. Whether or not to provide financial support is irrelevant. Must you utter such harsh words? Mr. Jiang had no intention of tolerating her behavior. I see that you've been away for too long, truly believing yourself to be some sort of noble lady. Do not forget, your surname is Jiang, not Jiang. If you desire a life of extravagant luxury, our family cannot fulfill those aspirations. Chapter 503, A Child's Many Thoughts. With that, Mr. Jiang terminated the call without a trace of hesitation. What on earth is happening? A young girl living alone, renting her own place. Do you not fear for her safety? Moreover, that child has never lived independently. How could she possibly comprehend the treachery of the world? What if she falls prey to nefarious individuals? Mrs. Jiang felt a mix of guilt and concern for their daughter. What is there to fear? Is she not capable? She manages to rent her own apartment and has certainly created quite a stir. Yet when she contacts us, it is solely for financial aid. What purpose does such a daughter serve? You claim she is oblivious to the perils of life. But I perceive her youthful heart is filled with more extravagant thoughts than one might expect. Mr. Jiang cast a cold glance aside. Hasn't that child always felt embarrassed by us? Aren't we her parents? A few words rendered Mrs. Jiang speechless. The child. She did not grow up alongside us. We bear some responsibility. But that was her choice. What relation does that have to us? Mr. Jiang scoffed and turned to leave. Mrs. Jiang sighed in resignation. Jiang was not always like this as a child. She would obediently stay by their side, sweetly calling them mom and dad. When they returned home from work, she would wait at the door, bringing them slippers and saying, Mom and Dad, you've worked hard. She would affectionately lean against them, declaring, Mom and Dad, Jiang loves you the most. Yet, how did that child transform into this? It all began with a brief stay at the Jiang family residence. Upon returning, she incessantly clamored to go back to the Jiang household, insisting that it was her true home, expressing disdain for everything in her own. Then, it came to light that the young master of the Jiang family was in need of a playmate. Jiang silently made her way to the gates of the Jiang villa, crying out that her parents no longer loved her and wished to have a younger brother. With nowhere else to turn, she moved in with the Jiang family. Since then, she had not contacted her biological parents for years. They had attempted to reach out, only to receive her cold retort, You are not my mom and dad. It was a silent, soul-crushing separation. From that moment on, the couple dared not call her again. Mrs. Jiang felt a wave of disorientation. It was their failure. Their inability to care for and educate this child properly. It was all their fault. After failing to obtain any money, Jiang hastily dialed the Jiang family's number again. We're sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. After attempting to call 7 or 8 times, Only the indifferent voice of the customer service representative greeted her. Jiang Jiang found herself in a state of utter disarray. The reality was starkly different from what had been promised. Was she not supposed to support herself after moving out of the Jing family? Could it be that she had been abandoned? The moment this thought invaded her mind, she felt utterly dazed. That afternoon, after failing to receive Jiang Qingqing's remittance, the landlord swiftly arrived at her doorstep, promptly packing her belongings and unceremoniously throwing them outside. How could she expect to reside here without payment? What a foolish dream it was. With a resounding bang, the door was forcefully shut. Chapter 504. Punishment. Jiang Qingqing was ejected from her residence, her frustration reaching a boiling point. It was clear that she could not articulate her grievances to the landlord, so she resolved to confront the Jing family, demanding clarity as to why the situation had deviated from their agreement. Why was she being treated in such a manner? As she dragged her suitcase along, she had scarcely taken a few steps when a sleek black car suddenly halted before her. A figure clad in a black security uniform emerged from the vehicle. In her moment of naive optimism, she believed these individuals had come to escort her back to the Jing family, perhaps even inviting her to enter the car. In her mind, she concocted scenarios of sweet words to appease them upon her arrival at the Jing household. At that moment, she resolved to make demands, ensuring they acquiesced to her wishes. Yet, as fate would have it, Jiang Qingqing remained oblivious to the true nature of her predicament. Just as she was lost in her daydream, she raised her gaze to the window and was startled to discover that they had driven her to a desolate location. What are you doing? Where is this place? Why have you brought me here? This is not the way to the Jing family. Even Jiang Jiang, despite her naivety, sensed that something was amiss. Several individuals, seemingly oblivious, disregarded her presence entirely and escorted her into a nearby warehouse. With a resounding click, the door was shut, sealing her inside. The interior was engulfed in darkness. Open the door. Is anyone there? Please, someone, unlock this door. Jiang Jiang shouted, her voice rising in desperation as she hoped to attract attention. However, after a full 10 minutes, the silence outside remained unbroken. A chilling realization dawned upon her. Had she been kidnapped? What intentions did these individuals harbor? Fear began to grip her heart as she reached for her phone to call for help. But upon illuminating the screen, she discovered there was no signal. Her breathing quickened, panic enveloping her. What were they planning to do with her? An overwhelming sense of dread surged from her feet, engulfing her entirely. The notion of a slow, insidious torment was far more terrifying than any immediate threat. To live in perpetual fear was a torment in itself. Unable to bear it any longer, she pounded on the door, crying out, "Open up! Can't you hear me? Jiang, I know it was you who locked me in here. If you have the courage, let us speak openly instead of hiding behind this door. I demand you to open it. Jiang, you deserve to be cast aside by everyone. You deserve this torment. Hurry and unlock this door. Those who do not harbor ill intentions need not fear the knocking of ghosts. What are you doing? What do you truly wish to accomplish? Speak plainly and boldly. Such underhanded bullying is utterly unacceptable." The iron gate resounded with loud clangs, yet no one stepped forward. This cacophony persisted for a full hour before finally subsiding. Jiang Qingqing sat on the ground, clutching her knees, her teeth clenched in distress. "Jiang Jiang, our unfinished business remains. How long do they intend to confine me? What must I do to be free from their grasp? The duration of this darkness is unfathomable, and the pervasive fear intensifies." She felt an unprecedented sense of discomfort. At last, unable to endure any longer, Jiang Qingqing cried out once more, "Let me out. I command you to release me." Chapter 505. Confrontation. Jiang Qingqing was on the brink of madness. The oppressive darkness and the absence of anyone to open the door at this late hour filled her with dread. Would she truly perish in this place? The thought sent chills coursing through her. She pushed against the iron door with all her might, nearly exhausting herself. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the heavily locked iron gate swung open. A flood of blinding white light engulfed her, momentarily making her feel as though her eyes might be scorched. Just as the fear lingered, a figure emerged from the blinding light, none other than Jiang Jiang. Realizing the gravity of her misdeeds, panic surged within her. She instinctively took a step back, only to remember she was in a storage room, causing her to halt abruptly. "Jiang Jiang, is it you? Who locked me away?" Jiang Jiang's expression remained impassive, devoid of any discernible emotion. She strode towards Jiang Qingqing, her demeanor exuding an aura of confidence, as if she were backed by an invisible force. Gone was the previous timidity. She stood tall and unyielding. Jiang Qingqing clenched her teeth, a chill of dread creeping down her spine. "Jiang Jiang, what do you intend to do? Let me warn you, if you continue this way, I shall not let you off easily. You should be wary. I will not spare you." "Oh, I am curious to see how you plan to exact your vengeance, considering you merely captured those who sought to slander me," Jiang Jiang remarked nonchalantly. Jiang Jiang remained on high alert, unwilling to concede under pressure. Do not speak nonsense. Who has slandered you? Refrain from making baseless accusations. Jiang Jiang, unfazed, simply observed her. Arms crossed, radiating an air of detached amusement, as if to say, I am merely watching your performance. Jiang Jiang, undeterred, hastily defended herself. I have no idea what you are after. Are you attempting to bully me? You are merely envious of my long-standing position within the Jiang family. You are but a thief cast out, and now you seek to settle scores with me. Jiang Jiang, mark my words, if you continue this path, the police will come looking for you, and you will find it impossible to survive in this society. Her voice rose in volume, as if to bolster her own courage. Becoming increasingly frantic and agitated, her emotions spiraling into a sharp, tense tremor. Do you still need to revisit the events of the past? Very well. Let us proceed to the police station at once. I still possess the evidence from that time. We shall clarify the matter with the authorities and elucidate the truth of the situation. Jiang Jiang originally harbored some reservations, but the confidence and courage instilled by the Jiang family emboldened her. In that moment, she felt no need to endure. Under such circumstances, Jiang Jiang could not possibly admit her wrongdoing. Like a stubborn duck, she played the fool, denying, I have no idea what nonsense you are spouting. I believe you are slandering me. What evidence could you possibly possess? Even if you have evidence, I shall not concede. Jiang Jiang nodded, acknowledging Jiang Qingqing's shamelessness which surpassed her expectations. She had anticipated Jiang Qingqing's lack of integrity, but never to this extent. Jiang Qingqing was left speechless. Do not come to me with your baseless accusations. The truly shameless one is you. Individuals like you, who resort to all manner of cunning tricks, are truly detestable. Chapter 506. You took the items to sell. Jiang Jiang replied nonchalantly, Indeed, I am a despicable and shameless person. You are welcome to despise me. It was laughable. As if everyone were obligated to adore her. Jiang Jiang, how dare you be so arrogant? What exactly was Jiang Jiang so brazen about? What was her source of superiority? Where do you see my arrogance? How am I being arrogant? Are you certain it is not your own guilty conscience that leads you to perceive everyone as exceedingly arrogant? Jiang Jiang found the situation utterly amusing. To incessantly blame others is a mark of sheer arrogance and excessive folly, yet one never pauses to reflect upon their own actions. Jiang Qingqing's lips trembled uncontrollably. How could she have engaged in any wrongdoing? She was oblivious to her transgressions, utterly unaware. Amidst Jiang Qingqing's anxious demeanor, Jiang Jiang spoke again, deliberately adding, Shall I remind you of the misdeeds you have committed? Jiang Qingqing bit down harder on her lip. For instance, you pilfered items from the Jiang family, sold them, and pocketed the proceeds, not just once. Jiang Jiang pointedly reminded her, You have no evidence. Stop spouting nonsense. When have I ever done such things? She staunchly denied it, refusing to acknowledge her past actions. For many years, a mere inquiry into her financial dealings would not pose much difficulty. Every action leaves behind a corresponding trace of evidence. Though Jiang Qingqing had lived a life of relative ease within the Jiang family, she occasionally found herself needing to procure certain items with her girlfriends. Naturally, she could not boldly request money from the Jiang family. In desperation, her gaze shifted towards the possessions of the Jiang household. Initially, she only sold minor items that had been given to her by the Jiang family, rationalizing that since they were hers, selling them was of little consequence. However, as her financial needs grew increasingly pressing, the meager sum she had earned proved woefully insufficient to cover her expenses. The Jiang family possesses an abundance of precious items. Even a slight removal of any one of them would suffice to sustain her for an extended period. However, she never anticipated that one day, while attempting to discreetly take something, she would be caught by Jiang Jiang. Consequently, she found herself threatened by this revelation. Aware that the truth would eventually surface, she resolved to shift the blame onto Jiang Jiang before the matter could spiral further out of control. Initially, she believed that executing this plan would prove challenging. Yet to her astonishment, Madame Jiang unexpectedly played along, directly involving the authorities. On that day, panic coursed through her veins as she contemplated the ramifications of being exposed. Ultimately, it was Jiang Jiang who was taken away. If past incidents could be resolved, then surely present circumstances could be managed as well. Forcing herself to remain composed, she thought, This is defamation. You are slandering me. Do you not believe that I can call the police to apprehend you? Jiang Jiang, with an air of indifference, replied casually, Go ahead, call the police, and let us see if this matter holds any truth. However, the notion of actually reporting the incident was something Jiang Qingqing could never bring herself to do. Her earlier threats were merely a ruse to intimidate Jiang Jiang. She turned her head away awkwardly, unable to maintain her facade. End of chapter. Chapter 507. I did not harm others. The idea of calling the authorities was utterly beyond her. Initially, she intended to feign courage and convey to Jiang Jiang that she was unafraid of such actions. Yet now, the situation had spiraled entirely out of her control, and the potential consequences of involving the police were simply insurmountable for her. Upon contemplating this, Jiang Jiang felt her entire being tremble. The realization that she was still in front of Jiang Jiang compelled her to maintain a facade of confidence. She must not reveal any signs of weakness. She lifted her chin and squared her shoulders, determined not to let Jiang Jiang perceive even a hint of her turmoil. I still do not comprehend your words. Do not assume that calling the authorities will instill fear in me. I am not afraid, not in the slightest. Indeed, as long as she remained resolute and defiant, no one could truly undermine her. In her mind, she had already assessed the situation and contemplated who might come to her aid. Much like many other circumstances, having a robust network or ample resources could suppress this predicament. If only she could maintain her bravado. Yet, dishearteningly, as she surveyed her acquaintances, she discovered a troubling truth. Not a single soul was willing to assist her. Not even her closest friends who had once stood by her side, all of whom had inexplicably severed ties. Upon recognizing this, a wave of dread washed over her once more. How could it be? How could no one come to her aid? This thought chilled her heart further. What? Have you realized that no one is able to assist you? Are you preparing to resort to petty tactics? Jiang Jiang's tone remained composed, her demeanor betraying no anger. It is quite all right. If you manage to find someone to assist you, that in itself is a commendable skill. How ironic. Jiang Jiang's words were laced with a profound irony that cut deep. Who said I cannot find someone? I assure you, I am capable of seeking assistance, and I shall not allow you to mock me. Who claims they cannot find someone when, in fact, they are able to summon help for themselves? Jiang Jiang, do you not realize the error of your ways? Jiang Jiang inquired. Clearly, these matters have encroached upon the very boundaries of a person's tolerance, yet she seems blissfully unaware. Prancing about as though she has something to prove. Even in such a predicament, she naively hopes for someone to come to her aid. This situation is rather amusing. What have I done wrong? I have committed no transgressions. It is you who is in the wrong. Why does she carry herself with such arrogance, playfully toying with others? What manner of person does she consider herself to be? Why does she so easily cast blame upon me? Jiang Jiang, do you not reflect upon your own missteps that might incite disdain in others? Frustrated, Jiang Jiang chose to direct her ire towards Jiang Jiang. It is clearly Jiang Jiang who is at fault. If I am deemed unpleasant, have I truly caused harm to anyone? Jiang Jiang smiled softly, standing confidently in the sunlight, radiating self-assurance. No longer would she second-guess herself upon hearing the words of others. This only served to exacerbate Jiang Jiang's agitation. In comparison to Jiang Jiang, she found herself once again sinking into despair, a reality she could scarcely tolerate. Everyone must learn to cherish themselves. Do not allow others to manipulate you. And safeguard your own well-being. Chapter 508. Excessive jealousy. Jiang Jiang was no match for Jiang Jiang. After a few exchanged words, she found herself rendered utterly speechless. Overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness, she clenched her fists tightly, feeling as though an invisible grip had seized her throat. Unable to articulate her thoughts, she was engulfed by an unbearable discomfort. She had envisioned countless times standing tall and proud before Jiang Jiang. Yet she never anticipated that this moment of capitulation would be so profound. Are you going to turn yourself in, or what? Jiang Jiang's voice remained as gentle and delicate as ever, yet at this moment, it pierced her heart like a dagger, leaving her feeling utterly cold. Do not presume to instruct me. Jiang Jiang shouted hoarsely, her voice a frantic cry. Jiang Jiang was truly malicious, inflicting wounds that cut to the core. Desperation surged within her as she instinctively sought assistance from the outside world. Yet, in this vast emptiness, where were the people to hear her cries? After straining her voice to the point of pain, not a single soul responded. Jiang Jiang stood silently before her, expressionless. Eventually, after Jiang Jiang's frantic scream subsided, her voice rendered hoarse. A wave of dread washed over her once more. What do you want? What exactly are you planning to do to me? Was Jiang Jiang intending to cast her into even more perilous circumstances, or perhaps to summon others to torment her? Either scenario was terrifying beyond measure. Guess. Jiang Jiang arched an eyebrow, taunting her. The more you fear something, the more inclined I am to act. Jiang Jiang, I must remind you that we reside in a society governed by the rule of law. Should you dare to act against me, rest assured, no one will allow you to escape unscathed. You need not sacrifice your promising future or squander your precious time for someone like me. Jiang Jiang would never. Surely, she would never. Yet, unexpectedly, Jiang Jiang paused deliberately before continuing, I will. Those two words, though softly spoken, struck like a thunderclap upon Jiang Jiang's heart. A wave of terror enveloped her entire being. Jiang Jiang, Have you lost your mind? By what right do you punish me? What gives you the authority to do so? Her voice trembled with anxiety and fear. You mustn't go too far. If you push someone to their limits, even a cornered rabbit may bite. If you force me, we shall drag each other down to ruin. Jiang Jiang shouted, her eyes brimming with tears. This is madness. Has Jiang Jiang truly lost her senses? Is there no one to restrain her? Now you fear? When you falsely accused me, did you not feel fear then? Jiang Jiang's calm demeanor seemed to mock the situation as if recounting a jest. I was not. In that moment, all of Jiang Qingqing's psychological defenses crumbled utterly. Exhaustion enveloped her entire being, as if all her strength had been siphoned away. She quietly sank to the ground, tears cascading slowly from the corners of her eyes. I never intended to. I have never. Initially, I did not wish to cast aspersions upon you. Yet, how could you be so conspicuous? Why must you constantly flit about before me? I comprehend the logic behind it all. Yet why is it that you can live so unrestrainedly? Jiang Qingqing acknowledged her overwhelming jealousy. End of chapter. Chapter 509. An eye for an eye regardless of past events or the current predicament. Jiang Jiang adeptly navigated through it all. Even during the most tumultuous times, she exhibited not a shred of discomfort. Instead, she could introspectively question herself. The reflection revealed her own struggles. And no matter how diligently she tried, it seemed futile. What? Now you feel anxious? Why were you unperturbed when you committed those acts? Now that you feel wronged. Did you ever consider that I too felt aggrieved? Jiang Qingqing appeared incredulous, her face a mask of disbelief as she gazed at her. You too feel wronged. How could I not feel wronged? Jiang Jiang replied with a calm demeanor. I am but a human, not a deity. When I am unjustly accused and feel wronged, it pains me. I too wish to shed tears. Is this not a perfectly normal reaction? Every individual experiences emotional backlash, albeit to varying degrees and at different times. Perhaps Jiang Qingqing found it hard to believe her words, her teeth grinding audibly. Are you attempting to derive amusement from my distress by uttering such things intentionally? Are you not being a tad humorous? It seems deliberate. Jiang Jiang must be intentionally speaking to herself, aiming to mock her own predicament, thereby accentuating her remarkable persona. Jiang Qingqing, think what you will, but perhaps you should contemplate how to account for this to the police. Jiang Jiang has nothing more to discuss with her. What? In the distance, the sound of a siren pierced the air. Jiang Jiang stood languidly to the side, seemingly innocent of any wrongdoing. Yet it felt as though she bore the weight of guilt. No, she was not. Did she not also confine herself within her own warehouse? Jiang Jiang, you have abducted me. You cannot escape the consequences. We both must face the police. The mere thought of Jiang Jiang re-entering the precinct sent a thrill of excitement through Jiang Qingqing. No one shall escape unscathed. I abducted you? Jiang Qingqing, do you possess any evidence? Who can attest that I snatched you away? Jiang Jiang clapped her hands, emphasizing that all matters should hinge on evidence. Without it, one merely speaks empty lies. Jiang Qingqing's gaze faltered, her expression rife with disbelief. Indeed, the wheel of fortune turns unexpectedly. When Jiang Jiang was taken away years ago, Jiang Qingqing had uttered similar sentiments. Is this retribution? She had once dismissed such notions, yet now, she felt a disconcerting disorientation, reeling from a dual onslaught, both mentally and physically, plunging into a state of profound despair. It was only when a police officer stood before her, inquiring, "Are you Jiang Qingqing?" that she lifted her gaze, only to realize that Jiang Jiang had departed unbeknownst to her. At the entrance of the vast warehouse, she found herself utterly alone. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears threatened to spill forth. Two words abruptly flashed through her mind. It's over. She truly felt that her situation was hopeless. Jiang Jiang would not let her off easily. It was highly likely that more sinister schemes awaited her. Not to mention, the Jing family would undoubtedly seek to ensnare her as well. She could only imagine that they were currently devising ways to manipulate her. Realizing this, Jiang Qingqing felt on the verge of madness. Could it be that this time, she truly had no escape? It was inconceivable. There had to be a way out. A means of retreat. She resolutely refused to succumb to this fate. Yes, she needed to think again, to contemplate her options further. Chapter 510. She would certainly strike back. Jiang Yunma paced anxiously in front of the car, his heart heavy with regret. Why had he not accompanied Jiang Jiang? Why had he succumbed to her persuasion, allowing her to handle this matter alone? Now, he was consumed by panic, and no one had yet appeared. If he turned back now, he would only face reproach. His parents would surely blame him. Meanwhile, Jiang Jiang stood silently beside him, perhaps secretly mocking his distress. How could Jiang Jiang be so wicked? Was she intent on shifting all the blame onto him? As these chaotic thoughts swirled in his mind, he remained oblivious to the grim expression that marred his face, emanating an eerie aura. It is truly vexing. Does Jiang Jiang not appear to be a person who harbors little animosity in her daily demeanor? Yet, when confronted with adversity, she seems to succumb to mistreatment so easily. After all, they are not in mortal peril. Could they not simply be informed of any dangers or difficulties that arise? Jiang Yunma felt an urgent need to take action rather than remain idle. He stepped forward, but paused after just a couple of strides, noticing Jiang Jiang approaching him slowly. Unlike before, she did not avert her gaze. Instead, she held her head high, exuding a newfound confidence that was distinctly different from her usual demeanor. This slight change eased the tension in Jiang Yunma's heart. As he approached her, he inquired, "Why did you take so long to arrive? Did something perilous happen?" Yet, he quickly corrected himself. "What I meant to say is that it was rather bothersome waiting for you." His concern for Jiang Jiang was evident, albeit masked by a stubborn faade, as he feigned indifference to avoid revealing too much. Jiang Jiang, momentarily taken aback, struggled to comprehend the shift in his tone. "Please don't misunderstand," she implored. "My worries are not for you, but rather for my parents. They would undoubtedly fret and become ill on your account. Besides, the matters you handle are perpetually fraught with danger, and it puts me in a difficult position to accompany you." Jiang Yunmo replied, "Who insisted on my accompanying you? Alas, since I have chosen to join you, I must find a way to assist." Perhaps it would be wise for him to refrain from speaking further. The more he tried to explain, the more convoluted his words became, leaving him feeling rather foolish. Meanwhile, Jiang Jiang appeared unfazed, standing leisurely to the side, as if merely an amused spectator to the unfolding drama. He had anticipated that Jiang Jiang would be troublesome, yet he never imagined the extent of her vexation. It was truly astonishing, sending shivers down his spine. Jiang Jiang shook her head, reassuringly stating, "It's fine, I can handle these matters myself. Thank you for your concern, but you need not worry so much about me." Jiang Yunma found himself at a loss for words. Jiang Jiang felt as though she bore the weight of an impenetrable fortress upon her shoulders, unable to penetrate the barriers surrounding her. "Are you happy now that you've settled your accounts?" Jiang Yunma inquired, attempting to shift the conversation. "Well, a slight sense of joy," Jiang Jiang replied without hesitation, nodding. She was neither overly accommodating nor excessively benevolent. Naturally, she would not let those who had bullied her go unpunished. However, she had previously been preoccupied with too many considerations. She was neither a soft target nor a fool. If someone dared to bully her, she would certainly retaliate. Now that she had been granted the opportunity, she would seize it wholeheartedly. End of this chapter. Chapter 511. Exiting the circle after a moment of hesitation, Jiang Yunma could no longer restrain himself and asked, "I still find it hard to believe. Is that person real? Did she not fabricate it?" Realizing he was being foolish, he chastised himself internally. Jiang Jiang chuckled softly, shaking her head. "Do you find it amusing to revisit such questions?" She recalled that she had already clarified this matter during their last discussion. Jiang Yunma felt utterly foolish. Why had he brought this topic up again? Is this not akin to deliberately pouring salt into someone else's wounds only to tear them open again? Or do you wish to mock me? Jiang Jiang chuckled lightly, gazing at him. Though Jiang Jiang wore a smile, Jiang Yunma felt as if he were being slapped repeatedly across the face. "Jiang Yunma, oh Jiang Yunma. You truly are a scoundrel. Just look at the mess you have created." He choked back his emotions, a profound bitterness swelling within him. His hands, resting at his sides, quietly clenched into fists. "Let us go home. It is quite late, and if we delay any longer, our parents will begin to worry." Jiang Yunma wished to return home swiftly, so that Jiang Jiang could remain there, allowing him to care for her and spare her from the turmoil they faced. In that fleeting moment, guilt and helplessness surged from all directions, enveloping him entirely. Ultimately, this incident was a result of his own mismanagement, taking her to film the program, exposing her to the glaring lens, without foreseeing the onslaught of online harassment she would endure. Jiang Jiang glanced at the time, deeming it still early, and found it rather amusing that Jiang Yunma's earnest seriousness urged her to return home. There is no need to offer those sympathetic platitudes. "You need not worry about me. For many years, I have navigated life quite well." Jiang Jiang's nonchalant demeanor made one unaware of the situation believe she was recounting someone else's tale. Jiang Yunma exhaled slowly. "I am sorry. This time, it is my fault. Please, do not appear on the program again. I shall withdraw from it as well." Jiang Jiang shook her head in refusal. "The events have already transpired, and the repercussions have been set in motion. If you withdraw from the recording now, it will only affect you. Did you not express how hard you fought for this opportunity? To squander it would indeed be a regrettable loss for you. Regardless, if others are aware, I can always issue a clarification later. One must honor commitments made to others. One cannot allow personal issues to hinder others." Furthermore, Jiang Yunma has consistently emphasized the significance of this matter to him. The sacrifices being made now seem rather excessive. After some contemplation, it appears that since the situation has reached this point, one might as well embrace it. I am merely concerned about you being subjected to further scrutiny. If it comes to it, I can always withdraw from this circle. It is of little consequence. Suddenly, Jiang Yunma felt that staying by Jiang Jiang's side to protect her from any harm was quite a commendable endeavor. Whether or not he enters that circle seemed less important. Jiang Jiang sincerely believed there was nothing amiss. However, Jiang Yunma's words, when heard by others, seemed inexplicably perplexing. Was this yet another ploy? It struck one as rather juvenile. End of chapter. Chapter 512. The Importance of Communication. Jiang Yunma, what is it that you truly wish to convey to me? It is not without reason that Jiang Jiang harbors doubts. Indeed, Jiang Yunma's thoughts are exceedingly convoluted. At this moment, he might very well be contemplating how to dig a pit. Jiang Yunma felt a surge of irritation, glaring at her with intensity. I can't be that terrible, can I? There's no need for you to regard me with such disdain. I am merely concerned for your well-being amidst these tribulations. His kindness was met with ingratitude. Despite his genuine worry for Jiang Jiang, she responded with hurtful words. Silently, Jiang Jiang took a step back, instinctively creating distance between them. What are you doing? As she withdrew, Jiang Yunma inexplicably felt as though he was being rejected. It seems your mind is not functioning quite normally, and perhaps it would be prudent for me to maintain some distance. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Jiang resolved to speak candidly. His mental state appeared increasingly erratic, and his words had taken on an alarming tone. Jiang Yunma belatedly realized she was criticizing him, his voice tinged with a blend of resignation and concession. Jiang Jiang, you truly possess the remarkable ability to incite frustration and anxiety. Whenever he earnestly addressed a matter, her flippant remarks rendered him feel foolish and comical, fueling a simmering anger within him that left him unsettled. Jiang Jiang was perplexed by his intent. After casting a glance in his direction, she lifted her foot and slowly advanced forward. Where are you going? He inquired. I'm leaving, she replied without turning back. Why don't you just take my car back? How long do you think it will take you to walk alone? At this moment, I feel the urge to leave. Jiang Yunma gritted his teeth. Since Jiang Jiang preferred to walk, what could he do but follow in her wake? By the way, did you do anything to Jiang Qingqing? Did you retaliate? If it were him, being bullied like that, he would certainly seek revenge. If he didn't, he would feel an unbearable discomfort within. What method did you employ? He bombarded her with questions like a chatterbox. Jiang Jiang appeared excessively delicate. When angered, at most she would ignore him and refuse to speak. Yet he was genuinely curious about her approach when she got riled up. Why do you have so much to say? She merely desired a moment of tranquility. Her thoughts were in disarray, resembling a tangled ball of yarn that needed sorting. I'm naturally talkative, you know that. Jiang Yunma shot her a glance, as if implying they were not strangers. Jiang Jiang paused, then smiled. It was indeed the case. The members of the Jiang family seemed aloof and unapproachable, yet in reality, they were warm-hearted beneath their icy exteriors. However, what Jiang Jiang did not realize was that the Jiang family did not treat everyone this way. Jiang Yunma spoke again. You should express yourself more. Only then can others comprehend your thoughts. Jiang Jiang remained skeptical. Really? Chapter 513. Why don't you come find me? As Jiang Jiang listened to him speak, she couldn't help but exclaim how wonderful it was. What was wonderful? Jiang Yunma experienced a fleeting moment of deafness and failed to catch her words. Jiang Jiang shook her head, choosing to remain silent. Oh dear, Jiang Jiang. You truly are remarkable, so unwilling to engage with others. Do you intend to maintain such an aloof demeanor while perched atop the refrigerator? Jiang Jiang shot him a sidelong glance. Well, I'm standing on the order form, so kindly keep your distance. Jiang Yunma retorted. Let us be honest. That joke is not amusing in the slightest. Come on, let us head home. Why dawdle? Jiang Jiang found herself pulled into the car by Jiang Yunma, and oddly enough, she did not feel as resistant as before. The sensation was indescribably peculiar. The Jiang family was genuinely concerned about how this matter might affect Jiang Jiang, cautiously probing her emotions. The contrasting demeanor left Jiang Jiang feeling both amused and exasperated. Jiang Jiang, are you feeling better? Come sit with me, dear. And Mingzhu couldn't help but beckon her. I am in good spirits now. There is nothing to worry about. I have already dealt with those who mistreated me. Jiang Jiang replied with a smile. Upon hearing her words, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. And Mingzhu felt an overwhelming surge of affection for her daughter. My precious child, she said, unable to resist pulling Jiang Jiang into a warm embrace. Jiang Jiang struggled to break free. Regardless, mother insists on holding my baby. And no one else will do. I never realized that Mingzhu could be so unreasonable at times. Mom, if you don't let go, you might suffocate Jiang Jiang. After this reminder, Mingzhu finally became aware of her actions and gently patted the little one's head. Having dealt with numerous matters, Jiang Jiang felt a bit fatigued and, After exchanging a few pleasantries in the living room, retreated to her room. Once she had resolved the pressing issues weighing on her heart, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Lying on her bed, she closed her eyes, preparing to rest for a while. Just as she shut her eyes, a thought crossed her mind, prompting her to make a phone call. The call took a long time to connect, and when it did, there was a profound silence on the other end. Jiang Jiang? Jiang Jiang softly called out. You still remember to call me? That's quite rare. Jiang Jiang, on the other end, was seething with the urge to lash out. I apologize. I've been quite busy with recent matters and haven't had the time to call you. Jiang Jiang's voice was somewhat charmingly carefree. Is that so? It's truly hard to be angry with you. Indeed. Jiang Jiang, keep spinning your tales. I'm eager to see when you will finally speak to me sincerely. Ultimately, it was Jiang Jiang who could no longer contain his frustration, raising his voice in exasperation. His tone was laced with anger, unable to suppress his desire to vent. What truth do you wish to hear? Jiang Jiang was momentarily stunned, realizing belatedly that he was angry. Why didn't you call me when something happened? Jiang Jiang asked her in a restrained voice, suppressing his frustration. I can handle things myself. Why should I call you? Jiang Jiang lowered her gaze, her small feet swinging back and forth. Chapter 514. Are you sick? Jiang Jiang's gaunt face bore an air of indifference. Why didn't you contact me during that time? If you were struggling so much, why didn't you let me come to your aid? In essence, at that moment, Jiang Jiang did not believe in herself. This realization deeply unsettled Jiang Jiang. It seemed like you were having a tough time too, so I didn't want to burden you. Jiang Jiang had also been ensnared in various troubles during that period. Jiang Jiang could not bear to impose her problems on someone else. Is it that you didn't want to trouble me, or that you didn't trust me? Jiang Jiang countered. Jiang Jiang replied. Jiang Jiang cursed himself internally for being so unassertive. After merely exchanging a few kind words, he found himself utterly disoriented. Jiang Jiang, please speak to me properly, he said, his tone grave and his expression stern. Little did he know, his heart was in turmoil. Am I not speaking to you respectfully? What exactly are you sulking about? Jiang Jiang boldly speculated that it was due to her request for assistance. Jiang Jiang felt a throbbing headache. Jiang Jiang showed no inclination to open her heart to him. Instead, she treated him as if he were a stranger. Are you going to continue to treat me with such indifference? Wait, what are you trying to say? Jiang Jiang asked, her voice calm yet puzzled, still unable to grasp his intentions. Typically, Jiang Jiang appeared approachable when interacting with her, his temper laid bare. Yet, he was profoundly enigmatic beneath the surface. To be honest, there were numerous occasions when Jiang Jiang could not fathom his true thoughts. Every time she attempted to articulate something, she felt as though she had erred in her choice of words, for his expression would darken, becoming increasingly unappealing. It was as if she ought not to have spoken at all. As anticipated, Jiang Jiang's demeanor soured on the other end of the line. You claim not to understand what I'm thinking. Do you believe I want to strike you? Finally, unable to contain himself, he issued a fierce warning. That, Jiang Jiang, Jiang Jiang cautiously called out. After a brief pause, she hesitated and asked, have you fallen seriously ill? Would you like me to call an ambulance for you? To have a doctor examine you? Jiang Jiang's current demeanor resembled that of a person unwell, his mind seemingly in disarray. Silence. You only wish to drive me to madness, to incite my anger and frustration for your own amusement, don't you? Jiang Jiang was deliberately provoking him, seeking to elicit her own anxiety. She blinked innocently. I did not intend to infuriate you, nor do I wish to provoke your ire. The earnest tone of her explanation was undeniably amusing. End of chapter. Chapter 515. Do you like Jingyu? Jiang Jiang felt as though he had completely lost face in front of Jiang Jiang. When had he ever behaved in such a manner? Previously, whatever he undertook seemed to align perfectly with his desires. An unsettling agitation enveloped him. He had a vague understanding of the source of his vexation, and concurrently recognized that he ought not to feel this way, as his current state could alarm Jiang Jiang, leaving her profoundly uncomfortable. Hearing the silence on the other end of the line, Jiang Jiang, feeling somewhat at a loss, finally spoke. I am an adult now, capable of handling these matters myself. You need not worry about me. I appreciate your concern. Thank you for your concern. How very polite of you. Though the words were spoken in a seemingly indifferent manner, they carried an unmistakable air of sarcasm that lingered in the ears of the listener. Jiang Jiang pressed her lips together, fully aware of the underlying tone. Jiang Jiang, on the other hand, wished that he could speak to her without any pretense, as it would alleviate some of his inner turmoil. If you continue to speak to me with such sarcasm, I shall cease to call you in the future. Jiang Jiang bluntly remarked, urging him to converse with her in a straightforward manner, devoid of any peculiar undertones. She, too, could not tolerate such veiled remarks. With your sarcasm, have you ever contemplated what you truly regard me as? Jiang Jiang's cold laughter resonated through the phone, reaching Jiang Jiang's ears. I genuinely regret my past decisions. Why did I allow you to remain in that situation alone? I should have taken you with me. If he had taken Jiang Jiang along, would she have been spared from encountering that person? Would his gaze have been solely fixed upon her? Jiang Jiang was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Jiang, I have regrets. I truly regret it. Jiang Jiang found herself somewhat perplexed by the meaning behind his words, yet felt reluctant to let the silence linger on the other end of the line. In truth, you need not harbor regrets. Your circumstances at that time were not ideal either. Besides, am I not well here now? Jiang Jiang perfectly illustrated the essence of a conversation akin to a chicken speaking to a duck, or playing a lute to a cow. These two individuals were seemingly operating on entirely different wavelengths, each ensconced in their own understanding. You express your thoughts while I interpret mine. After half a day, it became evident that they were not on the same wavelength at all. To put it bluntly, Liang Yinqing felt as though he was on the verge of losing his mind. After holding back for so long, he finally blurted out, Jiang Jiang, are you a pig? What? Jiang Jiang was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend his words. Liang Yinqing felt a sinking sensation in his heart. It finally dawned on him that Jiang Jiang, this ungrateful person, had never acknowledged his existence. Since childhood, she had always dealt with her problems alone, facing even the most perilous and challenging situations by herself. Liang Yinqing, what on earth is wrong with you? Jiang Jiang's voice sounded sweet and innocent, a quality that often pierced the heart the deepest. Liang Yinqing had so much he wanted to say, yet when the moment came to speak, the words eluded him. After a brief silence, he inquired, do you have feelings for that guy, Jingyu? Chapter 516. So, you're just notifying me, are you? Silence. On the other end of the line, there was an oppressive stillness. Jiang Jiang found Liang Yinqing's behavior today quite peculiar. His random remarks and inquiries gave her an unsettling feeling. Liang Yinqing, can you please tell me what is going on with you? She asked earnestly, clutching her phone. Your questions today are rather strange, and I truly do not understand what you were trying to convey. It was perplexing. Liang Yinqing's inquiries seemed to delve into his own blind spots. First, he inexplicably erupted in anger, which he admitted was indeed his fault. However, one must ponder the peculiar circumstance that led to the mention of Jingyu. To speak candidly, Jiang Jiang has always been somewhat oblivious when it comes to matters of the heart. Upon hearing this remark, Liang Yinqing felt a wave of calm wash over his previously agitated spirit. It seemed he was not alone in his plight. That young man was equally at a loss. Should you encounter such a situation again, do not hesitate to call me, he urged. Jiang Jiang found herself at a loss to articulate the emotion stirring within her. There was an odd sensation, indeed, gazing out the window. The view from Jiang Jiang's perspective was splendid, one that she cherished deeply. Liang Yinqing, attuned to her silence, refrained from speaking. It was as if the distance between them allowed for the sound of their breathing to resonate in the stillness. After a brief pause, Jiang Jiang sensed that the person on the other end of the line had regained a semblance of tranquility and recalled the reason for her call. I understand that you are upset, which is why I am reaching out to apologize. Liang Yinqing had once assured her that she could come to him when in need. Yet, Jiang Jiang had long since grown accustomed to managing her troubles alone. Why would she seek assistance from others? It was only after resolving her issues that she realized Liang Yinqing had been somewhat irked, prompting her to make this call. As anticipated, his voice, now steadied, bore a less confrontational tone. His demeanor softened, allowing him to patiently absorb her words. Well, I have something else to discuss with you. Jiang Jiang began. A sudden jolt coursed through Liang Yinqing, an unsettling premonition stirring within him. What is it you wish to say? Jiang Jiang let out a gentle sigh and, after steadying her thoughts, remarked, I have applied to universities in other cities, and once the semester begins, I will be heading there. Alas, just when she thought she had finally calmed down, her frustration was reignited. With a bright future ahead, may your journey be safe. Jiang Jiang was not foolish. She could discern that these words were devoid of genuine blessing. As I mentioned before, I intend to pursue my studies in another city. Jiang Jiang feared that he might become angry again. When Liang Yinqing got angry, it was often relentless. Moreover, he possessed a myriad of methods to compel her to confront him. Learning from past experiences, Jiang Jiang believed it would be wiser to approach him first. You still care about my well-being enough to inform me, Liang Yinqing retorted, his irritation palpable. Jiang Jiang felt a chill run down her spine. I did mention this to you. Although the other party's demeanor had seemed somewhat unfavorable at the time, Jiang Jiang had been entirely focused on her studies and had not noticed these subtleties. I understand. The three words were nearly bitten to pieces, and Liang Yinqing's face turned ashen. So, you are merely notifying me? Jiang Jiang nodded. Yes. Chapter 517. An apology must be sincere. Liang Yinqing was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Jiang couldn't help but chuckle softly. I was just teasing you. Liang Yinqing, on the other end of the line, exhaled a long sigh. remaining silent as he fought the urge to scold her. Jiang Jiang, feeling somewhat guilty, absent-mindedly touched her nose. A faint chuckle escaped her lips. What was there to laugh about? Suddenly, Liang Yinqing's voice on the other end of the line reprimanded her, unable to contain his temper. Jiang Jiang, belatedly realizing that her words might have been somewhat amiss, pondered over them but failed to identify any inaccuracies. She ran her fingers through her hair. Clearly at a loss. I didn't say anything wrong, how vexing. It became evident to him that this Jiang Jiang possessed an extraordinary talent for inciting frustration. Jiang Jiang's responses were remarkably swift. Whenever something slipped from her grasp, she would instinctively seek a resolution. Yet this time, the course of events was decidedly awry. I'm going to hang up, she declared. Fleeing without comprehending the situation was a tactic Jiang Jiang frequently employed. Was she retreating once more? Jiang Jiang, look at yourself. How is it that you've achieved so little? The mockery from the phone pierced Jiang Jiang's ears. Can't you strive for a little more? When faced with challenges, endeavor to resolve them. If it proves too difficult, then just let me know. Liang Yinqing sighed in resignation. Oh, her response was surprisingly compliant. I'm going to rest now. I'm feeling a bit tired, she stated. It was as if her words had not registered at all. Jiang Jiang, can you take this seriously? I am taking it seriously. How could I not? In one moment she agreed, and in the next, she began speaking nonsense. Does that amuse you? It does, Jiang Jiang nodded. It was not Jiang Jiang who ended the call, but rather Liang Yinqing. Gazing at the darkened screen, Jiang Jiang, with an impassive countenance, placed her hand upon the table. She reclined and feigned death, mentally counting. 3, 2, 1. Just as she completed her silent countdown, the phone rang once more. Glancing at the caller ID, a mischievous smile crept across her face. Liang Yinqing, are you oblivious to my anger? She was aware. The other party was not merely upset. He was exceedingly furious. With a sullen expression, she emitted a reluctant snort through her nose, contemplating why she had yet to humble herself and utter sweet words to appease him. Are you not going to say anything to me? She thought, exasperated. How foolish. How utterly foolish. Is it such a daunting task to utter a few flattering words to oneself? My apologies for causing you worry. I am truly, profoundly sorry. Jiang Jiang's apology was decidedly lackadaisical. Truly very sorry. I fail to perceive your sincerity, he retorted, as if oblivious to the insincerity laced within her tone. Liang Yinqing was genuinely exasperated. If you are to apologize, do so sincerely. Refrain from uttering those insipid phrases. I am not a mere 3-year-old. How could I possibly be oblivious to your insincerity? What could be done? Only gradual instruction remained. I'm sorry, Jiang Jiang cooperated. This apology, it seemed, bore significantly more sincerity than the previous one. Chapter 518. Can we avoid such indifference? It seemed that only Liang Yinqing was in a hurry from beginning to end. He suppressed his chaotic thoughts. Fine, wherever she chose to go, he would follow. He realized he could not match her intensity. Ultimately, his efforts would only land softly, like fists striking cotton. Have you calmed down yet? Are you still angry? Jiang Jiang inquired, her tone laced with caution. Not hearing a response, nor any definitive indication, Jiang Jiang surmised that his anger had somewhat subsided. Can I hang up now? She asked, her politeness evident. Liang Yinqing remained rigid, truthfully. His anger had waned, yet he yearned to hear her voice, even if only for a fleeting moment. It felt as though a frantic deer was recklessly colliding within his chest, leaving him devoid of rationality. So, is it inappropriate to hang up now? Her voice, soft and delicate, whispered in his ear. If you don't respond, I'll take it as your consent to end the call. Without waiting for an answer, Jiang Jiang disconnected. The sound of the dial tone echoed in his ears as Liang Yinqing took a deep breath, realizing that Jiang Jiang might one day drive him to madness. In the dead of night, unable to sleep, Jiang Jiang descended the stairs to pour herself a glass of water. She sipped it slowly, lost in thought, gazing out the window while cradling the cup. In the dead of night, Jiang Yunma descended after finishing his game. There sat Jiang Jiang, alone, her back turned to him, evoking a twinge of sympathy within him. Why was she awake at such an hour? He gently called out, Jiang Jiang? After a prolonged pause, she turned her head slowly to regard him, her eyes half open, resembling someone caught between slumber and wakefulness. Are you unable to sleep? He inquired. A little, she replied, confessing her struggle with insomnia that had inexplicably settled in. Could it be that you overexerted yourself today, perhaps too excited to find rest? Jiang Jiang remained silent, and Jiang Yunma perceived her indifference as a source of annoyance. Why must she be so dismissive when it came to him? Jiang Jiang? He called her name once more. I've also experienced sleepless nights lately. Would you consider engaging in some exercise during the day? It often improves the quality of sleep. His suggestion was earnest, rooted in his own experiences during the early days of his ascent to the stage, where every minor misstep was magnified under the scrutiny of countless gazes. Jiang Yunma, being the prodigy he was, felt he could not afford any mistakes, which only compounded the pressure he faced. Jiang Jiang blinked, suddenly alert. Yet, in her newfound clarity, she found herself puzzled as to why he felt compelled to share this with her. Nodding slightly, Jiang Jiang expressed his understanding of the struggles faced by others. In truth, he found himself somewhat perplexed by the reason behind the sleeplessness, yet it was evident that it stemmed from considerable hardship. Not merely a struggle, but a fate laden with misfortune. If Jiang Jiang were to approach this with even a modicum of seriousness, he might almost be convinced of the gravity of the situation. Alas, the conversation bore the ominous weight of stagnation. Chapter 519. This is what youth looks like. Jiang Jiang cast a glance around, lifting his cup to sip some water before gently setting it down. It was exasperating. Jiang Yunma felt an overwhelming annoyance with Jiang Jiang's demeanor. Despite being merely a year older, Jiang Jiang carried himself with an air of maturity that seemed far beyond his years, silently observing from the corner as if he had unraveled the mysteries of the universe. Jiang Jiang, how mature you appear. Your manner of speaking and actions resemble those of an old man. With a disdainful grimace, Jiang Yunma opened the refrigerator, retrieving a bottle of chilled milk, which he then guzzled down in one go. Now this is what you should embody. He patted his chest, a sense of pride washing over him. However, Jiang Jiang kindly interjected, behaving like that could lead to an upset stomach. I won't have an upset stomach, Jiang Yunmo retorted, exasperation evident in his voice. What I mean to convey is that you should adopt a more youthful mindset. Stop dwelling on trivial concerns, for in the end, it is you who will bear the burden. Jiang Yunma was acutely aware of Jiang Jiang's tendency to ruminate on various matters. Yet, it seemed that sometimes there was no need for such excessive contemplation. I understand, which is why I refrain from consuming cold milk, Jiang Jiang replied. At this moment, Jiang Yunma fell silent. She wondered if she could manage her own well-being and refrain from such nonsensical chatter. After you finish your water, go upstairs and rest. Tomorrow, I will take you to exercise. Indeed, she felt compelled to take Jiang Jiang to engage in physical activity. Otherwise, the latter would continue to distress herself, nearly driving Jiang Yunma to the brink of exasperation. No need. I can exercise by myself, Jiang Jiang replied in a calm tone, as if she had already devised a plan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunma's attention was immediately diverted. Oh, what kind of exercise are you planning to do? Why should I tell you? I'm merely concerned you might injure yourself while exercising, Jiang Yunma retorted, tapping her fingers on the table. Jiang Jiang, however, felt increasingly disinclined to converse with him. Like a timid turtle, she withdrew into her shell, ignoring him entirely. Hey, I'm talking to you. Could you show me a little respect? Don't you realize your behavior is quite disrespectful? Why are you so angry? What harm would it do for Jiang Jiang to respect herself? I am not being disrespectful. I simply do not wish to talk to you, Jiang Jiang admitted candidly. On such a night, she yearned to clear her mind. Additionally, for some inexplicable reason, she had been plagued by insomnia lately, feeling exhausted yet unable to find slumber. She could no longer rely on sleeping pills. Continuing their use would inevitably lead to complications, creating even greater troubles in the future. With a firm resolve, I ceased taking my medication, only to discover that my condition seemed to have worsened. Now, in this household of only two, you choose not to converse with me. Would you rather engage in dialogue with the air? Do you possess such a remarkable ability? If so, I would be most intrigued to witness a demonstration. It appears that Jiang Yunma is deliberately provoking me. In the stillness of the night, it is far too easy to let one's thoughts wander astray. After enduring such experiences, it is clear that Jiang Yunma cannot allow Jiang Jiang to remain alone. What if she were to succumb to despair? Would he not then bear the weight of guilt? No. Chapter 520. Fear for your well-being. The more he pondered, the more he felt compelled to stay. He must remain here to ensure Jiang Jiang's safety. When Jiang Jiang glanced his way, Jiang Yunma hurriedly waved his hand, exclaiming, "Do not mind me. Attend to your own matters. I shall simply sit here quietly for a while." The presence of such a tall figure beside her was disconcerting, especially as he seemed to have skipped dinner. Crunching on an array of snacks he had retrieved from the refrigerator, it was now impossible for Jiang Jiang to ignore him. She hesitated, her words caught in her throat. Considering that he wished to linger, she decided to let him be and began to walk away. Yet, to her surprise, the next moment, he was trailing closely behind her. Their eyes met, and Jiang Yunma, with an apple in hand, looked up at her. "What are you doing?" Jiang Jiang inquired, her expression guarded. "Following you." "Why are you following me?" "Following you, of course." Jiang Yunma could not simply declare, "I am following you," fearing that you might encounter some unforeseen mishap. Jiang Jiang would certainly find such an admission distasteful. Yet, in the present circumstances, it appeared that Jiang Jiang indeed harbored some disdain for him. Upon realizing this, Jiang Yunma felt that the apple in his hand had lost all its allure. What sort of misfortune could possibly befall me at this late hour? Jiang Jiang's tone was decidedly unpleasant, tinged with irritation. There are numerous potential mishaps that could occur at night. I am merely concerned for your well-being. Jiang Jiang struggled to comprehend what this man was attempting to convey. Do not follow me, she said, her tone growing ever more severe. Jiang Yunma opened his mouth, yet ultimately refrained from uttering a word. It was amusing. He was not some pet of Jiang Jiang's, and her insistence that he not follow her was hardly a command he would obey. It must be said that these two were indeed siblings, sharing thoughts and actions that mirrored one another. Jiang Yunma continued to trail silently behind Jiang Jiang. What is this? Is it permissible for you to disregard my wishes while I am not allowed the same privilege? What do they call this? Is this not the infamous double standard? Jiang Jiang, is it not a tad excessive for you to behave in such a manner? As the night deepened, Jiang Yunma's words seemed to flow more freely. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Jiang resolved to ignore him. Jiang Yunma resembled a spoiled child, thriving on the attention of others. The more they engaged with him, the more animated he became. Unfortunately, Jiang Yunma found her demeanor somewhat vexing. After finishing the apple, with a resounding thud, he tossed the core into the trash bin. Jiang Yunma briskly dusted off his hands. Jiang Jiang, do you realize that you are rather uninteresting? How can I just stand there and allow me to finish speaking? Perhaps it was due to the absence of any elders to reprimand him that Jiang Yunma's boldness grew. I've already made an effort to speak to you amicably, yet you remain so indifferent. Do you not understand that rejecting someone's goodwill in such a manner can be disheartening and hurtful? You cannot claim that you do not wish for others to care about you. How could I possibly refrain from caring for you? Jiang Yunma paused briefly before continuing. After all, you and I share a blood connection. Chapter 521. Discovering while taking medicine. Jiang Jiang crossed her arms, shaking her head with a sigh. Never mind. I should return to my room and take some medicine. Otherwise, I will only feel worse. I'll accompany you upstairs. Jiang Jiang halted in disbelief. Jiang Yunma, what are you doing? It's merely dark. It's not as if I cannot see. Besides, the corridor is lit with a few small night lights to prevent any falls. The implication was clear. You need not feel obliged to follow me. Oh, I see. Jiang Yunma, catching on a bit late, felt no embarrassment. Then I shall watch you ascend. Suit yourself. With that, Jiang Jiang stepped forward, and Jiang Yunma followed closely behind. She halted, and he instinctively followed suit. Disregarding others' words seemed to be a hereditary trait. Jiang Jiang decided not to concern herself with him any longer and retreated to her room. Since the last incident, Jiang Yunma had learned his lesson and refrained from entering Jiang Jiang's room casually. Well, she had gone back to her room to rest. It was time for him to return to his own and continue gaming. The joy derived from gaming paired with a fizzy drink was simply unparalleled. However, he soon realized he had forgotten his beloved beverage. Turning on his heel, he made his way outside. As he passed by Jiang Jiang's door, he noticed it was ajar. He contemplated closing it as a simple act of kindness. Yet, as he reached for the door, he inadvertently caught sight of Jiang Jiang retrieving a white pill bottle from her drawer. She poured a few pills into her mouth, swallowing them dry without a sip of water. Jiang Yunma was taken aback by her actions. What was she doing? What was she consuming? Almost unable to restrain himself, he felt an urge to rush in and inquire about the contents of her mouth. However, based on past experiences, he knew that barging in would likely result in her denial and possibly even a dismissive remark about being bothersome. Silently retreating a few steps, he descended the stairs and opened a bottle of his fizzy drink, gulping it down to regain his composure. In that brief moment, his mind conjured various alarming news reports. Suddenly, the cola in his hand seemed utterly unappealing. Anxious and fearful, he dashed back upstairs, standing at Jiang Jiang's door. He was torn between the desire to enter and the fear of doing so, pacing back and forth, feeling like a madman. Jiang Yunma, do you have something to discuss at my doorstep? Jiang Jiang could hardly contain her frustration. Could we perhaps defer this conversation until tomorrow? After taking some medication, Jiang Jiang finally began to feel a hint of drowsiness. Meanwhile, this person continued to pace back and forth at the entrance, oblivious to the fact that others could perceive his presence. At that moment, Jiang Yunma fell silent, yet he was unable to quell the rising tide of worry within him. He quietly settled down, contemplating that should any disturbance arise, he would be the first to notice. Jiang Jiang assumed that the person at the door had departed, extinguished the light, and lay down to rest her eyes. As time trickled by, Jiang Yunma remained seated, wide-eyed, replaying the most painful and uncomfortable moments of his life repeatedly. He incessantly reminded himself, do not succumb to sleep, this is not the time for slumber. He needed to keep a vigilant watch over Jiang Jiang. Yet, it was undeniably challenging. Staying up late to play video games felt trivial, but enduring a sleepless night while waiting was a profound torment. Chapter 522. Concern exceeds atonement. Jiang Yunma hung his head in resignation. Well, what could he do? After all, this was Jiang Jiang. Had he treated her with more kindness in the past, perhaps things would not have reached this point. Accepting this as a form of atonement alleviated some of his discomfort. It became evident that engaging in the reckless act of staying up late, even just a time or two, was more than sufficient. Excessive repetition could lead to utter exhaustion. Early in the morning, Jiang Jiang rubbed her eyes as she rose from her bed. After washing his face in the bathroom, Jiang Yunma opened the door, revealing a visage adorned with panda eyes as he waved at Jiang Jiang. "Good morning, Jiang Jiang," he greeted, forcing a smile while holding his breath. The sight was so startling that Jiang Jiang quietly closed the door again. When she opened it once more, she found Jiang Yunma still standing there. He attempted to muster a smile to save face, but alas, the effort was futile. He stood awkwardly, unable to produce even a semblance of a grin. The atmosphere was palpably more awkward than before. "Did you not sleep last night?" Jiang Jiang inquired. Jiang Yunma, feigning bravado, vehemently denied it. "Who said I didn't sleep? I had a splendid night's rest." "Is that so?" Jiang Jiang replied, somewhat skeptical. "You appear rather fatigued." The weariness he exuded was reminiscent of someone who had been deprived of slumber for an entire night. "Well, I experienced sleep paralysis last night." What nonsense was this person spouting so early in the morning? During breakfast, Jiang Yunma hesitated, wanting to share something with Jiang Jiang. Unfortunately, she was preoccupied with her soy milk, and despite his desire to speak, the words lodged in his throat, leaving him speechless. It was Jiang Yunzhou who noticed the oddity. "Jiang Jiang, is there something on your face?" "No, there isn't," Jiang Yunma replied with undue haste. "You've been staring at Jiang Jiang," Jiang Yunzhou bluntly pointed out. "You're mistaken. I would never gaze at Jiang Jiang for no reason. It must be that you haven't fully awakened this early in the morning and are simply rambling." Jiang Yunma's knack for nonsense was likely learned from Jiang Jiang. Jiang Yunzhou was taken aback, momentarily dazed, and found himself amused by his demeanor. Rising to his feet, he appeared ready to throttle him. Jiang Yunma finally began to panic, hastily raising his hands in surrender, proclaiming, "I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I was merely jesting." "Jest? What sort of jest is this? I find this quite amusing, don't you?" Jiang Yunma imitated Jiang Jiang's forced smile, rendering the atmosphere rather awkward. "Just eat your food," Jiang Yunzhou said, his lips twitching involuntarily. He truly could not comprehend the peculiar antics that had unfolded throughout the evening. And Mingzhu, naturally disinterested in her son's antics, found her daughter to be the more endearing presence. "Jiang Jiang, you should eat too. Make sure to indulge in some delicious food in the morning. It will give you energy for the day." "Okay." Jiang Jiang no longer refused, accepting the sandwich that Mingzhu offered, taking small bites. Observing that the child was finally consuming something other than plain boiled vegetables, Mingzhu felt a sense of relief. "Take your time. If you wish for anything, just tell mommy, and I will prepare it for you." And Mingzhu believed that as long as the child was happy, everything else was inconsequential. Chapter 523. The matter revisited this time. Jiang Jiang neither affirmed nor declined but simply lowered her head, continuing to eat her sandwich. And Mingzhu felt a wave of contentment wash over her. She could see that the child was gradually beginning to accept them. Once the sandwich was finished, Jiang Jiang rose to her feet. "Are you going back to your room?" Jiang Yunzhou inquired. "Yes," she replied, wishing to ascend the stairs to change her attire. "Then go ahead," he said, though he found himself unable to resist the urge to exchange a few words with Jiang Jiang. Jiang Jiang, however, had no inclination to discern his intentions and promptly ascended the stairs, closing the door behind her. And Mingzhu felt a lingering gloom that had enveloped the Jiang family for days was finally dissipating, and she couldn't help but smile. Jiang Yunzhou, too, exhaled a sigh of relief. Conversely, Jiang Yunma, who typically appeared carefree, seemed utterly distracted. What had transpired? Jiang Yunzhou sensed something was amiss. "I have discovered something significant regarding Jiang Jiang." Instantly, Mingzhu and Jiang Yunzhou felt a tightening in their chests at the dining table. "What is it?" "Well, last night when I went downstairs, I noticed that before Jiang Jiang went to sleep, she might have been taking some medication." Jiang Yunma pondered, realizing that this matter was far too grave for him to handle alone. The expressions of those at the table grew solemn. Jiang Yunmo reassured them. "Perhaps it was merely the dim lighting last night that obscured my vision. She might have only consumed a small amount of candy, or even something like vitamin C. Should we not ask Jiang Jiang about it? It probably isn't anything too serious." However, upon uttering these words, the unease among them only intensified. At that moment, Jiang Yuzhao seemed to recall something as he spoke. The doctor had mentioned that Jiang Jiang's physical condition, particularly her mental state, was quite poor. And Mingzhu interjected, "It is possible that she has been taking some medication for treatment." Jiang Yunma inquired further, "Is Jiang Jiang's condition truly that dire?" However, from my observations, she merely appears somewhat reticent, and when she does speak, it is with a hint of harshness. Beyond that, there seems to be nothing particularly amiss. He had previously encountered a report indicating that Jiang Jiang's health was indeed concerning, and he had meticulously questioned her about the specifics of her ailments. Yet no one had divulged the details to him. However, from today's conversation, he had gleaned a considerable understanding of the situation. It was clear that Jiang Jiang was facing health issues, and thus, the medication he had seen her take yesterday was likely for her condition. He pondered what sort of medication Jiang Jiang might be consuming. Could you check what medication she took last night? And Mingzhu was exceedingly worried. Do you mean for me to enter her room? Observing the resolute expressions in both their eyes, Jiang Yunma quickly shook his head. No. That won't do. Jiang Jiang is quite astute. She would notice immediately if someone entered her room, and if she were to discover it, she would undoubtedly disregard you again. Jiang Yunma believed that his relationship with Jiang Jiang had improved, albeit slightly. To act in such a manner would certainly not be advisable. Chapter 524. The unfortunate one is myself. The mere thought of Jiang Jiang's anger was enough to unsettle him. Indeed, Jiang Yunma swiftly gestured dismissively. This is absolutely out of the question. Jiang Jiang holds grudges far too deeply. Should she discover this matter, she would undoubtedly devise a means to ensure my demise. It is a situation I cannot confront, let alone evade. Moreover, the sight of Jiang Jiang smiling is simply delightful. I wish to behold it more often. Jiang Yunzhou, in a moment of consideration, placed a portion of food onto An Mingzhu's plate, effectively interrupting her impending words. And Mingzhu, belatedly grasping the situation, lifted her gaze to see Jiang Jiang descending the stairs. Jiang Jiang, where are you headed? She inquired, noticing her clad in athletic wear. Her hair styled into a bun atop her head, exuding an air of elegance and beauty. I'm off to exercise, Jiang Jiang replied, shaking her bottle of mineral water. My insomnia has been rather severe lately. I need to engage in some physical activity, lest it worsen. Wonderful. Exercise is indeed a splendid idea, and Mingzhu exclaimed, clapping her hands in approval. Once this child begins to exercise, things will surely take a turn for the better. This is splendid news. Jiang Jiang nodded, not pondering much, and proceeded to the entrance to change her shoes. However, just as she was about to step outside, and Mingzhu, still somewhat anxious, reminded her, be cautious when leaving. If you see any vehicles nearby, make sure to steer clear. Should you encounter any unforeseen circumstances, remember to call us. Never attempt to resolve matters on your own. If someone offers you money, simply accept it. Avoid any conflict. In such situations, your well-being is paramount. Do you understand? And if you spot any delicious treats by the roadside that you wish to purchase, feel free to indulge without concern for the cost. I understand, Jiang Jiang replied, suppressing a mix of amusement and exasperation. Didn't Mingzhu forget that she was merely going out for a jog? It felt as though she were preparing for some perilous undertaking. Remember, if anything unusual arises, contact me immediately. Regardless of the circumstances, we will come to your aid. I'm just going out for a jog, Jiang Jiang thought, taken aback by Mingzhu's demeanor. She was not engaging in any dangerous activities, truly not. And Mingzhu seemed poised to offer further admonitions, but Jiang Yunzhou, observing the scene, felt it was time to intervene. Let Jiang Jiang go and exercise. Grateful. Jiang Jiang nodded slightly. She was genuinely concerned that if Mingzhu continued this way, she would have nowhere to escape. And Mingzhu still felt a twinge of unease, yet realized that prolonging the conversation might provoke the child's irritation. And Mingzhu, concerned about the child's anger, thought to herself, very well. I shall wait until the child returns to thoroughly explain some safety precautions. There are indeed too many wicked individuals in this world. It is essential to protect Jiang Jiang. I cannot allow him to be bullied by others. As she watched Jiang Jiang depart, her expression turned grave once he was out of sight. Yunemo, please go upstairs and see what that child took this evening. Jiang Yunemo, who found himself unwittingly caught in the crossfire, sighed, all right. I suppose the unfortunate one is me. Chapter 525. The journey begins. Jiang Jiang has commenced her exercise regimen. This was no frivolous endeavor. She was earnest in her pursuit. The correlation between exercise and the release of dopamine is indeed a reality. After completing a lap, she found herself drenched in sweat, feeling significantly more at ease. Strangely, a long-forgotten sense of joy began to surface from the depths of her heart, enveloping her entire being. It was an unusual sensation. She had not felt such lightness and freedom in a considerable time. Jiang Jiang, whether in this life or the previous one, had always endured considerable hardship. She toiled diligently each day, ever cautious of the precariousness of her existence, fearful that a moment's inattention could lead to starvation. No one cared for her. There was no one to look after her well-being. Upon arriving in this new world, her circumstances hardly improved. She had to remain vigilant, aware that the very protagonists of this realm might conspire against her, threatening even her life. The mere thought of this kept her awake through countless nights. The experiences that shaped Jiang Jiang from childhood rendered her a perennial pessimist. Whenever confronted with any situation, she instinctively pressed her hand to her chest, reluctant to confide in anyone. However, one day, an unexpected multitude of people appeared before her, proclaiming that she ought not to lead such a life. They emphasized the significance of camaraderie, assuring her that many were cautiously watching over her. Having endured abandonment too many times, she had long since adopted a defensive stance towards everyone. It felt as though she were employing a foolish method of testing others, pricking them with her own thorns to see if they would depart. Yet, in her attempts to shield herself, it was invariably she who bore the wounds. In truth, there was no need for such behavior. Unbeknownst to her, a subtle smile began to grace Jiang Jiang's lips. It was truly acceptable. Nothing was amiss. She realized that as long as she loved and cared for herself, all would be well. Contemplating this, her smile broadened. Ultimately, she resolved to discard the medications hidden away in her drawer, as their side effects were far too severe. Whenever she faced anyone, she found it increasingly difficult to restrain her temper, yearning for an outlet. Her emotions had begun to spiral beyond her control, a troubling predicament indeed. Jiang Jiang feared that events might slip from her grasp. Jingyu, seated in the nearby black sedan, observed her as she oscillated between smiles and furrowed brows. An expression of concern etched upon his face, seemingly troubled by something. He had initially intended to approach her, but the moment he stepped out of the car, his feet involuntarily came to a halt. He truly felt a pang of reluctance to interrupt her contemplation. She must have been grappling with something troubling, as evidenced by the expression adorning her face. Years of living under the scrutiny of others had rendered Jiang Jiang exceedingly guarded. Soon enough, she lifted her gaze and spotted Jingyu not far away. Jingyu, aware that her attention had shifted to him, did not shy away. He opened the car door and strode forward with his long legs, drawing closer to Jiang Jiang. She regarded him, standing straight before her, and inquired directly, "Do you need something from me?" "Yes," he replied with a nod, devoid of any hesitation. Chapter 526. A brief indifference you may speak. Those two gentle words flowed from Jiang Jiang's lips, and with them, the lingering shadow that had clouded her heart for days dissipated entirely in that moment. I saw what happened online. He instinctively reached out to pat Jiang Jiang on the head. She recoiled, evading his outstretched hand. "I've already taken care of it. Thank you for your concern." His hand, suspended in the air, was slowly withdrawn as he replied nonchalantly, It appeared he had not realized that this little one had grown capable of managing such matters independently. "I thought you would call me." It seems Jiang Jiang has indeed become adept at handling things on her own. Truly impressive. Jiang Jiang was momentarily taken aback. She almost forgot. Whenever she encountered even the slightest issue, she habitually sought his assistance. Eventually, she realized that there were matters she could handle quite well on her own. If only she had addressed them promptly, things wouldn't have deteriorated to such an extent. It was from that moment that Jiang Jiang truly came to understand one fundamental truth. In this world, the only person capable of aiding her was herself. Suddenly, a smile graced Jiang Jiang's lips. "Thank you for your comfort. From now on, I will manage this matter well and take good care of myself." Just as she uttered these words, a sharp pain radiated through her hand. It was only then that she became aware of the fact that he had grasped her hand tightly. Instinctively, she attempted to pull away, but he held on firmly, his dark pupils reflecting her face. No matter how much she struggled, it was futile. Jingyu knew he had wronged her. So much had transpired during this time, and she must have felt immense fear when faced with those situations. All the while he was absent, leaving her to confront them alone. How could she not be frightened? How could she not feel anxious? "Jiang Jiang, I am sorry." Jiang Jiang gazed into his eyes, realizing that her hand was trapped and deciding not to resist any longer. "It's all right. The past is behind us. Apologies and all that. It doesn't hold the same significance for me anymore. If, after those events transpired, someone were to emerge and assert the importance of self-preservation, urging one not to dwell on such matters, that person would undoubtedly have a companion for life. Regardless of circumstances, she would steadfastly remain by their side. Yet, reality has proven otherwise. One should not invest excessive expectations or hopes in others." Jiang Jiang smirked with a hint of mockery. Jingyu stood in place, furrowing his brow. "Jiang Jiang, do you dislike me?" "I do not harbor any disdain. I simply find it unnecessary." Jingyu narrowed his eyes. "So, you have no intention of maintaining our relationship?" "Indeed," Jiang Jiang stated candidly, not concealing her feelings, but rather embracing them openly. Although she claimed indifference towards the matter, deep within her heart lay a scar, one that continued to ache at the slightest touch, showing no signs of healing. Thus, it would be better not to meet at all. Perhaps, after a considerable period, when the wound has finally healed, she might truly no longer care about it. Chapter 527. Will you respond? "Jingyu, I am no longer a mere child of 3. I have no inclination to remain in the company of someone who has caused me harm. Though Jiang Jiang felt a touch of confusion. Her heart was clearer than anyone else's. She would not associate with someone who had once wounded her. Upon hearing her words, Jingyu could not help but reach out and tousle her hair, reminiscent of the way he used to comfort her in her childhood. I sincerely apologize. I had forgotten that you, Jiang Jiang, hold grudges, he remarked. How could he have overlooked the fact that such a small creature could harbor resentment? Jiang Jiang was taken aback and momentarily felt a twinge of displeasure. Don't. You touch me. How could this person? How could he so casually invade her personal space? Jingyu's demeanor turned cold as he questioned, Jiang Jiang, are you so eager to delineate boundaries between us? The expression on Jiang Jiang's face abruptly vanished, and she instinctively took a half-step back. Jingyu's tone took on a frosty edge. What's wrong? Have you forgotten how I once instructed you? How could you have forgotten so quickly? Jiang Jiang was acutely aware of their past and remembered distinctly his words that she should not stray from his side. However, Jiang Jiang had never been one to obediently comply. Tilting her head, she replied defiantly, I don't recall. At this moment, even if she did remember, she would insist otherwise. Jingyu was unrelenting in his observation. Your ears have turned red. Jiang Jiang's habitual flow resurfaced whenever she lied in front of someone. Her ears would betray her, turning a vivid shade. I was just sweating from exercising. Ah, yes, sweating from exercise. Jingyu raised an eyebrow, incredulous. This fool could barely weave a lie. Jiang Jiang, feeling a surge of frustration, clenched her teeth. It seems that, from some point onward, in his presence, she could scarcely utter a falsehood. Even the slightest fib would send her heart racing uncontrollably. A mocking smirk graced Jiang Jiang's lips. Oh, Jiang Jiang, how disappointing you are. Why falter at such a moment? Jingyu, there is no need for you to persist in this condescending tone with me. Nor should you expect to unearth any revelations from my demeanor. Truth be told, Jiang Jiang harbored a profound disdain for Jingyu's lofty, self-assured expressions, as if he could see right through her. It was an irritation that transcended mere dislike. If you wish to uncover something, you may as well ask me directly. Though her visage appeared calm, no one could fathom the tension in her clenched jaw. She had never been a match for this man. Simply standing there, he seemed to penetrate her very essence with a single glance. Jiang Jiang loathed this sensation. Truly, it was unbearable. Yet, what was even more dreadful was the overwhelming sense of helplessness that left her utterly at a loss on how to extricate herself from the situation. It is indeed true that the more one detests something, the more it seems to encroach upon them. Would you answer if I questioned you? Just as she succumbed to her reverie, he had already approached her. The potent male aura caused her to hold her breath in an instant. She yearned to retreat. Yet his grip held her firmly, his tone unexpectedly gentle. Are you certain that you will respond to my inquiries? He chuckled softly, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. End of chapter. Chapter 528. What exactly is wrong with you? Indeed, he would not. Jingyu knew her all too well. He would wager that after today, Jiang Jiang would retreat into her shell like a timid turtle, vanishing completely from sight. Jiang Jiang, speak to me properly. Do not treat me with indifference. She was far too unruly, always subconsciously trying to brush him off. Jiang Jiang felt an uncontrollable surge of resentment bubbling within her, nearly suffocating her. When she lifted her pale face to meet his gaze, she thought, I do not wish to be dismissive. I simply do not feel accustomed to, nor do I particularly enjoy conversing with you. Weren't you once eager to talk to me? He retorted. There used to be an endless array of topics you wanted to discuss with me. Back then, Jiang Jiang was like a little sprite, incessantly chattering in his ear about all manner of novel subjects. Her voice was remarkably clear, soft, and sweet, reminiscent of a ripe peach. Hearing this, Jiang Jiang felt an overwhelming sense of irony. His words seemed to serve as a relentless reminder of how foolish she had once been. I used to act so foolishly, but now I no longer wish to be so naive. She was genuinely fearful that the past would repeat itself. She shook her head, her entire being emblazoned with resistance. The very person she had longed to be near was now standing directly in front of her. Yet she found herself utterly devoid of the youthful joy she once felt. Instead, a profound sense of terror enveloped her, instilling a deep-rooted fear. From the very beginning, it seemed she had never truly comprehended the thoughts swirling within this man's heart. With reckless abandon, she stepped closer, only to end up pricking herself on the barbs of her own emotions. Jingyu lifted his gaze to meet hers and shook his head, saying, You are not foolish. Jiang Jiang, I have never thought you to be foolish. The one who is truly foolish must be me. One misstep in the game, and the entire board is lost. Though her face betrayed no signs of turmoil, inside, Jiang Jiang had condemned herself to a fate of despair. Upon realizing this, his expression darkened, and as he reached out, as he often did, to grasp Jiang Jiang's hand, she swiftly withdrew her own. The hand he let fall trembled uncontrollably, unnoticed by anyone. At this moment, Jiang Jiang was entirely indifferent to him, exuding an air of coldness that kept others at bay. She had erased all traces of their shared past. From a young age, she had navigated the journey of growing up alone, without anyone to guide her on how to confront such situations. Thus, she could only retreat into herself, distancing herself from anything that posed a threat to her well-being. In this manner, she sought to shield herself, yet only she was aware of the escalating turmoil within her heart. She was on the verge of losing control over her temper. With an expression devoid of emotion, she remarked, "Thank you for the compliment, though framed as praise." It resonated more like a sardonic jibe. "If possible, I hope we shall not meet again in the future." Jiang Jiang was engulfed in a state of vexation. Unexpectedly, Jingyu approached her and declared, "Impossible," enunciating each word with unwavering certainty. The conviction in his gaze ignited an inferno of anger within Jiang Jiang, as if someone had doused her smoldering ember with gasoline, causing it to blaze anew. "Jingyu, what is your problem?" she exclaimed. Chapter 529. I truly dislike you now. Jingyu furrowed his brow, poised to respond, but was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Jiang's eyes glistened with tears, the redness surrounding them contrasting sharply with her fair complexion, rendering her even more flushed. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Jingyu's voice trembled as he questioned, "Why are you crying?" Realizing her emotional lapse, Jiang Jiang swiftly turned away, shaking her head, insisting, "I'm not crying. You must be mistaken." A heaviness settled in Jingyu's heart. "Please don't cry. If something troubles you, share it with me." Perhaps it was the overwhelming sense of injustice she felt, or perhaps it was the assertive tone he employed, but Jiang Jiang could no longer contain her sorrow. In a hushed tone, she confessed, I have truly sought ways to distance myself from you. I have strived to live independently. I beg you, please, do not appear again." Jiang Jiang came to a poignant realization. She was not as courageous as she had envisioned, despite repeatedly admonishing herself to resist. To not forget the pain of past wounds, she found that the moment his gaze fell upon her, she was inevitably drawn to him once more. She understood that it would take some time to adjust. However, Jiang Jiang was utterly dissatisfied with her current self. "Jiang Jiang, I have told you numerous times before. I will not leave your side." Jingyu, unable to restrain himself, reached out to gently stroke her head. "You see, I have not held your deceit against you. Why do you insist on holding this against me?" At some point, he had unknowingly drawn closer to Jiang Jiang, the space between them narrowing to an intimate proximity, his warm breath enveloping her entirely. With each subtle inhalation, she was filled with the essence of this man. Jiang Jiang wished to distance herself, but he assertively seized her hand with an almost domineering grip. "Jiang Jiang, you are being unruly." The faint glimmer of her previously improved complexion faded once more. In a hushed tone, she replied, "I detest it when you speak to me in such a condescending manner, as if I were merely a pet in your household. I disapprove of this. It is clearly your fault, yet you choose to blame me. Jingyu, has no one ever told you how selfish you are?" "No. It is not merely selfishness, it is an overwhelming self-centeredness." Tears welled in the corners of Jiang Jiang's eyes, cascading down her cheeks in torrents as she could no longer contain her emotions. She took a deep breath to suppress the feelings of grievance swelling within her and calmly said, "I am sincerely grateful for the care you provided during that period. However, it is undeniable that you have also caused me pain. Given this, I believe we are even now. From this point forward, I shall not disturb you. And you shall not disturb me either. Do not assert that this is impossible. Nothing is beyond the reach of Jingyu." After speaking, Jiang Jiang wiped her tears and forced a smile. Jingyu, clearly displeased, moved closer. "Please do not approach me. I truly dislike it when you come near," Jiang Jiang stated, simultaneously retreating a step. "I genuinely no longer harbor feelings for you." With that, she turned and walked away, resolute in her departure. It was evident that her feelings for him had truly diminished. End of this chapter. Chapter 530. Do not resist communication upon returning home. Jiang Jiang discovered the entire Jiang family gathered in the living room. Jiang's father glared at Jiang Yunma, while the other two remained silent, their emotions seemingly quite unfavorable. Jiang Jiang was unaware of the unfolding situation and made an effort to diminish her presence, quietly attempting to pass by the side with a glimmer of hope that she might go unnoticed. Little did she know, Jiang Yunma had keen eyes. Upon turning his head, he immediately spotted Jiang Jiang and exclaimed loudly, "Jiang Jiang, you're back." This shout drew the attention of everyone present. As Jiang's father observed the smile blooming on Jiang Jiang's face, he reminisced about the earlier moment when he had reprimanded someone, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at the thought that perhaps Jiang Jiang had witnessed it. Jiang Jiang nodded politely, offering a similar smile. His demeanor elicited a collective sigh of relief from those around them. Unbeknownst to them, a hint of concern began to surface as they recalled something. "Where did you go to exercise? Was it enjoyable? I know a splendid place for workouts. May I accompany you next time?" and Mingzhu felt uneasy about Jiang Jiang, a young girl venturing out alone for exercise. She wished to accompany her, to provide some reassurance. Fortunately, it seemed unnecessary. The familiarity inherent in their relationship left Jiang Jiang feeling both flattered and bewildered, and Mingzhu yearned to inquire, why is it unnecessary? However, their bond was far from that of a typical mother and daughter. Given Jiang Jiang's prior displays of reluctance and displeasure, and Mingzhu could only tread cautiously. The delicate balance of their interactions proved challenging to navigate. She felt an overwhelming desire to embrace this girl, to convey that there was no need for her to feel wronged or frightened. Yet, Jiang Jiang remained guarded. Would you like some soy milk? Jiang's father offered a cup of soy milk from the table, placing a straw in it and presenting it to her. All right. Returning from the outside, Jiang Jiang felt a pang of thirst and lowered her head to take a sip. The sweet soy milk was laced with the delicate scent of jasmine. This is something Jiang Jiang has never tasted before. To be honest, the flavor seems rather pleasant. Do you enjoy it? If you do, would you like your mother to prepare it for you again next time? I've heard from young ladies that adding jasmine flowers to soy milk has recently become quite popular. Thinking that Jiang Jiang might also appreciate it, I boldly decided to make this attempt. Do you like it? Jiang Jiang lowered her head and took another sip of the jasmine-flavored soy milk. The refreshing chill mingled with the fragrance of jasmine was delightful. Yes, she enjoyed it. Are there any other favorites you would like to share with your mother? So I can try to make them for you? Jiang Jiang nodded, saying, okay. Upon hearing her response, everyone felt a surge of joy and couldn't help but inquire further. We're not quite sure what you enjoy eating. Could you tell us your preferences and dislikes? It would help us understand you better. Although the investigative materials provided detailed notes, they were merely cold text. In contrast, everyone yearned to hear Jiang Jiang's thoughts directly. Chapter 531, Seemingly Undeserving. A moment of surprise crossed Jiang Jiang's eyes. Yes, indeed. Please let us know what you like to eat and what you do not. Jiang Yunma stood nearby, smiling, yet his eyes brimmed with tears. Jiang Jiang looked puzzled. What's wrong? The behavior of this family is rather peculiar. They merely went out for some exercise. Yet, the way they look at one another seems off. It appears we have not come to know you as well as we ought to. Jiang Yunzhou rose to his feet, clenching his fists. Indeed. How could a brother be so unfamiliar with his sister? The way he has turned out is truly one of a kind, but it is of no consequence. Jiang Jiang, somewhat perplexed, nodded in response, demonstrating a commendable level of cooperation, whether it was due to returning from exercise or some other reason. Her little face appeared rosy and vibrant, a significant improvement from the malnourished visage he had first encountered. Jiang Yunzhou smiled gently, suggesting she take a seat and not remain standing for too long. Jiang Jiang glanced up at him, her gaze revealing a hint of incredulity. Yet she chose not to voice her thoughts and sat down. Jiang Jiang, he continued, if anything troubles you or if there is something you desire, you can always share it with your parents. And Mingzhu, unable to contain her affection, embraced the child, gently caressing her little head. Each stroke imbued with a sense of solace. Jiang Jiang remained silent, still somewhat reluctant to speak, yet her resistance had lessened. Being held like this felt rather comforting. Jiang Jiang, tell Mama, are you having trouble sleeping at night? Or is there something bothering you? Sensing the rigidity of her beloved child in her embrace, and Mingzhu tentatively inquired, is it because of those who have bullied you? Or perhaps, the words spoken by those online? She urged, Jiang Jiang, please share with me, confide in your mother, what is it that weighs on your heart? It seemed her daughter's ailment was worsening, manifesting in sleepless nights. Had it not been for her younger son's discovery of Jiang Jiang consuming medication with sedative properties at night, she could hardly bear to contemplate what might transpire next. And Mingzhu fought back tears, gently patting her daughter's back, reminiscent of the soothing gestures parents offer to a crying infant. She endeavored to instill a sense of safety in Jiang Jiang through this act. Indeed, under Mingzhu's tender reassurance, Jiang Jiang appeared less guarded. In truth, there was nothing particularly grave, merely a collection of past troubles that had become irksome, just bothersome. She murmured softly, expressing her exasperation with the chaotic matters that enveloped her. Despite her efforts to forget, those nagging memories resurfaced all too easily. Jiang Jiang, let us not dwell on those vexing thoughts, shall we? Jiang Jiang responded, it seems that may not be entirely feasible. Within that petite frame lay an overwhelming multitude of emotions, and the slightest nudge brought forth memories she had intentionally sought to forget, now vividly reappearing before her. Even the slightest hint of joy and happiness would prompt a voice to incessantly whisper in her ear, Jiang Jiang, you are undeserving, unworthy of such bliss and joy. Chapter 532, How Profoundly Bitter She Is Inside. It is not Jiang Jiang's fault. None of this is her doing. Our Jiang Jiang is the finest, most exceptional girl in this world, and Mingzhu repeatedly reassured her. Jiang Jiang merely leaned quietly against her chest, saying not a word. Her tranquil demeanor was truly heart-wrenching. The Jiang family members seated in the living room felt a profound ache in their hearts. Clearly, their sister ought to be living a better life. Suddenly, as if awakening to a realization within in Mingzhu's embrace, Jiang Jiang straightened her posture. "I'm going upstairs," she announced, her entire being seeming to flee in haste. And Mingzhu, filled with concern, followed closely behind. Jiang Jiang moved swiftly, entering the room and promptly shutting the door. She sank into a chair, breathing heavily. She truly was utterly unfit for such a tender scene. She understood that these people wished to draw her from the cold darkness. Yet, could she truly emerge? She genuinely envied those who grew up blissfully, carefree in their parents' embrace. With a soft sigh, Jiang Jiang buried her head in her knees, forcing a smile. Her profile caught sight of a place that had been touched by others, and in that instant, a sudden realization dawned upon her. Involuntarily curling her lips into a bitter smile. Seated on the sofa, the Jiang family exchanged anxious glances, utterly at a loss. The expression on Jiang's father's face was one of deep anguish. How profoundly must little Jiang Jiang be suffering within, to endure sleepless nights that even necessitated medication for rest? As the head of the family, how could he have been so oblivious to his daughter's deteriorating condition? A night devoid of slumber passed, and at dawn, Mingzhu appeared with a smile, knocking on Jiang Jiang's door. "Jiang Jiang, Jiang Jiang, are you in there?" After a full 5 minutes of silence, she called again. "If you don't open the door, Mama will do it herself." Still, no sound emanated from within. A wave of foreboding surged within in Mingzhu, prompting her to hastily fling the door open. To her alarm, the room lay empty. "Jiang Jiang," panic engulfed her. As she rushed downstairs, she grasped a servant's arm, asking, "Where has Jiang Jiang gone? Have you seen her?" The servant replied that Jiang Jiang had gone out for exercise with Jiang Yunan, which allowed Mingzhu's anxious heart to relax, albeit slightly. Jiang Jiang ran laps around the villa, with Jiang Yunan trailing closely behind her, maintaining a silent companionship. After running for several minutes, Jiang Jiang felt her breath becoming labored. Jiang Yunan offered her a bottle of water, carefully twisting off the cap. "Thank you." However, it wasn't long before Jiang Jiang sensed a parching thirst overwhelming her. This bottle of water was nothing short of a lifesaver for her. "No need." Jiang Yunan slowly uttered those two words, choosing not to elaborate further. Why the sudden inclination to engage in physical exercise? Following closely behind her, unwavering in his presence. Yesterday, she realized that exercising was indeed of great benefit to her. At the very least, it had afforded her a few extra hours of sleep. Chapter 533, comforting her indeed. Your physical condition leaves much to be desired, and it is high time you devoted yourself to some serious training. He had never encountered anyone with a worse physique than Jiang Jiang's. After merely a few laps, beads of sweat adorned her forehead, and her breath came in labored gasps, clearly indicative of a lack of fitness. "Do you have something to attend to?" The unspoken implication was, if you have matters to address, do not linger here. Jiang Yunan chuckled softly at this, having discerned that she was somewhat displeased. "I'm fine," Jiang Jiang replied with a hint of resignation. "Could you please stop following me?" "Not really." "Why not?" "I fear you might get lost." With earnest concern, he advised, "Jiang Jiang, exercising alone can be quite perilous. It is best to have someone accompany you. Just like today, you were nearly dehydrated after running. How could one possibly go without a companion?" "It's all right. I used to do it alone without any." She hesitated, suddenly aware that she had perhaps revealed too much. In truth, Jiang Jiang was reluctant to dwell on the past. Whenever the topic arose, it seemed to cast a shadow over her, evoking a sense of tragic misfortune. Jiang Yunan fell into a moment of silence, fully aware of the arduous days that Jiang Jiang had endured alone, accustomed to traversing life in solitude. However, the present was different. She now had a father, a mother, an older brother, and a younger brother to accompany her. Jiang Jiang, no longer hesitant, nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing her acceptance, a semblance of relief washed over Jiang Yunan's expression. Subsequently, Jiang Jiang began to walk in circles, moving at a leisurely pace akin to that of a small snail. Jiang Yunan displayed remarkable patience, following closely behind her. Occasionally, he would utter a few words, and if Jiang Jiang felt inclined to respond, she would offer a brief reply. Otherwise, she remained silent. Jiang Yunan refrained from pressing her further until he inquired about her recent college entrance examination. Jiang Jiang paused, taken aback by the fact that Jiang Yunan remembered her examination. Sensing that he might have inadvertently touched a sensitive spot, he hastily added that it wouldn't matter if things didn't go well, for within the Jiang family, she need not struggle so much. The words he spoke mirrored those of Mingzhu, truly a testament to the undeniable bond shared between mother and son. Jiang Jiang parted her lips, Managing to utter a simple hum, observing her nonchalant and dismissive demeanor, Jiang Yunan surmised that her exam results were likely unsatisfactory. However, he felt it of little consequence and chose not to pursue the matter further. Yet, Jiang Jiang lapsed into silence once more, prompting Jiang Yunan to ponder whether his inquiry about her grades had dampened her spirits. Instantly, a sense of unease washed over me. After completing my workout, I intentionally made my way to the entrance of the supermarket. I picked up an oversized lollipop and approached Jiang Jiang. With her long limbs, the sight of her holding that enormous confection was amusingly absurd. Jiang Jiang appeared somewhat reluctant to accept it. "Shall I hold it for you?" she suggested. Jiang Jiang glanced at the people nearby, then at the lollipop in his hand, and finally at the curious gazes around her. After a brief hesitation, she chose to accept the lollipop from him. "Thank you. It's rather kind of you to buy such a large treat." Chapter 534. Jiang Yunan furrowed her brow. "Aren't you going to try it?" She was quite resilient. Most people would have already unwrapped such a large lollipop. Jiang Jiang replied. "Is it possible that she simply doesn't wish to open it?" "I'll save it for later," she said, her words dripping with feigned enthusiasm. Jiang Yunan paused. "You don't like it?" "Not exactly a matter of love or hate," Jiang Jiang replied thoughtfully. "How should I put it? I've outgrown the age of enjoying lollipops." Jiang Yunan, feeling inexplicably guilty, averted her gaze as if searching for something. Jiang Jiang felt a chuckle rising within her. "You really don't need to feel compelled to buy me anything." In truth, she had long surpassed the desire for such trivial gifts, and the more Jiang Yunan insisted on purchasing things for her, the more uncomfortable she felt. It dawned upon Jiang Yunan that she had indeed been overly impetuous. The child has been deprived for far too long, and in this frantic haste to compensate, the endeavor may prove counterproductive, potentially even eliciting the child's rejection. Jiang Yunan exhaled deeply, choosing to set this concern aside. "Let us return home first." "Oh." Jiang Jiang's response was so faint it was nearly inaudible. "Jiang Jiang, do feel free to speak a little louder. You have done nothing wrong. There is no need to be so cautious when answering." A brief silence enveloped Jiang Jiang. "All right." Her soft-spoken nature was merely a habitual tendency. Jiang Yunan's words inadvertently reminded her of this fact. "Such a good child. Is there anything you desire? I am willing to reward you." Jiang Yunan's lips curved into a smile. Jiang Jiang appeared exceedingly obedient, inciting an irresistible urge to offer her something splendid. "No, really, it's unnecessary." Ah. It seemed that all of her previous words had been in vain, as she had not truly absorbed her own message. She glanced down at the lollipop in her hand. "Well, how should I put it? Perhaps because it has been in my possession for a while, it no longer feels so out of place. In fact, I find it quite aesthetically pleasing." However, she had no intention of unwrapping it. Jiang Yunan led Jiang Jiang inside, the moment he laid eyes on her, and Mingzhu's anxiousness considerably eased. "Where on earth have you been so early in the morning? Mother was deeply concerned in her room, unable to see you." And Mingzhu was genuinely frightened that the child might leave alone to engage in physical activities. Realizing that she had departed without a word, causing unnecessary worry, she felt a twinge of embarrassment and offered a shy smile, apologizing. "I didn't mean to. I promise it won't happen again." And Mingzhu couldn't bear to see her so lowly, preferring to apologize on her own behalf next time. She immediately stepped forward to embrace her, saying, "It's all right. It's all right. In situations like this, you should inform your family. I understand that you didn't have to explain yourself before, but things have changed now. You have parents and many relatives who will be concerned for you. So next time, no matter where you go, please let us know, all right?" And Mingzhu felt a pang of sympathy for the child's past experiences, gently soothing her time and again. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Jiang ultimately nodded and replied softly, "Okay." Chapter 535. Contemplating moving out in recent days. Jiang Jiang had been contemplating a matter of significance: how to express her desire to move out from the Jiang family home. After a morning of quiet reflection in her room, she realized that she needed to voice her thoughts. Taking a deep breath, she opened the door, only to be surprised by Jiang Yunzhou's sudden approach. "Are you thinking about moving out?" he inquired. How did he know? A flicker of astonishment crossed Jiang Jiang's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. She cast a fleeting glance at him, refraining from further conversation as he continued on his way. "Jiang Yunzhou is not someone who easily gives up. I advise you to refrain from discussing this matter for now. It would be wiser to take a step back, as our parents are currently enveloped in the joy of your acceptance." "Jiang Jiang, you may not realize how profoundly your absence weighs upon them." Jiang Yunzhou, seemingly deliberate, paused before continuing. "After you were taken from us, Mother even fell into a deep depression. I understand that you feel someone has usurped your place, but that is not the case. Mother's condition is dire. She incessantly utters your name, and out of desperation, We had to bring another child into our lives. However, we never intended for that child to take your place. Jiang Jiang. What on earth is this person trying to explain to themselves? Jiang Jiang, with a hint of regret, confessed, I am truly sorry. In the initial days, I did not treat you well. I regarded you as an adversary. But believe me, if you were in my position, you would not have fared any better. After all, we have spent so many years together. Even the most insignificant creatures form attachments, let alone humans. It is indeed peculiar to acknowledge, but whenever I mistreat Jiang Jiang or act poorly, I am haunted by nightmares that night. In those dreams, Jiang Jiang suffers endlessly, cautiously enduring all the world's tribulations, ultimately succumbing to solitude. Upon awakening, the vividness of those dreams lingers even more intensely. In a moment of dire consequence, an overwhelming sense of unease enveloped her. She had to concede that, in certain matters, her actions had indeed been somewhat excessive. Jiang Jiang reassured herself, it's all right. This ordeal has already passed. It was not as if it had been deliberately aimed at her. Nor was there any malicious design to ensnare her, which was truly a relief for Jiang Jiang. As for everything else, she chose to let it go, feeling that merely surviving was a blessing in itself. Jiang Jiang, could you refrain from pretending in my presence? You are clearly troubled by the pain I have caused you. Yet you feign indifference. Is this not a touch hypocritical? You are tormented inside, yet you wear a mask of nonchalance. It's utterly contradictory. Irritated by his words, Jiang Jiang retorted, I said it's not true, and I want to repeat myself. Have I said it so many times that I've convinced myself otherwise? She averted her gaze, unwilling to engage further with Jiang Jiang, truly disinterested in his presence. Had he been exposed, and now he was displeased? Jiang Jiang chose to ignore him, not even casting a glance in his direction. Chapter 536, The Beautiful Girl. Indeed, a stubborn demeanor perfectly suited Jiang Jiang. Jiang Jiang trailed behind her. Unable to endure any longer, she snapped, do not follow me. You built this path, but I intend to walk it, regardless. Jiang Jiang's tone was rather innocent, yet his expression resembled that of a rogue. Jiang Jiang hardly believed him. You go ahead, she said, stepping aside to allow him passage. With a nonchalant smile, Jiang Jiang descended the staircase, followed closely by Jiang Jiang. Upon reaching the living room, she discovered it was quite bustling with people. Only Jiang Yunan was absent. As soon as Mingzhu spotted her, she waved enthusiastically, Jiang Jiang, come here and see the dresses I've chosen for you. Upon descending the stairs, Jiang Jiang was taken aback by the array of small dresses adorning the table and chairs. She made her way to a corner and sat down. Why don't you pick out a style you like? Choose a dress that appeals to you, and Mingzhu inquired with a smile. No, thank you. I don't need any dresses. The multitude of dresses was somewhat overwhelming. Jiang Jiang rarely wore dresses, only donning one on special occasions. Primarily, she found dresses rather impractical. And over time, she had learned to avoid them when selecting her attire. And Mingzhu suddenly produced a dress before her, leaving Jiang Jiang feeling somewhat flustered. Why not? Every girl should wear beautiful dresses. With legs as lovely as yours, you should wear pretty dresses more often. Jiang Jiang had no retort. And she absent-mindedly picked up a light blue dress, examining it intently. The moment she touched the fabric, she could instantly perceive the exquisite quality of the material, so comfortable and adorned with meticulous craftsmanship. Jiang Jiang couldn't help but steal a few more glances, and Mingzhu observed her quietly, and as Jiang Jiang appeared to sense something, she lifted her gaze, her long lashes quivering gently, resembling a beautiful butterfly that flutters and dances, captivating one's heart in an instant. And Mingzhu adored her daughter immensely. All these dresses belonged to Jiang Jiang. If she liked them, she could simply place them all in her wardrobe. Yet, the wardrobe was already brimming with numerous garments. Jiang Jiang felt rather helpless as Mingzhu persistently stuffed one piece after another into her closet, which, despite its ample size, was filled to the brim. In truth, Jiang Jiang had hardly worn any of those dresses. They merely lingered there, evoking a sense of wastefulness. However, it was all right. As a girl, one could always use a couple more beautiful outfits in her wardrobe. If given the chance, she wished to acquire even more lovely dresses for her daughter. After all, who wouldn't relish the opportunity to dress beautifully? Jiang Jiang initially intended to assert that there was no need for so many lovely garments. But the sheer anticipation on Mingzhu's face rendered her words stuck in her throat, unable to escape her lips. How could she articulate her thoughts? It seemed she was truly not adept at denying Mingzhu. Whenever Mingzhu spoke, Jiang Jiang found herself at a loss for words, especially when met with that hopeful gaze directed her way. To refuse at such a moment felt akin to committing a grave error. End of chapter. Chapter 537. Is it unavoidable to move out? Jiang Jiang forced a smile, her lips curving up in a somewhat reluctant manner. After a moment of hesitation, she gathered her thoughts and said, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Jiang Jiang was taken aback by her sudden interjection. momentarily caught off guard by an unsettling realization. Hey, she can't possibly be about to voice such frivolous thoughts, can she? And Mingzhu, oblivious to the tension, busied herself with her dress, feeling that it was insufficient, and prepared to call someone to bring additional garments, casually remarking, you know. Jiang Jiang inhaled deeply and stepped forward. I believe Jiang Jiang thinks you may have purchased too many clothes to wear at once. Jiang Yunzhou preempted her. Jiang Jiang fell silent, processing her thoughts. And Mingzhu, belatedly aware, realized that indeed, she had indulged excessively. The table was cluttered with her acquisitions. Look at me. I was just so elated that I lost control for a moment. But it's no matter. It's perfectly fine for a girl to have a few changes of attire. Jiang Jiang, you think this dress is lovely as well, don't you? After a brief pause, Jiang Jiang nodded. Jiang Yunzhou exhaled in relief. Moments later, in the garden outside the Jiang residence, Jiang Jiang donned a simple white t-shirt and jeans, the gentle breeze tousling her hair, her expression imbued with confusion. Jiang Jiang, are you certain you want to tell your family at this moment that you intend to move out? Jiang Yunzhou's demeanor reflected his considerable displeasure. Jiang Jiang, how should I put it? There is no need to question myself so harshly. I haven't even spoken yet. You may not have spoken, but if you did, do you believe the atmosphere would remain so tranquil? Jiang Yunzhou sighed softly, his tone far less serious than before, taking on a gentler cadence. Everyone wishes for you to stay at home, allowing us to care for you properly. If you insist on moving out, your parents would be heartbroken. Jiang Jiang, is it truly impossible to remain at home? Must you absolutely move out? The desire to leave is nearly palpable. Anyone with sight could discern it. Jiang Jiang pulled at the corners of her mouth, offering a self-deprecating smile. Is it really so necessary to move out? Jiang Yunzhou had initially intended to conjure reasons to dissuade Jiang Jiang from her plan to leave. However, he was suddenly reminded that she was not fond of others interfering with her decisions. Very well, if you wish to move out, then so be it. Just choose an appropriate time to discuss it with your family. The atmosphere at home is still quite harmonious. Please refrain from voicing such thoughts for now. He understood that this situation could not be prevented. Jiang Yunzhou expressed his own helplessness. What could he do when Jiang Jiang was so obstinate? Fine. If she must move out, then so be it. At worst, he could rent an apartment nearby to keep an eye on her. In the end, Jiang Jiang was persuaded. She took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. I understand. Such a small figure, bowing her head before him. The scene appeared as if someone had been wronged. Jiang Yunzhou hesitated to speak, his expression stern. And Mingzhu, observing from the side, mistakenly assumed that Jiang Yunzhou was bullying Jiang Jiang again. Just as she was about to intervene, she restrained herself, realizing that it was best for adults to refrain from meddling in matters among children. End of this chapter. Chapter 538. But I must return to school. She stood before Jiang Yunzhou, her head hung low. Jiang Jiang, lift your head, he urged. Jiang Yunzhou found her demeanor somewhat disconcerting. To his surprise, Jiang Jiang complied, not only nodding in agreement, but also raising her head within moments. Her eyes sparkling brightly. Jiang Yunzhou hesitated for a fleeting instant. When had Jiang Jiang become so agreeable? Previously, she would scarcely acknowledge him. What is it? His expression grew peculiar. You need not keep your head down. You have done nothing wrong. Face the world with your head held high, even if you have erred. There is no need for worry or fear. Solutions exist. Jiang Jiang nodded, signaling her understanding, and let out a soft laugh. Do not merely nod. If you do not respond, your ears may not catch a word. Remember, you have support behind you. There are those who will protect you. Do not forget this. Do not endure bullying in silence. Although Jiang Yunzhou had previously found their interaction somewhat discordant, he now felt a shift in their dynamic. However, it is often evident that Jiang Jiang is a child who refrains from reporting grievances, making her susceptible to bullying. In truth, there are moments when a simple call for her parents would swiftly resolve her troubles. Yet, Jiang Jiang does not take this route. It seems she has developed a habitual endurance, believing that with a little patience, all matters will eventually resolve themselves. Over time, this leads her to engage in self-deprecation, a realization that Jiang Yunzhou understands all too well. Thus, irrespective of her demeanor, he does not wish for Jiang Jiang to continue in this vein. Children of her age should embody vivacity and energy, yet she carries herself with the solemnity and steadiness of an elderly woman, devoid of any vitality. This time, Jiang Jiang nodded earnestly, indicating that she had genuinely absorbed his words. I told you not to be dismissive. If I catch you being bullied again without speaking up, I will be quite stern with you, Jiang Yunzhou warned, his tone grave. Jiang Jiang replied softly, all right. She was well aware that Jiang Yunzhou was imparting wisdom on how to confront challenges. She also came to realize that having a couple of supportive figures behind her could be advantageous. With her expression of gratitude, Jiang Yunzhou felt a twinge of embarrassment. His pride slightly bruised. I'm not doing this for you. If you get bullied in the future and people recognize you as Jiang Yunzhou's family, it will reflect poorly on me. I do care about my reputation, you know. Fine. Jiang Jiang nodded and turned to leave. Wait a moment. Jiang Yunzhou could not help but call out to her. Jiang Jiang replied, puzzled. Is it possible for you not to move out from home? Well, he admitted, I, Jiang Yunzhou, am not particularly accustomed to the absence of someone at home. Jiang Jiang, half amused and half exasperated, responded, I must go to school. Of course I need to move out. Jiang Yunzhou, how careless of me. How could I forget this matter? Then there's truly no need for you to leave home. Jiang Jiang cast him a dispassionate glance. The university is in a different city. Jiang Yunzhou fell silent, taken aback. It was rather sudden. End of chapter. Chapter 539. Comfort, oh dear, you are remarkable for being accepted into a university in another city. Truly impressive. Jiang Jiang, why are you being so rebellious? Jiang Yunzhou exclaimed, feeling irritated. I am not. Stop making baseless accusations, Jiang Jiang replied. A hint of displeasure in her tone. How have I been rebellious? I am utterly unaware of it. All right, you are right. I cannot argue with you. As Jiang Yunzhou walked past her, he could even hear her gritting her teeth in frustration. Jiang Jiang felt confused, as if she were in a fog. In any case, perhaps you should choose a better time to discuss this matter. Jiang Yunzhou sighed, realizing that Jiang Jiang's stubbornness was indeed hard to contend with. As the evening descended, the sun quietly blazed in the sky. Jiang Jiang sat on the sofa, surrounded by an unusually quiet group of people scattered across the corners of the room. Though Jiang's father felt a twinge of reluctance, he nevertheless spoke to console her. The child is merely going to school, not venturing off to do anything extraordinary. Furthermore, there are still winter and summer breaks. Are there not? Since this is her decision, we ought to respect it. It's not as if she is heading to a distant foreign land. So there's no need for such a grim countenance. And Mingzhu wore a worried expression that was unlike her usual demeanor. She understood the rationale behind their words. Yet the sadness persisted. After such a long search, she had finally found her daughter, and now, just as they were beginning to grow closer, Jiang Jiang expressed her desire to study away from home. What if, after half a year apart, Jiang Jiang chose not to return during the summer break? Ultimately, Mingzhu was overwhelmed with concern. Moreover, given Jiang Jiang's fragile health and her struggles with insomnia, the thought of her moving out filled Mingzhu with dread. Yet, Jiang Jiang was merely pursuing her education, not embarking on some grand adventure, so perhaps there was no need for such excessive worry. Jiang Yunzhou joined in the effort to persuade her, acknowledging the reality. Once Jiang Jiang made a decision, there was little room for negotiation. No matter how much Mingzhu wished to retain her, it would be of no consequence. In truth, Mingzhu was not unaware of these truths. But knowing and understanding were two different matters. Jiang Jiang, please tell me what you truly feel in your heart, she implored, finally directing her gaze toward Jiang Jiang. Everyone awaited her words, holding their breath in anticipation. Jiang Jiang found herself in a perplexing situation. I am merely going to study in another city. Truly, I am not embarking on any perilous endeavor. Your insinuations imply otherwise. This portrayal is exceedingly exaggerated. The world is fraught with unsavory characters, Jiang Jiang. I shall call you. At this moment, Jiang Jiang began to exhibit a newfound sense of propriety. As Mingzhu attempted to articulate her thoughts, Jiang Jiang preemptively interjected. Upon hearing her words, everyone exhaled deeply, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Remember, should anything arise, you must call us. And Mingzhu appeared to find solace in this exchange. Jiang Jiang nodded affirmatively, assuring, I promise to call you. In that instant, and Mingzhu felt the persistent fog that had clouded her heart dissipate, replaced by a smile. The atmosphere in the living room transformed, becoming markedly more cheerful. Chapter 540. Letting go. As September arrived, Jiang Jiang pulled her suitcase towards the school. She packed minimally, and prior to her departure, and Mingzhu discreetly slipped a bank card into her hand, instructing her to purchase anything she might need. The Jiang family had initially planned to accompany Jiang Jiang to school, hoping to lend assistance. However, Jiang Jiang's independence and strong-willed nature prevailed, as she preferred solitude over constant companionship. On the way to the airport, Mingzhu repeatedly reminded her, remember, if you encounter any issues, you must call us. Jiang Jiang nodded in acknowledgement. Moreover, if you find yourself unable to sleep at night, you may call us. Refrain from resorting to medication. After Mingzhu spoke, she realized the potential inappropriateness of her words and hastily added, such substances do not confer significant benefits upon your health. A warm current flowed through Jiang Jiang's heart as she nodded in agreement. Perhaps the journey to healing would not be swift, yet she was willing to take gradual steps towards the light. She believed that those agonizing memories, even if recalled in some distant year or month, would not evoke such profound suffering. Perhaps she could permit herself to indulge in the solace of support and affection from others, to refrain from becoming ensnared in her own thoughts. Just as Jiang Jiang had advised her before departing, do not be selfish, do not remain ensconced in your own world. Open your eyes to explore other realms and to embrace the care and love that others extend towards you. Such a good girl, and Mingzhu affectionately patted her little head. Jiang Jiang did not resist, nodding in acceptance. After escorting her to the airport, and Mingzhu felt a pang of reluctance to part ways. Fortunately, Jiang's father swiftly grasped his wife's arm, and Mingzhu, with tears streaming down her face, insisted, that child will return. She had uttered this reassurance countless times. Yet it seemed as though her husband did not hear her. I know the child will come back, but I simply cannot bear to let her go. I am genuinely worried about her. Jiang's father could only remain speechless at her words. How could he not be concerned? Ultimately, and Mingzhu, overwhelmed by her anxiety, decided to purchase a residence in proximity to Jiang Jiang's school after much contemplation. Jiang Jiang was uncertain whether her academic commitments were the cause of her preoccupation or if other factors were at play. Nevertheless, she did not allow it to deter her. The children of the Jiang family, however, found themselves at a loss for words, unable to voice their concerns. Well, as long as she felt happy, that was sufficient. The children frequently visited the city under the pretense of seeing in Mingzhu, while their true intention lay in watching over Jiang Jiang. Their irritation grew especially when they discovered that Jingyu and Liang Yinshan were often lurking in the shadows, trailing Jiang Jiang wherever she went. What were these two? Some kind of gum? It seemed they would follow her to the ends of the earth. Jingyu, in particular, appeared to be plotting to whisk Jiang Jiang away at any moment. What could they do? They felt powerless, compelled to keep a closer watch over their younger sister. At one point, their vigilance escalated to the point where 3 of them took turns stationed at Jiang Jiang's school gate, picking her up immediately after class, leaving no opportunity for anything else. Fortunately, Jiang Jiang was not particularly interested in romance. Her focus remained steadfastly on her studies. Each day was consumed by internships and academic pursuits. It was understandable, after all, how many medical students have the luxury of time for love. They either spent sleepless nights on hospital shifts or were engrossed in the library revising papers. She maintained her rigorous standards as always, which brought comfort to the Jiang family. However, even after completing her 8 years of study encompassing bachelor's, master's, and doctoral degrees, she showed no inclination towards romance. Over the years, the children of the Jiang family blossomed into talents across various fields. Jiang Yunshu, now abroad, sent gifts across the sea during holidays and inquired about their well-being. Yet Jiang Jiang remained steadfastly focused on the operating table, with the 2 men trailing behind her as consistently as ever. Over time, even though the 2 boys initially found her presence irksome, they gradually grew accustomed to it. Occasionally, certain matters were simply overlooked. However, Jiang Jiang exhibited not the slightest interest in such affairs. After a period of relentless busyness, she finally found herself with some leisure, just as everyone collectively exhaled. Believing it was time to relax, unexpectedly, in a certain month of a certain year, Jiang Jiang applied to become a doctor without borders. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, she grabbed her luggage and boarded a plane bound for perilous regions plagued by epidemics and conflict. Thus, Jiang Jiang embarked on her solitary journey through life. The end.